At West C number 1 High School, Principal Lu Yun is presiding over an important ceremony, which is the students' class change day and also a day that determines their future. In front of the students is the transfer magic array, with everyone feeling different emotions, some anxious, others excited. The protagonist is Lam Moyu, an ordinary-looking student, but in reality he is a transmigrator, and since arriving in this world he has been waiting a long time for the day of class change. After humans, meaning the players who have completed their class change, they can challenge dungeons, secret realms, or hunt monsters to gather experience and improve their level and skills to strengthen themselves. Of course, the one who benefits the most in this world is the person with the main combat profession, followed by the support profession, and finally the life profession. Among the support combat professions, there are 5 levels: low, medium, high, rare, and the highest is legendary. The legendary level is so rare that even in the entire West Sea City, it might take 10 years to see a single person with it. Today's transfer ceremony is assisted by Zhang Tian, a Grand Master of Formation at level 52. Even Principal Lu Yun has to hold him in great respect. That's understandable because the profession he has is a rare and extremely uncommon auxiliary class. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally begun. The principal read out the students' names one by one, and the one whose name was called would step into the magic circle to change their profession. The first was a student named 2 Dot, but unlucky for him, he only managed to change to a life profession as a farmer. 2 Dot was extremely panicked and disappointed. The next person also received a life profession. His father is a chef, and even his strength is considered to be a chef, so he seems quite satisfied. Having become one of the top students but still not having a rare profession appear, both Truong Tien and Luke Van seem a bit discouraged. Don't even mention rare professions anymore. How many years has it been since your group last appeared with a rare profession? If someone with a high-level combat profession appears, that would already be quite good, says Truong Tien. The Grandmaster said that's right. Only 1 or 2 rare professions appear in the entire city of Taihai each year. I was hoping for too much just now, Lu Yun replied. The next person is one of the 2 everyone is waiting for, the female student named Ha Tuyet that Cao Duong mentioned earlier. She seems competitive, so before entering the formation, she deliberately glanced at Lam Moyu and muttered, Lam Moyu, I will show you who the real genius is. The reason Ha Tuyet is so competitive is because for years they have been called the 2 top geniuses in the school, but from the beginning to the end, Lam Moyu has always been better than her, so she wants to win this battle. As soon as Zhang Tian saw Xia Yu, he was amazed and thought she was quite impressive. Although she hadn't entered the battle formation yet, he could sense that her spiritual power was at least twice as strong as an ordinary person's, and she was likely to change her profession to a mage. That's a high-level combat profession, and if you gain the attribute, you can even become a rare level. When Liu Yun heard this, he also eagerly looked forward to it. Amid the suspense of many, Ha Tuyet confidently stepped into the formation. Soon after, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, proving that she had awakened a rare-level profession. And just as Zhang Tian predicted, Ha Jue became a mage. The students below all marveled in admiration. No wonder, because today, Ha Tuyet is the first to change her class to a combat profession. Moreover, a level-up mage only needs a banned talisman with divine-level elements to wipe out this entire city. At this moment, Ha Tuyet is extremely confident, sure that she can surpass Lam Moyu this time, and she believes she is the next to enter the array. Seeing Lam Moyu's confident demeanor, Ha Tuyet begins to feel tense again. Principal Lu Yuan deliberately asked Zhang Tian what he thought of the kid, because Lam Moyu is a genius at the school, but he said that besides her cold appearance, there was nothing special about her. Truong Tien also said that academic performance at school and the awakening of a profession have nothing to do with each other. A top student awakening a common profession is also completely normal. But Principal Lu Yan still holds hope for him. He secretly thinks that if Lam Moyu also awakens a rare profession next, then West C number 1 High School will truly shine this year. As Lam Moyu entered the ritual to awaken her profession, a fierce storm suddenly arose in the sky. Dark clouds gathering overhead, lightning striking down, creating an eerily cold and ominous atmosphere. Neither the principal, Master Truong Tien, nor the students had ever seen such a strange phenomenon, leaving them tense and uncertain about whether Lam Moyu would awaken a combat or support profession. At this moment, Ha Tuyet seemed like she was sitting on a fire, because this strange phenomenon was much more intense than before. Ha Tuyet was afraid that Lam Moyu would awaken a more terrifying profession than hers. A few seconds later, movements appeared in the dark clouds above him, and thousands of gloomy, cold skulls emerged, then transformed into an army of undead spirits with such overwhelming power that even though people knew it was just an illusion, they still felt a chill down their spines. In the end, Lam Moyu successfully awakened his main combat profession as a death spirit mage. Unlike other students, your profession is the only hidden class. It also means that in this world there is only one death spirit mage like you. Unless you die, there will be no second such profession. This is not only rare compared to ordinary rare professions, but even more precious than legendary ones. The crowd below started to buzz again, some marveling at how impressive you are to have transformed into the only hidden profession. Some envious people even think that Lam Moyu is too lucky, or that there was a mistake in the magic array. They don't even hesitate to belittle Lam Moyu, claiming that the hidden profession might not be that powerful. There have been many people in history with hidden professions who ultimately turned out to be useless, and Lam Moyu could hear people talking about him, but he didn't care. The awakening of the unique hidden profession turned out to be much better than he had expected. As Lam Moyu was heading down, Truong Thien suddenly called him back. He has never seen your hidden profession before, so he wants you to show some skills. Senior, please wait a moment. Lam Moyu responded, and only then did he start checking his information. After awakening, Lam Moyu was at level 1, with most attributes stuck at 10, except for mental strength, which was 20 points. He has 2 skills. The first is summoning a skeleton warrior. Since he's at level 1, he can only summon a black iron level skeleton warrior. After upgrading the skill, you can summon higher level skeletons such as bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and the highest divine level. Your second skill is called Soul Flame. When activating the skill, it creates a burning soul that scorches the target, with its power depending on the user's mental strength and skill level. Lam Moyu attempts to use the first skill. You summoned a skeleton warrior that looks extremely fierce, but its strength, agility, spirit, and stamina attributes are all only 15 points. Its appearance made your classmates extremely scared. Zhang Tian immediately launched an attack on the Dark Cloud Sultan surrounding the skeleton warrior so he could get a better look at it. The skeleton warrior sensed the attack and whether to counter or not. If no decision was made within 10 seconds, it would automatically retaliate. Lam Moyu received a new notification, but of course he couldn't order his creature to attack the senior, so he made it stand still. Highly alert, Truong Thien muttered, "He's a level 52 player, while Lam Moyu is only level 1. Yet you managed to summon a creature capable of developing hostile intentions towards him. However, that dry-bone soldier has a common attribute. Lam Moyu is only level 1, so he can't tell if its class is strong or weak. Zhang Tian can only guess that once his level increases, what he summons will become more powerful. Thanks, kid. Keep trying. Maybe you'll have a bright future." Lam Moyu nodded and then returned to her seat. Most of the classmates were afraid of her because of the fierce, dry soldier following behind. Only Cao Duong was extremely excited and even asked Lam Moyu to let him touch that creature. Is this skull powerful or not? He poked at the dry long corpse while asking curiously, "Maybe it's more powerful than you." Lam Moyu responded indifferently. Xiao Duong wasn't very convinced because this thing looked so ragged and tattered. It's just that soon it'll be his turn to awaken too. The two of them didn't even get to say much more. Lam Moyu immediately withdrew his undead warrior, only to receive a notification that one spot in the summoning space had just been filled. Lam Moyu suddenly realized that this summoning space could contain the monsters he summoned, and afterward he could freely summon without using up his mental energy. Currently, this space has 10 slots, but it will gradually increase as he levels up. Inside Lam Moyu's heart, there was a full sense of determination, as during the class transfer just now, he seemed to have glimpsed the true form of the purple spirit mage who could kill a giant dragon in the blink of an eye. So you vowed that one day you would reach this level too. Cao Duong changed class very quickly and, as expected, became a high-level sword and shield knight who was also incredibly powerful. Xiao Duong happily said that in the future the two of them would go dungeon crawling together. From then on, when they entered the dungeon, I would block in front of you. If the enemy wants to take my life, they have to go through your body first, haha. You're mistaken. Lam Moyu sighed helplessly, and unexpectedly the other person laughed even louder. After Cao Duong, there are a few others, but none of them stand out. After the promotion ceremony, Principal Lu Yan reminded them a few words. Tomorrow, the upgrade dungeon for new players in West Sea City will take place. He hopes that all the students here will strive to improve themselves and achieve the best results in the final exam next week, so they can get into the university they desire. While he was talking with Cao Duong Hatuyet, who preferred to compete, suddenly ran over and said she wanted to challenge Lam Moyu, specifically to see who was better based on their final exam results. Lam Moyu replied with just one word. "It's settled then. I won't lose to you forever." Hatuyet insisted that even though she seemed to lose to Lam Moyu again today during the promotion, it only made her more determined never to give up and at least beat him once. That night, Lam Moyu returned home. He looked at the family photo for a long time and thought to himself, "Grandma, I succeeded in the transfer. It's a rare hidden super-level profession. Sister, wait for me. I will get into Hakin Academy with you." As he was thinking this, there was a knocking on the door. Lam Moyu opened the door to find Principal Lu Yun bringing some essential daily supplies to him. After the promotion, he has become an even more closely watched individual. After all, last year only your sister Lam Moyu from Taihai City was accepted into Hakin Academy. She entrusted her brother to the principal that year, so he naturally had to take good care of you. Thank you, teacher. Lam Moyu took the items. It's nothing. Tomorrow we have to enter the dungeon. Rest well. Luke Van responded and then left. But that night, Lam Moyu stayed awake until midnight, and suddenly a system window appeared in front of him. It was confirmed that Lam Moyu awakened the Death Spirit Mage class, matching the strongest system talent requirement, which was now binding with him. Then Lam Moyu received an even more shocking piece of information. You have received the only divine-level talent called Comprehensive Growth, which increases the effectiveness of all skills fivefold, along with a passive skill called Damage Transfer, that allows the damage the mage receives to be transferred to the summoned creature instead. Lam Moyu has always been expressionless, but now he shows an extremely surprised look. This system grants him an additional innate skill and a passive skill, and their effects fully live up to their divine rank name. Lam Moyu eagerly summoned the Dry Skeleton Warrior once more. Indeed, now all its stats have increased from 15 to 75. Combined with the passive skill of teleporting damage, now compared to others at the same level, Lam Moyu is practically invincible. The next day at the beginner upgrade dungeon, the students had arrived very early. Xiaoduang saw Lam Moyu invite him to team up, but Lam Moyu refused, saying that forming a team would slow down leveling, and soloing would be faster. This made Xiaoduang furious. At this moment, Ha Tuye also appeared behind them, and although she was a rival, she had to admit that Lam Moyu was right. Forming a team requires equal experience. Based on the experience of the seniors, solo play is suitable for levels below 10, while team formation is better for levels 10 and above. It seems that both Ha Tuyet and Lam Moyu share the same big idea, not bringing support class teammates into dungeons. Meanwhile, Principal Luke Van has repeatedly reminded that main combat classes must bring support characters into dungeons. Later, they would realize how important support roles truly are. Before entering the dungeon gate, Ha Tuyet once again challenged to a match. This time it's a contest to see who levels up faster. Lam Moyu was too bored to say anything. You don't understand why this girl is so mean and competitive with me. Yesterday, Lam Moyu summoned a dry lich that cost 10 mental energy points. After a night of meditation, this stat has recovered to 40 points, allowing her to summon 4 more dry lords. Lam Moyu entered the dungeon and immediately called them out, instructing them to spread out and hunt monsters for her. Your skeleton minions are very powerful and aggressive. Every time they defeat a monster, your experience points will increase by 1%. So, defeating 100 monsters allows you to level up. This efficiency is really impressive. In just a few minutes, Lam Moyu's experience increased by 10%, and in about half an hour, he would level up. And true to Lam Moyu's prediction, less than half an hour later, he reached level 2. His current strength, agility, and physique stats have increased to 20. Mental power is now 40 points, and the summoning space has expanded to 20 slots. Lam Moyu summoned 4 more dry skeletons to speed up leveling, with very stable efficiency, but this is only the beginning. Then, Lam Moyu also discovered another feature, which allowed him to see the traces of the skeleton soldiers' movements on the map. Currently, they are all quite far from Lam Moyu, but at this moment he detected a monster that the skeleton soldiers had overlooked. But Lam Moyu was not afraid, and her active skill, Soul Flame, just reached level 2. This skill had also grown 5-fold, and it only took a few seconds to kill a second-level gray cat, earning 20 experience points. This mental attack is too powerful, surpassing all defensive, physical, and magical skills. This hidden profession truly isn't useless. Just 2 skills and it's already so strong. Even without additional talents, your Death Spirit Mage certainly isn't weaker than any legendary class. In the blink of an eye, Lam Moyu had already reached level 3. You keep summoning more skeleton warriors to help farm monsters. The speed is getting faster and faster. The beginner dungeon's battle time is 12 hours. 4 hours have already passed and you have reached level 4. At this rate, you might level up again in less than an hour. If she directly reaches level 8 after leaving here, Lam Moyu can go to the outskirts of West Sea City, where there are much stronger monsters. Outside the dungeon, Ha Dongduang, the head of the Ha family and also Ha Tuyet's father, has just arrived to check on his daughter's situation. Yesterday he was very busy and couldn't witness her promotion in person. This time he can't afford to miss her first dungeon again. Lu Yan said that after Tiantin and Lam Moyu awakened their professions and participated in the beginner dungeon, they both reached level 5. This time, Ha Tuyet probably will reach that level too. Ha Dongduang only hopes for that. As her father, he knew very well that Ha Tuyet had been competitive since she was young, and from her rapid level up on the first day, he could roughly predict her progress in the following days. If she didn't reach level 5 in this first dungeon, it would be much harder for her to get into Haken Academy later on. Although they are talking about Ha Tuyet, the principal's mind is thinking about something else entirely. He doesn't know how high Lam Moyu can level up this time, only hoping that he won't fall behind his sister. That's right. I heard that Quichuang also revealed a hidden profession during the class change yesterday, didn't he? Ha Dongduang suddenly asked. That's right. Lam Moyu's hidden profession is called Tulin Fapsu. I've never seen it before, so I don't know how powerful it is. Makangu's older sister is Lam Moyu. If Ha Tuyet later comes to Haken Academy, she can also ask her to take care of her. While the two of them were chatting, Lam Moyu was still frantically fighting monsters in the dungeon. The dry bone warrior could be at most 500 meters away from him. Within this range, he could safely AFK and level up. His current target is a level 7 monster, but it's been almost 7 hours and he still hasn't encountered a level 8, so Lam Moyu is starting to get anxious and doesn't know what level the others have reached. Lam Moyu wanders around casually, but suddenly he is attacked unexpectedly. If it weren't for the teleportation damage skill, Lam Moyu would have been speechless this time too. But from that, he also realized it was an 8th level monster. It is a 1,000-year-old whip tree right in front of us, usually in hibernation, only attacking when a strange creature passes by. Currently, the attributes of the dry skeleton warrior that Lam Moyu summoned have reached 275 points. He immediately guessed that even an 8th level monster wouldn't withstand a few of their strikes, but this tree is more stubborn than he imagined. It takes 4 strikes from the dry soldier to kill it, which means your leveling speed will slow down significantly. The good news is that Lam Moyu didn't just find a 1,000-year-old whip, but actually found hundreds of them. This place seems specially set up for your upgrade. Lam Moyu's dry soldiers charge forward bravely. He also specially summoned a few more to prevent them from overworking. And then, before the 12 hours were up, someone appeared at the exit of the dungeon. At first, Lu Yun was worried that something unexpected might happen, but the person coming out was actually Lam Moyu. Why are you already out here? He asked with concern. There are no more monsters left, so I went out to hunt. Lam Moyu replied calmly. Lu Yan was extremely amazed to find out that this child only took about 10 hours to reach level 7. He even criticized that there were too few monsters in there, or he would have already reached level 8. Then, Lam Moyu asked Luke Van for permission to go on an outdoor trip to Taihai Outer Sea to find more monsters, but he was still in shock. Luke Van has lived for so many years, but this is the first time he's heard of someone clearing out all the monsters in a beginner dungeon in just 10 hours. Could this be the power of the Death Spirit Mage, the only hidden profession? Master Lu noticed he wasn't replying for a long time, so Lam Moyu couldn't help but remind him. Lu Van quickly nodded and said he agreed, and that he would write a certificate right now to let him leave the city. Take a rest for a bit, and once the others have left, I will send you back. Lam Moyu nodded and then moved aside on her own. Luke Van returned to his seat. At this moment, everyone was waiting for his explanation. Old Lu, what happened just now? Why did that classmate leave first? Is something wrong? Is he not injured? You went out alone? Where are your teammates? That's Lin Moyu. He just cleared the beginner dungeon, defeating all the level 8 monsters inside. Earlier, many people thought that the hidden profession might not be powerful, but now, based on Lam Moyu's performance, they are sure that the Spirit Shadow Mage has surpassed all known rare professions and can now rival legendary classes. This kid has great potential. We probably don't need to worry about him anymore. If he can pass the entrance exam for Haken Academy, the academy will have a headache in the future. Ha Dongduang also nodded in agreement. Little Snow has been competitive since she was young, so this time she probably faced a big blow. Lam Moyu guessed that everyone was talking about her, but he didn't really care. Currently, the number of Dry Lich warriors you have summoned has reached 24, but the summoning space has expanded to 70 slots. It seems it will take quite some time to fill this space. After a long session of meditation to restore her mental energy, Ha Tuyet also came out, having upgraded to level 5 as the principal predicted. I thought I had broken the previous record in the newbie dungeon and that I had beaten Lam Moyu, but as soon as I stepped out of the dungeon gate, I saw him sitting calmly in meditation, already at level 7. Just as Ha Dongduang predicted, she was hit hard. Ha Dongduang waved his hand to call his daughter into the car. Seeing that your face doesn't look so good, he asked, Xiaozhui, are you fighting that hidden profession kid? He's really scary. It's been 3 years, and he's still always better than you. Do you need this old man's help? I don't need help, Hatuyet said firmly. This is my fight. I will never be defeated by that fool in my life. Hadong Duong was no stranger to his daughter's competitive attitude, but he also had to tell Hatuyet that Lam Moyu had escaped from the dungeon in less than 10 hours and had already wiped out all the level 8 monsters. She just arrived at the level 7 monster area and hasn't encountered an 8-level monster yet. Moreover, Lam Moyu was ahead of her by 2 hours. If there were more than a few 8-level monsters, wouldn't he have instantly reached level 8? Following Miss Ha, Chao Duong immediately ran up, literally grabbing Lam Moyu's leg and crying as he begged, "How did you manage to reach level 7? Moyu, or rather Lord Lam, can I come with you to train, please?" "All right, next time for sure," Lam Moyu replied. Chao Duong smiled brighter than a blooming flower and said he would wait for him at the school gate tomorrow. But the next morning, after waiting all morning, he still couldn't see any sign of Lam Moyu. Only after Principal Lu Vanchen advised him did he realize he had gone to the outskirts of West Sea City. Cao Duong went crazy, threw his head back and shouted, "The bastard Lam Moyu, you dare to deceive me? I will fight you to the death." "Forget it, I can't beat him anyway," Luke Vanchan Than advised. At this moment, Lam Moyu was at the trading post of the Divine Fall Empire. After successfully verifying his identity, he was granted permission to use the place. Lam Moyu wants to see if there's a mission suitable for him. Among the many quests with little reward, he spotted a level 14 combat power mission in the West Sea Mine dungeon. The final goal is to defeat the dungeon boss. The reward is 10,000 gold, and if it's a boss with nightmare difficulty or higher, it will also drop spirit stones. With such a large amount of gold as a reward, this mission might also be a bit tough. The difficulty levels of dungeons are divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. The nightmare difficulty level has surpassed the normal level by several times. Without a strong team, it's basically impossible to beat, and the hell difficulty is even more off-limits for low-level players. Although very ambitious, Lam Moyu knew he couldn't take on this mission for now. Then he went to report his identity to the gate guard. That guy just heard about the Death Spirit Mage class for the first time and doesn't even know which school he's from, yet he's already allowed to leave the city at level 7. He couldn't help but remind him, "Your proof of departure has taken effect, and you can now freely enter and exit all corners of the Divine Empire. However, there are many monsters outside. Please stay safe. Be very careful, especially at night. If you encounter danger, you can run back. Your life is the most important." "Thank you. I will be careful." Inside and outside the city feel like two different worlds, proving that this city wall is no simple barrier. I can even hear the distant roars of monsters, and the air is tinged with the smell of blood. Soon, Lam Moyu encountered his first monster, a level 10 goblin patrol, which was much more formidable than the beginner dungeon monsters. But in front of the skeleton soldier with my sister, whose attribute points have already reached 375, it's not worth mentioning. With a single strike, my skeleton soldier had defeated the goblin. Lam Moyu felt that the strength of a level 10 monster was just so-so. With this rate of leveling up, he could reach level 15 before the college entrance exam. Yet your sister Lam Ha only has a rare normal profession and managed to reach level 16 before college. Lam Moyu really wonders how she did it, but he knows he must definitely get into the Hawkin Academy to reunite with his sister. After the dry lizard soldier defeated a large swarm, Lam Moyu also reached level 10. The other attributes didn't change much, each upgrade increasing by 10 points. But the greatest achievement is that your mental strength has reached 300 points. It is said that after level 10, attributes experience a significant growth. Lam Moyu, a mage, was surprised that her mental strength increased so quickly, and her innate skills also became stronger. Even the dry skeleton warrior had been upgraded to copper level. Now their strength is overwhelming, with all attributes reaching 1,500 points, and they have unlocked a special skill that delivers a powerful strike combined with a critical hit, dealing 200% damage to the target. The cooldown is 10 minutes. Lam Moyu was very confident. It seemed that with the bronze-level dry soldier, he could walk proudly through this area. But that was also his biggest problem, because in a short time, all the monsters around had been taken care of, and while he was thinking about where to find more monsters, he was suddenly attacked. The system automatically transferred damage to the bronze soldier, helping him escape another danger. Then, Lam Moyu saw another player. At first I thought this was the person who attacked me, but something didn't seem right, because this person is probably an assassin, while the one who just attacked me is most likely a bowman. After this stranger sped past, Lam Moyu saw two other players, and indeed, one of them was a bowman. It seems they are the ones chasing the thief, but with their speed, they definitely won't catch up. Lam Moyu kam te kong vui ki vodue, vokobikio vao kuoch chienne. The nok ne tronko vigian sao, contentich kach kiada tuarui. Those two strangers are whispering about you. Then the archer suddenly loudly asks Lam Moyu, hey kid, was it a thief in disguise just now? They saw that Lam Moyu was younger, so they planned to bully him, but he responded with a face full of murderous intent. Each of your arrows hit us, so sorry about that. Well, sorry then. The archer responded, but with no sincerity at all, only then noticing that Lam Moyu had been hit by his arrow, but was unharmed. Yeah, you can't do that anymore in the future. Lam Moyu replied with a similar tone, completely ignoring how bad the other person's mood was. Then these two guys focused again on the fact that Lam Moyu could summon skeleton warriors. In their eyes, only the disgusting profession of a hidden criminal with a dark mind could awaken and summon such an immortal monster. So they concluded that Lam Moyu was not a good person either. But since he was outside the city and danger was lurking, they didn't dare to provoke him, so they all left together. Lam Moyu watched their backs, sneering coldly, thinking they were lucky. If they had truly dared to attack, he would have made them pay 100 times over. Then Lam Moyu continued his quest to level up, but now he was gaining too little experience. After level 10, it takes 3 times the experience to level up, meaning you need to kill 5,000 goblins to gain 1 level. Even though the battle-hardened warrior can fight tirelessly and quickly, Lam Moyu isn't sure if he can reach level 11 by tonight. Since time is limited, he decided not to return to the city tonight. Although many people warned him that it's extremely dangerous outside at night, if he wants to get into the Hakin Academy, he must put in much more effort than others. With the current leveling speed, it's unclear whether I can reach level 13 tomorrow or level 15 the day after. After reaching level 15, the leveling rate will slow down even more. Lam Moyu spent another day just to return for the university entrance exam. At this rate, he could only reach level 16 at most. Lam Moyu at this point found it even more confusing. He didn't know how his sister managed to reach level 16 last year. Even though she is a legendary class sword and martial artist, her level-up speed definitely can't surpass mine. The more Lam Moyu thought about it, the more he felt he had missed something. Then he remembered the dungeon in the West Sea Mine area. Could it be that last year his sister teamed up with others to gain more experience in the nightmare-level dungeon? That's why Lam Moyu was seriously injured and had to return home. Thinking of this, Lam Moyu unconsciously clenched his fists. He guessed that perhaps his assumption was correct, so he decided to go to the West Sea Mine area tomorrow to take a look. Night falls, with only a dried-up soldier guarding beside Lam Moyu who is meditating, while the others continue hunting monsters in the forest. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out as someone stepped on a dry branch. Lam Moyu widened his eyes in alert. There aren't many people who train at night like him. So is this person lost, or someone with a grudge coming here? But Lam Moyu quickly realized that the visitor was the female assassin he met earlier this morning. The girl approached him voluntarily because she was starving and wanted some food. Lam Moyu kindly handed her a sweet potato. She smiled and took it, then started eating as if starving. Seeing her choke, Lam Moyu offered her another bottle of water, only to see her gulp it down as if dying of thirst, not knowing how long she had gone without food or drink. After finishing the sweet potato, she asked for your name. You don't like talking, do you? How about this? Let's use the probing technique together. After a moment of thought, Lam Moyu also agreed and extended a finger. The probing spell was activated between the two, but it had no effect on Lam Moyu. He couldn't see any information from the other person, while the girl smiled mischievously. Heh, there's nothing wrong, right? As for her, she basically grasped the important information about Lam Moyu, but she's never heard of your profession. The Death Spirit Mage, Lahoak. But after secretly observing, she saw Ko Lao beside him and guessed that it was a creature summoned by Lam Moyu. The ability to summon an immortal is extremely rare, indicating that his profession is also not ordinary. Why don't you talk like that? Don't tell me you're mute, you don't look like it at all. Why is it that just that makes the girl so happy? Oh, so you can actually talk? Why? Lam Moyu mechanically repeats. You want to ask why the probing spell suddenly lost its effect, right? Because of this. Then she took out a shield badge and explained that as long as you carry it, people with a lower rank than you by 10 levels cannot use or probe you. Then she deliberately made the badge disappear again and asked Lam Moyu to try using the probing spell on her again. This time, he truly uncovered the information. The opponent is Nin Y, a level 19 shadow assassin. But just as the two of them were talking, the dry corpse warrior suddenly noticed a few uninvited guests arriving. They are the same group that attacked you by mistake this morning. Now there are 3 of them instead of 2. Nin Y frowns and stands up. These people are really persistent. Isn't it just a mid-level skill scroll? You've been chasing me for days and still haven't given up. Then she turned to Lam Moyu and said, I have to go now, but I'll find you to hang out if there's a chance later. Before she could leave, an arrow was shot fiercely, and a red light immediately appeared above their heads. Nin Y realizes that it is a marking arrow, a skill used by archers to counter stealth. This skill marks the target, making them easier to see and preventing them from entering stealth mode. It is mainly used to counter stealthy assassins and some monsters that can hide. It seems they are well prepared before coming. This time you can't escape anymore. I knew all along you were in cahoots. The assassin sneaks around like a mouse, combined with the dark and evil necromancer. Truly a match made in heaven. Lam Moyu said this morning that they were lucky and hadn't attacked you yet, but now it seems I have to take back that statement, especially since that archer has shot at you twice for no reason, but he doesn't want to involve innocent people, so he said, he has nothing to do with this. I will hand over the skill scroll to you and everyone go their own way. Don't hurt innocent people. But that archer refused. He said that if Nin Y had said this a day earlier, they wouldn't have had any problem. But now they feel that killing her is the safest option. Anyway, the dead can never speak, so no one will know that they possess this mid-level skill scroll. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Nin Y quietly told Lam Moyu to run first, while Min would stay behind to hold off the enemy. Anyway, in her eyes, Lam Moyu is just a level 10 professional, and she can't let him get involved because of her issues. What about her? Lam Moyu asked again. I am a shadow assassin. Night is my home. I will find a way to escape myself. Nin Y giggled in response, appearing so relaxed, but Lam Moyu knew she was lying to reassure herself. If Nin Y could really fight them, she wouldn't have had to run away so desperately during the day. Clearly the enemy is stronger with 3 of them, and Nin Y has already been hit with the target marking skill, making her stealth useless. The night is long and full of dreams, so stop wasting time and attack Nu. The archer shouted to his teammate, and immediately the mage in the group raised his staff high. He used a light spell to dispel the darkness over a large area. It not only increased his chances of hitting with his magic, but also countered the assassin's stealth skill. Nin Y clenched her teeth, feeling the situation growing more and more dangerous, but she had no choice but to risk everything. At this moment, all 3 enemies were ready to attack from 3 directions. Lam Moyu didn't run away. Instead, he calmly summoned a skeleton warrior. To those people, his undead summon was truly disgusting. The wizard in the group immediately wanted to use Fireball and his level 20 magic skills to blow him to pieces. Nin Y didn't have time to think, so she grabbed Lam Moyu's arm to pull him away. But only now does she realize that her legs have been bound by the opponent's mental energy silk thread, without her noticing at the same time, the archer across fires 3 arrows with 3 times the attack power. Nin Y stared in shock, with a fireball behind her and 3 arrows in front, realizing she couldn't escape this pincer movement. Out of instinct, Nin Y pushed Lam Moyu aside, intending to face both attacks alone. But what she didn't expect was that the dry soldier he summoned could block attacks from both sides. Then they launched a fierce counterattack, and this time even those guys were trembling in fear. How is this possible? The probing spell clearly shows that this kid is only a level 10 Death Spirit mage. While they are all level 20 or higher profession users and still can't defeat him, and even his summoned objects nullify their attacks, they finally start to investigate those skeleton warriors and are shocked to realize that their attribute stats are incredibly high. It's still unclear who is the chicken and who is the rice. To completely corner these people, Lam Moyu summoned all her dry soldiers to form an army surrounding the enemy. Nin Y was so shocked she gaped open-mouthed when she saw that Lam Moyu's skeleton soldiers, though torn and tattered, were this powerful. They don't resemble monsters summoned by a level 10 mage at all, because even the skills of level 20 archers and mages can't hurt them, just a little. And moreover, their numbers are too overwhelming, which is completely unreasonable for the mental strength of an ordinary summoner. At this moment, Lam Moyu was closing both eyes tightly. When you remain silent, the 3 of them become even more anxious and restless. Then, when Lam Moyu opens his eyes, he orders all 44 of his dry soldier warriors to charge together. This time, all 3 of them have no way back. The first one to be targeted is that level 21 mage. He hurriedly created a protective barrier, but it was useless. The dry soldier warriors of Lam Moyu only needed to lightly strike their weapons to shatter it. Although the opponent struggled to counterattack, he could not escape the fate of being split in 2 by the dry soldier's sword. The next one is that archer. His agility stat was already at 1,500 points. But even when fleeing, he was still chased and killed from behind by Lam Moyu's summoned creature. Things became even more difficult as there was nowhere to hide in front of him. And when he realized his teammate had been slaughtered in just a few seconds, he became even more frantic and eventually followed his friend. The one who surprised Lam Moyu the most was the only knight in the group, because he can activate the ultimate defense skill. This is one of the core skills of the knight. In a short time, the defense will increase significantly. A level 20 knight using this skill can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. The knight with the ultimate defense skill cannot be held by the other, seeming like two different classes with a huge gap in strength, but his skill won't last long while Lam Moyu's dry soldiers cling like leeches. Now he's starting to regret it. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have come. Dying over a mid-level skill scroll isn't worth it. Now it's Lam Moyu's turn to activate his skill. No one can escape. If you're going to fight, then destroy everything completely. Your dry soldier immediately activates its personal skill, the Furious Punch, dealing 200% damage to the target. Currently, the strength stat of the dry soldiers is 1,500 points. Plus the personal skill, it becomes 3,000 points. The knight's ultimate defense skill lasts for 1 minute, but the more intense the attack, the shorter the duration will be. Now he can't hold on any longer. When his ultimate defense finally shatters, he will be surrounded by Lam Moyu's dry soldiers. That's why I didn't hold back when I fought, because I still remember what my sister taught me. Either don't do it at all or do it without mercy. Manhwa watched in horror as the 3 fake professionals who had tormented him for days were slaughtered by Lam Moyu in less than a minute, and he stood completely still, too frightened to move. After the fake professionals are killed, the items in their storage space will also drop out. Lam Moyu steps forward, wanting to see if any of them are useful. The first is a bronze-level magic staff that increases mental power by 20 points and boosts the effectiveness of mage skills by 5%. Usable after level 18. Next is a bronze-level combat bow that increases agility by 20 points and enhances the power of shooting skills by 5%, also usable after level 18. Next is the thrust shield of bronze, which increases 20 stamina points, boosts defensive skill effectiveness by 5%, and requires a similar level to use. Finally, there's the Kaimon sword, increasing 10 strength and 10 stamina, enhancing physical attack skill power by 5%. Manhwa realized that all of these were weapons dropped in the Beastman Legion dungeon outside Shanghai City, a level 20 dungeon, and it seemed that those 3 often fought in this area. Although these 4 pieces of equipment are useless for Lam Moyu, he still kept them to sell later for some money. Then he discovered another basic skill scroll. This one is relatively valuable. Selling it could get you 10,000 gold coins, so Lam Moyu hesitated whether to sell or use it. You don't have any basic scrolls yet, do you? Then you should use it. Although there's a chance you'll get a skill you already have, you might also unlock a new one. Manhwa excitedly said, "This is just a basic skill scroll. It's not worth much. You're not planning to sell it, are you? Are you short on money?" Lam Moyu saw that she didn't care about the 10,000 gold coins at all, so it seems her family background is quite impressive. He immediately turned back to ask Manhwa how to use it. She said the method was very simple. Just hold this skill scroll tightly and then say the word, use. Lam Moyu followed her instructions, but nothing happened at all. The atmosphere fell into silence for about 5 seconds before being broken by Manhwa's clear laughter. "Oh, come on, that's not right. You didn't speak loudly enough. You need to speak loudly for it to work." Lam Moyu, seeing her teasing smile, immediately guessed she was joking and realized he needed to use his mental energy to activate the skill scroll. He quickly poured his mental energy into it. Manhwa's face showed clear disappointment. "How did you figure it out so quickly?" "My prank really did fail. Then Lam Moyu indeed gained a new skill called Explosive Corpse. Using it can help you explode corpses to deal 10% damage to enemies within a 1-meter radius. You can acquire a new skill, and this scroll is flawless. To a Death Spirit mage, even corpses have life. Although this skill is quite weak, with your talent it can be boosted to a range of 10 meters. Just one exploded corpse can continue to deal damage to nearby enemies, making it a useful area attack skill. If someone else had it, it would just be an ordinary skill. But because of Lam Moyu's talent, almost all skills become miraculous. So how is it? Have you learned the new skill yet? Ninyi asked softly beside him. "I've learned it. Your voice is really easy to listen to. Why don't you like talking?" "That's a pity." She still kept smiling and laughing, showing no sign of being discouraged by Lam Moyu's brief and reserved manner. "But you also realized that this girl doesn't seem to be like the other female students in your school, so you broke the rule and complimented her. Her voice is also very pleasant to listen to." Hey, thanks. I know my voice is easy on the ears too." Manhwa seemed very happy, and to thank you for saving her, she gave you a mid-level skill scroll. the very thing that had caused her to be chased by those people for days. This can awaken skills from level 40 to level 70. On the exchange platform, it's worth up to 1 million gold coins, 100 times more than a basic scroll. This is extremely valuable, and is the reason Manhwa has been hunted for days, yet now she's willing to give it to you without hesitation. Lam Moyu tried to hide his surprise and suspicion. Manhwa seemed to understand Lam Moyu's suspicion, so she took the initiative to explain that she had the luck to discover a rare divine treasure in the camp of the Kai Mon Beastman Legion in Thieu Hai City. Such a rare ocean treasure appears by chance. Only a lucky person could find it. She opened it and discovered this mid-level skill manual, but unexpectedly the bad guys saw her. Manhwa immediately ran away, but was chased by someone trying to steal her belongings. Although they weren't very valuable to her, how could she easily give away the things she worked so hard to obtain? So that's why they chased after her so desperately, and she ended up running for days from Shanghai City all the way to West Sea City. That bunch of people really is as annoying as flies. Hearing her recount these dangerous stories so calmly, Lam Moyu couldn't help but say, "You almost lost your life earlier. Don't worry, I can't die either. When hit in a fatal spot, I will automatically teleport away. But still, thank you. Otherwise, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured." As she said this, Manhwa curled up and trembled. She said that actually her biggest fear is pain, not selling salt. Lam Moyu sighed. It seems he was worried for nothing. Based on the way she's talking, Manhwa is clearly the young lady of some wealthy family, and someone with so many treasures definitely can't go hungry. "I just gave you that intermediate skill scroll. Do you still have food?" "I might starve to death," Manhwa said again. So Lam Moyu handed her another sweet potato, and then the two of them started to talk more comfortably. Manhwa saw that you just reached level 10 and came here to upgrade, so she guessed that Lam Moyu hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet. "What school do you plan to apply to?" she asked. "Hokkien Academy," Lam Moyu replied. Manhwa nodded and said that this school was very good. Moreover, with Lam Moyu's strength, she felt he could get into any school without issue. Who has ever seen a level 10 fighting a level 20 professional fake? Moreover, it's a 1 against 3. If you don't get into Hokkien Academy, then no one else will be able to do it either. Then Manhwa reminded Lam Moyu that if he goes to study at Hokkien University in the future, he must challenge their lower divine tower because the first challenge will double the rewards. The more you try to climb higher floors, the better, because you'll earn more points. In Hokkien Academy, these points are even more valuable than money. Additionally, there is the Dawn God Academy in Hokkien, and if possible, you must get in. Manhwa Huyen was so exhausted that she fell asleep. Lam Moyu put a coat on her and then entered a meditative state to restore her spiritual power. The next morning, Ningyi woke up and immediately asked for a sweet potato. Lam Moyu has given her a lot, but she still complains it's not enough. "Come on, go ahead, can't you give a little more?" "Men should be generous, give it here. It's really all gone." Lam Moyu shrugged, for the first time feeling helpless like this. Manhwa smiled brightly and hugged her pile of sweet potatoes, saying she also had to go upgrade. "If fate allows, we will meet again someday. You should upgrade quickly too, so we can upgrade together in the future." Manhwa left that sentence behind and ran away. Lam Moyu watched her figure, too late to say goodbye. She really is a strange girl. After she was left alone, he was able to try out the violent corpse skill he learned just yesterday. And, of course, the targets to test this skill were the 3 unlucky fake professionals who dared to provoke him yesterday. As soon as Lam Moyu activated the skill, a huge explosion occurred. As he predicted, after the innate skill enhancement, the destructive range expanded significantly, now covering 360 degrees without blind spots. Truly a divine skill for annihilation. With what he currently had, Lam Moyu felt much more confident and decided to go to the West Sea Mine area to gain experience points. It takes 70 mental energy points for a level 1 skeleton soldier to summon one, and your current mental energy limit is only 300. Yesterday, Lam Moyu spent the whole night meditating to recover and was only able to summon 4 more. The total number of dry corpse soldiers in the Legion has increased to 48, while the summoning space now has 100 slots. But Lam Moyu is not in a hurry. He believes that someday his summoning space will be filled. Lam Moyu walked straight ahead and finally saw the entrance to the Tihai Mine dungeon, where many other adventurers had already arrived. They are all searching for teammates and mostly challenging the normal difficulty, except for one team tackling nightmare level. Lam Moyu goes alone, and on the difficulty selection board there are only 2 options: normal and nightmare. Although there is no hell difficulty, the normal difficulty already features elite monsters that are several times stronger than outside creatures. And in nightmare difficulty, the elite monsters are enhanced, making it even more challenging. Normally, a team of 3 with a warrior, mage, and healer is needed for an easy difficulty challenge, while nightmare difficulty requires at least 5 people forming a team with 2 support and 2 attackers. At this moment, a fake profession user suddenly approached and used a probing spell on Lam Moyu, apparently looking for an summoner. However, Lam Moyu was wearing the badge Manhwa gave him to block the scan, so his probing spell failed. Plus, the terrifying-looking dry lich warrior standing beside him also startled the opponent. The other side immediately concluded that Lam Moyu must have incredible abilities and invited him to team up for the dungeon run. Anyway, they are still missing a main combat profession member, and this is a team of elite players challenging nightmare difficulty. They promised that if they found any equipment, they would share it equally, but Lam Moyu firmly refused and then decided to challenge this dungeon alone on nightmare difficulty. Lam Moyu stepped through the gate, moving as fast as a gust of wind, leaving all the other players stunned. No way he wants to challenge alone? That's pretty arrogant. My friend just used a probing spell but couldn't see any information about him. I wonder what level he's at and what class he has. All right, let's wait and see if he can make it out alive. Maybe despite that terrifyingly gloomy look, he's actually as weak as a chicken. At this moment, Lam Moyu has entered the dungeon, and the strong smell of blood makes him extremely uncomfortable. He is now standing inside a protective circle, and it seems that if he leaves this circle, monsters will detect him and attack. Not far away, there is a level 14 elite guard mole monster. Its strength value is 800, agility 400, spirit 200, and physique 1000. In addition, it has a stunning attack skill, living up to its status as a reinforced elite monster with attributes several times higher than normal monsters. Its strength and physique are both very high, proving that its attack and defense capabilities are extraordinary. If you don't team up, ordinary adventurers basically can't clear this nightmare dungeon. But Lam Moyu is different. Even though the attributes of those enhanced elite monsters are high, they still fall short of his skeleton soldiers. Lam Moyu immediately summoned all his skeleton warriors, ready to challenge. As he stepped out of the protective circle, a bloody battle began. What surprised Lam Moyu the most was that after the first guardian monster was defeated, he received 4,200 experience points, 10 times higher than a normal monster of the same level. In other words, defeating one monster here is equivalent to killing 10 outside, so Lam Moyu became more tense, taking only about 2 seconds to kill a monster, which could significantly speed up his level-up process. As expected, this was the right decision. He ordered his skeleton warriors to spread out into every corner, not missing any path to maximize experience points, leaving only one behind to help transfer damage when needed. After 5 minutes, Lam Moyu reached level 11, but he still thought the speed was too slow. Fortunately, after leveling up, his mental strength fully recovered, allowing him to summon 4 more dry soldier warriors. After surpassing level 10, the attributes grow even more. Previously, each level up increased stamina, strength, and agility by 10 points. Now the increase has reached 20 points, and the mental power has gone up by 100 points. Lam Moyu quietly calculated that as the level rises, the attributes supported by innate skills will become even greater. Your dry veteran soldiers now have attribute values of 1700. However, one thing that puzzles you is that all skills are leveling up. Only the violent corpse just learned something and is still at level 1. And if Manhwa were here, she might know about this. Lam Moyu sighed and suddenly wondered where that strange girl might be now. Then he received a notification that the current area had been completely cleared. At the same time, your level 11 experience increased by 32.22%, and then the level 15 Elite Wolf King appeared. Its stats are strength and agility, 2,000 points each, spirit, 1,000 points, physique, 2,500 points, along with the roar skill. Even the regional leader's attributes have reached this level. It seems the boss at the end of the dungeon will be even more powerful. Although its attributes are higher than those of Lam Moyu's dry soldier, unfortunately, it is still alone, so he is not too worried. His entire army of dry soldiers charged forward, and the Wolf King immediately used his roar skill to knock them back. With the physique of the dry skeleton warrior, they could barely withstand the damage from the Wolf King. Immediately, Lam Moyu ordered them to use their personal skills, the Punch and the Fury, to counterattack. The larger the enemy's form, the more advantageous it is for my dry skeleton army. The Wolf King's beak once again used the roar skill, but Lam Moyu judged that its attack power was quite average. Only the knockback effect was decent. However, it was still quite clear which side had the advantage. What he didn't expect was that the Wolf King suddenly turned and fled. Your dry bone soldier plans to chase it into that cave. But Lam Moyu sensed something was off and ordered his entire army to retreat. In the cave where the Wolf King just fled, a pack of level 14 fierce wolves has appeared, with stats of 600 strength and agility, 200 morale, 1000 stamina, and the unique skill of tearing apart. Although their attributes are not strong, their numbers are overwhelming, with at least over 100 of them. If they were ordinary profession players, even a team of 5 would be unable to handle so many aggressive wolf-mouthed beasts. But Lam Moyu is a death spirit mage, so all of this is experience points for him. As soon as Lam Moyu gave the order, his army charged again. Then Lam Moyu combined it with her new skill, the Violent Corpse. After being enhanced by her innate talent, the damage from the Violent Corpse turned into 100% life force damage to the wolves, resulting in a lethal blow. In just one explosion, Lam Moyu had killed countless wolves. The process of clearing out this wolf pack was very quick. After all his subjects were wiped out, the Wolf King was forced to appear again, but by now he was already very weak and could no longer withstand any more damage. In the end, everyone knew the result. But what disappointed Lam Moyu the most was that this wolf was only worth 15,000 experience points, just enough for 5 of the previous wolves, which was too low. Fortunately, your luck is not bad because the items dropped from this wolf are valuable: Wolf King's Tooth and low-level Monster Crystal. Lam Moyu looked down the dark, winding path ahead, guessing that if he kept following and clearing it, he would soon encounter the final boss. He even planned to try the Hell-level dungeon solo afterward, which would surely yield more experience points. Now that they have gone deeper inside, they encounter a level 15 elite Gopin. Defeating it yields 4,500 experience points. The monster attack speed of the Drybone Legion has slowed down, but not significantly. Lam Moyu only took a little over an hour to level up in this dungeon. With this efficiency, doing a few more runs could easily raise him to level 16 or even at 18 or 19. Sister, we will meet again soon, Lam Moyu thought to herself. After defeating all the elite goblins, Lam Moyu met the Goblin King, a level 16 boss-level monster with 3,000 points of strength, 1,500 points each in agility and spirit, and also 3,000 points in stamina. This monster has 2 personal skills, Fire Breath and Pushback. Lam Moyu predicts that just by defeating it, he can level up to 12. As expected of a boss, its attributes, especially strength and physique, are much higher than your Dryad soldiers. The Goblin King, awakened, becomes furious and immediately launches an attack straight at Lam Moyu. Thanks to the damage transfer skill, he was unharmed, but the Drybone soldier who took the damage for him immediately shattered. The current number of troops in Lam Moyu's army has decreased from 56 to 54, and the Goblin King was able to use a single strike to destroy both of his Drybone soldiers. Lam Moyu quickly realized that the problem was his attribute was too weak, with a physique of only 120 points. In front of the Goblin King with 3,000 strength, his defense barrier was completely useless. So the damage taken by the Drylich soldiers is naturally much heavier. Lam Moyu couldn't help but feel troubled as he realized that he might actually be his own only weakness. It seems you'll need to work harder on your physical training in the future. After observing, Lam Moyu realized that his skeleton soldiers couldn't directly confront the boss in terms of strength. But you have an entire army, while it is alone, so the outcome of this battle is still uncertain. But in fact, Lam Moyu didn't believe she would lose. Moyu was pleased as everything was going according to plan. If this keeps up, it will be crushed to death by my army of skeleton soldiers. Then you should keep releasing more skeleton soldiers. A monster suddenly jumps up behind. King Gopin unleashes his annihilation skill. Moyu exclaims that this suppression skill is much stronger than the roar of the Wolf King. It opens its mouth and roars out fire, flames erupting. Stamina 259-1700. You immediately command a return to the summoning space. Then he immediately thought he had to interrupt its skill. The Goblin King opened his mouth wide and spat out fierce flames to counter the blue fire used by Moyu. Soul Fire, mental energy -40. The system continuously notifies Soul Fire. Each move made it suffer and scream as it covered its face. I told myself my remaining mental strength isn't much, so I must seize this opportunity to catch it and add a furious blow. Seeing the painful expression of the Goblin King, Moyu felt reassured that he was fine. A stats panel appeared showing the bonus points for the Demon King. 40,000 experience gained, a level-appropriate weapon, a dagger from the Demon Beast, a bronze-level armor, a knowledge magic artifact, and the Demon Beast King's core. You are happy that you finally reached level 12. To maintain the soul flame, my mental energy is also depleted. Luckily, leveling up restores my mental energy. After checking the loot, I can leave the dungeon. Moyu was a bit worried. Although the Spirit Tamer is also considered a mage class, My skills are different from a mage's, and without a cooldown, this magic robe seems useless. Both mental and physical strength increase by 10 points each. At the same time, the system recognizes the knowledge of the magic robe, the bronze-grade armor, and the combined mental and physical strength, which reduces the cooldown time of the mage's skills by 5% after reaching level 12. You hold an orange spirit core that can be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins at the trading post, worth much more than the 2 pieces of equipment. This dungeon's loot is quite good. Manhwa, after leveling up, fully recovered her mental strength and can now summon 4 bone soldiers. According to the information received, summoning a level 12 bone soldier costs 110 mental strength. With 110 space used, 60 bone soldiers summoned, and a total mental strength of 510. He told himself he should go outside now and then, calmly called for teleportation. Everyone outside was amazed to see what was happening in front of him, never expecting him to survive and come out. Do you think his belongings look like a knowledge magic tool? Could it be that he really cleared the dungeon alone? Yes, it's definitely a knowledge artifact. Unbelievable. Seeing how young he is, I never expected him to be a senior capable of clearing dungeons alone. Manga coldly walks past the crowd, thinking that the cooldown time for the dungeon is 12 hours, and the experience gained from killing monsters outside is too little. Slaying a dozen monsters is not even as valuable as one inside the dungeon. Wait until the next time the dungeon opens, and during this lunch break, I meditate to recover some mental energy. I go to a quiet place to reflect. This dungeon not only helped me find my biggest weakness, but also taught me the scope of my skills. As I reflect on the recent battle, I realize that the explosion of bodies works really well. Truly an unmatched group attack skill. The Soul Flame not only can cut through enemy skills, but also has a powerful mental attack that ignores defenses, making it difficult even for nightmare-level bosses to withstand. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours have passed, and Manga's expression suddenly shows a hint of sadness as he thinks, his mental energy nearly fully recovered and ready to summon the 4 bone soldiers again. Manga slowly descended the mountain, and those people experienced in wandering and hiding in the wilderness were well prepared. As he walked, he suddenly remembered why, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he wondered what had happened to that girl, suddenly feeling confused about the scene ahead and asking himself, what is going on? The loud arguing continues. How dare your royal guild be so overbearing? On what basis do you deny us entry to the dungeon? That's right, based on what? The dungeon isn't yours, so us entering it doesn't affect you. Zhaoka clenched his weapon and interrupted them. Our vice leader is completing a quest in the dungeon, and until he finishes, none of you are allowed to enter. The crowd immediately protested excitedly. What right do you have? Your kingdom guild is really too domineering. With words failing, violence took over. Zhaoka attacked them without hesitation, wielding his weapon with force. It was chaos. This move hit someone nearby, knocking him back. The man next to him trembled in panic and said, "What are you doing, killing people so casually?" Tamai calmly replied, "What does it matter if this cowardly traitor is killed?" The man with sunken cheeks sneered and added, "If you dare, come to the Royal Guild to seek revenge. You're welcome any time." Seeing that, they stammer at each other. Manga curiously asked, "What's going on?" "You secretly think that the elder is worried about the dungeon alone." The braided-haired boy explains, "That's right. The Royal Guild needs demon cores, but the drop rate for these cores is very low. Only nightmare-level dungeons have a chance of dropping them. Moreover, it only drops once every 100 days, and today is exactly 100 days after the last drop, so they all took matters into their own hands. Now the deputy guild leader is on a mission in the dungeon and won't let us in." According to the boy with the tied hair, the mission of that trading platform was actually declared by the Royal Guild, but no one ever managed to complete it. It's ridiculous. The Spirit Beast core is worth at least 30,000 gold coins. They offered 10,000 to buy it, only a fool would sell to them. Manga, hearing that, remembered what she received in the dungeon and wondered, could it be a coincidence? She asked further, "What is the use of this core?" The boy with the tied hair explained earnestly that the essence of the Demon Beast King can help a blacksmith craft a Demon King ring, with all attributes increased by 10, all skills leveled up once, usable at level 15, and regarded as the strongest jewelry below level 40. The King of Elves ring appears along with an information panel. It grants plus 10 all attributes, raises all skills by 1 level, and can be used at level 15. Moyu glanced thoughtfully. Such powerful attributes are truly formidable. For a novice profession, it's like the presence of a god. The boy with the tied hair provided more information, saying that the missing crown prince of the Royal Guild wants to enroll in the Hakin Academy, so he must get this equipment. The Royal Guild doesn't lack alchemists. All other materials are prepared. Only the core of the Demon Beast King is missing. Hearing this, Moyu turned and walked away, paying attention to what that guild was doing and what they were planning, because they cannot hinder my leveling. The braided-haired young man was confused by this action. "Hey, where are you going?" "Hurry back, we can't mess with the Royal Guild, you'll get killed," Triocat said smugly as he kicked the person on the ground. "Someone who isn't even part of the guild dares to dance in front of me. Next time, don't show up in front of the Royal Court Guild, got it? Do you also want to die?" Mangmu coldly steps forward with his bone soldiers, passing through the crowd toward the dungeon gate. He glared and said coldly, "Get out of the way, you're disturbing my training." Seeing that, he arrogantly threatened, "You little brat, have you lost your mind? Do you know who you're talking to?" Mangmu repeated again, his eyes starting to glow. "Get out of the way." At this point, the information appears. Lam Moyu, level 12. Spirit Summoner. Zhao Kang looks down on him. Turns out he's just a level 12 chicken. Can't understand human speech. Fighting monsters in the wild? What's the point of entering dungeons? The spirit tamer had never heard of it. The kind-hearted commoners nearby warned, "Hurry back. The Kingdom Guild doesn't play fair. They will really kill that person." His face began to panic as he saw the terrifying state you are in now. Why does the look in that kid's eyes make me feel uneasy? Why isn't he afraid? Cat immediately raises his weapon and shouts, cursing the little brat. "This is your death sentence. If you take one more step, I will kill you." Your steps remain steady, still slowly approaching, and his face begins to turn terrifying as he commands, "Kill him." Zhao Ka, level 25 mage, shouted loudly, "You brat level 12. Even if I don't stop you from attacking, you still can't break my energy shield. Kill!" What kind of summoning item is this? Why is the attack so powerful? My energy shield can withstand 5 attacks from a peer-level warrior. Now, it can only block once at most. Your bone soldier unleashes a furious attack. Zhao Kai regrets too late, seeing such a terrifying scene. He panics and thinks, no, if this strike lands, my energy shield will be broken. I will die. Zhao Kang desperately shouted and swung his staff to unleash a powerful attack that blew away everything nearby, resisting the ring of fire, then hurriedly urged his bone soldier beside him. "What are you looking at? Come on, fight!" Zhao Ka sighed in relief, still alive. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ka immediately shouted loudly, "You brat who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth, watch me smash your disgusting summoning object into dust. I am a knight, how could this happen?" Only see a skeleton jump up, grasping its weapon and approaching him. Kill the summoner. Just kill him and the summoned object will automatically disappear. The other underlings desperately fought back, raising their bows to shoot at it. "How dare you challenge the royal court? Go to hell." Mangmu remains calm and still, ignoring the frantic crowd, carefully and quickly escaping. Then he raises his hand to summon the power of his skeleton soldiers. "Leave now." Immediately, the 2 dry lich warriors charged forward, each brimming with power. Seeing this scene, the man with the sunken face was stunned. What? The red-lipped woman was also stunned by the scene before her. Facing Moyu, Zhao Ka hurriedly realized that there was more than one summoning object. He hides behind Dung and commands, "Stop it for me." He quietly unleashes his power, the raging fire snake, as Chao Cat frantically curses. Damn it, this is a rare skill only level 20 mages can learn. Only 1/3 of mages can master Fire Serpent Frenzy, and this is his strongest attack skill. He's in trouble. Mangmu moved forward slowly like a god approaching, with overwhelming power surging behind each of his steps. Trio Cat, sweat beading on his forehead, still kept his composure and threatened. "This time you're definitely going to die." Suddenly, an explosion shook the 3 worlds, blowing apart all the surrounding skeletons. At this moment, many undead soldiers appeared, and Zhao Chang's face turned pale with fear. How could there be so many? The monsters had already outnumbered us. Zhao Ka raised one hand to the sky and shouted, "Form the team! Set the formation! Face the enemy!" A series of information appeared, including power enhancement, agility enhancement, spirit enhancement, speed enhancement, and Boser's soul. He frowned, but forced a smile as he gave the order, then thought to himself, "Our guild's experience is rich. Our coordination is extremely seamless. Our royal guild is invincible." At this moment, Moyu turned back and demanded, "Get away from him. The white-haired man has to compromise." Okay. He raised his hand to summon his power, flames of his soul erupting to strike each of Triocat's soldiers, causing them to panic and immediately use healing spells. No matter how frightened or pale they look, he still calmly praised, "As expected of a member of the royal guild, your healing magic is very timely." The woman widened her eyes in fear. He's dead. At this moment, Zhao Chang finally reacted, looking at the scene before him and asking himself, "What is this? His mind was filled with confusion, wondering if our royal court guild had really been killed by someone like this. On the other side, Mogu's family ordered a focused attack on one person. Nearby, a soldier could no longer hold on and shouted, defending to the limit. The information panel appeared, the furious attack. The soldiers kept rushing in more and more. He could no longer hold on, shouting in desperation. Trio Cat looked panicked and cried out for help. Where is the support? Increase the strength. Finally, that man's defense was shattered. Huh? This is a stream of power like a blue flame surrounding him, making him scream. Help and save. Watching the scene of increasing damage before his eyes, Zhao Ka was desperate. It's over. The formation has a gap. He's starting to regret, thinking to run. That kid is definitely not human. A dry corpse raises its weapon beside him, with a face like death knocking at the door. There's no time to escape anymore. With the incantation of the explosive corpse spell, the body detonated, and upon hearing the command, the Dry Long raised his sword and struck fiercely at Zhao Xa. After the upgrade of his innate ability, the range of the explosive corpse skill expanded to 10 meters and dealt damage equal to 100% of the corpse's health. Watching everything explode, he thought to himself that the life force of a knight is among the top in all professions. Using 100% of a knight's health value as the standard, surely no one can survive. One by one, the soldiers desperately tried to escape in vain, but they couldn't make it. His eyes widened, veins bulging with fear as he watched the scene unfold before him. In Zhao Ka's eyes, fear flickered as he slipped back on the ground and whispered. Moyu stood there, watching each person soaked in blood, with continuous explosions happening, calmly and gently wiping blood from his face before stepping into another space, ignoring the ongoing explosions and the disintegrating bodies behind him. The desperate voices gradually rose. Come on, everyone is dead, there's really no one left. Even the bodies have been destroyed. Complete annihilation truly is merciless. No words needed. The Royal Guild won't let this go easily. What should we do now? A masked man stepped forward to reassure everyone. Given the nature of the Crown Guild, they will definitely not let anyone go. The only outcome if they catch you is death. If everyone doesn't retreat now, since all the members of the Royal Court Guild are already dead, no one can find us anymore. Half an hour later, Zi Hao arrived at the scene, clenched his fists in anger, and cursed that he still couldn't get the core of the Star King. The shadows slowly emerged from the teleportation gate. The curly-haired woman anxiously turned to call the vice leader, but no one was there. Zhu Hao tidied up his clothes and asked, Where did Zhao Xi's people go? All the scattered ones have disappeared. He ordered a signal flare, and if they were nearby and saw it, they would surely respond. He was curious. What exactly had happened? Did Xiao Chang lead everyone away? Zhu Hao's face started to worry. None of them are here. Something must have happened here. Thinking to himself, with the strength of Zhao Kang and the others, they are the dominant presence in this area. Could he be killed? What if there was a battle? There are no traces here at all. I started to feel that something was wrong. Zhu Hao ordered, There might be danger here. Let's leave first. Mac Nhu calmly sat on the ground after dealing with the contribution points for an hour, opened the book and checked the achievement list, gaining 40,000 experience points from the Superior Star King and receiving a bronze-level weapon. The magic book of the Demon King received a low-level monster core, and Mac Nhu silently sighed, as this time he no longer dropped the Superior Star King's core, waiting until he reaches Hakin Academy to find a smith to craft a ring using the Superior Star King's core. The system records the magic book of the Fairy King level with a silver spirit, +10 spirit, +10 stamina, and a 3% increase in the power of the mage skill at level 12, which can be used. A serious look begins to appear in his eyes. This magic book can actually be used and is effective against soul flames and exploding corpses, but useless against bone vessels. Currently, it records Lam Moyu, Death Spirit Master, level 13. After leveling up, you notice that the experience requirements have started to increase. The next dungeon should allow you to reach level 14. To reach level 15, I think I need 3 more times. Based on the time, I can enter the dungeon at most 5 times, which means I can level up to 16. He thought to himself that level 16 was still a bit lower than expected, but it would be enough to enter the Hakin Academy. Then he activated the teleportation. When he teleported to the location, Mac Nhu looked around confused as everyone had already left. That's right. Leaving was the best choice for those who dispersed. The dungeon paused and will reopen tomorrow. The next day, Jia Shui arrived, an elementalist at level 10. She secretly rejoiced, finally reaching level 10. Now she could challenge the West Sea Mine dungeon. Han Yue looked incredulous and called out, It's Lam Moyu, it must be him. He is the only one with the Death Spirit Summoner profession. That summoning creature is unique in the world, and only he has it. He wants to clear the dungeon alone. Her face suddenly turned serious. He can now clear the mine dungeon alone. Actually, I am also a level 10 primordial mage with a rare profession, so assembling a team is easy. I won't lose, just wait and see. 45 minutes later, Moyu arrived at the Goblin King's residence. After leveling up and meditating to restore his spirit, my army of 72 bone soldiers was complete. The summoning space is at 72 out of 100, with 72 skeleton soldiers. You extend your hand and unleash a power with a blue glow. Don't sleep anymore, wake up quickly. The system notification, the King of Stars experience increased by 40,000, a green-grade weapon received. The bow of the Star King received a low-level monster core. The Star King's bow is of green grade with plus 110 strength, 10 agility, and a 3% increase in bow skill power at level 12 can be used. Seeing it collapse on the ground after being defeated by you, Moyu pretends to be innocent. Don't be sad. I will come a few more times and then I won't come anymore. On the other hand, since you are destined to be killed by someone anyway, it doesn't matter who kills you. Being killed by me is even quicker and the pain is less. Level 13, 80%. Actually, I don't want to kill you either, but I have no choice. I need to level up. 12 hours later, your face suddenly turns despicable. I'm back again, don't worry. I've come 3 more times and won't come anymore. We are also quite familiar with each other, right? The information panel also shows that defeating the Star Spirit King grants 40,000 experience points and you receive a green-grade weapon, and the Star Spirit King's magic staff, which contains a low-level monster core. The magic staff of the Star Lord is of bronze grade, spirit plus 10. Stamina plus 10, increases skill power with bow by 3%, usable at level 12, level 14 at 60%. Somewhere near the tree, Moyu quietly calculated that the number of skeleton soldiers had risen to 76, with all 4 diligence attributes increased to 2,300. It's just a pity that the skills of the bone soldier are too simple and not strong enough. Where did Hatuyet suddenly appear from to call Lam Moyu? He clearly knows who has arrived, he thinks to himself. Hatuyet just came out of the dungeon, looking disheveled as she stands there and asks Lam Moyu, "What level are you now?" You reply, "Level 14. Hatuyet is stunned. "What? How can you be so fast at level 14? Hatuyet thought to herself. "I only teamed up twice to clear a normal mine dungeon, and I already died." Having just reached level 11, Hatuyet's profile shows she is an elementalist at level 11. She looked at Moyu with excitement. Even if he soloed dungeons, he couldn't be that fast. Hatuyet quietly calculated that as a beginner dungeon he was level 7 and I was level 5, 2 levels behind. Why now I'm level 11 and he's level 14? The gap keeps widening. She was offended and turned her back with a displeased tone. "This young lady will not admit defeat, you just don't understand. Didn't she just come out? Why is she now looking for a team to go into the dungeon? Could it be she doesn't have time to cool down her skills?" An hour later, Hatuyet returned to the place where they first met. She confidently declares, "I am an 11th level elemental mage looking for a team. Long secretly thinks that one summon is not enough, so he will summon a few more times." Moyu looks at Hatuyet's back and sighs. She's pushing herself too hard and won't give me a chance to ask. Another hour passes and Hatuyet gradually exhausts herself. "I won't lose to you, and you're speechless, not knowing what to say." Nevertheless, Hatuyet still held on to her determination to find teammates, as the dungeon map was missing 4 members and she needed a mage to join her. "I am an elementalist at level 11. Half an hour later, Hatuyet finally collapsed and said, "I am exhausted. I have already reached level 12. I will catch up with you soon." Moyu asked, "Aren't you tired?" Hatuyet replied dissatisfiedly, "How could I not be tired? I don't even want to move a finger right now, and you ask why." That comment has made her angry. "Why? You still have the nerve to ask me why I've been suppressed by you for so many years. I will definitely surpass you." Moyu sighed with frustration, wishing she had let her take first place in this competition if she had known earlier. "Of course, I don't think that way. I want to get into Hakken Academy. You want to take the exam too, right? You probably understand. You think about it, aiming to get into Hakken Academy with a safe score of 15, but the safest is 16. With her speed, level 15 is also very difficult. Moyu advised, "You should focus on the Nightmare Dungeon to level up quickly." Hatuyet angrily said, "Are you joking? Elite teams are not that easy to find. They all require level 16 or 17 profession certificates, and I'm only level 12. Who needs that? So I should still run normal dungeons a few more times. Level 14 shouldn't be a problem, and reaching level 15 is not impossible." You seriously asked how she could ignore the cooldown time? Hatuyet was extremely annoyed, and you didn't even realize? She looked mischievous. "Turns out there's something you don't know. You say some nice words, but I'll tell you the truth." In the end, she sighed. What a fool, not even knowing how to joke around. People say that a mage's mind is the most flexible and light. You're just too foolish. She reached out and showed a talisman. Here, this is a cooldown protection talisman that shortens the cooldown time of the item in the dungeon. The talisman displays a basic cooldown protection charm, with 7 out of 10 uses remaining. It can reduce the dungeon cooldown time, but only works for dungeons below level 20. Manga was surprised to find out there was still this item. Hatuyet asked, "Do you understand now?" Ngonye Ingo asked, "Is this expensive?" She honestly replied, "It's probably quite costly." When my father handed it to me, he looked so heartbroken. So Monu pondered silently, "It seems I can't get this kind of amulet anymore." In the end, she angrily tugged at her hair and sighed. "I have 2 days left and must use all 7 chances plus my own cooldown time. I need to clear the dungeon at least 9 times to ensure I reach level 15. Oh my, I'm exhausted to death." McNew looked at the scene, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. "I can take you to clear the dungeon and guarantee you'll reach level 15 without you having to do anything." Hatuyet looked delighted. How did I forget that this guy can clear dungeons alone? The more experience they gain together without having to do it themselves, the more their levels will catch up to him. Isn't that right? Hatuyet happily agreed. "I'll go with you to clear the dungeons and I'll give you a protective charm to use," she thought. But on the other hand, if she didn't team up with him, her levels still couldn't catch up. Sooner or later, there would be a day she could match him. McNew spoke to her about his plan, telling her to rest first, and they would start teaming up in 2 hours. Hatuyet stretched and replied, "Actually, I was about to sleep." At the same time, the system notification sounded that mental energy was recovering. 2 hours passed quickly, and Hatuyet woke up, stretching and sighing. Lam Moyu chiet dongho, ngelap tuchmut buet wong dao lao swat here. Hatuyet huang hot, wait a moment. Are you trying to choose nightmare level? She stood behind, puzzled, and asked, "The monster's attribute is so high, this is clearly nightmare level difficulty." Lam Moyu, did you choose the wrong one? You didn't care, just indifferently following behind me. Hatuyet trailed behind, and Lam Moyu, are you crazy? We're going to die. My mind is in chaos right now, but escaping from this dungeon like this will definitely make him mock me. Makangu urged her, "Hurry up, aren't you afraid?" Hatuyet quickly denied, "There's no way I'm scared." Then she panickingly shouted, "Why aren't you fighting back?" But Hatuyet gradually realized that such a high attribute monster couldn't deal any damage to his dry long. In her mind, she wondered, "Lam Moyu, what exactly are you trying to do?" The next scene left Hatuyet stunned. She looked at the huge white creature in front of her and thought to herself, "This is a nightmare-level wolf king, twice the size of a normal one." He calmly wielded his power as usual, and a sphere appeared in his hand. Makangu chants a spell to blow up the corpse, thinking that fighting as before wastes too much time. Using explosion to kill the corpse can save him a lot of time and effort. A series of skills are unleashed along with a status notification indicating the activation of the Superior Spirit Protection at level 14 with 2100 experience points gained. Hatuyet was amazed and surprised. Her experience instantly increased by 30%. She looked at the battle in front of her with suspicion. What kind of move is this? Can the dungeon still be checked like this? The sound of weapons clashing violently. In an instant, the Wolf King's head was swiftly cut off. Seeing that, her face was surprised. Is it really that simple? Our team of 3 struggled for over 20 minutes before finally killing the Wolf King who was slaughtering us. Makangu coldly signaled to move on. Hearing him say that, she was still trying to regain her composure and asked Lam Moyu from behind, "Do you clear nightmare-level dungeons alone?" If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe that a level 13 profession could clear a nightmare-level dungeon alone. She ran after him and asked, "Should we start checking from level M?" Moyu did not hesitate to confirm. "That's right." Hatuyet was a bit worried, since entering the dungeon only about 10 minutes had passed before they encountered the final boss. In front of them now was the Goblin King. Her memories suddenly flooded back. Previously, our team struggled with normal-level dungeons, taking at least an hour to reach this point. With the blazing red flames, Hatuyet witnessed firsthand that the final boss had also been defeated. A golden light surrounds his body. Lam Moyu, level 15 Spirit Summoner. She opened her mouth in shock. He's leveled up again. Level 15. Hatuyet couldn't help but feel anxious and worried inside. The distance between her and him had indeed widened again, but all her efforts had been rewarded accordingly. A sword designed to kill the Demon King appears from underground, gaining 25,000 experience and becoming a bronze-level weapon. The Demon King's sword absorbs a low-level monster core, and she looks slightly disappointed. The long sword, unfortunately, is not a staff. Moyu wondered. She wanted a staff. Hatuyet nodded in agreement. The staff of the Demon King is the best weapon for mages below level 20. She bowed her head, looking truly pitiful. Even though there was a marketplace, I didn't want to ask for money. At that moment, a staff suddenly appeared in her hand, the magic staff of the Demon King. He spoke to her softly. Hatuyet looked a bit surprised and asked him curiously, "Thank you. Why didn't you leave it for me to use?" Makangu honestly replied, "I have this, and I don't like the staff either, so you casually took out a rather thick book, a magic book of the King of the Stars." Her hand clenched the staff tightly, her heart surging with emotion. Yet throughout, he never once took out a magic book or paid attention to these trivial items. The updated information panel showed her name as Lam Moyu, the only Death Spirit Master, level 15, 8%, Strength 200, Agility 200, Spirit 800, Stamina 200 plus 20. Moyu stands before the Goblin King's corpse, pondering life. Indeed, using the explosion method to quickly kill monsters saves a lot of time. Although the team has to share some experience, borrowing Hatuyet's equipment to clear the dungeon 5 more times will allow him to reach level 16. All stats are clear, equipped with the spellbook of the Elf King, Knowledge Robe, 84 Chia 150 Space Summoning, 84 Skeleton Soldiers, fully upgraded talents, level 2 unique, passive skill, close range damage, active skill. Soul Flame level 15, Summoning Skeleton Soldiers level 15, Exploding Corpses level 1. Makenji sat down and whispered to the Goblin King, "Sorry, I might have to kill you 5 more times." Hatuyet wondered why you were talking to the boss, since it can't understand you anyway. He explained that he just wanted to say it, whether it could understand or not, didn't matter. Watching Moyu's figure leave, she wondered to herself who would seriously apologize to the boss like that. Is the boss's copy not for export? Hatuyet's eyes suddenly changed. He's really a quirky guy, but kind of adorable. Not wasting any time, he hurriedly called out, "Let's go out now and continue." She happily agreed. "Okay, let's continue." Shajua snapped her fingers, and they quickly returned to the starting point. The two of them leisurely passed through once more. In the second dungeon run, this time she obtained the Spirit Core. The Goblin King's eyes remained as fierce as ever. This was the 3rd time she cleared the level. The blue flames quickly gained the upper hand. Then, in the 4th round, they coordinated perfectly to send the Goblin King back to dust. On the 5th attempt, Hatuyet reports that she has used up all her protective talismans. With more than a day until the exam, she still has 2 chances left, level 14 at 20%, and can reach level 15. She's almost certain she can pass the entrance exam for Hakin Academy. She made a V sign with her hand. "Lamgach, are you also about to level up?" Hatuyet patted Moyu on the shoulder. "Lamgach, do you want to try becoming the top scholar once? You seem a bit unsure as you ask again. Becoming top scholar." Tin sparks a glimmer of hope in Hatuyet's eyes. She replies, "You can earn many points by becoming top scholar Tin. That thing is extremely useful at Hakin Academy, and most importantly, it gives you a chance to join the Sacred Light Academy." Moyu asked, "The Sacred Light Academy?" She explained, "I heard my father say that the Sacred Light Academy is the most powerful academy in the Divine Jia Empire. The students accepted by Hakin Academy are considered the most talented, and those in the Sangthan Academy are the top figures among the prodigies. I heard that Senior Tungantin once joined, and he is also the only one from our Taihai city." The heroic figures of mighty warriors appear. Xuehan excitedly said, "I think you have a chance to become the second. If you can get in, Dean Lu would be laughing in his sleep. She actually saw that potential long ago. This guy has never seen a side quest like this before, completely changing his perception. If he can't get into the Holy Spirit Academy, then who else can?" Moyu, who shares the same ambition, told himself that he must get into the Bright Spirit Academy at Hakin Academy. If there's a chance, he would definitely try. At this moment, Hatuyet suddenly recognized someone ahead. Isn't that Cao Duong? Standing before them was a young man with a radiant smile. Cao Duong, level 11 knight. Hatuyet clenched her fists, feeling regret for the young talent. He has reached level 11, but unfortunately he's a knight with too low a level to fight monsters. A normal team would need at least level 13 knights. Someone's voice is dismissing Cao Duong. "Go away, don't bother me," suddenly the observer from afar suggested, leading him to come along. Tuyet happily replied, "I guess so." At the same time, in an office, the fat man angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind? You think blocking the dungeon is a joke? Do you see the Divine Empire and the profession as mere decorations? If you want to die, don't drag the guild down with you." The old man gently said, "Don't go anywhere these days, just wait inside the guild. You're already level 16, so just now wait calmly for the exam." Tu Hao couldn't hide his worry and asked, "And what about the people from Trio Cat?" The fat man reassured his son, saying, "I've sent people to investigate this matter, and you don't need to worry anymore." The fact that so many people disappeared at once means his strength is not something you need to concern yourself with. He felt bitter inside, yet someone dared to bully the Royal Courts Guild. Chao Duong suddenly turned around and caught sight of Maknu Hatuyet, whose expression subtly betrayed a cowardly intent. "You two better shut your mouths or I'll tear you apart." He quickly pretended to be calm and said, "Miss, don't take it seriously." At this point, she suggests not to look for a team anymore. "Once our cooldowns are over, I will take you to clear the dungeon. Before the exam, reaching level 12 will definitely not be a problem." "Really? You two are truly my great benefactors. The academy I want to enter requires reaching level 12 to be certain." Hatuyet threatened, "If you keep acting like that, we won't take you with us anymore." Cao Duong heard this, bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, Miss Hatuyet, I will follow your orders seriously. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you want me to pretend to be dead, I will definitely not get up." Seeing his unserious attitude, she snapped angrily and told him to shut up. Cao Duong replied seriously, "I obey your order, but I don't know how much longer the two of you will take to recover." Hatuyet suppressed her anger and replied softly, then turned to leave, saying, "All right, you two enjoy your chat. I'm going to patrol the wilds." Moyu encouraged her. "I believe in you. You will definitely catch her." Before Cao Duong could finish speaking, Hatuyet was so furious, she shouted out loud. She unleashed a fireball and chased after Cao Duong until he was smoking, and he could only curl up and run away, shouting loudly. Hatuyet was furious and scolded loudly. "This Cao Duong's mouth is too slick, lacking punch." In contrast, Mongu spoke calmly. "He's just a little bit naive." 10 hours later, Cao Duong returned with a puzzled and confused look on his face. "Boss Lam, Miss Hatuyet, you didn't choose the wrong level, did you? Why is it a nightmare level? Just cut him off, stop talking nonsense, and stay close behind. You don't need to fight monsters anyway." At that moment, Hatuyet silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad she didn't have to react like that. She irritably asked, "What are you sticking so close to me for?" Cao Duong trembled as he followed. "This is nightmare level. If a monster touches me, I'm dead." Hatuyet was confused, but he was a warrior. Ignoring the two of them, Maknu focused on fighting the monsters, exploding their corpses. The Goblin King lies defeated on the ground. Cao Duong exclaims in shock, "This is a nightmare-level boss. I doubt even dozens of my teams could beat it. We're doomed." Hatuyet calmly replied, feeling less surprised, sitting down and hugging Moyu tightly as he begged, "Can I follow you on future dungeon runs, Leader Lam?" Hatuyet suddenly felt annoyed and said, "Can't you at least have the spirit of a warrior? Please don't lose your courage like this anymore." Cao Duong completely lost his momentum. "What is the spirit of a warrior for? With the boss here, what do we need a warrior for?" Makengju awkwardly said, "Let me go. I can lead you too. If you plan to run another dungeon, I will also level up to 16. Hatuyet can reach level 15, Cao Duong can reach level 12. Cao Duong admiringly looked at Maknu and sighed. "That's great." His face lit up with a dazzling smile. Then he just waited for the exam to start. Outside, a few people stood above, watching everything. The children must have already returned, right? The old woman with a scarf eagerly asked, "Tomorrow is the exam day. I wonder how the results will turn out." Teacher 2 adds, Lao Lu says, "I heard those two geniuses from our school are aiming for Hakin Academy." Luke Van nods seriously. "That's right, Maknu and Hatuyet both want to get into Hakin Academy. Based on previous year's standards, level 15 is enough to secure victory, but level 16 guarantees no mistakes. That's tough. Level 15 is manageable, but level 16 is too difficult. Besides Tu Thien, only Lam Maknu's sister reached level 16 last year in our West Sea city." Luke Van had already anticipated that both the younger brother of Lam Makan and the young lady of the Ha family could potentially make history. The teacher eagerly exclaimed, "Someone has returned." Hua Tran steps out, a level 12 sword fighter, and a wave of comments erupts. "Our third-year student at level 12, not bad. Definitely one of the geniuses of our school." Next, Tamai appears. Tamai, the eagle-eyed archer, is level 13. Cheers spread everywhere. Our classmate Ta Mainhi Trung has returned. The teacher sighs in admiration. Level 13 is even higher than our third middle. Old woman Kwang Khan snorted coldly and rebutted. "Level doesn't mean anything. Exam results are the most important." The old lady Kwang Khan felt that everyone was almost the same, and not a single person above level 14 had appeared yet. By now it was dusk, and everyone wondered aloud why none of Hatuyet, Lam Maknu, or Cao Duong had returned. According to logic, they should have already returned. Could something have happened to them? Finally, the three of them stepped out into the sunset, dazzling and magnificent. Seeing the game board, he became excited. "They're finally here. They've finally returned. It's good that Binan is back, but I don't know how many levels they've gained." Their achievements appeared one after another. Cao Duong, the knight with sword and shield at level 12, and Ha Tuye, the elemental mage at level 15. Luke Van exclaimed, "This girl really leveled up to 15, so she has at least an 80 chance of getting into the Hakin Academy." Teacher Do patted his shoulder in good spirits. This year old Lu is back in the spotlight, always the ace up the sleeve appearing last. Lam Moyu Tu Ling Master, level 16. Seeing this, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What level 16? The old woman with the scarf on the left has her mouth open and eyes wide. Her level is even higher than Ha Tu Yet's. This speed is too fast. On the right, the teacher keeps nodding in praise. They must have always been missing the dungeon boss. Look at their weapons. Everyone is amazed by their equipment. Cao Duong is holding a shield sword, and Ha Tu Yet has a magic staff. Both are weapons of the Star Lord. The chances of obtaining such equipment are very low, and getting weapons of similar quality is really not easy. Everyone agrees. It seems they are also putting in great effort. Lu Van pats Cao Duong on the shoulder, showing his approval, and says, "You guys go ahead and wait in the car. Once everyone is back, we'll head to the school together." Cao Duong replied, "I understand, esteemed principal. You think this time you can boldly seize the glory in front of those old men." Thinking of Luke Van's proud expression, "Everyone will rest well tonight, gather at the school early tomorrow morning, and we will arrive at the exam site first." Mak and Ju Tram is now level 16, so I am absolutely confident I can pass the entrance exam for the Lower Capital Academy. Now it seems I might even compete for the top scholar position in the province, and there's also the Bright God Academy. The next morning he walked forward confidently. His mental strength was full with 100 dry low, and his attributes had also reached 2500. I am now at my peak state, the only Death Spirit Master profession, level 16, 8%, with 220 strength, 220 agility, 900 plus 20 mental power, and 900 plus 20 stamina. The information displayed is the magic book equipment of the Supreme Spirit King, the Robe of Knowledge. The summoning space has 100 out of 160 core soldiers, with all 100 innate talents upgraded to the highest level, including passive skills, close-range damage, active skills, soul flame level 16, and level 16 core soldiers that explode and disintegrate bodies from afar, while Gao Yang enthusiastically waves hello to elder brother Lin. The loud call makes Hatuyet turn around to ask if she's confident, maintaining her usual cold attitude, and Moyu responds with a Hatuyet clenched her fist with a determined look. "So we will meet again at Hakin Academy." He confirmed and quickly reached the first challenge. Luyan explained that this is a teleportation stone. Everyone can either break it or use mental energy to activate it to teleport to the exam location. I'll say one more thing. During the exam, everyone must prioritize their safety and their life above all. After some chatter, he announced that it was enough. Now let's begin teleporting. At the Jiangning exam site, Moyu can observe the entire scene, and it seems there are over 10,000 candidates. Next comes the trial tower. As soon as the referee announced it, the tower opened and a blinding light shone from the gate like car headlights. The referee calmly announced that all candidates should listen carefully to the rules of the exam. No making noise, no asking questions, violators will be disqualified immediately. Some contestants wondered why they couldn't ask questions. Others were curious, what if they didn't understand something? They didn't realize the rules had already been enforced, and the referee immediately declared a violation, disqualifying them. Monu looked over and saw Cao Duong had voluntarily covered his mouth. That one also seems to know himself. A tornado appears in the sky, and the referee explains, "The trial tower will arrange different scenes for each profession." The referee carefully explains that the combatant class will be arranged to eliminate the main fighter, with support classes arranged so they don't have to fight. The skull symbols represent the levels: normal, nightmare, the referee announced. After passing the basic test, each profession will be granted the right to choose the difficulty level of hell. The referee said that different difficulty levels and achievements will earn different scores. The starting score is 1200. In short, your score reflects your performance in the exam and can also be used for admission to the colleges you wish to attend. There, your score is even more valuable than gold, the referee added, finally reminding everyone that personal equipment can be used normally. Besides those items, no other tools are allowed. Spatial storage will be sealed and violators will be disqualified from the exam. The referee shouted loudly, all candidates line up at the tower, looking at Leithei's row. Mongu muttered nervously, "Only Tinjiangnin has already had so many participants. There are probably over 1 million candidates nationwide who will be transported to the location." At this moment, I realize I was right. The trial tower is like a dungeon and we are transported to different spaces based on our professions. Countless obstacles await ahead as many people watch and discuss. This is the new profession registering at the top academy of West Sea, a spirit tamer, right? Based on the information they provided, it's likely a summoner-type mage. I hope this new profession won't let us down. They secretly watched you. So first, according to the rules of a level H mage, set up a higher-tier monster of the same type 2 levels above him. Lam Moyu, the level 16 spirit summoner, faces a wolf-shaped beastman wielding a staff, surprisingly a mage-type monster. The displayed information indicates a mission to eliminate the wolf beastman mage, with the countdown ongoing. However, he quickly realized that the light screen completely cut off the spell's connection, making it impossible to discern the attributes and level of the monster. When the countdown ended, Moyu closed his eyes and unleashed his move, Soul Flames, telling himself it was okay, as the wolf beast quickly turned to dust, while the man behind watched in shock. Lam Moyu, in 0.1 seconds, instantly kills. At that moment, in the observation room of the trial tower, one of the judges, including Huyan Fong, the old man with the purple scarf, looked puzzled. "Lord Nin, why are you here already?" he replied. "I heard there's a new profession, so I came to take a look." The researchers seemed to be having trouble. What should we do? The monster was eliminated in an instant. This profession's power is truly unfathomable. Hearing this, he immediately guessed it was a death spirit master. If the setup of the rare pseudo-class couldn't measure the strength, then the second trial would involve a legendary class-level power. The researcher was quite worried. "Isn't that a bit unfair to him?" Huyan Fong said reassuringly. "It's okay. If the first time was a quick kill, then add 100 points to his ranking. Even after the second attempt, if he still manages to pass, I will personally award him an additional 1,000 points." His subordinates responded clearly. Moyu continues to struggle with the creatures, now conducting the second round to kill the monsters in front of him. The level 20 Wolf Beastman mage, with a resolute gaze, skillfully unleashes Soul Flame. The man who looks like a dung beetle is panicked, yet he is a mini-assassin. This is the strength of a legendary class profession. Huyan Fong smiles contentedly, no need to measure further, proceed with the second round. The referee announced the end of the first round. Suddenly, light and wind surrounded Moyu. Out of the 10,632 contestants, 5,220 met the standards, now revealing the results. Hatuyet looked at the scoreboard, doubtful of life, knowing that the fool would surely take the top spot. But 0.1 seconds was just too unbelievable. Lam Moyu, 0.1 seconds, 100 points. Tame, 3.2 seconds, 70 points. Hatuyet, 5.2 seconds, 40 points. Wong Tuhao, 5.5 seconds, 10 points. But I won't accept losing first. Tuhao is a man who talks a lot. He keeps complaining, yet I'm not in the top 3. The first place should definitely be mine. No, 1 second. How is that possible? You must have miscalculated. I won't let you rest. The referee announces that the second round of the professional fake warrior main battle begins, and contestants can choose their difficulty level. Manga was aware of her strength, and it seems she may have gone a bit too far. Be careful in the second round, as there might be casualties. If you encounter danger, shout to surrender, and your test will end. The score will prioritize your previous performance. You just realized you understood the instructions clearly. The specific task is as follows. The exam duration in minutes determines your chosen difficulty level. Killing a normal level monster earns 1 point, a nightmare level monster 3 points, and an abyss level monster 5 points. Moyu concludes that this round is a 30-minute contest to see who can kill more monsters. Tuhao appears, showing off with his impressive weapon, Boko level 16, killing 1 hell difficulty monster equivalent to 5 normal ones. That kid who was leading even won the first round, but this time there's no way he can beat Ame. Hatuyet realizes that elemental mages are not good at close combat and cannot fight high-level monsters alone, but they can win by sheer numbers. The information shows she is a level 15 elemental mage. Next is Ta Mai. Bozer is considered a powerful class among various professions. They should be able to achieve good results in this round. Elemental mages have strong burst potential but are very weak at close range. This girl is very smart to choose normal difficulty. The contestant is a level 16 tamer assassin. The assassin profession is a rare class with strong melee combat, and choosing nightmare or hell difficulty isn't a bad idea. Even watching the screen, the excitement remains unstoppable. The man who looks like a dung beetle is curious. On the other hand, no one knows what difficulty the Death Spirit Master Lam Moyu will choose this time. She shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block me!" Moyu quickly grasped the rules. In this round, the test is about continuous combat ability. With 30 minutes on the clock, not every contestant can easily endure. Finally, he concluded with a single sentence. "But not including me." Moyu didn't hesitate and chose the hell difficulty. The old man in the purple scarf exclaimed excitedly. As expected, he chose the hell difficulty. "Old Luke, this time you're done for. Top 3 first." Lao Liu monopolizes 2 spots. The teacher predicts that if Lam Moyu brings back a provincial top scorer, Lao Liu can even smile in his sleep. Moyu enters with his chosen level, an elite wolf beast warrior. Level 13, power 500, agility 300, spirit 150, stamina 400. A creature resembling a wolfman wielding swords and blades appears. You look down on this attribute as too weak, Manhwa to taunts. Go ahead, think about it, that's true too. If the monsters are too strong, the exam will eliminate most of the contestants. Manga releases his allies to fight. The level 16 skeleton soldier has 2,500 in strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. You quickly notice something unusual. It's too simple. After killing one monster, a second will appear in 5 seconds. 2 skeleton soldiers are enough. Even the judges observing have to admire. Does Lam Mac's summoning beast really have such power? It's stronger than any summoning creature from any summoner class we've ever seen. Moreover, he can summon 2 creatures. This new profession is more powerful than I imagined. On the contrary, what Zihao shows is very reckless. Come on, judges comment that contestant Wang Tu Hao is risking everything without knowing how to manage his stamina. He has shown all his cards. The judges think he is even weaker than Jia Jue over here. Everyone was amazed to discover that he was the first to eat a sweet potato in the competition, as no one had done so before. Mongu calmly took a sweet potato from his pocket to snack on. The judges urged to record it, so he will be famous forever. This competition must be too easy for him, right? Hu Yanfeng watched quietly and sighed. This guy is really interesting. He belongs to me. Tu Hao was already arrogant, but it's finally over. I killed more than 50 of them. This hellish difficulty is truly no joke. I must be the one in first place, this time, right? Meanwhile, the referee announced that this round has ended with a total of 5,220 contestants participating, and 2,780 of them injured or voluntarily withdrew. He was anxious, quickly announcing the leaderboard as the referee revealed that the remaining 2440 contestants could choose to withdraw or advance to the next round. The leaderboard then appeared, shattering Tu Hao's previous shock. Lam Macnu's total score is 1605, Tamai's is 470. Hatu Yet's is 270, and Wang Tu Hao's is 265. He was stunned speechless. No way. How could he be that high? In Tu Hao's eyes, Macnu becomes a relentless killing doll. Monsters spawn every 5 seconds, up to 12 in a minute, earning 5 points each, with a 30-minute limit totaling 1,800 points. He didn't bother to calculate, just finished, and was terrified to realize he scored 1,605 points, killed 301 monsters. Can you kill monsters without wasting time? Teacher Tao praised, Luke Van, your student, is really too terrifying. Luke Van proudly replied, it's just average. The old man in the purple scarf kept praising him non-stop. That year, Tong Xiantin's talent was outstanding, but he only scored 700 points in this round. Lam Han also only scored 650 points. Finally, it's time for the third trial. The exam lasts 30 minutes, and contestants must face a level leader monster. Normal monsters earn 100 points, Nightmare level 300 points, Hell level 500 points. Moyu directly chose the third option without hesitation, this time a one-on-one challenge against a level leader monster, testing the limits of personal ability, choosing Hell level. A muscular wolf with a wolf leader head, level 15, strength 1,000, agility 800, spirit 500, stamina 1,000, and the skill Chaos Wind Slash appeared before him. Mian Yu looked down on it disdainfully. Is this the level of a boss? Isn't it even worse than elite monsters in the Nightmare Dungeon of the West Sea Mine? You feel a bit disappointed. Even though you understand that the Empire won't really release hell-level monsters, Manga releases the veteran soldiers, go on, but you're still a little let down. There are 5 rounds in total, hoping the next 2 will be real challenges. Tu Hao's side is becoming more and more berserk. He laughs loudly and shouts wildly, Kill! Hatu Yet struggled a bit, unleashing flames to deal with the creatures. Tamai Trunqui's situation was nothing special. Only Macnu could make the seniors frustrated, and it was a slaughter as he unleashed his fury and used skills. What kind of summoning creature is this, after all? Repeating itself, that brat Lam Macnu is really too much. The judges admitted, I feel like we haven't truly tested his fighting ability yet. Wait until the 5th round. If he wants to become the provincial top scholar, he must pass the 5th round. I can't believe that even in the 5th round they can't test his true fighting strength. Amid the cheers, Hu Yanfeng remained silent, as if pondering something. The match is over, Mo Nu checks the scoreboard again. Mongu's total score is 2105, Tame's is 970, Hatuyet's is 770, Wang Tuhao's is 765, and Cao Duang's total score is 302. You notice that Cao Duang is also trying hard. The referee announces that the fourth round will now begin. The difficulty of the fourth round will continue to increase, and the danger will also rise significantly. You can now choose to continue or give up. Tu Hao gasped for breath as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The fourth round is about to begin. My chance is coming. The referee hurriedly announced that with your current scores, getting into the top 100 universities in the empire is no longer a problem. If no one gives up, I will respect your decision. The rules for the fourth round are as follows. In everyone's tense eyes, the referee continued, with each person facing 10 waves of monsters, their cold gaze as usual with 10 monsters each time, totaling 100 monsters. The referee announced that regardless of whether you have defeated the previous wave of monsters, the next wave will appear after 1 minute. The program finally concluded that the last wave of monsters will be led by a level leader monster, killing all monsters to pass the challenge. 10 points for each monster. After completing all the rounds, the score for this stage will be doubled, totaling 2,000 points. A dozen monsters are waiting to take them down. The judges look at the big screen and analyze. This time it depends on how he handles it. The best way to deal with a summoner is to eliminate the summoner themselves. This time, Lam Moyu will definitely be flustered, right? Huyan Fong smiled contentedly. I think this test round will remain the same and won't make him flustered. At this moment, Manga is still using his usual technique. Stay close to the core. My warrior, dust swirls around as the intense battle continues without an end in sight. Manga quietly thought that 3 days should be enough, and calmly unleashed a fierce green energy towards the battle. Soul of blazing fire, the wolves are scattered by the powerful energy he unleashed, and their howls echo in despair. The surrounding group was shaken and talking about this disturbance. This kid still has a third summoning creature. Damn it. Why didn't you release it from the beginning? Now you release him, you little brat. Why bother hiding everything? That's right, the stronger you are, the more we enjoy. Manga yawns boredly, still collecting materials. He kept thinking that this competition wasn't challenging at all, even less exciting than the first time entering the Western Sea Mine dungeon. Nothing surprising or impressive. The onlookers couldn't believe how easily everything was resolved and started arguing in frustration. Not interesting? I won't watch anymore. This kid is not fun at all. Better to watch others. That's right, that's right. Tamai's side also had no trouble. She unleashed a blazing fire attack, a fierce stream of flames sweeping away the approaching monsters. A full assault is the true strength of the elemental mage. I can handle this round. Tu Hao also did not disappoint the audience with his superior physical strength. He defeats the enemy effortlessly with his bare hands, shouting confidently to kill. The audience watches their battle scenes on the high-quality curved screen, discussing excitedly, mostly in awe and admiration. It's so scary. With so many monsters, how can we kill them all? Luckily, I gave up. That Lam Moyu guy is really impressive. The monster was just summoned and was instantly defeated by his dry spear. Amidst the heated atmosphere, Cao Duang kept bragging non-stop about his own status. Lam Moyu is my boss. Extremely powerful. Although he talks smoothly, Cao Duang's persistence up to the 6th monster is his limit, but he still can't hide his habit of bragging about the boss. Come on, let me tell everyone the story of how the boss Lam Moyu cleared the nightmare-level dungeon alone. The people beside him doubted he could clear the nightmare dungeon alone. How could that be? That's right. That's right. Deceiving people? At that moment, the match had entered its decisive seconds, with only 5 people left, including Moyu, who was the most relaxed, calmly standing there eating a snack. Among the 5 remaining outstanding contestants, one is wearing a black headband and is finally starting to show his strength. His name is Fong Tu, and he is currently a level 15 holy swordsman. He is from the Fong family swordsmanship clan and knows the rules of the competition well, understanding that the key to increasing points is after the 2nd round. Only then did everyone realize Fong Tu's intention. So he was waiting for this moment? Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look there, Wang Tu Hao is unleashing his berserk mode." The berserk state lasts for 5 minutes, increasing physical strength by 500% but reducing agility by 200%. After it ends, he will be weak for 30 minutes. His whole body was engulfed in a blazing red light. His strength surged accordingly, and then he charged into battle with the monsters with all his might. The battle was so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. At this moment, Moyu had also finished the cake in his hand, his expression unchanged, and finally it was the turn of the last monster. The decisive moments ended as the announcement sounded. The 4th round concluded with 5 people passing. And the rankings were announced below, showing Lam Moyu in first place with a total score of 3605, Tamai second with 2470, Ha Tuyet third with 2270, Vuong Tu Hao fourth with 2265, and Fong Tu fifth with 2200. The lively discussion erupted, everyone marveling at the results. Only 5 people passed, and after the 4th round, only 5 remained. Could anyone really pass the 5th round? The 4th round was already tough. I can't imagine how difficult the 5th round will be. Waiting for the next match, everyone is anticipating that the 5th round will truly decide the outcome. Hatuyet also takes a rest to regain her strength, wondering to herself, top 5 now, getting into Hawkin Academy should be no problem. After that last match, Tuyet Mai frowned slightly, full of confidence and certainty. Ha-Kin Academy. I am here. I know you all want to enter Ha-Kin Academy, but don't think that making it into the top 5 means you can relax. If your performance in the final round isn't outstanding enough, you'll still be eliminated as usual. If you want to enter the Ha-Kin Academy, try to earn as many points as possible. Everyone focused and listened, finally reaching this point. The announcement continues to sound. Listening carefully to the rules of the 5th round, you will be teleported to different special spaces. Battle arenas. A chilling scene unfolds with an army of monsters lurking in the distance, ready to tear apart their prey. As the announcement said, the battleground will continuously spawn all kinds of monsters, in huge numbers, over 100 at first, including elites, leaders, and even bosses. The faster you kill, the quicker the monsters will evolve and become stronger, with their red eyes fixed on the target as the announcement continues. Everyone must control their own attack rhythm and pay attention to their score changes. The battleground is divided into 5 stages, with each stage having a different score. According to the rules, only you can see your own points. Even the judges do not know. The 5 teleportation portals appear following the announcement, and after entering the combat space, the judges can only see your changing scores. So if you have any trump cards, use them to the fullest. Everyone, good luck. Amid the gloomy sky, the score conversion table appears with Stage 1, level 15 monsters, and 50 points per monster killed. Stage 2, monster level 16, 100 monster kill points. Stage 3, monster level 17, 200 monster kill points. Stage 4, monster level 18, 400 points for defeating monsters. Stage 5, monster level 19, 800 points for defeating monsters. The 5 outstanding individuals have entered the battlefield space. The atmosphere here is extremely oppressive and dark. At this moment, Moyue is looking down from above, with Jun Kulao behind him waiting for orders. I can feel this place is filled with an atmosphere of death. Perhaps a great war beyond imagination has taken place. You observe the vast army of monsters below the cliff. Curious, as if you want us to experience the battlefield first. Those monsters below are the beast warriors of Phi Lin, level 15. They seem to have heard your sound and are turning to attack. But Makengu doesn't care about them, only their level, not their attributes or skills. They're howling echoes everywhere. He looked up at the countless lightning bolts striking down, wondering if it was the call for reinforcements, then continued watching as they were attacked by Ko Lao. You realize that you can't kill the stamina attribute, which doesn't seem low, but Makengu doesn't care. You calmly command Ko Lao to attack. 1 slash isn't enough to kill, so then 2 slashes. A blazing source of power is concentrated in your hand, causing the corpse to explode. You shot it towards the monsters, and it immediately exploded upon impact. Lam Moyu has acted. Total score 4,150 points, an additional 500 points gained. He single-handedly killed 10 monsters in the 1-star stage. Mogu uses consecutive explosion techniques on the corpses. If they have used their screams to attract others, then we just need to wait here for the monsters to come to us. You observe the corpses of the monsters after they are defeated, but they disappear after about 10 seconds. Moyu then uses his explosive technique to summon the dry bones. It seems the plan needs to be adjusted a bit. The Ko Lao are following your orders to charge and find the target as instructed by the master. 9 skeletons just led all the remaining monsters into one place. The skeletons quickly swept through the area, killing anyone they encountered and gradually pushing the rest into the trap. After confirming the target was on track, Makengu continued using his technique to pull the monsters and blow up the corpses, standing from above and tossing each exploding body down onto the monsters below, like throwing stones onto water. The surrounding scene instantly descended into chaos. The frantic actions of the guy left the onlookers stunned, with their mouths agape. What exactly did Lam Moyu do? Damn it, we couldn't see it. Total score 8605 points. The score increased by 4,000 in an instant. He killed all 100 monsters first. Ning Huyan Fong also couldn't help but feel emotional watching this. What exactly did this kid do? What kind of profession is a death spirit master? What is his true limit? McNew looked down and saw it was empty. He was satisfied with this, but still wondered, this time, I hope I won't have to wait another minute before finishing the check. Suddenly, fireballs descended from the sky, making him look up curiously. Moyu quickly ordered Ku Lao to block the attacks for him. Two forces collide, creating a loud explosion. As the smoke and fire clear, a new monster, Fire Vu, a level 16 beastman warrior from Phi Lam, appears from afar. Mak Ngu, protected by Ko Lao, shows no hesitation as he gazes eagerly at the distant monster, eyes shining as if waiting for a long time. Finally, I've cleared the monsters. It must be my turn now. On the other side, the monsters start rushing forward, and Maknu's skeleton soldiers refuse to fall behind, advancing steadily. You follow behind as the dry corpses continue to charge wildly. Each of Maknu's dry soldiers begins to slaughter the newly appeared monster army. Once there are corpses, he uses the summoning technique. Explosions roar one after another, like a chain reaction. The people in the observation room were stunned as Maknu's score suddenly skyrocketed, jumping 6,000 points in an instant after he swiftly slaughtered 120 monsters. With 14,605 points, his summoning item was already powerful, and his area attack skills, especially his Soul Flame skill, were incredibly formidable. Some women even turn around and whisper, "Could this profession have surpassed the legendary level?" The old man replied after hearing this, "It might be comparable to those other professions, but nothing can be said for sure in a short time. Being powerful at low levels doesn't mean you'll stay strong at higher levels. Just keep observing." Over by Maknu, he looked at the battlefield and muttered to himself, "The breath of death is growing stronger again." Second stage? Looking at each column of stone protruding, there are also a bunch of people on top of them. Maknu thought there are at least 40 scattered beastman teams around. Each attribute panel appears, showing Beastman Archer Phi Lam level 16 and Beastman Warrior Phi Lam level 16. He thought to himself that the level of the monster had increased, and the number had also doubled. Given this difficulty, other professions would probably find it very hard to pass the second stage. Even if I manage to pass, it will take a long time. But for me, there's no need to worry at all. The observation room started to discuss again. In the history of competitions in the Divine Fall Empire, only one fake profession person has ever passed the third stage of the space conquest over 100 years ago. I think Lam Moyu has a great chance. His skills are too freakish. I suspect he has awakened his innate talent. A group of people continued chatting, and if he truly awakened his talent, it would definitely be a great thing for humanity. That's right. A genius who awakens their talent right after changing classes is already rare, and a talent faker is even more hard to find. How could we be so lucky to encounter such a chance? The ranking system display appears with Lam Moyu in first place at 34,605 points, Xiaoju in second at 7,270 points, and Feng Tu in third at 6,200 points. The others outside the bureau also start to stir. Look quickly that Lam Maknu has already entered the second stage. A 100-point monster. He's slaughtered 200 monsters again. This is basically free points. If I had the authority, I would definitely give him the boss monsters. In the bustling capital of the Divine Empire of the Lower Heaven, a towering spire stands out in the city center. It is the main body of the Trial Tower, one of the 3 great divine towers of the Lower Heaven Empire. Suddenly, purple points began to gather in the sky. A powerful force shot toward the tower at great speed, and then a loud, daring voice echoed. You can't hold out much longer. To let the energy pierce through and enter the tower, the voice shouted again, "Die!" The monster was hit, but it remained confident. This is only a clone. Do as you will. But before the kids in the trial tower could finish their words, that golden hand crushed the monster, causing its energy to explode. The 3 of them floated and discussed, surprised that those creatures from the abyss would dare to attack. The speed of that evil aura is too fast. It seems they were prepared in advance. Their target is the children in the war zone. The figure on the left spoke. The abyssal creatures have sneaked in. The space inside the tower has been disturbed, and the power of the abyss has contaminated the rules. Someone replied, "The land inside the tower is originally taken from the essence of the abyss, which is very beneficial to them." Bai Yiyuan, the strongest expert and leader of the Divine Jia Empire, asked, "How much longer until order is restored?" The person next to him responded with a sound. Suddenly the arena changed, causing the contestants to feel a bit confused. What's going on? Why did all the monsters suddenly disappear? The sound of high heels grew closer with each step. Hatuyet shouted from behind Maknu. Lin Meng wondered to himself, "Hatuyet, what's happening in the battle space? Why did you run into another contestant?" The 2 of us gathered together, and I wondered. I was just fighting monsters when suddenly they all disappeared. "Do you know what happened?" Makangu replied, "I don't really know. Tu Hao looked around in amazement. The figure of Yi Wan appeared and said to them, "Kids, I am Bai Yi Wan." The people below exclaimed, "Bai Shen, so it's Bai Shen." Someone with keen eyes noticed, "Why is Bakthan appearing again? Could something have happened in the space battle?" Evian Zhuang, Dandu, the demons from the abyssal world are invading the battleground. Their target is you. We are trying to repair and restore the space rules, which will take about an hour. Hearing this, Hatuyet Nu froze. The evil spirits invading the battlefield, but it didn't stop there. Evian continued to instruct. So in the next hour, you need to protect yourselves well. We don't know what methods the demons of the abyss will use against you, but I believe that as long as you stay united, even the invading power from the depths won't be able to harm us. The divine servant lowered his head and said, "I am not afraid to fight or die." Tu Hao raised his sword and repeated those words. Not afraid to fight, not afraid to die. Everyone shouted and charged into battle, not afraid to fight, not afraid to die, not afraid to fight, not afraid to die, not afraid to fight, not afraid to die. Meknu calmly thought that even the weakest monster in the abyss is level 70. If Bai Shen said we can resist their invasion, it means their strength is definitely not that great. The observation room was bustling, yet this kind of incident still happened. The abyss deliberately chose this competition to occur. They are targeting the geniuses participating in the 5th round of the exam. This move is meant to cut off the roots of our subordinate empire. If we don't handle this well now, I'm afraid they will come every year in the future. Suddenly someone shouted, "Don't say anything else. Tell the outsiders not to panic. Believe in the white god, and you too." Then someone shouted, "Believe in the white god," and a blood moon suddenly appeared, causing the contestants to scream loudly. It is the blood moon of the abyss. The power of the abyss has begun to act. Everyone prepare yourselves. A group of shield bearers stepped forward saying, "If you want to kill our comrades, you have to go through our knights' corpses first." To which the monster responded with a rather mocking laugh. "As the future of the divine empire, it's a pity all of you must die." It smugly looks over the contestants. "An hour is enough to kill you all, but unfortunately I can't enjoy your delicious corpses here." The beast warrior Phi Lam descends from the level 19 abyss, roaring as he lands. "We're here," a girl cheerfully said. "I remember now, the combat space has level limits, the highest being level 19. The guy next to him felt a bit relieved. "That's right. How could I have forgotten this? Then why should we be afraid of them?" But when he saw their numbers, he shouted, "Why are there so many of them? At least they are enhanced monsters." Hatuyet held Maknu's hand. "What should we do?" he replied softly. "It's quite troublesome, but we can still handle it." Maknu, carrying his thoughts, stepped forward and wondered if these elite mutated monsters, like nightmare-level dungeons, were infected by abyssal power and mutated, and whether fighting them would yield experience points. "You're scared, huh? Just like a little kid." Bakthan said, "If you unite, you can win. There are over 100 of you, enough for one-on-one fights. Even Zi Hao, who was so fierce earlier, now hesitates. Victory. We can't win. Their breath makes it impossible for me to lift my weapon, but the remaining contestants still raise their swords to fight, and even Mo Ngu doesn't stop. Your dry soldiers are also advancing. Hatuyet is worried nonstop behind you. Lam Moyu, what are you doing? Hurry back. There are over 100 powerful mutated monsters over there." Maknu left her with a final word. "I will go back, but Hatuyet is shouting I don't want to." He coldly replied, "Whatever." Maknu thought to herself, "Her following won't affect me anyway. Let her go." The crowd behind started to get rowdy. What does that person want to do? He charged forward. When his information appeared, Lin Meknu, level 16 spirit summoner, everyone hesitated. What kind of profession is a death spirit master? Are those skeletons his summoned creatures? A new profession? A summoner? What should I do now? Do we need to walk together? Following Maknu's lead, everyone has started moving forward to accompany him. Tamai and Fengtu still repeated Wai Vian's words. The divine being is not afraid of battle and does not fear death. The monster seems to be watching a joke. Finally, someone comes to offer their head. "You have quite some courage. I really don't want to kill you. Otherwise, you can come to the abyss and serve me." Maknu, stopping, made it suspicious. "Are you sure you've made up your mind?" He looked up at the monster's voice. "The great door of the abyss always open for you." He thought to himself that about 50 meters away would be the optimal distance for the ritual to work best. The contestant behind is anxious. "Are you stopping? Why not go up anymore?" Maknu muttered, "This place is good." Then his hand suddenly burst into blue flames. A legion of skeleton soldiers was quickly summoned, their numbers and power impressive. The notification displayed, indicating 100 bone soldiers. Everyone marveled at those skeleton soldiers. So many? How could he have so many summoning items? What kind of class is this after all? Tamai was in shock. The speed is too fast. This summoning spell is even quicker than a stealth expert specialized in agility like me. The furious attack is unleashed on the dry soldiers. Seeing those huge monsters, Mongu was startled. They're still alive. He looked at Kolau's stamina steadily decreasing, thinking that with 1995, 2,500 stamina, the strength of these monsters from the abyss is probably around 3,000. Makangu figures that withstanding so many attacks, his stamina must be over 3,500. But for the skill Thibok, the higher the stamina, the better. When killing a beast, he gains experience. Defeating the level 19 beast warrior, he gains 8,000 experience points. Makangu quietly rejoiced, indeed gaining experience. When the monster's corpse fell, it was the moment he used his skill. Makangu knows that even with little experience, it's better than nothing, but the number is quite significant. The summoning beast is launched again, causing an explosion, followed by continuous blasts that leave everyone in shock. What's happening? Explosions from the test beast are occurring all over the training area on a large scale, with monsters exploding and flying apart everywhere. The contestants are stunned, just like that, all killed. Was it really that simple? What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Tu Hao sat slumped on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? Why can't I awaken this kind of profession? It's so unfair everyone cheers for this Death Spirit Masterclass being so powerful. We're saved! We're saved!" The monster looked at the skeleton army and exclaimed in horror, "No way this can't be happening. You've provoked the Demon King, and he wants to kill you, drink your blood, and eat your flesh." It then launched a new attack. Monsters poured out following the voice saying, "Let's see how you handle this. All of you will die. All of you will die." Makangu looked up at a red orb above, smiling and saying, "So you're here." The skeleton soldiers are fighting tirelessly, continuously slashing at the monsters. You're not slow either. Mo Wu jumps high toward the blood moon, with a corpse clearing the way ahead. The Demon King is a bit puzzled and asks, "What is this crazy person trying to do?" Makangu charged forward, using the monster's corpse in front of him to cast the soul explosion. As the body exploded, he immediately followed up with the soul flame attack. The monster roared angrily, "I want to kill you, kill you." Makangu was a bit confused, still not dead. He continued to use soul flame as the monster revealed its true form and roared loudly. "What kind of skill is this? How can it burn my soul? What exactly is your profession?" "No way, such a profession cannot exist in this world." Then he stepped onto the ground. Just as the monster was gradually disappearing, Moyu only left one sentence behind. "Invading the battlefield space comes at a heavy price." Outside the tower, the three figures still hovered, and one of them looked up in surprise. He exclaimed, "The disturbance from the abyssal power is weakening significantly." Evian heard that, his murderous intent uncontrollable, and asked, "Are all the contestants in the tower dead?" And Vanji calmly replied, "No, I can sense the life breath of many humans, and the consciousness of the abyssal demons has become extremely weak. They are wounded." After hearing that, he chuckled and said, "I told you so, it's enough to make people worry to death." He looked a bit apprehensive. "Can you not suddenly release your breath next time?" Evian hesitated, but the abyssal demons exploited their abyssal power to disturb the space rules of the battlefield. "Since we can't enter, who can hurt them? Are we supposed to rely on those level 15 or 16 contestants?" In the battlefield, the monster suddenly erupted with power. "Kill you, let me go up, kill him." The monsters below seemed to be empowered and immediately rose up. Everyone was terrified by their strength, filled with fear. Makangu looked at the notification board in shock, so the summoner's upgrade means that after leveling up, its range becomes 20 meters, and damage increases to 150% of health. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 causes the corpse to explode, dealing 15% damage to enemies' health within 2 meters. He thought to himself, so does that mean skills need to be used repeatedly until familiar before they can level up in this way? Makangu stood up and looked at the monsters behind him, or rather, aside from the innate talent skills of his class. Do the skills learned from the scroll also need to be used this way to level up? Just then, a beam of light shone down, and a level up icon appeared above Makangu's head. Everyone was stunned. Who is he that he can use these monsters to level up? It seems his name is Lam Moyu, new profession. Lucky to have him, otherwise we would be doomed. The demon lord muttered as he withdrew his minions. Looks like you can't go any further. It continues to threaten. You are named Lam Moyu. I remember you now. When you reach the abyss, I won't let it finish speaking. An explosion was triggered, and Makangu directly used the soul explosion to destroy it. Everyone looked up at the sky, cheering happily. The battle space has returned to normal. We won. The people outside also quickly realized that the abyss of consciousness had been destroyed, and Wen used divine power to inform that the battlefield was recovering, and Yivian anxiously asked, "What happened to the kids?" He sighed and replied, The children are all safe with no injuries or casualties. Yi Yuan was a bit confused, not expecting there to be no casualties at all. In his heart, it was completely different from what I expected. What exactly happened in the battlefield space? At this moment, Yi Yuan decided to teleport the kids back first to be safe, then check what had happened in the battlefield space. Van immediately agreed while Ha Tuyet asked about his condition. "Stupid lamb, are you okay?" Moyu replied calmly. "Nothing's wrong." Ivian uses projection technology to announce that the power from the abyss has disappeared. The battleground has returned to normal, and everyone will be teleported back to the original exam field, with the results to be announced later. Shejua secretly rejoiced. "We have no way to fight those beastmen warriors. Luckily, this guy is here." The communication tower announces that the combatant category competition has ended. Please wait for the final scores and evaluations. Huyan Fong stroked his chin and analyzed that the results of the combat type competition were compiled from scores and evaluations. Not every high score guarantees admission to top academies, and the evaluation also needs to be outstanding. The assessments from these 5 people differ from other contestants because they are directly given by the high authorities of the Divine Lower Empire. Huyan Fong thought of Maknu and wondered what had happened in the battlefield space, feeling a bit curious about how Lin Maknu would be evaluated after the replay they watched. Evian looked at him puzzled and said, "This is introduced by Van. The spirit Tamer is someone I heard about before, a new profession that appeared in Taihai City, Jiangnin Province. I didn't expect it to be him who turned the tide. Well done." Based on his performance, it's clear that he is constantly praised, calm, and about to be decisively punished with a powerful profession. This kid has all the qualities needed to become a top expert. Not only does he have a powerful profession, but he must have also awakened a strong innate talent. Immediately, the crowd erupted with praise, saying this year's top talent is hard to beat. What's so difficult about that? Those fleeing are all weaklings. Even if they go to the battlefield later, they'll just be cannon fodder. Not worth expecting after all, they're just a bunch of teenagers. Lam Moyu is definitely outstanding. Everyone, let's discuss. Bangthon Teach has appeared, with Lam Moyu scoring 34.605, indicating excellence. Luke Van jumped up happily. First place top scholar, he's the top scholar now. The bespectacled man chimed in. Congratulations to Old Lu for becoming the top scholar in love, but Old Lu just wants to boast for another 30 years. Luke Van thought to himself, that kid Lam Moyu, well done. Ha Tuyet was also very excited. Congratulations, Lam Moyu, you really got the top scholar in love. Makangu calmly replied, "Thank you." Nghengo then asked, "You can also smile?" Then Ha Tuyet casually said, "You look really good when you smile. Why have I never seen you smile before?" Maknu felt a bit shy after hearing this. The notification board reappeared. Second place Ha Tuyet with a score of 7,600, rated excellent. The people around praised, "Old Luke is amazing. Second place is also yours. I really admire that." Those words made Lu Wen puff up his chest. Then the leaderboard appeared. Third place, Feng Yun 6,700, excellent rating. BNT Samai 6,325, excellent rating. Prince Hao Wang ranked 5th with 6,300 points and received a poor evaluation. Hao Wang felt like he was falling into an abyss, questioning inwardly, "Poor evaluation? Why is this evaluation given? Don't say it's the Jacques Academy. Even the top 20 colleges in the empire don't want to admit me." He turned pale and shouted in protest, "I don't accept this. Why? What makes you think I'm inferior? It's not fair." The system quickly removes him without further words. Wang Zihao violated the exam rules and was expelled, only able to shout one word no before being thrown out. The announcement of the combat profession for the Trang Nguyen of Ninjiang this year continues. Lin Moyu Cao Yang and his friends cheer loudly. "See, that is my boss, the top scholar. The provincial top scholar." The system continues to remain silent. The order from the Empire was issued. A hush fell over the crowd. The order from the Empire. Isn't the provincial top scholar still not the end? At this moment, the system has new information. Lam Moyu has become the national top scorer of this year's competition. Everyone watched in stunned silence. What? The national top scholar? Lu Yan was suddenly so excited he froze in place. "You're not hearing things, right? The national top scholar." Luke Van laughed as if he was about to transcend his body. The top scholar. The national top scholar. Everyone was stunned. "Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited. Be careful with your health. You didn't hear it wrong. This time you can boast for a lifetime. The followers are also celebrating. The national top scholar, our Ninjiang province, has one too. Lin Moyu is amazing. Later, I want my son to attend the #1 high school." Tamai speaks up. "Lam Moyu, congratulations. Fong Tu thanks you. If it weren't for you this time, we would all be in big trouble, Makungu replied with a friendly handshake. You should do it, Tamai asked. You also want to take the entrance exam for Hakin Academy, right? Fengtu smiled broadly. See you at Hakin Academy and I'll treat you to a meal then. Makungu nodded seriously and said, yeah. Hatuyet shyly broke the awkward silence. This guy doesn't like to talk much. We've been classmates for 3 years, and I haven't even spoken 10 words to him. He immediately corrects himself to 26, so that's actually the number of words we've exchanged in 3 years. This explanation only makes the atmosphere more awkward. The two friends only know how to hide, and Hatuyet should also be heading up the mountain. Then at Lam Moyu's house, he announced, Sister, I can enter Hakin Academy very soon. Mom, I've become the top scholar in the whole country. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door outside, and he looked over. Moyu opened the door, feeling a bit surprised. Principal Lu, why are you here? You immediately became alert, breathing heavily and struggling to breathe. Moyu drew his sword and prepared to fight, while the withered warrior had already been summoned, but that figure had transformed back into Yi Vian. He looked at you with praise, his reaction not bad. At this moment, Makungu bowed respectfully, pleased to meet Lord Bakthan. This time I came here to talk about Hakin Academy. I am very pleased with Makungu, calm and cautious with excellent instinctive reactions, truly a promising seed. At this moment, gentle sunlight filters through the window, and the quiet space is broken by Lu Yun's voice. Sir, don't mind him. Last year, Makungu's sister got into Hakin Academy, so he's been living alone ever since. This made Yi Vian even more respectful. With such a family background, the two sisters still managed to get into the Hakin Academy, which is truly admirable. The appearance of a genius like him is even rarer. A status panel appeared. Kot Bin, strength, agility, stamina, spirit. Yi Vian looked it over and wondered. Attribute, 4,250,000. An ordinary attribute. So how did he do in the battlefield space? Moyu was momentarily surprised and thought, so the attribute of 250 is not visible to others after the Kot Bin's talent upgrade, and Yi Vian gradually understood what talent he had awakened. Lukvan excitedly asked, do you really have the awakening talent? Moyu didn't hesitate to reveal, my innate talent is leveling up. Leveling up all skills. Yi Vian silently thought, as expected, that makes sense. He explained that there are 2 reasons for my visit this time. One is to deliver the reward from Hakin Academy, and the other is to take me to the academy. There will be a trial 2 days from now. I hope you can participate. Moyu wondered what kind of trial it would be. Yi Vian explained that it is a training session at Hajing Academy where all participants are internal staff and we can only provide specific information after you agree to participate. From Moyu's words, it seems participation is optional and the decision is mine. What does internal staff mean? It must be confidential. The trial content doesn't seem normal. Seeing your hesitation, Yi Wen continued, I won't reveal the details, but I can tell you that this trial opportunity is very rare. Originally, you were not allowed to participate in this trial. Moyu nodded without hesitation and said, I agree. He happily took out something from his pocket. If that's the case, I will reward you first. As the top scholar in the country, your reward is not small. Moyu wondered about the skill scroll. Yi Vian handed over a card, the first reward being 100,000 points added to your score outside of the exam points. Your points are all here. You've probably heard about it already, and points are even more useful than money at the academy. 2 scrolls also appeared on the table, a basic skill scroll and an intermediate skill scroll. Yi Vian continued explaining that based on your performance in the battle space, you will receive an additional reward, qualifying you for a single entry into the Divine Tower, which is highly valuable, especially if it's your first time there, so you must be fully prepared. Moyu replied, I know, you think Bakthan said that because it must be very important. Yi Vian turned away, not forgetting to remind him to pack up, I will take you to Hakin Academy. Luke Van Teen and the others walked through the night, encouraging him without holding back. Keep going, kid. In a flash, the 2 of them teleported to the inside of the academy, where in front of them was the stone engraved with the 4 characters of Hakin Academy. Yi Vian seems proud and boastful, saying this gate is both a door and a weapon, and even the strongest experts would have to pay a heavy price to force it open. Let's go. Inside, he spoke. This is the dormitory. Stay here today. I will go ahead. Rest well. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. Moyu replied. Cam Van bowed his head and saluted Lord Bai Shen. He frowned and looked up, pondering. What is this person's identity? Being personally received by Lord Bai, yet his tone remains cold when speaking to him. Cam Van asked, Are you Lam Moyu? Moyu confirmed. Yes, he asked happily. Where do you want to stay? Camvan begins to introduce the prices. We offer various options including 4-person dorms, 2-person rooms, singles, detached villas, and villas with a courtyard. First is 4 people for 500 points a month. The second option, 2 people for 1,000 points a month. A single room costs 2,000 points a month, which is 10,000 points more than a luxury villa. In the end, you settle on the fact that different accommodations have a huge price difference. Luyen Tapietu does not have a specific price yet. At this moment, Camvan rambled. Lam, I know you just finished your exam and scored quite well, but I still advise you to save as many points as possible because you'll need them for many things later. First, live in a 4-person or 2-person room. Mongu directly ignores it. I want a single room. You also thought to yourself, I really should save a bit by getting a single room. Unaware that this decision made Camvan turn pale and ask again, your dorm fee must really be paid with your own money. If you don't start saving now, you'll regret how difficult the self-reflection process is, Maknu said indifferently. Yeah, everything was arranged in no time. Lam Maknu's single dormitory. He is confident. Take this room. Camvan will show you the way. All right, student Lam. You give me your ID card, I'll go register. As I swipe the card, he's startled and scared. Hundreds of thousands and millions, how do you have so many points? Makangu explained, the national top scorer's reward. Camvan was stunned by 300,000. No wonder he wanted a single room. He secretly blamed his own fate. Since entering the academy, he had only accumulated a total of 10,000 points, not even enough to match his opponent's leftover points. After finishing, Camvan left. All right. From now on, this room will be your dormitory. Rest up and call me if you need anything. Remember to buy a communication device tomorrow, or it will be very inconvenient. Makangu looked at the scene outside and silently admired. There are still people practicing skills. No wonder she's a student from Hokkien. Everyone is working hard, and in this atmosphere, leveling up will definitely be faster than before. The next day, the doorbell rang just after Makangu finished meditating. Behind the door is Y's bright smile. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Makangu smiled gently in recognition. She enthusiastically took Makangu's hand and led him to breakfast, then introduced him to Hokkien Academy. They finally arrived at the cafeteria of Hokkien Academy. Makangu spoke up, let me do it. Then he swiped his card voluntarily, panicking, and said, why are you paying with points? You can use money here. Places where you can use money definitely don't use points. Makangu looked pitiful. I have no money, only points. She replied annoyed, I have no money, so tell me I am so poor, I only have points. Don't waste them. Points are hard to earn. I was speechless when he saw the bill. Luckily, I only have 5 points. Just a moment. She was so shocked she dropped the cake she was holding in her mouth. How do you have so many points? Remember, from now on you must use money instead of points. Wherever possible, points are only for buying swords and weapons. Even if you have a lot of points, Maknu has to accept it. After a hearty meal during a walk, he spoke up, this is for you. He immediately looked happily at the crystal core in his hand. It's so beautiful. This must be the crystal core of the Yutin King, right? But she suddenly turned to look at Maknu and asked nervously, do you know its value? This is one of the 5 core items of the Love Beast King. The boss's jewelry, if traded, would be worth at least 1 million gold coins. Are you really giving it to me? After Maknu confirmed it was real, she immediately showed her delight, lifting the treasured item. Thank you. Then I won't hold back anymore, he thought. With such a valuable item, it seems the Royal Guild is really cheating. The school now shines brightly under the morning sun as the two of them walk around exploring every corner. Under Y's guidance, after a while, in the administrative office, Y said, all right, your enrollment procedures are complete. Mogu responded, wondering why they couldn't find any information about my sister, Lam Mohan. It's empty data. Y also only guesses that maybe she is carrying out a special secret mission for the academy so she can't find her. Or she might have joined a more special academy like the Divine Light Academy. Your sister could have joined some other academy. She reassures him, it's okay, don't worry, nothing's wrong. Mekangu replied, thank you. Y urged, let's go, it's time to get to the main point. Today, I brought you to get familiar with the academy, but I still have a mission. Stepping into a classroom, she stands at the front and loudly calls out, Sister Dao Tu, I've brought someone, the national top scholar. The girl stepped forward to shake his hand and introduced herself, hello Tong Dao Dao, level 23 Spirit Knight. He also responded politely, Lam Maknu, level 17 Death Spirit Master. Lang Tran suddenly appears and sarcastically says, what? Only level 17? Are you joking? Even if you want to bring someone, don't bring some kind of trash from anywhere. The contempt in his voice made him shout in anger. Lang Tran, what do you mean by that? Be careful with your words. Maknu is the national top scholar. But her impatience only made Lang Zhen mockingly say, "So compared to our hidden dragon team, the national top scholar is nothing special." Then he sneered. Having seen the national top scholar before, all of them were just trash. After finishing, Lang Zhen moved closer to Moyu. "Are you Lam Moyu? I know you were personally recommended by Lord Bai Shen, but don't think that means you can do whatever you want. In my hidden dragon team, entry is based on strength. Taking you to this trial isn't a problem, but I ask you to stay silent, say nothing, and best of all, don't make any noise or cause trouble for us." In an instant, the murderous aura grew even more intense, accompanied by Lang Tron's warning. "If not, I will be the first to not hold back with you. Maitre Ha's young lady is not as arrogant as this guy. You can't stay silent and swallow any more words from Lang Tran, so you say two deadly words. Foolish. Lang Tran hao giam phai min, quan matutu den lei, sat ki tich tu nai gio koi kung sung den luk bung no. Hanta van het noi luk siwa min, walau ve phaya mak, nao vuagan." "What did you say?" Wai immediately shouted in shock. "Lang Tran, do you dare to make a move?" He clenched his teeth upon hearing this, but ultimately had to give in. "Miss Dao Dao, consider it my respect for you." After finishing, Lang Tran walked away. Dao Dao, feeling very guilty, turned back and told McNu, "We will depart at 9 tomorrow morning. Gather here, and I can only tell you the details of the trial tomorrow." Mak Ingu glanced at Lingjun leaving and replied, "I understand, thank you." Yi Yi quickly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "Let's go, we need to buy some supplies." As Wai and Mak Nu are about to leave the room, Dao Dao steps forward to scold him. "Lang Tran, I know you're upset, but you can't let personal grudges affect the trial, especially since he was introduced by Lord Bakthan." Hearing this, he not only remained unmoved, but also angrily replied, "I have my limits. I just want to see what kind of person replaces my younger brother." Hearing that, Dao Dao continued to advise. "Although this is nothing to us, to become top scholar he must have something that sets him apart. Moreover, his profession is the only one of its kind to have appeared." As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a sarcastic remark from Lang Zhen. "Even if you bring someone, they should be somewhat useful, as new professions appear every year, mostly trash. This spirit seer is no different." Over here, Wai is also trying to comfort Mak Ngu. She gently pats his shoulder and says, "Don't compete with that guy. He's a lunatic. Let's go buy some medicinal herbs, magic potions, and a communication device." She suggests that we need 10 bottles of pink-blue medicine and 1 communication device. Mak Ngu took out some weapons and items and said to her, "Please help me sell these." The system quickly updated the status. Lam Moyu is in the middle of identifying things, while Wai is especially happy. She laughs and says, "From now on, I can bother you any time." Then she offered to be friends first. McNu Hao happily agreed. The screen then shows the message adding a new friend. Soon after, the two of them returned to your room. I happily said goodbye. "See you at the trial." He responded seriously, "Yeah." In the Mac New room, he muttered to himself that he needed to prepare more for this trial. With that in mind, he quickly grasped the basic skill scroll and commanded it to be used. A surge of power immediately erupted. McNgu nodded, "All right." At the same time, a system notification also appeared. "You have learned the skill, Curse of Slow." As he read, he drifted into his own thoughts. After the upgrade, the range extends to 50 meters and the slowing effect also reaches 50%. The duration also extends to 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Moyu couldn't help but marvel. Another divine skill. Then he began to review his skills. His current skills can be divided into the summoning, attack, and curse systems. No matter the system, they are all very important and powerful, which makes Macnu even more eager to acquire more. He secretly hoped to learn other skill systems in the future. The next day, early in the morning, Wai called Mac Ngu. "Let's get up. The sun is already shining on your butt. I'm downstairs. Let's have breakfast together and then go." Macnu quickly agreed. Not long after, in the familiar room, Dao Dao announced to everyone that after teleportation, they must not wander around, and Lan Zhen on this side also couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark to Mo Yu. "Hey kid, don't hold us back." Wai immediately responded, sticking out her tongue and saying, "You also just don't hold us back." Seeing that, Dao Dao could only helplessly pat her own forehead. "Even if you have conflicts, just settle them after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now introduce your classes." Noi Nok, a level 20 elf elder. Followed by the introduction of a young man with yellow eyes, Cao Jianzhu at level 20 with an extraordinary profession. It's Lang Tran, a level 21 mage with an extraordinary profession. Next is Dao Dao. She slowly introduces Tuong Dao Dao, Spirit Knight level 23, rare profession. When it's her turn, she calmly introduces Lam Moyu, Death Spirit Master level 17, with a hidden unique profession. Finally, it was Ning Yi, a level 19 shadow assassin with an exceptional class. After everyone finished their introductions, Dao Dao finally took out a spirit stone. She seriously warned, if we don't stay united in this trial, don't blame me for being rude. Mai Tianfeng shows her determination. Don't worry, Sister Dao Dao. We will definitely not interfere with the trial. As soon as the words left her mouth, the spirit stone unleashed its full power, a faint blue light radiating out and easily enveloping everyone. Dao Dao seized the opportunity and shouted, "The Hajing Academy and the Hidden Dragon Academy prepare for teleportation trial." Instantly, a gigantic, terrifying tower appeared before them. A blinding red light full of death appeared at the top of the tower, confirming it was the lower divine tower. Mak-Ngu was also surprised and thought to himself that the divine tower was in the sky. Before he could gather his thoughts, they felt a powerful energy pulling them in. Mak-Ngu couldn't help but wonder if it was the power of the divine tower teleporting them. Soon after, their group arrived at the Mermaid Island, which was surrounded by a magical barrier. Seeing the blue light emanating from the stone ahead, Dao Dao said, "This is the mission stone. Everyone touch it to learn about this trial mission." As soon as she finished speaking, Mongu had already touched it, and the mission notification appeared quickly. The trial mission advances to the Mermaid Tears dungeon, where defeating the final boss grants the Mermaid Tears. The team can have up to 6 members, with the highest level being level 20, and the Mermaid Tears only drop in Nightmare difficulty dungeons. The Mermaid's Tears only drop 3 times. From this, you can understand that only the top 3 teams who complete the dungeon can receive the Mermaid's Tears. The Mermaid Tears dungeon is located at the center of the Mermaid Island. After some thought, I guess it's just a dungeon run after all. Could the Mermaid Tears be that special? Dao Dao doesn't look too happy either, frowning, surprised that this trial mission is on Mermaid Island. Wai, hearing this, became even more curious and asked, "Sister Dao Dao, you've participated in many trial missions and have rich experience. Tell us about them." Dao Dao began to recall and said, "Mermaid Tears can create a special equipment with great power. The location of the Mermaid Island is not within our Divine Sovereign Empire's territory, and only 3 drops of Mermaid Tears fall each year." She chin in her hand and added, "So besides our Divine Sovereign Empire, other countries also come to Mermaid Island each year. Images of people from everywhere flock here, driven by the desire to possess the treasure as she described, continue to appear." She continued, "Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are team number 2. In other words, we not only have to compete with students from the Hidden Dragon Academy, but also with professional teams from other countries." Hearing this, Wai felt a bit worried. "Huh? So what do we do if we clash with a team from another country?" Dao Dao still looked thoughtful and replied, "There had been similar incidents before, but at most they only guarded the portal to prevent entry." And then she became even more tense, but don't underestimate it. People have died before. If a conflict really arises, do what you must. Your life is the most important. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mongu reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't face that situation." Dao Dao continued, "All right, we're ready to go to the High Mermaid Island," quickly responding with the additional status. "All right, in this way, each wave of status enhancements occurs sequentially, increasing power, agility, and defense, while activating magic." As Moyu feels the changes in his body, he estimates that his 4 attributes have increased by 30%, and his skill power by 20%, lasting for 1 hour. He silently acknowledged that the Fairy Chai is indeed a powerful support class. Unfortunately, the upgrade effect of Fairy Chai is still too weak compared to my innate talent. Then he summoned the Skeleton Warrior again and wondered, what if I add the Fairy Chai status to the Skeleton Warrior? The Skeleton Warrior appeared and successfully scared Duan Gao, who panicked and shouted, "Damn it, an undead summoning creature." Seeing that, he smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't be afraid. Kotbin are very adorable." McNu also turned to him and said, "Please add the status to Kotbin." "Thank you," Duan Xiao stammered in response. But after trying to add a status for a while, he helplessly said, "My skills can't be used on it." Moyu thought to himself, maybe it's because my innate talent is too strong, so Duan Gao's blessing skill is directly overshadowed by my innate talent. Thinking he had seized the opportunity, Lang Tran immediately mocked that even his state couldn't be improved. This summoning item and its owner are both useless. So what? Do you want to fight? As soon as he finished speaking, an arm suddenly raised to block his view. Ao angrily reminded him, "If you want to fight, go back and fight after the trial is over." Lang Tran didn't reply, but inside he was blaming himself. Damn it, after his summoning device looked at me, I felt like I wanted to die, my body freezing cold. As I finished my thoughts, the shout about the trial echoed loudly everywhere. "The trial has begun. Head to the island." Dao Dao Fengnu rushes forward, reminding them, "Our target is the mermaid dungeon. Move quickly. We may have to avoid fighting the wild monsters if possible." Mangacap immediately responded clearly. Not long after, their group moved closer to the stream, where a merfolk soldier was hiding. Seeing their figures from afar, it quickly dove into the water. When the group approached, it suddenly appeared and attacked directly at Dao Dao. As for this monster, it is a merfolk soldier at level 19, with 300 strength, 150 agility, 200 spirit, and 320 stamina. But that doesn't make their group weaker. Dao Dao quickly escaped its deadly bite. Taking advantage of the power of fire, their group successfully attracted the attention of the soldier. Seizing the opportunity, Y quickly launched a surprise attack from behind. In this way, a deadly strike cut the monster's neck in half. A quick notification appeared. Killing a level 19 mermaid soldier, gaining 1500 experience, team leader Tang Dao Dao receives a fish scale. But this is only the beginning. The other soldier monsters are arriving one after another, and Lang Zhen sets a fire to burn through a large area of space. Diao Diao observes the situation and guesses that a level 21 monster has now appeared. At this rate, it will take another 3 hours to reach the center of the island. Our speed is too slow. We can't keep fighting monsters. Myeong-gak, you're in charge of controlling them. We'll charge in directly. Myeong-gak replied. Understood. She quickly used her wind's binding power and didn't forget to shout. Hurry and go. I've got it under control. 20 minutes later, the monsters are still swarming in large numbers. There are many groups moving against them ahead. Dao Dao's group looks into the distance and sighs regretfully, saying, "We are still falling behind. If we charge straight ahead, what are our chances of success?" Moyu nervously replied, "The numbers are too many, I can't control them, and the 22-level monsters are higher than me. My skills might also fail." Looking at the current situation, Dao Dao nervously thought that rushing in directly might lead to being surrounded and in danger, but handling everything would take at least an hour, meaning they would fall behind completely. At this moment, Moyu firmly said, "Let me do it, this will surprise her a bit." Lang Tran didn't miss the chance to mock you. A weak level 17? What can you do? You haven't even fought once the whole way. What can you do? Just like always, quickly shut him up. That Lang guy shut his foul mouth, but he still kept targeting Mo and Gu. You should just keep hiding behind the women. At this moment, Dao Dao also looked worriedly at Lam Moyu and asked what he was going to do. His obvious response was to use the bone soldier to distract the mermaid monster. At this moment, she suddenly realized, that's right. He has a summoning item. So she happily said, "Then it's up to you." As she finished speaking, the bone soldier charged into the encirclement of soldiers, and everyone couldn't help but marvel. The speed is too fast. The number of monsters is gradually decreasing. Dao Dao seized the opportunity and quickly took command. "The path has been cleared. Let's go." Not long after, everything was arranged and settled. The bone soldiers had been summoned back to the summoning space. Dao Dao raised her hand in praise, saying, "You did a great job. Luckily we had you this time." Lang Zhen complained, "Why didn't you do that from the beginning? If not, we would have been on the mountain long ago and wouldn't be falling behind." Y shot him a sharp look and shouted, "Don't fart around here. If you've got the guts, go ahead." Hearing that, Lang Zhen not only felt no shame, but also mocked more sharply, saying, "Isn't it just relying on summoning objects? Maybe you're just a useless piece of trash." In response, Moyu coldly uttered his final words. At that moment, Miao Yao suddenly shouted, "Run now!" Suddenly, a large number of high-ranking soldiers rushed out to attack them. Dao Dao shouted in panic, "Retreat quickly." At the same time, a person from the Cherry Blossom country appeared, holding a summoning talisman in their hand. As soon as those words finished, the summoning talisman shot toward the group of Meknungu like a storm, followed by a swarm of divine beasts with horse heads and human faces, causing someone to shout in horror. The spiritual awareness skill of that summoning sorcerer is said to be able to summon ancient divine spirits. Myung-gach angrily asked, "Why do they have to do this?" Dao Dao broke out in a sweat and replied, "They want to stop us from climbing the mountain." Sure enough, that Japanese guy quickly mounted a divine beast and left some mocking words behind. "Just wait here. If you can't escape, use the teleportation stones to return. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our England island." Not only the Makangu group, but other groups also got stuck because of this. Some people, angry, shouted, "Damn it, summoning spirit beast is a legendary profession. It seems Japan has already taken out all the easy targets, and now there are hundreds of mermaid monsters gathered here. It will take at least an hour to deal with them all. Are you a summoner or not?" "No monster can stay," she quickly asked again. "Do you think summoners can do anything?" Even with hundreds of monsters, summoners are useless, but the results proved otherwise. The bone soldier quickly led the soldiers away to another location. Whispers spread everywhere. "Whose summoning item is this?" It has led the monsters away. That's good, but some people still feel sad. Unfortunately, there are still 2/3 of the monsters left. Dao Dao then relaxed her face and happily said, "So you have 2 summoning objects. Meanwhile, Moyu still coldly ordered Bingu to distract those monsters. You think to yourself, there's no need for a test to let these idiots split up my experience points. The crowd stirs again. Another one has arrived, my good brother. The trial is over. I invite you to a drink. Cheers echoed everywhere, and many people were stunned. So there's even a third one, whose summoning item belongs to which of your brothers? Thank you so much. Soon, the moment everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. All right, brothers, go ahead and don't let those summoner spirit masters get too arrogant. The group immediately turned to thank Moyu for leading the way. Brother, next time in the dungeon, we'll bring you along again. Thanks, brother. Brother Dao Kwok over here hasn't gone far, and when I turned around, I caught a glimpse of the group of people. He was surprised, huh? What's going on? How did they manage to get up there? With so many monsters, they should have kept them busy for at least an hour. Seeing that the plan was not going as hoped, he quickly resorted to another tactic to position the archers, while doubting how they managed to deal with the mermaid monsters and needing to stop them. Meanwhile, Mangacap quickly noticed a rain of arrows heading toward her, likely from the Japanese cherry blossom archers. The order to attack was quickly given, and the mage raised a protective shield. Mangacap said, "Let the battle begin." "Bai is very interested in this battle," she said. "With you and your bone soldiers here this time, I definitely won't be afraid. After the first battle, we lost quite a few people on our side, and in the end, they had to come up with a solution. No, our team is too chaotic. We need to reorganize, preferably with a powerful mage." This idea was quickly supported. "Yes, we lost many people at the foot of the mountain. We need to reorganize to suppress the British invasion." At this moment, Lang Tran came to find Dao Dao and said, "Captain, I want to join a different team." Surprised, she watched as he pointed to Mangacap and continued, "Either he goes or I go. Captain, you choose." Duangao, who has been standing aside, also speaks up. "Lang Tran, you're going a bit too far." Nguyen Nanok agrees. "That's right. If it weren't for Lam Moyu distracting the monsters, we wouldn't have been able to get up at all." "Y is definitely the most intense one," she said. "Lang Tran, you're really hopeless." While Dao Dao was still silently thinking, Lang Tran's ego reached its peak. He thought the team leader would definitely choose me. The other teams are all looking for a mage, and this team can't be without the transporter, so I can only kick him out of the team. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard, but disappoints him. In the end, Dao Dao finally made her decision. "If that's the case, Lang Zhen, you should leave the team." Lang Zhen was immediately stunned, unable to believe his ears. He shouted, "What? Captain, let me leave the team. If I leave, then your trial this time will be useless. Don't you want to enter the Holy Light Academy?" Dao Dao remained unmoved and replied, "I want to go in, but you forgot my profession. I am a spirit knight, I have my beliefs, I cannot fulfill your request." At this point, Lang Tran could no longer turn back. He turned his back and didn't forget to threaten. "If that's the case, don't regret it." The system quickly updated, and Lang Zhen had already withdrawn from the team. Moyu then spoke up, "Let's go into the dungeon." Hearing that, the team leader asked in surprise, "Huh, but Cherry Blossom, before you finished speaking, he already urged us on." "Daisy, let's go into the dungeon." She became even more confused, but how do we get in? Chao and Mio Nuch also share the same fate as the captain, only able to look at each other and say, "Let's follow behind." Watching Mangacap walk ahead, Dao Dao silently thought, "At worst, we'll retreat, with me here. At least there won't be any danger." But does Y really trust Lam Moyu that much? Not long after, they arrived at the place, and right in front of them was a giant gate leading into the dungeon. The English team saw Mangacap's group approaching and immediately shouted in anger, "Get back quickly, the divine beings do not allow entry into the dungeon." The surrounding groups quickly recognized that they were summoner brothers. "Let's go, don't let the English cherry people bully our summoned brothers, protect him." Lang Tran sneered and said, "You're stupid. Do you want to sacrifice yourself?" Sure enough, shortly after, a horned spirit beast charged at them, and the captain and the others all focused their full attention, ready to fight, including Mangacap. He coldly ordered the bone soldiers to go. As soon as they appeared, they nearly tore apart the beast, destroying its summoning in a single strike. The group couldn't help but be amazed, their eyes wide open. "What? Lam Moyu has such a powerful summoning item?" Mungach also couldn't believe what she had just seen. These skeleton soldiers blocked all attacks and then countered. Those people from Daogo's group were even more terrified and wondered, what kind of demon profession is this? Why are there so many summoning objects? What kind of toy are those skeleton soldiers? Our attacks are completely ineffective. They look very fragile and seem like they could be knocked away at any moment. In the end, they concluded that we want to enter the dungeon. As soon as they realized, they charged like arrows towards the group in white, shouting to stop them, while I calmly chose the nightmare level again. A deathly skull symbol appeared on their chest, and in the blink of an eye, the spot where they had just stood was empty. leaving only 2 fallen talismans on the ground. Ondao Kwok's group grew even angrier but couldn't do anything. At this moment, they had entered the dungeon, surrounded by water and steep cliffs. Dao Dao anxiously kept watching Mak Ngu. Seeing her gaze, Wai quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, his Kolao is very powerful." "All right, I hope we can release more dry lizards. I will do my best to stop the monsters." Then she immediately ordered, "Munok, prepare for me right now and grant me control." Munok cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, Sister Dao Dao, I'll go to Trukfok." Suddenly, a notification appeared. Defeating the level 21 elite mermaid warrior grants 10,000 experience points and a fish invitation. Myeonungoch was surprised. Wait, what's happening? The unexpected part is that I suddenly gained experience. The notifications keep coming up. The elite mermaid warrior level 21, with 2,000 strength, 1,200 agility, 800 spirit, 2,200 stamina, and the howling skill. Only then did everyone realize the swift kill. At the same time, Mak Ngu was still giving orders to Ko Lao to continue searching for targets. Dao Dao watched and thought to herself, Ko Lao of his had just exterminated a powerful elite monster in the Nightmare Dungeon, which even a perfectly arranged team would take 1 or 2 minutes to do. Seeing that, he happily said, "I told you so. Mak Ngu's Ko Lao is very powerful. Everyone follow quickly." Duangao then spoke again. "Wait a moment, the status still hasn't been added," but Dao Dao quickly dismissed this idea and said, "Don't worry about the status anymore. Follow them quickly and continue talking." Not far away, Ko Lao was still relentlessly attacking the superpowered monsters with terrifying strength. Dao Dao still couldn't believe her eyes. She kept telling herself that for the first time she felt the dungeon fight was so gentle. In the past, she had to stand in front to watch every attack of the monsters and protect her teammates. This time, it seemed she no longer needed to attract the monster's hatred. Duangao told Miaoyu that it seems we don't need to be involved. She nodded in agreement, as if we really don't need to do anything. In this way, they quickly completed almost the entire dungeon. When they reached the final waterfall, Monengu thought to herself, "There's no way out. The monsters in this dungeon aren't many either." When Wai looked down at the water, she realized that what was beneath was truly a boss. As she finished speaking, a huge snake lifted its head. This must be the serpent companion of the Mermaid Queen leader, level 23, with 3,600 strength, 5,500 agility, 3,000 spirit, 5,000 stamina, and skills like crushing blow, death grip, and poison transfer. Seeing its power, Mak Ngu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. You think its attributes are even higher than the Demon King, with the 4 attributes of the skeleton being 2,700. Dao Dao volunteered, "I'll go fight the monster." But Mak Ngu just shook his head and said no need. As soon as he finished, the Ko Lao, who had been running over unnoticed, suddenly charged into battle with the snake. Rapid bursts of attacks kept coming, and the sound of clashes echoed throughout the dungeon. After a while, they realized a problem. "It's too agile. What should we do?" Mak Ngu calmly said, "It's fine." After saying that, he raised his arm filled with blazing red power towards it and quickly used the curse of slow to control. And just like that, the miracle happened. The magic chains appeared and wrapped around it, slowing its speed. Seeing what just happened, Dao Dao then curiously asked, "Is this a curse-type skill?" Moyu responded, "That's right." Hearing the confirmation, Dao Dao's thoughts grew even deeper. Having just acquired a powerful summon and learned what the Death Spirit Summoner's curse skill truly is, Ko Lao was still desperately trying to suffocate the snake with deadly strikes when suddenly a murky water burst from its mouth. My silent curse muttered, "My dry lizard is an undead summoning creature, so the poison infection barely affects it." After that, the snake was pierced through the head by a sword from the dry lizard and died in extreme agony. Dao Dao's eyes widened. Is it really over? To confirm her question, a notification appeared immediately, awarding the Mermaid Queen's snake pet 50,000 experience points, a level silver-grade defensive tool, a snake-shaped armor, and a mid-tier monster core. She smiled and said, "Stop acting foolish, let's go." Duangao, still immersed in the previous battle, immediately responded, "I haven't even done anything and I've already gained so much experience." As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Dao urged again, "Let's go." Following Lam Moyu and based on the name of the previous leader who was the serpent pet of the Mermaid Queen, the final boss should be the Mermaid Queen. The group quickly moved deeper, and the stronger the smell of fish became, until finally she couldn't bear it and covered her nose, saying, "The fish smell here is too strong." At the same time, a vast castle gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Outside the palace, countless mermaid monsters armed with spears were counting 1, 2, 3. In the end, she gritted her teeth and concluded that there are a total of 60 patrol teams, all 180 mermaid monsters, and they are all elite enhanced variants. Gu didn't feel any threat at all. Instead, he exerted more strength and secretly thought that the more monsters, the better. After finishing, a small team of dry bones set out, and Dao Dao was left speechless with surprise. What? Lam Mac, she thought to herself. Even though your dry lizard is very fast, it can't just be brushed off like that. Detailed information about the mermaid finally appears. Elite mermaid soldiers, enhanced monsters of the elite type, with strength 2000, agility 1400, spirit 1000, stamina 2400, and sweeping stun skills. Both sides quickly charged into battle, one continuously stunning and knocking back, the other relentlessly attacking in a furious assault. Wai suddenly realized another guard team had also rushed in. Before she could worry for long, Moyu told her to cover her ears. Wai only managed to block her ears when a deafening explosion shook the ground beside her. Then a series of notifications appeared, killing the elite mermaid, plus 112,000 experience, killing mermaid soldiers, killing elite mermaid soldiers. Gain 12,000 experience points. The sudden surge of experience points made Dao Dao panic and exclaim, "Oh my God, what is happening?" But the experience points still didn't stop, and more notifications kept appearing after the elite mermaid soldier kill. Gained 12,000 experience points. Everyone immediately had no fewer than 100,000 questions. Why is this for Moyu? What kind of skill is this? Such power. How is he doing this? For the first time, I experienced such overwhelming sensations. Then there was another sound. The grand door and the electric gate open, revealing the Mermaid Queen, a level leader monster with 5,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 6,000 stamina, a terrifying screech skill, raging waves, and the mournful cry of the queen. Her eyes bloomed like flowers as she stood there in awe. Wow. The more I look at her, the more stunned I am. I have to say, she's so beautiful. But at this moment, Mo suddenly pulls her hand and says something truly enchanting. As the warning from the past echoed, everyone quickly regained their senses. Dao Dao was once again stunned. Lam Moyu was fine. He was startled and asked, "What's wrong with me?" At this moment, Dao Dao could only hold her head in dizziness. Myungach gritted her teeth and said, "The Mermaid Queen herself cast the enchantment. We fell for it. Luckily Lam Moyu was here, or we would have wiped out the entire group." When everyone was returning to normal, when did the queen approach them? She kept calling upon her own power. Her rage turned her eyes blood red, with veins bulging across her forehead, as she unleashed her terrifying roar, causing the surrounding space to surge with her fury. Dao Dao, while defending against the overwhelming gust of wind and calculating, based on the Mermaid Queen's attribute and the team's fighting style, would need at least an hour to defeat her. But at this moment, I can no longer predict Lam Moyu's actions. Meanwhile, the Mermaid Queen's screams grew more intense, and she continued to think, "The Mermaid Queen's power attribute is too high. Those dry bones are not easy to defeat. The current situation makes me feel like what Dao Dao imagined, a wolf pack surrounding a lion who will win is still uncertain." At the same time, the Mermaid Queen was holding a trident and charging rapidly toward them. As expected, she quickly launched a deadly attack. The spear tip tore through space at high speed, smashing through a wall on the opposite side, along with a fallen soldier being destroyed, making Dao Dao even more uneasy. She said, "Get to the high ground, add status effects for us, and be ready to fight at any moment." He quickly responded clearly. She worriedly thought to herself that once Lam Moyu's soldiers could no longer hold out, we would charge in. But before she finished, he interrupted her with a single sentence. "No need, you immediately used a curse to slow down, like pulling a bright red chain that suddenly appeared and restrained the mermaid." She angrily flailed her tail, trying to harness the power of the rising waves. The water surged and splashed everywhere, flooding a vast space. This attack has destroyed 12 bone soldiers. Dao Dao realizes the situation is dire and thinks to herself, "It seems the bone soldiers can't hold on much longer. It's our turn now." Then she shouted loudly, "Lin Moyu, gather the cot bin and move in. We're advancing." But Moyu continued to use his power, summoning the cot bin. "You whisper, 'Come out and play, my soldiers.'" Immediately after, a legion of skeleton soldiers appears. This strange scene leaves everyone speechless. Dao Dao hesitates. "I only managed to say this much later. Am I dreaming, or what? I can't count." Moon Gosh was also stunned, realizing he had so many summoning items and he hadn't used them all before. He was a bit sweaty from the tension. It's too terrifying. No wonder Nin Wai always trusted him. I was indeed very happy on this side, she thought to herself. Indeed, he has become stronger again, and his speed is even faster than I imagined. Not far away, a mermaid was surrounded by the Bone Legion. As usual, the Mermaid Queen continued to use her soothing voice to drive away the bone soldiers. The surrounding space kept trembling. Moonangach struggled to hold on and said, "I can't. My level is too low to resist the boss's skill." Maknu reassured herself, thinking that her strong spirit would not be affected by the boss's mental skills, and that her Kotbin had no emotions, no fear, no soul pain. In the next second, the Mermaid Queen was cut by hundreds of swords, blood continuously flowing from her eyes. A notification appears. Defeating the Mermaid Queen grants 80,000 experience points. You have obtained the Mermaid Queen's level white silver sword. You have obtained a level white silver weapon. The Mermaid Queen's staff and her platinum grade sword. Strength increased by 50, stamina increased by 50. Combat skill power increased by 10%, usable at level 20. The Mermaid Queen's staff, level silver, with plus 150 strength, plus 150 stamina, and a 10% increase in combat skill power can be used at level 20. Holding the blue mermaid tear in her hand, she said emotionally, "With this mermaid tear, the trial mission is complete, and we're one step closer to the Sacred Light Academy." Dao Dao also agreed, saying, "That's right, then we can complete the trial mission several times, level up, and also enter the Sacred Light Academy." She was still excited about the green gem. She cheered up, tears welling up in her eyes, and gratefully said, "This time, Maknu happened to be here. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have completed the trial at all." Moongok happily agreed immediately. "That's right, the worst is Lang Tran. People like him will surely end up alone in the future. Makangu is speaking up over here. Why, do you have the protective talisman from earlier? Did you say Makangu? You're trying to remember the entrance from earlier, and now the whole group is stunned into saying it together. That's right, the protective talisman from this afternoon." Not long after, their group reached the outside, and as soon as they appeared, it caused a stir among those people. "They're out already? So fast? It's only been half an hour. Those guys from Andao Kwok, proud and boastful, are jokingly saying to each other maybe they retreated because they couldn't win. It seems those dry corpses are only good for their appearance and can only serve as meat cushions." The other groups, seeing them come out, hurriedly approached to comfort them. "Brother, it's okay to fail the dungeon as long as you're alive. One person agrees, another agrees, so let's go back quickly." Langjin sneered even more and said, "So you didn't die after all, don't want to lead the team into the dungeon, now it's turned around, how do you retreat?" Meanwhile, Dao Dao, trying to stay steady, said, "No one is entering the dungeon. Everyone be careful." I quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Dao Dao," with Lam Moyu. But then Dao Dao said, Why, just follow the plan we've decided on first." She smiled eerily and replied, "No problem." Suddenly someone shouted, "The protective charm from this afternoon." Then suddenly, under everyone's watch, they disappeared, and the others outside were shocked as they re-entered. The talisman recharged, and that girl had such advanced weapons. Her status must be not simple. If I'm not mistaken, weren't they the ones entering the dungeon? Are they really going into the nightmare dungeon to get themselves killed? Dao Dao is extremely worried. Daisy looked into the empty space and said, "Now we can only rely on them." Unlike her, Moongok confidently said, "Daisy, we've all seen Lam Maknu's strength, it's going to be fine." At this moment, Dao Dao finally relaxed her shield and continued, "That's true. Even in nightmare level, I'm afraid Makangu alone is enough." Moongok still tried to persuade her gently, saying, "Don't worry. Inside the dungeon, Y is negotiating with Makangu. Last time she promised to help me level up, and surprisingly, it's happening so quickly. She won't back out after just one attempt." He happily responded, and the two of them walked away, chatting happily. The remaining number of times the Guardian's cooldown resets is just enough for the two of them to clear the dungeon twice. "We must seize this opportunity to obtain all the mermaid tears." I added, "The night is long and full of dreams, so let's clear the dungeon as quickly as possible." Meknu still deeply trusts in her abilities. "You said, it's okay, they can't kill faster than I do." At the same time, the bone soldiers kept relentlessly defeating the soldiers trying to attack them. It didn't take long before they entered the familiar cave. Notifications kept appearing, killing level 21 mermaid soldiers for 25,000 experience points, and recognizing that the octopus was no exception, the huge snake quickly appeared. It charged like a flash towards the two plump prey waiting to be devoured. The notifications appeared again in the following seconds, defeating the level 23 snake pet of the Mermaid Queen, gaining 125,000 experience, a silver-grade defense, a snake armor, and a mid-level monster core. As Makangu held the loot in hand, he thought that last time it took over half an hour to reach this point, but now he had defeated the mini-boss in just 5 minutes. Ai is still captivated by his strength. She thought to herself, "He's even more powerful than I imagined." Seeing her silent, Manga'u spoke up. Let's go to the Mermaid Queen's palace. When we arrive, another battle between the guards and the skeleton army will unfold. In no time, the Kotbin gained the upper hand, taking down one guard with each strike. Soon, an announcement was made. All palace guards were eliminated, and the boss was about to appear. Immediately afterward, the familiar image of the Mermaid Queen appears, with a detailed list of her powers. The Mermaid Queen, a level boss monster with 5,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, and 6,000 stamina, unleashes terrifying screeches, towering waves, and the Queen's mournful wails. Yawai hides behind Manga'u and softly asks, "This time, I won't look at her and get hypnotized, right?" Before you could answer, she continued, "Manga'u, I am going to kill it." With that, Lei Yuan and the fire spirit shot like lightning toward the Queen. A large flame quickly erupts, burning everything in its path, including me. A quick notification appears. Killing the Mermaid Queen grants 200,000 experience and rewards a level white-silver weapon, the Queen's Dagger. The Queen's Dagger. Level of white-silver agility, +50. Stamina +50. Assassin skill power increased by 10%. Level 20 can be used. Received a white-silver level weapon and the Queen's Magic Book. The Queen's Magic Book of silver grade increases spirit by 100, wizard skill power by 10%, usable at level 20, and grants mermaid tears. Joy doubles as she just obtained the mermaid tears, and a level up message appears above her head. She cheerfully cheered, "I leveled up, let's go again. I collected all 3 mermaid tears." Manga'u responded indifferently, but deep down he also had some thoughts. When I first met her, she was level 19 and I was level 10. After all this time, she's still at level 19, just now reaching level 20. It seems this girl doesn't really like leveling up. I over here is still happily bragging to the captain. "All right, I got it." They finished and immediately went back out. The crowd outside was buzzing nonstop. Why did they come out as soon as they went in? It's only been a short while, hasn't it? It's not even 10 minutes yet, right? I doubt they've even killed a single monster. Are they just wasting protective charms on cooldown like that? It really is a matter of money to be so reckless. Hearing this, he turned his head, sticking out his tongue at them, and then the two of them continued to enter the dungeon again. Dao Dao, seeing this, couldn't help but be surprised, and asked, in just 10 minutes, they were out. Miao Yao replied, "Sister Dao Dao, it seems that Lam Moyu's strength is much greater than we thought." The two inside the dungeon just set the timer and, smiling, said, "Let's see how long this takes and if we can beat our previous record." Moyu thought to herself, she's treating this trial like a game. Not long after, the two finished all the challenges of the dungeon. She exclaimed happily, 8 minutes and 58 seconds, 30 seconds faster than last time. Moyu then said seriously, "Let's go back. I can't wait to see the expressions of the Japanese people." As soon as they finished, the two appeared outside. The group from England was both disappointed and confused, wondering, why did they leave? It's such a waste of resources. Have you used up all the protective charms cooldowns? What's funny is they haven't even seen the monster yet and are already scared and running away, right? Over here, Dao Dao quickly spoke up. What's the situation? I got it, right? She smiled brightly, made an okay sign, and said, "Sister Dao Dao, don't worry." At the same time, the replica is undergoing a major change. Someone shouted, "Look, the replica seems to be disappearing." Others didn't believe it and argued back. How is that possible? Can the copy really disappear? But the truth proved it was possible. The instance gradually shrank and faded away. Only then did the people outside exclaim in shock, "It really disappeared. How is that possible? Unless they obtain all 3 mermaid tears, the copy will disappear. Haven't they only entered the copy 3 times? Could it be them?" Not far away, Moyu was calmly talking with his teammates. "The trial is over, let's go." Dao Dao Chen hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Okay." But before she could turn away, the group of cherry blossom people rushed forward, shouting non-stop, "We can't let them go." The mermaid tears on their bodies must be obtained, forcing them to surrender and hand over the mermaid tears. Other groups, upon hearing this, were also extremely surprised. This one asked the other, "The team of Tuong Dao Dao has taken all the mermaid tears. I'm not entirely convinced, but the clone has really disappeared. If our divine team has already taken it, it must not fall into the hands of the Japanese team." As I speak, the lively atmosphere suddenly halts and a cold aura envelops the space. That Japanese princess is furious and charges at Manga'u with a murderous look, wishing she could devour him alive. In the next moment, she summons more ancient mythical beasts, all with horse heads, their massive bodies seeming ready to swallow everyone present. Dao Dao also briefly showed concern, only knowing to frown and stand still. In contrast to that panic, Mangacap remained very calm, using soul flame, with blue energy quickly gathering, spreading from his palms around his body. Then he swung his hand and delivered a punch to the ancient beast in front of him. As expected, the ancient beast let out a painful cry and collapsed. The prince of the cherry blossom country is going crazy. Veins bulging on his face, he grits his teeth and says, "Die." The Y country is furious, and finally he has to unleash the decisive move to summon the spirit beast. As soon as the words finished, the summoned objects immediately charged toward Mangu. He immediately shouted an order, "Attack." The spirit weapon immediately glowed, its eyes locking onto the target. It threw the axe in its hand forcefully and arrogantly said, "Your attacks can only scratch my giant divine spear." Maningu hong chut daudong truok don tankongdo, bin tin chochiesi ko lao lautoi voe kongkwongno, sux mandi ordari sayu. Chitrong choklat, tuk tankia bichem hen hatlon vaonguts, ko dien bandao kong biemart, song kwan chikon lain hung tienkin ngats. What? Mangacap also froze, wondering how someone so weak could stand there watching, as someone exclaimed in shock, "He has killed the spirit of the summoner's spirit master." At that moment, Kwak spat out a large mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Damn it, the spirit was killed. I also suffer a backlash." But the dry soldiers continued to charge forward like bullets. The more powerful the attack on the spirit, the more intense the allergic reaction on Kwak becomes. On this side, Mangacap casually raised his hand and ordered the dry soldier, "Go." His eyes immediately turned to shock, fear, and worry. Sitting on the back of the Mangnu Vuong, he still firmly ordered, "Hurry up." Standing in the corner, the people there couldn't hide their amazement and started whispering excitedly. How could his dry lich be so powerful? That is the divine servant of the legendary summoner. How could it be killed so easily? What level is he at? What is his profession? And what are these skeletons? Country glanced with eyes full of intense fury. He quickly realized that the 17th level Death Spirit Master must have awakened a talent, and the divine realm has now revealed such a powerful profession. This news must be sent back immediately. At that moment, Mok Ngu Ngao Nge stood among the army of dry lich soldiers, his eyes flashing with a cold blue light. The giant skeletons slowly advanced, each step exuding overwhelming power, successfully frightening the Japanese people. They turned and ran away, screaming nonstop, "I don't want to fight those things. I don't want to die." Immediately, everyone fled together, still shouting to each other, "I don't want to die either." Summoning spirit beasts have been defeated. How can we win? Run quickly. Seeing that, the divine being sneered and mocked, watching those guys almost pee their pants, truly useless, scared away by a few skeletons. Those are the skeletons that cleared the nightmare dungeon. Rushing forward is like offering fat to a hungry cat. Then they turned their eyes to Mangacap's steady back. By the way, where does that great deity come from? People are usually not very talkative. Indeed, she is my ideal role model. Yes, the scene of slaughtering the spirit beast just now was truly magnificent. Lang Tran, seeing your imposing presence, feels regretful to the point of tears. He stares intently at the surrounding smiles, silently wondering if he hadn't left the team. Would he be among those who completed the trial this time? But envy quickly took over his mind, and Lang Tran kept reassuring himself that it wasn't his fault. Lam Moyu, just wait, we're not done yet. Over there, Tang Dao Dao clenched her determined eyes, and the mermaid tears in her hand, a blue light flashing. She said satisfied, "The trial is over, mission accomplished." Then, the system sound rang out, signaling the end of the trial and the start of teleportation. Upon returning home, she approached shyly and said, "Thank you. Lam Moyu, this trial is very important to me." She tiredly lay down on the table and sighed, finally done and exhausted. She glanced at Dao Dao and calmly said, "Sister Daozi, there's no need to be polite to him. Even though he doesn't talk much, he's actually much better than before." She then frowned at her and reproached, "He always speaks on his behalf." At that moment, Mangacap's wrist moved. He quickly opened the watch on his arm and a message immediately appeared on the screen. Bak Yvn sent Lam Moyu to the disciplinary office, and he was surprised to see a message from Bak Than. The scene shifts to the disciplinary office where Yvn sits in front of him with a serious tone saying, "I've reviewed the images from this trial and you performed very well." Mangacap's face briefly showed a cold expression as he indifferently replied, "Just doing what needs to be done." Inside, he silently judged. Winning without arrogance, losing without despair, not bad. Then Yi Yuan asked again, "Do you know what mermaid tears are used for?" Moy straightforwardly replied, "No, you ask yourself, is mermaid tears really that important?" Yvn explained immediately that mermaid tears are related to the success rate of awakening a second innate talent at level 40. Among the items that can aid in awakening innate talents, they are very rare, and even if the level of mermaid tears is relatively low, they are still very important. Unexpectedly, this time, Yinghua carefully planned the timing and location of the Mermaid Island's appearance, nearly causing the trial to fail. He continued slowly. Luckily, you were there this time to help the divine retrieve the mermaid's tears. Do you want a reward? I will do my best to satisfy you. Hearing that, I thought for a moment and said I couldn't find my sister's information in the academic affairs office before, so why not take this opportunity to ask Bai Shen? Thinking that, I didn't hesitate to speak up and ask, can you help me find her? He immediately guessed what you meant. Your sister Lam Moyu joined the Sacred Light Academy at the beginning of the year, so even if you look, you'll only find empty data. All students of the Bright Spirit Academy will have empty data. As he said this, Maknu's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that the Bright God Academy was also Dao Dao's ultimate goal. Wai and Hatuyet also always told me that they would join the Bright God Academy if they had the chance. Remembering her gentle smile, he pondered and said, I didn't expect my sister had joined earlier, but she only enrolled last year and was able to join the Sacred Light Academy after half a year. At this point, Yuen explained that because your sister had joined the Sacred Light Academy according to the rules, I couldn't disclose any more information to you. Before joining the Bright Spirit Academy, you weren't allowed to see your sister. If you had any problems, you could only join the academy yourself and ask your sister directly. He leaned down, tapped on the watch on his wrist, and said, the admission conditions for the Sacred Light Academy have been sent to you. After finishing, he continued, I should have told you about your sister from the beginning. Aside from this reward, you have another prize as well. Manga quickly determined his goal. Then, I want a recharge talisman. I secretly thought to myself that this item can't be bought on the exchange, so it must be very rare. But it is truly very useful. Right now, I really need a resurrection talisman. After hearing this, Bai Waivu Yin chuckled and said, I guessed you would want this after seeing your image during the trial. Although the recharge talisman is just a basic item, it's not easy to buy. This trial alone isn't enough. I have another task for you, and if you complete it, I will get one for you. Without hesitation, you immediately agreed. All right, you had already made up your mind. With the cooldown talisman, I can level up faster and join the Holy Light Academy sooner. But you have to wait until level 20 to accept this quest. If you're in a hurry, you can go to the palace dungeon in the academy to level up first. He placed it in your hand and explained that it was a teleportation stone to the palace dungeon, but not everyone is qualified to possess it. Maknu immediately used teleportation. Evian wondered in surprise, do you want to go level up right away? This kid is quite something, just finished the trial and didn't even rest. Looking at the scene inside the dungeon, Mongu exclaimed in surprise, is this the palace dungeon of Hakin Academy? Inside, many people are calling out invitations, and the dungeon is of normal difficulty with about level 25 mages needed, preferably skilled in magic. Mac NGU looked at the system panel and saw a notification requiring certain conditions to join the Holy Light Academy. You frown in thought, surpassing level 30? While looking at the bracelet on your wrist, you wonder to yourself, so after my sister went to Hakin, she only took 3 or 4 months to reach level 30. Additionally, the system has 2 more requirements through the level 30 Frontline Abyss dungeon, with a difficulty level of Hell and 1,000 contribution points. Moyu pondered silently, believing that the Hell difficulty is definitely much harder than Nightmare, wondering if he can clear it alone, and also how to earn these contribution points. While you were thinking, a girl approached and softly called out to your classmate. She looked at you with sparkling eyes and asked, hello, is this your first time in the palace dungeon? Seeing your surprised look, she continued, I'm Thu Han. Let me introduce you to the palace dungeon. Makangu realized that her classmate was using this method to earn points. Maknu asked her, how many? Thu Han seemed surprised when Maknu asked directly like that, but still answered straightforwardly, 100 points is enough. A notification then appeared on her bracelet confirming the 100 points transfer. Thu Han smiled, chirping her thanks to you, thank you, classmate. She continued with the palace dungeon introduction. There are 52 dungeons from level 40 to 70, plus 2 large-scale dungeons for over 40 players, 1 colossal dungeon for over 100 players, making a total of 95 dungeons. She continued to lead Makangu to the center of the palace, where there are pillars with orbs on top. Each dungeon has its own record of clear time setting. New records can earn rewards. Thuhan points to the area with the pillars. This is the mission center of the palace dungeon and the recruitment hub for teams. You can complete the point-earning tasks here, recruit teams or join a team. She looked at Maknu, sensing there was something he still didn't understand. So what's wrong, classmate? Is there anything you still don't understand? He didn't look at her but asked softly, how do I earn contribution points? She pointed to a large orange energy sphere and answered, Contribution points can be earned by participating in the Academy's trials or completing assigned missions. Meknu silently thought, to join the Sacred Light Academy, you need 1,000 contribution points. The highest mission reward in the mission center is only 10 points, mostly 2 or 3 points. Thuhan looked a bit awkward and continued, it's very hard to earn contribution points. Whenever a mission is announced, someone completes it quickly, and if you want to join the Academy, contribution points are essential. Suddenly, your bracelet notified you that you had gained 50 contribution points. Duangao sent a message saying, Maknu, your contribution points should have arrived too, right? How much did you get? I got 20 points. That's a big find. Sister Diozi got 30 points. She's so happy she could die. Did I hear that right? 50 contribution points? How could someone get such a high amount in a single time? On the other side, another boastful voice said that his level wasn't high either. Moyu looked at Shuhan and said, thank you for your explanation. She waved her hand and replied, it's nothing. You've already paid. But now you want to find a team to clear the dungeon, right? Moyu didn't answer her, but stepped forward and placed his hand on a sphere in front. Information about the mutated jungle dungeon. Level 17 dungeon. Entering levels 15 to 19 requires 10 points per dungeon entry. Removing the 40-point cooldown, the dungeon record is 58 minutes for top 1 and 1 hour 17 minutes for top 2. You think no one has broken the record in 3 years? Then let me try to beat it and claim the reward. Makangu loudly chooses Nightmare level. A beam of light appears where he stands. Many people witness Makangu entering the Nightmare dungeon alone. The murmurs begin to rise. The mutated forest. Why did I think he was some big shot? Turns out he's just a kid under level 20. I think the 50 contribution points he earned aren't just ordinary points, right? The scene shifts to the mutated wide forest dungeon, where Mo Yue is now level 17, calmly puts his hands in his pockets and follows the footsteps of the dry skeleton. Muttering to himself, wondering how many levels he can gain after clearing this dungeon. The Bone Dry clan continuously clears monsters in the dungeon, and each level-up notification appears. Killed a level 17 mutated brown bear. You gained 6,000 experience points and defeated a level 18 mutated bear. Experience gained 7,000 from Beast 4. Makangu quietly calculated that the small monster task assigned to Ko Lao would be enough. I can go directly to the boss of the dungeon to save time. Then you and the 2 dry liches go to a lake with a mysterious whirlpool in the center. Mak Nguyu, with a deep voice, said, I found you. The information about the monster appears, revealing a mutated boss, level 19, with 4,000 strength, 500 agility, 500 spirit, 7,000 stamina. Skills including tearing, sweeping, and super defense, and Mak Nguyu couldn't help but be surprised when reading its details. This boss's stamina is really high, even higher than the 24th level Mermaid Queen. The skeleton army immediately charged to attack the monster, but all physical attacks were blocked by the super defensive skill. You raise your hand in a silent sigh. Kotbin's furious attack can't do much damage. The turtle shell is very hard. Now I understand why no one has broken the record in 3 years. A blue flame shoots out, heading straight for the underside of the turtle's shell. The soul of fire erupts. Mo Yue coldly says, sorry, I'm in a hurry. I can only use defensive skills to deal with you. Zhao Kui, the mutated beast, roared loudly in pain from the hit. Makangu pushed the turtle away and ordered him to flip it over. You point at the fallen turtle and order the bone soldier to attack with fury. A moment later, Zhao Kui lies on his back, sprawled out in the water. The defeat notification board appears, defeating Zhao Kui mutation, gaining 150,000 experience, receiving a green bronze level weapon, a pair of Zhao Q gloves, +20 strength, +120 stamina, and a 6% increase in martial skill power after level 12, which can be used to obtain a green bronze level defensive tool, Trong Jiop Jia Kwai, +130 stamina, a 6% increase in defensive skill power, and after level 12, a low-level monster core. Mungu quietly considers the stat sheet. Experience points increased by about 35%, reaching level 18 after 1 more dungeon run. But the new record reward is unknown, and the outside world is lively with the new record notification bell ringing. The palace is ringing. Someone has set a new record in the dungeon. Which team is it? I don't see any senior experts entering. The record notification appears above the dungeon sphere, with the new record stopping at the mutated level. 1 person cleared the level alone. Lam Moyu, a level 17 spirit master, cleared the trial in 35 minutes, ranking first in the current record. Everyone looked up in amazement. Although it's a low-level dungeon, it's not something just anyone can pass. This person soloed the dungeon, and damn, he was nearly twice as fast as the old record. Immediately after, Mongu was transported out, and the rewards were sent along with a notification. Breaking the record for clearing the mutated forest dungeon, earning 1,000 points and 5 contribution points, can only be done once. He looked at it thoughtfully. realizing that setting a new record would grant contribution points. He stared intently at the bracelet on his wrist. It seems he missed another dungeon. As he stepped into the hall, he moved toward the entrance of a different dungeon. The people there panic and say, "He wants to check again. I'm already level 30. If I ask him to lead me to level up now, wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Could it be true that he just received 50 contribution points? The information about the dungeon appeared before Moyu, showing the Spider Den, level 20 dungeon, with entry requirements from level 18 to 21. Are you saying I can only enter at level 18? So, does that mean we have to miss another dungeon in the forest? A group of people surrounded him, asking why the boss was back again. I see. Only level 18 can enter the spider lair. The boss is level 17, so can I set a new record at level 17? Half an hour later, everyone was again stunned. The boss was back, now level 18, finally reaching level 18. Oh my god. After level 18, does the boss go challenge the spider nest record? Has anyone recorded the time? Why do I feel like this time was faster than before? One person approached, looked at the new record announcement, and exclaimed in panic, "This really is a new record." The new record for the mutated forest, clearing it alone, Lam Moyu, level 18. The time was 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Currently ranked first, they exclaimed in shock. What? Was that speed just now not the fastest yet? Rumors keep spreading. Who is this expert? The previous record was set by an almost perfect team and had stood for 3 years. I didn't expect a newcomer to break it twice in a row. Will he break the record for the spider nest? Along with those words, Moyu quietly moved toward the new dungeon entrance. The old record information of the dungeon appeared. Spider Nest, level 20 dungeon. The record for the Spider Nest dungeon is 1 hour and 12 minutes. He silently wondered if the dungeon record was also set by them. No one has broken it in 3 years. To everyone's surprise, Moyu said, "Sorry, I also need contribution points," then immediately chose Nightmare level. Manga put his hands in his pockets and thought to himself, "This is the spider lair. It's too dark." He slowly raised his hand and unleashed a burst of blue fire that surrounded it. Moyu stood alone in the dark cave with his hand blazing brightly. In the dark and silent cave, he gently reached out his hand and silently concluded that this spider lair was like a maze, so it's better to send the dry skulls to scout ahead. Keep exploring and inform me as you go deeper. Killing the level 20 red spider gained 9,000 experience and spider silk 5. Killing the level 19 long-haired spider gained 8,000 experience and spider silk 4. This spider den is so tangled that I have to complain. Too many easy paths. Moyu looked at the map with the dry skulls and concluded that almost all of them involved battles, so continuing like this would slow down their progress significantly. The system then provided the next details. Level 18 small spiders with 200 strength, 200 agility, 100 spirit, and 200 stamina. Moyu silently observed their movements along with the information, not surprised and wondering if these small spiders were just dungeon monsters. These paths are too easy to get a hit. You step closer to the small spiders, then release the flame from your hand and shout, testing your skill. The system immediately notified about your recent action, Soul Flame. After unleashing the fire, you furrowed your brow in thought as at least hundreds of small spiders had been slain this time. The system panel shows the number of kills you have gained. Killed level 18 small spiders, experience plunge to 500. Receiving the notification from the system panel, Moyu nodded in agreement and concluded that the experience gained was equivalent to 20 elite monsters of the same level with enhancement abilities. This is the experience check temple. One by one, the creatures approaching you are burned to ashes by your flames. Whether big or small, the system keeps updating the calculation table. Stamina, 185, 2900. Moyu extends his hand in front of him, muttering as he returns to summon the space. But the small blue flames in his hand didn't change, making him puzzled. Clearly, I've always used this tactic to kill bosses, so why did I fail this time? The system notification said the summoning failed. Moyu was a bit confused by the situation because he had too many thoughts on his mind. You step back, raise your hand to issue a command, and unleash a fire spell to deal with the small spiders. The aura you release causes the status window to keep popping up, killing level 18 spiders and gaining 500 experience. Moyu crouched, leapt forward, and quickly calculated that if this was a good place to gain experience, he couldn't waste it. There are a total of 108 caves, and forming a group of 10 with bone soldiers would prevent small spiders from bothering them. A few minutes later, a notification appeared with the boss information. Spider King, a level 21 boss monster with 5,000 strength, 3,500 agility, 500 spirit, 4,000 stamina, and the skill Web Network Acid Sweep. Finally, I've found you. Nagu said confidently as he raised his spiritual flame and threw it at the giant spider, his eyes cold with hatred. I enjoy bullying the weak, so it's my turn this time, right? Thuhan stands outside, eyes filled with worry. Can he really get through the spider lair? The two people beside him stand with their arms crossed and say, "The spider lair is known as a holy land of experience and resources, but it's not easy to do alone." It's been over an hour. The record is 1 hour and 12 minutes, so he probably won't set a new record. Magnu looked at the watch on her wrist, muttering to herself. Each time she cleared a level, her experience increased by 80%. How much time was lost when the small spider pulled her back? It took all of 1 hour and 32 minutes without breaking the record, so it looks like I have to try again and earn both the regular and contribution points. The system also added points to the Spider King's kill count, with 190,000 experience gained and a white-silver sword from the Spider King, and Thuhan anxiously looked at the clock. More than an hour and a half had passed, but he still hadn't come out. Could it be that he saw Nagu appear? She sighed in relief and asked Han, "Did your classmate finally get out and clear the dungeon?" Seeing that Nagu didn't answer, Thuhan worried he hadn't succeeded and tried to comfort him. "It's okay if you don't make it. There are many monsters in the spider nest." A person who almost couldn't pass, but Magnu turned around and looked at her, then said coldly, "Thank you. I made it through." Thuhan stammered in surprise. "I did it." She paused and wondered, "Really passed?" With just him, his speed in clearing dungeons is even faster than the 5-person team that set the record. She glanced over his attitude again and evaluated, noticing his skillful demeanor as if that wasn't even his limit. Magnu stood there, then turned to ask her, "By the way, do you know which dungeon has the highest experience level?" Shuan rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Among the dungeons below level 25, the spider nest is the one with the most experience. He also nodded secretly at her opinion. Although the experience from the spider nest is almost 3 times that of the mutant forest, the clearance time is a bit long. Magnu suddenly fell into deep thought. Indeed, the nest of spiders has a lot of experience. Checking the nest once takes almost 4 times longer than the mutated jungle, but missing it like this also costs quite a bit to reduce the cooldown time. Do you know of any dungeons that are faster to clear and offer more experience? There really is one. You can try forming a team with others to run the Desert of the Savage Lord Large dungeon. Thuhan kindly explained in detail that although the Sandstorm Overlord dungeon is level 25, level 20 players can also enter because it allows teams of 40, and many higher-level players join to earn points by helping newcomers complete this dungeon. A large-scale dungeon, huh? I wonder if I can clear it alone. You need to be level 20 to enter. Bakthan's mission also requires me to reach level 20. Then he turned around coldly and left, only leaving behind 2 words, "Thank you." In his mind, he's thinking that he needs to break the record as soon as possible and reach level 20. When Shuhan saw him leave like that, he called out to his classmate. "Does he still want to explore the spider den dungeon? I've learned all your tactics from facing these fierce spiders." Bak Yvian and a few others standing in front of the big screen looked at him and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Were you scared enough to jump?" He crossed his arms, watched you, and then said, "I was quite shocked after seeing your battle, even though I've been in contact with him." Manan Van also stroked his beard and nodded, a person who could solo the mermaid dungeon and earn all 3 mermaid tiers. The expressions of those Water Clan people made me very angry, and Principal Hong Sun of Canlong Academy, standing nearby, was anxious and shouting loudly. Those kids from the Canlong Academy, even a new student just finished the university entrance exam and hasn't even attended any college courses, can't compare. Manan Van glances and says, "Laubach, you've interacted with him." Bak Yvian smiled and replied, "His talent is for leveling up, but how much it increases is a secret and private matter." He expressed his thoughts, evaluating that this kid is not bad based on the trial. He nodded in agreement and took a sip of tea. "I think this kid has a promising future. His sister has also joined the Bright God Academy." The images of Moyu and Mohan appear, with his sister still highly favored by the old man, who is pouring all his effort into nurturing her. The people he trains are all the best of the human race, and we both know how high his standards are. I think he is very likely to be targeted. Van An frowned and deduced, "It seems our human race will soon have 2 more new stars." Hong Sun looked up and said, "I believe that kid might become someone capable of fighting 1,000 enemies with 1 horse in the future." The battle between the undead army and the spider was extremely intense. Lam Moyu frowned, crossing his arms as he spoke. Although all the students have less experience, they still managed to increase their experience by 70%. Recently, the pace has accelerated significantly, and this time we will definitely break the record. The scene shifts to a luxurious, crowded auditorium where murmurs and whispers fill the air, and the bell rings again. Who broke the record? It must be your classmate, Lin Mekngu, just now. I see he's back in the dungeon, so he must definitely be a false professional with innate talent. Lang Zhen looks calm and disdainful. There's nothing special about this so-called innate talent faker. He's just lucky. A bothersome friend in front turns around to question him. Why do you say that about this classmate of yours? He sarcastically flicked his finger downward. He is just an ordinary college student who has just finished the exam. Thanks to his connection with Bai Shen, I wonder what kind of powerful treasure he has. Otherwise, how could he have cleared the nightmare-level dungeon on his own? So, what if it's an ordinary academy? It probably can't set any records. A guy also spoke up to criticize. I know you, are you from Canlong Academy? Is Canlong Academy so noble? And is it okay for you to slander him like that? Makangu adjusts his hair and steps out of the barrier where the achievement board is. The new record for the Spider Den lair, one person clearing the level. Lam Moyu, level 19 Death Spirit Master, cleared the trial in 47 minutes. The current record ranking is first, setting a new record for the Spider Nest dungeon, earning 100 normal points and 5 contribution points, which can only be received once. Everyone cheers in admiration. Look, classmate Lam Moyu has stepped out. Great God, someone is framing you, and sure enough, the record has been broken again. 47 minutes, nearly half an hour faster than the previous record. Suddenly he recognized Lan Zhen and asked, "Why is it you?" He stammered nervously. "Lam Moyu, what are you pretending for? Isn't it just Bakthan protecting you? If you're not the top scholar in the country, I basically don't pay attention to you." Behind Moyu, a skull appears, with eyes flashing with a fierce, killing intent. "You speak seriously. I've tolerated enough. You better remember that you can't act recklessly in the academy." Lan Zhen's face turned pale, trembling in fear. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? What are you?" He worriedly thought to himself why he felt so afraid of his gaze when he had killed before. It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Maknu coldly turned his head to glance at him, thinking to himself, this clown is wasting my time. Today I must reach level 20. A level 19 experience bar with 74% progress appeared above his head. Makangu coldly raises his hand to launch a magic attack and confirms that this time he can level up. The battle ends and the system shines a bright yellow light on his body to promote him. He sighed in relief, finally reaching level 20. Before accepting the White God's quest, I need to see the changes after leveling up. The system interface immediately updates with the information. Lam Moyu, the unique Death Spirit Master. Level 20% with 300 strength, 300 agility, 1320 spirit, 320 stamina. Equipped with the magic book of the Supreme Spirit King, a treasure of knowledge. The system suggests that Makangu can summon 120 out of 200 core soldiers, with 120 talents upgraded to the highest level. All passive skills, close combat damage, active skills, soul flame at level 20 and level 20 core soldiers, with the second tier Bach level and slowdown effects at level 1. Summoning a core soldier costs 500 spirit points, which surprised Maknu as he looked at the dry corpse, realizing summoning a core soldier costs 500 spirit points each. The system display shows all information about the Dry Corpse Warrior with a level 20 Bakhnian Core Soldier, Strength 4000, Agility 4000, Spirit 4000, Stamina 4000, and the level 2 Rage Strike skill. Level 2. Fury Attack deals 300% of your strength as damage to the target with a 10-minute cooldown. Mak Ngu reviews, compares the information, and considers the overall attribute enhancements. A creature almost comparable to a dungeon boss, and its skills have also been upgraded. Makangu is also hesitating about summoning the skeleton. Summoning Kolau costs too much. My equipment is outdated. It's time to replace it with new gear and sell some of the silver equipment dropped from dungeons to buy a few skill scrolls. Everyone was busy whispering and exchanging rumors as he stepped out into the main hall. The trading floor, I remember it's over there. The great sage appears again. He's leveled up once more, something that has never happened before. From level 17 to level 20 in just one day. Does no one notice? He's already broken his own dungeon record. This time, it seems like less than half an hour has passed before he came out again. Oh my God, wasn't his previous record supposed to be his limit? He went straight inside and hesitated for a moment before finally entering the liquidation room. Makangu placed all the items on the table and said, "Help me sell these items for money and then buy all the basic skill scrolls." The clerk looked at his pile of items with some suspicion. Clearly, he's only level 20, so how does he have so many pieces of equipment? All right, buddy, you've sold all these items, but aren't you going to use them yourself? Level 20 is just enough to use the silver-white equipment. Seeing him, the clerk picked up the pile of gear, looked it over, and silently thought, I really need new equipment. Normal silver-grade equipment doesn't do much for me. Manhwa quickly snatched the fallen book, still lost in thought. Although these equipment generally boost skills, they are fundamentally no match for my innate talent, like Sao's blessing. The staff member gave you a bit of a hint, not impressed by the items bought with money, right? No problem. We also have a point-based shopping center here. All the good stuff is available here. Manhwa handed him a book and said, "Please bring it to me to take a look." He led you to the display area and said, "I'll help sell these items for you. You can look through them yourself." He still responded in a calm tone, "Thank you." You approach a sword, and the system automatically displays its information. The trunk sword spirit is level silver, with a spirit bonus of 400, usable by those level 20 and above. The craftsman Zhang Zhu sold one of the 3 spirit sets for 5,000 points, and he was interested in it, so he exclaimed the entire set was a spirit type. Moyu stood in front of the sword for a long time, thinking. The equipment here was indeed better, and it was a full set, with a very high valuation, over 1,000 points for one set, something an ordinary freshman couldn't afford. He continued to other sets and read each piece of information provided. Truongbao's spirit set is silver grade, with a plus 200 spirit bonus, usable by those level 20 and above. Zhangzhu is one of the 3 spirit sets with a silver level spirit ring and a plus 200 spirit bonus, usable by those level 20 and above. After some rational calculation, Moyu was somewhat moved, as the entire set could increase spirit by 800, making this equipment set quite good. Still, I shake my head and ignore them based on my own judgment, but even if they are good, their effect on me is limited. Behind Moyu, a few people are discussing and choosing items. This broken weapon is even worth 50,000 points. It doesn't even have any attributes. Where did this sense come from? Surely this isn't just scrap metal, right? 50,000 points. Who would buy such a thing? You came to check it out and were stunned by its value. 50,000 points. With this valuation, probably only a few people in the academy can afford it. The system provides detailed information about the item, Donatus's Scythe, a mature-level weapon of level 1 or higher that can be used with a 0% chance of a first-tier soul harvest, fake set. When Donatus's Scythe absorbs souls from the abyss, it gains experience points to develop. The necromancer can then summon the fallen hero general. The hero general, the military leader, will encourage and use their summoned spirit to gather an army. Unlocking and leveling up can reveal new skills. His thought stopped at a line of text on the information. One item from the Death Spirit set. Standing before the scythe, his mind was once again filled with lingering thoughts. Summoning the Spirit General, my undead soldiers really need a leader, especially one with equipment. After much hesitation, I decide to pick up the scythe and take a chance. The image of the Spirit General appears behind Moyu. Although it currently has no attributes, to others it's just trash, but could it absorb the souls of demons from the abyss to evolve? Manga looked sharply ahead and said, "Exactly what I want." The staff member approached, holding a pile of papers, and asked him with a doubtful tone, "Are you sure you want to choose it? Do you know how many points it costs?" "Did you read that wrong? I don't really care." You directly handed over the card and said, "No mistake, must swipe it." After swiping your card, the staff member was stunned and shouted, 130,000 points? He immediately dismissed his initial thoughts and was certain again that this guy really could buy it. Watching Moyu leave with the scythe, the clerk stood there in disbelief. Its time on the market lasted longer than his own, yet he never expected someone would actually choose it. Manhwa, holding the scythe, stood in front of the documents and said, "Since there's no chance to find a demon abyss in the short term, let's use the awakening scrolls for skills first. With so many scrolls prepared this time, we will definitely awaken some new skills." After flipping through a few documents, he happily revealed one that glowed. This time, it worked. The system notification indicates you have learned the level 1 bone armor skill, which summons bones to form armor, increasing your defense by 100 health points, and boosting your resistance to elemental attacks of yourself and summoned creatures by 10% for 5 minutes. This skill can be used on others. Manhwa looked at the stream of magic on his hand and reconsidered his defensive skill, but then he thought it over. It's not bad. Finally obtaining a skill that can compensate for his only weakness. With the enhancement of his talent, his defense can add 1,000 health points and have elemental damage. The streams of magic surrounding his body gradually took the shape of a large skeleton frame, encasing his entire body. Manhwa gently flicked the green magic beam with his hand, which then transformed into the golden magic he had just leveled up to. "Apply it now." Manhwa stepped in front of the dry skeleton, gathering all her strength to channel her magic, and shouted, "Go!" The resurrected Kolao warrior's system report shows strength at 100, agility at 100, spirit at 300, stamina at 100, and the skill Raging Flames, which deals fire elemental damage to the target. Your attack power depends on your mental strength, which makes you a bit proud. Like me, only a sudden surge of spirit matters, and the power of skills relies on mental strength. The dry skeleton rises again. Moyu calculates far into the future. In this way, the skeleton will have a means of long-range attack. Next, I just need to keep practicing my skills and improving my level, and the Kolao mage will become stronger and stronger. The scene shifts to the next day as you lift the curtain and walk into the room with confidence. Your mental energy has recovered. It's time to meet Bai Shen and ask about the mission. Bai Yiyuan leans on the table, holding a newspaper with an indifferent expression, and asks, "What's your business, kid?" Master Makangu replied nearby, "Lord Bak Than, I have already reached level 20. What is the mission?" He was stunned to hear the report and seemed unable to believe what he just heard. "You're already level 20. Hasn't it only been a day since you started? Your progress is even faster than mine was back then." Evian slightly worried, thinking, are these two siblings really monsters? He still remained calm and sent the task to him. "The mission is simple. Just go and get some items for me." Yi Yuan looked at Moyu and said, "You've been to the palace dungeon before, right? Then you must know there is a large-scale dungeon called the Desert of the Warlord. Your task is to go to the Desert of the Warlord dungeon and retrieve the Warlord's heart." He looked at you with a cunning smile and challenged you. "The difficulty of a large-scale dungeon is under 40 people. You should understand that without me saying. In 3 days, as long as you bring back the Demon King's heart within that time, I will help you obtain a basic cooldown talisman." Yi Yuan continued, aiming to influence your mindset. The effect of the cooldown talisman cannot be compared to that of the palace dungeon. The cooldown time for some of the highest level dungeons can even reach a month, and only when facing certain dungeons does the protective charm truly come into play. Moreover, the advanced cooldown talisman can be upgraded from a low-level cooldown talisman. In the end, Yi Yuan gave you a mission. If you complete the mission, I will tell you how to upgrade. Hearing him speak, Moyuzi had his own guess. Turns out charms can be upgraded. You come closer and look him in the eye and say, "I will bring back the heart of the warlord." Bakwai grabs your shoulder tightly and reminds you, "The reason I give you 3 days is because the school will hold the opening ceremony in 3 days. I hope you won't be late." Are you really satisfied with that kid? Yeah, the more I look at him, the more I like him. His cold personality suits my taste. And Van continued, "With his personality, he will definitely go alone to the Desert of the Violent Emperor dungeon. I remember back then when you entered at level 30 and then fell apart miserably." Hearing that, he just chuckled softly and watched your back as you responded. "But Lam Mac's words are much stronger than mine back then." Looking at the gate of the secret realm, everyone around is excitedly cheering. Everyone thought he was a great god for setting a new record just yesterday. Wow, is he watching the Desert Conqueror? Is that the boss dungeon? Could it be that he has even broken the record for the boss dungeon? Mangu paid no attention to the praise, focusing intently on the orb and thinking to himself, Phi Long Academy. Makangu LN realizes it seems to be a rival academy to TM Long Academy. At the same time, a notification appears, the Fierce Snake Armor. 40 members of the Phi Long school team have been at it for 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. You were also a bit surprised by this information. 40 people also cleared the dungeon in 16 hours? Suddenly, Shu Han quietly approached him. She calls out anxiously, "Mo Ngu, the younger brother." Mak Ngu coldly turned and replied, "Hello." Tu Han looked a bit worried and asked softly, "Are you watching the Bao Quan Sa Mak?" She thought to herself after running the dungeon so many times yesterday. Do you really not need to rest today? He is trying too hard. Makangu also straightforwardly told her, "I have to go get an item called the Blood Sovereign Heart." Hearing the name of that item, Thu Han shouted in panic, "That's the item dropped when the final boss appears, right?" The more she explained, the more her face showed her astonishment. "So, Lam Hawk Day, you're not planning to challenge the desert boss right away? You just reached level 20 and your team members are not even here. Lam Hawk Day, are you planning to go solo to clear dungeons? Phi Long Academy's record has stood for 2 years without being broken." Lam Jr. A giant figure quietly stands behind Thu Han. Maknu quickly pulls her away from the stranger's path, and the surroundings become noisy due to this sudden appearance. It's them. They are from Bailey Academy, who have been preparing for a long time to set a new record at the Desert Overlord. Seeing the shining armor on the leader's body, someone quickly realized they even brought many gold-level equipment. The leading man in front of the crowd declares firmly, "Our Bailey Academy must set a new record this time." He frowns sternly and issues an order. "Hurry up and get everything ready. Don't let any mistakes happen." The man silently wondered, do they also clear the desert battlefield dungeon? It seems this time we need to act faster. Meanwhile, a familiar step quietly ascends each stair. Following Mongu's back, surprised voices kept ringing out. Wow, this great god really entered inside, daring to go alone even to the desert warlord. Is it real? Or fake? Has anyone ever cleared a major dungeon alone before? If this time he succeeds, he will surely make history. The man from Baklai Academy glanced at you with a sneer. You dare to go into the desert of the barbarian king alone? Who's the chicken? Didn't anyone tell him that this is a major instance? Then he still speaks in a strict tone, telling his people not to pay attention to that reckless kid anymore. All team members prepare to move out. We have arrived at the Desert Overlord instance. Seeing the dazzling light, he quickly shielded his eyes and thought to himself that with the sun directly overhead, it was impossible to determine the direction. Manga raised his hand to block the glare. And if this was a major dungeon with a record of 16 hours, the rules here were probably even more complex. Manga summoned the skeleton warrior with a plan in mind. It seems he can only explore the map here himself. He pondered and calculated everything. Entering the large dungeon once cost 500 points, and the scan command requires 2,000 points. It seems I only have 80,000 points left. I can't stay here much longer. Soon, a red dot appeared, and I immediately exclaimed, I see the monster. The monster information appears. Desert Spirit, Elite Monster, Level 25 Super Enhanced, Power 5,000, Sensitivity 1,000, Spirit 2,000, Physique 6,000, Death Skill only disrupts. Seeing these stats, Manga secretly admired that this is indeed a major instance dungeon. Seeing its combat power, you also have to be surprised. It's just a small monster, but its attributes are already comparable to level 24 boss monsters in the Mermaid dungeon. If it weren't for the dry lizard soldier leveling up to silver rank, dealing with it would also take some time. The notification appeared again after the attack of the Desert Demon Tree, killing the level 25 Desert Demon Tree and gaining 300,000 experience points, along with the Demon Tree's branch of the 5th type. Seeing this, Moyu remained calmly observing the situation. He thought to himself that experience was also a top priority. If all monsters in the dungeon gave experience like this land would become a holy place for leveling. Thinking of this, he quickly used the dry lizard armor technique, already having a plan in mind. If danger arose, he would hide in the desert to better protect himself. After a moment of confrontation, only Manga and the 3 Dryad warriors remain on the desert, and the scene shifts to 2 hours later at the oasis. Manga cautiously observes his surroundings, suspecting that the oasis is within the desert and fearing that most of the monsters are gathering here. As expected, a giant scorpion appeared, level 25 Oasis Scorpion, with 4,000 strength, 3,000 sensitivity, 2,000 spirit, 6,000 physique, and toxic skills. Because he had anticipated it, Manga was not surprised by its appearance, and was indeed fortunate to wait nearby. The dried warrior aimed directly at the target and unleashed its most ferocious attack, instantly sending the scorpion to the afterlife. The information board quickly updates, killed a level 25 scorpion, gained 300,000 experience, and received a sharp spear tip. But behind that ease lies an even more terrifying truth. A horde of scorpions is slowly approaching them. Manga was slightly surprised to see them. Is this dungeon fruit also a consumable item? Without hesitation, he decisively ordered, "Go bring me that type of fruit." He quietly calculated in his mind, letting the dry corpses block the scorpions while the others helped gather these fruits. Holding the fruit offered by the dry soldier, he wondered aloud, are all these scorpions gathered here because of this fruit? What is the effect of this fruit? The information about the mysterious fruit appears. The desert oasis fruit can restore mental energy, but it must be used within 5 minutes after picking and cannot be kept for long. After learning its effect, he was a bit suspicious. Can this fruit really restore mental strength? Manga takes a bite, and a gentle blue aura immediately radiates from his body. The information panel appears, showing his mental strength at 1859 out of 2900. Seeing that, he was a bit surprised as his mental energy was gradually recovering. At the same time, the scorpion-like creatures from the oasis rushed wildly to attack the dry lich warriors. Looking at the clusters of fruits on the tree, he thought to himself that as long as the fruits here are complete, his mental energy will not suffer any loss. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the spirit. Necromancer Manga quickly realized that this place was a skill training sanctuary for leveling up skills, then immediately appeared, and he silently vowed to himself that he must level up his summoning skill to summon the necromancer again. Watching the two opposing forces clash repeatedly, along with his thoughts that his mental energy is unlimited, he suddenly had an idea that he could continuously summon the bone golem mages. Amid the chaos, Manga also found his solution. Once the skill reaches level 20, the Dry Lich Mage can transform into a silver level. As he grabbed that fruit, he calmly ordered the skeleton warrior to continue. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had gone by, with a notification appearing amidst the dust of the battle. Summoning the Ice Elemental Mage, whose skill has reached level 20, Mo quietly said with satisfaction, "Finally succeeding." You immediately use the summoning command, "Appear now." The Dry Lich Mage, a Dry Lich warrior with an overwhelmingly dominant magnetic field, appears. Its information states that the Ice Lich Mage is level 20 with a silver water element, strength 2000, sensitivity 2000, spirit 8000, physique 2000, and the skill Cold Water Violent Storm, which within a certain range creates a cold water storm that deals ice elemental damage to targets, with attack power based on spirit. The elemental powers of each of them are demonstrated through their moves: the Fire-type Dry Lich Mage with the Fierce Fire Flame skill, the Lightning-type Dry Lich Mage with the 5 Thunder Strike skill, and the Wind-type Dry Lich Mage with the Dragon Scroll. Windbuster skill. When everything is ready, Proud Manhwa stands among the Dry Lich warriors and loudly declares war. "It seems you just killed my Dry Lich Mage and are very happy. Now it's my turn, right?" The image of the Frostfire Dryad Mage appears full of power, alongside Wind and Lightning, which are equally formidable. Immediately afterward, the 4 great Dry Lich sorcerers each unleashed their own elemental attack. Ice Fire, Lightning Wind. The Scorpions were quickly defeated with weak resistance. Some were electrocuted, others frozen to death, and some were torn apart by the wind. The worst pain is probably being burned alive. Seeing the scene before him, he exclaimed in admiration, "This is true large-scale dungeon level." Manga orders, "Our team also has one. Summon the Dry Lich Mage, currently 30 skeleton soldiers and 70 Dry Lich Mages." He looked at the Scorpions ahead and thought to himself that as long as they were the same level, he could still handle large dungeons on his own. The Dry Lizard soldiers all drew their swords and charged forward, and Moyu continued to raise his hand to summon, then burst out. Immediately, explosions erupted, causing significant casualties among the giant level 25 Desert Scorpion. The system notification sounded, rewarding experience points plus 300 N and a sharp gold tail. "Oh, I don't see any suspicious figures anymore." You wonder aloud, "Are there no more monsters?" Manga suddenly realized that I still have other skills that haven't been upgraded. I wish there were always more monsters like this. I worry that if the Skeleton Mage has leveled up to White-Silver rank, I should find the dungeon boss as soon as possible. The longer the time drags on, the lower the chance of obtaining the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, something rushed toward Manga, catching his attention. Manga guesses these monsters are part of the Beast Tide. He quickly activates his bone armor. He flipped into the air to dodge the oncoming horde of monsters below, with a swarm of ants and the system display appearing on the screen. The level 26 Desert Ant Soldiers. Mofan lands on the back of an ant soldier and wonders to himself, where are they headed? These swarm of desert ants suddenly dive underground. Looking at the whole scene, Moyu guesses this might be their nest. Suddenly, a giant creature appears before him, and the system immediately reports that the desert flying ants are elite monster type. Level 27 with 6,000 strength, 3,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, and 3,000 stamina. You seem to have understood what this giant thing in front of you is. An aerial ant. The flying ants are considered the guards of the Sword Queen. It seems the boss here is the Ant Queen. Manga uses bone armor to attack the flying ant directly. Seeing that the bone armor isn't fazed by it, you mockingly wonder if it still wants to bully my bone armor that hasn't leveled up yet. Manga summons multiple bone mage soldiers. The flying ants are surrounded by dozens of skull warriors and the ultimate move, Dragon Fist Storm. The swarm of ants seems to have sensed the danger and rushes towards their nest. The system reports a desert level 27 ant attack with 360,000 experience points. With the 4 wings of the flying ant, you are ordered to depart now. My warriors. Manga commands loudly, "All my warriors, follow orders and find the residence of the Queen Ant." You look down on the swarm of ants beneath your feet. I only need myself and my Dry Mage here. The system announces killed level 27 Desert Flying Ant, gained 360,000 experience, and received 4 flying ant wings. Finally, I found it. If that's the case, there's no need to waste more time. Let's face the boss here directly. The system reports the stats of the Queen Ant. Is that the Queen Ant? Elite Super Enhanced Guardian of the Monster Queen, level 27, strength 5,000, agility 4,000, mental power 3,000, stamina 7,000, skills include armored transformation into a snake. Moyan said disappointedly, "I thought there might be some challenge, but it's not interesting at all. You boldly give orders. Go play with them. My warriors, Then, one move after another was unleashed, storming with fierce assaults. Moyu covered his face with his hand and shouted, "It's not about the skill being new or not. Luckily, I awakened the armor skill." His face was full of murderous intent as the mage pulled the queen's guard's leg and the warrior cut it off. The first technique appears, turning the armor into a snake. The system reports a level 27 King Guard experience kill plus 390,000, and you receive 10 King Fangs. The Queen Ant counterattacks with Soundwave attack, instantly blowing away McNew's dry corpses until they vanish. It keeps using another skill to roll up the swarm of ant soldiers. Witnessing this, I am extremely angry and command. Another ultimate defensive skill, wasting my time again. Revive now. McNew was quite surprised to see the swarm of ants approaching, and he exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the summoning technique of the ant army? I can't believe it. Such a thing actually exists." "You're not planning to rush to your death, are you? Then use the fire talisman." The spell rapidly struck the ant queen. Explosions continuously erupted around it. The system then notified that killing the desert ant queen granted 800,000 experience points, awarded a silver-grade longsword from the ant queen, a silver-grade ring from the ant queen, and the ant queen's witness, which was handed over to the beast tamer for incubation, allowing the acquisition of the ant queen. I hold the egg wrapped in my hands and say regretfully, "This large dungeon run has earned me quite a few points from the items, and my experience has increased significantly. The oasis and the ant colony helped boost my experience by 78%. Makangu continued, "It's a perfect place to level up, but I don't have much time, so next time I'll come back to erase the experience and take the brawler's heart first." The moment passed quickly, and 2 hours later the warriors were still fighting non-stop. The strange monsters in the desert, like giant sandworms, are also being slaughtered. You look into the distance, hesitating as you guess that this is the world-level fierce lion leader. Looking at the towering city and the dark armies below, Moyu silently thought, "It seems I have found the right place." On the city wall, a lion archer is on guard, and its information quickly appears. After reading the information, he immediately realized that their attributes were all stronger than the ant soldiers and flying ants in the ant cave. Turning his gaze to the lion charging into battle nearby, he received another information panel. The elite desert lion beast warriors level 28 with strength 6,500, agility 5,000, spirit 2,000, and stamina 5,000. Watching the lions train, I was surprised and thought to myself, their formation is orderly, so we probably can't use the same tactics as in the oasis and the ant cave. Makangu coldly drew out the scythe of death and slowly said, "I also know how to set up a formation. I raise it high and call out clearly the necromancer summon the spirit general. A giant body with black and white dominating appears, its eyes flashing with a mysterious blue aura. At the same time, its information panel also appears. Summoning item, Spirit General. Positioning skill amidst the desert and surrounded by eerie spirits, he calmly declares, "Go forth, my warrior." The Spirit General immediately uses the positioning skill. Seeing that the preparations were complete, Moyu began the battle, fulfilling my will, leading my warriors to attack them. The undead soldiers immediately charge forward, covered in blazing red blood, accompanied by a heavy, overwhelming power. The lion army is not to be outdone, as the alpha roars and commands his soldiers, unleashing a rain of arrows from the sturdy fortress. They are called 100 hits, and the battle scene becomes increasingly tragic. The rain of arrows continues to fall from the sky. Flames burn fiercely, and mysterious bursts of power are constantly unleashed. The furious arrows barrage the lion fortress, and although some are blocked, their overwhelming numbers keep them in the dominant position. The furious lion warriors roared, their eyes blazing red, charging forward. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending all of them into the sky. In the chaos, Moyu calmly said, "Unfortunately, their bodies fell into the fortress, so I can't lock onto targets or use corpse puppets." Seeing the shadows surrounding him, he sighed and added, "But luckily, you're here." In the battle, General Lin continues to use his furious attack, shifting his gaze to the sturdy city gate. He orders half of the mages to open the gate for us. On the city wall, the lion archers keep shooting arrows down, but he still speaks impatiently. After all this time, they still can't break through the fortress gate? Suddenly, Makangu hesitated, a realization flashing through his mind. This is a large-scale instance, perhaps requiring team coordination or some special method to open the door and face the final boss. Recognizing the problem, he quickly turned back and ordered his warriors. All disturbances caused by the dungeon mechanics stem from insufficient firepower, pushing their corpses toward the city gate. Makangu aimed directly at the pile of bodies at his feet and used the explosive skill. The information panel immediately confirmed the use of the corpse explosion. Soon after, an explosion erupted from the pile of bodies accompanied by flashes of lightning. Manga watches intently as what is about to appear, General Lin standing silently behind him, ready to fight. Inside the fortress, a mighty lion sits proudly on the throne, its eyes flashing with a cold glint. The information about the Tyrant Lion also immediately appears. Tyrant Lion, world level leader, level 31, strength 13,000 Hor, agility 8,000 Tound, spirit 2,000 Tsur, stamina 12,000 Ts, skills including Hellish Roar, Provoking Fury, and Whirlwind of Chaos. Seeing its fearless stance, it didn't take long for you to realize this is a world boss, right? Sure enough, it's not like any of the previous bosses. In front of it, Moyu was no bigger than an ant, but he still stood tall and fearless. Moyu silently thought, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." The Savage Lion King launches its massive body into the air and roars menacingly, using its rage-provoking attack. Information about your warrior also appears. A silver-grade soldier with 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, and 4,000 stamina. After its attack, the notification appears, showing 2 bone soldiers destroyed. The Savage Lion Overlord loses control, roaring wildly in madness. Manga hurriedly ordered to stop it. Immediately after, a series of moves were launched directly at it. The 5 Thunder Explosive Peak arrow is temporarily disabled. Before it can recover, continuous bursts of energy force it to retreat. The Savage Lion King gradually slowed down, gripping its weapons tightly, then spun around repeatedly, creating a tornado that swept everything away. This move is called the Fury Wind Spin. As the move ended, Manga received news that 24 bone soldiers had been destroyed. He raised his hand to shield his face, seeming worried by the overwhelming power. Too strong, such an attack force might even overwhelm professional knights. Thinking of this, Manga hurriedly shouted, "Stop for Ta." At this moment, the Savage Lion King was completely out of control. It roared with a deafening cry. That move was the scream from hell, instantly destroying 14 bone soldiers. Seeing the floating debris, he was surprised to realize that my armor can only withstand less than 2 seconds. Even though the chains tighten around him, the Savage Lion King is still strong enough to attack with a move, furious and provoking. Seeing its enormous figure, he began to worry. Although I can move without fear of damage, this blow might destroy my bone soldiers along with me. Manga quickly used the Soulfire technique, and the Soulfire skill immediately appeared on the information panel. When it was knocked down, he immediately ordered the warriors. "The opportunity is here, go all out for me." 4 bone soldiers are defeated, and the Savage Lion King rises up, furious as it unleashes a berserk attack. Meanwhile, Moyu also pours all his strength into using the Soul Flame. He said with a bitter tone, "The Soul Fire cannot be stopped. If my mage doesn't level up to the silver rank this time, I doubt I can fight it alone." In an instant, 20 minutes had passed, and a series of frantic attacks, Soulfire, Violent Wind, Han Thui Storm, and the 5 Thunder Fame Pavilion rushed forward. Manga's thoughts appeared. It seems it's almost over. Finally, a flicker of ember gradually disappears. Moyu coldly watches its hand slowly weaken. He stands there calmly and says, "Bao Quan, I acknowledge you now." At that moment, the information panel appeared, killing the Lion King, gaining 2 million experience, receiving the King-level gold weapon, the King-level gold warhammer and sword, the King-level gold staff, and the Bao Quan's heart, with the next drop time set for 1 year later. Manga frowned, his sharp, cold eyes leveling up to level 21. He furrowed his brow, combing his hair as he fought the brutal king, while the enemy commander reached level 20. Manga's level is 21, with 330 strength increased by 30, 330 agility increased by 30, 320 spirit increased by 30 plus 200. The Dry Lizard Summoner skill has leveled up to 21. Suddenly, after reading the notification board, Manga's face changed color. He was stunned. His Dry Lich Summoner skill had also leveled up. Could it be that after learning the skill, it automatically levels up along with his level? Looking at the giant bodies of the boss in front of me, Manga considers that, if that's the case, I also need to quickly train the remaining skills to level up. Standing there cautiously, otherwise the higher the level, the harder it is to train. It seems I still have to go to the Desert of the Warlord and rely on the desert's results to improve my skills. The scene shifts to a luxurious ceiling with golden lights and magnificent architecture, suddenly accompanied by a loud sound. It's been a long time since I last heard these 6 chime sounds. Everyone in the audience buzzed with curiosity as they watched the floating orbs. The 6 chime sounds meant that a new record had been set in the large dungeon. Who was it? A young man with an arrogant expression spoke. It seems the record this time was set by someone from the Bai Li Academy. He is Bai Li Sheng. From Bai Li Academy, the grandson of the principal of Bai Li Academy. Many people around whispered, I remember that the great master Manga also entered. Could it be his? He looked down on it. Ngu, who is he? Which academy's team does he belong to? Yet someone still dares to compete for the record against our Bai Li Academy. A man whispered into Bai Li Sheng's ear, Master, Ngu is that guy. And after hearing this, he burst out laughing and dismissed him. Are you saying he went in alone? Do you want me to laugh myself to death? That's a large-scale dungeon meant for 40 people. Going in alone shows a real lack of awareness of your limits. What do the others think then? Is it impossible for one person to enter a large-scale dungeon? Ngu is the legendary figure who set 2 consecutive dungeon records. Bak Li Theng looked smug and sarcastic. What's the big deal about records in 2 low-level dungeons? He's only level 20 now, and big dungeons aren't that easy to clear. This record definitely belongs to our Bai Li Academy. In an instant, the notification appeared saying the brutal heart had dropped with a cooldown of 364 days and 23 hours. The crowd below was stunned and in disbelief. They cheered loudly because the Baoquan's heart had truly been obtained. I heard Baoquan's combat power is very strong. If you can't kill it within an hour, you definitely can't get its heart. Although I am a fan of Lord Lam, this time I think the record was set by the Bak Li Academy. Bak Li Thong shouted happily, We not only set a new record but also obtained the Baoquan's heart. From now on, Bai Li Shuang Academy will also have boss items. The bulletin board updates, the record for the large desert dungeon, Baoquan, has been broken. Ngu, at level 21. 14 minutes and 11 seconds. 43 seconds. Everyone was stunned, opening their mouths in shock, unable to speak. Bak Li Thang, sweating and pale, trembling voice, that is Lam Moyu. A second later, Moyu, with a cold expression, stepped forward. Amid the cheers and applause from everyone, the Grand Master has emerged, truly impressive. I never expected him to set a record by clearing the dungeon alone, and even faster than the Bak Li Academy team. Bak Li Thang gritted his teeth in anger and asked, Are you Ngu? You frowned coldly without answering, thinking to yourself, after winning the heart of the tyrant, I must quickly hand him over to Lord Bak Than. Ngu, indifferent. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. Then he walked away, coldly. The students witnessing this scene are overjoyed. This time, the Bai Li Academy has truly lost face, and this story will definitely spread throughout the academy tomorrow. Who said they were so arrogant? A bunch of people who look very powerful. This time it's over as Elder Lam forcefully stomps on the ground, shining light flickering overhead. Everyone in the hall was bustling and surprised. Did you notice? Lam the Elder is only level 21, which means he has already entered the dungeon at level 20, completing a large dungeon solo at level 20. Is this really something a human can do? It's terrifying. Is this the power of a soul spirit master? At Bai Yi Yuan's office, he was half closed-eyed, pressing a stopwatch to his ear. Ngu, what's going on? Unable to find the team, Lord Bai Shen, I have obtained the ruthless king's heart. Evian looked up indifferently and said, I can't find the team. It's okay, I'll introduce you to some friends. Suddenly, Bak Wivian was stunned as he understood what you said. Wait a moment. Ngu, what did you just say? Lam Ngu, with a slightly naive expression, replied, I've captured the heart of the tyrant. He looked incredulous and contemplative, saying, This kid, he hasn't been assigned a new mission for long and has already captured the heart of the tyrant. In the quiet office, Bai Yi Yuan asked curiously, Where are you? I'm at the dormitory entrance. The Desert Boss Raid record earned 5,000 points and 30 contribution points, only obtainable once. You're suspicious, the new message, this reward is quite substantial, but unfortunately it can only be received once. Suddenly a surge of power surrounded Ngu, catching him off guard. It was a flow of water curling around his body. Bak Wivian's magic brought you to Man Van. He is sipping tea. Bak Than, that is Mr. Man. Ngu bowing politely, he respectfully greets Master Man, who kindly suggests, come and sit down. Yi Yuan reassures him, don't be nervous. Old Man is very easy to talk to. He is a divine level formation master. Sitting down at the tea table, Bai Yivian gestures and says, Ngu, bring out the heart of the tyrant. Answer him. Yes. A piece of gold crystal appeared in front of him, surprising Man Van. That's right. It is indeed the heart of a tyrant. Bai Yiwen lowered his head in doubt. You also went alone this time. Ngu straightforwardly said, still alone. His father asked about the results. He frowns. More than 14 hours. Van and Bak Yivian looked at each other in surprise, and the old man's mouth curled into a smile. Old Bach. Once you've agreed with someone, you have to follow through. He irritably threw a bottle of water to Ngu, saying he didn't need to be told. It was a gift of the Resurrection Shield talisman. The boy looked at the bottle thoughtfully. With the Resurrection Shield talisman, my leveling speed would reach a new height. Baek YVN raises his hand and asks, Makningu, do you want to enter the Sacred Light Academy? He responds, yes, but I still lack many contribution points. He pondered, realizing that setting 3 new records would only earn him 90 contribution points, but he needed 1,000 points to enter the Sacred Light Academy. Makengju looked up skeptically and shouted, can the initial battlefield use the Rebound Guardian? Bak YVN looks pleased and asks, do you think so? Is there any problem with accepting this mission? Makengu clenched the water bottle in his hand, the images of the mysterious dry soldiers flashing through his mind without issue. He thought to himself, it seems I can clear the dungeon faster to earn more contribution points. Bak YVN stood up and said, okay, I will take you back to rest first, and after the opening ceremony I will lead you to the initial battlefield. You look exhausted, thank you, Bak Thon. Is it appropriate to take him to the initial battlefield so early? Bak YVN proudly looked at the sky and crossed his arms as he responded. He also saw that he could clear large dungeons alone at level 20, and compared to some second-class transfer professions, he was not much worse. Starting the training at the original battlefield early is more suitable for you. He worries about the monster and the immense power it holds, but he doesn't tell you that there are enemies of the human race on the original battlefield. Maknu quietly closed his eyes on the bed, turning to the side, thinking to himself that after hours of grinding, he could finally rest today. Rest well today. Tomorrow he will go to the Desert Warlord to level up other skills. A man steps out of the space door, standing tall and smiling smugly. I'm back. Look quickly, it's the person from Bailey Academy returning. Seeing their joyful expressions, do they really think they've set a new record? Is there a show to watch now? He and the people from the same academy there were extremely excited, confidently throwing their arms up. Today, we increased our training time to 15 hours and 58 minutes, setting a new record. Bak Lai Martial Arts Academy. On this side, people from other academies silently mock their overly excited celebration. Suddenly, they all stopped addressing each other and looked up at the floating board puzzled, asking, wait a minute, Captain. This doesn't seem right. We didn't get the Baoquan Chi Tam. Who did this? The name displayed on the board above was Moyu, causing him to gasp in shock. Moyu level 21, 14 hours 11 minutes and 43 seconds, just one person? The man can only remain silent, lowering his head and recalling the image of Yu, while the surrounding whispers continue about him. Level 21 for 14 hours. He could no longer stay calm and shouted out in anger. No way, this can't be happening. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the other person quickly stepped in to stop him. Our captain, let's head back first. He ignored what the other person said and continued to shout in anger. He's only level 21, clearing dungeons alone, and he can do it faster than our Bak Lai Academy? The other students' groups kept mocking them as they took the opportunity to jeer. I really didn't expect Bak Lai Academy to get humiliated twice in one day. It's too funny. His face was beaten to a pulp. Lord Lam really is damn tough. It seems Bak Lai Academy is really famous this time. He couldn't stay any longer and ordered his people from his own academy. After a good night's sleep, Maknu wakes up from his dream. This is the second day. He raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking his mental energy had recovered, then calmly stepped into the hall where everyone was gathered, lost in thought. If I can find that kind of fruit in the desert this time, then I might as well upgrade the forbidden spell and the skeleton armor to level up immediately. Suddenly, a man approached and started a conversation with me. He raised his finger and looked at you, indicating that he wanted Makengu to follow. Senior brother Bai Li Shuang wants you to come with me for a moment. You just ignored him. He kept his hands in his pockets, silently lowering his head and walking away. The guy was startled by his indifference. He shouted in frustration. Ignoring me again, he's got quite a nerve. You don't know who Bak Li Thang is? Makengu turned to face him and said, if you want to meet me, tell him to come himself. The system analysis panel appears, showing cooldown time for the dungeon is 9 days. 2,000 points deducted for cooldown reduction, 500 points to enter the dungeon. You silently place your hand on your chin, contemplating as the command consumes up to 2,500 points. Everyone there was surprised to see you and came over to discuss. But look, isn't that Lord Lam? Is the great deity going to clear the Desert Warlord dungeon by himself again? The first time was because he was unfamiliar with the dungeon. This time, who knows what new record he will set. Miss Thuhan, my task is not yet complete. Could you please ask Lord Lam if he agrees to take us along to clear the dungeon? The people there also stepped forward and said, yes, we can pay with points. That's right, if the great god can clear it himself, then he can also take us along. We will pay with points. She is now in an awkward situation and stammering. Hey guys, the many and continuous voices around her echoed. Miss Thuhan, consider this, us begging you. Fine, I'll ask Moyu to see if he can teach you all. The guy who was just rejected by you went back to Lai Thang to report. Makangu refuses to come here and says the boss should go meet him himself. He frowned and said, "This kid's guts are really big," and that guy hurriedly chimed in. Yes, he really doesn't care about anyone. After hearing that, he raised his fist close to his face and said, "Do you think clearing dungeons on your own is already impressive? It's just a low-level dungeon." He originally didn't understand what the second transformation would be like after the change, but now he's stronger, and after the second transformation, he could also turn into a useless person. If he doesn't care about him that much, then forget about him. If I meet him again later, I can just teach him a lesson. Shuhan stands in front of you, clasping her hands together, begging. That's right, Lam Hokdae, they want to pass this mission from the academy, and those behind her are all begging you to. Great God, Lam is pleading with you. Great God, just take me to clear the dungeon once. I just want to complete the mission. That's right, Lord, I can pay with 1,000 points. When Moyu heard everyone talking about it, she widened her eyes in shock, confused, and asked again about the mission. She quickly explained to you that it was the dungeon quest assigned by the academy. Don't your fellow students know? The others are still loudly begging for your help. We've been stuck in this desert dungeon for a long time, and without completing the mission, we can't join the independent academy. We don't need experience, equipment, or materials, just ask you to take us along. Makangu calmly refused everyone, saying, "Sorry, I am also just a new student, and I don't know about this." What? So Lord Lin is actually a new student? No wonder his rank isn't high. After a moment of hesitation, everyone continued to gather around you to ask for help. Great Master, just take us with you. We can pay with points. I will pay 1,000 points. I will also pay 1,000 points. The idiom surrounding it makes it quite awkward. Seeing everyone keep coming out, the price also fluctuated. My accumulated points after buying weapons were indeed running low. It takes at least 2,500 points to clear a dungeon. If it's 1,000 points per person, then I could earn up to 39,000 points. Faced with such temptation, he reluctantly agreed to take everyone along, just 1,000 points per person. But I have one request. They happily replied, "Master Lin, we only need to complete the mission. Nothing else is necessary." That's right, we all follow your lead. Mongu secretly reveals what he's looking for. If we find that fruit in the desert warlord's territory, we can't compete with him. They were stunned when they heard him say that, whispering, "Is it the kind of fruit that can be found but not sought after in the desert of the Desert King? That kind of fruit is already very rare, and we never thought we would encounter it." That's right, Lord Lam, if we do find it, we won't compete with you. McNew tilted his head to look at them and said, "If that's the case, I can only take 39 people with me this time. Who wants to go first?" When they heard him say that, they quickly rushed to compete with each other. "Get out of the way, me first, me first. I've been stuck on this mission for a whole year." Thuhan angrily crossed his arms and shouted, making everyone fall silent. "Just line up quietly, or when the time comes, Lord Lin won't take you along anymore." After a while, they lined up neatly, and the number was quite large. You took out the list to get the money, but also didn't forget to thank them. "Thank you, Senior. Sorry to bother you." She quickly waved her hand, saying it's no big deal. Maknu glanced over and asked, "Have you finished your task?" Thuhan cheerfully replied, "Yes, I have. Just focus on your work and don't worry about me." He nodded and said to her, "If you ever need help with a task in the future, just find me. I won't refuse." Thuhan replied playfully, "All right. I won't let you refuse when the time comes." Soon, Moyu and everyone else were already at a different location. Everyone responded together, saying, "Don't worry, Lord Lam, we all follow your orders." He said, "Go east. We dare not go west." He said, "Stand. We absolutely will not sit." You stand in the middle of the desert. Raise your hand to summon the skeleton warrior, which appears as a skeleton soldier. They gradually emerge from the sand, and you order them to search the Luxiao desert. Seeing the skeleton soldiers, the people following were stunned and terrified. Damn it, is that what Lord Lam summoned? What do you call a death spirit mage? But the number should be more than 100. This is too terrifying. Is this a legendary profession? So, the analysis screen now shows a notification that the Desert Demon Tree is a super enhanced level 25 creature with 5,000 strength, 1,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, and 6,000 physique. As they see the dry-bone soldiers jumping and flying high, they keep discussing among themselves. What? Kill in an instant? It took our team about 20 minutes to get through this desert demon last time. It's really scary. The attributes of this skeleton are truly high. The system panel continues to display information. Level 21 silver-ranked dry-bone soldier with 4,500 strength, 4,500 agility, 4,500 spirit, and physical stats. System notification. Kill experience for the Desert Demon Tree increased by 7,500. You feel a bit confused, put your hand on your head and think to yourself, indeed, bringing along 39 people. The experience is too little, but luckily there are still 39,000 points of integration. In the future, I should run dungeons more often myself. especially since I've been leveling up other skills these days. A moment later, the others standing behind him and the dry lich soldiers saw this scene and were so shocked they couldn't stay silent. Is Lord Lin trying to pull monsters again this time? They've already summoned over 100 of them. Are they trying to rely on the skills of the dry lich mage to perform a linked assassination? He recalled the image of the energy recovery tree, and Manhwa silently sighed. It seems this was his first stroke of luck. You don't always get to encounter this kind of desert. The mummy's warriors begin to raise their staffs in defiance. You stand tall with your hands in your pockets, gazing straight ahead as the sand around them starts to swirl violently. If this time we don't have that kind of fruit, then kill the boss early and clear the level, then enter the dungeon again. The people behind were terrified by the ground and asked loudly, "What happened?" Manangu raised her hand to form a red power circle and shouted, causing bodies to explode. A huge explosion occurred far from where they were standing. Those people watched the ongoing explosions and wondered to themselves, their experience constantly increasing. How many corpses must Lord Lin have killed this time? This explosion is Lord Lam's skill. Oh my, the power is quite impressive now. Manhwa turned back and told them, "The monsters nearby are almost all dealt with. Everyone just wait here." I cleared out all the monsters in the ant nest and called everyone over. They calmly replied, "No problem. Just take your time. No need to rush." They watched his relaxed figure disappear into the distance, continuously marveling. It's only been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon, right? I'm completely clueless now. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were killed. After a long while, they still stayed in place, waiting for you. 20 minutes later, one of them scratched his head and spoke. Maybe we should go and fight the monster to test it out. If Lord Lam can kill it easily, then the monsters here probably aren't that hard to deal with. The two of them nodded in agreement and got up to follow. Maybe we should try it ourselves. Since we share the same profession and our levels are much higher than Lord Lin, we should be able to handle a monster easily. That's right, we might as well try it ourselves. Soon after, they screamed in horror as they led the monsters over, and 2 minutes later, they accidentally attracted 2 at once, starting the fight with the necromancer ready to heal. Both sides have started the challenge mode, and the soldiers are still trying their best to cope. These scorpions are probably still juveniles. Everyone stay calm. Those scorpions are attacking the defenses very tightly. It's hard to reach them. A brave soldier charged forward and was knocked back, causing his teammate nearby to shout urgently, "What? Your attack is too strong. Be careful not to hurt yourself." He quickly gets hurt. Someone shouted, "It's out already. Where did it come out?" The following mages are also struggling to hold their ground. Stop calling out and start fighting back. Suddenly, a rainbow-colored scorpion from the swarm ran over, with its stats displayed on the left, 5892 to 6000 health. They were immediately terrified. Are you just scratching its itch? Immediately after, it was hit on the head by someone, suffering serious damage. A brave young man and woman step forward and shout, "Let us go first." The soldiers shout and announce, "Let's retreat first." 5 minutes later, the system displayed a notification of a level 25 Desert Scorpion attack, with 7,500 experience points gained. The 3 of them, who had just been fighting monsters, regrouped and caught their breath. This is too tough. These monsters here are really abnormal. Is this how all the boss dungeons are? Turns out Master Lam has always had to face monsters like this. He's incredible. Over at Manhwa, the same notification appeared for the 3 of them. Attack on the level 25 Desert Scorpion, plus 7,500 experience. He glanced over, judging that these people really couldn't sit still. There are still many soldiers outside fighting with all their might, so why are you all just sitting there stunned? There's still one more here. Yes, 2 monsters lured in at the same time. They were all sweating and exhausted, with a few wounds to show for it. Damn it. What should we do now? I'm out of energy now. Wasn't it enough to just call out to Master Lam at that time? Why did I have to rush headlong to my death? Suddenly a strong wind blew in, accompanied by a swift scorpion heading straight for the crowd. Out of nowhere, a bone soldier appeared wielding a sword and launched a fierce attack. It easily cut the scorpion in half, and everyone exclaimed loudly, watching closely every move of the skeleton warrior, killing in an instant, right? I finally understand how powerful Lord Lam is, so he's pretty formidable. The group of people, relieved and sweating, breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts still on edge, glad that Lam Daithan left a Ko-Lao to protect them. But it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't Lord Lam even killed a single monster? Do I really need to say it? They are definitely pulling monsters. It's not like they haven't encountered them before. A few seconds later, everyone received a system notification of an attack. An assault on the 26th level Desert Battalion with 8,000 experience points gained. Everyone was stunned and overwhelmed like never before. This is my experience going crazy and leveling up rapidly. Oh my god, this efficiency is terrifying. A few groups are gathering to discuss. It seems that Master Lam has already reached the boss's lair. I heard there's a very difficult queen ant inside the ant cave. I've heard about that too. It seems that if the Duswat isn't enough, the queen ant will curl up by itself, and no matter how you attack, it won't die. Are you all still doubting Master Lam's teleportation skills? The scene shifts to Moyu, where he's alone summoning his abilities to capture the swarm of larvae and the queen ant. He used the corpse of the violent beast and continued to receive notifications outside. Kill the desert level 28 Sand King, gain 20,000 experience, and the information spread quickly. Is the queen ant dead? That's way too fast. Mangnu calmly said, "Let's go straight to the Tyrant City Bow." Inside, he silently calculated his next move, needing to finish this round quickly, reset, and then find that fruit afterward, as his teammates stammered in response. "All right, go ahead." You quickly walk off into the distance. The team members stood there in shock, staring at the scene. How are there so many monsters? This can already be considered an army. One of them sighed. I can't even imagine. If it were just Lin Daishen clearing the dungeon alone, he could probably go from level 20 to level 30 in a month. It's the familiar move again, the violent corpse, among the piled bodies in front, surrounded by red gas, making it hard to see clearly. Its immense power blows away chunks of debris. The group of onlookers was extremely shocked that they could conquer the city in this way, and when their stamina was full, they could bypass the dungeon mechanics. They all experienced it and quickly moved away from the center. That is the Savage King tribe. Is this the world boss? Even from this distance, I still feel a chill down my spine. Even from a distance, we have no idea how long it took Master Lin to defeat it. The ruthless Lion King appears with a massive body. The language of the world doesn't have time for greetings, straight to the main story. We meet again. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The group hiding in the cave peek out to check the situation, sweating and discussing with each other. Why does it always feel like facing a world boss makes the great god seem just like a toy? The Lam great god fights so easily, I feel like I could land 2 hits too. So go quickly, just hope you don't pee your pants. Before we even finished talking, a notification about the level 30 lion attack battle appeared. Experience 150,000. The guy in the cave just managed a quick joke in response, but he was also surprised by this power. Just kidding. The whole team was so overwhelmed with joy, they shouted and cried tears of happiness. We did it. My mission is finally complete. Mangnu quickly moved and ignored their celebration, using teleportation, and everyone in the group cheered loudly. Thank you, Lord Lam. Lam Daithan really is incredible. My mission was stuck for 2 years, but I finally succeeded. The next second, I teleported back to Thuhan's side. Senior sister, thank you for your hard work in helping us this time. Li Thang's junior members report the situation from afar. Bold Bai Li Thang and the others have gone out already. He's full of bad intentions, so you and he should go in and clear the dungeon together to see how he handles it himself. Mangnu looked at the crowd of soldiers in confusion, wondering why there were so many people. Thuhan shyly showed his regret. We've been stuck on this mission for a long time, and I heard the younger ones are about to clear the dungeon, so everyone gathered here. Mangnu turned to ask if everyone understood the rules. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, shouting loudly, and everyone understood. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we don't need any items. That younger brother of Li Thang, standing far in the back, secretly thought that it was really hard to squeeze into this team. Led by Mangnu, the group followed behind, and he silently hoped that this time they could find that desert fruit. Mangnu paused, his eyes shining as he looked at the fruit. Finally found it. Now he could upgrade the remaining skills. With a day and a half until the opening ceremony, he needed to hunt a few more times. He easily summoned his bone soldier to kill the monster. The group followed excitedly. Oh my god, even the male lead can level up. This is so awesome. While Manhwa appeared very calm, they were also very happy and satisfied. Earning these 1,000 points wasn't too bad. The fight on this side is very loud, with chunks falling due to Mangnu's magic. Everyone watching is amazed and excited, yet they still perform such moves. Never learn again, never learn again. The mighty lion tyrant continues to appear, stepping forward to face the army of skeleton soldiers below. The people following along are excited to watch. Who do they want to pass this time? It's way too realistic. Who would have thought this time would take so much time? Just 7 hours in, it turns out the record set by the great god is still not the limit. Li Thang's junior was so scared he broke out in a sweat, too terrifying. He had to quickly go back and report to the boss. The others in the group, just like the first time, defeated the boss and cheered with tears of joy. My mission is also complete. Lam Great God is awesome. The scene shifts to a brightly lit room where the subordinate is whispering and reporting back to Li Thang. Boss? That kid Mangnu? He furrowed his brow with a hint of interest, so he's exploiting the corpse's crowd control ability, and even has an undead army with extremely strong attributes. In other words, as long as we can limit his summoning spell and he has no corpse, then Moyu wouldn't be useless anymore. Lethang stroked his chin and analyzed. Any profession has its weaknesses, and it seems Moyu's weakness lies right here. Go call Lang Than from Conlong Academy here and just tell him I need to see him. He smiled faintly, hiding his schemes, stealing the jewelry from the boss of Bak Lai Academy and embarrassing me in front of everyone. I must make you pay the price. The two of you, master and servant, sit there in great danger. Back at the Ha-Kin Academy dormitory in the double room, a girl was standing absent-mindedly looking outside. It was Ha Tuyet. She pondered the words of Dong Duong. She needed to save up some points. Ha Tuyet pouted. There are so many good things in the Ha-Kin Huang residence, but they all require energy points, which are really hard to earn. I really admire that fool. He has over 30,000 energy points, and I don't know how much the top scholar of the whole country is rewarded with, but it's definitely not a small amount. She suddenly smiled when recalling the information, and heard Principal Lu say that Mo Yuer had arrived at the academy a few days ago, but she didn't know how he had been doing these days. Mo Yuer was still fully focused on controlling the bone soldiers to eliminate the boss. Han Tuyet seems to trust you completely, but with that guy's abilities, he probably won't have a bad life either. The next day, the three of them gathered together to chat. Suddenly, Tine Hien shouted, "That kid you trust so much is also too sick." Wai Vian asked his old friend, Nin Tine Hien, Nin Wai's grandfather and the principal of Ha-Kin Academy, with confusion. "What's going on? Usually calm and composed. Why are you saying such nonsense?" Tine Hien looked at the screen angrily and replied, "This kid went to the Subquest Palace and charged a fee to lead people through the Desert Chaos Boss, Subquest." Yi Yuan nodded. "Isn't charging a fee for others to lead through subquests a very normal thing?" "This kind of thing has always happened." Tinian snorted in annoyance, but he was the only one leading 39 people through the instance. "This kid is pretty good, leading 39 people at once. I never expected he could come up with that. We absolutely cannot let those people take the opportunity." Tinian, losing his temper, slammed the table. "Old Bai, don't you know what the Academy's intentions are with those missions?" The real issue was that they were trying to select outstanding talent stuck in this mission, and Lam Moyu's actions are a result of that. Evian sipped his tea lightly and calmly said, "I obviously know, but so what? The missions and rules are all set by the Academy." Nung Yu also didn't break any rules set by the Academy. He frowned slightly and glanced at Tai Nian. "I haven't been satisfied with these missions for a long time. In recent years, so many good seeds have been stuck, because they are not good at communicating and can't find a team. I think this kid is doing very well." And Van also agreed and said, "The systems of the Academy are too outdated, established hundreds of years ago. It's truly time for reform." At this point, Tai Nian couldn't keep his composure and slammed the table before standing up. They are the same kind of person. Seeing this, Yi Yuan chuckled softly and threatened, "If you are that old and still have that temper, let me warn you. If you touch Lin Mo Yu, I will destroy the auxiliary palace." Finally, Tai Nian stormed off in anger, and Van watched his figure leave, feeling disappointed. "This old man won't change his ways." Yi Yuan chuckled softly. "It's easy to change a country's fate, but hard to change a person's nature. Only one person in this world can handle his personality." At the Desert Warlord, in the desert oasis, Mo Yu is still on the island. The leveling sound rings out and the armored skeleton reaches level 21. Summoning the skeleton to form a protective shell that grants 2100 health and defense for 5 minutes, usable on others, the boy stands lost in thought as the skeleton armor finally levels up. With the boost from my talent, I can now provide 21,000 defense points, so it should be able to withstand the attack of the Savage Warlord. Moments later, I wave my hand and cast a slow curse on the approaching monster attacking me. The slowdown curse also leveled up, increasing its effect, but unfortunately the raging corpse needs to explode to level up. Otherwise, I could have used this opportunity to train it to max level. There is only 1 hour left before the opening ceremony, and Ha Tu-Yet is walking to the schoolyard with Ta Mai. She cheerfully says, "Since I don't have many points accumulated, I chose the dormitory with you two. I didn't expect to be in the same room as you." Ta Mai nodded. "I didn't expect that." Ha Tu-Yet continued, "You seem very confident. I don't have many points, but I will cover the future meal expenses." Suddenly, Ta Mai softly reminded her, "Ha Tu-Yet, that's over there." Fongdu was standing in the corner and saw them, but turned around. The girls around him all secretly exclaimed, "He's so handsome, pretending to be a swordsman, I want to confess." Fongdu quickly approached Ha Tu-Yet and the other person. "Hello to both of you." Tame replied, "Hello." Hatuyet teasingly said, "You're really welcomed here." Suddenly Tame remembered to ask. She didn't notice Fong Tu's awkward expression, and only then did she recall whether the two of them had seen Lam Moyu anywhere. Over at Ju's place, you're checking your stats and finally reached level 22. As expected, your skills improve along with your level. After finishing, he immediately entered the teleportation gate to Hakin Academy. As he walked, he continued to calculate. Having entered dungeons so many times, he now had over 350,000 points, but it still wasn't enough. A mid-level skill scroll costs 80,000 points, and I can only buy 4 at most now. For understanding mid-level skills, 4 scrolls are completely not enough. Moyu pressed the watch on his wrist, his eyes becoming even more determined. I have to find a way to earn more points. But now we have to attend the opening ceremony first. Nearly 20 minutes later, at the Hakin Imperial School courtyard, Hatuyet's group was waiting. She asked anxiously, "There's less than 10 minutes left. Why hasn't that guy arrived yet?" At this, Fong Tu called out loudly, "He's here!" As Moyu arrived, the atmosphere around him immediately grew tense and oppressive. The 3 from Fong Tu's group also felt a bit wary as he had become stronger. Hatuyet nodded and said, "Yes, I think he's gotten stronger." Tamai added, "He still has fighting spirit on him, probably just came out of a dungeon." The people around looked at Moyu with curiosity and whispered, "That's the national top scholar. Lam Moyu, he looks really unusual. Just looking at him makes me feel scared." Suddenly, Hatuyet's call broke the gloomy atmosphere. "Lao Notch, we're here." Moyu smiled softly. "You all have arrived." Hatuyet snorted softly and said, "Boring. If we didn't come, wouldn't we just not pass the exam?" Tamai quickly asked beside her, "Lam Moyu, what level are you at now?" Moyu softly replied, "Level 22. The 3 of them were all surprised and asked again, "We haven't seen each other for just a few days. How did you level up so quickly?" Moyu calmly thought that if it weren't for leading people to earn points and level up slowly, she might have already reached level 24. Fong Tu, a bit more composed, said, "I know the academy has a side palace where you can use points to reset the cooldown time." Hatuyet sighed and added, "You are the top scholar in the country and have plenty of points to spend, unlike us who have to be frugal and find it hard to earn points." Remembering the series of sounds of earning points, Moyu felt a bit guilty. Maybe earning points isn't that hard after all. A while later, the bell rang out and the opening ceremony officially began. A teacher's voice loudly announced, "Welcome everyone to Hakin Academy. Maybe all of you were geniuses in high school, but those days are gone. Now you all have a new identity as freshmen at Hakin Academy." He continued, saying that the academy is divided into regular students, academy students, and top students, each tier receiving different resources and treatment, so everyone should work hard to move forward. Then, the teacher said, "Our opening ceremony at Hakin Academy features a traditional event where former students challenge new students." He then began explaining the rules. All previous students have the right to challenge you, but they must pay the corresponding points. You can refuse. However, if you win, the points offered by the senior students will belong to you. Of course, whether you win or lose, as new students, you have nothing to lose. The teacher continued loudly, "This is also a good opportunity for those with fewer accumulated points like you to earn some. New students with real strength don't miss this opportunity." At this moment, the 3 senior elders, YVN, stand above and look down, subtly criticizing and reminding the new students not to be arrogant. "Nothing new or interesting?" Tainhian added, "The new students are all top scholars from different places, arrogant geniuses, each very proud." Yenvian looked back at Moyu and wondered if anyone would dare to challenge Lam Moyu, while Anvan also felt curious, thinking no one would be foolish enough to dwell on it. The new students below, after hearing the rules announced, burst into noise, losing nothing, winning praise. "But there's still good news like this. Even though our level is lower than the previous students and our skills are worse, how can we win?" they said, looking cautiously at the seniors. The teacher then spoke to reassure everyone, saying the competition would take place on a professional fighting arena, with a formation to suppress both sides' levels, using the lower level as the standard, and all skills above level 20 would be disabled. The formation will protect you from life-threatening danger. The academy also has divine-level healers to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, some people stepped forward to challenge him. "I want to challenge you." The one being challenged nodded, "I accept the challenge." The people below saw the faces of the challengers and recognized them, saying, "I know that freshman, he's the top scorer of a province." Is it really this interesting right from the start? Next to Moyu, I also received a challenge. "Lam Moyu, I challenge you." Lang Tran arrogantly said, "I know you are the top scholar of this new student class. Do you dare to fight, or are you afraid?" Looking at you in front of me, Gu felt a bit annoyed, thinking this guy is truly a stubborn ghost. Too bad he's at the academy. Then he calmly asked, how many points do you want to wager? Lang Tran calmly replied, 5,000 points. Gu slightly disapproved upon hearing it's too little. Lang Tran was surprised that 5,000 points was too little and asked, so how many points do you want to accept the challenge? Gu gently pointed and said, 10,000. The new students listening to Gu's words were all taken aback. 70,000, I only have 5,000 points, I only have 7,000. Are you joking? Do you even understand what 100,000 accumulated points mean? Do you have 10,000 points? You're not worth even selling. Gu's expression darkened slightly, but he still said, let's fight it out then. The bet will be my accumulated points. If I win, you have to give me as many points as I have. If I lose, my points will become yours. He asked softly, do you dare to bet, senior student Lang Tran? Then Moyu continued, do you dare not? Seeing his expression, Shaju beside him was amazed. Lam Moyu surprisingly spoke so much at once. It seems there is a deep-seated grudge between him and senior brother Lang Tran. Hearing the challenge, Lang Tran felt a bit guilty and wondered why he was so confident. If I don't agree, it'll be too embarrassing. Thinking about it, he replied, what is there to be afraid of? I agree. What does a new student matter? Besides, I still have my trump card. Vienne looked at Lang Jin with a hint of disdain, thinking this kind of fool would die quickly on the battlefield. And Wen glanced down curiously and asked, little Lam has led people through the dungeon so many times. Now at least 300,000, right? Tinheen beside him snorted softly, blocking the way. At the arena, the two mages have already arrived. Lan Zhen from Bailey Academy, a level 21 mage, and Lam Moyu, the national top scorer, a level 22 spirit mage. The students below looked at the two and whispered, he's the one. He's the one who set a new record in the dungeon palace. Lord Lam, I didn't expect he's a freshman. I just led him through the Desert Warlord. Every time Lord Lam leads someone through, the dungeon can earn nearly 40,000 points. There must be a lot of points accumulated now, and if he wins, it will be quite a spectacle to watch. Lang Tran on the arena taunted, if you are the top scholar of the whole country, you're just a fool in front of me. Gu calmly replied, my rank is lower than yours. Lang Tran angrily summoned his weapon and said, I have had exceptional talent since I was young and trained at the academy. A genius like me is not someone an ordinary person like you can compare to. Does having a powerful profession mean anything? That's just because you got lucky. On the battlefield, awareness is what truly matters. Gu repeated the same words as before, his rank still lower than mine. Lang Tran angrily swung his weapon and cursed, do your parents not teach you how to speak? Hearing this, the image of his family flashed through Lam Mac's mind, and his expression darkened. Seeing your current state, Lang Zhen was frightened and startled. This look again. Just like in the side dungeon palace last time, it really wants to kill me. A second later, he snapped out of it and forced himself to say, aren't you relying on your two skills, the summoning technique and the corpse explosion? Without a corpse, no summon. Might as well be a target dummy. At this moment, Moyu gently waved his hand, summoning a blue flame, and beside the dry corpse soldier, another appeared. If it weren't at the academy, I would have been dead for sure. The dry-bone warrior quickly swung his sword at Lang Zhen, who then grabbed a talisman seal and shattered it. The sealing talisman activated instantly, and the dry-bone warrior disintegrated into dust. Watching this, Moyu frowned slightly as if his own skill had been sealed, preventing him from summoning the dry-bone warrior again. Lang Tran saw you fall into surprise and laughed loudly. See? This is called a sealing talisman for summoning, specifically used to target summoners. Then Lang Tran raised his weapon and said, you can no longer use your summoning skills, and there are no corpses here, so you're nothing now. He activated the Firebird Skyburn and roared, fear not, even if I can't kill you today, I can make you feel the pain of being burned by fire. Lang Tran looked at Gu in front of him, sneered coldly, and said, pretending to be innocent, Lam Gu. Let's see how long you can hold on. According to the celestial balance, this Lang Tran is not upright, yet he uses the sealing rune to summon, which is specifically designed to target summoners. And Van looked down in confusion and asked, why does he have a mid-level summoning seal talisman? It seems someone behind him wants to deal with Lam Moyu. Yi Wen calmly replied, just wait and see. He will pay a heavy price for this. On the arena, Gu quickly uses a bone armor to shield himself from the attack. Wuchi, Gu stands calmly amidst the flames and says, lucky you have surpassed level 20, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use level 20 skills. Lang Tran, still unaware of the situation, continued to attack arrogantly, saying, my skill, Fire dance covering the sky is so powerful that the burning sensation from the flames feels pleasant, so he can boast all he wants. Moments later, Mak-Ngu calmly walked out of the fire unharmed. Seeing you're safe, Lang Tran was stunned. How could this be? Impossible? Why does my skill have no effect on it? He keeps attacking furiously. This can't be. Die. Still, all of his attacks were nullified by Monengu. At this moment, Movu asked again, "Are you done fighting? Are your skills really that weak?" Then he raises his hand and uses another skill, Soul Flame. Lang Tran was immediately overwhelmed by this move, crying out in pain, blood pouring from his nose and mouth as he collapsed. The guardian of the formation outside is scared. If there hadn't been a protective formation on the arena, he wouldn't have lasted until I arrived. The students watching from below are also pale with fear. This is over. No need to consider anything. I only know that the previous student was taken down immediately by him, but it was too fast, wasn't it? Lang Tran couldn't leave a single mark on Lam Mak-Nu's body. On the arena, Mak-Nu approached Lang Tran, and he was immediately terrified upon seeing him. Don't come over here," Mak-Nu said calmly. "You lost," Lang Tran replied. I'll pay the points to you. Is that okay?" He thought to himself that as long as he didn't die, these points weren't worth much. The referee raised his hand and announced that the match was over, with classmate Lam Mak-Nu winning. The official announced that, according to the agreement between the two sides, Lang Tran must pay 358,000 points to Lam Mak-Nu. Hearing the amount, Lang Tran froze and stammered. "What? How much?" Lang Tran shouted in protest. No way! He had only been at the academy for a few days. How could he have accumulated so many points? It must be wrong. Wrong. The teacher's voice was full of threat as he heard him speak. "Lang Tran, are you implying that I am the one who is sick?" "Lang Tran, please settle your points immediately." Lang Tran stammered, I don't have that many points." The teacher then announced, "You have a total of 128,000 points, which will be transferred to Lam Mak-Nu first, and the remaining 230,000 points can be borrowed or sold as products and must be paid off within half a year. If you don't pay it all back, the academy will expel you. I know your background. The academy will come to find you and demand your family to settle the debt." As the teacher finished speaking, Mak-Ngu's accumulated points immediately rose to 120,000. Hatuyet saw him go down and approached, asking, "Why are you getting so strong so quickly? Later, take me to do some side quests too." Mak-Ngu nodded. "Okay." Mak-Ngu's watch then displayed a notification. "It's a call from Vian. Prepare yourself, we'll depart in an hour." Mak-Ngu thought that Bak Than had said he would take him to the main battlefield after the opening ceremony, and they are leaving so soon. After the phone call, he quickly turned away and set off. Watching his figure, Hatuyet was worried. He said Bai Shen wanted to take him to the original battlefield, without a second thought. Feng Tu nodded. The original battlefield is said to be the true battlefield, the front line of the human race. Humankind and the deep abyss have fought there for thousands of years. Tamai added that it is very dangerous, but there are also many dungeons, secret realms, and opportunities. At the item shop, Moyu took out several items he had on him and placed them on the table to sell. Once you've sold your level gold equipment, you can get over 2 million gold coins. Right now, I have 140 dry soldiers, 70 dry mages, and other equipment isn't very useful to me. A moment later, Mo-Ngu arrived at Yivian's side and asked Anwen, "Laoman, take us to the original battlefield." The very next moment, the two were teleported to the entrance of the original battlefield. Seeing the surroundings, Mo-Ngu was amazed. The god tower nearby, Yi Yuan smiled softly and said, "We're not in a hurry. I know you have 2 chances to enter the tower, but you must wait until your second class change is complete before coming, so you can gain more benefits." Then he used teleportation again and headed to the front of the city leading into the prime battlefield. Mak-Nu, what annoy? Liken Ngachoi. Is this the Yuan battlefield? He pondered for a moment, the familiar scent growing even stronger. A moment later, Yi Viang led the way, reminding them that the sky was watched by demonic eyes used to monitor the deep abyss and prevent monsters from launching surprise attacks. The guards outside glanced at their military badges, and then all saluted simultaneously. Mak-Nu looked at this scene with a hint of admiration in his heart. This is the influence of Bai Shen. "Looking at your face," Yi Viang smiled and pointed at Quan Hai. "That brat. I know what you're thinking. They don't accept people, only this. I'll make one for you later." At the military rank certification office, Yi Vian approached the desk and ordered, making the kid next to me a military rank certificate soldier. The clerk sitting there, hearing this, wiped his face and replied, "Are you blind or what, bothering this old man?" As soon as he saw the rank on Yi Wen's uniform, he froze. The other quickly stood up, bowed deeply, and saluted. "Greetings, General." Yi Vian didn't mind his attitude and urged him, Hurry up, we're in a hurry. The other person took Macnew's documents and nervously replied, Yes, I will do it right away. He looked up at Moyu and wondered, Is this the 5-star General Baishen? What background does this young man have? However, Bakthan personally delivered the military badge to certify you as a soldier. A few minutes later, Yi Vian handed the newly made military badge to Moyu and instructed him, This is the military badge. Wear it on your body and don't keep it in the space of your storage ring. This way, when you defeat the abyssal monster, it will automatically record your achievements. He added that white indicates the lowest rank, followed by black for soldiers, silver for officers, gold for generals, and purple for commanders. Ivian explains that the stars on the rank represent the number of achievements you've made at that level. The more achievements, the more stars you have. The system uses 10 stars to promote, and surpassing 10 stars allows you to advance to the next rank. For example, my rank is Celestial General with 3 stars, and across the entire Divine Ha Empire, there are fewer than Emmy people with the same Celestial General rank. After speaking, he stepped forward and continued leading the way. Follow me to another place. At the Spirit Hall, Yiwen led Moyu to this location. This is where all the revered sages and heroes from the past are honored, called the Spirit Hall. He said solemnly, They died far from home in battle, heroes for a lifetime, and even after death they do not return to their homeland, continuing to guard our divine empire with their spirits. Even after death I will not return to my homeland, but continue to guard our divine empire with my soul. Bak Wai Vian, a descendant of the divine realm, humbly pleads with the sages of the empire to bless my successors. The younger generation of the divine realm, Bai Weivian, pleads with the immortals of the empire to bless my successor. A while later, Yivian led Moyu to the Demon Extermination Tower, one of the 3 great towers of the divine realm. The space here is slightly shaking, and Yi Yuan's voice still echoes. The Demon Extinction Tower has recorded your spiritual trace. A star suddenly disappeared from his rank. From then on, even if you lost your life on the battlefield, we had a way to bring you back, as if leaving a chance for your survival. Hearing these words, Monu was stunned and revived. Baishan used up a star of merit to leave me a way out. Does this mean blessing the younger generation? After thinking, he said seriously, Thank you. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. Grown men don't need to say, Thank you. Just go to the original battlefield and kill a few enemies. Now I will officially tell you some things about the original battlefield. He pointed down to where Mekangu was standing and said, The war fortress of the Divine Empire is called the Eternal Great Wall, consisting of 9 cities aligned in a straight line, more than 1,000 kilometers apart, forming the Eternal Wall that stretches over 10,000 miles. Evian explained that the place we are standing is the #1 fortress and also the front line, unlike other countries that often request aid. Since the construction of the Eternal Wall, the front line of our Divine Empire has never been breached by the deep abyss monsters. He added that the original battlefield has many dungeons, but monsters will block humans from entering or attacking at the dungeon entrances. The battle in front of the dungeon is the fiercest and most dangerous, so you must be very careful. So you should buy more teleportation stones to send it back to the city. After that, Yivian quickly teleported back. He didn't forget to tell me everything I should say. The rest is up to you. A while later, Movu arrived at the city gate, where a few knights on duty saw that he was new and tried to advise him, saying, Level 22, kid. Are you here with an elder? The weakest monsters outside are level 30, and there are also deep abyssal demons appearing. Very dangerous. Makangu nodded and said, Thank you. I'll take a look. As soon as he entered the city, he felt the heavy atmosphere around him. The aura of the deep abyss was too intense, and his vision was also poor. Suddenly, a burst of shockwave hit from behind. Mekngu quickly turned around using his bone armor and exclaimed in surprise, Am I under attack? Moyu looked around suspiciously, unable to see any monsters hiding. The Dry Lich warriors quickly charged forward. The level 30 Ghost Soul battlefield just appeared, and Mekngu was amazed that it was a Ghost Soul. He continued to command the Kolau soldier to attack again, then concluded that it was indeed immune to physical attacks. Mangu frowned, planning to use another skill. If it's immune to physical attacks, then try elemental damage. A second later, a group of fire-type Dry Lich mages charged into battle. The level 30 Ghost battlefield was immediately burned to death. The system notification sounded, indicating the destruction of the level 30 Ghost battlefield, with 300,000 experience gained and the spirit breath obtained. The breath of the soul contains the will of the fallen on the battlefield and can enhance weapons and equipment. Mongju collected the new skill back into her hand, thinking that even normal monsters on the battlefield could produce this. He looked around the space even more contemplative, thinking that if there are monsters immune to physical attacks, there are likely also monsters immune to elemental attacks, and perhaps even monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. By then, the dry soldier and the dry mage would also become ineffective, so we need to be more careful. Over 2 hours later, Moyu continued fighting the monsters along the way. You stand in a corner waiting for the soldiers and the dry lich mages to finish killing the monsters, silently marveling. After 2 hours of fighting, they must be close to the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a group of panicked people ran from afar, the leader shouting to Maknu, "Run quick! There are Tamuyen monsters behind us!" Makvu asked, Tamuyen monsters? Without waiting for you to finish thinking, a pack of level 31 Deep Abyss hellhounds charged forward, and the people who had just fled now turned back. Seeing Maknu still standing there, they shouted a warning. They're changing their target. It's the demon dogs. That young man is definitely going to die. Are they eating people? His face darkened with anger. You guys. A second later, Maknu summoned his weapon and some Kolau spellcasters, his voice cold. Death is too good for you. 2 Baknan-level Kolau soldiers step forward to lure the monsters, and the Tam Uyen ghost dogs leap forward in response. The undead mages below quickly used ice and fire spells to support the attack. Seeing the pack of shadow dogs temporarily restrained, the skeleton soldiers immediately charged to finish them off. The system notification sounds, informing that the Deep Abyss Hound has been defeated, granting 310,000 experience points and 1 military merit, along with the Deep Abyss Hound's fang. At the same time, Danatus's scythe in Maknu's hand levels up, and he quietly rejoices. Finally, this weapon has a chance to upgrade. It seems defeating about 30 monsters can reach level 2. Thinking, Maknu used his skill and said, "Let's turn them all into my contributions, explosive corpses." He looked down at the military badge on his chest and smiled softly. His contributions increased, and the scythe was also upgraded. If only there were more monsters like the demon dogs, that would be great. I didn't expect the upgrade to also grant me additional attributes. The notification appears, Danatus's scythe has leveled up to level 2, mental strength increased by 100. The group that was fleeing just now all stop and look at Maknu's monster fight in amazement, exclaiming, "What the hell is this skill? Is he a high-level profession faker? I've never seen any profession that can summon resurrected undead creatures before." Somewhere on the battlefield, the Demon King of Flames sensed his monsters had been destroyed. Why did my little dogs all die all of a sudden? Could it be that they just encountered a high-level professional and let a few puppies go outside to play? Immediately after those words, hundreds of fierce red eyes of monsters appeared menacingly. At the frontline outpost of the sub-branch of the Dragon Clan level 26, the group that just fled has gathered together to rest. They looked at Moyu, whispering and chatting. So young. Probably not even 20 yet, right? Kwanham Trang, not even a star, just a second lieutenant. The 5-pointed star badge is for our divine descendants. Hey brother, are you going alone? How many levels do you want to be to team up with us? We are all followers of the divine, and we can lead you through the dungeon. No need, thank you. Maknu looked at the teleportation gate, calculating that it was at hell difficulty. Last time I only fought nightmare difficulty alone. This time, I'll try this one. Seeing him prepare to enter the dungeon, a person hurriedly approached. Brother, our team is still holding a position, no matter what level you are. We will guide you through the dungeon. Hungen is worried, but after all, he is the future hope of the divine realm and cannot let him die here. Before he could finish speaking, Moyu had already left. He went in and then came out, then went back in. Hungen worries as he enters the dungeon alone. Isn't this just inviting death? A member of the small nation beside him sneered, "Tch, I can find out with a quick scan. Your kind always likes to show off." He threw out a dungeon scan talisman, and everyone around was surprised to see what he revealed. An item that could scan the situation inside a dungeon. The person from the small Y country nodded and said, "Yes, this reconnaissance talisman can tell us the difficulty of the dungeon, how many teams are inside, and whether there are casualties." As a burning screen from the talisman appeared, the normal difficulty has a team of 4 people, and the nightmare difficulty has 2 teams totaling 12 people. In hell difficulty, only 1 person exists in the team. Seeing the hell difficulty line, the people around were shocked and spoke loudly. There's only 1 person in the hell difficulty team. I'm not mistaken, right? There is only 1 person in hell difficulty. Are you joking? He went into hell difficulty alone to die, and the little guy from the Y country sneered dismissively. The young people of Shengxia are truly bold and foolish. It really opened my eyes. He sneered and asked, "Do you think he can survive in there for long?" Hearing this, the people of Divine Realm immediately became angry. Some even drew their swords to warn him. "Shut up, or do you want to fight?" The Y country person's hands raised in surrender, stepping back, just joking around. He thought to himself, the people of Shengxia are really proud. Hungen stood beside this person, subtly threatening him and speaking seriously. "You small Y country dares to provoke us. Don't you want to live anymore?" I feel a bit regretful for Manhwa, muttering, "If he can come here alone, he must have extraordinary talent and is still so young. He is the future of the divine realm. What a pity." Inside the frontline guard station of the Dragon Clan dungeon, Manhwa has appeared here. He surveys the surroundings lightly, noting that it is quite different from the nightmare difficulty dungeon, as if something is being restricted. You try using your skills and then fall into deep thought, unable to use the space of the item world. In other words, you won't have any reinforcements and can't use teleportation stones to escape. This is an hell-level instance dungeon. Before Manhwa could finish speaking, a group of demon beasts appeared from afar, and their strength and level are likely to be terrifying. The monsters seem to sense your presence and quickly retreat. Seconds later, the Long Clan's spear soldiers and level 30 elite hell monsters all rush forward. Manhwa also acted quickly, summoning weapons and the skeleton soldiers to support. This is a hell-level difficulty, and even a single soldier possesses attributes far beyond his skeleton warriors, even stronger than elite monsters in large-scale dungeons, almost on par with bosses in nightmare dungeons. The Long Clan's spear soldiers and Manhwa's platinum-level skeleton warriors quickly clashed, as a top-tier monster charged forward, using a sweeping spear attack to assault the skeleton soldiers. Immediately, the risen skeleton soldiers all fell for the attack. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly thought, the monster's skill contains a stun effect, and if stunned, it cannot retract into the summoning space. Before he could think of a solution, your 3 Ko-Lao soldiers were defeated by the Long Clan's spear soldiers. Seeing this, Manhwa frowned slightly and issued an order. The surrounding soldiers and long spear troops, mages firing spells, and more skeleton warriors released by him charging into battle. Moyu observes the situation, assessing the strength of their attributes. Facing a large crowd directly is pointless. A few seconds later, an explosion occurred, destroying several Long Clan spear soldiers. Manhwa's experience points quickly increased, and he even gained a level 1 dragon scale. Manhwa equipped the bone armor skill and kept calculating. If their stun skills hit, the dry lich soldier wouldn't be able to resist, so I have to be more careful. The dry soldier is stunned and cannot retreat into the space, so it cannot be surrounded and attacked by the Long Clan monsters. After thinking for a moment, he slightly curves his lips into a smile, looking intrigued. Before, I cleared dungeons smoothly without any trouble, but now I've finally encountered a dungeon that requires caution. At this point, the remaining Longtok spear soldiers see the situation is unstable and have all retreated. Seeing their alertness, Manhwa became even more interested. Are they that perceptive? In that case, I'll use the Ko-Lao soldiers as bait to lure the monsters into a herd and then kill them. You continue to have your Ko-Lao soldiers pursue the Long Clan's spear soldiers. About half an hour later, suddenly the wind blew strongly somewhere. When Manhwa went to check on the dry lizard soldiers, he saw they were tied up tightly. It was surprising that Manhwa carefully examined the direction of the wind. This is a mage's skill. You look at the monster casting a spell inside with some surprise, not expecting that the creature here even knows how to use some simple tactics. It seems they have a bit of intelligence. At this moment, your 2 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Manhwa carefully assessed that if he could only summon a few skeleton warriors, it would indeed be tough to fight. Soon after, he summoned more than a dozen additional skeleton warriors. Unfortunately, I have many skeleton warriors. The battle between the 2 sides continues, and 5 more skeleton warriors have been defeated. At the same time, Manhwa also defeated 4 spear soldiers of the Dragon Clan, while the level 31 Dragon Clan mage quickly moved in to assist. Seeing this scene, Manhwa frowned slightly. He quickly used the Soul Flame skill, which indeed showed intelligence, knowing to attack the Dry Lich Mage first, but it was already too late. The monster hit by Manhwa's attack was instantly destroyed. Manhwa continued to attack, and his expression suddenly changed slightly, reaching the Dragon Workshop. This is one of the 4 types of materials that the White God wants. After killing so many monsters, there's only one. It seems the drop rate for this item is very low. After finishing, he immediately recalled the severely injured dry corpses into the summoning space and continued deeper into the dungeon. It seems he will have to run this dungeon several times to gather enough materials. Manhwa walked a little further and encountered a group of long-tongued soldiers. He muttered to himself, planning to use the same method as before to lure the monsters, but this time he decided to use the violent corpses, or else he was worried there wouldn't be enough dry soldiers to use. Up to now, this is the first time I've encountered a situation where there aren't enough dry corpses to use. No wonder it's in hell-level difficulty. A moment later, during the battle, Moyu gained a new skill just in time. As Yuen slowed down, Moyu quickly tied up the Long Clan's spear soldiers, then ordered, "It's time to counterattack, my dry mages. At Anvan's place, Evian returned from the battlefield. Anvan poured him a cup of tea and asked, "Has it been delivered?" Ligon nodded. "Yes, it's been delivered." Anvan looked at Quan He, who had lost a star from Yvian, frowned slightly and asked, "It seems you genuinely want to nurture him and even left a mark of him at Andlin Palace. The 5-star Divine General has become 4 stars, right?" Yvian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it wasn't important. "It's just a small military achievement. The boy's future is very promising. We can't let anything unexpected happen. Too many of our human geniuses have already died. It might even be better to be missing someone," he continued. "But I gave him a mission to gather some types of materials from the Long Clan. Even if he doesn't want to go and confront their patrols, he has to go, as a form of training for him. Even on nightmare difficulty, the items you want have a very low drop rate." Yi Wen replied with a slight smile. "That's exactly the effect I want. I gave him a time reduction talisman so he can clear the dungeon 7 or 8 times. Suddenly remembering something, Van broke out in a sweat, realizing that the frontline guard post of the long race has hell difficulty. At this moment, Yvian also suddenly remembered, probably he wouldn't choose hell difficulty, right? He chuckled and scratched his head. I forgot about that. I should have reminded him that the hell difficulty is completely different from nightmare difficulty. Don't worry, if he can lead 39 people through the Desert Warlord's dungeon, there's nothing he can't do. Besides, you already helped him leave traces without dying. At worst, he'll just suffer a bit. Suddenly, Yi Yuan asked seriously, "Do you think that kid can really clear the hell difficulty dungeon?" And Wen smiled and replied, "If he can do it, isn't that a good thing?" In the dungeon, Moyu had just defeated all the monsters. He sat down to rest and plan, having killed more than 20 dragon priests to get 2 horns. "My dry soldiers are seriously injured, but we've only covered about a third of the distance." I chuckle softly. This is the first time I've struggled so much in a dungeon. The monsters appear with high intensity and even coordinate with each other. No wonder it's hell difficulty. Looking at the distant city wall ahead, Maknu's voice becomes even more excited. I want to see just how strong the boss of hell difficulty really is. A little later, I arrived at the city gate and continued to kill a few more monsters guarding outside the castle. Moyu continued to encounter a new monster, a level 31 Dragon Clan archer. He was slightly surprised as the archer also had control skills, and the mage could only summon dragon horns. It seems the remaining materials must be obtained from other monsters. Thinking quickly, he pointed and ordered the Dry Lich soldiers to attack. "My soldiers, charge!" Before he could take another step, a skeleton soldier was defeated. Moyu was momentarily stunned. What? The dry soldier was taken down in an instant before it could react. He summoned his weapon tightly in hand and began to stay alert for unknown enemies around him. The attack was too powerful and fast. What could it be? A dry soldier has been defeated. Mongu is startled and observes again. It's happening again. All attacks come from behind. No matter what, I have to find a way to catch it. I can't lose to them. You use the ice storm skill again, caused by the raging tornado. Is it a hidden monster? Then I'll attack broadly. Let's go. The sharp ice crystals quickly shot forward on your command. After the attack, a shadowy figure of the monster appeared. In an instant, a straight kick struck the monster's body. A level 32 long-talk assassin was attacked by a sneaky, invisible monster that had been ambushing. You look at the monster and assess it briefly. Indeed, its attributes are very high, and its stealth skill combined with a deadly strike explains how it could take down the dry soldier in an instant. Then Mongu immediately orders the dry soldiers to attack. Once hit, the stealth skill will be instantly dispelled. If you've been exposed, you no longer have the advantage. A few minutes later, you had defeated several level 32 dragon assassins and collected a dragon's heart. So the dragon's heart came from the Long Clan assassin. Now only the divine blood and divine core are missing. I just don't know where they are. Suddenly, arrows and binding arrows rained down from inside the city. Maknu uses a skeleton armor to block the incoming arrows, ready to fight at the perfect moment. He quickly throws a few corpses and then uses a skill, causing the corpses to explode violently, immediately detonating and creating a shockwave. The city in front of Moyue was shattered, and at the same time, a level 31 Long Clan archer was defeated, gaining 620,000 experience points and a dragon blood essence. Defeating the archer again, another 620,000 experience points. Moyue entered the city at this moment, counting silently. The blood essence has appeared, falling from the archer, so only the core remains. Inside the city, Maknu continued using his mage and skeleton soldiers to attack and eliminate 5 level 32 dragon assassins. He looked up at a dragon statue in the city, wondering if it was Bisu. As the words finished, the face of the statue cracked open, then the entire statue shattered and fell apart. The sentry. The hell-level boss emerged from the shattered statue. Seeing the hell-level boss, Moyu's face paled slightly. It was level 33, 11 levels higher than his dry soldier. The true attribute is terrifying, much stronger than the warlord in the large dungeon, and it also has 2 control skills. You jump back to gain momentum and quickly run elsewhere. The guard shouted, and a wave of shockwave quickly swept everywhere. Mangga cast a slow curse. With such a high agility stat, it couldn't let it move freely. The guard is quickly ensnared by the curse, the chains wrapping around his neck causing him to roar in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the soldier and the necromancer charge to attack. Seeing this situation, Mangga worries that it might get hurt. From the fog, the lookout's eyes gleam. A second later, he used a strengthening skill to resist breaking free from the slow curse chains. Mangga was panicked and helpless, and the effect of the slow curse weakened. The outpost guard used a crowd control skill again, destroying 4 dry lich soldiers. He drew out another weapon and drove it into the ground, causing a mass stun effect. Immediately, 12 skeleton soldiers were defeated. Mangga frowned and said irritably, "Even though I can summon more after the skeleton soldiers are defeated to replenish, my mental energy is limited, and the stun skill is too hard to counter. I can't just let the boss keep destroying them. Come out, General Lin." As soon as General Lin appeared, he used his formation, and then a wave of power quickly enveloped the skeleton soldiers and mages present. Mangga was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, can General Lin's formation remove the stun effect? No, it's just an increase in the speed for the dry soldiers to recover from stun, but they all have the same effect. Thinking to himself, Mangga smiled faintly. As long as your stun skill no longer works, we have nothing to fear. Then he ordered the skeleton soldiers and mages to attack again. The sentry's health steadily decreased to 8547, lower than the total of 15,000. He immediately used a group stun technique again, while General Lin also refused to give up and quickly used his army formation. Seeing the state of the battle, Mangga smiled faintly and said, "Useless now. Once your control skill is broken, it's our turn to attack." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as the outpost guard realized she was there. He rushes to attack Mangga, who quickly defends with Soul Flame, cursing under his breath. Mangga counterattacks the guard. You realize the armored corpse blocking the shockwave is what kept you from being stunned. You amplify the power of your soul fire and go kill. The guard at the outpost screams in pain as he's surrounded by soul flames, then is relentlessly attacked by the dry sorcerer and soldiers. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Eliminate the sentry. Experience of 33 million gained the golden weapon. Hell Watchtower Spear. One of the guard station outfits obtained a golden weapon, the Hell Guard Shield. One of the guard station outfits obtained a gold weapon and the Infernal Guard Bracelet. One of the guard station outfits obtained 2 dragon cores, received a class transfer certificate, and earned the unique title of Dragon King. The title of the Dragon Clan War King grants all attributes plus 500 and reduces skill consumption by 50%. It is a title for those who conquer the frontline guard dungeon of the Dragon Clan alone at the Hell level. Mangga looked at the title of the Dragon King and the loot drop and was surprised, guessing that the Dragon Core dropped from the boss. But it's still early, and I've already received important evidence to prove I've been promoted for the 2nd time. This single title alone, with those attributes, isn't it too powerful? Mangga, now level 23, happily said to himself, "So the essence comes from the boss. I've completed more than a third of the mission Bakthan assigned. Quickly check the information. I just leveled up, so let's see my current attributes first. The only title I have is the Long Clan Battle King at level 23, with all attributes increased by 500. 50% reduction in skill energy consumption, strength 390 plus 500, agility 390 plus 500, spirit 390 plus 500, physique 390 plus 500, and 1900 plus 600 equipment. The Donatus level 2 sickle with was 100 spirit power, 21 out of 230 skeleton soldiers summoned, 70 skeleton mages, a 10-fold increase in overall talent enhancement, passive skill damage transfer, active skill, Soul Flame at level 23, summoning level 23 skeleton soldiers, level 3 violent corpses, slow reduction at level 23 armored skeletons, level 23 summoning mages, 27 out of 230 space summons. Mangga still doesn't know how his skeleton attributes have changed. You check that the silver level dry core soldiers and the silver level dry core mages have both been upgraded to level 23, with their stats also increasing. After checking everything, Moyu retracted his scythe and said to himself, "It's tough, hellish even, but it's full of experience, and the gear gained is even better." Waiting for the skeletons to recover, I used a time reduction talisman to continue fighting. A moment later, outside the side gate of the Longclan's checkpoint, as I stepped out, I immediately smelled the stench of blood filling the air, with corpses scattered across the path. You grimace in discomfort. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Manga summons his armored skeletons, alert and looking around. What's going on here? Behind you, a pack of ghost dogs rushed forward, but all their attacks were blocked by the armored skeletons. Manga looked somewhat stunned at the numerous monsters behind, all of them deep abyssal ghost dogs. Quickly use your most violent skill to attack. Manga, with a serious face and holding a scythe, narrowly blocks a Tam Yen demon dog about to attack, but is knocked down, and a few seconds later, more attacks come to drive away the surrounding monsters. The attacker shouted, "Hey you, come here!" Hung-an quickly reported the situation. Come quickly. This area has been surrounded by the deep abyssal hellhounds. Then the group rushed in to shield Moyu. A worried girl asks if you're hurt. We will help block the demon dogs, so hurry and use the teleportation stone to return to the city. Manga, looking confused, asked what happened. Hung-an replied that the monsters in the deep abyss released a large number of hellhounds to surround us. Hearing that, Manga pondered for a moment, thinking that with their strength they should be able to escape, but they stayed here to wait for the others who just left the dungeon. I wonder if they are unaware of what's happening outside. Are they worried that we were attacked by the demon dogs right after we left? Someone has already been attacked by the monsters over there. Hung-an explained the situation to you, that it was the team from Y Country and they probably couldn't escape. Many of our people also fell victim to the maw of the demon dogs. The girl in the team quickly uses a talisman to scan the instance and check. Normal difficulty, no teams. Nightmare difficulty, no teams. Hell difficulty, no teams. After checking, he announced loudly that no one is left in the instance. Hung-an then ordered, "So let's prepare to break the encirclement." Suddenly they realize Manhwa is still here and turn back in shock. "Why haven't you returned to the city yet?" Manga chuckled softly. "You hold back the soldiers and the necromancer, while I still want to clear the dungeon." All the necromancer mages of the lightning, fire, ice, and wind elements immediately summon their powers. Just a few seconds later, the shadow demon dog was knocked away. The drybone soldier quickly moved in to attack the remaining shadow demon dogs. What the hell is going on? What's going on? Where did all these skeletons come from? On the battlefield, Manga's undead soldiers and mages are still fighting fiercely, showing no signs of weakness. The more they watch this battle, the more the members of the other team admire Manga. Those powerful skeletons are his summoning creatures. Even the abyssal dark dog couldn't withstand a single blow against them. Who is he? At this moment, Manga signaled to these people again. Everyone step back behind me. The others quickly follow the order and run to the back, but they still wonder why, feeling puzzled inside. Why are they listening to him? Manga calmly explains while using his power, "I want to use a wide area skill to avoid injuring everyone," then gestures forward and unleashes his ability, causing the battlefield where the ghost dogs are standing to explode instantly. The people behind looked at the explosion again, surprised. What kind of skill is this? That's terrifying. At the same time, after the explosion, Manga's rank also gained an extra star, with 100 military achievements, increasing by 1 star to reach 1,000 accumulation points. 5 contribution points and a rank increase, plus accumulation and contribution points. No wonder Baishen said you need to go to the original battlefield to check your contribution. You're holding Donatus's level 31 scythe with 300 spirit power, and your weapon has also been upgraded. I didn't expect such good news, so I can't let you go. But anyway, I didn't want to forgive you guys. Watching another explosion blow away the demon dogs, the group immediately started asking each other, "Is he the prodigy leading a certain academy in the school district?" The group immediately started asking each other excitedly. Chat Hung-an only then realized and hurriedly asked, "Wait, if I remember correctly, isn't he the one who entered the hell difficulty level and is still alive?" Hearing this, the others were stunned. No way. Did he clear the solo dungeon checkpoint of the dragon race on hell difficulty too? The monsters there have continuous control skills. How did he manage to break through? Ignoring their gossip, Manga's rank on the spot increased by another star. His military contribution reached 200, now 2 stars, with 1,000 accumulation points and 5 dedication points. Donatus's scythe at level 4, with a spirit power of 600. Moyu firmly grasped the scythe and briefly smiled. After leveling up, the mental attribute points given by Donatus's scythe keep increasing. I've always felt that this weapon is not simple. If I keep leveling up, I might unlock new skills, right? Seeing that the battlefield no longer has any shadow of the demon dogs, Manga looked a bit dejected and said, "It's a pity we only killed over 200 of Tamu Yen's demon dogs this time. It would be better if there were more demon creatures." After all the shadow hounds were defeated, the team members quickly collapsed, sighing in relief. It's really good we were saved. Why did so many shadow hounds suddenly appear? Could Tamu Yen be planning a large-scale attack? The original battlefield is truly too dangerous. Hung-an then stepped forward to shake hands with McNew and introduced himself. I am Thach Hung-an, a level 31 Holy Knight from Ha-Kin Academy. He shook hands with him and introduced Lam Moyu, a level 23 Death Spirit Mage from Ha-Kin Academy. Hung-an smiled happily and asked, So you're a freshman. Which class are you in? Mekang-gu pondered. On the battlefield you can't tell day from night, but it must be dawn by now. A moment later he replied, I just arrived at the academy and attended the opening ceremony yesterday. Hung-an's shield suddenly dropped from his hand. He exclaimed in surprise, So you're a freshman. Mekang-gu nodded. Yes, in fact, I am really a freshman. The two people behind Hung-an looked at each other in shock, wondering if all newcomers are now so twisted, and thinking that most new students are probably around level 15 or 16, diligently training at the school. Next to Hung-an, he happily patted Mo-nungu on the back and chatted. A new student with such strength, it's no wonder he can survive for a long time alone in the hell-level difficulty battlefield. I'm impressed, Mangacap replied modestly, too kind. You seem a bit confused, and asked Hung-an why not join in since I see the team leader's team isn't weak. A team member stepped forward and said, It's also because he couldn't defeat the monsters. We entered nightmare difficulty and we almost ruined the entire guild. Can you blame me for that? I was only level 29 back then and not fully prepared, he said again. Now we're only missing a guard shield, but unfortunately the trading post doesn't sell it. After I craft the equipment set, I'll hack the nightmare difficulty. The male team member worried. If you don't get the shield, we're about to reach level 32, exceeding the clone level limit. Hung-an replied firmly, I will definitely get it. If I really can't, I will buy a separate gold level shield to use temporarily. The male team member asked Moyu again, That's right. Does junior brother Lam need any equipment? If we can beat it, we'll sell it to you at a low price. Hearing that, Hung-an immediately stepped forward to introduce it. The guard post equipment is very powerful and belongs to the same level as gold tier gear. Although the apprentice is only level 23 now, he can start preparing gold tier equipment early and use it once he reaches level 30. Mangacap took out a ring with a symbol on it, then revealed a shield and asked, Is this the guardian shield that the senior needs? Seeing this item, Hung-an and the teammate beside him shouted in surprise. This is the Hellgate shield that Mangacap is holding, a top-tier gold-level defensive equipment with all attributes plus 300 billion, and a 50% increase in resistance to control skills, reducing the duration of control effects by 50%. At level 30, it can be used by two people simultaneously. Hung-an quickly approached Mangacap and stammered, Lam, where did you get this shield? Mangacap replied softly, Not long ago the guardian of the checkpoint was killed. Hearing that, Hung-an exclaimed in surprise, Lam, you said the boss at Hell Difficulty was killed? Mangacap nodded. Yes. The other two team members asked further, Junior brother Lam, did you do the dungeon solo on Hell Difficulty? Moyu replied casually, Yes, I did. Hung-an's team members secretly wondered, really passing the level alone, how is that possible? But the Hellgate guard shield in front of them was not fake. At this moment, Moyu handed the shield to Hung-an. Senior, try to see if you can combine it into a set. Hung-an just took the shield, and immediately the barrier lit up. This is the effect of special synchronization. The light from the guard post shield shines straight up into the sky, attracting the attention of many people who start to discuss. Oh my god, a guard post set. Someone has already collected the full set of guard post equipment. Who is that? That's a guard set even better than a few platinum-grade equipment. But someone already has a full set. After trying out the shield, Hung-an quickly asked Moyu, Can I buy this shield from you? I'll give you 10 million gold coins. How does that sound? Hung-an begged, Junior brother Lam. I only have this much gold taels. Mangacap thought for a moment and then said, This is just a set of gold equipment, not worth much money, just give me 5 million taels. Hearing that, Hung-an grabbed Monu's hand happily and said, Thank you so much, Junior brother Lam. His teammates behind him also cheered happily. Thanks to you, little brother Lam, Old Stone's wish has finally come true, so now we can challenge the nightmare difficulty guard post dungeon. They cheerfully thank him and head back together. Thank you so much, Junior brother Lam. Let's teleport back to the bunker first. The commotion has just assembled a somewhat large set of equipment. Moyu thought for a moment, then followed them. If that's the case, I should also go restore my spirit. You crush the teleportation stone ready to move. Somewhere far away on the original battlefield, the Flame Demon King slowly appears. He was furious, quite a few of them died. Go see what's going on. A monster figure appears in response. Obey the order. On the Yu side, Hung-an is still talking with you. Thanks, junior brother Lam. Now I have gathered all the equipment. We are ready to enter the dungeon. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Suddenly a group of people nearby loudly said, Kwang Huan, this is the Holy Light Knight. Hearing their chatter, Yu also looked over. Oh my god, that's a legendary class. Holy Light Knight, it seems to be from the Divine Pavilion, one of the top academies. The legendary profession is so powerful, I really admire it. Yu saw why called out to him, and it was quite skillful. I turned back to see you happily running over. Moyu, why are you here? Yu nodded and said, I came to complete the mission. Why cheerfully said, that's perfect, I also came to complete my mission. Let me guess, your mission involves some materials from the Dragon Clan, like a horn or something. Then she denied again, no, that's not right. This task is too simple for you. And finally Y said, I guess your task is the Dragon Clan spirit core that only bosses drop right. You guessed it right. I actually only need the essence of the dragon. I happily waved his hand and said, I also need to collect dragon orbs. Only then did Nian Sheng come over and ask who he was. This is a level 30 Holy Light Knight. He extended his hand to introduce Moningu, saying he is my friend. Niathan, slightly annoyed, he introduced himself as Chunhathan, level 30 Holy Light Knight. Makangu also responded. Lam Makangu, level 23, Purple Spirit Mage. After hearing Maknu speak, Y was startled and asked, So you're level 23 now? That's fast. I'm only level 21. Maknangu calmly said as before, I'll take you to do some dungeon runs. Y happily smiled and quickly agreed. Is that okay? Is that okay? Music Thang at this moment spoke up to stop them. Wait. He questioned, Why? Didn't you say you would take her out? Y shook her head in refusal, saying, Sorry, I don't need you to take me anymore, and my friend will take me, so there's no need to bother you. Hearing that, Nhathan Kin usually said, If it's just him, he's only level 23. How can he take you along if he needs someone to lead him around himself? YY frowned slightly and replied uncomfortably, Don't worry about me. I appreciate your willingness to take me, but I don't need it. Seeing Y's expression, Nakthan also didn't continue to argue. All right, then take care of yourself. If he doesn't make it, I can always find him later. He thought to himself, the guy pretending to be tough is only level 23 and already dares to look down on me. Don't worry, he will definitely succeed. Then she asked cautiously, So Makangu, what difficulty level are you planning to take me to? Normal or nightmare? Makangu calmly replied, Hell level. YY, shocked, covered her mouth and asked again, Hell level? Did I hear that right? She thought to herself. Chunak Than also just said he would take me to fight the nightmare level. Makangu nodded, Yes. Seeing his expression, Y immediately shouted with joy, Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I've wanted to visit the hell level for a long time. Seeing Makangu and Y standing together, Chunak Than was jealous. Even at level 23, he still wanted to take his sister to challenge the dungeon. He sneered, I bet Y will come running to ask me to take her tomorrow. A moment later, Maknangu and Y arrived at the teleportation gate, still excitedly talking nonstop, finally able to enter the hell difficulty level. The two quickly entered the teleportation gate, and those outside were stunned by what they heard. Wait a minute. Weren't those two trying to enter the hell difficulty level? Aren't you looking for death? The team that cleared the hell dungeon instance last time was from the Sacred Light Academy of the Hakin Imperial Academy. I remember it well. At that time, there seemed to be a very powerful female professional called a sword ring martial artist. Never mind them, they're probably just there to enjoy the scenery. Inside the dungeon, as soon as they arrived, Moyu used a skeleton armor to cover Y. She was surprised. Is this the defensive skill you put on me? Maknangu nodded, thinking it would be safer this way. I looked at him with a bit of admiration. As expected, the feeling of safety was still the same as always. Maknangu quickly summoned the skeleton soldiers, thinking that as long as they weren't hit by their control skills, this dungeon would be much easier. As soon as they entered, the skeleton soldiers had already taken down a few long clan spear soldiers. He praised the way you fought. Clearly the dungeon was at hell difficulty, but watching you fight so easily is impressive. Maknangu replied, It's not difficult at all. Hearing this, Y stuck out his tongue in envy and said, Only you say it's not difficult. Others find nightmare difficulty so hard they complain about dying, but it's not as easy as you make it look. On the battlefield, soldiers and the Kolao mages are quickly defeating the surrounding monsters. Watching this scene, Y secretly admired. He's much stronger now, and can even summon the dry lizard mage. After defeating the monsters on the road, Maknangu and Y headed to the Long Clan's castle. Maknangu gently asked, Y, besides the dragon core, is there anything else you need for the mission? Miss, this is quite impressive too. I successfully completed the first mission and received the reward. The second mission now is to harvest a dragon core and reach level 25 as a second lieutenant. Moyu didn't recognize the Goblin King's ring with all its skill enhancements and asked curiously, "Isn't it beautiful? This ring is made from a Goblin King's core, the one you gave me last time?" I only completed the first mission before I could do it. I almost lost my life. Before she finished speaking, Mangga quickly pulled her back to dodge the attack. "Be careful." A second later, the skeleton soldier charged forward to fight. Y looked at the previous attack and asked anxiously, "Who knows if the monster is invisible?" Mangga nodded and said, "Yes, it has an invisibility skill." Y also jumped out of Mangga's body and sighed. "No wonder this is in hell-level difficulty, but luckily my assassin profession has a skill that can see through invisibility. Later I will help you." Y reached out her hand to activate her true sight skill, her eyes faintly glowing red. Quickly, Y spotted the monster and pointed out to Mangga, "There is one over there and two over there." Following her gesture, the Long Clan assassin was eliminated, gaining 320,000 experience, obtaining the Dragon Heart Y and completing the Long Clan assassin kill. Mangga happily thanked her. "With her help, I no longer need to be cautious of these hidden monsters." Y smiled confidently and said, "I told you I'm very capable." Suddenly, when she saw the rank on Mangga's shirt, she shouted in surprise, "You already have 2 stars. I defeated a group of deep abyssal hellhounds, so I have them now." Hearing that, Y pouted and hit his chest, saying, "You left me behind too far. From now on, you have to take me with you." Mangga nodded slightly. "Okay." A moment later, the two entered the Long Clan's castle. Mangga quickly used the armored skeleton to remind Y, "Stay a little further away. Don't come near me." He nodded. "Okay, she's a bit curious. But why do they want me to stay away? With Lam Moyu's fighting style, what's the danger of standing near the summoner?" Over by Mangga, you calmly speak to the cracking statue. "Ga, activate for a bit, buddy." Sitting on a nearby branch, you sigh. The space of glyphs is sealed, only a single bulb remains on your body. And when you see the guard appear, you are stunned. It's the boss. Below, Mangga uses his old tactic, casting a slow curse to bind the sentry. The sentry once again enhances his defenses to break free from the chains. He used a collective pushback to shake the surrounding space, causing him to lose his grip on the branch and fall backward. She regretfully shouted, "My sweet potato, that was Mangga's," as Mangga at the scene used Soul Flame to attack the guard post. He summoned General Lin and used the military formation skill. The sentry still charged forward to attack. You can still fight the boss like that, gathering all the skeleton soldiers into the summoning space to avoid the boss's explosive skills. She couldn't believe it. She never expected him to be able to solo an abyssal boss. Even if she told her grandfather, he probably wouldn't believe it. After the Sentinel's effect disappeared, Mangga summoned the skeleton soldiers to attack. Just a few minutes later, the system announced that the Sentinel's experience increased by 150,000, and he obtained a golden weapon, the magic sword of the Hellguard Station, the Hellguard Station's magic cloak, and the Hellguard Station's ring with 2 dragon cores. Ningyi received the transfer certificate. Hearing this, he was surprised. "I leveled up Wait, the dragon core, and I also have the promotion certificate." "Did I get the transfer certificate?" She excitedly rushed over and hugged, moaning. "Proof of promotion, Mangga, I already have the proof of promotion." Mangga asked confusedly, "Isn't it certain that passing the Hell Dungeon will guarantee it?" At this moment, Y finally shrank back. She shyly replied, "This is the level of hell, and each time only 1 piece drops, but you just don't value the proof of ordination." Mangga suddenly remembered something and said, "Right. Y, after we go out, I have some things I want to give you." Y is holding a guard dagger from the Hell Gate. One of the guard uniforms, a gold-level weapon, all attributes Pupsy 500, boosting stealth skill by 50%, usable from level 30 onwards. Dragon Core, a rare material that can be used to craft various items. She asked in amazement, "Is it really for me?" Mangga nodded. "Yes, keep talking, rest up a bit, we'll continue fighting soon." Y agrees. Outside the teleportation door, Hung An and his team are trying to hold off a high-level monster. "Luckily, we have the guard uniform, or we would be in danger now," the female team member whispered. "Old Thatch, there's still a demon in the sky. What should we do now?" Hung An calmly replied, "Stay strong and hold on until Lam Moyu arrives. Once he gets here, these evil monsters are nothing." The Deep Abyss Hellhounds appeared, growling, "And it's not like these beasts don't have the breath of my children." Then she ordered the Tamuyen demon dogs to attack, if they could, to devour them all. The demon beasts immediately charged forward to bite and tear. "Anghialako mahuyendam uyendang cheve fiamin, hanet lane chuyen githene. Nachtan nanchong sudung biandoi kwang hoa, kankuk wang huan fong gu voimatu." A shield quickly covered him and those around him, Nakthan's face turning pale. He looked ahead in horror, wondering why there were so many Tamuyan demon dogs. While he was stunned, Hungan stepped forward to protect him, warning that there were evil demons in the sky. Hearing this, Nachthan looked up at the sky as the Tamuyan demon dog swung its paw to strike him down. Nachthan sneered and muttered, "You're useless. You can't break through my defensive halo. I am the Holy Light Knight." He didn't expect the Deep Abyss demon dogs to shatter his protective barrier. She roars to die. Nachthan desperately tries to block the attack, resisting the nullified light shield. In just a few seconds, he was thrown far away, and his divine shield lost its effect. Even after being knocked away, Nachthan still couldn't believe it. He stomped hard on the ground, coughing up blood. The attack just now nearly killed him. Watching him get knocked away, Hungan covered his face in disappointment, pretending to be impressive, but in the end, he was just the weakest chicken. The male member of your team also sighed, thinking that the legendary profession was really powerful. Without letting them talk further, the demon dog Tamu Yen stepped closer. Seeing that, Hungan's face also paled. A level 36 demon lord Tam Yen, this is trouble. What should we do now? Hungan calmly replied, "We can't win. I just hope Brother Lam Hawk won't enter the dungeon now." Near the Dark Abyss Hound, she is laughing happily. The legendary Holy Light Knight profession, killing a Holy Light Knight. This time, it's a win. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Abyss Hound stops attacking, and Nathan quickly sends a distress signal. "We've sent a distress signal. Surely someone will come to save us." He thought to himself, "Not fighting back. I don't want to die yet." The demon dog Tamu Yen suddenly became furious and quickly launched another attack, unable to wait any longer. At this moment, Y and Makangu had also exited the instance. The Oron Monu immediately alerted the demon dog Tamu Yen. "It's you. I'm going crazy trying to attack. You are the one who killed my child. I want to crush you." McNu is now also paying attention to her. You lift your head to look up at the dark sky, summoning the demonic Tamu Yen. Hungan quickly calls out, "Lam Jr., be careful." In an instant, the demon dog Tamu Yen delivered a deadly blow to Maknu. Fortunately, he managed to use his bone armor. Mainu glared at her provocatively. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Deep Abyss. Demon dog saw that you were unharmed and continued to attack madly. She roared, "Why? Why can't I break it?" Mungu calmly raises her hand to use the soul fire. Tamu Yen, the demon dog, hit and burning with fire, quickly covers her face in pain. She turns to run away. "I will kill you. I must kill you." Makangu raises his hand again, about to use a skill to escape. A second later, his slow curse skill is cast, quickly trapping the demon dog Tam Uyen and the undead dogs. Hung An cheered loudly. It's Lam's skill. The speed of the undead dogs has become very slow. Can a skill cover such a large area? The dark ghost dog. Tamu Yen muttered while trapped in the air. The curse looks at her like that. She can't help but laugh. Mo Ngu kept fighting, summoning the Ko-Lao soldiers and mages to appear. "So it's time to clean up, my warrior." Following your orders, the Ko-Lao soldiers leapt forward and quickly surrounded and attacked the Tam Uyen demon dog. Seeing this, she roared in anger. "Damn it." Hung An's side finally let out a sigh of relief as Lam Hawk Day summoned those skeletons. After a moment, Mo Yue added another move, causing the corpse to explode, and the demon dog of Deep Abyss immediately collapsed to the ground. Makangu was a bit surprised and thought to herself, "Tam Uyen, demon lord, is that all? Then quickly leave so the Ko-Lao soldiers can finish." "Ah," the system voice rang out. Killing the level 36 Tam Uyen demon, experience post 360,000, military merit plus 150, and obtained demon blood essence. The demon blood essence contains the energy of Tam Uyen, which can be used by alchemists and skilled craftsmen to craft equipment. Your military merit is now 500, upgraded to a 2-star soldier, reaching 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Makangu went to Y's side and she happily told him, "I also get a share of this military merit." At the same time, Makangu's Donata sickle equipment also leveled up, reaching level 7 with an additional 2,100 spiritual power. Makangu softly asked, "The mission is complete." I smiled brightly and replied, "Thanks to you, we finished so quickly." Everyone around is now gathered around Maknu. This scene makes Nathan painfully jealous, as the one on high enjoying everyone's admiration should have been him. He gritted his teeth and looked at Maknu with fury. As a level 30 Holy Light Knight, how could I have such a stain on me after being saved by a level 23 amateur? Nathan watches Maknu and Y standing together, secretly thinking that someday you will kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. Sooner or later, she will be mine. I will make her see who the real powerhouse is. Maknu turned to Hungan and asked, "Are you all okay?" "It's okay. It's okay. Thanks to the shield you gave me, I managed to gather enough gear. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps approaches from afar. Hung An turned around and realized it was the Vin Hang Truong Than guard team, probably responding to a distress signal and rushing to assist. The team members, equipped with helmets and armor, hurried over. They checked the surroundings and said in surprise, "There are at least 100 bodies here." The team leader asked, "Who just sent the distress signal?" Thang Hak stood up with the help of his teammate and replied, "It was me." The team leader asked further, "What happened here?" The saint recounts everything, saying that we were attacked by demons from the abyss, and after hearing all the details, the captain then turned to look at Moyu. Based on this Holy Light Knight's account, was it really you who destroyed these demon dogs? He looked down at the demon dog corpses to assess. These are indeed demon dog bodies, but with a fake profession level of 23, how could you have killed so many demon dogs? The squad leader looked again at the badge on Macnu's uniform. 5-star second lieutenant, he thought. The rank insignia wouldn't deceive people. He must have killed quite a few demon dogs. He thought and was praised by the squad leader. Not bad, kid. He wondered to himself, at level 23, already a second lieutenant with 5 stars. Many fake professionals reach level 30 but still haven't become a 3-star second lieutenant? This is a good seed, Miangu replied calmly. Killing the deep abyssal monsters is our responsibility. Hearing you say that, the team leader of the guards laughed out loud. Well said. At this moment, a group of riders also rushes over. The one riding the white horse at the front is Mo Fan, the divine summoner. Hung A saw her and loudly said, "That is the princess of the Mo family from Hajiang City. Mac Van, she has a legendary rank profession, a divine summoner." Riding her horse, she looked down and asked, "What's going on with the rescue signal?" "It's nothing, it's over now." Seeing her, the soldiers around blushed shyly. Mac Van thought they were fine and even admired her, so she decided to leave. "Yeah, we won't stay any longer." Mac Van sensed that his aura was a bit uncomfortable. That person. She frowned and muttered to herself, "There is an aura on him that makes me dislike him." Only after she left did Hung An start gossiping. The 4-star lieutenant colonel, it seems she's looking for something, usually appearing deep in the original battlefield. I didn't expect her to show up here today. I continued, "I know, she's looking for the Nirvana crystal." Hearing that, Hung An was startled. Searching for the Nirvana crystal? No wonder you came here. This is an extremely rare item that can increase the chances of profession evolution. He explained that during the second class change, the false profession would take an additional step to confirm the profession's direction, and there was also a small chance of evolution. For example, my original profession was a rare holy knight, but it could evolve into a legendary class, becoming a holy light knight. However, the chances are extremely low, almost impossible, but the Nirvana crystal can significantly increase the probability of that evolution. Hung An added, "There is a monster called the Evil Spirit Battlefield, deep in the original battlefield, around level 40. Defeating it has a very small chance of obtaining the essence." Mai also smiled and replied, "I also know about the Demon King battlefield. Defeating it guarantees you will get the essence." Hung An sighed with a look of disappointment and said, "The Demon King battlefield rarely appears, and it's a world boss. Very hard to defeat. I'll wait until I reach level 40. Before my second class change, I probably have to find the Nirvana crystal." Why nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really hard to fight. Listening to their conversation, Moyu also pondered deeply. Does she, as a legendary class professional, also need to ascend to a higher class? Reaching level 40 for the second class change and level 70 for the third class change both offer the chance to ascend to a higher profession. Could there be an even higher level beyond the legendary rank? Trat Y told Magungju, "I am a rare class assassin obsessed with haunting. Maybe it's time to find the Nirvana crystal too." I nodded and said, "All right, let's find the crystal together, then." At the lair of the flame demonic lord, he roared in anger as the hellhounds were all dead, defeated in an instant. The flame demonic lord's eyes flashed with murderous intent, saying, "Even the ghost hounds I sent to accompany me are dead." He then calmed down slightly and considered, "The human race deserves to die. There's something strange about this. Try again." At this moment on the original battlefield, the earth and rocks suddenly swirl up into a tornado. The guards at the city gate were startled and asked, "Was that Liet Diem Demon Lord just now? Did he lose his temper? What happened?" Liet Diem Ma Vuong muttered, "I have sent the recent event up top. Will send someone to handle it. We don't need to worry. How is it? Tell me quickly what's going on." Hearing the news about Lam Moyu, the kid is fine and has even killed quite a few demon dogs. Now he's a 2-star soldier? Hearing this, Yi Yuan was stunned. It's so fast, only 2 days have passed, and he's already a 2-star soldier. And Van sipped his tea and calmly replied, Lord of Blazing Flame was guarding the entrance to Deep Abyss, sending out many hellhounds to disturb the original battlefield, and happened to meet young Lam. He added that the kid also killed a Deep Abyss demon dog. Vian excitedly stood up, amazed that even a demon dog could be slain. And Van smiled and said, "Looks like the upcoming professional competition will be truly spectacular." Vian also nodded and said, "With that kid involved, this competition will definitely be very interesting." Vian curiously asked what he was looking at again, and Van chuckled softly and said, "I find Nin Lao's nemesis interesting. This time he will probably be furious to death." Hearing that, Yi Wen laughed out loud. "I really didn't expect this to happen. I really want to see old Nin so angry he's about to blow his beard and stare, but I can't do anything." In the dungeon, Maknu once again defeated the sentry, and the system announced 150,000 experience points gained, along with the Hellguard sword, Hellguard armor, and Hellguard ring, as well as 2 dragon cores. I looked happily at Maknu and said, "You leveled up again." She thought to herself, teaming up with him, "I'm almost done collecting all the guard post outfits." "Your level up speed is really fast. It's been less than a month since your class change, and you're already level 24. Makungu, still using the bones to cover Y for a long time, curiously asked, "Are you so cautious because you're afraid of being attacked again outside?" Maknu nodded slightly and said, "It's been twice in a row, better to be more careful." Y smiled and said, "No one would be ambushed that many times, but being cautious isn't wrong." "Young lady, I accept your kind intention," Maknu said as he moved the person out of the dungeon and reminded you to fight a few more times. "If luck is on your side, you might gather enough guard uniforms for her. Look, this time there was no ambush. Over there, a crowd is pointing and shouting, 'It's a spirit summon.'" In the distance, a large ox appeared, pulling a convoy of carts, and as some people stepped out of the carts, the surrounding crowd fell silent. "The team of 11 people, do they want to challenge the Hell difficulty? Are they the spirit summoner from Y Country?" "They are definitely heading towards the Hell difficulty dungeon. I heard clearing the Hell dungeon can also earn a very powerful title." Hearing that, Y asked curiously, "Do such titles really exist?" She thought to herself, "If there are titles, Maknu must have earned one during his solo trip earlier." Makanju nodded and replied, "Yes, his name is Dragon Clan War King. All attributes increased by 500 and skills consume 50% less." Wai Guo saw the two of them and said, "They look so familiar." Seeing Moyu, the man said loudly, "So it's him? What a small world." Then he quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Wai Guo, level 30 Yin-Yang Master, and Moyu replied, "I am Lam Moyu, a level 24 Death Spirit Mage from the Divine Empire." The subordinates behind Wai Guo burst out laughing. "Level 24, what a chicken. With this level, you're still heading to the original battlefield? Are you preparing to die?" Unlike your subordinates, Nation's expression turned extremely surprised. In just a few days, he had risen from level 17 to level 24. I didn't expect the level up to be so fast. I lightly assessed that his dry soldier is also becoming stronger. If we don't settle him decisively this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him next time. A subordinate, noticing Wai Guo's murderous expression approaching, advised him, "We can't attack. Everyone here is Hathan's people." Guo glanced at the crowd behind him and said, "I know." Then he gritted his teeth and told Mo Yu, "At the professional competition, we will settle the score once and for all." Then he and his subordinate quickly entered the teleportation to the instance dungeon. "I hope you won't disappoint me by then." Seeing him leave, Wai reminded him. He didn't dare to make a move, probably because there were too many people here. Mo Yu coldly replied, "It's fine, even if I'm alone. I'm not afraid of him." However, the fake profession competition makes you think deeply. In the world of fake professions, there is a competition held every 5 years on a global scale. Each profession type, such as combat, support, and life, has its own unique way of competing. Of course, the most spectacular is definitely the combat professions contest. This fake professional skills competition is being held on a scale never seen before in the divine realm, with countless professionals from around the world coming to participate. Seeing your pensive look, Wai happily said, "I think, Makangu, you will definitely have to participate, so let's register together." Then she explained, "Team competitions need 5 people per team, so we can find more teammates later, and there are also individual events that definitely require registration. The prize for the champion is quite generous." Makangu calculated that there is also a solo competition, but she doesn't know what the champion's reward is. Suddenly, the military badges on Wai and Makangu's chests lit up, and not just theirs, but everyone's badges shone brightly. They quickly started to discuss excitedly. "There is an order from the Divine Army. What's going on? Could it be that the abyssal monster has launched an attack?" A voice immediately echoes in the sky. All the soldiers of the Divine Army return to the fortress to regroup. All the soldiers of Thanha returned to the fortress to regroup. Immediately, a few seconds later, the Thanha troops were teleported back to the fortress. The people from the other nations looked on in shock. This is the order of the divine realm. Teleporting everyone away. Is this the power of the divine lord's condensation? That's terrifying. This kind of thing could never happen in our country. Hung-an quickly approached Makangu, Lam Hokdae, and Nin Hok Moy, and Makangu asked him confusedly, "Senior, do you know what happened?" Hung-an pointed to the demon eye in the sky and explained, and the two looked at the demon eye. That's Tam Yuyen's position. The enemy is attacking from that direction, and it's clear that a large number of monsters are coming here. If the flag isn't raised, they won't let us return. You must be surprised, right? Even I was shocked the first time Zhao brought me back. Mo En Yu was amazed and said, "The demon eye is more powerful than we thought it was. I hear it commands every large-scale battle." Hung-an added that even many powerful beings have to accept its coordination. Makangu looked at Manan with some admiration, thinking I thought it was just a surveillance tool to observe the movement of monsters. It turns out I underestimated Manhan. The announcement sounded again, and everyone was teleported. All profession players level 30 and below went to the city wall. The announcement continues to command and divide the teams freely. From now on, all profession players level 30 and below are not allowed to leave the city. I looked behind and thought to himself, since Maknu is here, we probably don't need to search for teammates anymore. At this moment, Nge Hung, the level 60 Legion Lord, also appeared on the wall. Everyone saw him and started to panic, saying, "Hey, family's profession master is in the southwest. This is a real professional legion, the top bloodline profession exclusive to the Yenge family, the most important existence in the legion. His presence is like that of a god. With him here, victory in the battle is certain." Nge Hung stood atop the wall and signaled, "Follow my orders and form the legion." He loudly declared, "The Legion is formed. I am the Legion commander. The merits are unified. After the battle, rewards will be distributed based on contributions. The Legion is formed. Everyone is comrades, and they won't hurt each other with skills, allowing full effort to be exerted. The Legion is formed. If anyone is afraid and retreats, they will definitely face punishment after the battle." Having spoken, Nge Hung drove his sword into the ground, and immediately a wave of power radiated out. The old man activated the 4 perception bonus of 50% for everyone on the wall. One person on the wall felt their fighting power increase at least 4 times and said, "I feel my combat ability has increased at least 4 times. Elemental resistance, 50% elemental damage resistance, power boost, 30% magic damage increase, life drain. Physical attacks can absorb the enemy's life to heal oneself." Maknu also benefits from Nihehung's skill. He feels a bit regretful, thinking it's a pity that these beneficial states are all overshadowed by his own innate enhancements. Kolau hasn't enjoyed these benefits for a long time. If Kolau could receive them, Trady nearby would quickly grab him. "Mo Nu, look over there." In the sky, Movan has appeared riding a white horse. She quickly moved to the front lines at the city gate. Below, the soldiers cheered loudly. "The cavalry has appeared." Her skill is to cast away fear and boost fighting spirit. In 10 minutes, her defense and attack increase by 30%. On the battlefield, Mac Van commands the horse to charge forward. A powerful force smashing down and destroying some monsters. The Dark Abyss Demon. Dog saw Mo Yuan and laughed loudly. "You're quite formidable, girl." She quickly charged at Mo Yuan. "Die." Mo Yuan commanded her horse to kick the Dark Abyss Demon dog away. Immediately, thousands of arrows were shot from the fortress towards the monsters, and Maknu also summoned soldiers and necromancer mages to quickly assist from the city walls. What the hell is going on? You almost scared me to death. Where did all these dry liches come from? Seeing the soldiers, the lich mages quickly fought fiercely, and those on the wall were stunned. Damn, whose divine summon is this? There are too many now. These dry lich mages have taken care of most of our pressure. These dry lich sorcerers are too powerful. The crowd continued to marvel. When did we ever have such a formidable, godlike figure among us? What kind of profession is this? I think this battle is fine now. The Deep Abyss Demon Hound grabs a soldier by the collar, furious as it sees its own demon hound being defeated. "You're damned." "Ah, I will immediately release that person." The morale of the soldiers is shaken as they watch this scene, and they panic, saying, "If we do that, they will go out of my healing range and that person will be bitten to death by the demon dog." On the city wall, Mo Yu was looking down, calculating that as a level 39 fake profession acting as a vanguard, that kid probably is the only one besides Nge Hung with a level above 40. If things continue like this, the casualties will be significant. He then turned to look at him. At this moment, Mo Yu had quickly approached Nie Hong and said, "I will leave the city to join the battle." He looked at Yu and nodded in agreement. Wai flew above, worriedly reminding his boyfriend. Makungu, you have to be careful, I replied confidently while summoning my weapon. With so much merit and experience, I will definitely not waste it. When Hungan saw Mongu fighting the demon dog, he shouted loudly, Lam Hawk Day, why did you come down here? You stand among a pack of dry bones, weapon slung over your shoulder, and reply, I am here to clean up. The hellhounds react fiercely when they see Maknu. It's him. He's the one who killed our children, and he dares to leave the city. Kill him. They charged at you like hungry tigers, growling, kill him, kill him. Macvan looked up and saw the scene, feeling suddenly confused. What's going on? The image of the calm figure facing directly against the furious ghost dogs caught her eye. It's him. He raises his hand toward the ghost dogs and casts a spell. He shouts, Loi Ningian, slow down! Hundreds of chains shot out forcefully, quickly binding the bodies of the corpse dogs and demon dogs, leaving them helpless. Hungan was surprised. Luckily, it was Lam Hawk Day. Everyone turned to ask each other, what kind of skill is this? Is it a curse-type skill? I didn't expect it could cover such a large area. Makengu chuckled softly. On the battlefield, everywhere are corpses. Only her violent corpses can maximize their effect. In your hand is a red orb surrounded by blue aura as you unleash the violent corpse technique. The corpses of the demon dogs and ghost dogs begin to explode, and they scream uncontrollably. A powerful explosion echoes along with desperate screams. Demon King Tamuyan asks, what exactly is wrong with these humans? Mac sarcastically said, where do you think you can run to? A terrifying beam of light shot out, leaving the Demon King Tamuyan stunned with wide eyes. The entire battlefield is exploding like New Year's fireworks, with the system constantly announcing the defeat of the level 31 Deep Abyss Demon Dog and the level 36 Deep Abyss Demon. Mofan froze and wondered silently, is this his skill? The students participating in the battle all looked like lost deer, instinctively dropping their weapons. What kind of skill is that? It's terrifying, heaven and earth. Is he really a class changer who has switched classes twice? Even after changing classes twice, you can't defeat them all alone, right? They trembled and said, it seems we are no longer needed. What kind of powerful death spirit mage is this? Hungan smiled happily. Luckily, Lam Hawk Day is a student of Ha-Kin Academy. Macvan, after observing the battle, felt a bit surprised. It turns out the aura he disliked earlier came from your undead summoning monster, and I didn't expect you to be so powerful. A skeleton soldier suddenly appears and attacks the last demon dog, leaving it no chance to react. Is this the final one? Mac-Ngu suddenly exclaimed, huh? He narrowed his eyes, realizing he lost contact with a dryad soldier. Demon King Tom, Yu Yin's eyes burn with rage as he says, so it's you. So you are the one who killed my puppies twice. I remember you, Lam Macnu from the Divine Lower Empire. I remember you. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Macnu doesn't hold back. He's just mocking as if he's a god or a devil. A male student from the Divine Realm is sweating nervously. What is he planning to do? That is the teleportation array created by the Demon Lord. He doesn't intend to attack the black skeleton, does he? That's not even a level we can handle. Someone shouted, look at those dry leeches. The swarm of dry corpses now frantically attacked the demon dogs, grabbing their tails and throwing them far away. Moya uses the violent corpse technique to make the ghost dogs explode one after another. After witnessing this scene, the Demon King Tamuyen is so furious he wishes he could send you to the altar to watch naked chickens. Do you want to die? I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Mac-Ngu, with a cold-as-ice expression, sighed in relief, as expected not to attack him. He concluded that even the teleportation array couldn't blow it up. It seems I still have a long way to go. Mac-Ngu's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just seen something shocking to his mind. Thick, fiery red eyes of the Dark Abyss demon shine down and pierce through the body of a dry corpse, looking like the midday sun from below. Mac-Ngu held his face with both hands. A shield appeared to protect him from its attack, but it also quickly exploded. Mac-Ngu holds on, but the armor around his bones can only last 2 seconds before Tamuyen's attack hits him, sending him flying away. He quickly used teleportation to escape the damage. 124 dry soldiers have been wiped out, and now the entire space is filled with fragments of bones. Demon King Tamuyen is still raging, destroying everything, when a shiny coin-shaped object suddenly rises and shoots straight at him. It shouted out loud and threatened Lam Mac-Ngu. Lam Mac-Ngu, I won't forgive you. Han hurried over to support Mac-Ngu and asked, Mac-Ngu, are you okay? I'm fine. You glare ahead and think to yourself, I didn't expect that Demon King could also attack through the teleportation array. Luckily, the 2 armored bones only lasted 2 seconds. If not, I might have been doomed this time. Mac-Ngu sneered quietly in contempt. This time I took a huge risk and almost paid a heavy price. Demon Lord Tam-Uyen, just wait and see. someone excitedly shouted. The victory in the battle now begins the distribution of rewards, with Nga Hung standing on the platform and solemnly announcing the totals. In this battle, a total of 10,000 demon dogs and 100 ghost dogs were slain. The total military merit is 20,000 points, with 3,000 earned for defending the city and no one fears retreat. Our total military merit is 25,000 points. Nga Hung continued. The corps consists of 25 professionals, excluding Lam Moyu and Mac Van, each earning 20 points, with Mac Van receiving 500 points. Makangu listened seriously to the announcement. Lam Moyu earned 3,500 military merits, and the students present discussed it, as expected. That great figure deserved such a high amount. Movan glanced at you and smiled, thinking that 3,500 military merits are indeed impressive. The other students nodded in agreement. Yes, 80% of the demon dogs were killed by you. Without you, it would be hard to say whether we could withstand the demon attack this time. Music Saint's face darkened as he stood frozen. I only got 20 points, so how come that guy got 3,500? Even his odd numbers are better than mine. I am the Holy Light Knight, a legendary class. This is so humiliating. Makanju silently looked at his weapon. This time, Donatus's scythe must have absorbed quite a few profound souls. I can feel it undergoing a transformation. The badges on the chests of the students suddenly lit up, and they shouted in surprise, "My rank has increased to 2nd lieutenant with 2 stars." McNew also looked down at his badge in shock. The 10 stars there are shining and emanating auras, gradually fading away. The students standing next to him all turned around and exclaimed loudly, "A silver 2nd lieutenant rank?" It's 2nd Lieutenant Jun Han. He suddenly bowed 45 degrees and saluted respectfully. "Hello, Commander." She took your hand and smiled brightly. "Now you're a divine officer, and the youngest one at that." McNewtom agrees, especially since she just finished her university entrance exams not long ago. Someone calmly approached them and announced that 18-year-old Lam Moyu became the youngest star of the underworld after a special approval and was awarded the Star of the Underworld title. The badge on Muyu's chest glows after receiving the Star of the Divine Realm title, and the system announces the acquisition of the Divine Realm Love title. The Divine Star grants +3 300 all attributes, reduces skill consumption by 20%, and decreases damage taken by 10%. Makangu surprised about the star title? He Hung was stunned. "You have a title?" Maknu replied, "Yes, I do have a title." He was stunned. "Where did you get this title of the Dragon Clan Battle King?" "The frontline guard post of the Dragon Clan at Hell difficulty. The students there are constantly surprised. Turns out the legends are true. The Hell-level guard post dungeon really has a title. I didn't expect him to be able to solo that Hell-level guard post dungeon. Oh my god, he can solo an Abyss-level dungeon and single-handedly kill nearly 10,000 demon hounds. This is probably something only he can do, right?" Mavan was stunned, speechless. "I also soloed that dungeon and almost died inside. I didn't expect he could do it." Unge Hung Ha Tong asked in a serious tone, "Can you briefly explain the effects of the title and how it was obtained for recording in the Imperial database?" Makengu responded immediately without hesitation. Soloing the frontline guard post of the Dragon Clan, its effect is a pulsing 500 to all attributes and a 50% reduction in skill consumption. He excitedly patted your shoulder and laughed happily. "Not bad. With this title, our divine realm has gained another genius. The kid's strength is quite good. As an exchange, I especially approve your use of military equipment within the city." Ungehung reminded them that they could freely use those devices but still had to spend military merit. Be economical. He secretly thought that to use military equipment, one must reach the 3-star lieutenant rank. Makungu politely and hurriedly thanked him, thanking the senior. Unkehung stood above, raised his hand high, and shouted loudly to declare that the battle was over. "Disband the legion." Makungu clenched his weapon with both hands and silently guessed that Donatus's scythe was about to undergo a transformation. The system displayed that Donatus's scythe was at level 25, with 3,000 spirit power, reaching the maximum limit. After collecting enough costumes, the lock will be released. Makungu silently sighed. The growth attribute has reached its maximum limit, and only by gathering enough costumes can additional attributes be unlocked. He silently thought that if there was a chance, he should ask about the new outfit. The system continued to notify that he had learned a new skill, Summon Spirit. Soul Summon. Donatus's scythe will record the soul of the boss that has been defeated, and you can spend 1,000 mental energy to summon that soul to fight. The skill lasts for 3 minutes, and I was stunned to realize I had awakened a new skill. He quietly calculated that he could summon the boss he had killed to help in battle, so it seems he still needs to keep fighting the checkpoint dungeon again. The lower city students gathered to discuss. This time, our number one city and cities 7 and 8 are being attacked simultaneously. The high-level professionals have gone to those two cities to provide support. I hear the fighting is fierce. Not only our divine realm, but also the Y, H, and M kingdoms are under attack by monsters. Hungen carefully analyzed that our number one city is the farthest from Deep Abyss, and with 9 other cities supporting to block Deep Abyss's power, it is affected the least. Furthermore, the top experts of the Empire have set up strong defenses. Tongyan cannot teleport overpowered demons here. But there are exceptions. Although teleportation is not possible, some demons are skilled at hiding and assassinating. Y anxiously advises Mak Nu. Mak Ngu, this time the Demon King has marked you. If you continue to operate in the original battlefield, you must be very careful. I quickly reassured her, I will be careful. Hung An also agreed with that idea, no mistake. His bracelet suddenly beeped. She panickingly shouted for her grandfather. Tai Nian from the other end of the line asked in a gentle voice, "Why, where are you?" I replied, "I am in the number one city of Yuan battlefield." She asked nervously, "What should I do now?" "My grandfather wants to come here." McNu guessed that he might be worried about her. They didn't realize that he was slowly walking toward them. Makangu was stunned and felt like something was stuck in his throat, silently thinking, "The male divine general is a major figure like Bak Than. I didn't expect him to be Y's grandfather." Y tried to force a smile and waved at her grandfather. He sighed in relief after seeing his granddaughter was fine, saying, "Luckily, she's okay." Tinian looked surprised and huffed when she saw Maknu standing beside her niece. He reacted fiercely, growling out your name, Lam Maknu. Y angrily snapped, "What are you doing, Grandpa?" And Maknu, like a startled deer, confirmed again. "Do you know me?" Tinian appeared cheerful and friendly on the surface. He smiled and said it was nothing, that his grandfather was just testing this kid's courage, but inside he was furious. Why is this kid staying with him? It makes you feel as annoying as old Bai, happily introducing the two of them to each other. "This is my grandfather. You probably already guessed his name, so I won't introduce him again. Grandpa, this is Moningu. You already knew his name before." Maknu respectfully bows and greets politely, saying hello to Senior Nin and secretly guessing that this person might be the principal of Hajing Academy. Tai Nian shook her head repeatedly and patted his shoulder. Fine. No need to be so polite. Why, that old Bak is really muddle-headed, yet he let you go to Yuan battlefield on a mission. She snapped back irritably, but Bai Lao said this mission was assigned by him. He roared in anger, claiming it was his own decision, and he never discussed it with him, because he had been busy these past few days, and left the task to him. Tai Nian quickly changed her face and humbly begged, "Be good. Follow your grandfather home. There are many missions at the academy for you to choose from," but she firmly refused. "It's your grandfather who teaches you. You must do your work properly. If you accept a task, you must complete it." Tai Nian shifts the focus, and little lamb cow mimics the gesture. "Grandpa can't threaten Maknu. I want to stay on the battlefield to level up," he replied. "Then I will send some people to train you both." YY still refused stubbornly. "I don't need it. Maknu can take me to solo the dungeon." Tai Nian shouted angrily, "What did you say? The two of you don't want to live anymore." I quickly drew her weapon and proved it to her grandfather. "It's true." "What do you think this is?" "It's the guard dagger of the underworld." Tai Nian confirms again. "Are the two of you really fighting the Hell difficulty dungeon?" YY explained that actually Makngu was guiding her, so she didn't have to do anything. Maknu promises, "Senior Nin, rest assured, I will take good care of him." Tai Nian was still half convinced and half doubting at this moment. The title of Dragon Clan War King? I knew this kid could solo large-scale dungeons at the academy, but I didn't expect him to actually be able to solo Hell difficulty in the original battlefield. No way, this kid is too abnormal. I have to go ask that old Bai guy. He smiled broadly and gently chased after his grandfather. "All right, Grandpa, you go back first. In a few days, the fake professional exam will start and we will return." Tai Nian turned away and thought to himself, with little lamb around, "There's no need to worry, but this kid is too abnormal. I must ask those two old men." Moningu smiled mysteriously, surprised that the nemesis of Principal Hawkins' academy was him. Suddenly, he was taken to the Soldiers' Rest Center, where his recovery speed could be increased and fatigue alleviated. The training center can increase the recovery speed of mental energy and cultivation speed. The teleportation array can teleport to certain designated locations. The military merit exchange point can be used to purchase items with military merit, Moyu exclaimed. "It seems these are the benefits of the army." You didn't hesitate and tapped on the screen to see what you could buy. The surrounding space suddenly changed rapidly. Information about the available items appeared. Cursed resistance potion that boosts curse resistance for 30 minutes. 50 military merits per bottle. Talisman can leave the dungeon. You can exit any dungeon instantly, and the Hell dungeon please carry with you 100 military merits and 1 basic recovery potion that can heal wounds and restore 500 mental points with a 1-minute cooldown in 100 military merits per bottle. Mysterious words are startled. The talisman leaves the dungeon. This second one isn't bad. Buy 2 bottles to prepare for any situation. After some reflection, he concluded that the effect of military merits is similar to the accumulation points at the Hawken Academy, but using too much will lower your rank, so saving a bit is better. Y holds the talisman, and thanks Makngu, thank you. Suddenly someone loudly called her name. Y. It turned out to be Ma Van. She is walking towards them. Mo Van speaks up. I see why. See, what is he to you? Why? Should I answer yes or no? Miss Van Nee, if you have something to say, just say it. McVan didn't answer and coldly threw her a jade token. Y reached out and asked, What is this, Sister Van Nee? Mac Van explained. It's a teleportation stone that takes you to a designated location. Its function is to teleport the user to the designated location. Ma Van glared at Mac Yu and signaled. Lately I've been searching for the Demon King in the original battlefield. If you find him, come help me fight. You secretly wonder if it's the Demon King of the battlefield who produces the Nirvana crystals. As Mac Van left, she turned back and said loudly, The battlefield Demon King will definitely produce a core. At least 1, or maybe 5 or 6. I only need 1, and if there are more, I will give them to both of you. They also benefit the 2 of them. Y readily agreed. No problem, Sister Van Nee. After Mac Van left, Y turned to Mac New and said, I can't really fight the Demon Lord battlefield, so I guess Sister Van Nee was actually asking for your help. He looked hesitant. That's a level 38 world boss, and I'm only level 24, so I might not be able to win. I quickly encouraged Mac and Goo, if you can solo the Hell checkpoint dungeon, there's definitely no problem. Surely Van Nee also knows this. Moreover, before then, we might even be able to level up a few more times. Mo and Y told each other after checking. My cooldown reduction talisman still has 8 uses left. Y replied, I have 9. McNewan kindly advised, then rest for a day and start the side quest again tomorrow. Y agreed. Y's radiant smile makes many boys fall for her. One person even praises her sincerely. That girl is so beautiful. The others immediately warned her to shut up. He's the Godslayer. It covers her mouth and whispers, They are all watching you. It seems everyone's impressed with your performance on the battlefield yesterday. Makangu coldly replied, Tell them. Let's do the dungeon run. She replied, Yeah. You remained silent as the number and attributes of the skeleton soldiers increased. My efficiency in clearing dungeons has also improved. The system displays the name Lam Moyu, Death Spirit Mage, level 25. Strength, physique, and agility are all 950, and spirit is 30 toitsayuri. Lam Moyu exclaimed. This time it only took less than 4 hours to reach the boss. The system now displays Donatus' stats and equipment, level 25, with the title Dragon King of War. All attributes, Swatsip Sati 500, skill cooldown reduced by 50%, summon space 240, 250, 150 Dry Lich Warriors, and 90 Dry Lich Mages. As he cast the spell, he muttered and apologized, saying he had to use you to test his new power. Then he used the soul attack. After observing everything, he guessed he had succeeded. Holding the Hellguard dagger in his hand, he pleads, Can I have this one too? She explained that she had a need for it, and you agreed without hesitation. Her skill to hide herself has helped me a lot too. I am very happy. Thank you both. Then they continued their quest in the dungeon, and he happily said, Keep going, keep going. Rogers' subordinate suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Step aside. What is Mo Moyu curious about now? Rogers' subordinates rush forward to attack and shout, Get out of the way, don't block the path. He was confused, sweating cold and wondering why he couldn't push through. Rogers' subordinate quickly switched hands and shouted arrogantly, Get out of here now! You are polluting the prince's red carpet. His arm froze like stone as Mac New swung his sword down. Rogers' subordinate gasped in shock and collapsed to the ground, shouting boldly. In front of him was a skeleton with glowing eyes and an aura radiating from it. Y carefully warned, Be careful, they are probably people from the old law church. Makangu replied immediately, I know. And you wonder, is this the church with enough strength to rival our nation? The person inside the ancient carriage shouted out, Everyone stop. The ground trembled violently as a team of war horses appeared, and someone boldly stepped onto the red carpet. It was Rogers, and the people there whispered excitedly. Those weren't ordinary golden armor, but armor forged by master blacksmiths, with jewelry also crafted by metallurgists. That person's outfit must be handmade, probably not as good as the gear from the Hell Station, but definitely stronger than nightmare-level equipment. Yi Yi glanced at Rogers, who froze for 2 seconds before loudly scolding his subordinate for being so rude. "Step back," my subordinate quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Rogers suddenly showed a roguish smile and said, "It was my subordinate's fault for being rude earlier. I apologize to both of you on his behalf." Then he introduced himself. "I am Rogers from the ancient Lewin Palace, a level 31 fire god duelist." Some people there, upon hearing this, seemed to stagger and kneeled weakly. "Is that person a fire god warrior? I heard that the old Law Temple worships gods, and suddenly they inherit the great power of the divine. This fire god warrior is the heir to the fire god's power. Sounds very formidable." Others scoff and say, "What kind of fire god warrior is that? Just a legendary class profession." "It's just a fake profession with a fire attribute talent. Yes, the real power lies in the great deity who has defeated thousands of deep-dwelling demons." Rogers, dazzled by her beauty, reached out and gestured. "Would the beautiful girl like the honor of joining me in a dungeon run?" "No need, you are not qualified for that." Rogers furrowed his brows and said, "You're only level 25, I should have more right than you." He judged arrogantly, being rude, but Macnew just glared at Rogers without saying a word. He tauntingly said, "Your rank is so low it's normal that you can't see the bigger picture. Do you know which dungeon I want to clear?" Then he growled, "My lord wants to solo the Hellgate dungeon and claim the legendary title. Beautiful girl, after I finish my solo and get the title, I'll come invite you." After hearing that, Y snorted with laughter, a big question mark appearing in Rares's mind. Feeling confused by the laughter around him, he asked, "What's going on?" His subordinates sweat profusely as they run over and call out, "Your Highness," he whispers into RS's ear, "the title from the Helgard dungeon raid has already been taken." He continued, "That is the person in front of you." Rogers felt like a slap across the face. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Everyone, come over here." He and his subordinates gather around to discuss. "My lord, do we really have to do this? This is Thanha's territory, mostly fake professionals of Thanha around. What if something happens?" Rogers calmed him down, saying, "We just need to hide for a bit and everything will be fine." He continued with a sarcastic tone, saying, "Even if they all die, others will just think they died in the dungeon." Manga interrupted, saying, "Don't mind them. Let's keep fighting the dungeon." He smiled in agreement. "Yeah." The two of them then stepped through the gate to continue their work. Rares's eyes were filled with scheming and calculation as he used a scroll to pursue the instance, allowing him to enter the instance following others. "Weren't you supposed to solo? Why are you now leading the whole team in?" "Did he just use a scroll?" He smugly said, "I didn't expect that I would have to chase after you, did I?" He challenged. "I heard you soloed the dungeon and earned the title, so there's no other choice but for me to kill you, or I won't be able to take this title." Then he activated the teleportation sealing scroll, panic-stricken and sweating profusely. "This is a teleportation seal scroll. Our escape talisman from the dungeon is no longer effective." Rogers spread his arms arrogantly and asked, "Are you feeling desperate now? Are you scared yet? Are you afraid yet? This is the price you pay for provoking the Kola Church." He then wore a perverted smile. "Don't worry, little sister, I won't kill you. I feel like you'll make a very good toy." Macngu chuckled softly. Rogers clenched his teeth in anger. "What are you laughing at?" Mangu just summoned her weapon, daring him arrogantly. "You used the sealing scroll to teleport. We can't leave. You probably are too, right?" Rogers and his men froze in place as the Dry Corps attacked. They shouted in surprise, "What is going on here?" With a sarcastic tone, "Knowing your enemy and yourself guarantees victory in every battle, yet you don't even know my class and skills and still rush to your death." Rogers looked down on them, thinking that these cheap and broken skeletons could kill him. "But my profession is the legendary fire god duelist." Then he transformed into the fire god form and ordered his subordinates to attack. He proudly boasted, "This is my skill, the fire god subregion. In this state, all my attributes are tripled, and the damage of my skills is also 3 times higher. Reduce damage taken by 300% and become immune to all control skills." What do those skeletons have to compare with me? His minions shouted in flattery, "Long live the prince. The prince will surely win." Rogers chuckled happily. "Now I am invincible." Mac silently thought, as expected of a legendary class profession, the effectiveness of the skill is really strong. You speak casually, but your teammates probably don't have skills like that, right? Then you quickly make your move, slow down the original speed, and immediately the chains tighten, trapping Rogers' subordinates so they can't move. They finally shouted that the curse was just a support spell. "Hurry up and dispel the curse. They're coming." Rogers wildly swung his sword and cursed loudly. "Damn it, I find it hard to believe. How is this possible? Why are these skeletons so strong?" One of his subordinates used a shield to block the attack from the skeletons, but the shield shattered in two, knocking him away, and he shouted in shock. What? What kind of power is this? The people of Kolageoding are twisting all over. It's over. Are we going to die here? Rogers grimaced as hundreds of lightning bolts struck, causing his subordinates to cry out in pain. Your Highness, save me. Mogu smiled faintly. Only this foolish one remains, so it's easier to deal with. Rogers frantically shouted, I want to kill you. I will definitely kill you. Mongu Than Hien calmly took out her weapon and said, Luckily, I was worried I wouldn't have a chance to try my new skill, and you brought it right to my door. You unleash a soul-summoning move, your weapon radiating powerful auras. The gatekeeper suddenly appears, causing Rogers to freeze in place. Aren't you trying to solo the hell difficulty? Try fighting the boss. Rogers stared in shock and asked, Is this the guardian of the Dragon Clan? Why is he able to summon a dungeon boss with hell difficulty? The outpost guard is attacking him at the speed of sound. Rogers quickly raises his sword to block. A powerful explosion echoed, followed by a hacking cough. Rogers was beaten to a pulp, unrecognizable and groaning in pain. A single strike shattered the fire god's state. Is this the level of boss difficulty in hell? He slumped down in front of the towering figure of the gatekeeper, while Rogers still boldly threatened. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the fire, God Temple of Kula Church. Kill me and you will die. You cannot kill me. Mangu, upon hearing his words, grimaced and looked like a demon with wide eyes at him. The sentry paid no attention to those words. He punched Rogers so hard that he exploded like a New Year's fireworks display. Standing amidst the smoky battlefield, one hand holding Rogers' armor and the other against the cold, he said, Those kinds of people look down on others' lives, never expecting that before dying they would beg for mercy. He turned to Mangu and asked, Do you think he's still one of the Kolageodin people? Are you afraid? You confidently replied, I'm not afraid. He looked at you with a loving gaze and softly smiled. No matter what happens, I will be with you. She asked for my opinion on how to handle this fire spirit equipment, but just tell me what to do. We're focusing on leveling up now. She immediately responded. The scene shifts to the headquarters of Legeodin. Someone shouted in panic, This is Lakach. 2 dead. Go find the great teacher quickly. The scene shifts to the Divine Fall Academy, where Yi Yuan is enjoying tea when he sees Tai Nian enter with dark sunglasses, and he immediately turns to look. Old Man Nin has arrived? Rare. Why do you look so sour as soon as you arrive? Did someone offend you? Tai Nian is so angry he fumes, slams his hand on the table, and questions sharply. Old Bai, why did you assign my granddaughter to go play in the battlefield? Are you telling me the truth? Did your little guy instruct Lam Moyu to seduce her? Evian immediately scolded. How could it be that talented little guy? Does he need to seduce anyone? Tai Nian lifts her tea to cool her temper and snorts, so that Kid says he can take her to farm dungeons at the Hell Raid difficulty, but who knows if it's true or not. Why Vian sneers, Isn't it obvious when he comes back? Right now in the dungeon, Mogu and Yi teleport back, and the system displays Lam Moyu, level 26 Death Spirit Mage, while Ning Yi has already risen to level 23 Assassin. She smiles brightly. I need to recharge my protective talisman. I plan to return to the academy to receive my mission. And you? McNew replied expressionlessly. The professional competition is about to start, so I'm heading back to sell my gear. The scene shifts to Hawkins' academic hall in the trading house, where a clerk politely asks Han, a total of 20 million gold coins, is that acceptable? After McNew agrees to the amount and turns around, he mutters, Oh my God, this is equipment from the Hell Guards again. Who is this great deity now? Evian asked through the device on Macnew's wrist. How come it's so quick? You're back. You say, I've completed my mission. Back to give the mission? Yi Wen was stunned. The mission is complete, so come here quickly. As you walk, Macnew falls into his thoughts. You're already level 26. That's so fast. How is that possible? Yi Wen was surprised. How did you already reach level 26? You level up so fast, Macnengu explained. I've always been grinding dungeons. I almost never stop. Evian hesitated, but even if I had been constantly grinding nightmare difficulty dungeons, I couldn't have leveled up that fast. McNew replied, I run hell difficulty, but I also bring someone along. I knew it. This kid can clear the hell dungeons on his own. The person he's bringing along must be Nin Laoto's precious granddaughter. Does that nickname belong to you? What he's referring to is the title of Dragon Clan War King, with all attributes +500 and half energy consumption for Macngu's skills, to which he naively replied, Got it. Ivian smiled broadly and praised him sincerely. Well done, kid. You used up all your chances with the talisman of the sword. After showing off his achievements, Mongu politely asked, Lord Bai Shen, I still can't find an alchemist, so I have to trouble you again. Ya Yuan smirked. You're quite direct, but feeding this talisman to the sword isn't easy. He quickly agreed. Your performance this time was very good. I helped you with it, and I will inform you once it's done. McNu politely bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Bai Shen. Yivian looked curious. It seems you've also heard about the professional skills competition, right? Mogu responded, I've heard about it. Yi Yuan introduces. The professional competition takes place every 5 years. This year, it will be hosted by our Divine Ha Empire and will last for 10 days. He suddenly said seriously, I want not only you to participate, but also for you to win the team championship. Makingu agreed immediately. You just finished tidying up your achievements and said, Lord Bai Shen, please take care of these. He was stunned. Why does the Fire God golden armor from the Fire God temple of the old La sect belong to you? And when deduces, I heard that last year a fighter from the Lei Guild was given a golden Fire God armor, so it probably wasn't you. Muoingu explains it was during the dungeon run. They wanted to kill me first. And Van reacted fiercely and emphasized. The Ko La Geo Din? The space trembled violently, rocks flying everywhere. And Van continued, There's a bit of interest in this, daring to kill our students on our territory. I heard they use idol resurrection techniques. That kid probably isn't even dead yet. Evian stopped him and didn't forget to tease. Stop, old man, you're not a husky, don't interfere. Then he turned to Maknu and said, Okay, you can go back now. I've been holding back on this for years. It seems some people have forgotten another one of my names. Mangu thought to himself that another name for Bai Shen is God of Death and Destruction. He was momentarily stunned, having heard before that Bai Shen single-handedly stormed Hat State, killing 2 of its 3 top-tier powerhouses, nearly accomplishing the great feat of destroying a nation alone. Makingu thought this wasn't just his own task. He needed to bring Old Man Nin along too. After a moment of thought, Makingu politely bowed to the 2 of them and said, Old Man, please take care of the shield and the armor, and the violent ring as well. And Van resolutely replied, No problem. That old occultist dares to treat Nin Lao Dao's granddaughter like that. They are probably about to face punishment now. At this moment, a fierce formation appears in the sky above the old Lecoult, and a person stands frozen, gazing up with a look of doubt about life. His eyes widened in surprise, mixed with confusion, as the people of the Kola Dao Din shouted out loud, Oh my God, what is that? It's terrifying. Is this the magic of a divine-level mage? Is this the form of a fire god? Look, there are people and enemies on the sphere. Spirits appear. They are 3-level professions. Go quickly and call the great teacher of the sect. It turns out the 3 they mentioned are Tine Hien, An Van, and Wai Vian. They are not afraid of anyone and keep shouting, Kobadak, roll out here for me. Kobadak, roll out here for me. Kobadak, Lanradai, Cho Lao Tu. Tai Thien stood still with his arms crossed, ignoring the crowd screaming beneath the sea of flames. It's over. Our ancient church is doomed. Where is His Holiness? Just before the flames fell, the voices of the people shouted loudly, The Pope is here, the elders are here, it should be fine, right? The Pope of the Old Law Church, Gras, shouted angrily, If anyone dares to attack the Old Law Church, they want to die, right? Suddenly he looked up and saw Tine Hien's face as she bowed down, and he was startled to realize that Nin Tine Hien is a divine-level professional of the Empire. Gurat glanced over and saw Vian standing beside him, sweating profusely with wide eyes, thinking, God slaying gods! Why is he here too? You both came here. Do you really want to destroy our Kola church? He immediately put on a bright smile, gestured lightly with his hand, and said in a gentle tone, If we have offended you two in any way, I apologize on behalf of the Kola church. The followers below the Kola church were stunned and shouted in disbelief, Is this the end of our Kola church? Tine Hien, with a furious face, asked in a low voice, Is there someone named Rares in your church? Call that person out here. Gurat immediately turned around and ordered his followers. Bring Rares here, the crowd quickly responded. Yes. He tried to force a gentle smile as he nervously asked, May I ask what Rogers did to offend the 2 great masters? Gurat wondered silently, as Rogers was a divine envoy of the Fire God Temple, and he had to do his best to protect his life. Tine Hien replied emotionlessly, He did not offend me. Yi Wen also spoke nearby, saying, He hasn't offended me either. His eyes shining brightly, radiating a strong aura as he loudly declared, He offended my precious granddaughter. Evian also calmly said, He offended my beloved disciple. Guras was startled and stepped back thinking, Oh no, this is even more terrifying than offending these 2. Damn Rogers, what exactly did he do? Immediately, a beam of light appeared before everyone's astonished eyes as Rogers soared into the sky. Gurus helps him up and introduces, "Esteemed guest, this is Rogers, who accidentally died 2 days ago and has just been revived." Tai Nian radiates purple light as she uses her mental power to threaten and shout loudly. "You are the one who used a scroll to hunt down and kill our student Lam Moyu from the Ha-Kin Academy. You say you want my granddaughter to be your toy?" The purple light immediately affected Rogers, causing his face to quickly become gaunt and his eyes to bulge. After regaining his composure, Rogers immediately pointed at the two giants and said, "He dares to kill me. That kid dares to kill me too. I will kill him sooner or later. His title is mine. That woman is also mine. I want to turn that girl into a toy. I want her to live, but not really. Die, but not quite." Guras's face turned horrified, mouth agape after hearing his words. He thought to himself, "She's dead." He reached out his hand and looked at Vivian, probing, and called out, "Master." Tai Nian looked at him and said, "Even if he's dead, he can't come back to life. He left his spiritual traces on the idol in the church, right? So let's see if he can still come back to life without the statue of the god." Then he reached out and pointed toward the temple below the flames, and Yi Yuan also rushed quickly over. Gurus immediately turned to his subordinate Lao. "Hurry and save them." He turned his head to look at the sea of flames behind him and shouted, "Everyone run!" Rogers looked up at the approaching sea of fire, laughing maniacally and shouting, "You can't kill me. I can come back to life." He stood still as the flames engulfed him, only managing to utter, "I want to." A fireball from above hurtles down toward the temple below. The crowd immediately panics and runs, shouting loudly, "Run now." The flames quickly reach the roof and then spread rapidly around. Gura stood still, hearing his voice echo in his ears, and he thought that next time I will wipe out the old church completely. He sighed softly and said, "We are still alive. That's enough." With those two's character, they would have killed us all if they had been merciful. The other elders shouted, "Pope!" Gurus could only speak to comfort them, recalling how many people died that year during the water festival. The people stood still, shouting loudly at the wreckage of the church. "Rogers is damnable. If it weren't for him, our church wouldn't have suffered this disaster. The destroyed statue and the ancient church are heavy losses for us. Next, we will probably have to hibernate for a while. Surviving is already a blessing amid misfortune." The figures of Tai Nian and Vivian appear in a small corridor. Vivian sat on a stone bench in the yard, turning his head to ask him, "Old Nin, when did your temper become so good? Are you perhaps spoiling your granddaughter too much?" Tai Nian irritably argued back, "Isn't that also how you are? If it were before, there would have been no survivors in the Gula school." Vivian raised his hand to lift the teacup, closed his eyes, and replied, "Getting older, I should accumulate virtue and do fewer killing deeds, just eliminate the ringleader. Whether the rest of them are killed or not doesn't matter." And Van, hearing this, raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip, saying, "Isn't it because you left them behind so they could kill more demons?" Then he reached out and threw a small object to him, saying, "It's all set now." Vivian took it and asked in surprise, "Already so fast?" Tai Nian shouted as he held out an item in his hand. "Lao man, help me add this." And Van irritably asked, "Can't you two just do it at the same time?" He immediately burst into laughter and replied, "I forgot." 9 days later, hot air balloons carrying the words of the 100th fake professional competition appeared in the sky above the city. Moyu adjusted the watch on her wrist, deep in thought, and wondered if the registration for the fake professional competition had already begun. Thoughtful images of competition formats appeared in his mind. This contest is divided into 3 types: team battles, solo matches, and challenges. Every 10 levels form a zone, and I am in the 20 to 29 level zone. The rewards for the champion are very generous. He began to calculate in his mind team competitions below level 40. Each team champion can obtain a basic skill scroll, a basic miraculous potion, and 50 million gold coins. In Moge's mind, the prize for the champion appeared, an elementary skill scroll. Using it 100% could unlock a new skill. He remembered the prize for the champion. The solo champion could receive a bottle of basic miraculous potion. The system appears, and the basic miraculous potion, when used, permanently increases all basic attributes by 200 points. Manga strokes his chin, thinking to himself that the rules and rewards of the challenge haven't been announced yet, so he doesn't know what good things might be offered, but with such mystery the rewards are surely not bad. He frowned as he looked at his attribute table and weapon. His name is Lam Moyu, profession Death Spirit Mage, level 26, with the title Dragon Clan War King. Strength 480 plus 500. Physique, 480 plus 500. Agility, 480 plus 500. Spirit, 2500 plus 3,000, equipped with the Donatus Reaper at level 26, spirit power reaching the maximum limit of 3,000. The unlocks after collecting all the skills of the Soul Reaper: Spirit Summon, 250, 260 Skeleton Warriors, 150 Skeleton Mages, 108 Talents, 10-fold passive skill enhancement, Damage Transfer active skills, level 26. Soul Flame, level 26. Bionic Warrior, level 3. Bionic Corpse, level 26. Decay Skeleton, level 26. Armored Skeleton, level 26. Bionic Mage. 2 of the strongest skeleton sets of the protagonist appear in his mind, level 26. Bionic Warrior with Strength 7,000, Agility 7,000, Spirit 7,000, Physique 7,000, with the most ferocious brawl skill. Lam Moyu glanced at the second system panel. The level 26 silver-ranked Lich Mage has Strength 2,600, Agility 2,600, Mental Power 10,400, and Physique 2,600. Fengtu saw you and immediately called out to you. My Ningu. Mak Ngu touched his chin and replied, yes. Hatuyet raised her hand to greet him and asked if he was also here to register for the professional competition. Mak Ngu asked suspiciously, are the 3 of you planning to switch teams? She heard this and laughed. That's right. I was going to invite you to join us, but last time at the opening ceremony you already reached level 22, so we can't be in the same group. Tamai asked with a smile. That's right, Makngu. What level are you now? Lam Moyu said coldly. She heard that and immediately froze, while the other 2 looked like they had been hit hard. Fengtu stared blankly and exclaimed, level 26. Hatuyet covered her mouth in shock and said, so fast? Tamai, standing with her arms crossed, told the man, you can't be too fast. Fengtu turned to look at her and said, you're not suitable. Tommy turned to look at him and said, if you understand, you're probably the same kind as me. Fengtu stayed silent and didn't dare say anything more. Suddenly, Wai approached from behind, raised her hand and shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention to Makngu. Hatuyet turned her head in doubt and asked, who are you? She blushed and introduced herself with a smile. I am Nin Yi, a level 25 assassin obsessed with thrill. Hatuyet was startled and excited. She had already reached level 25, and she thought to herself, so there's someone who levels up as quickly as Makngu. I shyly touched her head and replied with a smile, it's all thanks to Makngu helping me level up. Hatuyet softly responded, I see, then let out a forced laugh. No wonder she levels up so quickly. I am Hatuyet, a high school classmate of Makngu and a level 17 elemental mage. Tamai also raises her hand to greet, shouting loudly, I am Tamai, a level 17 adventurer. Next to Fengtu, he continued, I am the level 17 holy swordsman Fengtu. Tommy behind saw the 2 girls talking and said, it seems being too outstanding also brings troubles. Fengtu nearby quickly replied, yes. Hatuyet raised her hand and shouted to everyone, we're going to find our teammates, see you later. Lam Moyu shouted with his hands in his pockets, if anyone wants to go raid the desert army, just call me. The person beside him silently pondered. High school classmates? She asked with a bright, probing smile. Your relationship with Hatuyet is pretty good, huh? Makngu coldly replied, just high school classmates. I put his hand behind his back and stepped forward, shouting, you really are a blockhead. If I had a beautiful female classmate like her by my side, I would definitely pursue her. You froze, silently watching her back without replying. Suddenly, a voice called out to bring you back. I casually said. Turning around, she saw Tong Dao Dao, the spirit rider level 24, Duan Gaoxian, level 21, and Elder Miao Yao, level 21. All shouting, are you all here to register too? Dao Dao turned to look at her and smiled, saying, the annual professional guild competition can't be missed. Hearing that, Wai asked, have you found a team leader? She quickly replied no, and Mu Yao beside her added that they all refused to team up with us because they thought we were too low level. Then Gao raised his hand to scratch his head and shyly added, we don't really want to compete for rankings, just want to join and see. Suddenly, Makngu's voice rang out, so everyone team up with us. Everyone turned to look at him, but in his heart he was secretly thinking that it might save time for them to find teammates. Dao Dao lowered her head, quietly pondering. I've heard for a long time that he led 39 people to fight the Desert Tyrant dungeon alone, if we could really join his team. She looked at Makngu's cold face and thought that the champion was probably already within reach. Dao Dao immediately raised her hand and earnestly requested, all right, but there's only one condition. Wai immediately excitedly grabbed her hand and shouted, just tell me the condition, Sister Dao Tzu, and it's fine. Dao Dao calmly stated her condition, if we can win the championship, the academy will reward us with contribution points, which is the best reward for a Makngu Dongbenzan Lan Lunghoto. All right, Seeing that, Dao Dao let out a relieved breath, thinking that if she didn't agree, they probably wouldn't join the team. The sky was clear and full of clouds as Maknangu's group quickly arrived at the registration point for the professional competition and lined up to wait. The person next to him spoke up, saying, "Maknangu, thank you." Maknangu looked at her and replied, "Nothing." Then he put his hands in his pockets and loudly declared, "I will definitely win the championship prize in this professional simulation competition." The younger brother beside him immediately smiled and praised. With the strength of the boss and a few trustworthy teammates, winning the championship is definitely in their hands. The junior steps forward, pushes others aside with force, and shouts loudly, "Move out of the way!" The crowd gasps and exclaims, "Bali Thong! He is the grandson of the Bali Academy director. Don't mess with him!" Suddenly, Lai Thang's eyes shifted as he looked at you and McNu standing ahead, suspiciously thinking. After seeing your face, Lai Thang's eyes widened in anger, thinking this damn guy is Lam McNu again. Seeing both of them about to leave, Lai Thang immediately raised his hand to stop Latu from going. When she saw it was him again, she frowned and thought, "Bak Lai Thang. That annoying name appears again." Lai Thang clenched his fists tightly and questioned her. "Ninwai, why are you with this guy?" Suddenly, he notices her arm draped around Ngu's shoulder, and his face immediately darkens. Wai frowns in annoyance and shouts, "Who am I with?" "Can you control that?" Li Thang shouted angrily when he heard this. "I can't control it." She said, "I can't manage her. Everyone knows she's Bak Li Thang's fiancé." She angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Shut your damn mouth. Is there something wrong with your mind? You came to propose at the door and were rejected. Then you go around talking nonsense, saying I am your fiancé, and I only overlook this because our families have known each other for a long time." I angrily pointed to his head and shouted, "You're lying so much, do you think it's true? Do I need to find Master Lu to check your brain? Don't stand here and lose your temper. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tell Grandpa to set you straight." Makangu looked at her furious face and thought, this is the first time Wai has gotten angry. Wai subtly glanced at the boy, feeling annoyed by Makangu's calm demeanor, wondering what she was worried about. Makangu won't pay attention to this kind of person. Li Thang's face immediately twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, I get it. Ninyo, this isn't over yet. She is the woman of Bak Li Thang. No one can take her away." He clenched his fist and shouted towards Maknu. "It's you again. Lam Maknu, you've opposed me many times, and now you want to steal my woman." Lai Thang's veins bulged as he shouted, "I haven't settled the score from before with you yet." Maknu coldly said, "Truly a clown." His face twisted with rage as he shouted, "You bastard! You're dead for sure. Sooner or later I will kill you." He immediately drew his weapon and stood in front of him, shouting, "If you want to die, just say it plainly." McNew's hand began to emit a blue light, frowning. Thinking I shouldn't kill this guy, or he'll come back to bother me later. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Li Thang look up in horror. "Who do you want to kill?" Li Thang, face full of fear, looked up at Yi Wen with murderous intent, crossing his arms from above and asking, "Do you want to kill him?" Li Thang looked up in fear and shouted, "Bak Than!" Yi Vian, with a grim face, shouted loudly, "Bak Li Thang! I ask you, who do you want to kill?" He panicked and collapsed onto the ground. Lian Thun shouted, "Bak Than, great master, I didn't do it, I haven't said anything yet." Yi Vian raised his hand and shouted, "Get out, if there is a next time I will personally take your head and hand it to Bak Li Hao." Li Thang and his men heard this and ran away. Seeing Yi Vian jump down and stand in front of him, he cheered happily, "Mr. Bak, Master Bai Shen." He turned his head to look at you and asked, "If I don't show up, what would you do?" McNew, with an expressionless face, naturally replied, "He wants to kill me, so I can only kill him first." Yi Vian, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the forces behind him?" His grandfather is Bai Li Hao, the dean of Bai Li Academy, a top-tier professional at level 81. "I've thought about it. At worst, I'll return to the original battlefield. I'm confident I can survive there. It's like when you killed the divine envoy of the Old Law Church. Just kill if you must. Old Nin has already leveled the entire church, so they won't dare to act recklessly anymore." He raised his fist with a bright smile and said, "Remember, a firm grip is the way of the strong, and fairness and respect are earned through strength." Yi Vian reached out and took Makangu's hand, saying, "I've sent you the upgrade method. Gather the materials and I'll find someone to help you." You respond with a yes and then remind him that the new mission has also been assigned to him, so make good use of the time. Yi Vian turned to look at the 3 young women behind him and praised, "Your girls are not bad either." After he left, she stepped forward, extended her hand and said, "Looks like you two are about to be busy again. The competition this time is held in Namhong City. Let's meet there then." I immediately smiled and replied, "Okay, Sister Diozi." She stepped closer to look at Maknu's screen, curious, asking, "What task did Mr. Bai give you?" You look at the screen and softly reply, "Tell me to go to Fortress number 3 to kill the Abyssal Demon and promote me to second lieutenant?" Huh. Arms crossed, asked in surprise. Just like that. Maknu put away the watch face and replied, "It's not just that." A primal element secret realm appeared at the third fortress. Lord Bai Shen asked me to collect elemental crystals from the secret realm. Hearing this, she crossed her arms and shouted, "If I remember correctly, the main battlefield outside the third fortress is also called the Elemental Plane." A powerful explosion from that year flashes in Wai's mind, accompanied by a sound as she begins to recount how a large-scale battle once took place there. She calmly states that nearly 100 elemental mages had changed classes 3 times, casting over 1,000 forbidden-level spells. I thought about that place and said the land was turned into an elemental zone and then produced many elemental creatures. She frowned in doubt and exclaimed, "Elemental creatures. I've never seen it before. I wonder what it looks like." Moru glanced at her and replied, "You'll find out once you see it." The two of them entered the teleportation array of the academy and quickly activated it. In an instant, they appeared at the teleportation array of Fortress number 3. Mo Eng Yu reached out to support Lam Wai as she held her head and shouted wearily, "We're here now. I still can't get used to this long-distance teleportation." The system interface immediately displayed a notification. Level 1 Fire Elemental Core, 100,000 gold coins each. Sub-essence materials for weapons that can increase fire elemental damage and for defensive gear that can boost fire resistance. Level 1 Wind Elemental Core costs 100,000 gold each. Level 1 Water Elemental Core costs 100,000 gold each. The voiceover asks if the elemental core probably dropped after defeating the elemental monster. Looks like it's the specialty of Fortress number 3. Too bad I don't need it. You lead the way and go ahead, so I'll go see what kind of elemental monster is here. Outside the large door, soldiers stand guard on both sides in serious formation. A fully armored soldier immediately orders to turn Maknu away when he approaches. "Kid, if you go out like that, you'll die. The two of you can't go outside, it's too dangerous. On the plains, even the weakest monsters are level 33, and the 2 highest levels are only 26. Don't go out looking for death." The captain of the guards quickly approached when he heard the noise and asked, "What's going on?" The guard captain replied, "Captain, these 2 want to go outside." He turned to look at LA level 26, level 25 and said, "Are they trying to find death outside? Where are their families? Why is it like this? Why did you bring both of them here?" At this moment, from afar, a figure of flames rushing forward, a level 33 fire element soul radiating fire to the sky, sped towards them. The captain of the guards was stunned in place. He turned to look at Moyu as he summoned the dry bones surrounding himself and shouted, "This is the captain of the guards watching those dry corpses rush forward so quickly that he only sees their afterimages, thinking to himself how fast they are. With this speed, I'm afraid the attribute points of those skeletons are very high." The skeleton warrior rushes forward, raising his weapon and unleashing a furious attack on the fire element spirit. As soon as it was destroyed, a notification sound immediately rang in my ears. Destroyed level 33 fire elemental soul experience, plus 165,000. The squad leader of the guards was startled and shouted out loud. The chain was close and his heart trembled as he watched the level 26 dry soldier instantly destroy the level 30 fire element spirit demon. He turned to look at Maknu in surprise and shouted, "Lieutenant Ham." He glanced at the badge hanging on the boy's chest, thinking to himself, "He's so young but already a lieutenant. When I became a lieutenant, I was already level 38. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, looked up at him and asked, "Can we go outside now?" He nodded and replied, "Go ahead." They left the city, and she immediately commented, "They're too cautious, but it's because of responsible people like them that Thanha can be peaceful now." Mikangu replied, "Yeah, I understand that." Suddenly, Ninwai's hair stood on end from static electricity, making her jump and shout, "What is this crazy place?" Seeing Mo Ruo's smile, she angrily shouted, "What's so funny about that?" A blue tornado appeared nearby in the sky, and a powerful explosion quickly erupted where the two of them had just been standing. Maknangu and she both used their bone armor, then looked up at it. A level 34 wind elemental spirit with 4,000 power, 4,000 agility, 7,000 spirit, and 5,500 physique appears in the sky, possessing wind barrier, tornado, and wind blade skills, and is immune to wind elemental properties. Immediately, it started throwing wind blades at the two of them. A blue light shone from Maknu's palm. He glanced at the wind elemental spirit, the withered corpses appearing one after another. Standing upright in the middle, he asked, "Batnat, my elemental mages can't fly." The wind elemental spirit threw gusts of wind blades fiercely at the withered corpses below, but all the different elemental powers attacking it were ineffective. The flames shot up into the sky from the dry corpse, but didn't hurt it at all. McNew was stunned and realized that life elementals have no physical form, so they can't be destroyed by using their corpses. The ground suddenly started shaking violently. He immediately asked, "Makangu, can you feel anything?" He turned to look back and replied as the ground trembled and the elements became chaotic. In the distance, Mongu saw flashes of light and a group of people desperately running toward him, shouting loudly. "Someone is there." A soldier with brown hair glanced back and urged, "Hurry up, you run faster. Don't get distracted, or you'll lose your life." Behind the crowd, hundreds of different types of elemental spirits are chasing after them. Seeing this, he shouted in surprise, "Did they stumble into a nest of elemental spirits?" The elemental secret realm appears as needed, causing chaos among the elements and releasing many elemental spirits. What a coincidence, I was worried I wouldn't find this secret realm. The brown-haired soldier running over shouted loudly when he saw Yu and Y standing still. "What are you two just standing there for? Are you waiting to die? Can't you see there are so many elemental spirits behind you?" Another voice urged, "Let those two go, let's run quickly." Makangu raises his hand to start summoning the skeletons. As soon as his voice fades, dozens of skeletons immediately appear around him. "Appear now." Monungu raises his hand, gathering blue light and orders to kill. Immediately, the Dry Lords quickly charged towards the incoming elemental spirits. Both sides swiftly clashed, beginning their fierce battle. A powerful explosion erupts and a continuous notification sounds. Defeated level 33 Fire Elemental Spirit. Plus $165,000 experience. Defeated level 34 Fire Elemental Spirit, gained 165,000 experience. Defeated level 34 Fire Elemental Spirit, gained 165,000 experience. Suddenly a sound rang out, causing Yom to clutch his head and shout, "What is that? My head is spinning." Muknu looked up at the multicolored figure before her, silently noting that her mental attribute points were high enough to remain unaffected. This sound must come from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the Elemental Queen. The boy immediately raises his hand to cast the slowing spell, creating chains. He shouted, casting the slowing spell. A stream of blue light shot from Maknu towards the attacking elemental spirits. The soldiers gasped in relief and exclaimed, "Finally, we're saved. I thought we would die. We're saved, so why aren't the elemental spirits chasing after us anymore? Look over there, everyone, quickly." He, sweaty and breathless, stared at the huge explosion in shock and shouted loudly, "Who are they? How powerful is that? Are those skeletons summoning objects? So powerful, what kind of experiment is this, to think it can summon something so terrifying?" It's funny, I even called them crazy back then. Y, on the other side, weakly holding his pale face, said, "Luckily, it's not shouting anymore. My head hurts like it's going to explode." Makingju raised her head and shouted at the colorful lights above, "Elemental crystals only fall from the queen in the elemental secret realm. Let's go," she exclaimed in surprise. "The scenery is so beautiful. You frown and say ahead that it's not quite suitable. There seems to be something inside." A purple-lit entrance appeared before the two of them. Makangu shouted, "So this is the entrance to the secret realm." Y beside him urged him to move. "Let's go in." The two of them quickly stepped through the gate. The two appear in a vast icy field with a huge ice castle in front of them. Your voice echoes a reminder. The secret realm is different from the instance dungeon. The secret realm is an independent space, so you might encounter others. Be careful. I looked around and shouted, "This is the Ice Palace." Makangu gestures and summons the dry skeletons to scout the way. She smiled brightly and asked him, "Does your skeleton still work for finding the way?" "That's convenient," Mongu replied coldly. "Wait until they find the correct path, then we'll go." Turned around, he said, "Let's go, we've found the way out." I shouted happily, "It's so fast, these skeletons are really useful." The two of them arrived at a spot and saw General Yuan Tuo Shui standing guard silently. An alert appeared on the screen immediately. General Yuan Tuo Shui, leader of the secret realm, level 37, power 13,000, agility not, spirit 13,000, stamina 16,000, deep ice wall skills, whirlpool side attack, sky-reaching ice tornado, water attribute, half damage reduction, immune to magic, water element. Y jumped to avoid the attack, startled and shouting quickly without hesitation. Mangnangu also swiftly dodged and called out, "I understand now. It is merged with the palace so it can't move. A stream of blue energy appears in your hand blocking the attack. You see a dry bone soldier stabbing fiercely at the throat of the water elf general, having the physical damage. The damage dealt to the dryad soldiers can be significantly reduced. Luckily, I have enough dryad soldiers. Immediately after, he used the ice vortex to create streams of ice arrows aimed at the dryad soldiers. He stands still as streams of ice arrows shoot out rapidly around him. Moyu hides behind a large rock, immediately gathering magic in his palm and giving the order for everything to return to the summoning space. Immediately, streams of ice spears shot toward the two of you hiding nearby. Moyu saw the ice spears stop and quickly peek out to check, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is really happening. But as long as I deal damage that surpasses your recovery speed, I can defeat you, right?" Maiden raised her scythe high and shouted, "Appear now!" As soon as she finished speaking, the giant sentry appeared right behind her. As soon as he appeared, the attribute system panel instantly popped up. Gatekeeper, Soul, level 33, Strength 15,000, Agility 13,000, Southern, Spirit 10,000, Physique 15,000. Manga lowered his head in admiration. No wonder he's a boss in the Hell difficulty dungeon. Even at level 33, his attributes are much higher than the level 37 Water Element General. He raised his scythe high and shouted, "Soldiers, come support us." A dim blue light appears behind the sentry, and he steps forward with slow, deliberate strides. The Water Elemental General immediately unleashes a tornado of ice, firing hundreds of ice arrows at the approaching sentry as his wings lift high above. The sentry soared up and approached the Water Element General, ignoring the ice arrows hitting him. Manga tilted his head and coldly shouted, "Using the old trick again, it won't work on the sentry." The sentry, leading other dry liches, charged straight at the stationary man, with waves of power from the liches striking the Elemental General repeatedly, forcing him to unleash a flood of crimson water that created a vast sea, submerging all the liches inside. Manga was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the rising water heading toward where he stood. Manga and Y quickly climbed to a higher spot to look down, lowering their heads to observe the large-scale water flow. Such a wide-range skill to counter the actions of the dry corpses was truly quite troublesome. Inside the water, General Yuan Tuoshui's eyes flash with a blue light. The sentry stands upright, ignoring the rushing water towards him. Immediately, dozens of dry leeches shot out from him towards General Yuan Tuoshui. The sentry's eyes flashed with a bright red light as he glanced over. A powerful crimson force shattered the water and headed straight for the Water Element General. The sentry was engulfed by the water when a notification sounded. Defeated level 37. Water Elemental General gained 180,000 experience, obtained 10 Water Elemental cores. Manga waits for the water to recede, then quickly raises the sickle and pulls him back. He points the sickle at General Yuan Tuoshui and shouts, "Summon spirits!" Manga withdrew the sickle and whispered to himself, "So pure elemental life has no corpse and no soul. It seems I can't use soul summoning on them." He crouched down to count the water element stones on the ground, silently summing up that summoning monsters with his skill, though only for 3 minutes, was enough to kill a regular boss. Y, leaning against the cold, looked around and said, "I think the chaos of the elements has decreased a bit." Manga glanced around and replied, "Much more comfortable than before. Let's keep going." The two of us step forward from this ice mountain, heading towards the distant volcano. Manga immediately uses the armored skeleton, and the two of them step into the volcano area, surrounded by flames. I couldn't help but feel grateful that he had the armored skeleton. If he were a different profession, he might have been losing HP constantly in this place. He glanced around, silently calculating. Frozen sea of fire. Next, will there be a world of wind and thunder? Monu looked at the huge volcano in the distance and thought to himself that as Hodium-sun gets closer, Y suddenly shouted, "That's not a mountain, but a pile of fire." Not far ahead of the two, a dormant volcano is gradually awakening. As soon as it awakens, its attribute panel immediately appears. Fire Elemental General, leader of the Secret Realm, level 37, no strength, no agility, spirit 20,000, physique 16,000 SARS. Skills. Erupting Flame, Blazing Inferno reduces 50% physical damage. Fire immunity, Scorching Flames. Manga was startled, realizing it was a creature that couldn't move and also immune to physical attacks. He looked at the Fire Elemental General and shouted, "But I have experience now." Suddenly, he immediately shot out powerful streams of sparks that struck down forcefully, causing a massive explosion upon impact. General Yuan Tuohuo unleashes a continuous barrage of flames, and Manga secretly thinks, as expected, this is a wide-area attack move. He uses Scorching Flames to burn and incinerate the dry soldiers rushing toward him. The boy's hand swings up, summoning even more dry soldiers. He swung his hand, using the furious ice storm to counterattack. Streams of icy wind rushed toward the fire element general. He immediately stood up, flames bursting everywhere. The ground suddenly cracked open and began to shake violently. The fire element general unleashes a sea of flames, causing the magma to shoot straight up from the cracks. Moyu grabs his arm, jumps up to dodge the magma, and shouts loudly, putting all her strength into it. Looks like the next part is best left to the dryads. The fire element general on the other side was immediately hit by streams of ice wind. Suddenly, Moyue looked ahead and told him to give her something. Streams of magma shot up and shattered the ground, and a burst of brilliant fireworks appeared before the two of them. He turned to look at her and shouted fireworks as the sound notification also rang out. Defeated General Yuan Tuohuo level 37 with 180,000 experience gained and obtained the Yuan Tuohuo Human Core 10. He looked at Moyu sitting in front and teased. I didn't expect you to be so romantic. You shyly bowed your head without replying. After a long while, a urging sound finally rang out. Let's go. Over there outside the gate. The fake guild members are standing still. Xiaofa turned to the captain and exclaimed, Boss, I can't believe we actually found it. A masked man immediately spoke up. This is the elemental secret realm we've been searching for all these days. Finally, we found the tall guy who looked ahead and saw the empty space. He asked in confusion. That's strange, isn't it? Said that there are many elemental spirits outside the secret realm? Why don't we see any of them now? The team leader replied. Probably someone has already gone in. The long-haired team member urged. So what are we waiting for? Let's go now. If we're too slow, we might not make it. The tall, annoying guy muttered in frustration, not expecting others to arrive first. The captain pulled down his collar, grinning maliciously, and shouted, No need to rush. I can sense the residual aura of the elements. They haven't been inside for long. Someone else has already cleared the way, saving us a lot of effort. The Divine Ha Empire has a saying, the praying mantis catches the cicada, the oriole hides behind. Today, we will be that sparrow. The captain, pretending to be a water singer, walks through the teleportation gate with the others in the team, all of them excited and full of confidence. The boss is right, we don't need to rush as long as we kill the final boss ourselves. If anyone dares to block our way, we'll deal with them and the boss together. Xiaofa and the others couldn't wait either and hurriedly stepped in. This idea isn't bad. Let's go, let's go. After passing through the teleportation gate, one of the team members looked at the still fresh footprints glowing on the ground. He turned back to inform those behind him. Found it. Follow me. McNu and Y moved further into the battlefield. Suddenly, something fell in front of the two of them. Dust from the ground billowed up, obscuring their view. I quickly jumped off the ground to dodge the attack. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked at what was beneath. This is what lies beneath the ground, resembling a cutting tornado with lightning arcs surrounding its body. The level 38 top-tier wind and lightning elemental form from the secret realm with no power, agility of 5,000, spirit of 25,000, and physical strength of 20,000. Its lightning storm and wind lightning attack skills have a 50% reduction in physical damage and are immune to wind and lightning elements. Mac NGU covers her mouth with her hand and steps back as the storm element of wind and lightning unleashes a bolt of lightning straight at her. Luckily, Mo and Gu's bones were covered with armor, so the previous attack didn't harm him at all. His gaze changed, lightning elements slowed down, then a series of red chains shot up from the ground, rushing straight toward the elemental monster. The red chains tightly wrapped around the entire body of the monster. It struggled to break free but failed. Realizing it couldn't hurt the mage, it unleashed a barrage of heavenly thunder on the dry corpse soldiers below. The other sorcerers immediately cast spells to attack the wind and lightning element monster. A series of fierce flames descended, and Han Bang Xuang Vu launched relentless attacks on the helpless monster. It struggled to break free from the chains. The Dry Lich soldiers seized the opportunity to attack the monster. It tried to counterattack, but was all in vain. Mac Nu tightens the chain, trying to slow it down. Flying monsters like this are the most troublesome. After a struggle, the storm wind element monster was knocked to the ground. The Dry soldiers immediately jumped on it to finish off the creature. Finally, under Mac Nu's relentless attack, the storm wind element monster was defeated. The status screen appeared, storm wind elemental monster defeated, level 38, experience gained $200,000, obtained storm wind elemental core 10, lightning elemental core 10. Casting the spell in midair, it quickly absorbed what was left of the storm element monster. McNu moved forward. Let's go. Only the elemental queen remains. Mac and Gu moved forward and said, as long as the elemental planes still exist, those bosses will appear again very soon. He led Yi ahead, and the landscape had already changed, with streaks of auroras stretching endlessly into the distance. They traveled for a long time and finally arrived at a floating castle on the cliffside. This is the lair of the Elemental Queen. She sat calmly on the throne, surrounded by stones representing the elements ready to fight. She glanced indifferently at Mangnu and the others, and her status screen appeared. Elemental Queen, Hidden Realm Leader, Level 39, Strength 20,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 20,000. Elemental skills, including Explosive Elemental Assault and Fierce Elemental Fury. The Dryad soldiers jumped up to her position, and Mangnu observed the situation, silently thinking that the damage reduction was 50% for both physical and elemental attacks. The Elemental Queen remains unfazed as the glowing elemental orbs surrounding her shine brightly. The elemental burst repelled the Dry Lich warriors away. Its body was shattered by that light. Fragments of bones scattered all over the ground. The 3 ancient warriors have been defeated. Mangnu slightly furrowed his brow. After many battles, the bodies of the Dry soldiers were covered with wounds. She lost patience and clasped her hands together, releasing streams of elemental light. Then she unleashed 3 beams of light directly at Mangnu. Elemental bombardment. Beams of light pierced through the bodies of the long-dead soldiers, shattering them into hundreds of pieces that scattered across the ground. 5 Dry Lich warriors have been defeated. Mangnu now realizes that she is not easy to deal with at all. He silently marvels at how powerful her skills are. No wonder she is the Elemental Queen of the Secret Realm. The elemental stones shatter one after another, and the spiritual energy within them is quickly absorbed by the Elemental Queen. Her hands are wrapped in elemental rings of violent love, and when she swings her hand containing fire elements, a fierce blaze immediately burns the Dry soldiers. She raised her hand with the water element, and a whirlpool immediately appeared, sweeping away all the nearby Dry soldiers. With that, 11 Dry warriors had been destroyed. Mangnu looked at the unfavorable situation and sighed. Why is this so difficult? Why did Bakthan assign me this task? He immediately remembered what he had experienced when he stepped onto the battlefield. Elemental creatures have neither souls nor bodies. My ultimate move, Soul Fire, and the Shattered Corpse can't be used. Since I arrived here, I haven't even had the chance to use those 2 skills. Lei Wan's slowing down also has no effect. If it really doesn't work, I can only summon the Undead General and the Gatekeeper using the Necromancer's spell. Thinking of this, he sneered and ran his hand through his hair. It seems the Elemental Queen must be a boss that can only be defeated using the proper mechanics. They're still a bit reckless, rushing in without gathering enough information. The fake professionals are also nearing the Element Queen's castle. Boss fight, they're fighting the boss now. Is there a need to stop them? He calmly replied, looking at the situation ahead. Wouldn't it be better to let them and the Elemental Queen kill each other? He ordered Xiaofa. Xiaofa, unleash your strongest move. Yes. She clenched her staff tightly, recited the incantation, and a formation appeared beneath her feet, with golden light rising from the ground and swirling around her. I suddenly sensed something unusual outside the market. Her assassin's instincts told her danger was approaching. She immediately turned to Mangnu and shouted, "Watch out, Mangnu. Someone is ambushing us." As she finished speaking, a strange symbol appeared beneath their feet, and numerous meteorites fell from the sky. Xiaofa laughed triumphantly, still in the fire destruction form. Dying. Contrary to Wai's worried look, Moyu was completely untroubled, smirking just in time as fiery stones rained down, setting the ground ablaze. After a long while, the flames gradually died down, and thanks to the armor made from bones, Moyu and Wai were unharmed. The 2 turned to look at the group from the fake professional team running over. The Dry Corpse soldiers split into 2 groups, one fighting the Elemental Queen, and the other advancing to battle the fake professional team. The captain hesitated as he watched the fiercely charging Dry soldiers. He stepped back, his voice a little anxious. What the hell is this? Where did so many immortal-type monsters come from? I haven't heard anyone say the Elemental Queen has any subordinates. The other team members raised their weapons and started fighting. He calmed everyone down. Don't panic. Suddenly, red chains emerged from the ground, wrapping around them and locking them in place. Xiaofa's group was restrained by the crimson iron chains. They were panicked. What was happening? It was a curse. Ngu, standing in the distance, raises her hand to control the fake chains, which are different from those of the monsters, likely indicating that the support person has the skill to remove curses to counter the healer. The sorcerers following her cannot stay still. They began to cast spells to confront the fake profession team. The others, bound tightly by Ngu's chains, couldn't move. They could only stand and watch as sharp icebergs, lightning, and raging firestorms charged toward them. One by one, they were struck down and instantly burned to ashes. The team leader looked at his teammates being tortured in the flames and couldn't help but feel worried. He cursed. Damn it. The guy who was burned by the fire is now lying on the ground. gasping for breath, his entire body trembling as the flesh on him was roasted to black. The team leader, unwilling to accept defeat, once again struggles to break free from the chains, provoking the crowd. Sparks shoot out from his body, a sign of the chained curse. The chains wrapped around the dry corpse. The captain of the fake professional team took out a bottle. He uncorked the bottle and shouted loudly to those behind him, "Stop holding back. Drink the antidote quickly." They quickly took out their bottles and drank them all at once, and the chains of Mangnu around them gradually disappeared. After drinking all the water from the bottle, they were enveloped in a healing blue light. The man, just escaping the brink of death, muttered in amazement, "The monster almost died." Mac and Goo's mages continued their attack. Thunderbolt and Iceberg charged again, and the fake professionals quickly responded, working together to raise a large shield that covered them all, protecting a wide area. Under the protection of the shield, this time the fake profession team was no longer seriously injured like before. Amidst the fierce firestorm and relentless attacks, their confidence waned, replaced by fear and worry. Bai frowned as he looked at them. They are all level 40 now, with wide area protection. The chain around the knight still burning and destroying. Yet the sneak attack skills used by the mages earlier are all level 40 skills obtained after the second class transfer. Mekanju silently observed the actions of the fake professional team, thinking to himself, "So there are cursed resistance potions too? Is this a benefit gained from the second class transfer for fake professionals?" If using items is allowed, level 40 fake professionals are indeed very hard to deal with. "I'm not worried at all." A slight smirk appeared on his face. "But so what? If they hadn't ambushed us earlier, and if it weren't for the armored skeleton remains, Y and I would probably be badly injured now, and we couldn't afford to hold back against enemies." Makangu waved his hand forward, ordering the dry lich soldiers to attack. The others tried to keep their distance, one side focusing on holding the shield, the other on fighting back against the monsters. Despite the attack from the fake professionals, the dry corpse soldiers remain unharmed and continue charging at them. Seeing their bodies seem foreign and unnatural, some team members start to panic. What's wrong with those summoned creatures? Why won't they die no matter how long we fight? What should the boss do now? The captain thought he would easily profit from the situation, but he didn't expect himself to get caught in such a tricky predicament. Maknu's power is completely beyond his expectations. He frowns and struggles to hold up the shield. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong, fighting the elemental queen and still able to distract us. Looking at the shield about to break, the captain shouted to his teammates nearby. "It seems we can only retreat. Retreat." Of course Maknu wouldn't let them retreat so easily. He and Y moved closer to their position. You raise your hand and recite the incantation. A stream of blue spiritual energy shoots out from your hand. Soulfire, one of the fake professionals among them, chooses Maknu's spiritual energy, and he screams in pain. The captain panics and shouts, "Run!" But it was too late. A bolt of lightning struck down directly at the captain. The shield he created helped absorb some of the damage, so his life was still spared. He panted heavily. The captain looked up while the other members had all been defeated by the dry corps soldiers, falling one by one. The captain uncorked the bottle he had taken out earlier and drank all the water in one gulp. His body gradually recovered, and a dry corpse soldier from behind leapt up to ambush him but was blocked by his protective shield. He quickly took advantage of the armor leaf and hurriedly turned to run away. He looked at him and asked Moyu, "Moyu, should we chase after him?" He replied softly, "No. The knight's ultimate defense is hard to break through. Furthermore, we have something more important to take care of." The dry lich soldiers continue to charge forward. The elemental queen raises her hand to perform a seal, unleashing a light that can pierce through everything. Elemental explosion. Suddenly a corpse from the fake profession group earlier flew in front of her. Mangu immediately activated the violent corpse, which exploded instantly, causing damage to the elemental queen. Then another one. And another one. And so a series of bodies flew towards her and exploded. She was now badly wounded, and the light on her elemental pulse was fading. Mac Ngu watched her struggling and thought to himself, as expected from a level 40 fake professional's corpse, the damage it dealt was quite impressive. He raised his hand to unleash a blue spiritual energy. You order the skeleton soldiers to seize the opportunity while it's weakened and kill it, risking everything. Receiving the command from Mask Nu, the skeleton soldiers charge forward aggressively. The elemental queen also refuses to give up. She continues to emit beams of light, but due to her severe injuries, her power has diminished significantly. The skeleton soldiers easily blocked with their swords. Seeing that her destructive element could no longer be used, she immediately transformed her form. The elemental lights in her hands turn black as she tears apart the heads of the approaching dry soldier warriors. Her strength had waned, and finally she was pierced through by the swords of the dry lich soldiers, her body no longer intact. Her entire body gradually shattered and disappeared into the air. The status window appeared indicating the defeat of the experienced element queen with, "What you to do want you 40,000 points." Seeing the elemental crystal multiply fivefold, which can be used to craft top-grade platinum equipment or accessories, as well as materials for creating time-reducing charms, Y felt relieved as the battlefield gradually disappeared. It's finally over. Macnu approached the spot where the element queen had been earlier. You have a magic seal in your hand and tell Y that you obtained the elemental crystal. Almost everything left of the battlefield has disappeared. The area where Macnu and the others are standing also turned into a desolate wasteland, and although they had defeated the boss of the battlefield, Macnu still felt a bit uneasy. Most of the dry bones are seriously injured and need to return to the summoning space to heal. But it doesn't matter how long it takes. Macnu and Y leave the battlefield. You said, "This place is near Battlefield 3, and you haven't completed the promotion mission yet. Let's go check the battlefield." In Battlefield 3, the dust and dirt make Y frown into comfort. Some bloodthirsty monsters smelling the living humans rushed over. The stats display: level 30-year human-eating monsters, strength 6,000, agility 5,000, spirit 3,000, physique 6,000, skills howling. Y looked at them and softly asked, "A deep and mysterious creature." Suddenly, a monster lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite the two of them. But before it could reach them, the warrior Ko Lao cut the creature in half. The status board shows a level 35 man-eating monster, 175,000 experience points gained, 1 military merit, and a monster claw. MacNGU looked at the stats board with some dissatisfaction. These monsters give too little contribution. I need to find a deep-dwelling demon. Y also drew 2 small swords to fight, but these monsters are very cunning, hiding well and appearing suddenly, which irritates him. The demons have very high spiritual roots and hide even better than mice, so encounters are inevitable. Suddenly, a loud explosion in the sky caught their attention, and Y quickly recognized it as a signal flare. She looked towards the explosion and quickly said, "The distress signal. Something's happened ahead. Let's go there now." When they arrived, the place was strangely deserted. Not even a low-level monster's shadow could be seen. Y carefully observed the surroundings and seemed uneasy. There are no monsters around here. A hoarse, slightly sinister laugh echoed from a nearby place. I shouted in shock in the voice of a demon, "It seems the man-eating monsters have all been summoned away by the demon." Not expecting things to be so dangerous, the two hurriedly ran to the place where the laughter came from, fearing that the signal for help from the fake professional was being surrounded. Inside Battlefield number 3, somewhere within the war zone, a group of people is surrounded by numerous monsters, their hungry eyes glaring at them as if ready to attack and tear their prey apart. We can't just stand here and wait to die. They decided to break through the encirclement and escape, charging with me to break out. But just as they took a few steps forward, something fell and blocked their path. The creature that appeared was a high-level monster with stats. He missed Demon Wolf, level 38, strength 12,000, agility 10,000, spirit 3,000, Sayu physique 9,000, skills, howling attack and biting. The squad leader glanced at the Dark Abyss Demon Wolf and realized he had fallen into his trap. Damn it. He wasn't just joking with us, he wanted us to send a distress signal to attract more people here. At this moment, Makangu and Y also arrived, looking at the chaotic scene before them with a slight frown, realizing it was a flying monster and knowing they had to find a way to lure it down. At this moment, Tamuyen Malang also sensed Makangu's arrival, turned around with an excited smile, and thought someone was here. He looked at Makangu with confusion, wondering why it was the little kid at level 26. Then glanced down at Y, a young girl at level 25 with smooth, tender skin, clearly looking quite tasty and probably very delicious. You lead the squad and listen to Tamu and Malang, and with only a level 26 person arriving, you're even more worried. How can a level 126 be here? And why is there a fake profession under level 20 on the 3rd battlefield? This time it's over. Thong Yen Malang temporarily ignores the others and rushes straight at him. "I will eat you first." Makangu stepped forward, raising a hand to stand in front of him. Thong Yen Malang grew even more excited, sneering at the two of them. "You can't escape. Your fate is sealed. I want to eat you piece by piece, starting with your hands and then your legs. Before I finish eating, I won't let anyone die." Then he charged forward, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth and rushing at her. The screams of pain are the best seasoning. He slashed with his claws, attacking Monyu, who was blocking in front. "Kid, go die. Don't get in my way while I eat." Its attack was blocked by a chunk of ice, and red chains from the ground suddenly wrapped tightly around his body. He was panicked. What is happening? Seeing the signs of rejection in his body, he panicked. Something was wrong. It was the curse. Tamuyen Malang's entire body was bound tightly by chains and unable to move. The Dry Corps soldiers from Maknangu also appeared, immediately rushing towards the monster. Tam Uyen Malang could only watch as the army of Dry Corps drew closer and closer. Seeing the other monsters also bound tightly with red chains, the crowd cheered happily. Why did they suddenly stop? It's the power of the curse, a good opportunity. Break the encirclement immediately. They seized the opportunity as the controlled monsters charged back, breaking through the monsters' encirclement. After escaping danger, they gasped for breath, unable to hide their joy. That's great, but before I could finish my sentence, they were stunned by the terrifying scene at Maknu's place. This is truly heaven and earth. The deep abyss. Demon Wolf struggles under Maknu's attack, howling loudly, "I will kill you! I want to kill you!" Those people stepped back in fear. Could that be the deep abyss Demon Wolf? It must be. What are those immortal summoned creatures after all? Why does the Malang have no resistance at all? In the end, the deep abyss Demon Wolf was also slain, dying instantly from a piercing sword to the heart. The stats appeared, defeating the deep abyss Demon Wolf, level 38, experience gained 380,000. The public achievement of 50 grants you demonic blood essence. The demonic blood essence contains profound power. The alchemists and craftsmen can use that power to craft equipment. The others were surprised to see a high-level demon be defeated so easily. He's dead. Maknu approaches the corpse of the deep abyss Demon Wolf and tells the others, "Step back a bit. I want to clean up the battlefield." They looked at him confused. Clean up? What do you mean, clean up? Isn't he only level 26? How did you manage to kill a demon in just a moment? I stood to the side, smiling and waving at them. Hurry up, everyone, or you'll get infected. They quickly rushed to where Y is standing. A worried person told her that those man-eating monsters wouldn't be easy to kill. She just smiled softly and replied, "Just watch." The other monsters rushed towards Maknu, all of them charging to attack. He stands there calmly watching them. As expected, the place with the corpses is their own backyard. After finishing, he raised his hand, recited the incantation, and the bodies violently exploded. The corpse beneath your feet instantly exploded, and the monsters that had just charged at you were also caught in the blast, their bodies blown apart. Under the influence of Moyu, each corpse in the middle exploded. The crowd stared in horror at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Where did this person come from? No wonder they're involved in the third battlefield. Is this really a 26-star level? Killing it so easily is too light? His summoning artifact is too powerful? What kind of profession is this? I happily looked at the badge in her hand. It's so fast now. I've already become a second lieutenant, 6 stars. But contrary to her joy, Moyu still felt it wasn't enough. You should lead the squad you just mentioned to break through and stop Maknu's train of thought, little brother. Little brother, thank you this time. Thanks to you, we were able to escape. He politely replied. The divine servants see the distress signal and will come here. No need to be polite. He awkwardly smiled, scratching his head. Guess everyone saw how awkward our demon extermination team was. Who would have thought a lone demon could sneak in? He smiled and told Moyu that the Deep Yen is divided into several areas, upper, middle, and lower levels. The battlefields from 1 to 3 only correspond to the surface of the lower level. He looked at the treacherous terrain of the battlefield and continued. The battlefields from 1 to 3 of the Divine Realm correspond to the entrance of the Abyss. Powerful experts have designed many obstacles, making it impossible for high-level abyssal demons to enter the 1st to 3rd battlefields. He recalled the image of the high-level demon beast from earlier, feeling a chill. Only weak demons could sneak in secretly, but even small and weak demons were not ordinary fake professions that could be dealt with. Moreover, there were many powerful demons deeper inside, like the one from before. Deep Abyss demons and human profession imposters of level 40 are on the same boundary. Demons of level 40 and above are very strong and are called high-level demons. He suddenly remembered the Forbidden Zone in Battlefield 3, where the deepest part shares an area with the entrance to the Abyss, and you can see the true Abyss there with many abyssal creatures and frequent appearances of demons. Not only that, but there are also some dungeons there. We originally wanted to go deeper into the Abyss, but we were unexpectedly blocked on the way. At this point, he looked a bit embarrassed. We've now understood everything, so we won't go over there to join the chaos anymore. Earlier, Maknu gathered a lot of information about the battlefields and demon realms, but what caught his attention was the deepest part of this battlefield. There are many demons, which sounds like a good place to earn military merit. You seriously asked the squad leader, where is the deepest part of Battlefield 3? He looked at Makangu in shock and stammered, Are you not planning to go there? Makangu nodded calmly and replied, Yes, He hesitated for a long time before finally giving directions to Makangu. Yes. Y and Maknu then followed his instructions. Behind the team, they kept marveling. Now that's what I call true geniuses. After walking for a while, the two of them seemed to have reached the deepest part of Tamuyen, where many squads had gathered. I glanced at them and saw more demon hunter teams. She sighed. It seems we are not far from there. In front of them lies a desolate land, with withered trees and no sign of life. The atmosphere is gloomy and terrifying. This is the deep abyss. A series of red eyes appeared from the darkness, glaring intensely at the two of them. I was so scared that she hid behind Mongsu. Maknu cautiously looked at them. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Maknu and Y immediately look up as a monster falls from the sky towards them. Y screams loudly, "It's the Dark Abyss Demon." Maknu and Y stepped back as the corpse of the monster fell right in front of them. The bloody carcass lay scattered on the ground. Y looked at it in fear, unable to speak. She looked at it lying still and motionless, then cautiously asked Maknu, "It's dead." A shadowy figure like an illusion appears before them. Y quickly recognizes what that person is holding. A white-edged weapon. Seeing the man hovering like a ghost, she exclaimed in shock, "This is a second-tier assassin with a level surpassing 40. Makangu looked seriously at the man. It seems they arrived at the right place. Y secretly admired, no wonder he could easily kill evil and hold the authority of level 38. Makangu smiled at Y and cheerfully said, "Let's go, we can't let them take everything." She happily replied, "Okay." They quickly joined the battle as Maknu unleashed her blue spiritual energy to burn the approaching monsters. I also didn't fall behind, flipping in the air to cut the monster into pieces. The corpses of those monsters rained down to the ground, and Y also landed. She wondered for a moment. After killing flesh-eating monsters for over half an hour, not a single demon could be seen. Could they have all been wiped out by those second-tier transmigrators? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of both of them. He turned her head and looked up to see a mysterious monster biting into something in the air, blood dripping down like rain. Suddenly it let go, and the twin-edged swords fell to the ground, one of which pierced straight into where Mo-ngu was standing. I immediately recognized this as the weapon of the man from earlier. It was him, the assassin from before. The corpse of the assassin was now being devoured by the monsters. I looked at them anxiously, knowing they were high-level transmigrators, so death wasn't necessarily final. Maknu stepped forward to stand in front of her, warning, "Be careful." The monsters in the sky are actually Shadow Demon Deep, a high-level 40-star demon with 1,800 strength, 22,000 agility, 5,000 spirit, 15,000 physique, and a special shadow illusion skill that grants invisibility but halves physical damage. Maknu frowned as she observed the situation, able to see through invisibility. No wonder the assassin was killed by it. Is this a level 40 demon fox? Not much lower than the elemental queen. After nibbling for a while, the evil monsters also detected the presence of Muo and Y, and they became even more excited. The level 26 little creature dares to come here. Today there's more food, more dishes to add. It doesn't hesitate and charges straight at Moyu. You don't need to hide. Hiding is useless. Do you think a level 26 little brat can protect you? Kid, I want your head. I want your thigh. However, as they flew close to Makangu, the skeletal armor on his body repelled them, and it looked at them with a sinister gaze. What kind of demon is this? I don't have time to talk to them. I release blue spiritual energy to cover my whole body, ready to fight them all off. I'm not agreeing to this. You wave your hand to summon the skeleton warrior to confront him. Shadow Demon Tam. Yu Yen glares and says, "You little brat," then launches an illusion transformation attack in an attempt to escape. To prevent it from succeeding, Moyu used a curse to slow down. Red chains emerged from the ground and flew toward Shadow Demon Abyss. Trying to run away so easily? It stared at the approaching dry soldiers, unable to fight back. What is this, uncle? The Shadow Demon. Deep Abyss, restrained by Meknahu's chains, can only helplessly endure the strike from the skeleton soldier. Only then does it realize it underestimated its opponent. My shadow has been limited by this curse. I'm trapped. This kid's strength is not just level 26. Makangu's dry corpse soldier has been upgraded according to his level. A level 26 silver-white dry corpse soldier with 7,000 strength, agility, spirit, and physique, equipped with the most ferocious skill. Makangu remains expressionless as he frowns at it, struggling to break free from the chains. Physical damage is halved, and the bone-dry soldier cannot kill it quickly. You summon elemental mages to support the bone soldier. No wonder you're a high-level demon lord, truly hard to kill. The elemental mages take turns to appear. Makangu looked smugly at Shadow Demon Deep Abyss. Then I'll use magic to attack and deal with you. The image of the dark spirit Tam Yen with two swords pressed against its neck, combined with Mo Ngu's smug expression, made it even angrier. Damn it. Suddenly, it had an idea and wrapped itself around a dry corpse soldier. It laughed loudly and then invaded the soldier's body, handing the body over to the demon. It controls the dry corpse warrior to block the attacks from the others. It laughs triumphantly. Loin Guyan is useless against me. Suddenly, the other dry corpses jumped out from where the shadowy figure was standing, leaving it puzzled by this action. It was only then that it realized something was wrong. When it looked up, it saw a fireball falling down. It couldn't dodge in time and took Mangu's hit, crying out in pain. The body of the dried-up warrior it controls, after taking that blow, immediately scorched and lay crumpled on the ground. Dark Spirit Uyen curses, so annoying. It roars with fury. How could it have harmed me to such a disgraceful extent? Come quickly and help me. Mangu sneers at its crazed appearance. Are you looking for them? On each of their swords is the corpse of the monster that surrounded the shadow demon Deep Abyss earlier. Count carefully to see if they are all here. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed softly. These little demons are really hard to kill. They drive me crazy. Shadow Abyss immediately exploded with rage upon seeing his children slaughtered so cruelly. Who dares to kill them? Moyu gently waved his hand, then take this back. The dry soldiers immediately threw the corpses onto their swords toward the shadow demon Abyss. As the monsters' bodies approached, Moyue activated her skill, causing the corpses to explode. The bodies immediately exploded, taking the shadow demon Abyss with them. After a cloud of dust and flames gradually dispersed, the monsters' corpses were completely burned away. The stats panel also appeared, showing the level 40 shadow demon image, 800,000 experience gained, 500 military merit, and the achievement of the Demon King. He looked at the shining badge in his hand and cheered happily. I've also been promoted to second lieutenant. She carefully lifts the badge. If he finds out I've been promoted to lieutenant, he'll definitely come rushing in a fury. Moye was not very surprised and calmly said, From now on, it takes 10,000 military merits to increase by 1 star. I turned to look at him as if understanding something. No wonder you haven't leveled up in so long. It's okay. I heard there's a dungeon nearby. Let's go check it out. Mangu calmly responded. Then the two of them went deeper into the abyssal gorge. Are you crazy? Why did you send little Lin to the secret element realm? Yevien saw the fear in his expression and didn't bother, calmly lifting his teacup and saying, I wonder where the limits of this young man are recalling the surprises Mangu brought in. Battles, and continuing the statement, even a desert warlord dungeon couldn't stop him. Instead, it earned him a large accumulation point. The Hell Raid dungeon difficulty he also cleared over 10,000 Hell Dogs alone. When he says, destroy, he means destroy. He lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, thinking that even the elemental secret realm wouldn't be a problem for him. Seeing his confident demeanor, and Van also calmed down, sure that his decision was firm. How could those things be the same? What level is the elemental secret realm? What level are those dungeons? The attribute of the Queen of Elements is equivalent to a high-level demon at 40, and you also know how powerful its skills are. And Van continued, Lam Moyu's stamina is really quite high, but the Elemental Queen doesn't even bother to attack the group. Yi Yen waved his hand and smiled, indicating not to worry. It's okay. If you can't beat her, isn't there still a way to run? Sometimes facing a little difficulty is good. At least it shows where that kid's limit is. He looks serious, and with the mark of the Soul Hall, he won't really die. I also called him to the deep border of Battlefield 3 to kill demons and promote rank. And Van, hearing that, couldn't keep calm and stood up suddenly. He looked at Yvian with a tense expression. Have you forgotten something? Seeing his worried expression, Yi Wen asked confused about what was going on. And Van lowered his head, his voice also softer. Nin Lao Dao's precious granddaughter is staying with Lam Moyu too. She left no trace at An Hon Palace. And Van continued, if that girl dies, old man Nin will definitely come after you to risk everything. Yvian only now realized how serious the matter was, and he was worried without knowing that a shadow was approaching from behind. Tine Hien suddenly appeared from behind, patting Yvian on the shoulder and asking, What are you guys talking about? Yvian was startled and turned around, stammering, No, it's nothing. And Van secretly covers his mouth and laughs, while Tai Nian looks at Yvian with a serious expression. Laobei, where did you send little Tsu to do his mission? He looked guilty at him, but he's on the front lines now, so don't worry, with little Tsu there, your precious granddaughter will be fine. Hearing his response, Tai Nian also did not continue to question him. He turned around and sat down on the chair beside him, not forgetting to warn. Don't worry, with the soul protection spell you implanted, nothing will happen. but if anything unexpected happens to the girl, I'll come find you immediately to settle the score. Yi Yuan hurriedly replied, Rest assured, rest assured. With your soul protection spell there, nothing will happen. And Wen picked up the teacup, calmly watching Yi Yuan's awkward expression, secretly feeling pleased. Old Bai, your day has come too. Returning to Battlefield 3, Makangu and Y have also arrived at their destination. They stop in front of a teleportation gate. The two of them looked at the terrifying red eyes in the darkness, watching them like predators, thinking they had come to the right place. Is this the border of the Abyssal Deep in Battlefield 3? Are these the demons sneaking into the main battlefield? Suddenly, a swarm of creatures from the abyssal chasm crawled out from the space rift. They look at the two prey in front of them with savage smiles. The world of humans. The original demon has arrived. The beautiful humans from Legends. The demon comes to enjoy them. Humans must cleanse the heavens and die. But we won't let them get too cocky. Sharp ice chunks shoot down from the sky, followed by bolts of lightning and raging flames. The monsters scream in pain. Hey, who dares to ambush us? You shameless humans, it hurts, just die. Humans are probably doomed. Waves of chains rise up, wrapping tightly around the monsters. They look at each other in utter confusion. The dry soldiers under Monu's command also charged forward one after another. The monsters, restrained by chains and unable to escape, were slaughtered by the dry soldiers. The corpses lie scattered on the ground and they keep screaming. What kind of monster is this? Where did that undead summon come from? The dry corpse soldiers never stop for a second, rushing to slash one monster after another, not missing a single one. Each demon from the abyss of deep was slaughtered, blood splattering everywhere. Even the low-level monsters couldn't escape their fate. The corpses lay scattered on the ground, being used by Makangu. You used those corpses, raised your hand to cast magic, and the bodies erupted violently. The explosion triggered countless other monsters to blow up as well. The stats panel keeps flashing. Killing a level 37 Deep Abyss demon yields 370,000 experience points and 50 military merit, along with the demon's blood essence. McNew suddenly smiles faintly, gazing toward the nearby space-time gate. Is the gate temporarily connecting the human world and the abyss? It really is a great place to earn military merit. From inside the gate, countless blazing red eyes are pushing to get out. Seeing this scene, he shouted loudly to warn McNew there's another demon about to emerge. McNew moved at a steady pace, commanding the dry soldiers to throw the corpses of the monsters earlier into the connecting portal, then immediately activated his technique, causing the bodies to explode upon impact. The stats panel kept updating rapidly, defeating the level 37 Deep Abyss demon, gaining 370,000 experience points and 50 military merit as countless golden lights burst out from the portal. All that light was absorbed by the badge in McNew's hand. He looked at it with satisfaction. I just tried a little. I didn't expect it to be so effective. This time I gained about 3,000 military merits. He looked at the badge in his hand, stunned with his mouth open, amazed at how much military merit he earned from just one explosion. McNew thought that the more evil there was, the more they crowded at the gate, eager to rush out. The light from the explosion continued to spread. I watched the badge in his hand continuously absorbing energy, becoming even more excited. With so much merit, I'll go eliminate another pack of man-eating monsters. Keep exploding. McNew raised his hand to signal stop. Wait a moment, let the demons gather a bit more. A short while later, countless glowing red eyes crowded together on the gate connecting Yangjian and Deep Abyss, looking outward. Sensing the moment had come, Moyu calmly said, Launch. Those corpses fly into the gate, once again exploding the monsters inside. The status panel keeps updating, killing Tamuyen level 37 demons, 370,000 experience, 50 public contribution points. This time, the golden light is even more intense, as if illuminating the entire darkness of the battlefield. The level of looting by the two has also increased. Lam Moyu and Tiu Y are fine, with 8,500 military points. Nin Yu Y is also fine, with 7,900 military points. Y sighs softly, the military points gained so quickly. After the explosion earlier, the connecting gate shook slightly. Y asked cautiously, Is the gate about to close? Makangu also thought so, appearing regretful. I wish it hadn't been destroyed by the explosion of the corpse. But the gate only shook for a short while and then returned to normal. The gate is stable now. Makangu looked at the gate with great joy. It seems he can now reach the level of a 1-star novice. Suddenly, Makangu sensed a murderous aura coming from somewhere nearby, and he immediately became alert. His instincts told him danger was approaching. Makngu pulled her hand back, then activated the armored skeleton. This time, what appeared behind the gate was not a swarm of tiny eyes, but a giant eyeball. It screams with excitement. Lam Moyu, I've got you now. The magnetic field it emitted made his mind dizzy. She painfully clutched her head, bloodshot eyes staring, and kept screaming. Lam Moyu, I want you dead. Immediately, a barrage of immortal energy burst out from inside the gate, moving so fast that Makngu couldn't react. It's too quick to escape. The energy beams from earlier pierced through Makngu's bone armor, but it couldn't withstand even a second, so he had to shift the damage elsewhere. He was thrown back, and the dry soldiers weren't spared. They were all destroyed by those energy beams. Summoning space, 2011, 240. Makngu grit his teeth and struggles to withstand the pressure of its attack. Damn it, the number of dry soldiers is rapidly decreasing. If this keeps up, it's not going to be okay. Summoning space, 186, 240. Makngu remained calm and suddenly realized that there were already corpses of the low-level monsters from earlier on the ground. They're here. More and more dry soldiers are being destroyed, and the summoning space is at 164, 240. You reach out to the corpses in front, then activate. The bodies burst violently, exploding instantly. That pupil, affected and injured by the explosion, grew even angrier and kept calling out your name, Lam Moyu. Lam Moyu. You look at it and breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like I made the right choice. This time, the final gate can no longer be maintained. That eye is badly injured, but it still loudly threatens. Damn it, damn it. Lam Moyu, I will not let you go. Absolutely not. Makngu sat on the ground, looking at it with a few sarcastic remarks. What a coincidence. So am I. He raised his hand in a farewell gesture with a teasing smile, saying goodbye. I'll definitely blow you up in the future. Seeing Makngu's smug expression, her eyes grew even angrier. Lam Moyu. But she didn't have time to finish her sentence before the connecting gate also closed. I won't let this go. Seeing the gate completely vanish into the sky, Y finally hurried over. Makngu, are you okay? Take your time getting up and brush off the dust. It's okay, just a few dried-up soldiers lost. The door is closed now. Let's leave here first. He then looked towards where the gate had disappeared earlier. Fire Demon King. One day we will meet again, in the abyss. Makngu and Y quickly left the deep abyss on Battlefield 3 and headed straight to the world above, a level 30 instance. Here they encountered more hunting teams than before in the deep abyss. Makngu observed the surrounding terrain with a slight frown. What would happen if the dungeon had 3 types of intersecting powers? He then opened the status panel and pondered deeply. The world in Battlefield 3 level 30 dungeon, level range from 25 to 35. Normal difficulty recommends 4 players. Nightmare difficulty recommends 6 players. Hell difficulty recommends 12 players. Moyu carefully analyzes the data. My dry soldiers have nearly recovered, and since there are many high-level profession imposters here, I'm not worried about a surprise attack from the Demon Lord. After some thought, I turn back and call Y. Let's go. She cheerfully replied, yes. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, young man! The two of them turned around to see a man from a nearby hunting team calling out. He waved his hand to remind them. Young man, this is a level 30 dungeon. He stepped closer, his voice becoming urgent. The monster inside is very dangerous. Even though it's an average difficulty, that monster isn't something 2 level 26 guys like you can handle. Hey, you guys should join a team or something. Don't go to your deaths alone. I just smiled faintly at his words. Makngu also didn't care much. Thanks, no need to worry about us. He sighed softly as he watched Makngu walk away. You're so young, but already eager to risk your life. What are you complaining about? Aren't you paying attention to their medals? Their medals are all silver, indicating they are lieutenants who have killed demons before. The man was startled and asked again, how is that possible? They are only level 26, the teammate immediately interrupted. What's impossible about that? You've heard a new 18-year-old second lieutenant at level 24 appeared on the main battlefield a few days ago, and he even cleared the hell difficulty checkpoint alone. Someone else hurried over to listen in, never having heard of it before. Tell us quickly. Makngu and Y stop at a towering stone cliff thousands of meters high and look around at the surrounding scenery. The sky here is very strange, divided into 2 polarities, half bright and half dark, and the river flowing below also has a strange red hue. Is this the instance created from the 3 powers? Suddenly Y pointed in one direction and shouted, Makngu, look over there! Makngu then looked in the direction she pointed. There was a major battle happening on the other side of the cliff. They shouted together, war. Makngu widened his eyes at the scene before him, quickly noticing the abnormality. These fake professions are not suitable. They are all illusions. Even those demons from the abyss are the same. The battle there is extremely fierce, with waves of monsters soaring up, trying to break through the protective barrier and the no-fly zone. On one side, corpses lie scattered, while on the other, fierce battles rage. The confrontation between humans and the demon realm is extremely tense, as a mage soars into the air, gathering 4 beams of light representing the 4 forbidden elemental spells, the chaos elements. From the mage's position, the 4 beams of light strike straight down to the ground. Wherever they sweep, the nearby monsters are burned. However, in the face of that mage's fierce attack, a figure emerged from the smoke unscathed by the elemental lights. It spreads its wings wide, standing before the 4 elemental beams and blocking them. Their clash creates a massive shockwave. The dazzling light made Manhwa and the other quickly cover their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the previous battle had vanished as if it never happened. He shouted, "It's gone." He looked at the desolate, silent scene here and couldn't find the words. "Is this the origin of the elemental plane?" she gently asked Manhwa. "Don't let the seals clash." "Electric element, is this the great battle from ancient times?" Manhwa replied. "Probably. Maybe this is just a small corner of that great battle." The two of them didn't linger either. They followed the stairs down the cliff. "Let's go." After descending the cliff, there is no light at all here, creating an extremely dark and gloomy atmosphere. A moment of silence appears. The two quickly took a defensive stance, with Moyu summoning elemental mages and drawing 2 small gam knives, both of them extremely alert, watching the room for a sudden attack. Manhwa immediately creates a barrier of fire and other elements. The Hellhound Warfield charges straight through the barrier, completely unharmed. Mo knew that kin looked at it, yet it didn't die. Was it because it absorbed energy from the abyss? But he quickly steadied his emotions. Manhwa summoned the skeleton soldiers to attack the Langma battlefield, but they only had slightly better defense and vitality, enough to cut a few more times. After a while of fighting, the demon was also defeated by the skeleton soldiers. The status display appeared, showing 680,000 experience gained for defeating the Langma battlefield. Watching Manhwa glance at the gradually dissipating black mist where the monster's body used to be, which was an illusion created by the abyss's energy. I felt a bit worried when she heard that. Without a corpse, it couldn't explode. Manhwa still kept her calm expression and replied, "Then we can only fight them one by one." Manhwa silently thought, without light, the view is too limited. Seeing Yu suddenly go quiet, he turned to look at her and immediately understood what Manhwa meant. Her eyes shone like fireflies in the night. She excitedly pointed to her eyes and said, "The assassin is a spirit of the darkness. Look at me. I'll help you find the monsters." Manhwa smiled and nodded. "Okay." Thanks to the light from her eyes, Wai easily pointed out the location to Manhwa. "Here, you immediately use the slow curse to control the monster, then use Wai's mirror blade to cut its neck. The two of you work together seamlessly with the support of the skeleton soldier army and quickly eliminate all the monsters." I shouted, "Still there?" Feeling that everything was too easy, nothing like fighting a boss, the two of them wondered, "Is this hell difficulty? It's so easy." Manhwa agrees. "Yeah, that doesn't make sense." Suddenly, something fell from the sky. The two quickly reacted, flipping backward to dodge the attack. The status window shows that their levels have increased. Manhwa and Wai are enveloped in a golden light. Lam Moyu is level 27. Ninhwa is level 26. The two gently land on the ground and the golden light around them gradually dims. I still feels like something is off. Is this really a hell difficulty dungeon? Manhwa looked at the corpse of the monster earlier, wrapped in a purple energy. He frowned slightly. This is deep abyss energy. After the abyss monster dies, some of its deep abyss energy is absorbed by something. The two of them looked in the direction of the strange airflow as it disappeared. Wai pointed towards a statue in the corner. The statue. It is absorbing deep energy. Manhwa quietly watches the stone. It seems the boss will only appear after the statue has absorbed enough deep energy. Suddenly, a monster rushed towards them, opening its mouth to swallow the two, but was stopped by a magic barrier activated by the boy. The monster falls, its body turning into streams of energy that are absorbed by the statue, and the air becomes strangely silent. Wai looked at the statue absorbing energy and sighed softly. It's not much different from a dungeon boss. Just then, a large tiger with yellow spines on its body approached. It is the element of the King of Tigers, a level boss demon lord, level 36, with powerful explosion elemental skill, sweeping element, extreme speed trait, life enhancement, and defense boost. Its eyes lit up, and it roared fiercely before slashing its claws toward Manhwa. Thanks to the 2-bone armor and quick reaction, neither of them was hurt much. Macnu frowned at it and said, "Its speed is too fast. Is this the ultra-fast trait? Luckily, I have bone armor." You quickly regain your balance, draw a long spear, and say to Y, "Y, step back first." She replies softly, "All right." Then he releases his magic to start summoning the soul spell. The creature he summoned this time looks quite like a skeleton warrior, but much larger in size. He is the Sentry, level 33, with skills to repel groups, cause collective stun, and enhance resistance. After summoning a creature to face the elemental beast, Moyu immediately used a slowing curse and chained it to limit the beast's extreme speed. The chains quickly wrapped around the elemental beast king, holding it tightly to the ground. The gatekeeper understood and raised the scythe in his hand before rushing towards the elemental beast king. He swung a powerful blow at the elemental king of the beast, but it was unharmed. As expected, with matching attributes, for a moment, the outpost guard couldn't do anything to the beast boss. Its flesh was only torn, and the abyssal energy escaped along with it. Suddenly, he discovered the weak point of the elemental beast. "Wait a minute, it seems like I've figured something out." I softly smile and order the dry lich soldiers. "So that's it, all our soldiers charge now." The dry lich soldiers gradually encircled the king of beasts element. It slashed with its claws, knocking several dry lich soldiers to the ground. Suddenly a blue light flashed, striking the guard post. The dry soldiers seized the opportunity while it was fighting the guard, launching their most ferocious attack. Mangu silently thought that unexpectedly this time, the guard post keeper had to restrain the monster for the Kolau soldiers to attack. The entire body of the elemental lion king was now covered in wounds. It roared fiercely, then its body erupted with energy as if about to explode, unleashing a powerful elemental explosion. Mangu stared in amazement, speechless. The elemental beast king lay sprawled on the ground, its body gradually shrinking, clearly visible to the naked eye. You notice its body is shrinking. Makengu quietly ponders. Indeed, this elemental beast isn't a deep-level monster, but a concentration of pure energy, and once its energy is depleted, it can be destroyed. Elemental arrows are fired one after another, gathering together to form a giant elemental sphere. The elemental beast king struggles to get up, using all its strength to shoot out a large sphere to block Maknu's elemental sphere. The two spheres collide with equal strength, unable to determine a winner. Taking advantage of the elemental beast king's distraction, the guard swung his sickle in a single strike, aiming straight for the beast's vital spot. Finally, the battle is over. Moyu approaches the spot where it died to observe the item, kills the level 36 elemental herald, gains 2,000 experience points, and obtains the elemental staff. The elemental magic staff, a level gold weapon with 600 mental power, 400 physical strength, and a 22% boost to the mage's skills. As you look at the surging waves of abyssal energy pouring out, you feel a bit incredulous. This is the end, but I have a feeling that it's not over yet. He stood there in shock, thinking it was impossible. This really was a hell difficulty dungeon, even easier than the frontline Long Clan outpost dungeon. Suddenly he realized something was off. She pointed to a corner of the sky and shouted, "Look, Maknu, there's something over there." Manu quickly turned her head to look in the direction Y pointed earlier. Now in the sky there was a wizard holding a long staff, surrounded by a blinding light. You are stunned as he stares fixedly at Maknu without blinking, and an unexpected voice suddenly echoes in your mind saying, "Come here and find me." Maknu was stunned, her eyes wide open as the sound directly echoed in her mind. It seems the bad premonition earlier was caused by that guy in the sky. Maknu, not knowing what his goal is, warns him to wait here. She is a bit worried, but since she believes he can protect himself, she only gives this reminder. Be careful. Mongu sneaks along the staircase straight up the cliff face. Now you face him head on. Suddenly, he looks directly at Maknu and desperately pleads, "Kill me. Just kill me." He desperately begged, "Please kill me. Kill me." The hand holding his scepter also began to tremble as he kept saying, "Just kill me." This strange man is a supreme elemental mage, the leader of the Hell Difficulty Dungeon, level 39, with wind whip skills, blazing fire flames still destroying the world, silent and unspoken. A magic shield with enhanced wide area vitality. Suddenly his face changed, no longer the pleading look from before, and he glared at Maknu with murderous intent. "If you can't kill me, then die." He swung his staff and a fierce flame shot toward Moyu. You immediately activate the armored skeleton and summon more skeleton warriors. So this is the real boss of this dungeon, huh? But why is it an elemental human? The flames drew closer, and Moyu used an undead soldier to stand in front of him. The flames quickly burned the skeleton soldier to ashes in an instant. One skeleton soldier has been destroyed. Makangu carefully stepped back a few paces, surprised that his opponent's elemental fire could burn through the dry soldiers so quickly. He silently marveled at the power. Could this be the strength of a mage with 40,000 mental points? You keep summoning more dry soldiers, one after another rushing forward, and Makangu keeps telling himself he can only try to move forward. The dry soldiers leap up, swords in hand, charging straight at the elemental mage. He calmly shook the staff in his hand, and a blue light emanated from it. A water element barrier formed around his body, serving as a magic shield. The water element shield he created looks fragile, but in reality it is incredibly sturdy. The swords of the dry skeleton soldiers cannot pierce through it. Makangu clenched his teeth and looked at him. The shield was solid, even stronger than the ultimate defense of a knight. Among his skills, only he could bypass such a shield. Thinking of this, he immediately condensed his magic, aiming directly at the Archmage, a fire spirit soul, and shot a magic orb straight at the Archmage's protective barrier. The sphere pierced through the shield, creating a large hole that made him stare at you in shock. Then he looked down at the wound caused by Makangu's elemental sphere. His eyes flickered as if he was calculating something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his smile became even more twisted. "Kill me, and you will find the answer." Then he unleashed all his magic, pouring it into fierce, fiery, icy, and storming attacks fueled by raging tornadoes and thunderous lightning. The elements merge into one, and the water barrier gradually disappears. For a moment, the entire defense was replaced, as the dry soldier warriors charged at him with their swords, regardless of everything. As the dry soldiers charged forward, countless arrows were shot, causing them to freeze in place. Suddenly, one arrow sped toward them. It turns out the elemental archmage used Silent Spell to shoot at Moyu, and upon seeing the arrow stuck in the ground with a spell on it, he immediately realized it was a forbidden technique that suppresses mages. The elemental archmage continued to gently shake his staff, and under his control, the other dry soldier warriors were all restrained by the wind's shackles. Makangu realizes this guy is also not easy to deal with. The dry zombie soldiers basically can't get close to him, so he has no choice but to rely on himself and rush forward. The sorcerers are still under the silence curse. The military formation skill can only remove mental control like dizziness and has no effect on these wind shackles. It seems I can only rely on myself. You close the distance between yourself and the dungeon boss and raise your hand to gather magic. I told myself that this is the first time I've purely relied on my own strength to fight the boss. Then I threw the newly condensed magic sphere at the elemental archmage, the soul of flame. He was burned painfully by Makangu's fire magic, clutching his chest. Seeing his battered state, Makangu silently breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the soul flame could pass through the magic shield, but he still hadn't been defeated. A magic circle appeared beneath him, and above the sky was a giant fireball. This time he was truly furious, no longer wanting to toy with Makangu's group, and unleashed his ultimate move, still with destructive fire. Under the elemental archmage's matrix, small fireballs rain down on where Makangu is standing. He looks up in surprise, as the scope and power are even greater than those of the second-ranked mages. However, Makangu was not at all afraid. From the magic mark, he took out 3 small bottles, smirking confidently. If it's like this, there's no way to avoid it. Just add a few layers of bone armor. After drinking, Makangu's bone armor bottle begins to evolve. Once upgraded, Makangu is now nearly invulnerable. The elemental archmage continued to unleash powerful attacks on Moyu, silent and unmoved, but none of his strikes could penetrate the bone armor shield. Makangu smirked confidently and took another bottle, bringing it to his lips to drink. "You still try to silence me, my bone armor. It can resist all control skills and knockback." After finishing the previous bottle, Makangu's mental strength had recovered significantly. The elemental archmage kept attacking him, but couldn't break through that beast-guarding armor. Makangu raises his hand to continue condensing magic flames. "Soulfire, come on, let's see who can endure until the end." The elemental archmage is immediately burned by Makangu's magic flames. His body immersed in a sea of fire, he screams in pain, no longer the majestic figure he once was. In his agonized state, Moyu didn't forget to say a few provocative words. "It seems that the one who can't withstand this is not me." The level 39 elemental archmage is completely burned to ashes, leaving only the clothes that fell from the sky to be carried away by the wind on the battlefield. The status panel updates: defeated level 39 elemental archmage, experience plus 3.9 million, obtained divine flame staff, obtained space crystal, obtained divine talent stone, obtained intermediate skill scroll. Manhwa approaches the scattered items on the ground: the broken divine staff, the damaged legendary weapon, the space crystal that can be crafted into a teleportation stone, and the mythic-grade talent crystal item with a 100% chance to awaken the talent in the 3rd reincarnation cycle. The intermediate skill scroll has a 100% chance to contain an unawakened skill. Makangu looked in astonishment at the items in the stats window. So many rare and high-level items. At this moment, Y hurriedly ran to find Makangu when she saw he hadn't returned. When she saw the items at Makangu's place, she was startled and exclaimed, "No way! How is that possible?" She looked at the staff in front of her and couldn't control her emotions. The Divine Flame Staff is the Divine Flame Staff, so why is it here? Makangu looked at the staff with curiosity and asked, "Is this staff really that special?" She quickly examined it and then happily told Makangu, "It's definitely it, just like in the documents I read." She then explained the legend of the Divine Flame Staff to Makangu. The Divine Flame Staff is the personal weapon of the Fire Mage, the Divine Level Mage 2VM. During a great battle, 2VM disappeared, and even the staff was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the staff in Y's hand became hot, and she screamed in surprise, then threw it away. The staff shone brightly, and a figure suddenly appeared from within. Makangu quickly activated the armored skeleton and stood in front of YY, extremely alert. That figure is the remnant soul of 2VM. He speaks, "Young man, don't be tense." Y, standing behind Makangu, curiously peeked out and then suddenly shouted, "You are the Divine Level Sorcerer 2VM. He glanced at Y and said, "Oh, do you know me?" "My humble self," Lin Makangu, bowing to the Divine Level Sorcerer 2VM, and Y also bows. "I have seen your portrait in the Divine Hall Museum where your story was introduced." 2VM gestured for you to stand up, saying, "Don't be polite. I've lost many years, so it's already good that you still remember me. My time is running out. The battle just now drained a lot of my energy. Listen to what I have to say." That year, a tear in space and time appeared on the third battlefield. 2VM began to recount the story. That crack connects the abyss and the human world. The elemental demon king from the depths leads millions of evil demons in an invasion. I led the first Mage Legion to confront them. The battle of that year is recounted through 2VM's story, and in the end we activated the seal and defeated the great demon lord of elements and all his evil army. He held up the time-space stone with a slightly regretful expression, lamenting that during that great battle I obtained a space crystal that recorded some coordinates in the abyss, which could be used by a metallurgist to craft teleportation stones. At this point, his gaze became serious, revealing a secret that could lead to the depths. Makangu widened his eyes and said to 2VM that after returning, he would immediately hand it over to the high-ranking leaders of the Empire. He replied, "I cannot give it. The Space Crystal and Divine Talent Stone are bound to the soul, only you can use them. If you give them to others, they are just discarded stones." 2VM looked at you and asked, "Do you have your innate talent awakened yet?" Makangu nodded softly, recalling what the system had told him before. The host has awakened the Death Spirit Mage profession, which matches the strongest system-bound innate talent, beginning to retrieve world data and complete skill optimization. Congratulations on awakening the only divine-grade innate talent, with comprehensive Level 1 growth. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill of damage transfer. 2VM slightly frowns. As expected, in the second class change, you must awaken another innate talent. I know it's very difficult, but you must try your best to succeed. So, then, on the third attempt at level 70, you can use the Spirit Stone talent to awaken the third talent. He sensed that you have an aura on you that is not like an ordinary person. With 3 innate talents, your strength will reach an astonishing level. In human history, we've only ever seen one top-tier expert with 3 talents. You must become the second. Moyu said with determination, "I will do my best." From Yan's smile, he was also satisfied. "But why did you choose me?" he asked calmly. "I find those trash annoying. Letting them rot here is a waste, and I wouldn't hand them over to those useless ones." He stroked his chin as if recalling something. There was a girl not long ago who was quite good. I almost gave her then. Unfortunately, she was with the team, so she's still a bit lacking." He looked at Moyu and continued, "But that girl resembles you in some ways." Makangu quickly pulled out a sphere and asked 2VM, "Is she the one you described?" 2VM replied, "That's her. She has decent talent, but still falls just short." "Do you two know each other?" 2VM continued. "I met her a few months ago at level 35. I wonder how she's doing now." Makangu pondered silently. So her level-up speed is that fast. 2VM Nu, able to see through what Makangu was thinking, encouraged him, "Level isn't important, just like how he, clearly only level 27, could already solo a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon. Looking at the human race, almost no one can do what you do. Moreover, your profession is very special. A Death Spirit Mage. I have never heard of such a class in that era." He then glanced at the nearby skeleton warriors. Your summoned creatures all have combat attributes far beyond their level. It seems your talent is in boosting, but they still have a weakness. They are easy to control. If you can awaken your talent in the future and develop control or counter-control skills, your future will be limitless. The final decision was based on the answer to Makngu's earlier question. So, I chose you, Makngu carefully replied. I will definitely not let the Elder's expectations down. Then Tuviem's figure merged into the staff. These words from you are enough. My soul will merge with the staff to make it stronger after repairs and find a worthy new owner for it. Makngu softly replied, Senior, rest assured. I will definitely not let the divine flame staff fade away. Makngu carefully stored these valuable items into the magic seal as they continued to discuss the sacrifice of the divine mage Tuviem, praising him endlessly. Senior Tuviem paid the price of his life for humanity. It is because of people like him that humanity can continue to survive under the threat of the abyss. Makngu agrees. I believe humanity will grow stronger, and sooner or later will strike back at the abyss. Then the two of them stepped through the teleportation gate and left the third battlefield. As soon as they saw them step outside, people cheered with joy. They've done it. It seems they've cleared the dungeon. Too powerful. He's the one who soloed the hell-level guard post dungeon on the first battlefield. Too strong. Hearing the familiar words, Hung An quickly asked the person next to him. Is that Lam Moyu? He quickly replied. It's him. He looked at the two of them in surprise. I didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the third battlefield, he was already soloing the hell difficulty dungeon. Moyu frowned and hurriedly pulled Y away. Let's go. I have a bad feeling. Things never go well when I leave a dungeon. He covered her mouth and smiled, replying, yeah. Suddenly, a series of beams of light in the sky drew their attention, and a scream rang out. A warning is issued from the sky as Hung An flies through the air, alerting everyone on the battlefield that demons are attacking, and they must prepare to fight. Prepare to fight. Demons are attacking. From a space crack on the battlefield, countless demons emerge, howling non-stop. Human flesh is delicious. I came here. I was so hungry I couldn't resist. At last, I can taste the legendary tasty human meat. The monsters just emerged from the space crack, but were ambushed by the dry corpse soldiers. Some are killed instantly as they step out. Others roar in pain, confused as they look at each other. What's going on? What is this? Isn't this the battlefield of the original city? They were stunned by the blinding light in front of them. Then all at once, they were cut down by a sword. The status panel kept flashing, announcing that the Deep Abyss Wolf Demon, level 3837, was being continuously defeated. I told you we would definitely find the space portal. I can't find Makngu anywhere. Hung An's group became anxious. It's over. Over there, Lam Moyu's heading in that direction. They quickly followed Makngu's direction. Hung An was deeply worried about Makngu's safety. Lam Moyu is indeed very strong. Level 27 can clear a hell-level dungeon alone, but ordinary demons and high-level demons are worlds apart, so another team member reassured him that there's no need to worry. Maybe Lam Moyu hasn't even encountered a demon yet. Hung An also calmed down, silently praying that Makngu would be safe and unharmed, hoping for the best. On Makngu's side, he has reached the space corridor. He stares intently at the space gap. This space corridor is at least twice as large as the last one we encountered. He watched the monsters rushing out of the gap and silently calculated. I can't throw the bodies into the corridor again to avoid being detected by the Flame Demon King. Just wait for them to come out and kill them. Makngu gestures and immediately unleashes the violent corpse as the monsters approach. With the first batch of corpses, it will be easier next time. The demons just ran outside, unaware of Makngu's danger, and were still discussing how to eat the two of them. I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived at the original battlefield, I would find such top-quality food. I want to eat that girl. No one is allowed to compete with me. As they got closer, it suddenly exploded, blood splattering on Makngu's clothes, but he calmly said, The first wave of military achievements is in hand. That sweep brought in 1,800 military points. Then another wave of monsters arrived. More and more demons rush over one after another. Moyu silently sighed. This is good. As the demons approached again, Moyu activated the violent corpse, and the stats kept rising after killing the Deep Abyss Demon Wolf. Seeing the increasing military exploits reaching 1,400, he shouted happily, Did we level up? The badge in their hand suddenly gained another star. She sighed. A regular demon hunter team might not even earn 10,000 military merits after half a year on the battlefield. I looked at the badge in her hand and kept smiling, not expecting our rank to increase to a 1-star lieutenant so easily. Unlike her, Makngu remained vigilant, carefully watching for stronger demons to appear. 2 high-level demons appeared from the space crack. The Tonguyen Shadow Demon at level 40 and the Tamuyen Sword Demon at level 40. They looked at each other with satisfactions and laughed, finally arriving at the original battlefield. I want to capture some human slaves. They are shocked to realize that beneath the ground are countless bodies of monsters from low-level to high-level demons. All of them. Why are they all corpses? What's going on? They looked at each other. Could there be a third-tier human profession fake here messing with us? The human race does not speak of martial virtue. Seeing the prey arrive, Moyu smirked and unleashed the violent corpse. You'll find out what happened here soon enough. They looked up at him, then spoke with contempt. It turns out you're just a level 27 kid, so I decide to make you my puppet. Tongyen Daoma continues to speak to Makangu. If you kneel before me now, I could do it. But before it could finish speaking, the bodies at its feet suddenly exploded, blasting it away. I watched this scene and was left speechless. Are these demons all this stupid? She turned to look at Makangu and said, if I were a demon, I wouldn't believe that level 27 could destroy so many high-level demon groups. Seeing the slight disturbance in the space crack, Makangu immediately said, the passage won't hold much longer. I'll help it a bit. He looked down at the bodies of the two high-level demons earlier, used these restless corpses for a moment, then ordered the dry skeleton soldiers to throw the two bodies into the passage. After that, Makangu executed a final, violent attack on the corpses, causing the passage to explode instantly with a total contribution of 7,000 points. The badges of the two of them quickly gained another star. Yi exclaimed in surprise, how many demons are really pushing inside the passage, yet a single bandit has already become a 2-star lieutenant? This is why, seeing it, he becomes anxious. This is the teleportation stone that Sister Mac Van gave earlier to determine the location. Mac Nu immediately recalled the moment Mac Van handed him this spiritual stone. This is the teleportation stone that Mo Van invited us and Y to use when we fought together at the Demon King battlefield. Did she discover the Demon King battlefield? Y anxiously clenched her fists and looked at Mac Nu. Sister Mac Van must have discovered the Demon King battlefield. Let's hurry and help her. Mac Nungu crushed the spirit stone and said teleport. Then the two of them immediately teleported to where Mac Van was. Over at Hung-An, he had already rushed to the space crack where Mac Nungu and Y had just fought the demon. Is this where the demons are invading? Another teammate points at the space crack and shouts, Boss, look over there. The space crack has disappeared. A terrified person shouted as a pile of demon corpses appeared on the ground, stacked so high they formed a small mountain. Everyone here is a demon corpse? The teammate quickly recognizes one among the pile of bodies. He shouted, Tamu Yen, Demon Blade. This is the College of Demons. How could they be easily killed? This must be the work of some boss. We received the distress signal and rushed over, but these guys didn't even have time to fight back. Hung-An and his teammate looked at each other in silence. Finally, he realized he had worried too much and helplessly sank down. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The teammate with his chin in his hand is thinking, could it really be Lam Hawk? Looking at this pile of corpses, Hung-An also feels a bit sympathetic. It's very likely that Lam Hawk's skills can handle this, so it's a pity we worried about him. It seems unnecessary now. Lam Hawk daring to come here to hunt demons must be because he's confident. We don't need to worry about him. Over on the second battlefield, Mo Van is riding a horse, nervously watching the teleportation stone in her hand. Why haven't they arrived yet? On the second battlefield, the Demon King has already appeared. He roared, this is the world boss. Level 39 void skill, charm that absorbs life, 50% physical damage immunity, divine damage increased by 50%. Another team on the ground ordered others to shoot arrows. This is Crown Prince Hao of the level 20 Berserker, aiming to stop Mac Van, who is in the middle of her action. Mac Van rides her white horse, skillfully dodging the arrows. After a long battle, her nerves are stretched tight like a bowstring, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, Mac Van's white horse was struck by a surge of spiritual energy, causing it to scream in agony as Tu Hao's group below gathered their strength for a surprise attack on her. She glanced at the people below on the ground, feeling extremely distressed. They actually had a team. One side fighting the boss, the other side blocking the way. Mac Van, alone, couldn't handle both sides and kept worrying. The Demon King battlefield will appear somewhere in one of the 3 battlefields at random. It only appears for 30 minutes each time. Missing this chance makes it very difficult to find again. Later. While she was distracted, Tu Hao's people launched a surprise attack. But fortunately, Mac Van reacted quickly and managed to dodge it. This Royal Alliance group is so annoying I really can't escape from them. Why hasn't Yai arrived yet? Suddenly, a white light enveloped Mac Van, helping her avoid the attacks from the people below. Tu Hao, seeing this from the ground, shouted in anger, realizing that Mac Nu and Y had arrived just in time to save her. They are inside a floating shield in the middle of the battlefield. Tu Hao gestures for the archers to shoot arrows to break the defense of the three of them. Under the pressure of arrows from multiple directions, the shield quickly shattered into pieces, but Manga swiftly reacted, activating the armored skeleton to protect everyone from the arrows. No matter how many arrows there are, they can't pierce the protective armor of the skeletal shield. Mavan was stunned, open-mouthed at the resilience of this defense. She looked at Y with some admiration in her words. If Lam Moyu's skill can block all attacks, then it turns out he has always been protected like that. Tu Hao looked up in shock at the group of Movan, quickly recognizing his ultimate rival who was his sworn enemy. His emotions gradually spiraled out of control. Lam Moyu is him, that damn dog. EY only then suddenly remembered the main issue. She turned to ask Van Ni, what's going on? Van Ni replied a little nervously, I found the Demon King's battlefield, and coincidentally the Royal Alliance group is nearby. Manga looked at the people below the ground like disgusting bugs, her words full of contempt. It's those arrogant thugs acting recklessly and bullying the weak again. McVan was surprised by his reaction and asked, have you met them before? Lam Moyu. His anger erupted again, veins bulging on his face. Mogu looked at him and then asked Manvan, why is that guy here? Macvan frowned and replied, that guy is the deputy leader of the Royal Alliance. Their alliance came here to help him find the Abyssal Crystal. She anxiously looked at the other team fighting the boss. They are deliberately holding us back here. Just keep the other team busy and prevent them from killing the boss. I will handle this area and then come to meet up with you. Macvan replied, fine. Even if I can't defeat the boss, they shouldn't expect to get a chance. With that, she and Baima headed down to where the others were fighting the boss. Macvan also reminded them, be careful. Su Hao's subordinates saw Macvan run over to the boss fight squad and hurriedly asked Su Hao, do you want to stop that woman? Su Hao, blinded by hatred, only wanted to kill Lam Moyu right now. Tell her to deal with Lam Moyu first. He holds two giant protective swords, looking at Moyu with an arrogant expression. Lam Moyu. Oh, Lam Moyu, I never expected to meet you. Do you know that? You went to study at the lower court, but I couldn't get into any of the academies because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be rated poorly. Tu Hao immediately fell into a frenzy, gritting his teeth and saying if it weren't for you, I would be the top scholar in love. It's me, it's you, everything's your fault. Y looked at him as if he were looking at a crazy person. This person's mind is way too abnormal. The Hakin Institute of the Celestial Realm is a matter of personal ability. What does it have to do with you? Mak Ngu didn't care about jealousy at all. From Hao grew more impatient, he could no longer be patient. What are you all just standing there for? Charge and kill him for me. The subordinates immediately responded, yes. Tu Hao's subordinates charge forward first, level 38 knights with 8,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 4,000 morale, and 15,000 physicality. Tu Haodong, feeling superior, believed that Mak Ngu only had 2 people and couldn't possibly face his level 38 subordinates, which made him even more arrogant. No matter how powerful you are, you're just someone who recently changed roles, while my team has long been battle-hardened. Lam Moyu, today is the day you die. Mak Ngu moved at a steady pace, reaching out to summon the dry lich soldiers. Appear. Su Hao's subordinates were beaten to a pulp by the dry soldier, lying on the ground trembling and shouting, Monster! The other subordinates no longer felt confident and gradually retreated. What? How is that possible? Tu Hao only then realized something was wrong, sweat pouring down his face. What's happening? The other subordinates, badly wounded, could only stand aside and use magic to heal. Tu Hao suddenly remembered he still had archers behind him. He turned around and shouted, Archers! Mages! Kill that dog! Tu Hao's archers immediately obeyed and shot flaming arrows at Moyu's group. Mak Ngu felt excited and waved his hand to summon his mages. My mages, come out and play too. One after another, the 4 elemental mages of Moyu unleashed their powers. Furious firestorm, tempest of madness, thunderclap of the 5 thunders, and frenzied ice blizzard, shaking the heavens and earth as the people of the Kingdom Alliance below fought desperately. But they seemed much weaker and kept falling one after another. Fear was clearly written on their faces. One of them stammered out in trembling voice, What is this? Wang Tu Hao sighed. Even during the college entrance exam, he didn't know he could still summon an immortal-type creature. As he finished speaking, a person there burst into flames and turned into a charred figure. His companions shouted loudly as if announcing to everyone that they couldn't win. They absolutely couldn't win. Even with a dozen or 20 more healers, they couldn't keep up with the speed of those skeletons unleashing their skills. The members of the Kingdom Alliance hurriedly retreated in despair. Tu Hao still stubbornly turned to face everyone and shouted, What are you doing? Don't run, he's only a level 27, kill him for me. He gaped and shouted, "Kill Lam Moyu for me. I can't let him steal the glory that belongs to me." Lam Moyu sneered and asked, "Are they planning to run?" Then he unleashed his violent corpse technique. Tu Hao stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he exclaimed, "That skill again?" A deafening explosion erupts, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. A red beam of light shoots straight into the sky. Vong Tu Hao raised his hand to cover his face and shouted loudly. A thunderstorm struck directly down, leaving him no time to react and causing him to freeze in place. That place quickly turned into a wasteland, and amidst the thick dust, a figure appeared. The 2-star second lieutenant badge on Monu's chest caught Tu Hao's eye, making him gape in surprise and wonder. Second lieutenant, 2 stars? How many evil deeds has he really committed? He suddenly fell backward onto the ground, but still shouted loudly, "What do you want to do?" "Lam Moyu, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will too." Moyu didn't pay any attention to those words at all. "You just made your move and coldly cut him off, saying I have too much to say and I don't have the habit of releasing tigers back into the forest." At this moment, the Kingdom Alliance members are also struggling in the battle against the Demon King on the battlefield. A sudden beam of light flashed down, startling them as they glanced up to realize that Movan had attacked from above. A shield appeared to protect her from the attack of the others. They cursed angrily, saying, "That girl is such a troublemaker. Wait for the deputy leader to come here and deal with her. What's going on with the deputy leader? Why is it taking so long for the support to arrive?" At the same time, their systems simultaneously announced the second transfer. Suddenly, 2 strange objects sped toward them. The man was stunned. "What are those?" The other person, after a quick look, concluded that the Kingdom Alliance's clothes belonged to our side. The man widened his eyes in fear and suspicion. Could it be that the vice president is missing? Hundreds of bolts of lightning striking that object fiercely? The man, while counterattacking, shouted loudly asking who was responsible as Moyu Y and the group of dry bones confidently stepped toward them. MacVan, a little disbelief in his eyes, asked, "So it's already done so quickly?" She was stunned to see the bodies discarded on the dry lizard. Those were members of the Kingdom Alliance, an acquaintance of Y. In the end, Moyu, with a cold-as-ice expression, ordered the dry lizard to throw those bodies toward the Kingdom Alliance members and then detonated the violently exploded bodies. The deafening explosion tore through the space, shaking the ground and causing everything around to tremble violently. MacVan quickly mounted her flying horse and soared into the sky. She still looked stunned and said, "So this is his true strength? No wonder he was able to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon alone. Y has always been following him. Where is the healer? Hurry up and heal." He tilts his head back, unleashing a mass protection spell, and shouts, "Everyone still alive, gather here now." They sighed in relief and smiled happily as a barrier appeared to protect them. But that smile was quickly shattered when the dry lich broke through it. MacVan puts down her gun and urges everyone forward. "That should be enough, let's go deal with the battlefield Demon King." She suddenly remembered something. The information panel appeared. The boss of the battlefield Demon King is level 39 with 25,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 25,000 physique. Skills include enchantment, absorption, life absorption, special immunity of 50% physical damage, and 50% divine damage increase. Moyu attacks the battlefield Demon King with the Spirit Summon skill, order him to appear. Gi then appears as the outpost guard to face the Demon King of the battlefield. Mawan stands frozen and asks how many trump cards Lam Moyu still has. "You realize you can't see his face clearly at all?" Moyu turned and replied, "I don't understand those divine skills. I'll leave this to you." Mavan was startled but quickly agreed. Then she rode her horse high into the air. A blue beam of light shot straight down and struck the head of the Demon King battlefield. He glared angrily upward as the Demon King of the battlefield raised his hand to absorb life force, and Mavan immediately dodged to the side. She skillfully rode her horse to dodge the relentless attacks of the Demon King of the battlefield. Moyu decided that disrupting its skills was necessary. You decisively cast a slow curse, unleashing hundreds of chains that gradually bound the Demon Lord of the battlefield. Mac Ngu orders the sentry to limit the actions of the Demon King for him. He immediately obeyed. The sentry charged forward and struck the battlefield Demon King without missing. Then she relentlessly attacked the Demon King. A big question mark appeared in Movan's mind. She wondered just how many tricks Lin Macnu still had up her sleeve. The Demon King on the battlefield was so furious that his eyes seemed to be blazing. He counterattacked fiercely, knocking the sentry back. Manhwa thought to himself, the sentry was gradually unable to fully cope with the battles he faced. It was time to find a new soul. Movan, rushing towards the Demon King from above, said, "You just need to hold it back. Let me attack him." Hundreds of energy spheres appeared and continuously struck the Demon King, but he still stood firm and endured. The Demon King on the battlefield seems unharmed. Movan shouted angrily, "Damn it! Isn't the Demon King supposed to take 50% more damage from divine attacks? Why did my attack get countered by the Demon King with a mesmerized skill?" Movan immediately became mentally disoriented. Macnuduk remembered that she was dead and had forgotten to put the bone armor on her, so she couldn't resist mental control. Then he signaled the dry soldier to move forward. Ma still seemed like a soul leaving its body as she let herself fall freely. The dry skeleton soldier swiftly leapt up to catch her. As the skeleton soldier hands over Macvan to Y, Macnu quickly turns to give instructions. "Take care of her. I'm going to deal with that big guy." YY promptly agrees and tells him to be careful. Macngu, standing behind, watched the sentry fight the battlefield Demon King and thought to himself that this guy is really strong. Suddenly, a bold idea came to him, and his expression turned extremely dangerous. "How about I make you the next soul to burn?" Macnu calmly retrieves his weapon, surprising the battlefield Demon King. Then he ferociously used the Void technique, but Macnu remained calm with a smirk. The attack from the battlefield Demon King was easily countered. Macnu raises his hand and calls out, "It's time to work, warriors." As he unleashes his soul fire technique, challenging the Demon King and tasting the sensation of his soul being roasted. The Demon King on the battlefield roared in pain. Not giving him a moment to rest, Moyue launched her most powerful attack. On Ninhuai's side, she's carefully feeding medicine to Macvan. Macvan slightly opens her mouth and swallows the medicine with difficulty. Suddenly, Macvan sat up in a panic and asked, "What's wrong?" Sister YY explained. "Sister Van Nee, you just fell under the mind control skill of the Demon King." Ma Van flinched. "Charm skill?" She nervously turned her head toward the Demon King. "So, now, the image of Monangu and the skeleton soldiers fighting the Demon King, chained and shackled, is burned into her mind." Macvan thought, can he really suppress the Demon King on his own? Even my divine attack boosted by 50% can't deal much damage to the Demon King, yet he's unleashing a life-absorbing skill that shackles the skeleton soldiers and lifts them up. Macnu then teased him. "Sorry, all my dry leeches are invincible summon-type creatures. That life-absorption move is completely useless." He wondered in surprise, so the Void skill can be used like that? But it's just physical attack immunity. Breaking the curse is enough. Macnu coldly raised her hand and said, "Anyway, I am a mage, so I can just switch to offensive magic." "Van Nee, do you usually fight dungeon bosses like that when Lam Macnu leads you?" I expressed regret, lamenting the lack of sweet potatoes, but when Macvan asked again, she simply smiled and said, "It's nothing." 5 minutes later, the Demon King battlefield collapsed backward. The system announces that the Demon King battlefield experience has increased by 2.6 million. The Demon King dagger for the assassin class, a level 1 platinum weapon with all attributes, 1800, 60% skill boost, and an additional Void skill that transforms the user into Void for 30 seconds. Immune to physical attacks, cooldown 5 minutes. The Demon King's Great Sword for the Swordsman class is a level plate weapon with all attributes increased by 800, boosting swordsmanship skills by 60% and adding the Bloodstrike skill, which uses your own strength to attack and absorb life force. Healing oneself. Cooldown time. 5 minutes. The heart of the Demon King is the main material for crafting jewelry from the Demon King's Soul Crystal Nirvana, increasing the chance of class promotion on the second class transfer. Macngu finishes the battle with a soul attack. The soul of the Demon Lord battlefield rises in front of Macngu, signaling that he has successfully collected the Demon Lord battlefield's soul. The system displays the World Boss Level 39 Demon King battlefield, with 25,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 25,000 physique. Skills include Void, Charm, Life Absorption, immune to 50% physical damage, holy damage increased by 50%. Lam Macnu comments with interest, saying that although its weakness is being countered by holy damage, overall it's still not bad. Does life really end like this? It turns out that just one of him was enough to destroy the Demon Lord battlefield. Macngu clenched his weapon, lowered his head, and walked towards them. He handed her something. She cupped her hands to receive it and suddenly shouted, "Nirvana Crystal!" She was overwhelmed with emotion and thought to herself, "I've searched for the Demon King battlefield for so long, and finally obtained the Nirvana Crystal." Macvan clenched the crystal fragment and fell into her thoughts. "With this fragment of the crystal, I have a 60 chance to successfully ascend in my profession. This second transfer, I will definitely become a Holy Spirit summoner and carry on my family's glory." Then she happily chirped, "Lam Macnu, thank you. This Nirvana Crystal is very important to me." Suddenly, a pile of spoils of war fell from somewhere. That's really lucky. To have even won the heart of the Demon King. the main material for making the Demon King's necklace. Van decisively replied, I only need the netherworld crystal. The rest can be divided between you two. The Demon King's necklace is a very fine piece of jewelry, highly valuable. If you can't find a suitable blacksmith, ask Wai to help you look. Wai grinned and replied, I also want that. But Mo can be considered half a disciple of Master Bai, so you don't need my help with this. Van widened her eyes in disbelief. Is it Lord Bak Than? She thought to herself, I never expected him to have this identity. I've never heard of Bak Than taking on a disciple, but with his strength, he definitely has the right to do so. Gu just stood silently, with bodies scattered behind him. Van expresses concern, as this time he has killed many members of the Royal Association, especially their deputy leader who also died here. They will definitely not let this go. Their leader is a professional who has changed roles 3 times. Even if you are protected by Lord Bai Shen, they can't do anything openly, but secretly they are unpredictable. McNu confidently replied, Don't worry, I understand myself. You must remind yourself to be very careful when summoning the Demon King's soul and make sure no one sees. Gu's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. That's not right. No living person should see this. Switching to Battlefield 3, the system screen appears. The Demon Lord battlefield has been destroyed, and the Demon Lord's heart has fallen. The students of the Hajing Academy exclaimed in shock. The world boss is dead. The Demon Lord battlefield has been slain. The Demon Lord battlefield has a divine-level life absorption skill, yet it was truly killed. Which team is so powerful? Since Tu Hao failed the college entrance exam and couldn't enter the academy, our association has been nurturing him ourselves. The Demon Lord battlefield has been destroyed. As long as we obtain the Nirvana Crystal and elevate our profession to legendary status, we can completely turn the tide. He smirked and said, I will make my son pay for the shame he has endured someday. Then he signaled for an underling to come in. The man ordered, After Tu Hao leaves the battlefield of knowledge and truly fights, he will definitely undergo a transformation to find a blacksmith. I want to craft a Devil King's necklace for him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Moyu was cleaning up the wreckage and said, If we do this, we can completely destroy the ruins. He looked at Moyu and smiled. As long as we don't reveal the existence of the Demon King, no one will know we did this. Van quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I also share some responsibility. I will hide the Nirvana Crystal well. Then Van quickly crushed the blue stone in her hand. The activated stone caused all 3 of them to vanish from the battlefield in an instant. Right now at the Hawkin Academy, Meng Anwen and Bai Yiyuan are having tea together. The day after tomorrow, the fake official exam begins, and that brat is probably coming back soon. And Van sneered, You care whether he completed the mission or not, right? Yai Vien was caught off guard and coughed twice, then whispered softly. And Van shared that he saw the report of the Demon King battlefield being destroyed, and asked if he guessed that it was him who did it. Evian didn't answer. Instead, his expression grew more serious. Suddenly Macnu appeared, and upon seeing your figure, he quickly asked, Little Lamb is back? You respectfully bowed 45 degrees and said, Macnu salutes Lord Bak Than, Lord Man. Evian hurriedly asked about the result. So how did it go? Was the mission completed? Macnu just replied that he had completed the task and then showed the spoils of war. Yi Yuan praised him satisfactorily. The badge on Mo Ninggu's chest caught his eye, making him stop. Wait a moment, Yi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. 2-star Commander Yi, did you rush into the demon's lair? Yi Yuan drifted into his thoughts. Missing 2 stars means you need more than 20,000 military achievements. This is still with the little girl of old Nin accompanying you. An ordinary demon would only have 50 military merits. This kid Macnu has killed at least 400 demons. Gu said that I killed some high-level demons. That statement made Wai Vian jump in surprise. And Van was so shocked he spat out his tea. Yi Yuan looked serious, cleared his throat a few times, and then made a request. Lam, explain this clearly, and Van quickly wipes the mess he just made. Gu began to recount, saying it was like this. I encountered a space teleportation gate. After a while of listening, Wai Vian burst out laughing, as if he had a great harvest. You really are quite something. I didn't expect such a sneaky trick. That damned Liet Diem must be furious now. Failing to kill you twice, he's probably lost all face. Gu solemnly continued. Master Bai Shen, Master Man Shen. This time I encountered the 2VM level divine mage in the 3rd battlefield instance. The 2 of them reacted strongly upon hearing this. What did you say? Macnu, you said you met a divine fire mage? Gu replied, It's like this, and calmly recounted the entire story. The 2 of them let out a sigh of relief, so that's how it was. And Wen made a sarcastic remark to his old friend. If I remember correctly, someone else has also been through this dungeon before, right? Why wasn't they favored by the fire mage? Evian Luke Bat Tong Tom replied, My profession hadn't reached its peak back then. It's normal not to see them. He ordered, Take out that space crystal. No need to look for others. The best candidate is right here. Makangu obediently agreed and quickly followed suit. And Van glared sternly and summoned the divine assassin. Manj Anvan casts a spell, causing the blue stone in front of him to be completely engulfed in blazing red flames. The system displays a message, teleporting to the abyss. After a while that was neither too short nor too long, he spoke again. I've finished. I've added the coordinates of the human world into it. You can use it to travel between the human realm and the abyss. And Van carefully reminded him, but its power is limited and it can only be used once every hour. This teleportation stone is bound to your soul, only you can use it. Holding the divine talent stone tightly, Lam Moyu politely bowed and thanked Masterman. Bai Yvn sternly said, Be careful with that divine talent stone. It will be very useful when you change your class for the third time. As for the divine flame staff, let me find someone to see if it can be repaired. Makangu took out the staff and said, This is a legendary weapon, and there aren't many like it among all humanity, so having an extra one is already very good. You suddenly remembered and then held up the Demon King's heart. Yes, Lord Baishen, I have one more thing to ask. Ivian froze for 5 seconds, then asked, The heart of the Demon King? And Van, with half-closed eyes, teased Yvian. Look, I told you the battlefield of the Demon King was already destroyed by Little Lin. Yes, I have 3 pieces left out of the 5. If you give me 2 pieces, I will help you prepare for the second promotion ceremony. His heart aches like it's being cut, but he still forces himself to act like he's fine and continues. He dare not say anything else, but I guarantee that in the second class transfer, there is an 80% chance to help your profession flourish, and a 30% chance to definitely awaken the second talent. Right now, you are only awakening your second talent. If it were the first, I am 90% sure I could help you awaken your talent. Macnu politely thanked Lord Bakthan after hearing this. You think to yourself that Bakthan has probably paid a great price to help me change my class. Vian, hearing this, gently places the teacup down on the table, smiles and says, Still calling me Bakthan. That statement made Macnu freeze for a moment, but after his microchip finished processing, he quickly stepped forward. He carefully presented the tea as if performing a disciple's initiation ceremony, and Yi Yen smiled with satisfaction before happily reaching out to accept the cup. Makangu felt a surge of emotion as he thought about the important people in his life, secretly thinking that he had gained another family member in this world. Ivian nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad. You've worked hard these days. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we leave for Namhong City. Just do well in the professional skills competition and try to win the first place. Makangu confidently responds, Master, rest assured, and Van said cautiously, Are you already happy with just that? Evian sarcastically says, Damn it. I've spent years gathering resources and now they're almost gone. And Van chuckled, judging with a sharp tongue. He shared seriously, but Little Lamb didn't tell him that he and Max Girl robbed the Demon King battlefield, offended the Royal Alliance, and even killed their deputy leader. Evian frowned in discomfort, very curious. Why didn't he say what kind of rotten thing the Kingdom Alliance was? I clap my hands and everyone dies. And Van guesses that maybe he wants to handle it himself and not bother you, so don't interfere, or let it slip out to avoid causing him trouble. Evian smiled proudly and said, That kid has spirit, not bad. He asked curiously, Why do you think I would interfere? Am I that stupid? And Van replied honestly, Something like that. Besides, once old Nin finds out why I went to the 3rd battlefield, he'll probably come looking for you right away. The next day, at Namhong City Stadium, the fake professional competition was held, and the audience had already filled the stadium, all eagerly waiting. Munagok was stunned, with her mouth open in amazement. So many people. I heard more than 100,000 teams are participating in the competition. Tuong Dao Dao glanced at Macnu and thought that the organizers said about 90% of the teams would be eliminated in the qualifiers. But even without relying on Lam Macnu, their team should be fine. The organizers announced the next team to compete. Let's go, we have to pass the team qualifying round. A blinding red light burst forth. Looking at the tangled chains in front of him, Macnu whispered to himself, So the Empire uses the Divine Tower to assess abilities. It seems that defeating all the monsters is the only requirement to pass the test. This is truly the simplest yet most effective method for someone to shout loudly, boost their status, and continuously increase their stats, strengthening their power, agility, and defense while activating their magic. Dao Dao said, We'll try fighting for a bit, and if it doesn't work, we'll ask for your help. Makangu Hao immediately agreed. The system introduced Deep Abyss Demon Wolf Fake, level 27, strength 2800, agility 3500, spirit 1000, physique 2000, skill /. Dao Dao secretly sighed. 4 levels lower than the true Deep Abyss Demon Dog, her attributes also significantly reduced, so they should be fine dealing with it. With that in mind, she decisively launched an attack. Dao Dao continued to attack it with her shield bash, and the Deep Abyss Demon Dog charged fiercely at her. Ning Yi suddenly launched a surprise attack from above. The Deep Abyss Demon Dog was defeated in an instant. Wei wiped his sweat and thought to himself, "It seems that following Lam Moyu for so long has made me much stronger." Dao Dao smiled brightly like a flower, encouraging her teammates. "It looks like we can still handle this. Let's keep going." Moyun silently analyzed, based on her experience, the test couldn't be that simple. This is only the beginning. At the stadium, the results keep flashing on the screen, and everyone is chatting excitedly. Wow, there are over 30,000 teams on the leaderboard, so the qualifiers are really tough. Look quickly, another team has been eliminated. Inside the dungeon, a pack of aggressive Deep Abyss Demon Dogs appeared. She quickly launched a decisive attack. The Deep Abyss Demon Dogs are defeated one after another and fly away like broken kites. The Abyss Demon Dogs unleash a powerful internal energy attack. Dao Dao quickly counterattacked and took control of it. Without giving it a moment to rest, she continued to strike and attack. At the academy, the battle was also broadcast live on the wall. Someone wondered, what is that kid doing? Why so slow? Their team already has 40 points, and he's only got 23. Bak Wai Vieng spoke up. Old man Man, you're the one controlling the Divine Tower. Can you reveal a little? Man Anvan firmly said it was impossible. He rubbed his cup and asked, but it's only the qualifiers, not the Battle of Saloon. Don't you trust his strength? Bak Wai Vian grinned and replied in a confident tone, "If that kid doesn't take home the championship, just wait and see how I deal with him." Back in the dungeon, after a long battle, Lam Moyu's teammates seemed exhausted. The system introduced the Deep Abyss of the Evil Dog Demon, a normal demon, level 29, with 5,000 strength, 5,000 agility, 1,500 spirit, and 5,000 physique. Tuang Dao Dao grimaced and shouted to warn his teammates, "It's the boss, everyone be careful." Moonach was sweating profusely and shouting. My mental energy is gone. Makungu still remains calm and concludes that the boss is indeed a Deep Abyss Demon Dog. He looked around at his teammates, who also seemed to have reached their limit. Moon Gotch asked anxiously, but it still summoned a very small one. What should Sister Dao Zi do now? Dao Dao was panting and thinking that along the way, everyone had killed quite a few demon dogs. Everyone's condition was not good. Facing the demon dogs was already very reluctant, and unexpectedly there were still so many demon dogs. She opened her mouth in surprise when she heard Monu say, "Everyone rest up, leave it to me." Myeongoch couldn't hold on any longer and sat down heavily, sniffling. "Sister Dao Tzu, let me rest for a bit. I'm too exhausted to move anymore, and I have classmate Lam with me." Tuangao said he's the same, and sat down beside her. Myeongoch forced a stiff smile and asked for help, bothering Lam the Junior, while Maknu glared ahead and graciously replied that it was nothing. Then he summoned his army of dry corps soldiers. Myeongoch was stunned and silently shouted, "Lam Maknu's dry soldier exudes an even greater aura than the demon dogs. Just how powerful has he become?" The abyssal hellhounds rushed toward them like hungry wolves. But just 2 seconds later, they were beaten to a pulp by the dry skeleton. Myeongoch's eyes widened in shock. "Girl, 1/kills 1. This speed is too fast already." The Deep Abyss Demon Dog growled and shot like a missile towards Maknu. A blinding beam of light erupted as the Dry Lich warrior stepped forward to block him. With a simple wave of his hand, Dry Lich sent the Deep Abyss Demon Dog flying into the chicken coop. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. Even the boss was slain with a single strike. The Burning Wing dungeon was engulfed in flames. The organizers announced that they had passed the assessment. When everyone saw the results displayed on the screen, with Lam Moyu's team scoring 300 points and Duong Qinfi's team scoring 240 points, they cheered. Lam Moyu's team defeated the boss so quickly, they instantly took the top spot. That name sounds familiar. I think he's the national top scholar. No wonder he's so fast. At this moment, Maknu and his teammates had been teleported back to the academy. Myeongoch was a bit skeptical about life, never expecting that we would actually make it to the top. Dao Dao explained, "Because our boss fight time is short, I'm afraid it's less than 5 seconds. She smiled brightly and reminded Maknu, "You still have the solo qualifying round this afternoon, right? Keep going, we'll cheer you on." Our opponents have also been teleported back, everyone is covered in dirt, and one of them proudly cheers. This time our teamwork was perfect. We will definitely be number 1. But when he saw the results board, he was stunned and shouted, "Big brother, look!" Pathway Jianfei couldn't believe his eyes and yelled, "What?" "But there's someone faster than us," he declared the national city aloud. "The Lam Moyu team. I will remember this name. Jianfei Soar, I am sure he will also participate in the individual event. This time I won't let the first place fall into your hands the afternoon at the qualifying round venue." Mangacap calmly entered the individual qualifier and quietly calculated that from the team qualifier, the solo part shouldn't be too difficult. Just one dry lizard would be enough. System introduction. Deep Demon Abyss. Fake Evil Demon, level 30, Strength 500, Agility 5, Spirit 200. Physique 5. Mangacap was a bit confused. Changed to Deep Demon Abyss? He sighed, thinking that if they were real demons, it would be a bit interesting. If all the monsters are that weak, then I should just speed up. In an instant, Moyu passed the test, and the results appeared. Lam Moyu scored 7 points, completing in 1 minute and 3 seconds. Keenfai's total score is 6, not yet completed. When he saw his completion time was 2 minutes and 55 seconds, he became overwhelmingly confident, thinking this time he would be the top for sure. He went out with a cheerful face, thinking he had a sure win, but after seeing Mangacap's result, Keenfai was so furious he almost spat blood. 1 minute and 3 seconds. How did he do that? He paused, then remembered. This name seems to be the national top scholar of this year. Mangacap was lost in thought as she walked. Why didn't my sister participate in the official competition? I didn't see your name. Mention Cao Cao and Xiao Cao appears. Lam Moyu walks over to you and gently calls out Xiao Yu. Mangacap freezes, realizing this voice belongs to her sister. Moyu continues to greet you. It's been a while since we last met. Mangacap's long hair billows in the wind as she speaks. Xiao Yu. You were stunned when you heard that voice. The wind rustles in the sunset light, causing leaves to fall. Moyu reaches out her hand into the air and calls, "Sister." The two of them hugged tightly, and she tried to gauge with her hands. It's been a year since we last met, and he's taller than his sister now. Moyu sat down and gazed into the distance. He just looked at her without saying a word. Chat Moyu turned to Poke Gao and said, "You still don't talk much like before. And if you keep like this, you won't find a girlfriend." Now Mangacap asked, "Do you know I would come here?" She smiled proudly. "I am your sister. How could I not understand my personality? Actually, I know everything you've been through over the past year, from becoming the top scholar nationwide to taking the imperial exam in Hokkien." He sat up straight. "So why didn't you come to see me earlier?" Moyu looked regretful as he explained. "I also couldn't do anything. My teacher's demands were very strict, so I was busy upgrading and didn't have time to come see you. It's my fault." Mangacap then changed to a serious expression. "What level are you now?" "She's just joking. She didn't tell you." This person is Lin Moyu, the sword dance master. In Mangacap's mind, she doubts the sword dance master, recalling that when her sister changed her class, she received the profession of sword ring dancer. "Really? You are extremely shocked. Your class has been upgraded to a higher level." Moyu squints and smiles. "Just luck." Moyu is curious. "How did you level up so quickly?" "I was a bit impressed, thinking I had leveled up fast, but turns out you're even faster." She leaned in and whispered, "Xiao Yu, you also awakened a talent, right? My talent allows me to level up much faster than others, which is why I am so quick." Only then did Moyu realize it was all due to her innate talent. Mahan warned, "Do not reveal your talent to others unless absolutely necessary." He nodded seriously and said, "I understand." Suddenly, Chang Feng and a group of people approached from afar. He glanced at Mangacap and coldly asked her, "Who is this Lam Moyu?" Mangacap placed a hand on his shoulder and introduced, "This is my younger brother, Lam Moyu." Truong Feng extended his hand proactively, revealing he is Lam Moyu's younger brother. "Hello." He suddenly realized he was already a 2-star second lieutenant. After shaking hands with you, Truong Feng withdrew. "Then you two can talk. But Lam Moyu, please pay attention and come back early. We still need to discuss the strategy for tomorrow." He turned and walked away, and Mangacap also recognized Truong Feng's rank, first lieutenant. He stared intently at that figure's back. A 1-star second lieutenant, just 1 star below me. "Are they your teammates in this competition?" she asked proudly. "Yeah, they are all geniuses at the top of the Sacred Light Academy, very strong," he replied casually. "Really? But I feel like they're not as good as you." Mangacap ruffled Mangacap's hair and said, "You're so sweet talking. Time is running out, so she said goodbye for now. You need to head back now. Tiu Ngu." Mangacap smiled brightly and said, "After the competition, we'll have to follow the teacher's arrangements to practice elsewhere, so it might be a long time before I see you again." Before leaving, she awkwardly gave a thumbs up, hoping to see your girlfriend next time. He called out, "Sister, I will join the Dawn God Academy with you." Makan turned around. "Okay, I'll wait for you." The sunset falls, and the sky turns a fiery orange, signaling the end of the day. The next day, after hearing the news, Dao Dao sighed. The Divine Empire is truly generous. The qualifiers finished yesterday, so today must be the start of the official competition. It looks like the arena will be a battle royale. I heard that 1024 teams advanced from the qualifiers. She read from the note, "We are Team 512, and our opponents are Team 513. This time, several teams need to be cautious. Most of them are composed of level 29 professional fake players, equipped with top-tier silver-white gear. Team 18 from Germany, Team 322 from the Divine Arena, Team 5999 from the Country Y, and Moyu with his hands in his pockets. Just like last time, everyone fights first. If it's not enough, I'll step in to help," she agreed. The seats in the stadium are packed with spectators. Teams take turns onto the stage amid cheers and waving banners, with Dao Dao leading confidently, her team behind her, some observing opponents and whispering with a level 27 scribe on the other side, 3 levels above her.
"Are you saying you don't believe Sister Daotsu?"
"And there's also your classmate Lin?" The detailed information appears on the electronic board. Team 512 includes Lam Moyu, a level 27 talisman spirit mage, Nin Y, an obsessed assassin, level 26, Tuong Dao Dao, a level 24 spirit knight, and Mio Ngach, elder spirit, level 21. The viewers start to buzz. What kind of profession is a spirit summoner? Just noticed? Someone with keen eyes has spotted it? This guy's name seems to be the team that won first place in the qualifiers with a different voiceover. Not only did they win the team competition, but he also ranked first in the individual event. The short-haired girl takes a deep breath. Their average level is quite low. The man in the hat looks confident. It seems we will definitely win this time. Suddenly she became suspicious, but he was also unsure what kind of mage the spirit talisman mage was. Probably just a type of mage. He calmly watched the battle from outside as the competition began. The short-haired girl leading shouted loudly. Sungfeng Dao Dao became focused as the opponent shouted. The battlefield. Miao Yang summoned something behind, resembling a whirlpool of wind swirling into her palm. It spins wildly and rushes toward her as if to trap her. What is that? The short-haired girl narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, sensing something's wrong. It's over. At that moment, she was thrown out. Even her shield was knocked away. She immediately ordered a collective provocation. The short-haired girl's pupils dilated with the image of the dangerous woman, an assassin's haunting memory. She rushed towards her in an instant. The man wearing a hat quickly drew his bow to support. "You're only level 24. Don't be too reckless, you bastard." He used the 3 lean 3 arrows at once. The 3 arrows cut through the wind toward Tuong Dao Dao, their overwhelming power making her alert. She immediately raised her shield to defend. In an instant, Tuong Dao Dao reacted quickly, turning her shield to deflect the 3 arrows back toward the enemy. Tuong Dao Dao is currently surrounded and wonders why they are attacking so fiercely. Suddenly, a member of Group 5113 shouts to get out of the way. Amidst the fierce flames, Lock Diu roars, "Die!" Her red hair gritted, warning her teammates to beware of the assassin among them. Immediately, a man from her team activated the eagle eye and saw Nin Y unexpectedly attacking Lock Diu from behind. He hurriedly shouted a warning to Lock Diu to be careful. With a protective sword in hand, Nin Y's eyes blazing with murderous intent, she clenched her sword tightly and struck with lightning speed. Faced with Nin Y's attack, Lock Diu could only stand helplessly. In an instant, she returned to her starting point. She was furious and clenched her fists. Damn it! Seeing Lock Diu defeated, the red-haired girl angrily cursed, damn it, sweat pouring down her face involuntarily. Then Nin Y and Tuong Dao Dao charged forward together. Tuong Dao Dao takes the lead in attacking the enemy, while Nin Y combines her most powerful skills for a decisive strike. Watching the battle from outside, Lam Moyu carefully analyzes that the opponents lack practical combat experience and probably haven't fought against other social classes much, so it seems there's no need for her to intervene. The whole audience immediately started to get noisy when they saw you hadn't made a move yet. That death spirit mage hasn't acted either. 4 against 5, and they can still win. The other team must be too weak, probably only used to playing dungeon runs normally. Since their mage was already taken out of the game, there was no point in continuing the fight. A few minutes later, Nin Y returned, looking excited. "We won." Lam Mac's lips curled slightly. Tuong Dao Dao let out a sigh of relief. "Next time the opponents we face will only get stronger, so we can only rely on you." Lam Hok De. Lam Moyu smiles confidently. "Don't worry, Tomorrow in the second round of battles, Lam Moyu's team will face experts including a level 29 fairy, a level 29 sword fighter, a level 28 elemental mage, a level 28 elder Tish Lam, and a level 29 summoner. The battle hasn't even started yet, and the sword fighter is already arrogantly mocking. Their highest level is only 27. This round, the opponent won't give up like last time, right? Meanwhile, the level 29 summoner also displayed a cocky attitude by summoning a shadow beast. Ning Yi was immediately shocked. That creature was a shadow summoner, sweat beading on her forehead as if it would fall off, and she muttered to herself, "This battle probably won't be easy." At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Both teams' members took their positions and prepared for battle. Facing the shadow beast, Ning Yi couldn't help but feel a bit cautious. The shadow beast is a stealth-type summon that can not only hide, but also see through stealth skills. As soon as I move, the enemy will definitely follow and use a brief moment to restrain me. Myeongoch also feels worried. She turns to ask Tuong Dao Dao for her opinion. The enemy has no knights, only defending and not attacking. Our strategy is no longer effective. What should Sister Daozi do now? Tuong Dao Dao frowned and replied vaguely, able to take one step at a time. While everyone was worried, Lam Moyu remained indifferent, her cold gaze fixed on the opponent. The opposing sword fighter muttered irritably, "That death spirit mage, isn't he going to fight?" He gritted his teeth. He really doesn't take us seriously. At this moment, recognizing the danger, Tuong Dao Dao quickly shouted for everyone to scatter. The sword fighter suddenly unleashed a strange move, a chilling light with terrifying power that terrified everyone present. Faced with his terrifying power, Tuong Dao Dao hid behind her shield, gritting her teeth. His skills are too strong. Before she could recover, the sword fighter fiercely swung his sword at her. His sword swept through, causing Tuong Dao Dao to lose her footing and be pushed back repeatedly. Seeing her under relentless attack, Manhwa rushed to help, but before she could assist, the beast suddenly launched a surprise attack. Manhwa had to temporarily retreat. She silently assessed that being caught by the summoned beast made escape impossible, and moreover, the summoner could still heal it. "Be careful!" It's too late. Daejin had to use his body to shield Miao Yao. She cried out in pain, and Duangao reassured Myeongoch that I was fine, and that as the team's healer, I definitely couldn't be in danger. Duangao was hit by a deadly move and was eliminated from the match. Even though he couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with his teammates, he still secretly hoped that Sister Daozi and Y would be restrained. "Myeongoch, you must stay strong." As soon as she finished speaking, Myeongoch quickly stood beside Duangao with a remorseful look. "Sorry." The sword fighter was so happy to see Miao Yu eliminated that her support was gone. She should just accept defeat. On the arena, she may not have died, but she's still injured and in pain. Tuong Dao Dao fought on bravely, shoving the shield hard enough to unbalance him and nearly make him fall. Then she charged at the level 29 primal elementalist as fast as she could. Unfortunately, by the time Tuong Dao Dao reached the mage, she was blocked by the elemental mage with a fire-resistant spell. Immediately, Tuong Dao Dao was pushed back. She slid backward behind Lam Moyu. Tuong Dao Dao gasped for breath. "Lam Hokdi is entrusting you with this," Lam Moyu replied coldly. "Let me handle it." As Lam Moyu slowly advances, the crowd erupts in noise. That death spirit mage is about to make a move. Finally, I can see it. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight 5 at once. He's only level 27. The sword fighter at level 29 crosses his arms on his sword with an arrogant look and a condescending tone. "All your teammates have surrendered, and you're still thinking you can turn the situation around. You're underestimating these guys too much." Lam Moyu coldly looked at him, raising his hand, and his mental power immediately radiated strongly. Lam Moyu issued a cold order. "Attack now." Immediately, the ice-type undead mage appeared. The summoner sneered. "An immortal summon, so you're also a summoner. Why wait until all your teammates are defeated to call it out?" The ice-dry sorcerer summoned by Lam Moyu is level 27, with a power of 2700, agility at 2700, mental strength at 10,800, and physique at 2700. Suddenly, the hands of the ice-dry sorcerer glow, and the ultimate skill of frigid chaos is unleashed on the arena, causing a rain of ice to fall as the sword fighter who was just mocking earlier now looks stunned. Now he has to struggle to dodge in the rain of ice while running and shouting, "Heal quickly." After a while, the sword fighter collapsed. He looked around for the healer but couldn't find her. Where is the healer? No way. At this moment, he was shocked. With just one deadly move, he could wipe everyone out. What kind of summoned creature is this? At the same time, the remaining members of the group were also eliminated one after another. They looked at each other in confusion and asked, "What just happened?" Why are we sent to the battlefield? It seems like we were just attacked by his summoning object earlier. Meanwhile, Lam Moyu remained calm and composed, but her eyes were icy. She decisively unleashed her final move, killing the sword fighter, who screamed in agony before being eliminated. The entire audience erupted in noise. Wow, is this the summoning creature of the death spirit mage? Too powerful, too powerful. A single skill that can wipe out the entire team. No wonder he didn't join the fight yesterday. If he had attacked, his teammates would have nothing left to do. Wow, Lam Moyu is also participating in the solo competition? Then how is he going to fight? His opponent is so pathetic. Dong Dao Dao doesn't seem too surprised. She crosses her arms and discusses with Myung-och, then just lets Lam Hok Dae fight in the next match. With our strength, reaching this point is already quite good. Myung-och nodded decisively. I agree. On the third day, as soon as they saw Lam Moyu step onto the arena, their opponents were all frightened out of their wits. They turned to ogle each other, facing the formidable Lam the Great. What should we do? What should we do? Have you forgotten who led you through the Desert Tyrant dungeon? Moreover, do you really think you're worthy to fight Lam Daithan? Just find a block of tofu and head straight to your death. Another person scratched his head awkwardly and said, so let's end it here, and both of us decide to bow to Lam Moyu. Lam Daithan, goodbye. Keep going, be the champion, we surrender. Lam Daithan, goodbye. Lam Moyu suddenly felt both amused and speechless. Even Cao was startled and exclaimed, what the hell, why did they give up so quickly? Nin Wai, standing beside him, chuckled. They're quite perceptive. The audience below started discussing, they just gave up right away, can they really do that? Then it no longer feels like a competition, probably because they know Lam Moyu's strength and don't dare to fight him. Meanwhile, Makan Van was deep in thought. Old Bai, with a little lamb standing out like that, is it okay? Bai Vian asked him with confusion. What's wrong? I just want the whole world to know that I'm not someone to mess with. Manshan Van frowned and said, but standing out will attract many enemies. The people of the Holy Arena won't leave him alone in Germany. Bai Yiwen then sneered, I'm even afraid they won't act. If they dare to strike this time, I'll make them understand what pain really is. Manan Van sternly questioned him. You said Little Lamb should stand out like that. Bak Hwai Yivien openly admits I have negotiated with him. I cannot let the deaths of the previous geniuses be in vain. He has agreed not only him but also the old man over there plans to use Lam Makham. The venomous snake hiding in the shadows, Manan Van massages his forehead, a mysterious and unpredictable death spirit mage, a master swordsman, truly worthy. They are even sisters, and with such exceptional talent, it's truly admirable. Bak Vien sneered, the higher the talent, the easier it is to catch big fish. Rest assured, this time I won't let the two sisters have any trouble. Man An Van also sighed. It's been a while since I killed someone. I need to stretch my muscles a bit and return to the lively arena. Pathway Sword, Saint level 29, with a fierce and murderous look, stepped onto the battlefield. He thought to himself, Lam Moyu, at last I get to fight you. The audience below cheered loudly. She is a legendary grade divine sword warrior. Will he be the one to end Lam Moyu's winning streak? Ning Yi is also wary of Dong Jianfei. She warned Lam Moyu that the opponent is a legendary profession. Be careful. He nodded. I understand. Lam Moyu stepped onto the arena, observing that this seemed to be Feng Tu's professional skill after leveling up. Seeing you go alone, Dong Jianfei asked with a glance, just you alone? Lam Moyu calmly confirmed, just me alone. Duong Qianfei suddenly got furious, turned to shout at his teammates, and then yelled at Lam Moyu, you damn dog, how dare you look down on me? After insulting him, he drew his long sword, thinking the upcoming match would be simple, but the opportunity came early. He sneered, I've watched your previous fights, and I have to say those skeletons are strong, but they're useless against me. If you face me, you will definitely lose. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword proactively, and the spectators below began to discuss excitedly. They are the Divine Sword Clan. Renowned alongside the Feng family, and although they are legendary professionals, the Divine Swordsmen are among the top tier, so perhaps he really can defeat Lam Moyu. Meanwhile, Lam Mo remained calm, his hand flickering with abundant spiritual power. He chuckled softly. Dong Jianfei, not bad. You're a real man. Veins bulged on Duong Qianfei's forehead as he snarled fiercely. What are you? Don't comment on me with that kind of tone. After finishing, he immediately unleashed his elemental sword form technique. The entire arena erupted in noise. With those 2 rings, I heard he's a new divine sword master. The glowing ring, he can shoot out 2 rings, so he's definitely mastered the 2 strongest early-stage skills of a divine sword master. On the battlefield, Lam Moyu calmly ordered the Dry Lich Mage to unleash the ultimate Five Thunder Oan Peak technique. Immediately, a bolt of deathly lightning shot straight at Duong Qianfei. However, he surprisingly took no damage at all. Duong Qianfei smiled triumphantly. My first skill, the elemental sword body, makes me immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. Your skeleton mage skill is nullified. I hope you can endure for 10 minutes. The audience below starts to discuss among themselves. Lam Moyu's dry ice mage is ruined. It's the elemental sword body. It feels like Lam Moyu is about to lose. What else can he do? No, does everyone remember? Maybe the summoned mage is an ice element mage. Perhaps he can summon more than just one type of dry corpse. At this moment, he was still laughing arrogantly on the arena when suddenly his face turned pale. A chilling sensation made Duong Qianfei quickly step back, and immediately a streak of cold light shot past him. The entire audience was stunned again. Oh my god, what is that? Ko Lao wields a sword, capable of physical attacks. As expected, the undead summoned by Lam Moyu are not only able to summon a type of undead, but the aura of the undead warrior just summoned by Lam Moyu is truly formidable, making Duong Qianfei feel excited. He sneered. So I really can't underestimate you? If I'm not mistaken, this must be your trump card, right? Let's see if Ko Lao's sword is stronger, or my sword is faster. With that, he once again crazily charged at Lam Moyu with his sword. Immediately, the Dry Lao warrior swung his sword powerfully to block Duong Qianfei's attack, his quick response catching even Duong Qianfei off guard. Too fast, Duong Qianfei's longsword glows, and he immediately uses his sword-controlling skill, which can precisely block all attacks and knock back enemies. The attack is too powerful. What exactly is this summoned creature? His speed and strength far surpass mine, yet he still clenched his sword tightly, determined to fight to the end. Duong Qianfei unleashed his ultimate skill, the Berserk Domination. With this skill, within 5 minutes all of his attributes increased tenfold. The audience once again roared in amazement, as it is one of the signature skills of the Divine Swordsman, much stronger than the Berserk mode of the Berserker, and it does not affect the mind. Nonsense. He's a legendary Divine Warrior class. And then Duong Qianfei unleashed the Flying Dragon Sword technique, radiating immense power as he swung his sword to strike the undead warrior. The audience below cheers loudly as the Dry Lich warrior is controlled, and the Dry Lich mage cannot cast skills. This time, Lam Moyu is definitely going to lose. The Divine Swordmaster is truly powerful. No wonder he's a legendary class. Now, Lam Moyu has no tricks left. Duong Qianfei's eyes sparkled with confidence, certain of victory in his grasp. His whole body, like a bolt of lightning, shot straight toward Lam Moyu. Let me see what other tricks you have left. A faint smile appeared on Lam Moyu's lips as he summoned his mental energy in the palm of his hand. A moment later, the entire arena was shaken again, as 2 more skeleton warriors appeared. Can he summon more? This must be the limit, right? Lam Moyu's eyes are cold, with 2 undead warriors standing fiercely beside him. Don't think that adding 2 more skeletons can beat me. I still have many skills I haven't used yet, as long as I use those skills. Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the sight before him. A horde of crimson mummies suddenly appeared behind Lam Moyu and quickly formed a battle formation right in front of Duong Qianfei. He felt a chill down his spine, his mind in chaos, nearly vomiting blood on the spot. He was horrified and wondered just how many mummies can this guy summon. Suddenly, the entire audience fell silent. Lam Moyu calmly asked Duong Qianfei, "Do you not want to fight anymore?" He decisively waved his hand and said, "Wait until I change my class again, and then give you a lesson." In the end, the referee announced that Lam Moyu's team had won. The entire audience erupts with emotion. Lam Moyu, I never expected you could summon so many dryads. The undefeated Death Spirit Mage is the champion. Manhwa walks over to Lam Moyu and smiles. You performed well. More and more people are paying attention to you now. Lam Moyu just nodded indifferently. Manhwa noticed that Lam Moyu still looked indifferent and curiously asked him, "What's wrong? Not happy?" "It's okay. Tomorrow should be the final battles. Those teams are all very strong. You must be careful," Lam Moyu replied briefly. "I understand now. A few years ago, several of our geniuses were assassinated during the competition." Bak Yvian's words still echo in Lam Moyu's mind. Ha is determined, hoping they will strike again this time, or else I will be too much of a failure as bait. As Lam Moyu was lost in thought, someone standing nearby suddenly shouted, "Everyone look over there. What is that?" Following his direction, Lam Moyu also looked over. On the stage, a shimmering purple light radiated out, and from mid-air, precious treasures materialized. A spectator stood up excitedly and shouted, The Beginner Miracle Potion is a potion used below level 40 that permanently increases all attributes by 200 points, and that ultimate skill book guarantees learning a new skill. If these items were put up for auction, they would be worth at least hundreds of millions of gold coins. Lam Moyu slightly curved her lips, so these must be the prizes for this year's champion, right? I'll wait until I become the champion and claim the prize before taking a closer look. Thinking that, Lam Moyu put her hand in her pocket as Xiaosai left. The next day of the decisive match, the competitors had already gathered on the arena. Tuang Dao Dao turned to Lam Moyu and said anxiously, "The teams that can still advance to this round are definitely from the Y Nation. Germany and the Holy Arena don't know who they'll face yet." Soon, Tuang Dao Dao knew the results as soon as she stepped onto the battlefield. Her eyebrows furrowed and she said, "It's the team from country Y. The leader of their army is Nana, a divine envoy. Hello, Lam Moyu of the Divine Empire of Thanha." Then, Nana slowly approached Lam Moyu and whispered into his ear, "Our Y Nation is very interested in your profession, Lord Lam. We sincerely invite you to become a citizen of Y. If you have any requests, just say it. Nana will fulfill everything." Nin Y, hearing Nana's words, angrily cursed, "You're just a slut." Lam Moyu's eyes sharpened, and he coldly shouted at Nana, "Get out of here." Nana also didn't get angry, only turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Lam Moyu to think carefully. Then Nana stepped back into the team, and a knight in a red cloak immediately stepped in front of her. Immediately after, a giant humanoid snake-faced monster suddenly appeared from the sky, radiating overwhelming power. Lam Moyu deduces that he is a war god, quickly harnesses his mental energy to summon the dry ice mage of the ice element to confront Nana's war god. The dry ice mage, just entering the battle, immediately unleashes his ultimate move, the ice storm, and a barrage of icy rain instantly heads toward the war god. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the ice from the dry mage. Nan stood behind the knight, smiling sinisterly. Lam Moyu calmly replied, "This is the snake god of the water, and since we can counterattack with elemental magic, your attacks are useless. Then try a physical attack." As soon as he finished speaking, you immediately summoned the drybone warrior. Nana smiled charmingly, her tone sweet. She had studied your battle videos extensively and was well prepared with a counter strategy. Nana suddenly shouted loudly, activating the divine beast transformation skill, and in an instant a beast appeared, covered in sharp spikes, with a wild boar head and a feral cow body, charging fiercely. In an instant, the knight launched a taunt attack alone against Lam Moyu's army of skeleton warriors, as the skeleton soldiers all swung their swords to charge at the knight. The weapons clash, creating a shockwave that forces both sides to retreat, with the knight hiding behind his shield repeatedly falling back. Nana shouted, "Lam's skeleton warriors are really powerful." Even the divine mother-possessed knight was pushed back. Just then, the knight suddenly roared, activating the auxiliary enhancement skill, and his whole body seemed to be infused with extra strength. The knight then shouted loudly and charged into the skeleton army with great momentum. Alone, he was able to face all 5 skeleton warriors. The audience sitting below looked worried, each one showing confusion. Oh, what kind of profession is this really? He's too strong. All of Lam Moyu's skeletons have been controlled. Could it be that he's going to lose this time? Nana smirked confidently. Looks like Lam's dry soldiers aren't very obedient. Lam Moyu scratched her cheek, thinking she never gave any orders, yet she was so confident. Nana summoned another strange spider. She summons the spider to possess the mage using divine secondary techniques. The mage's eyes glow red as he raises his staff. Winds howled around the skeleton soldiers, temporarily immobilizing them. Nana sighed softly, her tone laced with a teasing challenge. "Lam, elemental attacks are ineffective. The dry soldier is under control. Do you have any other tricks? If not, you'll lose." Lam Moyu snorted coldly. "Is this all her abilities?" Nana was startled and exclaimed, "What?" In an instant, she and her teammate were bound tightly by iron chains. Nana was horrified to realize it was a curse she couldn't escape from. Lam Moyu calmly approached Nana and the knight. She looked at him with terrified eyes, her mouth trembling. The audience below also started to stir. What's going on? Weren't Lam Moyu's chances already looking slim just now? How did the situation turn around so quickly? "Is it the curse on the arena?" Lam Moyu asked Nana indifferently. "Your class skill can't be used on living people, right?" At this point, he glanced at the knight and asked, "Are they all not alive?" Nana's pupils contracted violently, and she stammered in panic. "How do you know that?" Lam Moyu replied casually, "Because I am a spirit sorcerer." Zetsat clenched around Nana's body, causing her to beg Lam Moyu in pain. "Move for me." The entire audience erupted in noise. So all of this was Nana's puppet. No wonder I felt something was off from the very beginning. No matter how you look at it, their movements are very stiff, yet they use the bodies of fallen professionals to make puppets. She is too cruel. Meanwhile, Nana is suffering and crying out as the flames burn her soul. In an instant, the soul-burning fire returned Nana to the starting point. She stared wide-eyed at her hands, voice trembling. I lost. At this moment, Nana involuntarily looked at Lam Moyu's back, feeling deeply regretful. Is this fiery, soul-burning pain a skill of the spirit death mage? Lam, if you were from our country, that would be great. The referee announced clearly that Lam Moyu's team won this match. Tuong Dao Dao looked a bit worried and turned to Lam Moyu, saying that today would decide the team competition champion, and she wasn't sure which team they would face. Suddenly, the audience below gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Look, everyone! The Star Warrior from the Sacred Duel Academy has lost." Tathan also seems to be from the Hakin Academy team. The Holy Arena competition team was quickly taken off the stage in a disastrous state. On the arena, Tathan's team from the Hakin Academy is in the lead. The team leader, Tathan, arrogantly declares, "I told you, the gap between us and them is huge." After saying that, he and his teammate walked away, coldly. Tathan turned to ask a teammate, "Now we're in the finals, right? Who is the opponent, Germany or Y country?" His teammate replied, "I think it's Lam Moyu's team." Tathan nodded. Lam Moyu, he can make it to the finals. Tathan steps onto the arena. As soon as he saw Lam Moyu, he arrogantly said, "Lam Moyu, I don't know if you need this, but I don't need to rest and want to finish you quickly to get the skill scroll sooner. If it weren't for that scroll, I wouldn't bother participating in these boring competitions at all." Lam Moyu replied coldly, "Let's fight now." After finishing, Lam Moyu and Tathan both step onto the arena at the same time, and the spectators below start whispering among themselves. This must be the final match, right? It will definitely be outstanding. Tathanchi's team will win the holy battle of the divine realm, and Lam Moyu will fight alone against the Y Water team. In the end, who is the strongest? These are all teams from the Hakin Academy. No wonder it's the strongest academy in the empire. That's really impressive. Myeonangach asked Tuong Dao Dao anxiously, "Should we really not go to support?" Tathan sneered inwardly, thinking that Tathan's willingness to fight Lam Moyu alone on the arena was just for show. I'll show you what regret really means later. Thinking that, Tathan turned to his teammates and warned them, "Don't go up either." Tathan crossed his arms, sneering at Lam Moyu with contempt. "I know about you, Lam Moyu. I've heard about the things you've done in the academy, leading others to dungeons to earn points. Such shameful acts, and you still dare to do them. The academy is usually full of mediocrity, really leaving people speechless." Lam Moyu looked at Tathan with a cold gaze, still arrogantly mocking him. He frowned and pointed to his head. "Are you mentally ill? What does me earning points have to do with you? Go find the healer to check your head and stop barking here." Tathan, enraged by Lam Moyu's words, roared, "What did you say?" Tuong Dao Dao instinctively looked at Nin Y, feeling strange. Why did these words sound familiar? Nin Y shyly denies it, saying, "Don't look at her. She definitely didn't learn from her." Tathan angrily yells at Lam Moyu, "Use your fist if you're so good with your words." Then he firmly raised the scepter. Tathan is a level 29 Holy Light Mage. Lam Moyu calmly channels his spiritual power into his hand, summoning the skeleton warrior. At the same time, a glow emanates from Tathan's forehead. He grits his teeth, the ghastly undead spirit, and accepts the Holy Light attack. Immediately, a powerful light radiated from Tathan's entire body. Lam Moyu's eyes suddenly flashed, and an invisible sword unexpectedly manifested within him. Lam Moyu muttered, "So it was a mental attack, trying to influence my mind from the start? Too bad it's useless against me." Outside the aura, Tachung secretly cursed Lam Moyu, "Go to hell." Then he summoned the light path, but it had no effect on Lam Moyu at all. Tathan's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as he shouted in horror, "What?" Suddenly, a swarm of undead warriors appeared around him, and he angrily roared, "Get out now!" Tathan suddenly unleashed the holy light blast, causing the skeleton warriors to temporarily hold back. Lam Moyu silently assessed the flashy holy light mage, impressive skills but no real damage. Lam Moyu quickly summoned 2 more dry lich mages to surround the army of dry lich. Tathan shouted in rage, "How is this possible?" At this moment, he sneered, "I admit I underestimated you." Before he could finish speaking, a beam of deathly light shot straight down from the sky onto Tathan. He struggled to activate his holy light shield, gasping for breath, his words interrupted. "I underestimated him. A powerful death ray from the sky strikes Tathan once again. Tathan grits his teeth, his eyes fierce. I am a legendary holy light mage, admitted to the Bright Academy, promoted to 3rd year 2 months ago, and deliberately used upgrades to participate in this competition. At this moment, a brilliant light burst out from his forehead. Tathan thought with unwillingness, how could I lose here? The champion will be mine. Then he leapt into the air, a brilliant light flashed, and smoke gradually dispersed. The crowd in the stands was amazed by the holy light shield, known for its strong defense, and it seemed that Mangnu's dry lich mage couldn't break through it. Tathan stood there, proud and heroic. Mangnu stared intently at the opponent in front of him, raising his hand as a blue aura spread out. Tathan snorted coldly, his voice full of contempt. Useless. At this moment, a group of formidable dry lich warriors appeared beside Mangnu, and he casually put his hands in his pockets before speaking. Oh, really? The crowd in the stands cheered enthusiastically. My goodness. Is this the first time he has summoned all 4 types? So he had never been using his full strength before. Can Tathan really hold it off? He also couldn't help but be shocked, veins twitching on his forehead, surprised that he could summon so many types of dry leeches. Still, Tathan snorted coldly and confidently said, it's just a few more dry leeches after all. The dry spell sorcerers all raised their weapons. A wave of power surged forward. He bravely used his strength to resist. The continuous green energy rushed at him. Tathan looked calm, smiling triumphantly, and said arrogantly, see, I told you, you can't break through my armor. Suddenly, a layer of iron armor showed signs of cracking. Tathan looked at the crack in horror. No way, girl. The armor shattered into tiny pieces. Energy burst out, a loud sound echoed, and soon after, Tathan lay defeated on the ground. The cheers on the stands erupt. We won. Lam Moyu directly shattered Tathan's holy light armor. Even the legendary mage who counters all legendary professions still falls to Lam Moyu. What are you talking about? Are there too few fake classes with legendary professions that have lost to him? The sky is clear. After a while, Tai Nian stands from afar, watching. It seems the champion is that little brat, and in front of him are 2 figures watching from behind. Watch how the 2 siblings' bait can lure so many venomous snakes out of their den. Suddenly, Tai Nian pretends to be angry. You little brat, stay away from him. He's so angry he's about to blow, but right now she happily runs over and hugs his arm. We won. We won. We really won. Suddenly a whirlwind appeared, and standing in the storm, the person looked at the 2 of them with a fierce expression. The crowd exclaimed in horror, that aura is terrifying. It must be the top professional above level 80. This person is Hua Ui, one of the 12 vice-generals of the Empire. He said, you all did great. Then he teleported away with the items that appeared. He slowly said, I am Hua Ui from the Empire. You can call me Hua Lao. If you need help in the future, I might be able to assist you. Hearing that, Moyu was slightly stunned. Does he want to recruit me? He was silent for a moment before replying, thank you, Elder Hua. He reached out and touched the item, a dark, ominous aura appearing in his palm. After a moment, a streak of light flashed by. Hua Ui narrowed his eyes and said, the fish has bitten the bait. Was that just an illusion earlier? I saw you deep in thought and asked, what's wrong? Mangnu replied, nothing. A cautious person asked, who is it? And Wen remained silent in response. Hua Ui, although I can't confirm directly, it's about 80 to 90% likely. Tai Nian adjusted his glasses, surprised to see it was him. If it really is him, this is a big deal. I didn't expect the people of the Baima Society to be able to hide themselves so high up. The wealthy man gently presses his Zhongchong point, so I carefully double-check. He is one of the 12 counselors. Amid the roaring fireworks celebrating, Mahan draws his sword and wins. Mangnu looked at her with admiration. Indeed, with her strength, she could easily win the championship, he thought with envy. Could she be Mangnu's sister? She is so beautiful. Mahan stepped in front of the whirlwind. Hua repeated what he just said. You did very well. I am Hua Ui. You can call me Hua Lao. If you need help in the future, feel free to come to me. Maybe I can help a bit. Inside the ball is a carefully wrapped bag emitting rays of light. You freeze, and that uncomfortable feeling returns. Suddenly, Moyu hurriedly said, Yai Wai, use your skills to observe that gold coin bag. She quickly followed, her golden pupils enlarging as she used her spell, her mind's eye fixated. Through Wai's penetrating gaze, dark, ominous streams of air appeared inside the bag. After observing for a while, Wai said in a deep voice, Mangnu, you also have it on your wrist. There's definitely a problem. There is a strand of dark aura in the gold bag that resembles the aura of Tam Uyen. At this moment, Mahan reached out and touched the bag. I was terrified. The black aura had also clung to Ham's wrist. She hurriedly reminded, Maknu also has it on his wrist. He silently looked at his hand for a moment. It seems his guess was correct. Makangu pondered. Among humans, there is a group hiding, calling themselves the Worshipping Demon Society. A huge, dark creature appears, with a respectful crowd beneath it, each person using the Bai Ma Vuong Tam Uyen to help the Demon King invade the human world. Mahan silently watches the creature before him, while Makningu quietly hopes that tomorrow will be the solo test and that she and her sister can catch a big fish. The night sky darkened. The late hour brought an eerie silence. Suddenly a noise with rushing wind approached, and the water surged violently into the buildings before lightning struck down. The lightning strikes shattered the stone as the teleportation array activated, with thunderclaps echoing everywhere, chaos erupting as water and lightning poured down. Loud noises echoed as people scattered in panic. What's happening? Is this a barrier or something? A barrier that large must have been created by a divine-level fake profession. Magoo looked at the chaos outside and said, the demon worshippers really have started their attack. They want to eliminate all the participants in the fake profession competition, causing humanity to suffer greatly. Now everywhere is flooded, and tall buildings have been struck down by lightning. Everyone panicked and ran in all directions, screams filling the air. So terrifying. Oh my God, am I going to die here? What should I do? As a result, the group carrying Dark Aura appeared. He secretly observed that they were all high-level profession players, above level 70. A dark figure leading a team of shadowy soldiers approaches. Maknu glances over, recognizing that this person is at least level 80. It's over. That's the sign of the Worshipping Demon Society. They are the Worshipping Demon Society. They are so bold to attack within the territory of the Divine Empire. Don't they fear Bakthan will take action to destroy them? He stands above, with dark energy rushing down, black aura attacking the guards below. The fierce general of the Langma clan grinned and said, delicious human flesh. Bon Ma is here. After enduring so many days, we finally get to eat human flesh. Nana's group, who are demons, stepped forward, ready to fight. Makangu's face darkened as he clenched his fist, black aura emanating from him, a pressure wave rushing straight toward him from afar. He looked up, and at that moment, lightning struck down, followed by thousands of shadows flying toward him. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The man replied sarcastically, your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Your fate has already been sealed. You're too outstanding to live long. A voice suddenly echoed, but I don't feel that way because I always live very well. That person suddenly froze. So it's Lord Bakthan. Evian casually stepped forward and said, so you already guessed I would come. Second Lord Huaui was unmasked and took off his mask, realizing he couldn't fool Lord Bakthan. He said calmly, facing me without fleeing, it seems you were prepared all along. At this moment, a stream of black aura burst out beside Huaui, and he smiled in response. If I wasn't prepared, who would dare to come and provoke Lord Bakthan? Thong Yen. Demon King. The second Demon King, full of enchantment, appears. Suddenly, Hua Yui stares with wide eyes at the protrusion in front of him, trembling with fear. Waivayan narrows his eyes. Are you the enchanting Demon King? No wonder I kept wondering who could make a level 83 professional become a demon hunter. Unfortunately, I couldn't tempt Lord Bakthan. Evian clenched his fist and said, if you're here, then stay. If you dare cause trouble in the divine territory, you'll pay a heavy price. Ngima Vuong replied, it seems Lord Bakthan trusts his strength, but unfortunately I don't plan to stay this time. I came only to kill someone. A vortex appeared nearby. She covered her mouth and laughed. Bakthan Dai Nun, are you sure you can keep this Demon King here? The vortex spread out and dust particles fell. At this moment, Lord Demon King Thong Uyen and Lord Demon King Liet Diem appear beneath the ground. Tai Nian grits his teeth in fury, glaring at Lord Demon King Liet Diem. The second Demon King spoke, 1 against 1. Now that's fair. Suddenly, a barrier shattered and a blinding light burst forth. Tucheng smirked. Losing wasn't because he was weak, but because Lam Moyu's power was too monstrous. The two masked men pondered silently before flying to stand in front of Tucheng. Second Demon Lord, resting his chin on his hand, watching on. Resisting is pointless. Dancing before dying is just adorable. I lick my lips. The flesh of geniuses is the tastiest. I want to bring them back to the deep abyss, slowly savoring each piece every day. Evian dismisses reason, as geniuses always have their purpose. At this moment, a beast is howling wildly, surrounded by enormous, terrifying chains from the top of a dark, sinister tower, as if imprisoning something horrifying. The Demon King was terrified. As Man Anvan, the true form of the divine tower, arrived, "We've been deceived." A beam of light emitted from within, and the chains rattled loudly. At the top of the tower, a blinding light shot out, causing the monsters to vanish, and even the flying objects in the air to be pushed back. Magnu guessed that this was her anger, and questioning, "What have you done?" Bak Y Vien is wielding divine authority, delivering a powerful punch as the divine power of heaven and earth crashes down directly at her. Tine Hien remained silent, forming a flame in her hand. He used the fire dragon technique. A fierce fire dragon charged forward, only to see a swirl of black smoke and flames accompanied by a loud explosion. Inside the formation, a group of people appeared, led by a man who raised his sword and shouted, "Dare to touch the divine. Kill without mercy." The Demon King of Disobedience's face turned pale with shock, realizing they had been deceived. "This battle is lost for us." Hearing that, the proud Flame Demon King snorted coldly in disdain, when suddenly a voice rang out, "You can't escape." Second Demon Lord stared in horror. I turn around and now above us is a giant hand in the shadow of someone. The Demon King bites his hand until it bleeds, using his blood as a sacrifice. The gate of Tungyen opens, and unexpectedly, even this thing appears. Black aura surrounding the two of them darkening. The giant hand gradually reaching forward, but just before touching a strange object, it is blocked along the arm. Inside the black aura, a voice of laughter echoed. "Old man, this is your human city. If you attack here, I wonder how many will die." Tai Nian and Y Vian stay alert, and after a moment of silence, he speaks again. "Black fire. Next time you will definitely die." Then, the guard jumps up, gradually disappears into the vortex, and finally runs away completely. In the war zone, a crowd is gathering below, while a hazy figure looms above. And Wen solemnly announced that the individual competition had begun. Moyu silently pondered, knowing that Lord Bai Shen and others would intervene, but he didn't expect Master Ming to directly use the demon attack as the theme for the solo challenge. He continued, "The target candidates for the level 20 to 29 professional exam are deep-level demonic creatures, level 32 to 35, totaling 7,520. Each demon defeated grants points, and defeating a deep-level demon yields 100 points." After hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. The ferocious beast growled menacingly, and the rules of the competition were simple. 2 conditions only. First, survive. Second, the champion is the one with the most points. Tathan smiled smugly. "Lam Moyu, I want to fight you again. To kill demons, you definitely won't match a holy light mage like me." Around Moyu, a blue aura radiates. He speaks, hoping you can seize more of them. The announcement sounds, and the competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of monsters charged forward. Tathan gritted his teeth. One monster was knocked back by the holy light. He greedily said, "Having already destroyed at least over 100 deep abyss demons, just a few more rounds and no one can compete with me." Moyu raised his hand. Tuo Cheng looked around nervously, suspicious. "Has that guy not summoned a few skeletons yet? Are you going to give up or what?" Makangu's eyes are full of danger. "Thanks for the corpses you created." A surge of power erupted behind him, and Tathan was filled with terror. He turned around in fear. What is going on? His eyes wide, reflecting the terrifying red energy. A loud bang echoed, exploding across a large area. He panicked, thinking this power was even stronger than his holy light. Who could it be? Momo coldly commands, suspecting. "Is it him?" Tathan's face turned pale. Unable to believe his eyes, he never expected it to be him. Everyone looked in that direction. It turns out he is not only a summoner but also a mage with top-tier attack skills. It seems he didn't use his full strength during the competition. The energy surges into the sky, corpses of monsters scattered everywhere. Moyu clenched his fists. Most of the monsters had been wiped out. Only a few demonic beasts remained. Those people all said together, "The monsters have been almost wiped out by Lam Moyu, but there are still many demons, and these demons are worth 100 times more than the monsters, so we still have a chance." Tathan became interested and made up his mind. "That's right. There are also abyssal demons. As long as I kill enough of them, I can still win." He entered the spirit light state again, but the fierce aura from a moment ago had vanished, leaving only surprise. Tathan sweat slightly and glanced back. Just then a black figure appeared. Behind Makangu was the sentry just summoned. His huge figure rushes forward quickly, the endless chains clashing loudly. In the sky, a series of chains bound the demon creature. The sentry used his mighty strength to strike at the demon. Everyone stared in shock. My God, why does that thing look like the gatekeeper? Is this also one of Lam Moyu's tricks? What move has he not used yet? If he had summoned this during the competition, he would have already won the championship, right? Tathan was stunned. What kind of profession is this? Qianfei behind him chuckled and said, "So you finally have your day? Now you realize who the real expert is, huh?" The sentry escapes swiftly, and the currents of energy surround the Demon King. At this moment, streams of energy continuously flow into Moyu's body. At this point, Moyu has become a 3-star lieutenant colonel. Seeing the military insignia, everyone was shocked. Silver-white color, 3-star lieutenant colonel? He actually is a 3-star second lieutenant. Oh my God, how many evil spirits has he killed? Tathan looked at his badge and was stunned. Qianfei was shocked and asked, 1-star soldier? Qianfei sneered. Tathan, I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're just a 1-star soldier. He shouted angrily. Shut up. Trash, I am still a 3-star second-class soldier, 2 stars higher than you. Chasing after me? Do you have what it takes? If you have the skill, go after that expert. Then he helplessly waved his hand and said, well, if you can catch up with Lam Moyu, then probably others can't keep up either. Tathan, furious, shouted, Shut up! The crowd, about to charge, hesitated as it seemed all the demons had been slain, over 7,000 monsters defeated by Lam Moyu. Wow, how can you compare like that? He calmly ordered. Let's go back. Accordingly, a beam of light shot out and the chaos gradually disappeared. This place has become peaceful again, and a voice announced that Nam Hong City has been restored. This is the power of the Divine Tower. Look quickly, there are corpses over there. Manganga glanced at the floating bodies which belonged to the members of the Bai Ma sect. After a while, Bai Yiyuan appeared. Everyone recognized him as Bai Yiyuan. Everyone was excited to see him. With Bak Than here, the Bai Ma Hoi thugs won't stand a chance. He spoke up. We anticipated an attack from Bai Ma Hoi this time and prepared accordingly. I am very happy to see you not retreating in battle. This is the true profession of a real warrior. We will take advantage of the Bai Ma Hoi and use real combat as the test for the solo competition. The crowd listened in silence. Now the evil demons have retreated and the traitors will be punished. Next, I will announce the champion of this round. Yiyuan announced for the level 20 to 29 category Lam Moyu, and at this moment he was gazing at the objects before him as if lost in thought. Yiyuan continued, Tomorrow we will hold the challenge competition. Anyone confident in their abilities can come and test themselves. The challenge reward is extremely generous. Hearing that, he showed a hint of excitement and let out a small sound. Makan approached Han Moyu and asked, Are you okay? She replied, Sister, I'm fine. She announced, I want to tell you that I have to leave again. Manganga asked suspiciously, Aren't you participating in the knockout round tomorrow? Makan turned and walked away, saying, I've almost reached level 45, so I won't participate anymore, but it's a great opportunity for you. Bao Trong, he replied, Same here. Why didn't you come earlier? I was going to introduce you to my sister. She shyly replied, I still wasn't mentally prepared. You remember something and ask, That's right, what happened outside after I entered the Divine Tower? Y recalls the scene earlier where the Demon King and the Flame Demon King appeared, but were stopped by my grandfather and Mr. Bai. The Ha-Kin Academy also deployed a guard team to eliminate everyone from the Bai Ma Society. She recalled every detail and analyzed, then another very powerful character appeared among us, seemingly even stronger than Mr. Bach. The 2 Demon Kings were so frightened when they saw that person that they ran away. And in the end, neither of them knew what skill the second Demon King used to summon a demon to block our attack. So we had no choice but to let those 2 Demon Kings save Counselor Huaui to prevent the fight from spreading to the civilians. Manganga asked, Is Liet DM Demon King the one we fought that time? Huaui Y nodded and said, Yes, it is. Your gaze is sharp but calm. Demon Kings are indeed hard to kill, but just wait and see. Liet DM, I still have a teleportation stone to Tam Yuyan, and sooner or later I will personally take back what's mine. How did it go? Is it resolved yet? Evian and Tainian walk over with stern expressions. He takes a sip of tea and angrily says, Damn it, I didn't expect Hakoa to act. Otherwise, we could have kept Liet Diem and Mima here. If it weren't for the black fire, I would have already killed Liet Diem. He asked suspiciously, Did that old man not make a move? Evian Thuat has it again. That old man just made a move and Ngima was so frightened he sacrificed his life force to open the abyssal gate, summoning a black firearm. Unfortunately, if it weren't in Nam Hong City, I would definitely make them pay a heavy price. He continued speaking, but this time it was somewhat of a gain, at least exposing that Hua Ui. Tainian solemnly continued, I didn't expect even Hua Ui to have joined them. We must be careful. There may still be many spies of the Demon King within our organization. And Van stroked his beard in thought. I will investigate this matter and clean up the Imperial system. The sun is rising, and the cheers from the arena echo outwards. The battle ring, spectators are excitedly discussing. I heard that last night the Demon Buy Society attacked the first round of the duel, so we couldn't watch. That's right. We can only look forward to the challenge rounds. I heard that anyone with a fake profession can participate in these challenge rounds. If you succeed in 5 rounds of challenge, the rewards are even more abundant than the single elimination tournament champion. Dao Dao is explaining the rules of the competition to you. You must challenge opponents 5 levels higher than yourself in the first round. After each round, your level increases by 5. So by the 3rd round, you're already facing a level 42 professional who has changed classes twice. She continued, saying that in the hundreds of years since the challenge rounds began, no one has been able to complete the 4th round. Suddenly, Moyu looked away, and Dao Dao spoke again. For a pseudo-profession below level 40, passing the first round grants a basic skill scroll. Passing the second round grants an intermediate skill scroll. Passing the third round grants a mid-level miraculous potion. And passing the 4th round grants 2 intermediate skill scrolls. She hesitated before speaking. No one has reached the 5th round yet, so no one knows what the reward is. Her face showed no emotion, but her eyes were like sharp arrows. No one has ever made it that far? Then let me see how I can try to figure it out. After a while, the level 34 Shield Knight challenger stepped onto the arena, followed by the level 39 Shield Knight. Makangu observed him carefully and said this aura clearly belongs to a soldier. Dao Dao replied, "That's right. The reason the challenge rounds are so difficult is because the opponents are all selected from the Divine Army." He coldly strikes at the challenger while the girl explains, "They are not ordinary fake profession players. They are 5 levels higher. Most regular players can't even win the first round." He throws a powerful punch, putting the opponent at a disadvantage. How is he so strong? In just a moment, he was knocked away, and the notification announced the failure of the challenge. Soon after, someone else stepped up to fight, but was defeated terribly. The notification kept announcing the failure of the challenge. Tathan silently vowed that after losing face twice, he would definitely reclaim his honor this time. A figure approaches, a level 29 Holy Light Mage facing a level 34 Sword Shield Knight. The host announces, "The challenge begins." Tathan draws his weapon as the Holy Light Mage charges with his ultimate defensive stance. He rushed forward, and Tathan immediately used the Holy Light Wheel. He leapt up with powerful energy, landing softly on his feet. After a series of moves, he quickly used the Holy Light Shield to block again. Tathan remained fearless, thinking to himself, "Let's see whether your ultimate defense or my Holy Light Shield is stronger." After a while, Tathan stood proudly there while his opponent lay on the ground. The announcement sounded. Tathan had successfully passed the first round of the challenge. The audience is going wild, and finally someone succeeded. This challenge round was too difficult. The Divine Army is too strong, out of hundreds trying. Only Tathan made it past the first round. Tathan, the legendary Holy Light Mage, is indeed extraordinary. He let out a sigh of relief, almost having his shield shattered. If I had a few more seconds, I might have lost, but luckily I still won in the end. Tathan carefully looked at the item in front of him, and at this moment, Mak Ngu entered the arena. The Death Spirit Mage Lam. Mak Ngu. Tathan might still be able to pass the first round. Maybe he can get through the second. The crowd is extremely excited and arguing. I feel like he will set a new record, which is impossible. No one has succeeded in challenging for hundreds of years, not even Lam Moyu. Level 32 Mage, bowing respectfully, "Lieutenant General, my apologies for the rudeness." The crowd below was stunned. What's going on? The other side actually saluted Lam Moyu with a formal bow, and it was a subordinate saluting a superior. Is Lam Moyu also part of the military? Someone with keen eyes noticed it, not just because he has a high rank. Wow, he's already a 3-star lieutenant. Everyone's stunned he's only at 27 stars. How could he do that? No wonder his combat power is so strong. It turns out he was forged from demons. A surge of energy erupts from the weapon as the guy releases his power and shoots it away. Mak Ngu also summoned 2 Dryad warriors. A surge of power struck, accompanied by sharp stones. The skeleton warrior charges straight ahead. To his astonishment, it breaks through the defenses and rushes directly at him. He could only use his magic shield to block, but he saw a surge of power attacking the shield. He couldn't resist and was forced to retreat. The Dryad soldier stared intently at the prey. At this moment, he switched to using the fire resistance spell, which was extremely powerful. A loud explosion echoed as 2 energies clashed fiercely, and his magic shield shattered into several pieces. Mak Ngu silently admired. No wonder they are professional soldiers, able to prolong the battle until the magic shield is completely down. If it were others, they would have lost long ago. You ordered the 2 dry soldiers again. Go, listen to the crazy command and charge forward. His expression briefly changed to show worry as he moved his hand slightly, surrounding himself with a ring of energy that shot out to form a barrier. Manga was stunned. What kind of skill is this? In the stands, the crowd began to whisper curiously. A battlefield skill? I didn't expect that person to possess a battlefield skill. What exactly is a battlefield skill? That is a special skill designed for soldiers to use when combined with battlefield gear. A veteran once explained that this skill is very difficult to master. Not every soldier can use it. Ranks and roles are different, so battlefield skills also vary, and some skills require the combination of multiple roles to be used. That person was also quite surprised, not expecting them to know. At this moment, he planted his weapon into the light-emitting flames, which burned like a giant molten lava, and 2 figures rushed in. The dry soldier is engulfed in flames, but unharmed. He gasps in surprise, so his attack skills can be controlled within a range? Manga coldly said, "Let me see how far your limits go." The dry soldiers beside him are just waiting for orders to attack. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes panicked, and finally sighed, saying, "You really don't give others a chance at all, Lieutenant." A loud explosion sounded. The dry soldier jumped back as streams of energy surged in. The magic barrier shattered, and he was knocked away. A notification rang out. Round 1. Lam Moyu wins. The audience buzzed with excitement. Indeed, Lam Moyu easily advanced through the first round. Yes, that soldier had fought many battles and was very strong, but he still lost to Lam Moyu, mainly because Lam Moyu is simply too powerful. A mocking laugh echoes, showing that he won much more easily than Tu Than. That's right, he still seems capable of winning the second round. He only snorted coldly at these words. Manga coldly said, "Continue the challenge. In front of you now is a level 37 sword shield knight." The armored man stared intently at the boy, realizing that the best way to deal with the summoner was to confront him directly. Someone shouted, "Look, the second round has begun." That guy swung his shield to launch an offensive move. The dry soldier drew his sword and swiftly struck the shield. He stepped back, muttering to himself, "Too strong, I don't think it's easy to get close to him." He suddenly attacked, and a barrier of energy formed a powerful pressure in front. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. A good opportunity. Manga looked at the blue flame in his hand and said indifferently, "Useless, my soldiers. Return." Then the 2 skeleton soldiers turned into black mist and retreated. You smile sinisterly and say those 2 words, and immediately after, a group of skeleton warriors appears beside Manga. He was stunned to realize that he could still summon the skeleton soldiers from a distance. Then a dark, ominous aura appeared behind him, and he suddenly panicked. He was caught in a trap and had to find a way to break through the encirclement. He turned around and realized that his entire body was bound by chains that had appeared around him earlier. He recognized it as a curse. Then the skeleton warriors charged forward, combining their strength to strike down, and his body was thrown far away by the force. He was stunned, only hearing himself admit that he had lost. The announcement sounded, "Second round of the challenge, Lam Moyu wins." Everyone looked at him with admiration. A level 27 fighting a level 37 as if it was nothing. "I feel like I can do it too. Passing the second round easily shows this isn't his limit yet." Manga confidently replied, "There is a surge of energy. The challenger this time is a level 42 archer, and the chatter is non-stop, plus they are a 3-star lieutenant like Lam Moyu, equipped with all platinum gear. It's hard to imagine anyone surpassing the 3-star round. If the third round is this tough, I really can't imagine what the 4th and 5th rounds will be like." Manga confidently thought that he would soon reach the 4th and 5th rounds. The announcement sounded, and the battle began, with him opening with a powerful volley of arrows. The arrow flies straight at you, but Manga remains calmly standing still. Just as the arrow is about to hit, 2 dry sorcerers quickly catch the blazing arrow. He fell into deep thought, then used the split arrow technique, his figure swiftly darting forward, a barrage of arrows shooting out with a loud bang. The viewers exclaimed in horror, "Is it over? Is this the end?" This is the second transformation of the archer's attack. Everyone is amazed that Moyu is unharmed thanks to his armor. The armor looks awesome. With this class, you can attack whenever you want and defend instantly. It's unbeatable. He also has to admit that this defensive skill is very powerful, stomping his foot to strike. He jumps up and shoots arrows at the dry lich soldiers. Manga also begins to execute her tactics. The high-level archer is too agile. My Drylong cannot catch up, so I have to limit his movements. Manga casts a slowing curse, and in an instant, a barrage of chains shoots toward him. At this moment, his whole body was bound, and he struggled wildly. In an instant, he broke free, but the chains still chased after him. He shot an arrow that radiated power, and immediately after, the chains were completely shattered by the purification arrow. You are amazed that he also has a refining skill like Master Liu, and then he fires another Tram-Mak-Tien arrow. Try my arrow. It was shot but easily blocked by the armor. He was shocked. What? Even the Tram-Mak-Tien has no effect. The crowd was stunned and asked, what is the weakness of this defensive skill that is so overpowered it is immune to control skills? The atmosphere grew tense and the crowd buzzed. It seems his class is truly perfect. What should we do now? It seems they've both stopped, neither side able to do anything. McNu quietly considers, then releases more Ko Lao. The warrior can't catch up, and the opponent still has purification. He creates a stream of air in his hand, hesitating whether to use this skill. Would that be a bit too aggressive? He split himself into many copies. Yangbo fires an arrow. McNu remains silent, a blue aura enveloping his head, causing him to suddenly clutch his head. A piercing scream echoes as the bow and arrow fall to the ground, and the crowd becomes anxious. Something happened, but I don't know what. It seems like Lam Moyu used some kind of skill, an attack that blinds the target. He creates a stream of air in his hand and calmly says, I've offended someone. He gaped, panic in his heart. What exactly skill did he use? The green aura kept swirling around, causing him pain as he clutched his head. Tathan looked at the terrifying source of power emanating from Moyu and was stunned. Where did this monster come from? At this moment, a voice announced the third challenge round. Lam Moyu wins, and the crowd buzzed. I keep feeling like he's incredibly formidable. After 3 rounds, are we witnessing a historic moment today? The host asked for your opinion. Lam Moyu, will you continue the challenge? Without hesitation, you confidently replied, yes. At this moment, the level 45 Sword Shield Knight steps forward to fight, and someone exclaims in surprise, Level 45? A group of people murmurs, just 3 levels higher than the previous round. Is that all it takes to challenge the 4th round? So no one has managed to pass yet, right? Look, everyone. Immediately after, other professions appeared on the field one after another. Level 45 Archer, Level 45 Mage, Level 45 Assassin, Level 45 Warlord. Everyone was stunned. No way. A standard team of 5. How are they supposed to fight? Even the gods can't save him, right? Lam Moyu is only level 27, while everyone in that team is 18 levels higher than him. Moyu looked over the Sword and Shield Knight. A 9-star lieutenant? This must be a true warrior who has fought on the battlefield for many years. His teammates behind him are at least 5-star lieutenants, so these are the real strong opponents. He thought to himself, no wonder they say no one can pass the 4th round, so this is how it is. Those 2 remain silent, their eyes secretly assessing you. The Sword Shield Knight speaks. You're pretty strong for a kid to reach the 4th round. That's enough to make you proud. Thank you, but today I still want to win. Immediately, streams of black energy burst out like vines spreading at a terrifying speed. In the stands, the crowd was panicked. What exactly is happening? Am I dreaming right now? In an instant, the black aura transformed into thousands of undead soldiers rushing forward. A breathtaking spectacle. Is this what a true death spirit mage looks like? It really looks like an army. Even the Sword and Shield Knights are terrified. This kid, Tathan, is terrified. With so many dry liches, he's hiding them so well that some haven't even been summoned yet. Jian Pai beside him suddenly exclaimed, What are we even fighting for? He extended his hand to control the flow of energy. Under his command, the Dry Corpse soldiers charged forward together. The Dry Lich mages also immediately took their positions to fight. Surrounded on all sides, the level 45 group had no choice but to activate a protective barrier. Archer Duong aims his bow to shoot. The mage beside him defends as flames burst and spread rapidly towards them. The knight with the sword and shield hurriedly warns those nearby that they can't hold on much longer. Move quickly. Hearing that, one of them immediately activated, still using fire to destroy the world, another with a Bao Tian. Instantly, 2 immense sources of power shot forward, striking the Kolao army directly. Each wave of energy shot into them. A blinding light burst forth. At this moment, a Dry Lich mage was defeated. Makangu calculated that with such power, the Dry Lich warrior could still endure, but the mage truly couldn't hold on. Suddenly, a surge of corrupt energy attacked him. At that moment, Maknu's armor quickly blocked it. The look of the assassin was stunned as the 2 dry soldiers had already caught him, but suddenly a powerful aura erupted, and the 2 dry soldiers looked at each other in confusion as the assassin had disappeared. Maknu conjures a soul flame, his voice cold. Do you want to run? At the same time, over here the assassin looks panicked with the War King beside him. Heal, quickly. The knight with the sword and shield hurriedly asked, What's the situation? The rogue looked pale. It hurts. That skill hurts so much. I used the Thunder Origin to slow down, and the chains shot out all at once. One of them used a mass purification, and the chains were immediately destroyed. After checking, Moyu calmly said, "As expected, there is a high-level support. My curse skill has no effect." The army of dry skeleton soldiers closed in again, and a warning sounded. "The dry lads are surrounding us here," the mage beside him replied. "Got it." The distance between the Kolau soldiers surrounding the team narrows, and they create a resistance fire circle to protect themselves. The fire protection barrier with its spreading power pushed the dry skeletons of Mogu away. At the same time, an iron chain arrow was ready to be shot. The arrow is shot, the chain from it shoots out, binding the warrior of the dry bones tightly. The archer shouts, "My chain arrow won't last long." A powerful aura rushes straight toward you. The urging voices ring out, unable to wait any longer. "Clear the way, let's go." The crowd in the stands looked panicked. "It's over. Lam Moyu's army formation has fallen into chaos." Is this the true strength of a 45-star high-level professional team? It feels like Lam Moyu is about to lose. Those people are shifting their focus from the target to him. He has too many dry longbows. Kong Doi Kong will definitely be exhausted trying to hold him back, and only he can be dealt with directly. The archer Yang pulls out his bow and aims directly at the target. McNu mutters a few words in admiration. No wonder he comes from the divine army. This is the first time I've fought a fake profession and felt so happy. The whole team charged forward together amid cheers full of fighting spirit. Your sharp gaze at them is useless. I will win. The Sword and Shield Knights and their allies quickly charged forward. Makengu waved his hand and unleashed soul flames, and the fire immediately shot toward the group of Sword and Shield Knights. He painfully thought that this fire could burn his soul. Soon after, the War King was taken off the arena. He stammered in shock. "I've been defeated." Looking at the arena, the War King was worried that without my support, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The Sword Shield Knight desperately tried to hold off the mummified soldiers of Makengu, horror in his eyes as he looked up and saw dozens more approaching to attack. Soon after, his team was also thrown out of the arena just like the War King. The judge's announcement echoed out, declaring Lam Moyu the winner of the 4th challenge round. Hearing this, the audience was stunned in shock. We won. What was that flame just now? It instantly caused an entire team of high-level fake professionals to lose their fighting spirit. The Death Spirit Mage is terrifying. YY from the stands turned to Dao Dao and asked, "Doubtsu, do you think Maknu can get through the 5th round?" Dao Dao replied quietly, "I don't know if her strength has gone beyond what you understand. No one has ever seen the 5th round before." Duangao suddenly said, "I never thought we would witness history." Next to Miao Yu, she nodded and said, "Yes. Lam Moyu's name will be recorded in the history of the professional exam." The 2nd-tier intermediate skill scroll flew towards Moyu on the arena. The judge tremblingly asked, "Lam Makengu, do you want to continue?" Makengu nodded in confirmation and continued the challenge. What you just said caused a commotion among the audience. I didn't expect us to see the 5th challenge round today. I thought the organizers wouldn't set such a difficult level, but I didn't expect to encounter it today. The announcement then boomed, "The 5th challenge round will begin in 3 minutes. Please get ready." Kim Bang flew in front of Mongu to announce that the reward for this round is a bottle of divine medicine and a high-level skill scroll. Hearing that, the stands became lively again. It's a high-level item. This is an item only a 3rd-class transfer profession can use. You can't buy it even with money. Oh my god. Lam Makengu hasn't even changed class twice yet, but the path to the 3rd is already paved? On the arena, Makengu was also slightly surprised, not expecting 2 rewards. You realize that the later it gets, the lower the chance of mastering advanced skills becomes. If I can get this skill scroll, I will definitely learn an advanced skill. And using this high-grade elixir after the 3rd-class change will permanently increase 20,000 attribute points. An immeasurable value, Makengu muttered. No wonder Bakthan said that challenging was the most important part. I must get the reward this year. 3 minutes later, the challenger was teleported to the arena. The group's sudden appearance caused the audience to erupt in shock. Wow, all of them are rare level 50 classes, and they are all mages teams with the strongest attack power, not afraid of group attacks. The ones appearing are the level 50 Holy Knight and Elder Tich Lam level 50. The audience saw them and started to discuss, fearing that Lam Maknu's undead army would be useless in this round. Looking at the other two, the 50-level Haunting Mage and 50-level Fire Mage, the spectators felt hopeless for Maknu. The Shadow Mage is also known as the Grand Controller. This profession has many crowd control skills. The Fire Element Mage has extremely powerful attack power, and with Elder Tish Lin supporting them, they are unstoppable. The last two to appear are a level 50 Spirit Summoner and a level 50 Elemental Mage. The audience is getting more and more excited. I didn't expect there to be an additional summoner. Are they trying to compete with Lam Moyu? Everyone, don't forget that the spirit summoner has a skill called Reset Skill. Seeing the situation is unstable, Wai quickly turned to ask Dao Dao, Sister Daotsu, is this 5-person formation too much? Gu on the arena also noticed something unusual. It seems this team was formed specifically to counter her, and this time she couldn't hide her skills anymore. At this moment, the announcement bell rang, signaling the start of the challenge. The Holy Knight quickly prepared for battle, thinking to herself, I thought they sent us here to defend the arena, but I didn't expect the opponent to be just a level 27 kid. Are young people these days already this strong? The people behind also quickly summoned their skills. Gu responded by summoning countless skeleton warriors. The Holy Knight orders the rear to prepare a full assault to destroy his skeleton army. Gu draws the scythe and enters combat stance, causing the people below to whisper about what he's holding. That scythe is Lam Moyu's weapon, but I've never seen him use it before. Seeing the situation in the arena, Tuthain below is panicked. How does he plan to summon that thing? On the other side, the fire mage also uses the sky-shaped firestorm. The shadowy mage casts his spell. The deep sleep cloud elemental mage unleashes the world-destroying fire cloud. The spirit summoner quickly calls out the summoned beast again. These people are using summoner skills to reset their abilities. The spectators below comment that once they reset, they can still use area magic. The challengers attack Gu again, but he doesn't sit idly by. He swings his sword forward to summon. Come forth, sleepy soul. Immediately, the sentry appeared behind Moyu, his expression turning more dangerous. The fans' chatter grew louder among the audience. What is that? Is it also a summon of Lam Moyu? The aura of the guard quickly exerts pressure on everyone in the arena, causing the Holy Knight to feel a bit dizzy. Are you joking? If I'm not mistaken, this is the sentry. Is the boss at the hell-level checkpoint? Mian Wu doesn't answer. You summon more ghost generals and give the order. Lead the soldiers forward. My spirit general. The spirit general's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Then he quickly ordered the soldiers and the Drylich mage to attack first. Soon, 3 Drylich warriors were defeated. Seeing the current situation, Gu calculated that a level 50 mage was enough to defeat his Ko-Lao warrior. At this moment, the sentry spread his arms and stood in front of the firepower, shielding the Ko-Lao warriors. Kim Bang watched the situation outside in surprise, realizing that the boss of the Hell Dungeon had a Death Spirit mage with such skills. On the arena, the Holy Knight team had retreated to defend, forming a collective shield. The sentry rushes toward them, aiming carefully before striking the shield of the Holy Knight. The Holy Knight's face paled as he said, Our group attack skills are all blocked by the outpost guard. The Elementalist reminded him, Don't panic. We've used this formation to fight the boss in the Hell checkpoint dungeon before. The Haunted Mage quickly casts the Sleep Cloud spell as rain begins to fall rapidly from the sky. The rain from this attack caused the Dry Soldier to become immobilized. The general used formation tactics to dispel the rain. A second later, the fighting spirit of the Dry Soldier rose again, and the sentry also gained strength, roaring loudly. The panicked wizard's nightmare of my peaceful sleep has been broken again. The sentry attacks the Holy Knight's defense once more. The barrier begins to crack under the attack as the summoned beast of the spirit swiftly roars and reactivates its skill. The Holy Knight's collective shield immediately restored itself to its original state. Magu's face showed a hint of surprise. He thinks the skill might be too overpowered to reset, so it seems he has to deal with the summoned beast first. The elemental mage on the other side signals, this time try attacking him. The 2 shadow mages and the fireflame mage nodded in agreement. Understood. Immediately after, all attacks shifted entirely onto Gu. He remained standing, calculating whether the level 50 mage's dual skeleton armor could withstand it. Gu assessed the situation and made a tentative prediction, but her mental energy was still abundant enough to continuously use the bone armor skill. Suddenly, her foot sank into the mud, and she turned around in shock. It's the ability of the haunting mage. As he was gradually sinking, Gu quickly summoned the skeleton soldiers and lifted his foot out of the swamp. Immediately after, a group of skeleton soldiers emerged to support him as he stepped out. Seeing this situation, the haunting sorcerer angrily shouted, Damn it! That defensive skill disables my control skill. Now even the swamp can't hold him anymore. The undead general continued to command the skeleton soldiers to attack. The soldiers charged forward, attacking the Holy Knight's defenses all at once. Seeing the barrier about to break, the Holy Knight hurriedly shouted, The shield is about to shatter. Quickly reset my skill. The spirit summoner hurriedly replied, It's not that fast. My beast summoning also needs to rest. A second later, the sentry broke the shield barrier. The crowd watching this scene immediately became restless. Oh no, the level 50 Holy Knight's shield was broken. and the skill to reset it was still on cooldown. It's clear that Lam Moyu's dryads are much stronger than in the 4th round. On the arena, the Holy Knight still calmly issues commands. The Dry Lich is approaching. Act quickly. The fire resistance barrier from the elemental mage nearby is used to counter it, along with Flame Wall, causing some of the Lich's soldiers to be burned. The Spirit Summon of the Fairy has just recovered, resetting the skills for the Holy Knights. The Holy Knight shouted, reusing the collective windshield technique, and she softly said, "Even if it takes longer, I will still kill that kid." Suddenly, Manhwa's voice rang out from behind, asking, "Kill me?" The Holy Knight looked at Manhwa, who had appeared from behind unexpectedly, surprised that he managed to rush in during the moment he was defending himself to launch his skill. She tried to threaten him, saying, "You are a mage and still dare to get close to the warrior." Manhwa waved his hand, casting a slow curse, and the Holy Knights were quickly entangled. He figures his curse probably can't stop them, but taking a little time for himself is enough. The Dry Knight charges forward, and they all unleash their furious attack. Manhwa also waved his hand and used the corpse explosion skill. Manhwa frowned and speculated. Level 50 Beast Summon. Its mana requirement is much higher than other profession players. You quickly detonated the corpse, causing the Holy Knights to be knocked back instantly. The Element Mage was terrified. What kind of skill is this? The audience outside the arena is also surprised. What just happened? What just exploded? The explosion dissipated into a cloud of dust and smoke. The Holy Knight emerged from the smoke, now battered and tattered, silently realizing her shield had shattered in an instant. Looking around, the Holy Knight was surprised. Is she now all alone? The sentinels and dry soldiers quickly approached her. The Holy Knight's voice trembled slightly. This challenge was truly intense. She closed her eyes to steady herself, then raised her hand in praise, saying, "You're quite impressive. With a talented young person like you, the future of the Divine Realm has a strong supporter." After finishing, she jumped off the arena. The announcement sounded, "Round 5 of the challenge, Lam Moyu wins." As soon as the words finished, Y hugged Dao Dao, jumping with joy. "We won," and the audience erupted in cheers and congratulations. "Too excellent. This match should be recorded in history." Kim Bang approaches Manhwa with the prize. He praised, "You did well. This is your reward." Manhwa bowed his head, thanking the senior. "You wonder after the 5th round if there will be a 6th round. Should I just assume I've guessed the student's plan and let Yuan's message be enough?" Manhwa sighed and gave up, deciding to stop here. Then, from backstage, Kim Bang called out to lame Manhwa. "Senior, what can I do for you? My name is Kim Bang." Manhwa also recognized that Lord Kim Bang was one of the 12 counselors of the Empire. He politely asked Lord Kim Bang, "May I ask what brings you here?" Kim Bang asked back to Manhwa, "Are you a student at Awakens Academy and this year's top scholar nationwide?" He nodded. "Yes." Kim Bang extended his hand to suggest to Manhwa, "I happen to be a professor at the academy and also a mage. I want to take you as my student. Do you want that or not?" Hearing that, Dao Dao was surprised and thought that Lord Kim Bang wanted to take Lam Moyu as his disciple. Manhwa bowed politely and replied, "Thank you, Lord Kim Bang, but I already have a master." As soon as you finished speaking, Kim Bang's face darkened. He asked, "Who was it?" At this moment, Manhwa's watch also rang with an incoming call. Manhwa reached out and answered. "It's my master calling." Dao Dao and Y look up curiously. Kim Bang also said angrily, "Hurry up and answer. Let me see who's stealing my student." Yuvian's face gradually appeared, and he said seriously, "Little Bang, I heard you want to steal my disciple." As soon as Kim Bang saw the face on the screen, he froze and nervously said, "Master Bai Shen, so it's you." Yuvian warned, "Lam is my disciple. Don't even think about turning him away." Kim Bang awkwardly rubbed his head and replied, "If I had known he was your Excellency Bakthan's disciple, I definitely wouldn't have dared to come." Yuvian reminded him again, "Remember to tell those people to increase the security level of this kid's files." Kim Bang nodded. "Don't worry, Lord Bakthan." Yuvian added, "Go do your work and after the competition ends, come here. Lao Man and I have something for you. You probably already know what it is." Kim Bang also responded seriously, "Yes, after the competition ends, we will come to see you and Lord Man." After finishing, Yuvian turned to Manhwa and advised, "Little Lam, you've been in the spotlight lately. It's time to return to the academy. I have a new task assigned to me." Manhwa nodded and said, "Yes, master." After turning off the device, Y happily ran ahead. Let's go back to Awakens Academy. At the student dormitory of the Awakens Academy, Manhwa returned to his room and was sitting in meditation. Then Moyu took out the potion he received from the drinking contest. A surge of power immediately radiated from his body, and his stats also increased. Maknu was happy, finally able to increase other attributes besides his mental strength. The next morning at Anwen's place, Yuen looked on with satisfaction and praised him. "You performed really well this time," and Van interjected, saying, "Isn't that very good? No one has ever cleared the 5th challenge round before, and it's even more difficult than your master back then, who only managed to get through the 3rd round at most." Hearing him bring up his past, Yivian snapped and yelled, "Can't we have a proper conversation?" Then he cleared his throat, calmed down, and assigned a new mission to Maknu. "Next, you need to go to the Subquest Palace to quickly reach level 30, then I will take you to a place." Maknu asked again, "Is it the Subquest Palace? Aren't we going to the battlefield to level up? I think leveling up there would be faster, and we could earn military merits." Yivian reminds you, stay in the academy these days. You've been too conspicuous lately, and going outside could make you a target for followers. He warns carefully, many geniuses have been assassinated in the Empire over the years, so you must be very careful. Staying in the academy is safe. Maknu nodded and said, "I understand." Only after he left did Anvan ask, "Are you really planning to take him there?" Yivian confirmed, "Of course. How can it be considered a true professional without going there? The sooner the better." And Van asked with some concern, "Aren't you worried that he might be in danger?" Yivian chuckled softly and said, "This kid is stronger than we thought. He's not so easy to kill. Plus, with the mark of the spirit electric, even if he dies, he can come back to life." Back at the side of Moyu, he was still lost in thought about the palace replica. Seeing the familiar path, Moyu softly said, "We're back again. Look, Great God Lin has returned. I heard he won and passed 5 challenge rounds. I once participated in a dungeon with a future god-level expert. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Come on, that time you just paid points to be led through the dungeon. I secretly feel that Bakthan's worries were not unfounded. I really have attracted a lot of attention." Shuhan heard the commotion and asked, "Lamhokde, are you back?" Maknu just nodded in greeting. She gave a flirtatious look. "Which side quest do you want to do this time? Do you need me to recommend one?" "The price is reasonable." Acting as a compliment, Tuhan immediately received a message praising him. The generous boss received a transfer of 100 points, and a swirling black vortex surrounded by flickering light appeared in front of you. This is the entrance to the Fire God Palace. The sphere next to it displayed information about the Fire God Palace instance, level 32 difficulty, which can be selected normally with a limit of level 27 to 37, entry fee of 500 points, reset fee of 2,500 points, cooldown time of 120 hours, record time of 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Makangulia looked around and wondered why no one had chosen this instance, realizing that it was actually one of the 5 great elemental instances. Thuhan then explained that besides the 4 elements we know, wind, water, fire, and lightning, there is also the light element. Each element has its own dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can obtain small fragments of that element. I'm curious, what do you get if you collect enough small fragments of all 5 elements? She honestly replied, I'm not sure either. I heard the rewards can be really good. Makangulia looked around. Are the other element dungeons also here? There is only one entrance around here, where they are. Shuhan explained that the level 37 water element dungeon unlocks at level 32. The wind element dungeon level 42 can only be accessed from level 37. You still can't enter it now, but the lightning and light element dungeons are not here. You need to find them yourself. After hearing that, he thanked her. She quickly waved her hand, saying nothing. Makangu turned and headed alone toward the cave entrance. He stood thinking for a moment and chose the nightmare difficulty. Mogu immediately found himself in a dreamlike place that resembled a volcano. He observes the rising streams of white smoke and guesses that he will be continuously damaged by fire elements inside this instance. Maknu cautiously steps further inside. You walk while observing the terrain. No wonder it takes so long to clear this instance. The bubbling lava pits keep erupting continuously, and without 2 healers it would be hard to maintain the status. Suddenly, 2 monsters appeared in the distance. They saw Mongu. This is the Fire Spirit, a highly enhanced monster spirit, level 32, with 10,000 strength, 3,000 agility, and 4,000 spirit. It has 10,000 physique, fire attribute attack skills, immunity to damage, and 50% reduced physical damage. You scratch your head, wondering if it's similar to the elemental secret realm here, where you can't use violent corpses. It launched a fire attack at Mknixu, but you were unharmed because a skeleton warrior appeared in front of you. It started to charge forward to counterattack. The fire spirit was beaten and killed, leaving not a single piece. It directly disintegrates. The system reports the defeat of the level 32 fire spirit with 640,000 experience points gained from the fire spirit core. As expected, there is no corpse. Moyu ordered the dry soldier to scout the terrain. Suddenly something appears that makes his expression turn serious. It turns out I was wrong. there are also monsters here with physical bodies. A red, spiky creature crawls out, and Manhwa sighs, thinking it would be easier if there was a corpse. He immediately orders, "Go, lead those monsters here." The dry warrior's excitement made it roar in anger, stretch out and leap high into the air. Immediately, a herd of cattle followed the dry warriors. At this moment, Manu calmly casts a spell. Loingyan slows down. Thousands of chains shoot out and tightly bind the creature. Then, the dry warrior uses the most violent attack again. He summons a fireball mixed with lightning into his hand, and with a violent body throws it directly to shake the fire god's palace. The lightning strikes the lava here, and Manhwa coldly continues to let it spread and burn along the corridor. Then the flames burst out fiercely, and the fireball outside the cave caught fire. Someone saw it and called out to others, "Look, the fire god palace instance is spewing fire." The door in the cave now also appear blurry, sometimes revealing an additional difficulty level that can be chosen. Usually everyone is straightforward about hellish nightmares, but why has the fire god's palace suddenly increased the difficulty to hellish levels? The soldiers looked on in panic. What exactly has happened? Who is inside the instance? It seems to be Lord Lin. Tynehian suddenly paused while lifting her teacup. And Van saw this and asked, "What's going on?" Tynehian replied, "As the principal of Hakken Academy, I control everything that happens within the academy. Just now, the hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace instance was activated." He looked at Anvan and asked, "Do you have any idea who entered the instance?" He replied calmly, "If you've already said that, then who else could it be?" "It must be that kid, right?" Tynehian added, "If he wants to get the small elemental shard, only activating the hell difficulty can make it drop." And Wen immediately said, "To activate hell difficulty, you need to defeat a large number of monsters in a short time, which has a significant impact on the dungeon." Picking up his teacup to enjoy, he said again, "That kid really can do it." Tynehian, hearing this, was furious. Even if he can activate the hell difficulty, it doesn't mean he can get the elemental shard. "We tried when we were young, but we couldn't do it." Hearing that, and Van suddenly became serious, as if determined to prove it. "So take a good look, that kid always manages to surprise us." "Over there," Moyu asked the dry-lich soldier, and it seems the fire element is becoming more vivid. It rushes forward to attack the monster ahead. Seeing the growling creature in front, he immediately notes that even the monsters are getting stronger. Attack the surrounding monsters and try to find a solution? It seems we need to quickly find a new boss to clear the level. Otherwise, the dry bones will be burned away by the fire. Remembering the image of the map, a thought flashed through his mind. Got it. Manhwa calmly stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes and entered the Fire God Palace. The eyes on the door open, triggering an alarm and detecting intruders. Hearing this, he startles. Large flames appeared in front of the door, and dozens of guards from the Fire God Palace, demonic monsters at the hell level, appeared before him. Seeing these monsters, he wondered about the hell level. I looked at them and wondered when the dungeon instance turned into an infernal level. Did I activate some special mechanism? Those fire monsters attacked the dry soldiers, killing 2 of them, and even had control skills to observe them. You brandish your sword, your entire body surrounded by power. You summon the spirit to appear. The ghostly general, the dry soldier, rises fiercely. They bravely look ahead and run forward. Their power increases, so they quickly attack the fire monsters. Seeing the situation ahead, Manhwa exclaimed, "There are bodies, so it's easier now." He seriously ordered, "Fulfill the final mission." Following the command, they rush forward to attack. The scene is chaotic. 12 dry soldiers have been destroyed, flames continue to spew from the door, and hundreds of fire monsters are charging out. Manhwa said, "Just in time, if we don't arrive now, the bodies will be burned to ashes." Dozens of chains swung out as the curse slowed down. Those chains tightly bound the monsters that just arrived. The dry soldier also quickly attacked them. The violent display of the corpse caused the entire palace to be engulfed in red flames. His chains had bound dozens of monsters. Manhwa coldly ordered, "Keep firing." The door burst open through the smoke, and he stepped inside, constantly analyzing in his mind that the fire element here is much more intense and violent. There are large blooming flowers in the doorway. The dry soldier wonders, what are they? They approached the flower in the middle of the fire when suddenly a large flame attacked them, destroying the 2 dry soldiers. Manhwa watched the flower before him cautiously as a giant hand from the fiery battlefield reached out to strike him. Manhwa quickly dodges the attack and retreats with the dry soldiers. Behind him, the dry soldiers are ready to charge forward, attacking the giant fiery hand in front of them. That fire grows bigger and bigger, transforming into a palace fire god flower, the ruler of hell. Seeing the flower in the middle of the monster's heart, he suspected it was the monster and quickly charged at Manhwa. The 4 skeleton warriors were swiftly destroyed. You stand silently witnessing everything before ordering them to gather the bodies, while Mangnu unleashes the Soulfire technique, a powerful surge of energy rushing forward. It attacked the top of the monster, struggled, then looked at you before rushing quickly toward Mangnu. You are surprised by the monster's speed, attacking while dodging its strikes. You think you need to limit this big guy's actions now, fearing Mangnu's chains might tighten around the monster's body. The dry soldiers also move forward to attack. Both sides rush to fight each other. The monster covers its eyes with its hand, and you also raise your hand to block your view. The shattered body of the attack bursts out, with a powerful force heading toward the sound of the monster's cry. It didn't have time to react before suffering the blows from him, as a lightning-fast shadow rushed toward the monster. Then dozens of dry soldiers jumped in to attack. It disintegrated into pieces, destroying the Fire God Palace flower. The key and the flower appear before everyone's eyes. The system announces the acquisition of the Fire God's key. Obtained the Fire God flower, the Fire God key. The key to unlock the true Fire God Palace. The Fire God flower can awaken the Fire God after use. Manggu steps towards the key. He reaches out and takes the key and the flower. A new path has opened up. They surround him. Manggu looks around and realizes the problem. Without the 4 or 5 support units, passing through this hellish level seems impossible, and even he is about to be overwhelmed by the intense fire element. You still calmly step forward. Moyu sees the eye from before and silently thinks that it is a giant fire eye suddenly appearing on the palace, and that eye is still staring intently at him. Looking at the one-eyed monster ahead, information appears. It is a magma giant, an underworld-level leader. Manggu was extremely surprised to hear this. Shouldn't the underworld-level leader be the monster named Fire God? Why is it a magma giant? Could it be that the Fire God Palace and the Fire God Temple are not the same instance? Remembering the key and the flower, he thought that only passing through the Fire God's palace would count as completing the first step of the Fire God Temple. The skeleton warriors charged forward, dying in the fire line. The fierce battle resulted in the death of 5 dry corpse soldiers, and your attack was broken by it. Manggu said, "Add a layer of armored skeletons first. It seems the dry corpses can't face the boss head-on anymore." Then he swung his sword, aiming for a quick victory. Manggu shouted loudly, "Come out!" The demon king of the battlefield, after finishing speaking, the spirits of the fallen emerge, and he calmly says, "If it's a decisive battle, I should also use my full strength to respond." The battle between the battlefield demon king and the giant human officially begins, with the giant attacking fiercely towards the demon king. When that attack arrived, the demon king used his illusion technique to counter it, and the counterattack then exploded a cliff apart. Then the demon king used a hypnotic technique to counterattack. Seeing that the giant was unaffected, Manggu realized that the hypnotic skill was useless against this monster. It continued to counterattack. A volcano erupted, and a powerful volcano quickly charged toward our side. The flames surrounded Manggu. The flames burn everything down. One by one, your support units also fall. 10 dry corpse soldiers have been destroyed. 16 dry corpse soldiers have been destroyed. Seeing the chaos, Moyu quickly reminded herself, "I have to be faster," and then launched ice spears that shot forward like lightning. The magma giant raises its hand to block the ice spear attack as the demon king continues to launch more assaults. The monster also doesn't fall behind, launching an attack of emptiness and then using its strength from the soles of its feet. Wherever it goes, the dry soldiers are all destroyed. The mage uses the slowdown spell to reduce its speed. The giant is bound tightly by your chains. It struggled to break free and responded with a volcanic eruption attack. Its attack is heading straight for you, and the dry soldiers around you are being quickly destroyed. 7 dry lich soldiers have been destroyed. 6 more have fallen. Sensing the danger, Manggu eyes it warily. The ogre steps towards you as the demon king uses a life absorption technique to become stronger. The chains binding the monster gradually disappear. Suddenly it launched an attack, and the demon king and the giant continued to fight head-on. When the demon king pointed, dozens of dry soldiers advanced to attack. The giant creature saw a hole in its body. The demon king threw a punch directly at the monster's chin. The system announces the defeat of the lava giant leader of the Fire God Palace. Manggu looked around and said, "Let's go outside first and talk later." When Manggu stepped out, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally out? Otherwise, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to endure inside. Notification. Lava giant eliminated. Experience plus $380,000. Obtained lava staff. Obtained small fire crystal fragment. 3 fragments combined into a fire crystal. Hearing the announcement, Manggu wondered what effect the small fire crystal fragment would have after merging into the fire crystal. Outside, someone shouted in unison, Look, it's the bell ringing again. Since the last time Lord Lam set a record, now someone else has broken it, and it's the Hoathan Palace. The system announces the record clearance with Lin Mo in first place and others in second, sparking outside chatter as Lord Lin sets a new record. No, even if Lord Lin breaks the record, why are all the previous team records erased? Another person chuckled and said, "Do you want to know why?" Hearing this, they grew a bit impatient. Why? Stop acting so mysterious. Hearing that, he replied, because the Lam Daithon dungeon is at hell difficulty, so the clear record naturally won't be set in the nightmare difficulty. Many people didn't believe him and argued back. Don't talk nonsense. We've fought the Fire God Palace before. That's right, this dungeon isn't at hell difficulty. At most, it's just nightmare level. Who am I fooling? I'm not fooling you guys for anything. When the dungeon levels up, I watched from outside in disbelief, so you guys check it out yourselves. The system announced that the dungeon clearance record for the Fire God Palace in hell difficulty was 3 minutes and 22 seconds for Lam Moyu, and the second rank was not achieved. Hearing this, they were surprised that the hell difficulty dungeon truly leveled up, and the great god Lam was too powerful, finishing even faster than twice the nightmare difficulty. This might not even be his limit. Makingu calmly stepped out of the dungeon to ask his master what the fragment was for, while the others nearby were confused and asked if they should still fight. A loud voice ordered to fight, and Truongfong clenched his teeth, furious, saying, "I heard there's a level-up dungeon, so I immediately gathered the team and rushed in, but it turned out to be that damn dog." His face was furious to the point of terror. "I swear this time I will ruin you completely." Evian asked, "I heard that you were the one who made the upgrade dungeon happen, right?" Maknu was startled when he heard this. "Yes, but I have some things I don't understand and want to ask you for help." And Van looked at it and pondered. The small piece of fire crystal. He asked thoughtfully, "You've heard that collecting enough small pieces of the 5 great elements will do what, right?" Actually, that rumor isn't true. And Van explained clearly, the small fragments of the 5 great elements can merge to form a divine element crystal. He asked further, "Isn't it true that you already have the Nirvana crystal?" This divine stone element, like the Nirvana crystal in the 3rd transformation, can increase the chances of a profession breakthrough. Hearing that, Moyu was stunned. 3rd transformation, can they advance? He explained further that becoming a high-level legendary profession requires 2 ascensions, with the second one being much more difficult than the first. Even with various treasures and all kinds of tricks, the chance of success is still very low, but with divine crystal elements, the probability can be increased to about 30%. Realizing this, he replied, "I see, I must definitely obtain the divine crystal elements." And Van looked at Maknu and continued, "Where is the true Fire God Palace located? How powerful is that fire body? We don't know much, so only you can go and investigate." After finishing, Moyu bowed his head and asked to leave. "Thank you, 2 great masters, I shall take my leave." And Van looked at YVN and asked, "Why didn't you tell the kid about the Lightning Palace? That was over a decade ago during the Great War with the Abyssal Demon King." Recalling that palace, he continued, "I saw it on the 8th battlefield after fighting the Demon King, and then it disappeared. Now he's still too weak. Wait until he's stronger later and tell him to go to the 8th battlefield to look for it." The more YVN talks, the more serious he becomes, and about the most mysterious Holy Light Palace, I haven't seen it either, so I can only rely on his luck. Right inside the sub-dungeon palace, Moyu quietly observes everything around him. He looks inside the palace, thinking to himself, if this is so important, then just hit it a few more times to give to Y and the others. A sudden beam of light appeared before you, and Truongfong and his companions looked ahead in panic, stunned as if they couldn't believe their eyes. "I had everything prepared, even bringing 4 healers, but I still failed." Just as they were regaining their senses, a voice spoke up. "Move aside for a moment, I want to enter the instance." Hearing that, he immediately snapped and shouted, "What the hell do you want? Just go into another instance." After saying that, Truongfong widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He panicked and shouted, "Lam Moyu, you calmly walk past them, but be careful. The system has reset the time of the dungeon." He replied, "Choose hell difficulty." As soon as he heard his choice, Truongfong couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hell difficulty. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged. "We stand here to see if he can clear the dungeon." Soon, he entered the dungeon. Makangu said as he moved, "To save time, the dry skeleton soldiers will pull some monsters later." In front of the palace, 2 monsters are ready to fight. "You also activated your power." Dozens of skeleton soldiers appeared, and Moyue ordered, "Go pull the monsters back, keep the corpses, don't let them be burned." After finishing, the dry skeletons quickly move forward. Mongu considers preparing the corpses first before going to fight Dungnam Kunan, which should save quite a bit of time. He steps forward. Dungnam Giant looks at him with a murderous gaze. Ngu raises her weapon as the Demon King appears. She unleashes her attack. Yuan's voice slows down. The giant is bound by her move, and the corpses from earlier are ordered to be thrown, all targeting the monster. The violent corpse technique was unleashed, and the Demon King extended his hand to cast an illusionary attack. His attack pierced through the giant's body, followed by hundreds of undead soldiers appearing to strike, each sword slicing directly into the monster. The people outside cheered, and someone had just broken the previous record for the dungeon. Hearing this, Li Thong was startled, and one of them came to inform him that the acting deputy director was Lam Moyu, and he had just set a new record. He asked in surprise, "What? Didn't he just enter the dungeon a little while ago?" Li Thang looked at the whispering people over there, knowing that this was not the limit of Lam Daithan yet. This record is probably unbreakable, only Lord Lam can do it. The system reports the record for the Fire God Palace dungeon, the top difficulty with Lam Moyu finishing in 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds, second place. Seeing no data, Li Thang was so shocked his face turned pale. 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds. Much faster than the record for the nightmare difficulty from 5 years ago. He clenched his fists, realizing that his true power might be beyond his imagination. Ngu silently looked at the difficulty level display. Hellish. Li Thang sprayed glue before his action, just went in and already came out. Lord Lam is too diligent. Is this the difference between us and the great gods? He lowered his head and muttered, "Great Lord Lam." Li Thang's teammates were stunned and pale as he ordered, "Let's go back, we're not doing this dungeon anymore." In the palace, the system announced the level up, and the name Lam Moyu, the only death spirit mage, was displayed. Hearing this, he was excited. Finally, he leveled up. There was movement behind, so he turned to see a group approaching, and among the crowd someone exclaimed, "They are from the Genesis Academy. They rarely appear in public. Everyone considers them mysterious and proud. So why are they all here today? Just look at the jewelry on their bodies, their equipment is really impressive. The Goblin King's ring, the Fire Insect necklace, and the Wind Spirit earrings are all accessories taken from bosses. The newcomers are standing in front of the Fire God Palace." The onlookers couldn't help but be amazed and shouted loudly as they entered the Fire God Palace, all heading towards it. Meanwhile, Shu Han approached and called Brother Lam Hawk. At that moment, someone shouted again, "Oh my God, the Flame Emperor Academy is here too." A group from the Flame Emperor Academy appeared. Tu Han looked at them in surprise, and another person said, "Looks like the Flame Emperor Academy is clashing with the Dawn Academy." She explained, "Our Hawkin Academy has 3 top academies, with the Sacred Light Academy in first place, and the other 2 can only compete with each other, always ranking second." Tu Han excitedly continued, "They probably heard about the dungeon upgrade and want to take this opportunity to get their names on the leaderboard, but it doesn't matter. No matter how much they compete, they'll only ever be second." Yu nodded thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. The VM Huang Academy is set out. Over there, Tainian, YVN, and Anvan are watching on the screen." Tainian said thoughtfully, "As expected, both the Creation Academy and the Flame Emperor Academy have arrived. It looks like this time the Flame Emperor Academy will take the lead." The allies from the Flame Emperor Academy frowned, observing every move before continuing. The Flame Emperor Academy is led by the Holy Fire Knight, a class that has a strong resistance to fire elements. Combined with the Fire Ring, they will definitely not fear the fire element in the dungeon, easing the pressure on their healers. Vian shrugged. "We can't compare to that old man's Sacred Light Academy, so we can only fight for every inch. Unfortunately, this record has been beaten by Little Lamb, so we're still in second place as usual." Suddenly, Tainian was surprised that the kid had entered the dungeon again. All 3 huddled together to look at a screen. Tainian shouted angrily, "That brat wants to clear the level quickly, cheating, and Invan seems very interested, just like Bach when he was young." After hearing that, Old Bai felt a bit guilty and snapped, "Get out of here." Yivian seemed very happy, but it was also good to give those arrogant people a little shock. Let them understand that there is always someone better, and that once the kid enters the Sacred Heaven Academy, he won't have to be bullied anymore. Tainian was surprised and wondered if he was planning to let him attend the Sacred Heaven Academy instead of the old man's Sacred God Academy. Evian definitely replied, "The old man has students now, so any valuable resources are surely given to them. There are also some good things in the Creation Academy, so of course he has to go there." En van nge, ve thi noi. You're really sneaky. Over here, Ngu was fighting while speaking, and after leveling up, Ko Lao, which had already been destroyed, was fully restored. Take this opportunity to quickly pass through again. His face turned terrifying, and every move was carefully calculated. "Go," Ngu ordered. "Keep all the corpses for me." The monsters were attacked and knocked down one after another. That person stepped forward, facing the Dungnam giant. Makangu greeted casually. I haven't seen you in a while. This time I brought you a little gift. Looking into the big eyes staring at him, he continued to apologize. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Makangu launches a swift attack, catching it off guard. The onlookers outside are all stunned. Look, the dungeon record has been broken again. The fastest completion of the Hell Difficulty Fire God Palace is now held by Linmo, with a time of 38 minutes and 25 seconds. Hearing that, they couldn't believe that this time was really the difficulty of hell. Normal difficulties aren't usually that fast, right? This dungeon takes at least half an hour from start to finish, right? Could it be that Lord Lam ran it all in one go? Inside Moyu, he silently decided to try a few more times to level up to 30 early. The three of them were also stunned, and Yuan muttered, "This little brat isn't even leaving a bit of hope for others." The Heavenly Creation Academy, we arrived 2 minutes later than you, but ended up exiting at the same time. It looks like our Flame Emperor Academy has won this match. That guy isn't far behind either. We just stayed in the safe zone for a bit, and you can tell by looking at our record board. Hearing that, he was pleased. Fine, then I'll see who's ranked at the top. Hearing what they said, the guy with Truong Fong covering his mouth and smirking, they focused on the orange gem and the rankings, finally figuring out who was in the lead and able to shut that stubborn mouth of his. Those two stare intently at the announcement board, stunned to see only Lam Moyu's name listed at the top. The Flame Emperor's Academy seems unable to believe their eyes. Why would it be him, Lam Moyu? Level 28, 36 minutes, even the heavens are stunned. Is this the true strength of the champion in the professional match? Vim Huang turns and walks away. Let's go. Outsiders see this with amusement. Judging by their expressions, the students of the top academy are just like that. Arrogant and proud when they arrive, dejected and disappointed when they leave. Yi Yuan looked at An Wen and asked, "What do you think?" He replied, "I have pinpointed the location of the ancient training ground. It's in a rather mysterious place." Yi Vian praised, as expected of old man, he found it so quickly. He asked back, "Do you really plan to let him go in there? You yourself only entered after your second transformation." "Lam, the young master, has already reached level 30 after training." Yi Vian replied, "The academy is run by On that, but the nurtured flowers are too weak." He continued, "If he is now stronger than most level 40 professionals, what's stopping him from going? You've already seen the professional battles yourself." He soloed an entire second-tier team. And Van waved his hand and said, "I don't care how you want to teach, since he's your student. Don't worry, that little brat won't really die even if he does once. It's just so he can face reality, which isn't a bad thing." Makangu quietly observes around. Her power has increased. After dozens of dungeon runs, she finally reached level 30. Thu Han sees her come out and congratulates her. "Lam Jr., you've leveled up." Makangu humbly replied, "Thank goodness my senior sister introduced this dungeon to me. She was happily congratulating me. I didn't expect my junior to be able to level up through the dungeon. This is clearly the credit of my own effort, little brother." He asked indifferently, "Sister, is there something wrong? Just tell me directly." Thu Han replied, "Lam Hok Day, can you sell me a fire essence crystal you collected?" After hearing that, Makangu calmed down and replied casually, "No need for money, I'll return it to my senior sister." Then he walked away, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Senior sister, I have something to discuss with the Foxmaster first. She still hasn't recovered. Does this guy even realize the value of this thing?" Evian asked Lam Tiu too, "Are you already level 30? He replied indifferently, "Yeah." And Wen reminded him, in less than 2 days, from level 27 to 30, "Your little guy is indeed a bit ruthless with himself." Evian continued, "Sometimes patience is good. Patience with oneself is necessary to be patient with enemies. Our race has survived until now by killing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He turned to ask you, how do you feel now that you're level 30? Makangu looked at his body, feeling that some changes had occurred, but he hadn't had time to examine them closely before arriving here. Evian then reminded him that if he had already reached level 30, he could also awaken some new skills. With that, he produced several books, and the boy also pulled out 3 identical ones. "Teacher, it's not necessary, I have this." Yi Wan chuckled awkwardly and said, "Kid, hold it tightly in your hand, then suddenly realize you've gained the Bonefang skill." Fengxia suddenly reached out and the teeth from the ground rose up, seeming to be a skill similar to the bone armor. Yivian said, "Feng, try releasing a bit and see what happens." Makangu followed and shot the fangs forward, noting that the power was not bad. A level 1 skill could be close to a fireball spell of a level 30 mage. And Van commented that it seemed that Lam's innate talent growth significantly boosted the skill's power, and when upgraded to the spitting level, it would become a powerful attack skill. Based on your level and skills, you might still be able to awaken 1 or 2 more skills. Try again. Maknu nodded and replied, "Yes, Lord Mon." Then he clenched it tightly and continued. Nothing happens, and he wonders why he hasn't awakened a skill. Yivian asks, "What's going on?" Your scythe suddenly appears. Moyu guesses that Danate's own scythe has now manifested. Could this skill be related to it? Momo was surprised to see the spirit general transform into her new skill, seemingly undergoing a special kind of evolution. A fierce gust of wind appeared, and Anwen was amazed, realizing this skill could even influence the natural order. Yivian's words sound like those of a master of seals. The system reports that the spirit general can control the soldiers and mages golems to form an army. The level 1 bronze grade spirit member of the corps has 40 agility, 40 spirit, 40 physique, 200. Level 1 enhanced corps increases 10. Attack power, attack speed, illegal speed, physical defense, elemental defense, control power of the corps. Healing for level 1. General healing for corps members to recovery of injuries level 1 dispels all abnormal statuses of corps members and boosts morale. Makengu was amazed to see the spirit general turn into his summon, finally having a skill that can dispel all abnormal statuses plus an additional enhancement and healing skill. Yivian coldly said, "You summoned a bunker. Let's see how its skill works." After finishing, Makengu immediately summoned a cannon, and Laobak struck it fiercely. The spirit quickly used its strength to restore it. Its bones are fully restored. Yivian was so excited he had to stand up, and although its attributes are slightly low, the skill effects and the dominance of this Legion Commander profession are very similar. "Good skill, kid. You have awakened an excellent skill. Thank you, teacher, for the praise. But in my heart, I am still thinking. Unfortunately, I still haven't strengthened my innate talent. If I could train to level up the undead general, its attributes probably wouldn't be weak." Yivian praised. Even summoning such a creature, it seems that the day he can lead an army alone is not far off. Makengu modestly replied, "It's the teacher who teaches well." He advised him, "I no longer worry about your strength now that you've awakened a new skill. Get ready a bit. In a few days, I will take you to a new training location." Makengu obeyed. "Yes, sir. I will go to the desert of the Savage King to upgrade these 2 skills first." Hearing you say that, he was immediately pleased. "Kid, you've worked too hard. Go ahead. I'll ask old Nin to lower the point cost for setting up the dungeon." You reply, "Thank you, teacher." In the desert dungeon, I secretly thought that this time using the desert really leveled up my skills. The desert chaos dungeon, I'm back again, looking around. Looking at the creatures in front of him, Lu Chao was stunned. Dozens of fangs sprouted from the ground, a move he had learned from the sharp tooth skill of the old master. The sharp teeth attack the monsters quickly. I'm excited. With this skill, my monster fighting efficiency will improve significantly. Mo Ngu calmly walks forward, and Thu Han, seeing him leave, approaches. Lam's junior sister. She is happy. Finally, he's out here, waiting for him for a long time. Maknu asked, "Is there something the senior sister wants to talk to me about?" Thu Han handed him some bottles of medicine, giving him a few fatigue-reducing potions. This bottle of medicine can temporarily eliminate fatigue, keeping you in the best state possible. Maknu looked at the bottles and thought, "Fatigue relief medicine. Perfect for use during these days of skill leveling." After giving the medicine, she ran off. "All right, I won't bother you to continue with the dungeon run. Dantry has helped me greatly. Thank you." Inside the desert dungeon, he relaxed and ate while watching his teeth fight monsters. The spirit also charged into the battle, with thousands of spirits behind Makengu. You chew on your cake and think this might be the last time. The system announces, Legendary rank Spirit General, over 300 Legion members, 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, 20,000 physique, Level 3 Legion Enhancement, plus 130 attack power, attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, Legion Control, Legion Healing, Level 3 General, Level 3 Hero. After hearing that, you happily successfully promoted the Ghost General to a Gold level Commander. The Level 30 Fortress Soldier with 15,000 strength, 15,000 agility, and 15,000 spirit and stamina has a Level 3 Berserk skill that causes 400% of your own damage to the target. The recovery time is 10 minutes. Sorcerer Luguo at Level 30 with agility 4,000, spirit 20,000, physique 4,000, and Lam Moyu, the only Level 30 Death Spirit Mage with the nickname Dragon Clan War King, with 1,000 strength, 1,000 physique, 1,000 agility, 500 spirit, 4,000 space summon. $300, 300 core soldiers, 190 core sorcerers, 100 soul generals, 10 innate comprehensive enhancements, 10 times the passive skills, active movement, damage, and soul flame skills at level 30, with explosive corpses at level 4, level 30 core armor, delay for the main level 30. All summoned objects have been upgraded to gold level. I feel that now is my strongest state since I became a professioner. The level 30 Donatus sickle equipment, with an additional 3,000 mental power, will gain experience points for development when the Donatus sickle absorbs the Abyss's soul. Summoning soul records the number of times a soul kills a boss, consuming 2,000 mental energy to summon a soul warrior. It lasts for 3 minutes, and Macnu decides he should go find his teacher. You meet Yivian, and suddenly gusts of wind rise in the space. And Van senses it and says, "Your aura has grown significantly stronger. It seems you have the ability to upgrade your skills." "Master, I'm ready. Listen carefully. The place I want you to go is the Ancient Trial School, where danger also brings many opportunities." Evian continued, "The ancient training ground has 3 levels, upper, lower, and deep, each connected yet independent, relying on each other but not interfering." He expressed his wish. "I want to take you there." Which is the upper level of the ancient trial ground. Lower-level profession users can only reach the upper level, while upper-level profession users can only appear on the lower level. Evian warned that there is an extremely small chance a space channel will appear between the upper and lower levels, which would break the rules. Lower-tier professionals have a chance to ascend, but can only stay there for an hour, and they also share what they know with Moyu. It is said that in ancient times, the human, deep, and dragon races once fought a great war. The ancient trial grounds were established back then. That battle shattered space, disrupted time, buried a powerful expert, and countless divine artifacts and souls were lost in the ancient battlefield, their wills lingering for a long time, forming various monsters, secret realms, and dungeons. At the same time, when facing danger, they hide opportunities, including great opportunities where various divine artifacts left by the ancient humans are kept. The more Yi Wen speaks, the more serious he becomes, but beyond the human race there are also abyssal demons and dragon clan warriors active. The danger does not only come from ancient times, but also from other races. His eyes were sharp, and even among the human race, there are those who compete for their own benefits. "Do you understand the danger involved?" Listening to the teacher's instructions, Moyu replied with a determined and passionate expression, "I understand." Yi Yun continued, "If you understand, then I will talk about the most important matter. Through this secret realm, you can obtain a strand of divine essence." He explained that this divine trait has a very significant effect, one of which is increasing the chance of a profession breakthrough during a transfer. You have obtained the first crystal, and with this divine trait, the chance of a breakthrough can be increased to 90%. Additionally, the upper floor space also has a random dungeon called Demon Dragon Hall, and whether you can encounter it depends on your luck. If you overcome the hell difficulty, you will obtain the dragon crystal. Long Tin has a chance to directly awaken your innate talent. No need to consider whether to transfer again. Evian then looked at Macnu and said, "If you get Long Tin, just awaken it. If not, we will use the tear of the mermaid you once obtained. You understand now. I've already told you everything you need to pay attention to, so what do you say? Are you going to the ancient battlefield training ground?" Hearing that, Macnu didn't hesitate and decided to go. Deep down, I was filled with thoughts. At first, I endured a year of hardship to obtain the Nirvana crystal, and even the teachers valued this divine attribute highly, making it even more rare. I must have it. Yi Wen happily said, "The high-level cooling protection talisman is not a gift for you, just loaned to you, you little brat. Come back and pay him back. The Chaos Talisman can block a fatal blow once, the rest is for escaping. You understand everything." Mo Nju gratefully replied, "Thank you, teacher." And Wen thought, the old white-haired man rarely speaks so much. It seems he's also worried about letting this kid go to the ancient trial school. He brought you in front of the trial school, ready to go. You have to leave now. Macngu closed his eyes and sensed the scene before him as he stepped into the trial school, where everything appeared desolate and cold. You think this is an ancient training ground? It's filled with the smell of blood and drifting souls. Macngu remains cautious. This place is truly strange. Better to be safe. Behind him, 2 guards see the living creature before him, finally encountering a living being. The monster in front of you is the Black Mask Rock Monster. Based on Macnu's analysis, is it already level 41 just by chance? Moreover, its mental strength stats are very high. It also deals both physical and elemental damage. It seems to be planning to attack you, suddenly punching towards Mongu. The power surrounding its fist is very strong, like a tornado heading your way, as if wanting to swallow you whole. Stay calm and give the order. The subordinates quickly move forward to attack the monster. A single fierce strike is quite difficult to kill. Macnu uses the Bone Tooth attack. It seems that monsters in this ancient training ground are probably common at level 40 or higher. A disgusting voice echoes. The human race makes you cautious. It's the 42nd level Deep Abyss Blade Demon, warning the trash level 30 who dares to come to the ancient training ground. It still looked disdainful, never expecting the luck of this demon to be so good, finding a human here. It licked its leg disgustingly, grinning maliciously, and seemed ready for a full meal. Mac knew, angrily and unlucky, he didn't expect to encounter trash so soon. The arrogant demon blade asked, "Are you scared, stupid?" That kid's iron chain reached out and bound its body tightly, and the demon blade suddenly shouted loudly, "What?" As he unleashed his move and the corpse exploded, he calmly said, "Have fun." Notified of killing the level 42 Deep Abyss Demon Blade, experience $120,000, military merit $1,000. A gold badge appears. Mangu is happy. The teacher brought him to a good place. A few hours later, he is still moving, paying attention behind him, alert to the space corridor. A monster jumps out from the corridor. The dragon race stands tall with blazing red eyes, and surprised by this appearance, he loudly shouts, "Long race, dozens of monsters appear." McNew stays alert. "Demon race, I told you. All the demon races in the ancient testing ground are enemies." They shout, "Human race," he continued. "I can smell the breath of the dragon race on him. He has killed our comrades before, kill him." They charge forward. These are level 44 Long Clan Knights. Looking at their fighting style, do you think these are Long Clan Knights? Based on their skills and attributes, they seem a bit stronger than humans. The leader charged forward. "Humans, go die. You're just a tiny level 30 trash. Stop struggling." Monyu cast a spell to slow down the curse, binding the angry attackers. One of them, tied up and indifferent, said, "Useless. Our dragon clan is born capable of resisting the curse." After saying that, they each broke free from your spell. They stared at you with mocking eyes as Maknu used his fang attack, with sharp teeth on the ground, aiming straight at them. They arrogantly said, "Our dragon race is born with hard dragon scales. How can a third-level illusion spell like yours hurt us?" As they finished, the sharp teeth pierced through their bodies, stabbing right through them. They were surprised that a level 30 human race like him had such strong skills. A sharp fang rushed toward them, and their reaction was quick. Their defensive formation, sharp teeth, and shields clashed. One of them shouted and charged to kill him. "Mage, attack." At the command, they breathe fire as you stand amidst the flames they unleash. The fire engulfs everything around. Moyu draws her scythe. "Go outside, Spirit General," and with that, the spirit appears behind you. You ordered, the soldiers led me to destroy them and form a temporary undead army. The reinforced army quickly attacked, breaking their stretcher and causing them to panic. Oh no, one of them is surprised. What's that? Thousands of our troops rushed forward to attack, causing chaos among them. What is that? The leader ordered him to go out with me. He risked everything to charge forward, but all their efforts were controlled by Maknu's technique, and they fell to the ground, screaming in terror. It fell hard to the ground. Seeing the leader like that, they were terrified and quickly ran away. The fierce whirlpool sucked them into the death door. Makyu calmly watched them fall, while her army continued to attack. System notification. Killed level 44 Long Race Knight, gained 120,000 experience, contributed 1,000 military merit. Killed level 44 Long Race Soldier, gained 120,000 experience, contributed 1,000 military merit. You're surprised to find out that killing a Long Tian also grants military merit. Military merit 44,000, Han Army, missing 4-star rank. Hearing the data, you are happy that your military rank has also increased. Makenu looked at the fallen Long Race and then walked away, still thinking non-stop whether it's a demon or a Long Race. Seeing that I am a level 30 human, they might attack me, so it seems I can level up and earn more military merit. In the palace, a furious shout rang out. "Who is it?" Greatly furious, he roared, "Who killed my team? If I find out, I will eat you alive." A few moments later, Maknu sighed and said, "If only I could fly like demons and the dragon race. This is the disadvantage of being a fake human." Suddenly, a noise from the other side drew his attention, and the demons appeared. He wondered, deep-sea demons. Why are they with the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Knight saw the demons behind him, and Maknu frowned as he looked at them. They scream, "Humans! Humans are delicious, humans who have killed elders." Curious, you wonder, how come they are so friendly? Behind them are thousands of other monsters. These are level 40 soul-devouring bugs with the ability to devour spirits, ignoring defense and physical immunity, biting and tearing everything. The boy was stunned. What is this? Ignoring defenses and physical immunities, tearing everything apart. No wonder the demons of the abyss flee before the Long Clan's karma. The soul-devouring bugs look at you as if trying to identify a target, surrounding you in great numbers. They shouted, "There's an exit ahead. If we can escape from here, we'll be saved." You coldly looked on, already decided in your heart, "Not my clan. My heart is different. I won't let you leave here." Dozens of whirlwinds appeared in the sky, and they shouted, "Hurry up and run! The exit is right ahead." Caught off guard by the attack, they screamed and covered their heads. Seeing their teammates like that, they were stunned as the monster approached them in a slow, deliberate manner. The frightened creature was him. "Hateful race, wait until we escape, and we will tear you into 100 pieces." They fearfully look at the devouring soul bug as it surrounds them again. "Run ahead, you attack. Do you want to escape?" They are bound by iron chains, confused and not knowing what is happening. The enhanced attack against the curse was unleashed, nullifying your move, and just as you escaped, they were caught off guard. You summoned hundreds of undead warriors, and the demons screamed. "What is that? Some kind of summon?" Like a madman, a dragon knight charged straight ahead, fighting fiercely on both sides. The dragon knight was startled and warned, "Humans, those are soul-eating bugs that bite everything. Be careful, or we will all die here." At the same time, hundreds of soul-eating bugs fly in, and the demons flee. This madman still doesn't run. He's about to die. Manga said, "Come out. The Spirit General has now assembled the temporary Spirit Army." The Spirit General immediately used the army enhancement skill, causing the demons to suddenly halt. They started mocking him, thinking he was just a crazy person, but it turns out he's just an idiot. Can this summoning item really stop the devouring soul worms? You're so naive. If you won't let us live, then make him die here. You feel really annoyed. The dry soldiers are starting to act. The demon gang laughed mockingly. "Foolish humans, you're definitely going to die. You managed to stop us, but it was predetermined that you would die with us." Manga approaches the giant bugs, and they attack the shields surrounding you. You used your skill to kill a level 40 giant soul bug and gained 200,000 experience points. You start to realize that the experience points are very few, but the number of enemies is huge. The giant soul bugs also attacked the undead soldiers. Seeing that, the Ghost General used the Legion healing spell to restore their strength. Manga used the sharp bone spear to attack, killing the evil spirits. What unexpected event happened to the demons? How can he do that? He's just a low-level level 30 human trash. You coldly said, "Borrow your corpses for a bit." Then I killed the level 42 Deep Abyss Blade Demon, and Manga successfully promoted to 5-star lieutenant with 58,000 military merit. The monsters in the sky were also pierced through and attacked. Manga feels a bit pleased, gaining some good experience. Suddenly, a big explosion occurs as the leader of the giant soul bugs approaches, looking very angry. It's a level 50 overlord boss, the overlord of the Feihan Trung. Manga wondered to himself as it approached, "Is this overlord boss's attribute really so powerful? In this situation, I have to be serious now. Looking at the corpses of the giant soul worms on the ground, I consider that everywhere are giant soul worms, so there is a chance to kill him." That boss attacked with a terrifying screech, and its wide-reaching strike shattered our spirits, forcing the healing legion to step in as our bodies gradually grew cold. You can feel its power. No wonder it's a level 50 Lord boss. It becomes furious upon seeing its fallen comrades' corpses and begins to absorb them. Thousands of corpses are being pulled up by it. Other soldiers warn that this is the voice of the devouring Soul King. Run now. The Chaos Demons are eating everything they see. There's nothing they can't devour. Run now. Run fast. There used to be a professional team of over 100 from the Dragon Clan that couldn't kill it, and not going would be even more troublesome. Now it's just you and the boss facing off. He silently wondered if the flesh of the giant soul worm had also been eaten by it. I wonder if the bone injection can pierce through its defenses. Seeing its speed, you have to marvel at how quick it is. Dodging its attacks, it seems you always need to keep supplementing your skeleton armor. You prepare to attack, finally descending. You strike directly at it, drawing in the corpses on the ground. As I attacked it, I thought to myself, it's a pity there aren't enough corpses. It opened its mouth wide and devoured them before attacking. The soul devours, and your soul emerges from your body, surprising you as your soul leaves your body. Your strength has always protected you, so you remain cautious. Luckily, the bones and armor block that pulling force. I shout loudly, "It's useless. My skull and bones are all death spirits." The connection to the spirit shrinks back. The monster furious as it reads its move, and I eagerly attack the soul. I know too. Both sides use the same technique to face off directly, and the spirits also attack. The giant tornado engulfs the monstrous soul worm. It was engulfed in the tornado, then blinding beams of light appeared. It causes a massive explosion. You are amazed that is the second form of the king-level Lord Boss, Feihan Trung. Level 50, power 60,000, agility 25,000, spirit 10,000, physique 60,000. Its movements are incredibly fast. It easily grabs the soul and opens its mouth as if to eat. You are very confused. What does it want to do? It puts it in its mouth and eats it. One of the dry soldiers is destroyed, another is captured, and 2 dry soldiers are eliminated. You look at the potion in my long-eating girl's hand to recover yourself. If that's the case, let's see if you eat faster. Or I summon faster. It keeps forcing her to eat. The more she eats, the more she recovers. The Ghost General appears and uses the Void technique. The soul-devouring bug is surrounded by the attacks of the Ghost General, with another assault coming from behind. It screams in pain from the hit. Its scream echoes throughout the forest. The demons have fled far ahead. Curious, who is fighting the Devouring Soul King? Are you really not afraid of dying? Hurry and run, we must stay far away. Exactly right. You strike with the sharp bone teeth move. The sharp teeth pierce through the approaching soul-devouring bugs. He confidently says, "This is the moment. Explode the corpse and hundreds of monsters will burst before the boss's eyes." Seeing this, it became furious and launched an attack. Its anger caused its power to explode. The warrior of the old tower orders, "Do not give them any chance to breathe." Forward, the colorful spears surround the king of the Feihan Trung. A sharp tooth pierced through its face. It managed to escape and soared into the sky, splitting in two, while the soldiers fell to the ground. Someone on the other side, hearing the commotion, immediately asked, "Did you all hear the cry of the giant soul bug?" She also confirmed after hearing that. She heard it too. It seems to be a tragic cry. Could it be that someone is attacking the king of the soul eaters? Everything it drops is top quality. Don't think about it anymore. Let's run quickly. McNew jumped off the ground. You stand firm in a different spot, facing the opponent ahead. The giant monster stares intently at the female warriors. It opened its mouth wide and sucked the mermaids in. The 5 mermaid warriors were destroyed. The others are healed. Seeing this, it immediately flies into the air to escape. You shout, "Still trying to run?" "No way, it's too quick, so if we let it go, we won't be able to catch it." He uses the slow curse technique to hinder its movement speed. It struggles and tries to break free to escape. Makangu stepped towards it, with the Vonglin general behind him. He smiled and said, "Don't expect to run. I am very interested in your body and soul." The lone soldiers jumped in to attack the giant soul bug. Moyu reached out and absorbed the power of the giant soul bug king, causing it to be pierced hundreds of times. Having killed the king of the devouring soul worm, gained 5 million experience, obtained the devouring soul dagger, the devouring soul ring, and the soul crystal of the 5th year, it falls to the ground dead. Makangu suddenly realized something and was surprised. His current mental strength was only enough to summon a single ghostly general, and this soul ring and soul crystal truly suited him perfectly. He coldly looked at its corpse and thought, "I should thank you. Use the soul summoning technique to revive yourself and become my slave." Immediately, the devouring soul worm king struggled to stand up, but soon disintegrated again. Notification, summoning, failed. I can't believe it. You're asking yourself, was it because your level is too high? Once again, you use the soul summoning technique, revealing the second form of the devouring soul bug in its spiritual state. You raise your scythe to absorb it, but the failure message still appears. It seems my current mental energy isn't enough to summon it. Maybe using a soul crystal will work. I also wonder if it can revert to its first form while in the soul state. The world was devoured by the devouring spirit worm, and this is its nest. The devouring spirit worm king is trying to escape there, where something might save its life. You stand in front of the door, quietly stepping inside. Moyue was stunned when hearing the voice. That is a world boss. Inside the lair of the devouring soul worm, massive eggs cling to the rock crevices. The devouring soul worm queen is a level 51 world boss. Makangu was stunned. Could this really be the world boss of the ancient training ground? Its attributes are truly terrifying. It reared up to face him as the eggs burst open and escaped. The level 50 insect monster with a protective shell surrounding it, 4 layers of shields stacked together, breaking through them is not an easy task. The world boss uses a soul explosion attack. The long-dead soldiers immediately explode, and you analyze that all skulls cannot withstand the same level of damage. That's a soul explosion. With each bishop's arrival, the legion of healing troops is summoned to restore balance. I breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have the legion of spirits. If it had been me before, with a few more rounds of soul explosions, I might have failed. The soul ring appeared above the soldiers' heads. It dispersed, then attacked our side. The boy watched the attack with hesitation, unsure how to break this shield. He looked at the other giant soul bugs, some of which were still continuously devouring souls to gain strength from the queen, and guard bugs, as the soldiers charged at the world boss. Manju looked at the boss with different eyes, as he had always used his soul fire to cut off enemies' skills. But now the situation had turned against him. It used the Hanzhuang soul skill to attack, and although it didn't move, the dry corpse was already destroyed. Another one fell, and Manju launched an attack straight at the world boss. Inside the power are sharp claw-like fangs, followed by the bone fang attack. Sharp objects rain down steadily toward the monster. 12 of the dry skeleton soldiers have been defeated. He hesitated for a moment, unsure if the soul fire could ignore this protective barrier. The monster's face also shows signs of fatigue. Momoku shrinks back. You looked at its reaction and asked, seeing my soul flame has started to scare it? Looks like this move is effective. The soul flame technique is unleashed, and the boss continues to use the cold bone soul skill to attack and strengthen itself. Manju takes the stage and says, "It's my turn now." The soldier on the other side wondered, as the roar of the devouring Soul King suddenly stopped. Could it be that someone has killed the devouring Soul King? Who could it be? The cracked stone shards split into two, and the fake Long Clan team was also surprised to see what was around them. They wondered who could have done this, and how they managed to reach such a level. Even the territory of the devouring soul bug has been destroyed. They are confused. Who won this battle? Should we go and see for ourselves? They said to each other, maybe we should go take a look. If it's really bad, then run away. Even if the Soul Guard King Worm is still alive, it must be badly injured. Maybe even us. The beams of light jumping down the crack earlier are from the Halin Academy of the Sacred World. They discussed among themselves and then moved elsewhere. Over at Mogu, the battle is still fierce. He tells it to let them taste the flavor of soul attack as well. The world boss uses a soul flame attack, while the ghost general blocks its move with a weapon. The monster also fought back using its own attack. You use the bone sharptooth technique to pierce through the monster, stabbing it multiple times in the body. Makangu kwoi hiem dok, troc tien tio diet motkon, guongmat kao tronen gian sao, konkwaivat dao dong kwangkwai. It tries to escape, but can't. A huge explosion occurs. Mo Nu ordered, "The time has come for my soldiers to counterattack." Following the order, they charged forward to attack the villain boss. It angrily unleashes a super-level hatching move. Makangu quickly blocks its attack, trying to prevent the eggs from hatching. If you are seeking death, then don't blame me. The eggs on the ground start cracking open, releasing hundreds of giant soul worms. Perhaps it used too much energy on that move and now seems exhausted, gasping for breath. Wings spread out and beat fiercely. Countless giant soul worms rush to attack you. They use cut and swallow to assault the dry soldiers. Ma-Ngu also did not stand still, but matched the sharp teeth of the bone skeletons that were sorrowfully without corpses. The technique immediately took effect and pierced through their bodies. The soul explosion technique charges forward to attack the king of the spirit worms. Mongu wipes the sweat from his face. Take your time. It will be your turn very soon. Use the curse technique slowly and make the monsters blocking the way ahead glow brightly. Meanwhile, the skeletons also coordinated to fight them, smashing their bodies into 100 pieces. Mak-Ngu calmly executes the finishing move. Her body explodes and bursts apart. The Feihan Trung tremble and shake before their bodies explode and scatter. A loud cracking sound echoed from the world boss. After that scream, its body was shattered and it lost its life. 3 minutes later, it lay scattered on the ground in a tragic, curled-up position. The system announced the kill of the mother soul insect, gaining 5 million experience points, 10 soul crystals, and a soul gemstone. Receiving the loot, he was a bit surprised, but he still collected the soul crystals. This is a good thing. This queen insect egg should be sold. The price definitely won't be low, and it's exactly what I need. Mak-Ngu kept thinking, and felt more convinced. No wonder the master said the ancient trial ground had countless opportunities. I've only been here for a short time, and already gained so many treasures. An old man with white hair calmly said, "The world boss has been killed." The person nearby replied, "I don't know who is so powerful to be able to kill a boss in this world." The one next to him continued, "If it's a human, that's good." The boss of the world's body is gradually vanishing. As it was about to completely disappear, a strange thing appeared. Mak-Ngu reached out. This is the primal rune system that certifies the right to enter the primal space. He remembered his teacher's face with surprise, and yet it was the certification to enter the primal space. His teacher said that it was the primal space itself that laid the foundation for him to become a divine-level professional. Even the probing techniques of humans are derived from the primal space. I never expected that primal runes would appear in the lair of the giant soul bug. The talisman suddenly emits a glowing string of symbols, and you stare in shock at this transformation. A powerful force struck him, causing his face to stiffen and his eyes to widen. Magwo leans back, floating above the central stage, and when the soldiers outside see the red light ahead, they say, "Someone has obtained the primal talisman." Hearing this, everyone is stunned. That person is marked now, and for the next 10 days until the light disappears, enemies will keep attacking him to steal the talisman. Who is it at last? Did Maknu also hear that and become an enemy now? So back then, my master also went through such hardships. A spear shot towards you from behind. The sword was blocked just in time, and Magangu immediately became alert to a sneaky attack. Immediately, the assassin was bound by hundreds of chains. That was the Dragon Clan. Suddenly, a dry skeleton warrior charged forward to face it. The dry skeleton warriors took turns swinging their blades, but the long race dodged to the side to avoid the swords. And seeing it was ineffective, Magangu realized. Damn it, the curse's effect has weakened. You switch to the Bone Fang attack to finish it off. As expected, the technique works. Sharp thorns pierce through the Long Clan's body. The Dragon Clan creates a shield to break free from Maknu's chains. Seeing this, the others also rush forward to give orders. Kill him. They reveal their true purpose, to seize his primal glyph. Maknu looked at the red light surrounding his body, and he remembered what his teacher once said. Only by surviving 10 days would the red light disappear, allowing him to fully possess the primordial glyphs. All of them were level 40 fake dragon profession. He was fearless, killing as many as he could. Behind you are thousands of skeleton soldiers facing the Dragon Clan, as the Ghost General deploys a reinforcement spell. Immediately, the soldiers with full strength were ready to fight. The long race was surprised. What is this? Why are there so many skulls? We quickly deploy the army formation to defend. Do you dare to challenge us? Can your shield compare to the giant Soulbug Queen? With that, he stepped forward to demonstrate his power, piercing icy spears striking at them. The leader of the Dragon Clan was panic-stricken, attracting firepower, the crowd mocking, the defensive limit. All three attacks simultaneously targeting the dragon leader. The immense power of the spell struck a single point, causing massive destruction. The other guy immediately launched an attack, causing the ground to split with ice, making the soldiers fall. The leader ordered a retreat. This primitive rune could not be obtained. Since he wants to run, how can you just let him go? Are you going to ignore the assassination attempt like that? Spirit energy increases by 1,000. Mental strength increases by 3,000. The mystic language just declared that it will use you as my new vengeful spirits. You summoned the Lord of the Devouring Soul Worms. The Long Clan members nervously asked each other, "What is that?" Someone inside recognized the Devouring Soul Insect as the Devouring Soul Insect King. Feeling a great danger, they fled, run quickly. Before they could run, something was already chasing them from behind. The devouring soulbug used its large hand to catch a Long Clan member, who screamed as he was seized. "Let me go. What do you want to do?" The giant insect bites the guy's head instead as a response. The remaining ones saw this and were terrified as the devouring soulbug unleashed its terrifying piercing attack. The two Dragon Clan members stood still as it drained their essence. It used its soul-devouring technique to continue swallowing the others. Makangu couldn't help but feel pleased, truly deserving of the title King of the Soul-Eating Worms. Killing these fake long-race professionals is as easy as flipping a hand, 70,000 contributions and a 7-star lieutenant rank. Your scythe turns green, and you look up at the sky, whispering to yourself. Maybe revealing our shared enemy identity could be quite helpful. Lam Moyu called out to his junior brother and looked at them. These people suddenly remind you of Yi Yuan's warning, and some humans even attack their own kind for profit. Do you understand the danger involved? Lam Moyu whispered to himself as he saw Ling Yi and his team approaching. Do they also want to compete for the primordial runes? Lang Ha-chien asked, "This junior, why did you come to the ancient trial arena at level 3? Maknu coldly replied, "Nothing to do with me." Na-chien suddenly seemed to realize something and muttered to himself. This student is curious. "Junior, you are a student of the Hajing Academy, right? Let me introduce myself. We come from the Creation Academy. My name is Lang Shiqian." Maknu paid little attention to those words. "You answer coldly like water. Do you know what your brothers want?" Nat Chien anxiously warns. "Junior, do you realize how dangerous your situation is right now?" Makangu looked up and said he knew. Nat Chien gently called him a junior. He promised, "We can protect you through 10 days of danger." Makangu slightly lowered his head and glared at him. "Protect you? I'm leaving now, thank you, but I don't need it. Please stay away from me." Nat Chien van konrat nuon ko goi voith hio hokde, kon havais chet. Antachi biet nur gianki makanguda kong fan hoile. My teammate standing nearby muttered in annoyance, "The captain suspects this kid might be a genius from the academy, otherwise he wouldn't have reached level 30 in the ancient trial field." His teammate stroked his chin and muttered, "That kid's luck is really good to have obtained the primordial glyphs, too bad." We were a step late if we had arrived a bit earlier, before he finished speaking. Yijan had already scolded him. Loudly, don't think crooked thoughts. He is a human. And also, our fellow student, his teammate, quickly corrected. Of course I know I won't attack him, but he's so arrogant that he won't last long in the ancient trial. We can just watch like sparrows. Yidru analyzed and said, this kid is probably not simple, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to obtain the primitive talisman. His wariness of us clearly shows he knows what the primitive talisman does. He suspects that such a character may have already left a soul mark in the Spirit Soul Hall if we were to attack him. Meanwhile, Maknu just defeated a monster and gained an additional 1,000 mental strength. Maknu smiled happily. This battle has truly been a great harvest. Combining soul crystals with soul stones, my mental strength will almost never run out. Something brushed past him, but he dodged quickly. So that's the Deep Abyss Poison Demon. It marvels. I didn't expect you to have such a defensive skill. The system introduces Deep Abyss Poison. Demon, level 48, strength 20,000, agility 20,000, spirit 10,000, physique 15,000, skills in poison, bone smoke poison, stealth. Thongyan Poison Demon proudly says, just a level 30 kid, daring to come alone to test the ancient prophecy. Moreover, with such good luck and the ability to obtain primal runes, it's a pity that in the end it still benefits the demon. It demanded to shake its head, tremble, and loudly declare, I will devour whoever I choose. As soon as he finished speaking, Maknu struck it down in an instant. Thong Yen Dokma, wounded and split into 100 images, threw back his head and screamed. Maknu ta triu chok ten ne, niu loi vei. The system screen shows killing the 48th level Thonguyen Poison Demon. Experience $180,000. Public military merit, 1,000. Just after leaving, you scratch your head and sigh, thinking that the next 10 days will probably be full of such things, which is a bit annoying. 5 minutes later, Yijai and his companions arrived and saw the corpse of the Deep Abyss Poison Demon standing frozen in place. Yijai's teammates stared in shock. What the hell just happened? How long has it been since he just reached level 30? How could he have killed the Poison Demon of Deep Abyss so quickly? Not even a trace of a fight remains. That means the battle could end in an instant. Maybe Jianzhan already regrets underestimating Moyu. It seems we all underestimated him. He is qualified to walk freely in the trial grounds of the prophecy. His teammate asked seriously, Boss, should we still follow him? Ichien replied, yes. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared nearby, shaking the heavens and earth as a flock of strange birds took to the sky. So, it turns out to be the level 48 Deep Abyss Enchantress, with 3 stats, speed, agility, and physique, all at $20,000 and a mental strength of 50,000. Her enchantment skill is a mental assault, and her enchantment trait has a lower life force control ability than her own level 5, making her ineffective against the target leader. Everyone panicked and shouted upon seeing her. Tamu Yen, Mima? They are all her illusion monsters. This time, that junior disciple is in big trouble. Magnu is now within Alice's sight. She licks her lips and smiles maliciously. A level 30 human holds the primal talisman? I am really lucky. Mak Ngu has also realized the presence of her above. The mysterious demon sorcerer is actually a member of the Demon King's clan, enchanting and seducing the noble envoy. She pouts and flashes a tempting, inviting smile. Become my slave. Makungu immediately summons her weapon and quickly parries the attack with ease. Alice is a bit confused. Why is that? He is only a level 30 human, and my illusion skills have lost their effect. The ground trembles violently as Mongu growls and questions her, ignoring her disrespect. A wave of sharp bone shards rushes towards Alice at lightning speed. A giant demon dog appears, directly taking the attack and shielding her. Alice, trembling and wiping her tears, told Makungu to go die. A horde of ferocious monsters is summoned. Makungu remains very calm as she executes her technique. You summon your army of skeleton soldiers. Ling Nyatchen and the others are watching the battle from afar, worried and speculating. It seems that little guy is doomed. Yijan secretly doubted if he obtained the primal talisman, would he really die? The battle was fierce, with neither side yielding in momentum. The powerful strikes and blows shattering nearby rocks and dirt flew from ahead. Makungu glared forward and said, What a coincidence. My specialty is military achievement. A deafening explosion suddenly erupts, its shockwave spreading far and wide, startling everyone and causing Alice to scream in shock. What is happening? She stared in amazement as her monsters fell one by one. Alice can't believe what she's seeing. More than half of the monsters she controlled have fallen in an instant. Could he really be the divine-level profession faker hiding his identity? No way, a divine level cannot enter the upper floors. She shivered as if an invisible hand had brushed past her spine, her heart pounding, and asked, "Who are you really?" Mangu sneered, before the profession faker of the human tribe. Alice hurriedly ran away, constantly looking back, and Mangu coldly warned, "You won't escape." Alice was immediately restrained by him, quickly defeated and falling down below, but in the end she managed to escape. Covered in wounds, Alice took a breath and muttered to herself, "This person is too terrifying. I must report this to Lord Demon King." A big question mark appeared in Mangu's mind. So he hasn't lost his ability to act? He sighed in frustration, letting her escape again. If only I could fly, that would be perfect. I always suffer from this weakness. Manhwa put his hands in his pockets and walked away casually, ignoring him. Everyone in Lang Qian's group was left questioning life, their minds in chaos as they shouted, "How did he manage to do that?" I can't imagine what kind of battle this was. One of Jiding's teammates shivered and asked, "Captain, if it were us, could we have done this much?" He clenched his teeth and cursed, "What the hell?" Then he made his argument. "With so many monsters and demons still existing in the sky, even if we can win, it will definitely be a fierce battle, and we absolutely cannot do it like that little brat. Captain, have we ever seen the king of the devouring soul insects in the nest of the devouring soul insects before? Could it be him? If it is him, then this kid's true strength is truly unimaginable. The ones chasing after the primal runes have arrived. Maybe at this point he should stop and rally the team, dismissing your unrealistic illusions. I have a feeling that we're no match for him. Now I want to see how he managed to survive these 10 days. They didn't realize that someone had been standing behind them all along. It turned out to be Moyu and your 2 dry soldiers. Ji's heart was pounding fiercely, wondering if he was still deliberately waiting for us. When he turned back, Bang Huang was stunned to see Mangu, and Nat Qian awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile to greet his junior brother. Before he could finish speaking, he asked, "Senior, how is the central area in the upper space level?" For a moment, Nat Qian froze, then pointed to the right and said, "Over there." Mangu, after receiving the answer, turned and left without forgetting to thank him. Nat Qian's heart was pounding, wondering why he felt so scared. He's only level 30 after all. One of his teammates feels extremely confused. "Captain, if we don't obtain the primal glyph, why should we follow him?" Nat Qian said, "I want to witness a piece of history." On the first day, Mangu's dry corpse soldiers and the monsters in the ancient training ground clashed. The same happened on the second day. The third day also unfolded dramatically, with Mangu's achievements constantly rising and even promoted to lieutenant colonel without issue. I marveled that these primitive runes actually helped me rack up quite a bit of credit. A strange feeling swept through his mind, as 3 days in a row someone came seeking death. So why is today so quiet? Unlike him, Nat Qian's side was not going smoothly, and he was stunned, sensing that something was wrong. "Look at that!" A team member points at the distant pillar of light where the giant monster appears and shouts. The captain looks over, and they panic as they warn each other. "This is bad. Everyone get out of here." He didn't forget to shout out loud. "Junior, it's dangerous here. Go quickly." A sudden loud explosion makes the space seem to shatter. Duchan Lanza unleashes a terrifying sound wave, and Nat Qian feels like his heart is about to burst from his chest. Terror surging as a piercing scream echoes loudly. The ground trembles violently as the great earth-excavating dragon god advances, destroying everything in its path in an instant. The group of Nat Qian quickly deploys a protective barrier to save themselves, and a stone hitting the shield is swiftly deflected. The earthquake dragon god growled menacingly. Mangu remained calm, looking around, and Nat Qian trembled like a leaf and exclaimed. The earthquake dragon god once tore across the sky with lightning. When it thrashes, a storm of thunder crashes down in fury. An unlucky dinosaur was suddenly cut in half, the ground kept swelling and expanding, and the land was gradually encroaching. Mangu silently exclaimed, "The monster is so huge. This is probably the biggest boss I've ever faced. Yes, this is truly the earth-shaking dragon god. This time we're definitely doomed. I never expected we would die at the hands of the earthquake dragon god. Why did we enter the territory of the great earth erosion dragon god? This doesn't seem right." It seems like someone is deliberately leading us in this direction. The images of the monsters that Mangu appears in his mind seem to be exactly like that. My direction was unknowingly changed by those demons. After meeting the Deep Abyss Demon King, Alice was asked about the results. Alice begins her report. "Great King has succeeded. That human has entered the territory of the Earthquake Dragon God. The great Earthquake Dragon God has awakened. He's definitely going to die." The Demon King grinned slightly. "Not bad. He's a genius leading this generation of humans, now dying in the ancient battlefield trial. Even if he can be resurrected, he will no longer grow strong enough to threaten us." "Ah, I cunningly ordered. After he dies, the great Earth Zuk Long God will leave. Then you go and get the primordial talisman here. Remember, do not touch the talisman. Alice obediently bowed 45 degrees in a respectful manner, then quickly left. She went to the place where the fierce battle was taking place, and smugly said that Mak Ngu would definitely die. Nat Chen questioned whether the Earth Eruption Dragon God was an extremely formidable boss in the ancient training ground, usually sleeping peacefully, only awakening when it needs to eat or someone approaches. The system displayed the information panel. Earthquake Dragon God Boss, level 55, physical strength and agility 100,000, mental strength 60,000, deadly bone skill, cutting and sweeping, immune to poison, 30% reduced physical damage, 30% reduced elemental damage. A joyful thought appeared in Mak Ngu's mind. Its attributes were too high. If he could successfully soul summon it, the battle would be a breeze. Seeing this, Nat Chen found it hard to understand, mixed with fear. Could he really want to fight with elemental damage alongside his comrades? They bravely charged forward, shouting loudly to boost morale, ready to face the Earthquake Dragon God together. But in the next second, they froze in shock when Mak Ngu warned everyone to retreat as far as possible. With a devastating leap, the Earthquake Dragon God caused the entire space to tremble, and the sky suddenly darkened with mysterious energy. Mak Ngu calmly summoned his weapon, but with just a swipe of the Earthquake Dragon's claw, everything shattered into pieces. Nat Qian's group also lost their footing and fell to the ground in pain. Mak Ngu immediately unleashes her move, while Nat Qian breaks out in a cold sweat, standing stunned as a powerful army of dry soldiers appears before his eyes. Nat Qian was momentarily unable to believe his eyes. Mak Ngu used a technique, cursing the slow speed. Nat Qian tremblingly reminds his team to keep some distance first, as the Earth Dragon is caught in a dilemma, bound tightly by hundreds of chains shooting out from all directions. The Dry Corps soldiers shot like missiles towards it, then decisively pierced straight into the body of the earth-shaking dragon, causing it to scream in pain. The Earthquake Dragon struggles desperately, dust and tiny rocks flying up to obscure the view. Mak Ngu quickly uses the Legion healing technique to strengthen his team, then unleashes the Spirit Flame attack. The Earthquake Dragon writhes in agony. The system keeps notifying that 3 skeleton soldiers have been destroyed, and 2 sorcerer skeletons have been eliminated. The Earthquake Dragon charged at Mogu silently, analyzing that his level was still too low to deal effective damage to it in a short time. But at the moment, my mental energy is almost inexhaustible. Let's see who can hold out until the end. The earth-shaking dragon lunged with all its might towards Mangu, but he quickly blocked it. Mak Ngu lowered his head, pressing his hand down firmly, and Yi Zhan nearby watched the battle with some existential doubt, wondering why he was even tougher than a knight, and yet able to withstand the attacks of the Earthquake Dragon God. My teammate sighed. If it were me, I might have died already. The giant body of the Earthquake Dragon King curled back, causing a terrifying shockwave. Manhwa immediately launched a slicing attack and shouted loudly to command his army of Dry Corps soldiers, "Charge!" They obediently obeyed and rushed to attack the Earthquake Dragon God. Mak Ngu unleashes the reinforced army move. A dry soldier clenches his teeth, then swings his arm fiercely at the body of the Earthquake Long God. It counters with a savage strike that sends the Ko Lao army flying backward. The Dry Bone Warrior's sword tears through the tough scales, leaving a deep wound on the Earth Giant Dragon's body, blood pouring out fiercely. Mak Ngu raises his hand to unleash the Fang of Bones. In an instant, hundreds of sharp bone fragments shot up from the ground, piercing through the body of the great Earth Boar Dragon and flinging it into the air. It screams in unbearable pain. The earth-shaking Long God opens its mouth wide and roars. It crashes to the ground with tremendous force, causing the dry soldier to be thrown up like a dry leaf in a storm. Mak Ngu unleashes a sweeping attack, and the system repeatedly reports that 13 dry soldiers have been destroyed, along with 9 skull mages eliminated by deadly toxic smoke. The Earthquake. Long God is determined to turn the tide with a deadly toxic smoke move. Mak Ngu quickly covers his nose to avoid inhaling the poison gas. Under the influence of the toxic gas, the dry soldiers began to melt, but they were quickly revitalized as Mak Ngu cast a healing spell. Mak Ngu just used her move and challenged them to a battle of attrition. The toxic smoke spreads throughout the forest with the wind. Jaichen quickly covers his nose with his cloak and shouts to warn his teammates watch out for the poison. Step back. The toxic smoke is getting thicker and blocking their view. His teammate worriedly asked if he could endure it. Yi Zhan steadied himself and said, "At this point, we can only trust him. If he dies, we all will die too." The teammate asked, "Captain, do you have any regrets?" Another expressed that really, if we just didn't follow him, we wouldn't have encountered the Exuk Long Than. Natchien confidently said he has no regrets, leaving his teammates stunned. He confided that although we started with bad intentions, now I understand that we are all human and should help each other. Jacques raised his voice, especially since he is also our junior brother. Even if he fights and dies, it should be our senior rushing forward. The system announced that a dry skeleton soldier had been destroyed. Gu analyzed that this thick fog has blocked our vision, so I might as well not hold back my trump card anymore. Hold your weapon tightly and shout, "Go out there." The Devouring Soul Worm King. Its soul level is 50, with strength 60,000, seers, agility 25,000, spirit 10,000, and physique 60,000. The second form of soul possession skill, a terrifying roar that dismisses defense and physical immunity, dominates all. Mongu glared upward and chuckled. I heard your shell is very tough. The Earthquake Dragon God growled fiercely and charged swiftly at the soul-devouring king. Like a mad predator, the guardian spirit worm bit down hard on the Earthquake Dragon God, then tore off a chunk of its thick skin. Manhwa scoffs, dismissing the attack as insignificant. The soul-devouring king leaps as the Earthquake Dragon coils itself, then lands gracefully. Without giving the opponent a moment to breathe, it opens its mouth wide and unleashes a terrifying roar. The deafening sound causes the Earthquake Dragon to suffer agony as if thousands of blades are slicing through its body. It screamed in agony as the soul-stealing attack continued. The soul of the great Earthquake Dragon God immediately leaves its body. Mangnu happily says, its attribute is too weak, normal tricks can't kill it, so attacking the soul is the way to go. Then he unleashed the Soul Flame attack, causing the body and soul of the Earthquake Dragon God to burn fiercely, while its body emitted toxic fumes. Mangnu exclaims, taking the opportunity to attack its body. Hundreds of sharp bone fragments shoot out and pierce through the Earthquake Dragon God's body, causing blood to gush out. The army of dry soldiers all leapt up, their fierce aura erupting, everything being swept into a chaotic storm with no escape. The body of the Earth Spirit Dragon grew stiff, and its soul returned to merge with its body. Its eyes blazing, the Earthquake Long God howled as if torn apart from within, thick blood spurting from its mouth and its breath becoming erratic. When Monyu saw it collapse face down on the ground, she remarked that it seemed to be running out of energy. Its tail suddenly moved and it curled up to run away. The Earthquake Dragon God rammed its head into the ground. Mongu sneered, "Do you want to escape?" Mo shouted loudly to stop it and ordered, "Hold it back for me." The Kolau soldier team rushed over and desperately tried to pull it away. The Earthquake Dragon God groaned in pain and lifted its head while Mo Yu shouted coldly, "Die!" The soul-devouring Bug King advanced and bit into the thick skin of the Earthquake Dragon God, tearing off a large piece of its body. A stream of dark energy rises, and the Earthquake Long God has been completely defeated. The system reports 5.5 million experience points gained for killing the Earthquake Long God, along with the long sword, long shield, and extremely toxic and deadly crystals and essences. The Divine Spear Swordmaster wields a platinum-level weapon with all attributes increased by 3,000, a 90% boost to swordsmanship skills, and a toxic poison skill that inflicts damage equivalent to 1,000 points of strength per second for 1 minute, causing the Divine Elephant Dragon Knight to transmit its legacy. A platinum-level weapon with all attributes increased by 3,000 and a defensive skill increased by 90%, with an accompanying toxic gas shield skill. The toxic gas shield forms a toxic gas shield for 5 minutes. The defense and physical strength of the user are equal, and attackers will be infected with toxic gas, causing damage equivalent to 1,000 points of strength per second, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The ultra-toxic gem permanently reduces poison element damage by 50% and has a chance to grant a toxic element skill, forming an ultra-toxic crystal. It can be combined with other elemental crystals to create a divine elemental stone, increasing the chance of profession ascension at the 3rd class change. The more elements fused, the stronger the divine stone effect, which can be used alone to permanently enhance poison element resistance. After using them separately, you can't get the help of the spirit stone. Mikangu suddenly paused. Wait, this is an elemental crystal. So this is also a type of elemental crystal. You marvel, it seems the trial of endurance is much more mysterious than you thought. Even my master never mentioned the toxic element crystals to me. Being so close to fully merging the divine elemental stone, I am 1 step closer. Looking at the 2 precious stones in my hand, Manggu exclaimed, "There are already 2, the system will continue." Using the fire element toxic divine stone for the 3rd class change can increase the chance of a career breakthrough by 5%. Manggu criticizes that 5% is too low. It seems I still need to gather more elemental crystals. He clenched his weapon and gave the order. "Next is you." Magnu hurriedly takes the chance before the poison bone dissolves. The soul summoning succeeds. Then he raised his weapon high and performed the soul summoning technique, but unfortunately, it failed. Magnu glares. As expected, his level is far too low. He quickly regains his composure and continues to summon the soul. But this time's result was not much better than before. Summoning failed. Makangu was stunned as the deadly poison bones were about to dissolve. He gathered all his strength and shouted to summon the soul one last time. The soul of the great earth excavator dragon soars into the sky. The system displays the level 55 Great Earth Excavator Dragon Spirit, say with 100,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. Shongdok's deadly skill cuts through everything with a sweeping attack, immune to poison elements, reducing physical damage by 30% and elemental damage by 30%. Magnu is overjoyed, finally succeeding. Next time I face an enemy with an enormous form, I will have a way to deal with it. The toxic bones gradually dissolve, and Na-Chen and his team wait anxiously. How is he? Is he still alive? Yichen felt overwhelmed with confusion. Something's wrong. Could the great Earth Shuchang god still be alive? No. The Earth Zook dragon god is not moving. A second later, they all froze in shock when they saw the corpse of the Earth Zook dragon god. They gasped in shock, exclaiming, "This is the corpse of the Earthquake dragon god." It's hard to believe he fought the Earthquake dragon god one-on-one. They secretly marvel at him. He really managed to do it. Luckily, they didn't choose to oppose him. A piercing scream rang out as Magnu glanced up at Alice flying overhead. She grimaced and shouted inwardly, "How is this possible?" Alice secretly questions life. How could he have killed the great Earth Zuk Long god? She quickly turns around and runs away in panic. Mongyu, while casting magic, thought to himself, so it was her trick. Na-Chen hesitated and asked, "Are you okay, disciple?" Makangu looked at the weapon emanating dark power in his hand and softly replied, "It's fine." He took the purple gem and continued, "This is over. We can leave now." Makangu gently breaks it in half and a strange green aura immediately appears around him. It quickly gets absorbed into his body. Na-Chen saw that power and immediately shouted for everyone to retreat. A blue magic circle appeared behind Mongyu. At the same time, the system sounded a notification indicating the acquisition of level 1 toxic testicle skill. Everyone was stunned and shouted, "That is the loot from the earth-shaking dragon god, right?" His strength must have transferred to the Soul Hall, where many talismans are floating in the air above the central area. Yivian was meditating with his eyes closed while keeping watch over Lam Maknu's soul seal. The soul seal before him suddenly emitted a strange glow. Yivian, seeing this, was surprised and wondered to himself, "It seems that the young man's mental strength has become much stronger. Did he encounter some kind of awakening?" Suddenly, dozens of pieces of red silk appeared and wrapped around the soul seal, and he exclaimed in amazement, "This is a primordial rune." Evian said in a deep voice, "This young man is truly lucky, but what lies ahead will be a severe challenge, and he must persevere." Suddenly, a blue light flashed behind him, summoning the divine-level summoner, Mektin Hai, and the one-horned Saint Thunderbeast to appear together. Yiwen asked suspiciously, "Lao Tuoma, why are you here?" Lao Tuoma also looked surprised and asked back, "Lao Bai, what are you doing sitting here?" He replied softly, "My student went to the ancient training ground. I am here watching over. And you?" Tin Hai stepped closer and calmly said, "My granddaughter went to the ancient battlefield testing ground. I am here watching over." Their responses are exactly the same, so they exchange wary glances. He asked curiously, "When did you start accepting students?" "Why didn't I know?" Evian spoke indifferently, having just accepted her recently, as Tin Hai slowly took out Macvan's soul seal and asked, "How is that student of yours?" He confidently replied, "An appearance of a super god." Hearing this, he was extremely shocked and thought to himself, so someone could be rated like that by the god of slaughter in his lifetime. Perhaps no one in the entire human race could do it, right? Ivian excitedly elbowed him and said, "I heard that a few days ago your precious granddaughter has successfully advanced in her profession. Congratulations." Tin Hai happily and proudly replied, of course not bothering to consider whose granddaughter she was. He smiled softly and said, "The girl from your family is not bad, but she can never compare to my student." Hearing that, he sighed and asked, "How powerful can your student really be? Claiming he's a super godly figure might be exaggerated, right? That granddaughter of mine is from the same era, so of course she's top-notch." Yi Wan cleared his throat and admitted, "My granddaughter and my student are acquainted, and the perfect union was made possible with his help." Tin Hai was surprised and shouted, "So you're the teacher of that kid?" A day later, in the desolate forest, jagged rocks stand on both sides. Manga asked in a low voice, "It's been 4 days, and only 2 days remain. After waiting so many days, has the abyssal pressure of Deep Abyss still not arrived?" The group of your brothers ran over to report the situation. "We already heard some humans obtained the primordial rune inscription Disciple, and we came to protect you." Suddenly, a group of people rushed in front of Manga's group, and the short-haired guy cheerfully said, "So we arrived just a little too late." "Who told whom that? You guys are doing the opposite." Suddenly, a blazing red light streaked across the sky. Everyone gasped in shock and shouted, "Another primordial rune!" In the sky, the figure of Movan riding a white unicorn appeared, soaring past. Her eyes were full of worry as she glanced behind her, where a horde of demons under Alice's command was rapidly chasing after Van. She looked at the blazing red light ahead and wondered suspiciously, "Are there humans here who have obtained the primordial rune too?" When Van saw the familiar face, was it really him? Lam Moyu? She shouted in panic. "Why is he already here at level 30 and has obtained the primitive talisman?" Van pursed her lips, deep in thought, feeling strangely more at ease whenever she met him. "It's clear he's only level 30. Suddenly, a terrifying voice of the demons echoes behind her. The girl gave up resisting and left the talisman behind. Manhwa cursed angrily. "Damn it!" She suddenly flew over to where Manga was standing below. Van anxiously shouted, "The trash behind us is coming this way. Hurry up and come here. I will help you escape." He looked at her outstretched hand and simply said, "Run." Manga faintly smiled and replied, "The ones who should be running are them." The demons saw the primal rune from him and grew excited. Another primal rune has been activated. Alice couldn't help but tremble with fear upon seeing Manga. The boy began summoning a powerful aura of spiritual energy into his palm, then smirked maliciously. Alice shouted in panic, her voice full of fear, "It's Lam Moyu, run now!" All the monsters obeyed her command and left together. Van wondered, why are they so afraid of him? Manga half-jokingly said, "I think they are afraid because I killed them." He asked Van, "How long ago did you obtain your primordial runes?" She estimated and replied, 5 days ago, Moyu suggested that before the primitive talisman fully merged, you should come with me." Van thought to herself, "The abyss of demons fears him so much there must be a reason, and these days have truly drained my strength." After considering, she agreed to the proposal. All right. After running a short distance, Alice let out a relieved sigh, thinking that luckily she ran fast, or she might have already been. Her subordinates wondered, "Lady Alice, why are you so afraid of this human?" "That's right, I saw he's only level 30. I'm not afraid. I just can't ruin the grand plan of the Demon King. This plan has been prepared for days and cannot be abandoned halfway." Hearing that, they became excited. "For the great Demon King, Lord Alice, rest assured, we will do our best with all our might." "I'm pleased with myself. That's good. There's still a day left. It won't take long." Inside a cave, Van and Moyu are sitting facing each other. Moyu initiates a conversation. Has her profession successfully advanced yet? Van happily stroked the Keelan beside her and replied, "I succeeded. I am a Holy Spirit summoner. My friend also became a Holy Spirit." Keelan, the new attribute of her, is also displayed below. Van level 41, you are a Holy Spirit summoner. Remembering that mysterious space, Van asked Moyu, "So you came here probably also for the Divine Selection's secret realm, right?" She clenched her fist and continued, "But the Divine Selection secret realm is located in what is called the high-level opportunity of the ancient exam field, only ranked second." The terrifying images appear one after another as she continues to introduce. The third is the dungeon with the Heart of Lightning, where you can obtain dragon souls. The first is, of course, the primordial space that requires primordial talismans to enter. She recalled her grandfather's words and repeated them. "Besides the 2 great opportunities, he also told me that there is a legendary chance no one has ever had, which is a boss from a very powerful world." Then Mofan pondered for a long time, never having heard of anyone defeating that boss. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the sky. Van and her Cheelin are both surprised. What's going on? Mavan quickly creates a shield to block the arrows unexpectedly. A giant stone falls down. Her shield was only slightly affected. Lin Monangu secretly assesses the opponent's strength. With such powerful skills, they are likely a level 50 or higher mage. She, at level 41, was able to block their attack. No wonder she can survive under the pursuit of the demon. Not long after, the shield shattered. Movan climbed onto the Killin's back. She shouted to Manga, "It's probably targeting the primal runes on us. Hurry up and come here. I'll take you to safety." Unlike her, Moyu was very calm. "Don't worry, it's okay." Hearing that, she was startled and wondered to herself, "It's okay. Is he crazy?" Movan looked up again at the formidable opponent, thinking it must be a level 50 or higher beastman profession. How could it be okay? She was becoming more panicked, her voice growing more urgent. If we don't run now, we won't make it. The monster laughed loudly. This time those two primal symbols were a big win, one at level 30 and the other at level 41. Their luck as humans really wasn't good. He said that and rushed forward happily. Unfortunately, in the end, it still turned out to be a good thing for us. One of the monsters is enjoying itself. I caught the level 3 kid and will slowly play with that girl. Seeing Macnu about to be attacked, Macvan shouted worriedly, "Watch out!" The monster unleashed a cross-shaped killing move, but surprisingly, it had no effect on Macnu. You still stand there, ignoring the monster's sudden shout of, "What?" as something seems to change around him, and a series of chains rush toward him. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were caught. They suddenly realized this was a curse, and one of them cursed. "Idiot, don't you know that our dragon clan can resist curses?" Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded from behind as one monster was knocked away, leaving the others stunned. "What?" Makangu confidently smiled and said, "I've gained experience now, kill the support first." The monster couldn't withstand it and charged forward with a shield in hand to attack and die. Behind it, countless monsters were attacking, but Macnu remained calm. Macvan watched from the other side, puzzled, thinking this was also a form of battle. After a while, Macngu no longer had the leisure to play around, so it was over. During the attack, a purple barrier appeared unexpectedly. Domchu pondered. Macvan wondered, is this a barrier? The barrier seems to have some kind of fluctuation, but Macnu isn't surprised at all. She knew it would happen eventually and thought they would give up their attack. The monsters don't understand. What's going on? What happened? Why is a barrier appearing? Mongu dismisses them as a bunch of fools, unaware that others see them as prey. He then used a finishing move on the monsters, and an explosion erupted, filling the area with smoke. It surrounds Macvan and Macnu. Macvan anxiously asks, "Should we run away?" "I also have a teleportation talisman on hand." Macnu looked around and said, "Wait, let's assess the situation first before deciding." From the misty smoke, a voice echoes. "Lam Moyu, we meet again. I didn't expect even the earth-shaking dragon god couldn't kill you." Her voice came from the stone, but this time Alice respectfully held the other stone. The stone was surrounded by a strange purple light, as if some transformation was about to happen. "We meet again. Little friend Lam Moyu, so adorable." Mofan wondered, "Who is that?" Makangu's face also grew serious as she replied, "The second Demon King. During the previous battle, when the fake profession entered the divine realm, Bakthan chased her away. After hearing this, she suddenly became the Dark Abyss Demon King. Why is she here?" Second Demon King facing them offers a proposal. "Little friend Lam Moyu, your strength truly makes this Demon King see you in a new light. Why not come to Deep Abyss and serve this Demon King? I will definitely not treat you badly. There is also this Holy Spirit summoner. Let's go together now." Her words seem to have a power that controls Macvan. After a while, her shield had deflected that power. Movan secretly thought that just now she actually wanted to rely on it and serve under its command. Is this the power of the Demon King? It's truly terrifying. Luckily, wearing this bone armor prevented its power from affecting me. The second Demon King sadly said, "Did we fail?" But a moment later, she covered her face in excitement, and it really was a pity. She gritted her teeth and said, "If that's the case, then I can only invite you to die." The stone trembled violently as if about to unleash its power, causing a huge explosion. The second Demon King said happily, "I hope you like this big gift to show my sincerity." After saying that, the stone also disappeared. Seeing the surrounding gooey substances, Moyu wondered silently if it had vanished. Macvan turned to ask you what's going on and why you provoked the Deep Abyss Demon King. A skeleton warrior appeared behind Macnu, struck by a strange power. When Macnu realized it, the strange force had already launched its attack. Luckily, you managed to dodge in time. Seeing his formidable power, Macnu couldn't help but feel anxious. This attack power is probably only slightly weaker than the Earth Siege Long God or the Demon King. What exactly did he bring here? After that attack, this skeleton warrior was also destroyed. Macnu used a probing spell to check the source of that power, which turned out to be the Crimson Moon Evil Demon, a level 52 Lord-level demon. The Crimson Moon Demon Lord strikes again, nearly shattering Mongu's shield. Calmly, Mongu replaces it with her bone armor, wondering where exactly this level 52 Demon Lord's true form is. Mofan looked up at the sky in surprise and shouted, "There are also many high-level demons above, and boss-level demons are equivalent to boss-level monsters. In the depths, demons are also elites, and their numbers are not many. This barrier has merged completely with the demons. If we can't kill it, we will all be trapped here." The system displays a notification that a skull mage has been defeated. Ngu tries to control the situation, so I give it a shot. I unleash a move with a critical hit. Watching the situation in front of him, he thought to himself that the skeleton soldier's full-force attack had no effect at all. It seems that, just as Van said, only by killing the Crimson Moon evil demon can this barrier be broken. A barrage of attacks rained down from the sky, hitting the shields of Movan and Ngu directly. Ngu was annoyed. These guys were really troublesome. My summoning beast has a forbidden skill, but it only lasts 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown and a limited range. After hearing this, Ngu figured out a way to deal with it. 30 seconds is enough. Wait until I tell you to use it. The Crimson Moon Demon attacks Moyu again, and Van is already feeling frustrated. Based on the battle experience so far, Ngu secretly realizes that no matter where he is, as long as he is within this barrier, he will be attacked by the Crimson Moon evil demon. It must be hiding somewhere in this ground, perhaps merging with it. Ngu commands a mummy warrior to try again, ordering him to unleash a troop-enhancing skill. The Crimson Moon Demon also responds with an attack, and the two powers clash directly, causing chaos as the Crimson Moon Demon easily wounds Ngu's mummy soldiers. You must keep healing the Legion continuously. Ngu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that this almost couldn't cause any damage to the Crimson Moon evil demon. Alice smugly said, "We have carefully analyzed your skills, Lord Demon King, and chose the Red Moon evil demon for you. Enjoy the pleasure of being killed slowly." Van then asked him, "So now?" Moyu remained calm and replied, "There's definitely a weakness if we wait." Mofan rode the flying unicorn and said, "I'll handle the demons in the sky." Monster beside Alice asked, "Alice, why don't we just kill that kid in one shot?" The others agreed, "Yeah, I think their attributes are very low." Alice smiled and replied to them, "You want to seek death, then try it. If not for the restrictions of the ancient trial, the great demon king would also want to let the higher-level Shichue evil demon come here." She ordered them to kill that woman first. I hate beautiful women. They obeyed and charged forward. Alice said confidently, "This time, Lam Moyu is fully prepared. You're definitely going to die. Let's see how long you can hold on." The Crimson Moon evil demon also attacked most of Ngu's dry lich soldiers one after another. He used a slow curse spell to turn the tide. Then Ngu unleashed his bone spike attack. The thorns of the Crimson Moon demon were pierced through, causing them to retract and freeing Ngu's skeleton warriors. He thought to himself, "These thorns can't really deal damage to the Crimson Moon demon." He pondered quietly, realizing he needed to find a way to force its true form out, and a joyful thought appeared in his mind. "Got it." Ngu gently touched the air with his hand, and a ring of light appeared. That's the deadly star circle. It immediately spread everywhere. Ngu thought that although he hadn't yet upgraded this skill, it was enough to force the Crimson Moon demon out. Van in the air asked curiously, "Have you figured out a way?" The green light enveloped around Ngu. What are those monsters wondering about what he's doing? Suddenly, a large disturbance erupts in a green space within the void. Ngu immediately casts the curse of slow speed and says happily, "I found you." The red chains tighten around the recently discovered target. After controlling the Crimson Moon evil spirit, Moyu unleashes a soul flame attack. This time, you won't be able to escape. The Crimson Moon evil demon struggles to dodge the attack. Ngu became even more certain. It seems this is indeed the true form of the Shichnuyut evil demon. See. He looked up at the sky and said to Van, "Let them come down here." Van immediately agreed and quickly used her needle flight technique. In an instant, Alice and her companions all fell down. They wondered what had just happened. What's going on? Why can't I fly anymore? Isn't teleportation magic only for top-tier mages? How is she able to do it? Amidst all their confusion, they all fell to the ground. They looked at each other in panic, unable to fly up. How annoying. Alice uses a high-level random teleportation charm. She crushes the teleportation charm, and in an instant, Alice disappears from this place. And her team's path was attacked by Ngu without leaving anyone behind. Even the seasoned soldiers fought with all their might. He swung repeatedly, splitting the monsters into pieces, and in no time, all the monsters had fallen to the ground. Seeing her rank suddenly increase, Van silently thought that just now she had directly earned a huge military contribution, risking her life for over 2 years to become a major, and now she was promoted to lieutenant colonel in an instant. Watching Ngu's angular face, she marveled that in just 5 seconds this man was also incredibly twisted. Shichnuyut, who had been restrained all this time, suddenly spoke. "It's my turn now." The dry soldier kicked away a monster. Shichnuyut. Demon King pierced the creature with a sharp thorn. Beams of bright red light shot through its body. The creature was impaled and then exploded by the Zichenguet evil demon, its corpse bursting apart. After dealing with that monster, the Crimson Moon evil demon brushed past Mo Ngu. He sank into the ground, but Mo Ngu reacted in time, using poison again to track the Crimson Moon evil demon's position. There's no way he can escape. But the light you shot through the monster's body underground caused quite a disturbance. Ngu sensed his surroundings and said, "The ground is still trembling. Is that your cry of pain?" That really is deafening. A source of power erupts from the ground, causing the monsters to be thrown into the air. From beneath the earth, the Crimson Moon demon reappeared. Mamuhakmu thought he still easily handled everything as before. The Crimson Moon demon tried to use the monsters to turn the tide, but in the end it was defeated by Ngu. The system displayed a message indicating the death of the level 52 Crimson Moon demon, along with the disappearance of the Crimson Moon. Ngu quietly assessed the fight earlier. This Red Moon evil demon isn't strong. Finding its true form and destroying it would be quite easy. If I didn't possess poison-type skills, I doubt I could really deal with this Red Moon evil demon. His face grew serious, recalling the Nima Vuong. I must have obtained a large amount of intelligence to target her like that. Who could have betrayed my secret? Maybe someone from the Demon Worshippers Society. Movan landed on the ground, let out a sigh of relief, finally at peace. As the words finished, a loud rumbling sound echoed through the space. A swarm of warriors suddenly appeared, and Hong Hao shouted, "Protect my people!" They try to break through the barrier, but when they see the scene inside, everyone suddenly freezes. Am I seeing things? Why are there so many corpses of demons in the Dragon Clan here? Am I experiencing hallucinations? And Mo Ngu is controlling the dry skeleton soldiers to gather loot for herself. Ho Kan thought to himself that his method of collecting spoils was very skillful, though he didn't know where he had trained it. Mcningu paid no attention to her, contemplating the timing inside. It's been 10 days. It seems my primal runes have fully merged. With that, he spoke, "Let's go." Movan wondered, "Do you want to go find that divine recruitment secret realm?" He replied seriously, "Yes." Macvan smiles happily, "I will help you with your ability. You can definitely pass the divine recruitment secret realm." Elsewhere, frantic voices are heard. "Who is targeting our dragon clan?" Vong Vidai angrily demanded with fiery red eyes. "Why have our Long Clan warriors suffered so many losses recently?" He ordered an investigation into the ancient training ground. What exactly has happened? His subordinate knelt and replied, "I obey Vuong Vidai." Then a series of Long Clan warriors went out again to investigate. A subordinate of Vuong Vidai told him, "The ancient training ground." That statement instantly changed Vuong Vidai's expression. He crushed the glass in his hand and angrily ordered all the Upper Space Dragon soldiers at the ancient training ground to work together and find Lam Moyu and kill him for me. Then the Long Clan's base seemed to shift. Great King Vuong Vidai firmly said, "The warriors of the Long Clan cannot die in vain. I want the human race to pay with blood for the blood they owe." Elsewhere, the communication stone with the Demon King was summoned. "Lord Demon King, we have failed," Alice said anxiously. Ngi Demon King replied, "This is not your fault. I didn't expect even the evil demon Sichnuyet couldn't kill him. Go to the deepest part of the central area and deliver my orders to those guys." Alice quickly received the order to leave and was instructed by the Demon King to pass on his command for them to eliminate Lam Moyu. Killing Lam Moyu is even more important than the primordial talisman. Lam Moyu looked at her own hand, where a special mark appeared. Macvan looked and immediately recognized it as a rune. "Your primordial rune has successfully merged." Magnu closed her eyes and replied, "Yes, I can sense the location of the primal space." The system also displayed a notification that you obtained the power enhancement skill. Hearing this, Macvan asked, "Where is the primordial space?" Mac Ningju confidently replied, "On the lower floor." Macvan stroked his chin and said, "How can it be on the lower floor? It seems there's no chance in the short term. The primal space appears in different locations each time, moving randomly and appearing at 9 primal glyphs, each with a unique special skill." She looked at Macnu with curiosity and asked, "What did you get from the powerful primordial talisman skill?" Kauthan honestly replied, "Increased my attributes and damage for 30 seconds, along with my summoned creature." Macvan nodded. "It seems that the skills of the glyphs adjust themselves according to their profession." Makangu looked at the glyph mark in his heart with doubt, strangely feeling that these glyphs looked very familiar. Suddenly, Moyu was pulled into a space and asked, "Do you wonder if this is a star system?" While floating in the air, Moyu became more certain that he had seen this star system somewhere before. Moyu frowned and closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the first thing that caught his eye was Earth. I stared for a long time. Is this Earth? A flood of memories rushed into my mind. I finally remembered this is the ocean of the solar system. Why is it appearing in this world? What are you thinking about? Does this primitive glyph have any connection to the solar system? Aren't you studying the glyphs? Mac Van said admiringly. Don't study them anymore. These primitive glyphs are too mysterious. She clenched her fists and excitedly said, for so many years, many divine-level experts have tried to decipher them. But unfortunately, they couldn't understand at all. It's so mysterious that it leaves people captivated and fascinated. Mac-Ngu looked at Mac Van, hoping that if I could decode it even a little, I would have no regrets for the rest of my life. He chuckled to himself, knowing that this glyph representing the solar system wouldn't be easy to decipher. Mac-Ngu stroked her chin and guessed that there might be even more things related to Earth wanting to explore the primal space. After thinking for a moment, she blurted out, unfortunately, the primal space on the lower level probably requires level 70 to enter, and I don't know if there's another way. Mac Van immediately replied, actually, there is. She remembered that path, which last time led to the lower level through a tunnel in the central core area. Everything has its price, Mac Van continued. You need to defeat the boss guarding that place to get through. Mac-Ngu didn't hesitate and asked her, what level? Mac Van replied with a warning tone, level 69. It is also the only boss in the ancient trial ground that has never been killed. Many strong opponents from the lower floors have tried to kill it, but not only did they fail, they also ended up seriously injured. Mac Van advised Mac-Ngu that the boss is very dangerous, suggesting he reach level 70, change class for the third time, and then leave since the primordial space can't be escaped. Mac-Ngu also somewhat agreed and replied, I understand now. A crackling sound came from afar as a blonde-haired man appeared. Seeing them, everyone was surprised. The blonde-haired man fondling his chest introduces the beautiful lady. I am Chloe, and seeing that you have achieved the primordial talisman, we want to protect you. Mac Van firmly refused. No need, but Claw still lingered, and without protection, the young lady would be in great danger. The primitive spirit mark will attract demons from the abyss and the dragon race. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes from afar. We are the people of the Divine Empire. We do not need your protection. The boss raid team from the Fake Lamb Guild marches forward boldly. Mac Van whispers to Mac-Ngu, it's the Fake Lamb Guild, the number 1 or 2 guild in the Divine Realm. Klaus saw him leading and said, so it's Jiang Wenshan from the Jialam Guild. He shows no respect. Knowing who I am, Klaus could only leave in anger. Seeing Mac Van's class introduction, Jiang Vansan couldn't help but praise the Holy Spirit Summoner, a legendary class that is incredibly powerful. Looking at Mac-Ngu's class, he assessed it as a level 30 Death Spirit Mage, a class I am hearing about for the first time. But upon seeing that bright golden badge, Vansan paused, then immediately saluted seriously. Lieutenant Jiutin Jiang Vansan salutes the commander. Moyu wondered, are you in the military? Jiang Vansan explained, I used to be in the military, but something happened later, so I was discharged. Captain Lam here is very dangerous for us to protect. But then he suddenly realizes, wait, Captain Lam isn't a colonel yet, so why do we need to protect him? It seems that Captain Lam has deliberately hidden his rank somehow. After thinking for a moment, he corrected himself and said, whatever you need us to do, just let us know. Mac-Nao bluntly replied, do you happen to see the Divine Recruitment secret realm around here? I've been looking for days but found no clues. Jiang Vansan enthusiastically points the way, saying it's about 100 miles in this direction. The Divine Selection secret realm appeared here 4 days ago. After hearing that, Lien turned around and said, thank you. Jiang Vansan cheerfully replied, you're welcome. Then the two immediately left this place along that path. But not long after, Jiang Vansan shouted, wait a moment. Mac-Ngu turned around in confusion. What's wrong? His face looks extremely anxious and a bit panicked. Mongu also sensed something. Movan looked up at the sky. Mac-Ngu was taken aback, suspiciously turning to Jiang Vansan. Receiving his signal, Jiang Vansan immediately explained, there's no such thing. We are all human beings. Before he could finish speaking, something terrifying made him hold back. Those are a swarm of deep realm demons heading this way, and also a bored fake dragon race professional in disguise. It looks like we don't need to go anymore. Jiang Wenshun ordered his army to prepare for battle. He reassured them. Rest assured, although there are many enemies, I sent out a signal earlier. The reinforcements will arrive soon. Just hold on and endure. Something appeared in front of Jiang Wenshun's members that surprised them all. Mac-Ngu created a legion and invited them to join. The information panel appeared. Commander Lam Mac-Ngu, level 30, Death Spirit Mage. Commander invites you to join the legion. Vansan was stunned, surprised that he was indeed level 30. But how could a level 30 come to the ancient trial grounds? At this moment, a group of spirits flew over and a large crowd quickly gathered. He drew his sword, and a powerful aura surged forward, terrifying Vanson. The aura from Maknu's hand released, and behind him, the undead general was summoned. He wondered to himself, what is that? A death spirit mage? Is that what he summoned? A death spirit? Vanson stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed in horror as thousands of dry corpses were summoned by Maknu, with the vengeful general unleashing powerful techniques, spreading waves of energy that greatly boosted the dry army's combat strength. Vanson was overwhelmed. So many dry liges. Could this be the reason he was able to get in here? The dry lich soldiers advanced to fight, and the dry sorcerers immediately joined the battle. At this moment, an energy sphere strikes the goblin. The dry bone warrior takes the opportunity to attack, but it manages to dodge in time. You're standing from afar, killing so slowly. It seems Mac's forbidden skill still can't cover such a large area. Makangu turned to ask the person next to her if there was a way to force them down, secretly thinking that the boss raid team from Elder Lamb Guild, with an average level around 60, might have a method. Vanson quietly replied, "Yes. Our team has an ominous archmage. Does her equipment have forbidden skills? Can she cast a barrier within a minute so they can't fly up again?" Makangu asked again, "Is there a way to seal it? Then I won't hold back anymore." At the same time, Alice looked at the aura radiating around her and sighed, then launched a dark energy sphere, laughing happily. "I won't give you another chance this time." Lam Maknu's sphere suddenly shattered, releasing a surge of energy, and in front of him the force erupted fiercely. Vanson and the woman were terrified to realize it was deep abyss fire. She looked at the raging energy like a fierce beast and said, "I hear deep abyss fire is the source of power for the deep demons." The first demon was born from the abyssal fire. Within its domain, their power increases by at least 30%. He replied that it was because of that fire that our army's attack on the abyss had to retreat in defeat. "We have to be careful. The undead are snarling and charging at us." Maknu hadn't had time to steady himself when suddenly the daggers were pointed at him. Vanson shouted urgently, "Watch out, he's a night hunter." Just in time. Then Maknu easily grabbed their necks and said, "I was worried you wouldn't come down here." His eyes were cold, soul flames burning, and immediately after, Maknu decisively threw it into the dark aura. Its scream echoed loudly. He closed his eyes, gathered his energy, and defeated the level 50 Night Hunter, gaining 2 million experience points and 1,000 military contributions. Something fell in front of them with a loud crash. Maknu smiled mysteriously, casting a slow-down curse while wrapping the violent corpse, coldly saying, "Don't even think about escaping." Immediately after, they were easily bound by chains. A flash of light erupted accompanied by a loud bang, causing them to be thrown back. Alice shouted in anger. Once again, they dispersed, carefully watching his area of effect skills. "Another bunch of fools coming," they loudly say. "Go die. Kill people. The king will reward us." Makangu smirked. "I like you guys the most. You can bring me quite a few corpses." Very quickly afterward, a burst of blinding light exploded, and they were all knocked back. She gritted her teeth and said, "The dragon race here only knows how to hold us back." Alice softly spoke, but then she licked her lips with a crazed look in her eyes. Perhaps these useless dragon tames still have some use for the Demon King's plan. Moyu watched the blackened undead above. "Enough corpses. Let them all come down here." The woman beside her responded clearly, then cast a forbidden spell collectively. A scream echoed out as the spell and storm surged, causing the demons to fall all at once. One of them shouted in panic, "What's going on? Why can't I fly?" He realized it was a forbidden spell. Is someone using a forbidden skill? The army of soldiers below froze in place as thousands of demons charged forward. Was Vanson really that terrified? With this amount in strength, they could probably make a direct path straight to the central area, just like the 2 world boss anomalies that occurred when they were defeated. He was suspicious. Could it be that he was the one who did it? The soldiers are talking among themselves. "It seems we don't need to intervene. He can win alone." Alice rushes down, holding a glowing purple spirit stone. The person next to Makangu announced that there was a high-level item with a skill target that I am forbidden from using. He reassured that it's okay. Makangu secretly confirms that this demon witch has escaped from him many times. If there's a chance this time, he must definitely kill her. He raised his hand and shouted, "Kill!" This is the body of the violent rebel. Thousands of beams of light shoot straight into the ground, illuminating the entire sky. The soldiers shouted, "This is my military achievement, my soldier's medal." They realize they've gained an extra star. So have I. The soldiers looked at their palms in amazement. "I've actually reached the rank of lieutenant colonel." V-Sun hesitated at this, clearly capable of killing all those demons and the dragon race alone. Yet he still invited us to join the army. This kid truly lives up to the reputation of a legion commander. The spell of the two essence armor wraps around him, and his consciousness shifts from jade green to purple. Forbidden skills cannot be used continuously for a long time. Let's limit their flying first and then decide. While the dry soldier was distracted, the demon played a dirty trick and ambushed him from behind. Alice used her spiritual sense through the spirit stone to connect with the demon king. She has said enough. Are you ready? Alice immediately reported. Everything is prepared, Your Majesty the Demon King. A total of 228 high-level demon cats, 160 have been killed so far, 161 including 126 from the Dragon Clan, 93 of them are dead now. The second demon lord said, I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to join this lively battle. Just in time to borrow some of their bloodline power, she only touched with one finger, and the surrounding space of Moyu was covered with a purple aura. He quickly covered his face with his hand to prevent it from invading his body. What's happening? The soldiers shouted. It's not good, this light is a group shield. Van Son shouted. Looks like a high-level demon is attacking. He turned to the soldiers and said, Run now. He immediately asked, Captain, what about you? Van Son shouted, I need to maintain my skill. You guys go ahead, and also him. Waiting around the soldiers wrapped in aura threads, Van Son wondered, This is Movan's explanation. This is Lam Moyu's defensive skill. With it, there's no need to be injured by the Deep Abyss Harmony anymore. Lam Moyu said, The Demon King has struck, aiming to kill me. Sorry for involving everyone. The soldiers were panic-stricken. How could the Demon King be? Wenshan was stunned, thinking so his opponent had already reached the level of Demon King. The purple aura transformed into a blazing tornado, sweeping up everything. Alice was stunned. The second Demon King is summoning the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. That is the secret of the Abyss. Sacrificing a large amount of life can summon the Fire Spirit of the Abyss. Its strength depends on how much life force has been sacrificed and whether it is strong enough. But no matter what, the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit is far stronger than the same-level Demon Lord. Manga asked Van, So, does that mean it will be stronger than the Crimson Moon Demon? Van looked serious. It is very likely that the rank of those sacrificed dragon and demon clans is not low. Little brother Lin Manga. Enjoy the hospitality I bestow upon you. If you survive this time, I will surely invite you to my palace to taste the delicacies of the Abyss. As the breath subsided, the aura gradually condensed into the abyssal fire spirit, which roared and created a purple barrier that enveloped everything. Van is amazed. It's a fire barrier. Van Son, seeing this scene, becomes cautious. This power is much stronger than the bosses we've fought. Manga signaled everyone to retreat. It's targeting me. Suddenly, the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit charged at incredible speed, knocking the soldiers into the air. Movan braces himself. The next battle may no longer be something we can participate in. Thongyen Fire Spirit shouts, Burn the luminous orb first. Van Son realized it was continuous fire damage. Luckily, Lam the commander's skill helped us hold on, or we wouldn't last long. The sound of cracking rocks and shattering as lava erupted from underground destroyed the 5 dry soldiers. Manga looks annoyed because of the continuous area damage. If this keeps up, I'll have to keep replenishing the armored bones. This is really annoying. Then let's finish this battle in 1 minute. As he finished speaking, the symbol on his hand appeared, a jade-green pillar of power stabbing straight into the ground. The skeleton soldiers looked up at Manga and ordered, Go, 30 seconds, kill that one. As soon as you finished speaking, the dry soldiers rushed towards the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. The Deep Abyss Fire Spirit screamed in terror, gritted its teeth, and looked directly at the dry soldiers. Thongyen Fire Spirit continues to be attacked repeatedly. After being enhanced by the talisman skill, the attack power of the dry lizard skyrocketed. Thongyen Fire Spirit painfully touches its wound, chained by thousands of iron shackles. A scream echoes out. Don't even think about running as Kufong Vu, driven by the strength of the Ko Lao warriors, charges straight at Tamuyen Hoa Lin. A loud explosion erupts, destroying the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit and granting 2.20 million experience points and a fire treasure crystal. The dry corpse soldiers are thrown back by the shockwave. Manga looked at the rune on his hand, surprised that just one attack was enough to defeat it. The soldiers exclaimed in astonishment, What? That was the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit, summoned from a sacrifice of over 100 demons and dragons. Yet it was defeated in an instant. Just like that. Damn it, I didn't expect the primal glyph combined with the skill to be so powerful. The Great Earth Dragon. God couldn't kill him, the Crimson Moon Evil Demon couldn't kill him, and even the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit was destroyed by him in an instant. He's truly a monster. Alice felt something brush past from above. Movan rode the Keelan and soared into the sky, secretly thinking this demon was the one who kept trying to kill Lam Moyu over and over. I can't let it escape. Alice thought in fear that this woman might have forbidden skills. I absolutely cannot fall down, or Lam Moyu will definitely not forgive me. As she was opening the barrier to pass through, Mofan rushed over, crushing the spirit stone, but Alice still managed to open the barrier in time. Macvan glared through at her, cursing in anger. Damn it, the purple energy is surging wildly. Moyun said it ran away. Moyu didn't care much. There will be a chance to eliminate it later? You turn around and say, quite a few people have noticed the commotion here and are coming. Let's go. Enter the Divine Selection secret realm to deal with those people. Mac Ngu and Mac Van stand before the secret realm as soldiers tell Van Son, Boss, I feel like I'm witnessing a divine-level expert being born. He shouts, Stop those people. Don't let them disturb Commander Lam entering the divine realm. Once inside the secret realm, Movan pondered, Is this the divine recruitment secret realm? The two of them advanced deeper into the secret realm together. Movan said, Let's go, senior of the family clan. I only have one thing to say about the divine recruitment secret realm. She shouted, charging forward with all her might, not taking a step back. The two figures appearing in the divine recruitment secret realm are Mac Ngu and Mac Van, standing tall among floating rocks, forming two parallel paths. Mac Van and Mac Ngu split up, each taking a different path. He glanced at her, running while silently reciting, pushing forward with all his might. Mac Ngu crouched down, overwhelmed by the mental pressure, and warned, Stepping onto this stair will bring mental strain. The higher you go, the greater the pressure. Mac Van struggled to move, thinking to herself that luckily, thanks to the soul crystal, her mental strength was now strong enough and this pressure was still manageable for her. Mac Ngu watched the fragments gradually rise and wondered, This is where Mac Van feels overwhelmed. The real challenge begins. She wiped her sweat tiredly. There are a total of 500 steps, with the first 100 steps each containing only one ray of divine energy. From the 101st to the 200th step, they will split into 2 beams, and the last 100 steps will have 5 beams. Mac Ngu said, I heard my master say that at least 100 beams are needed to fuse into divine power. That's right, even if I have to give up, I must climb past 100 steps. Mac Ngu still walks confidently now, as this mental pressure doesn't seem to make him feel heavy. He looks at his palm, where a ray of energy appears. Though 100 rays can form divine power, the secret realm has 500 steps, and if he can gather them all, he will definitely become stronger, gaining even greater benefits. He clenched his fists and kept walking when suddenly, Mac Ngu was startled by a flickering light ahead. The 3-legged divine peak floating in the distance left him stunned. Is that the peak? Why is the 3-legged divine summit appearing here? Moisture wiped off Mac Van's face. As long as divine traits can be formed, there is a 90% chance that the profession will advance during the second class change. But if you reach the final point and undergo the third class change, the chance for your profession to advance again is also up to 80%. Manga was amazed, so that's how it is. You decide you must get closer to observe the 3-legged divine peak. The two of them continue climbing each step of the staircase. At this point, Mac Van was already sweating profusely after climbing over 50 steps, and she watched him walk comfortably, still feeling doubtful. He is only level 30, yet his speed is even faster than mine, as if he's not under any pressure at all. Once he reaches 100 levels, Moyu comfortably absorbs the divine power. You feel your body lift off as if you're flying. Is this the power of divine attribute energy? Not only can you level up, but you can also gain attributes after leveling up. The lower the level when you receive divine energy, the better the effect. If I keep accumulating like this, my attributes might surpass those of my master. Makengu secretly decided that he must strengthen his divine power and level up his divine attribute. Wow, this feels so good, so this is divine power energy. She looked up at Macnu's back, silently thinking she had forgotten that he was a freak. I wonder what level he can reach in the end. He's only level 30 now. Maybe he can break Bython's record. Macgu glanced at the strands of divine power wrapping around him. So he's leveled up. Not enough yet. I want to go higher. She lowered her head, supporting her entire body with her hand as she dragged herself along, finally collapsing and breathing a sigh of relief, her divine essence reaching level 2. According to the family records, reaching level 2 is already considered a genius, so it seems I haven't brought shame to the family. Previously, White God reached level 5, so maybe I can too. Mac Van only then noticed Macnu. Ah, where did he go? She glanced over and was alarmed to see Yu had gone far ahead. When did you get there? Mac Van irritably ran her fingers through her hair. Truly a monster, born in the same era as him. It really is a tragedy for geniuses. Moyu has climbed 200 steps. I think I've reached level 5, so the current pressure isn't too much. It seems I can still keep going. Suddenly, she glanced over, and Movan rode the unicorn into the air, soaring past the stairs, shouting, "Amazing! It seems I can still use my class's special ability here." At 200 steps, the unicorn's body shattered. Macvan is overwhelmed by mental pressure. This is her limit, but she has successfully reached level 5. Makengu has climbed from 300 to 400 steps. At this point, Moyu was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to move forward with all his might, not taking a step back. Having reached 490 steps, Moyu gasped and collapsed, just a little more to go. Damn it, is this the limit? The three-legged divine peak? Could it also be like the primitive symbols related to Earth? He struggled to stand up, and the entire divine energy enveloping Maknu's body made him float. Makengu steps forward, standing before the giant three-legged divine peak, surrounded by swirling energy. He stares in shock, realizing that the divine Chao Peak is indeed similar to the primordial symbols connected to the world in his memories. The energy strands flowing down caught his attention as he realized that Makengu was standing in front of the giant mouth, and the divine energy of the entire mouth. Turns out, the divine energy outside was only a small part radiating from within. He raised his hand to feel the energy flow. If he could absorb all of this energy, how powerful would his divine strength become? Suddenly, a surge of power pressed down on Moyu, causing Movan to panic as well under the same pressure. What is happening? Moyu quickly grabs the mouth of the peak as a huge surge of energy erupts. Maknu floated in the air, absorbing all that energy, and only then did he regain consciousness. It seems we have been teleported to a mysterious secret realm. Maknu sensed that something was different. Wait a moment for my body. I suddenly realize I have absorbed the divine pearl. Moreover, the divine power has somehow leveled up to level 30. Looking at everything around, Mogu silently thought that level 30 is definitely not the final point. It's just because I am currently at level 30 that it limits its level. You said the entrance to the secret realm has disappeared. Moyue worries that the divine pearl has fallen into my hands and that there might be no more divine selection secret realms in the future. What is the connection between it, Fu Wenyuan, and the world in his memories? There must be some secret inside. Only now does Ma Van come to her senses. What just happened? Mac New explained, after I reached the top, the secret realm exploded. Mac Van was shocked to hear this. Did you reach the top? She asked. So then, what level has your divine power reached now? Makengu replied, level 30. Mac Van was stunned. Level 30 stars? How is that possible? She patted his head and said, You really are a monster now. Then a flash of light suddenly appeared, catching both of their attention. My talisman has merged. No obstacle can stop it. Makengu asked, What kind of skill is that? Mac Van explained, It's called Nothing Can Stop It. In 1 minute, speed increases tenfold, immune to all damage, ignoring any obstacles including barriers and space fortresses, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Makengu exclaims, Not bad, a very powerful skill. Mac Van stands up and says, Yes, the skills of the primordial talisman are very formidable, but unfortunately they only last for 1 minute. Thank you for taking care of me all these days. I need to go now. Thank you for your care. I also need to train myself and not just be protected by you. With this rune skill, my inner strength has increased significantly. She waved her hand and said, See you next time. Mongu placed his hand on his chest and said to himself, I should go level up now. The Lich Warrior fought against the demon, and with a single slash, he killed it. Moyue analyzed that the upper level of the ancient training ground is roughly divided into 3 areas: the outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. The enemy I face now is almost at level 55. It seems I have reached the central area. The demon was defeated with a single blow from the dry corpse warrior. Maknu exclaims, finally leveling up. He looks at the energy flowing around him. Indeed, the divine power within the peak hasn't been fully absorbed. As his level increases, his divine strength will also continue to grow. Makengu looked at the pile of demon corpses in front of him that had grown so high they formed a mountain. Has there been a battle here before? You look at the energy flow above. Is that the breath of battle? Magu hurriedly. Are there still humans fighting the demons? A group of soldiers is surrounded by the demons. Truong Fong shouted, Hold on a little longer. The dungeon will take shape soon, and then we can enter. The group of demons sneer. You won't be able to get in. Even if you manage to get in, when you come out you'll only be fresh meat. You won't escape from our grasp. Their thoughts ended as they were cut down by Mohan's sword. Mayu calls her sister and runs quickly over. Sister, sister. Mohan turned around in shock and said in amazement, Xiao Yu. The demons sneered when they saw you arrive, not expecting a level 31 kid to come here. You're really asking for death. Are all of your kind gone? How dare you come here so weak? The group of demons all fly over. Let me taste your scent first. Mac warns that something's wrong, and Mac-Han shouts. Her whole body gradually lifts into the air as thousands of swords appear around Mac-Han. She ordered to go. This is the 10,000 swords flying dance. The demons couldn't react in time as thousands of swords flew toward them. The swords pierced through the demon's body as Truong Fong charged forward to break the encirclement, but suddenly a powerful gust of energy blocked their path. McVan asked Tu Nu, "Why are you here?" Macnu honestly replied, "My master brought me to the ancient trial ground to train." Truong Fong hesitated and thought, "Your master is really brave. You're only level 31 but already sent to the trial grounds. Aren't you afraid you won't come back?" He secretly thought. This kid's appearance completely disrupted his battle plan. Mac-Han's skill is on cooldown, and things might get even more complicated. Macnu turned to ask, "Sister, are you planning to enter this dungeon?" Mohan admits, "Yes, but now it's hard for you to enter the dungeon." Truong Fong says your skill is on cooldown, so entering the dungeon can wait. What's important is breaking the encirclement first. Mac-Han hands Macnu a teleportation stone. If we fail to break the encirclement, use this stone to take you to safety. Truong Fong thought to himself, this teleportation stone is only for one person in our team. Macnu raised her hand to refuse. "I don't need it." Mac-Han reassures her, "Don't worry, I still have the teleportation array. It's not as good as the teleportation stone, but I will be fine." Mac-Ngu boldly steps forward. "I mean, we don't have to go. Just kill all these demons." Truong Fong was surprised and said, "Do you realize what you just said? You should listen to your sister." The evil demons mocked the kid. "Are you still sleeping, or do you want to take another nap inside me?" Mac summons her power. "Be careful, everyone. Don't get caught off guard. I can join the team." Mac-Han orders everyone to retreat. Truong Fong is stunned. "Mac-Han, your notification has appeared. Lam Moyu has been added to your team. The red energy beams streaking past transform into red chains, curses slowing down. These chains rush quickly toward the demons, tightly binding their limbs as the summoned skeleton soldiers gradually increase in number. They jump up at Macnu's command. "Go!" The evil spirits are furious. "Damn these chains. My speed is too slow. Run quickly." The demon flying up is held back by the dry skeleton warrior. He dragged the demon and slammed it straight to the ground. The demon cried out in pain. The demons all shouted together, it hurts so much." Mac-Ngu looks serious, while Mac-Han is amazed by this incredible strength. Truong Fong was stunned. Are these level 50 demons really so easy to defeat? The people around him were just as surprised. How could they have been wiped out so quickly? They marvel at the immense power of the dry soldier, wondering if a level 31 professional can really do this. Are you joking? Am I dreaming? Moga's already excessive. I didn't expect her brother to be even more extreme. What kind of people is this family? Macnu said, "Sister, I've taken care of everything." Mac-Han looked at him gently and said happily, "Tu Nu did a great job." Mac-Han introduced, "These people are her senior brothers and also her teammates. This is Guo Changfeng, and this is Meng Yuan. Changfeng's team comes to thank you." Macnu says it's nothing. Destroying demons is the responsibility of every organization of professional monster hunters. He asked her why everyone wanted to enter this dungeon. Mohan explained that her master had predicted there would be primal runes and divine light descending into this dungeon. So she and the senior students went together to conquer this dungeon. Monangu was surprised. Primordial talisman? He thought to himself. No wonder. Mac-Han said, "Yes, but the recent commotion was quite significant, so I fear many evil spirits and dragon clans will come." Mac-Ngu reassures her, "Don't worry, everyone go into the dungeon first. I'm here, no one can bother you." I'm thinking to myself, now it's my turn to block the gate. A blue magical aura surrounds the gem on top and everyone shouts, "The dungeon has appeared." Ma Hong solemnly declares, "We must seize the chance to enter the dungeon first no matter what." A time gate, also known as the blood-colored primal, appears, and everyone rushes inside. She turns back to smile, then only Mo Nu remains outside. I never thought I would be the one guarding that dungeon gate myself. The dragons above saw it and loudly said to each other, "The energy from the Tuyanko trial is flowing into something." They keep shouting, "The energy is focused on this dungeon. It must be extraordinary." There's also a level 31 human kid with pitifully low attributes. With someone like this, I could kill a bunch with just one finger. Mac-Ngu at this moment summoned a legion of skeleton warriors. Finally, they arrived. The leader of the Long Clan army cast a disdainful and sarcastic spell. What's the point of gathering a bunch of skeleton soldiers? Heavenly Fire Comet. A giant fireball descends straight down, causing a devastating explosion that shakes the entire forest. He sneered, indeed unable to withstand a single blow, but then he froze. unable to continue speaking as 3 or 4 chains shot out and bound him tightly. The boy sternly ordered, "Really at your wits' end with you winged ones. Come down here for me." 2 large iron bars pierce through a dragon man's body while the others stare in shock. "What the hell is that?" Manga sharply cast a spell, voice cold, "Die." The Long Clan members who were hit hard are all screaming in despair, terrified. What just happened? Finally, a powerful burst of magic exploded, swallowing everything before they even understood the situation. You ordered the dry corpse soldiers to bring their bodies here, then instructed to hide the bodies. They obeyed and threw all the Longtok corpses into a corner. Manga returns with a calm demeanor, just waiting for the next visitor. From afar in the forest, another member of the dragon race detects that energy. Is there something there? There must be a treasure. When he arrived, he was extremely excited. "Wow, there's a level 31 little one here." They eagerly competed to let me try, but as soon as they descended, countless beams of power blasted them to pieces. What is this? So the dry soldier has to drag all those corpses away to dump them. In just a short time, hundreds of Dragon Clan members arrived to cause trouble and were killed, bringing along terrifying demons, but in the end they were just toys for Manga. In the end, he stood before the towering pile of corpses, rubbing his head in frustration, wondering how long it would take before there was no more space left. At this moment, a group of humanoid soldiers approached and started talking among themselves. This dungeon gathers the energy of the ancient trial grounds, and through it you can surely obtain incredible treasures. Stop right there. You cannot enter this dungeon for now. The leader frowns and says, "Brother, blocking the entrance to the dungeon like this isn't right." I reply, "I know, but it's not allowed right now." At this moment, the soldier behind hurriedly reminded, "Boss, look!" as they all exclaimed in shock upon seeing a terrifying mountain of corpses behind their instance. More Long Clan members arrived and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Moyu Bing calmly looked up and said, "They're coming again." Suddenly, a powerful surge of demonic energy shot out, terrifying everyone. "Girl, you better repeat what you just said with a serious face. You really can't come in right now." The leader is now obediently listening. "I understand, Your Excellency." He rubbed his pale right hand. "Great Sage, we're just here to watch. We'll only step in when you give the signal." Suddenly, a red light shot up into the sky. Manga spun around and shouted, "This is primordial runes." From within the crowd, Mohan stepped out safely and cheerfully said, "Congratulations, sister." She asked Yao Yu, "No demons or dragon clans have come here, right?" "I handled a few of them, but be careful. The primordial talisman takes 10 days to merge." Makan pats your shoulder reassuringly and says, "Don't worry. My master has everything arranged. There's nothing to fear at this point." A panicked person rushes over and questions Triu Fong about the mountain of corpses. "Are these the guys he mentioned?" Makan brushed the hair behind Maknu's ear and said, "Tiungu, next you need to fuse the primal talisman. You can't go with me anymore." He smiled and replied, "Yes, I feel reassured now. It seems she also has a plan." Manga turned to the group of soldiers and said, "You can go into the dungeon now." The courteous leader thanked the great master, and even after he left, they continued to watch him with great admiration. The great deity truly is a great deity, even willing to give up primitive runes to others. You're really powerful, killing demons and dragons as easily as killing dogs. Moreover, his movements are too skillful. It's clear he has killed many of the Dragon Clan, as the scene shifts to a dark cave surrounded by floating islands. The Demon King sat arrogantly on her throne while Alice knelt on the ground, confessing her sins. "Great King, I have failed. Please punish me." Hearing this, she softly said, "It's not your fault. His power has exceeded expectations. Even I might lose. But have you completed what I asked you to do?" She sweat profusely, hurriedly answering, "It's done. I have left my aura on Lam Moyu. The second demon lord is pleased and praises me." "Good." Then she raised her hand to create a magic circle. Nina the demon steps forward from within, bowing respectfully and asking, "Great King, do you have any orders?" The Enchantress King sternly commands, "Mina, go to the trial grounds to find the time-space path leading to the upper level. Follow Alice's residual aura to bring Lam Moyu back to me." "Oh, I heard that and immediately obeyed." She frowned and questioned, "Are you doubting me?" Startled, she denied repeatedly, not daring to disobey, then was swept back by a powerful demonic force, and the second Demon King warned sternly, "Remember, you are not allowed to doubt my decisions. Get out." A few days later, in a dark, dense forest, Manga said as he walked, "This time at the trial to proclaim the ancient, the harvest has been significant. Only the Demon Dragon Electric Dungeon remains unexplored. I wonder when I will find it." The information panel appears showing that Lam Moyu is the only level 33 Divine Spirit Mage with the title Dragon Clan War King. All attributes increased by 500. skill consumption reduced by 50%, with strength 1393 plus 500, physique 93 plus 500, agility 1393 plus 500, and mental power 20,965 plus 3500. He bows his head and says, as expected, the divine power also reaches level 33, and my attributes have increased significantly after leveling up. The system notification continues, the divine attribute chi force reaches level 33. When leveling up, all attributes increase by 33%. The recovery speed of mental energy increases by 3,300%, and the recovery speed of physical energy also increases by 3,300%. The special item from the Divine Pearl Peak cannot be used. The information about the Dry Lao Warrior has also been updated. The level 33 gold-ranked Ko Lao Warrior has 18,000 strength, 18,000 agility, 18,000 spirit, and 18,000 physique, with the 3-level most violent strike skill, converting 400% of power into damage on the target. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. The level 33 gold-ranked Dryad Mage has 4,600 strength, 4,600 agility, 23,000 spirit, and 4,600 physique. Mongu frowned, thinking that facing monsters in the central area, these dryads still seemed to lack sufficient attributes. At that moment, a giant bird swooped down. Luckily, you quickly dodged its attack. According to the available information, the battlefield eagle is level 56, with 80,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 60,000 physique, with skills in rapid strike and rending and an extremely fast speed attribute that increases with height, making its attack power even greater. Manga was deeply amazed. Just an ordinary monster in the central area, yet its attributes were already this high. The giant eagle soared upward to gain momentum, then shot down like lightning. I immediately used a slow curse to summon blazing red chains to bind it, then unleashed soul flames to burn it at the core. The giant eagle immediately lost its fighting ability and fell. Manga spoke, but his dry soldiers still knew how to gang up on it. All the dry lich soldiers rushed forward, continuously using the most violent attack, instantly killing the level 56 Great Eagle on the battlefield, gaining 180,000 experience points, and obtaining a small shard of luminous essence. The small shard of pure light contains the power of ancient radiance, which can be used by the blacksmith and armorers to enhance equipment attributes. He held it in his hand to observe. I've been here for so long, and this is the first time I've obtained a relic in this ancient trial field. Suddenly, the Kuang's corpse emits small sparks. That is another disadvantage for Manga, making him frown. After death, monsters in the center turn into light, leaving no corpse, so he can't use a violent corpse sweep to clear the monsters. Suddenly the ground trembles, and Moyu is startled as he questions what's happening. A group of level 56 battlefield armored beasts with strength 85,000, agility 30,000, spirit 15,000, and physique 50,000, rushes out from the deep forest, immediately met by seasoned soldiers ready to handle them. At that moment, you realize there's something even more powerful and quickly turn around. The ground is collapsing and the branches are falling. A snake-headed demon turtle, also known as Za Kwai, appears. It opens its sharp-toothed mouth, ready to attack. Manga sweat profusely and said, "This battle will probably cost quite a few Ko Lao." You decide to summon a level 33 Golden Grade Ghost General with no more than 3,330 members in the Legion. Power 5,500, Agility 5,500, Spirit 5,500, Physique 26,000, skills in Legion Healing, Legion Enhancement, and Military Formation. He raised his magic hammer to boost the Legion, increasing attack power, attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and control resistance of all members by 30%. The dry soldiers immediately surged with fighting spirit. Manga stood before the giant snake demon without fear and challenged, "Come on!" The serpent screeched in agony, leaping into the sky with its massive body, then slammed down with a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground into pieces. And in an instant, the 7 dry soldiers were annihilated. The spirit general keeps healing the army. Manga breaks out in sweat and shouts, the attack power is too strong. He decisively summons blazing red chains to bind it. "Stop for me." The snake spirit keeps struggling. It uses the hellish ground again, leaping decisively into the air and then crashing down violently, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The layer covering Manga's back shattered into pieces. He was stunned and spoke. The armored skeleton shattered in an instant. No wonder the dry soldier was injured. Then he used his energy to regenerate the armored skeleton again. Its body is too huge to control. Suddenly, Manga opened his eyes wide in horror. It turns out Zakui's giant tail is about to hit you. Manga was knocked back by the impact. He was so stunned he turned pale, looking back. So this is the power of the boss in the central area? But he quickly regained his balance and avoided falling. Not bad at all. Manju creates a blue flame in his hand and seriously says, "Now it's my turn." The flame quickly flies over and engulfs the entire snake. You frown and seize the opportunity, then raise the back of your hand to reveal a circular mark as you activate the Berserk skill. Within 30 seconds, all your basic attributes and summoned objects increase by 200%. Attack damage increases by 500%, and cooldown time is reduced by 1 hour. The dry soldiers, filled with powerful demonic energy, are ready to fight. Everyone rushes at the snake demon that has been swallowed by flames. Each strike delivers a furious blow that makes its blood spurt out like a fountain. A satisfied smile spreads across Mangu's face. Although the talisman skill only lasts 30 seconds, it's enough to determine the winner, and the giant head of the snake demon collapses straight down to the ground. He was a bit suspicious that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect it to curl up its head and hide inside its shell. Countless magical shields appeared around it, and inside a golden mana source radiated from the top of the spear. Mangu shouted in panic, "It's not good. It's healing its wounds." The long-standing soldier kept swinging his sword, but it was useless. He couldn't help but marvel at how overly high this defense was. Mangu grimly summoned a sharp sickle, thinking to hide his head in the shell. The Trung Vuong's mighty soul could bypass defenses and tear apart everything. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure appeared from above, its shadow so large it covered a wide area of land, and he immediately sensed it and ordered a retreat. "What is that?" It didn't attack him, but grabbed the snake's shell with one foot and then soared high into the sky, forcing him to cover his face against the overwhelming wind pressure. That bird keeps swooping back and forth. Manju looked up and wondered, is that also the boss of the ancient trial ground? At that moment, the Zakwai's shell fell to the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Staring at the hollow shell, you are stunned. The Zakwai on the battlefield is dead, and it was even eaten. A beam of light emanates from it. The dropped item is called Zuk Kwai Chai Thuan, a platinum-level shield exclusive to knights. It has all attributes increased by 3,000, boosts defensive skill effectiveness by 90%, reduces physical damage by 20%, and decreases elemental damage by 20%, along with the Zuk Kwai skill. The Exok Kwai cannot act for 30 seconds and will be immune to all damage during this time. It resets the cooldowns of all skills. Apart from this skill, the cooldown is 1 hour. Mangu still couldn't believe his eyes. Such a superb platinum item just dropped right in front of him. He marveled. Lucky indeed, I didn't expect the boss in the central area to be this strong. The scene shifts to the guild's expedition team. The woman on the left is Jielam Davu, a level 60 holy knight, and beside her is Muk Thien Thien, a level 55 grand collector. She asked, "Sister Davu, we're already at the central area. Do we really have to go in?" She then inquired, "Why? Are you scared?" Thien Thien confidently says she's not. With Davu and so many teammates, there's nothing to fear. She laughed and replied, "The central area isn't some mountain of swords or sea of flames. With our strength, we can fight even a level 69 boss. Don't forget, we're the team that defeated the level 55 boss lord." Davu drew his sword and shouted, "Let's go!" The group behind shouted together and set out, as they continued to venture deeper into the forest. "Does that mean there are no monsters at the central border area?" "We've been inside for almost half a day and haven't encountered any monsters yet." Thien Thien said, "Maybe we should go a little deeper." On Mangu's side, a large wild boar is being swallowed by flames. He speaks softly. There are quite a few strong bosses in the central area, and we don't know when we might find the Demon Dragon Palace. Suddenly, the two sides faced each other at this moment. Yawu was stunned and shouted, "What is this? A level 33 person? Are you kidding?" Mangu secretly thought, "This outfit belongs to the Lamb Guild imposters. Be good and warn them not to go any further. It's very dangerous ahead." After saying that, she turned and walked away, feeling she was being looked down upon. "Is the level 33 boy also here to teach us how to work?" Thien Thien frowned in confusion. "Strange. Why did he come to the ancient battlefield?" Yawu turned to question. "Thien Thien, do you know him?" she replied. "His name is Lam Moyu. Not long ago, during the professional imitation tournament, he won the level 20 championship and broke the challenge record." She muttered, "So it was him." He wondered if he had already entered the central area and then retreated back out, if it was because he advised him to do so. Davu hesitated for a moment before deciding, "Let's head to the edge and not go any deeper." The crowd obeyed, yes. A few hours later on Mangu's side, I thought I had retreated from the central area, staying away from those bosses, hoping they would heed my advice. Suddenly, a red light shot straight into the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, following the distress signal. Mangu hurried to the light source, thinking it might lead that person to the central area. The blazing red magic orb hovers in the sky. I sweat and shout, "Idiot, do you really want to summon the boss here?" 3 or 4 glowing orbs keep appearing in the sky one after another. Mangnu is extremely anxious. What exactly have they encountered? When they arrive and see the crowd surrounded by demons, they realize it's them. Davu resolutely calls out, persistently, "We've sent a distress signal. Someone will come to save us. Don't give up." Tian tightly grips the large iron hammer and strikes the evil monsters with a powerful blow. At this moment, Moyu raises his hand to activate the collective gathering. You gradually approached, feeling relieved. Luckily, nothing happened to them, and they listened to me and left the central area, which is for the best. The system notifies you that you have formed a guild. McNaugh's invitation voice sounds like crap. Davu also received a notification. Legion Commander Lam Moyu at level 33 invites you to join the Legion. She cheered with joy, realizing reinforcements had arrived, but her happiness vanished instantly when she saw who the opponent was. Reinforcements are useless if it's just one person. Even if he's a super genius, he's only a level 30 demon. Davu was extremely disappointed, thinking she could only keep persevering and hope for reinforcements. But she was suddenly startled. What is this? It turns out the summoned skeleton warriors are charging into battle, slashing continuously at the demons. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at how impressive he was. He's only level 33, yet he has so many dry leeches. How many are there in total? Tian finally feels at ease. "Miss Davu, are we saved now?" she stammered. Yes, the demon horde gradually ignited and blazed fiercely. Soon after, they were completely destroyed. The system kept notifying, "Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the collection technique. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the collection technique. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the collection technique. Fragment of the luminous shard obtained through the collection technique." He silently marveled that the collection skill unexpectedly encountered such a rare legendary profession. Davu stepped forward to express, "Thank you, Brother Lam, for coming to save us." Moyu seriously warns a second time, "Hurry up and go. It's not safe here." She doesn't understand. Not safe. But didn't you just kill all the monsters earlier? I firmly state that none of what I said involves these creatures. At that moment, Vin Kolon, cloaked in darkness, soared through the sky. When Mangnu saw it, she shouted in panic, "Something's wrong. Run quickly." Davu still didn't understand the situation. "What's going on?" You're retreating while explaining, "There's a boss coming." She immediately gives the order. "Run quickly. The great bird has grown so large it can spread its wings over the entire area they are in." Tian shouted in shock. "Oh my god, what is that?" Mangnu replied. "Probably a boss. It once devoured another boss. It suddenly charged straight at the crowd. Be careful, it's coming. Get closer." Davu then trusted you and followed suit, quickly moving closer. You cast your spell, summoning an army of undead soldiers. She then asked, "With such a large central area, how did it find us?" Mangnu replied briefly, sending a distress signal. Davu shivered and asked, "So we let it here?" Lone Yu opened her mouth wide and unleashed dark magic. With just that, 21 skeleton warriors were defeated and 9 skeleton mages were destroyed. You immediately shouted in pain. The Healing Legion immediately appeared to assist, naturally refusing to be defeated and continuously unleashing magic to clear the way. Another 35 skeleton soldiers and 11 skeleton mages have been defeated. The mythical bird swoops down, grabbing a skeleton soldier with its claws, tossing him into the air before opening its beak to bite him, then unleashing a blue flame to burn him. At this moment, the information panel appeared, revealing the ancient dragon boss as a lord-level creature. Level 62, with 250,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 150,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. Its skills include Flame Burst and Firestorm. Immune to fire attribute, reducing elemental damage by 60%. Its sharp teeth ignore defense, and he shouted, "What the hell is this attribute?" Davu was so scared that her voice trembled. "Why is there such a terrifying boss? This attribute is higher than even a level 70 class fake." Tian cautiously asked Lam Moyu, "Do you want to fight back?" The phoenix circles around the flames, swallowing more dry soldiers. 22 dry soldier warriors and 8 mage dry soldiers are continuously defeated. Blue flames shot out in all directions from it, easily burning dozens of dry soldiers to death. 3 more dry soldier warriors were defeated. Mangnu's sweat drops down his face as he thought to himself, the dry leech's mental energy can be replenished, so he must escape before they are completely exhausted. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Go, while the dry leeches are still holding them off, quickly leave the central area." Davu shouted, "Run quickly." It seems Lone Yu understood what they wanted to do, its eyes turning bright blue. Its target was directly aimed at Mangnu, and he immediately felt the murderous intent behind him. "This feeling is directed at me." So Mangnu said, "Don't follow us here. Let's split up and run." Davu was completely confused. What suddenly made this guy go crazy? He wondered silently, does he really want to abandon us and run away alone? Tian Tian shouted in panic and chased after Lam Moyu, only then realizing how deeply grateful she was. So he wanted to lead the boss away alone, giving us a chance to survive. Why did I have such a terrible thought just now? Davu orders us to go. We can't let Lam Moyu sacrifice himself in vain. As Luan Diujiang swoops in with wide wings, he frowns and declares, "It's not that easy to kill me." It soared into the sky, unleashing continuous blue flames. Moyu ran while pondering, realizing that a single attack could trigger 6 layers of bone armor repeatedly. He angrily casts a spell. Damn it, does he really think I am just dirt? Moyu immediately unleashes soul fire, blue flames engulfing Luan Diu. It stared in horror, gazing at Moyu standing tall below, no longer bothering to run away, as the flames had almost consumed the entire space. Davu also saw that terrifying power shooting into the sky. She exclaimed, "Is this a skill at this level? Can he really survive?" Tian Tian shed tears as Lam Moyu and Davu bowed their heads and said, "He is a great person, and when the time comes, let's build a monument for him." At this moment, the earthquake dragon god was summoned, appearing enormous and terrifying. Moyu frowned and said coldly, "I will remember this enemy if I die when I come back to the Hero Hall. I will settle the score with you someday." At this moment, a stream of purple magic flew through the sky, revealing it was Mina. She grinned happily, finally having found you, even though you were hiding in the central area. Moyu wondered to herself, why is she targeting me? How does she know my location? Could it be that I have a mark on my body? She happily says, "Obey and follow me, don't worry, I will take good care of you." Moyu uses a blue flame to block Mina's magic. I frown and mutter, "My hypnotic skill is disabled. Lord Demon King wants me to bring you alive, so this won't be easy." You firmly retorted, "Don't even think about it, I won't go with you." Mina chuckled, "Little friend, that's not up to you." Moyu turned around and ran away quickly, then asked, "Is that so?" Londiu was now under your control, its eyes blazing brightly. "Oh." I looked at it with disdain. "Just a boss from the upper space. Obediently move aside for me quickly, or I will kill you." But Londiu then roared and shot blue flames directly at her. Mina quickly flew to the other side to dodge the attack and then spat out a large flame downward. She hugs herself to create a protective barrier, but the blue flames still seep inside, startling her. My shield is quickly depleting. This boss is not simple. While the demon language group here found a place to rest, they patted each other's heads and said it seems like the two of them are fighting each other. These two demons are indeed facing off, neither willing to lose. Mina creates countless magic orbs and fires them continuously at Londiu, then opens her mouth to unleash a powerful burst of magic. Both powers clashed, creating a raging tornado that swept everything around. Tian Tian heard the loud commotion and furrowed her brow as strong gusts of wind blew toward her. Lam Moyu kept dodging attacks from Mina on this side, making him wonder why that demon girl didn't fight back. Moyu guessed that she might have secretly crossed the space corridor in the infrastructure to get here, and if she used her power, she would be expelled. At that moment, she dodged the attack while charging straight at you. You secretly thought that escaping was the only plan, or she would follow you. Do Vin Cologne need to be restrained as well? Then Moyu controls it to rush quickly toward Mina. I'm furious and grinding my teeth. I can't stay in the ancient space for long. Damn obstacle, if you're seeking death, don't blame me. Mina turns around and points her finger forward, using her hypnotic light. Moyu's eyes immediately turned bright pink from the influence as the blue flame gradually spread to awaken him. He was startled awake. It's the hypnotic skill. At that moment, Londiu's entire body was overtaken by her power. Its eyes turned pink with a heart in the center. It kept rushing forward head first. Mina laughed. Lam Moyu, if you force me to act, then today you have no choice but to follow me whether you want to or not. I will immediately rush forward, and after acting, I will be expelled from the upper realm. If I can't bring you back alive, then I can only bring your corpse. You summon the undead warriors, and Mina destroys them all in one strike. She sneers in contempt, giving up. You can't escape now. Moyu summons the giant earth dragon to fight again, but she cuts it down with just 3 strikes and tells it to get lost. Mina thought she had caught her opponent, so she was laughing happily. Hey, let's see if you can still do it this time. But suddenly, she froze with wide eyes in shock, revealing that Moyu had summoned countless spikes from the ground, hitting Mina multiple times before she fell backward and crashed directly into a large rock. She then angrily shouted, "You little bug, I should have crushed you from the start." Then Mina became serious, and one by one, magical symbols appeared. You realize that is a human soul. Moyu's voice trembles with fury as he says, "You deserve to die." The corner of her mouth sternly said, "Little bug, I will bring your head back, and your soul will become nourishment for my spear tree." At this moment, a strong wind enveloped the space, and something massive was hurtling straight toward the two of them from the sky. Manhwa was stunned to realize that Vien Colon Dieu's ability was not included in the intelligence gathered from the probing spell. If hit by it, he would surely be reduced to dust in an instant. Even a skeleton in armor couldn't stop it. You only have the high-level teleportation talisman left to use, but when you activate it, it fails. The lone bird is already descending to the ground. Manhwa had to summon an army of dry corpses to hold them off, but he needed to escape quickly if he wanted to survive. The collision between Luan Dieu and the ground caused a powerful shock that shook the heavens and the earth. The skeleton soldiers were completely wiped out in an instant, and Manhwa was thrown backward. The destruction caused by this explosion gradually spreads to the dense forest, with trees broken and scattered everywhere. The scene is incredibly terrifying. He crashes directly into a rock. The layer of bones behind him is completely shattered. Manhwa bows his head, dust and smoke billowing around him. You furrowed your brow in pain and muttered, "Thank goodness for the damage transfer, which greatly reduced the damage I had to take. Otherwise, with just this chapter, I probably would have died already. My dry legion is no longer many. So far, 102 dry warrior and 58 dry mage have been defeated." A familiar voice sighed. "Your life is really tough, yet you still haven't died." Looking at Mina's battered body, Moyu replied, "You seem to be in worse shape than I am." I raised my spear and smiled, saying that whether it's tragic or not, I can still crush you. You show the back of your hand with the red mark, and a slight smile forms at the corner of your mouth. You might want to try, but I could turn around and kill you instead, he thought to himself. Even though the dry core is gone, I still have other trump cards. Hearing that, I felt annoyed. Why is he so confident? Are you trying to show off? I'm speaking from this side. Runes of water, curse. Suddenly, a magic circle appears behind Mina. She spoke just in time before leaving, then turned back with a smile and said, "Little friend Lam Moyu, I'm not taking you this time, but I'll find you again next time. Take care of yourself and don't let that guy eat you. You better watch out next time or I'll kill you." Mina chuckled happily. "I'll eat you first." After everything was over, Manhwa leaned back and panted heavily, relieved that she didn't continue fighting, even with Puvan Nguyen Tui's elite soldiers, but it wasn't certain she could have won against her. You wonder where the ancient cosmic lone bird is gone, but all you see ahead is a blazing blue fire engulfing the space. The system reports that the Vien Colon Dieu boss, level 62 Lord rank, is in a rebirth state, currently invincible. It is in the form of an egg. Manhwa was startled and immediately turned around, running as fast as he could. If he waited for it to finish rebirth, he would have no chance to escape. You just ran for a while, and the phoenix has finished rebirth. Blue flames burst out fiercely, spreading everywhere as if swallowed by the rapid fire. Manhwa stopped once, reaching a safe spot, and finally left the central area. Later it should be safe. Lone Dieu resurrected and soared into the sky. It kept flying in another direction, straight into the distant forest. Manhwa let out a relieved breath. The boss is heading back to the central area. It's temporarily safe now. Let's restore the undead army first. I wonder if those people have already escaped. He gritted his teeth in fury. The ancient flying beast will cut you down sooner or later. Meanwhile, Thien Thien struck a giant rock with her massive hammer, engraved with the hero clan, Lam Moyu's tomb, Jialam Guild, and the entire Davu Night Order. She cried bitterly as she worked, the hammer smashing down onto the hard ground. "Davu, I want to find his body." She sadly replied, "The fire blocked the mountain on the other side, so his body is probably gone." Davu approaches to comfort her, saying, "Don't be upset. Everyone has a guardian angel. Maybe he's still alive after all, but deep down, she's already accepted the ending." The young hero is truly a great loss. Thien Thien had to accept it. At that moment, someone hurriedly ran over to report in panic. Sister Davu discovered that a recent dungeon had many dragon clan and evil spirits heading this way. She shouted fiercely, ready to fight. Half an hour after Moyu arrived here, he saw his own tombstone and felt helpless. "Are those people stupid?" Yu said. "I'm not dead." Then I summoned the skeleton warrior to cut through that tombstone. At that moment, Manhwa looked up at the sky and saw a magic circle, and was utterly astonished. Could the celestial and earthly phenomena be a copy of the demon dragon palace? He immediately ran over there. The area was densely surrounded by the dragon clan and evil spirits. Davu's group stood frozen in shock. Thien Thien frowned and said, "With enemies all around, it would be so much better if Lam Moyu were here." At this moment, you appear and they step back. Both she and Davu turn around simultaneously to question. "You're not dead?" Manhwa, hearing that question, becomes extremely annoyed and questions back. "Aren't you all surprised that I didn't die? Tian Tian shyly said. We even built a tombstone for you, and after hearing that, you could only feel helpless. At this moment, Zhang Wenshan hurriedly ran over and shouted, Captain Lam, you are serious in questioning. What is the current situation? He pointed behind him with a grim expression and explained, Not very good. Those above don't want us to enter the Earth Core dungeon. Macnu asked, The Deep Core dungeon? Van Sun replied, Yes, it's the dungeon that produces the Great Earth Heart. He recounted the history, saying that within the Knight profession branch, the Great Earth Knight was the ultimate goal everyone aimed for. Van Sun continued, In the past, the human race had a divine-level Earth Knight who single-handedly defended against an attack by 6 demon kings, making a great contribution to the victory. Van Sun explained in detail that the dungeon of the Earth's core produces the Great Earth Core and only affects our human race. It is an essential tool for knights to transform into Great Earth Knights. That guy gritted his teeth and said, That's why the Deep Abyss demons and the dragon race are willing to pay any price to prevent us from entering the Earth's core dungeon. After hearing this, Moyu nodded and said, I understand now. I secretly want this core of the Earth. The voices of the demons above sounded, thinking it was the human army coming, but it was just a level 33 kid. The more inexperienced, the tastier. We absolutely cannot let the humans into the core of the Earth. The second demon was startled and said, That's not right. I said there was a mark on him left by an apex demon. You were once hunted by a top-tier demon, so why are you still alive today? The demons were horrified and wondered, What do you mean? He must be extraordinary. Maybe we should wait for the Long Clan to attack and then loot their corpses. The Long Clan members here whisper to each other, I can sense the breath of our Long Clan from him. They nervously continued, I seem to hear the screams of our warriors. How many of our warriors has he killed? A Dragon Clan member suggested that he must possess extraordinary strength to have slain so many of our brave fighters. Or should we wait for those demons to strike first and seize the opportunity? Macnu wondered silently below. They haven't acted yet. It seems they are hesitating. He said, Come here and join me in the dungeon. Are you sure it's just the two of us? The two of us are enough, since we already have a plan in mind, and she has gathering skills that might be very effective. Tian Tian looked up at the sky anxiously, knowing that if we go into the dungeon, they are likely to attack. Macnu reassures them that only the two of them will go in, and they won't attack randomly. At this moment, he also creates a bone shield behind her. The demons are questioning why they want to enter the dungeon and why the Dragon Clan hasn't acted yet. On the other side, the Dragon Clan is cursing, wondering what's going on. Are those evil demons all full of water inside? Makengu announced that they were ready to enter the dungeon. Tian Tian nodded in agreement, and the two were instantly transported inside, while the two enemies outside remained frozen. The demons outside were stunned and shouted, Why didn't they stop them? As expected, they want to take advantage of the chaos. The Dragon Clan members agreed, they really can't trust those demons. Luckily, we didn't act first earlier. Inside, Tian Tian was amazed by the surrounding space. Is this really the underground world? Moyu asked to go. He withdrew several dry soldiers and ordered them to explore the map. They split up to check the situation everywhere. Moyu watched each one carefully until he concluded there was only one straight path left. Sensing something was wrong, he raised his voice and ordered everyone to move out. There's a monster. So the two quickly ran away at full speed. When they saw a giant serpent wrapping around the dry soldier, Tian Tian shouted out, This is a rare monster. Its information appears, a level 50 enhanced type giant serpent monster with 30,000 strength, 30,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 40,000 physique. Its skill is Death Coil and Devour, with a 50% reduction in physical damage and elemental damage. Tian Tian confidently takes on the task, saying, You don't need to fight, let me handle it. She stepped forward and struck the hammer down while shouting, Gathering Technique. It was immediately cut into many pieces, destroying the level 50 Earth Core Serpent, gaining 1 million experience, and obtaining one small piece of the Earth Human. Through the collection skill, another small piece of the Earth Human was acquired. 1,000 small pieces of the Earth can be combined to form a complete Earth Core. Makengu asked, How many times can you use the collection spell? Tian Tian replied, Up to 200 times. Mogu said, Wait a moment, I'll gather the monsters into a group and then you can use your gathering spell. Tian Tian eagerly replied, Leave it to me. Then another large serpent appeared. Then the giant centipede emerged from underground, and a huge spider appeared beside it. The three of them gathered together, ready to attack. Tian Tian is so frightened. Moyu then summons bright red chains to bind her and gives a command. Go up! She lunges forward, gripping the hammer tightly and swinging it with a powerful strike. The Gathering Technique. The Dry Lich warriors keep fighting the monsters inside the dungeon. Makengu unleashes the Violent Corpse Technique. forming a circle of electricity on her hand before firing it forward, causing a devastating explosion that makes Tien Tien shield herself and ask what kind of skill this is. The smoke gradually dispersed. The system notification confirmed the receipt of 94 fragments of the Great Land, and through the collection skill, an additional 94 fragments were obtained. He smiled contentedly, saying that no wonder gatherers are among the most popular professions. Manga said, "This is just the first wave. There will be more soon." Tien Tien, hearing this, was startled and turned around quickly. She tightly grips her large hammer, wondering silently as the monsters rush in. Has he always fought like this? Tien Tien strikes her hammer down hard, while the one behind her watches and thinks to himself, with that personality, how did she manage to reach level 55? And her combat awareness isn't bad either, facing multiple monsters at once, but still handling them easily. A big explosion occurs. Then Tien Tien wipes the sweat from her forehead, breathes a sigh of relief, and says, "I'm finally getting used to this kind of monster fighting. You said let's go a little deeper," and she agreed. Moyu gently stroked her hair and asked suspiciously, "Hey, why did you build a tombstone for me?" Tien Tien lowered his head in embarrassment and explained, "After you lured Vien Colon away, we saw several explosions from afar and could feel their power. We thought you might be gone for good, so we set up a tombstone to remember you." After hearing that, you could only scratch your head speechlessly, unable to argue back. Later, Tien Tien kept using his hammer to collect earth fragments. A notification appeared. 108 earth fragments received. Through the collection skill, you obtained 108 pieces of the Great Land, and you said that's enough. Countless pieces of the Great Land gradually gathered together. They combined to form the essential Earth Core item needed to change their class to Earth Knight. McNew interrupted, saying with it, "The human race might once again see Earth Knights appear." Tintin exclaimed, "Is this the core of the Earth?" She looked up at the sky, "But this dungeon can't end so simply, can it?" So far, no elite monsters or bosses have appeared. Tien Tien guesses, "I see. Maybe there is more than one core of the Earth." Mongu requests, "Let's move forward." The two of them reached a tall cliff, and she looked around in amazement. Is this really the world of the Earth's core? Below is a land filled with flowing, scorching lava. A skeleton warrior jumps down, suddenly caught by a thorny tentacle, and lava suddenly shoots straight into his body. A notification appears that a dry bone warrior has been defeated. Moyu is shocked and asks, "What is that?" Other dry soldiers jump down one after another, and I also say, "Let's go down together." Tien Tien agrees. During that process, a few guys were caught by the thorny tentacles. He was determined to find out who was behind those tentacles. When they arrive, both of them encounter a giant creature called the Great Earth Flower, a level 52 elite leader with 60,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 80,000 physique, equipped with whip skills, pollen, rebirth, and fire attribute immunity. The boy frowns. Is it really it? Suddenly, from the hot lava flow, level 50 earth firefish with 40,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 50,000 physique shot out, unleashing the bone spike skill. Sharp bones emerged from the ground, piercing through the firefish. System notification, defeated a level 50 earth firefish, gained 1 million experience points and a piece of earth to destroy the level 50 earth firefish. Experience increased by 1 million. Received a fragment of the earth after defeating the level 50 earth firefish. Gained 1 million experience. Received a fragment of the earth destroyer level 50. Experience increased by 1 million. Received a piece of the great earth. They fall to the ground, motionless. Tien Tien chuckles, rubbing her nose confidently, and says, "Thank you. It seems I can handle these firefish on my own now." At this moment, Chihuahua's tentacles rush toward her, but she covers her head and dodges, luckily protected by the skeleton behind her. The dry warrior charged forward, decapitating the firefish, while Mengu used the violent crystal against it. The entire fire eel explodes right next to Chihuahua. Tien Tien immediately shouts, "Gathering technique!" The hammer strikes down as the gathering spell is cast, but it hasn't died here and has been reborn. Moyu sighs. Plant-type monsters truly have strong vitality. It seems only a decisive blow will do. You continued using the wreckage of the fiery fish to attack more firefish and successfully destroyed the Earth Heart Flower. Experience increased by 2 million, and you received 500 Earth fragments through the Collect skill. Receiving an additional 500 pieces of the Great Earth, Tien Tien was amazed, and it was enough to craft another Great Earth Core. Moy was serious. The Great Earth Core is a strategic resource. Of course, the more the better. Let's keep going. She excitedly exclaimed, "Yes." After moving a bit further, Tien Tien looked around curiously. "Strange. It seems there are no monsters around here." Maknu replied, "That doesn't make sense. Usually monsters are only absent around the boss area. At that moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was a giant monster called Eternal Ancient Earth Dragon. Weakened boss leader, level 55, with a strength of 100,000. Agile, 60,000. Spirit, 60,000. Physique, 120,000. Skills, Dragon Roar, Fire, Dragon Breath, Fire, Breath. War Trampling, Long Tail, Sweeping Special Attribute reduces 70%. Physical and elemental damage. Greatly weakening, curse effects. You scream in horror that it's a boss. Tian Tian breaks out in sweat as she speaks. What does it mean for the weak version of the boss to be the master? I've never encountered this type of boss before. Mysterious language no longer makes sense. The Earth Dragon here closes its eyes as if falling into a deep sleep, but suddenly opens its blazing yellow eyes and slowly rises from the molten lava. A murderous aura pressed down on the two who dared disturb it. He cast a spell and summoned an army of undead soldiers. They stand around the entire land, ready to face the giant Earth Dragon monster. It tilts its long flowing lava head to the side, then raises its sharp claws high, decisively using its stomping attack to hurl a stream of blazing lava at the skeleton soldiers. Manga had to cover himself with his hands, thinking he's too strong, but he didn't give up and continued summoning the spirit general. He thought to himself that just one hit had already injured the dry soldier. If it struck again, his soldiers would be doomed. He stepped forward to cast the Healing Legion. Manga immediately used the delay curse to create countless red chains and shouted. With a physique of 120,000 and super strong defense, it seems the only way is to wear it down. The chains tightly wrapped around the Earth Dragon make it roar fiercely. Watching this scene, I can't help but think that the curse effect has been weakened by the boss's traits, but it's still better than nothing. Shards of glass appear around the Earth Dragon, unleashing countless lightning bolts that overwhelm it. It then uses its battlefield stomp attack, forcing Manga to struggle against this terrifying pressure. You didn't give up and summoned the skeletal spear. Sharp bones emerge from below, piercing the Earth Dragon and causing it pain. Manga continues to summon the soul fire to envelop itself relentlessly. Seeing that things are gradually becoming easier, he then shouts out commands, finally able to draw out its hatred. Soldiers, attack it and take it down. Tian Tian was stunned and stammered. So this is how he fights bosses? No wonder he dared to enter the central area alone at just over level 30. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and use your skill to gather it. She was startled and replied, Come here. Tian Tian swung her hammer down to complete the gathering spell on the Earth Dragon. He raised his hand to the sky and ordered to kill it. The mark on the back of his hand glowed red to strengthen his soldiers. The dry soldiers on this side are receiving a surge of power, each one full of fierce energy, launching a furious attack against it. The Earth Dragon, under continuous attack, roared in excruciating pain, determined to counterattack with its dark claws on the ground. Its eyes widened. Tian Tian was completely stunned. The Earth Dragon opens its large mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to unleash its fiery wrath. She is stunned and screams. Something's wrong. Manga still remains calm as she extends her hand forward. The source of soulfire magic energy swirled around. He spoke, intending to fire his dream skill directly at the Earth Dragon to control it and divert the flames. Tian Tian sat on the ground, terrified to the utmost, her eyes wide open, all her techniques gathered together and struck directly at the curse. It naturally had no ability to resist anymore and was finally defeated completely, its body falling down. System notification. Permanently defeated the ancient Earth Dragon. Experienced Pol 5.5 million. Received Earth Dragon Armory Woyon. Earth Crystal L1. Earth Gem X1. Earth Core X1. Through collection skills, gained additional Earth Dragon Armor X1. Additional Earth Crystal X1. Additional Earth Gem X1. Additional Earth Core X1. The Earth Dragon Armor is exclusive for warriors. A platinum-level defensive equipment with all attributes increased by 2,000. Reduces damage by 20%. Has an all-around defensive skill that lasts for 1 minute. With 10 times the normal defense, a 2-hour cooldown, and can be combined with other elemental crystals to create divine elemental stones, increasing the chance of profession advancement on the 3rd promotion. The more elements in the divine crystal, the stronger the effect, and it can be used alone to permanently increase physical damage resistance. But after using alone, it cannot be combined to create a divine crystal element. The Eternal Earth Gem reduces physical damage taken by 50% and has a chance to grant a physical attribute skill. If the Holy Knight uses it during the 2nd class transfer, it will significantly increase the chance of advancing to a higher class. The Earth Core item is essential for transforming into an Earth Knight. Manga was very surprised and thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be a crystal here. Truly an unexpected joy. The gathering skill is really powerful. Every reward is doubled. Tian Tian keeps praising in admiration. Lam Moyu, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to defeat the boss so easily. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by its poison breath. He threw the Earth Spirit Stone to her and told her to activate it. She was stunned and said, "For me? But I only used the gathering skill. I couldn't help at all." Manga and Guillaume sternly reminded, "Don't talk so much. Use it quickly. We still need to continue dungeon crawling. Don't waste time." So Tian Tian agreed, feeling very satisfied with what they had achieved. Now I have 3 types of elemental divine stones. The divine stone element and the great earth crystal have merged together. Soon, Moyu received a divine element crystal. The system updated that the divine element crystal from the 3 elements of fire, poison, and earth used during the 3rd class change can increase the promotion success rate by 10%. Manga carefully observes the divine crystal, looking pensive. 10% is still too low. I need to find more elemental crystals. At the same time, the light around Tian Tian disappears, and the fusion is complete. From now on, all physical damage can only partially harm her. Manga then turned to ask Tian Tian, "How is it? Did you get any new skills?" Tian Tian excitedly showed off to him. "I just learned a physical skill called Stunning. The system reports that Stunning has a 5-second stun chance, with a cooldown of less than a minute. For higher-level targets, the stun duration will be shorter." Tian Tian happily jumped up, finally having a warrior-type skill. "Thank you, Manga." You smile and praise her, saying, "Not bad, let's get ready. We're going into the dungeon to use the cooldown reduction potion before continuing." Then, both of you step out of the dungeon. Soon, Manga and Tian Tian had already used the previous dungeon. Manga used a time reduction talisman to reset the dungeon's cooldown. Tian Tian stood beside you, unable to hide her worry as she watched the cooldown reduction charm. Moyu acted quickly, and in less than a moment, both of you were back inside the dungeon. Outside, Davu watched Manga and Tian Tian come out and then go back in, and couldn't help but wonder, why did they go out and then go back in? Have they really completed the dungeon, or are they just temporarily retreating? But this dungeon has no exit. Jiangvan-san reassures Davu, trusting leader Lam, and instructs his team. "This time, we will definitely attract the attention of the demons and the Dragon Clan. Next time Director Lam goes out, we might launch an attack." Everyone shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the demons' eyes all flashed with intense murderous intent. They angrily cursed Manga, death to him. "That kid is playing us. Everyone get ready. Next time he goes out, take him down in one strike." The Dragon Clan is also boiling with plans to eliminate Moyu. They must not let humanity have another Great Land Knight. The threat from a Great Land Knight is even greater than 3 divine-level beings. Our clan has an edict that at any time we must prevent humans from producing a Great Earth Knight. Now, Manga and Tian Tian have entered the dungeon for the 2nd time. Standing at the entrance, Manga carefully considers his tactics, knowing that the battle skill takes an hour to recharge. Without it, defeating the boss would be much harder. It seems that even with the fastest speed to clear the dungeon, it still takes an hour each run. His eyes suddenly lit up. "No, that place has quite a few earth spirit flowers and earth firefish. I can use the wreckage to farm faster." A sudden idea popped into Manga's mind. He wondered how effective the boss explosion would be. Combined with the fully cooled down strong soldier, he could probably farm 3 or 4 more rounds before the boss disappears. After thinking, Moyu turned to her and asked, "Have you ever rushed through a dungeon before?" Tian Tian looked confused. "Fast farming?" Manga then instructed her. "I will gather all the monsters together later. You just follow behind me. Wait for the monsters to gather so you can decide when to use the group collection skill. This time, we prioritize speed and might skip some small rewards to focus on the main part." Tian Tian clenched her fist and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Manga focused his spiritual energy in his hand while signaling to Tian Tian. "All right, then the army of the dry bones has now been summoned by you." Lam Moyu immediately ordered everyone. At the start, the dry bone army and Tian Tian immediately set out. She quickly soared after Mogu. In an instant, the snake demon and the toad spirit appeared, charging fiercely at Manga's army of skeletons. Tian Tian's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. So this is the fast farming style he mentioned, when the Star Killer and the Serpent have already been gathered into one group by Manga. Following your instructions, Tian Tian Y, after following your advice, uses the gathering skill while secretly calculating that her gathering ability can only target 200 monsters at once. While Tian Tian uses the group gathering skill, Moyu stands to the side, commanding her to focus on this area first. Then Tian Tian jumped up and moved to this side. Manga finished speaking, and Tian Tian immediately carried out the same action. Manga, while channeling his mental energy, suddenly unleashed his second spear technique. Suddenly, a series of bone spikes burst from the ground, piercing through the monsters and causing them to scream in pain. After collecting everything, Makangu smiled and praised Tien Tien. Well done. She was overjoyed and kept thanking him. After speaking, Tien Tien volunteered to go first, saying, "I will use the gathering skill on the boss monster." The surrounding space instantly turned into a deadly green from Maknu's mental energy. The water monsters were also defeated by your use of bone injections. Now they look like skewered fish on a grill. Finally, Maknu reached the location where the great earth flower was hidden. Tien Tien blushed and smiled. "I already used the collection skill on them." In an instant, the army of dry corpses commanded by Maknu arrived, throwing the bodies of monsters into the great earth flower to carry out violent dissection. Seeing this scene, Tien Tien couldn't help but be stunned. Is this what you call fast farming? You really don't waste a second. It's probably not even half an hour yet, and you're this fast. Amid the roar of the monsters, the earth flower exploded into pieces. The dry soldiers hurriedly carried parts of the earth flower's body and rushed toward the eternal earth dragon. Makangu's blue eyes flashed with cold, icy aura. "Let's go, it's time to fight the boss." At this moment, the eternal earth dragon appears within sight. In response to the fierce attack from the warrior, the earth dragon Ji Yang looks at him with suspicion. The next second, the earth flower suddenly exploded in the sky, causing a violent tremor. The eternal earth dragon roared, fiercely raising its claws high and launching a crushing attack. Makangu calmly said, "If you want to use your skills, don't waste my time." He quickly increased his spiritual power into the chains binding the eternal earth dragon. At the same time, the dry skeleton warrior army hurriedly rushed to support him, continuously throwing pieces of the earth flower's body into the eternal earth dragon. Makangu quickly focused his mental energy into his hand and muttered to himself to explode it. Instantly, the parts of the earth flower's body exploded with a powerful technique. The battered body, the earth dragon roared in pain, glaring angrily at Maknu, this little human. In the end, the eternal earth dragon couldn't withstand Maknu's relentless barrage and collapsed helplessly. The system quickly updates the information. Defeated the eternal earth dragon, experienced plus 150,000, received the mighty earth dragon, the great earth crystal, the great earth gemstone, the great earth core. Gained additional earth dragon through collection skills. Gained additional great earth crystal through collection skills. Gained additional great earth gemstone through collection skills. Gained additional great earth core through collection skills. After defeating the eternal earth dragon, Makangu tells Tien Tien, "Let's go, start the next round." Tien Tien was momentarily stunned. My God, the speed of clearing dungeons is just too fast. Then, Makangu and Tien Tien both stepped through the door to leave the dungeon, then re-entered it. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Didn't they just come out, and it's only been over half an hour? Even Jiang Wenzhan was stunned. Is this really the performance of Commander Lin in the dungeon? He exclaimed excitedly. If that's true, we can at least go in 4 more times. In a few hundred years, the human race will no longer lack great land knights, and this time, a great land knight will surely be born. Are the Dragon Clan also stunned like the demon faction? Didn't they just enter the dungeon too? Why are they coming out again? Moyu and Tien Tien keep going in and out, making the evil spirits dizzy. They went back in again. Could it be that he has cleared the instance once more? How is that possible so quickly? Forget it. Next time he comes out, we'll strike immediately and make sure he doesn't escape alive. At this moment, Jiang Wenshan suddenly felt a bad premonition. The atmosphere had changed, and the killing intent around was becoming more and more intense. It seems they can't hold back much longer, but go ahead. We're ready for them. Half an hour later, Maknu and Tien Tien entered the instance again. Their coordination is becoming more and more seamless. Tien Tien cheerfully exclaims, "This time we're a bit faster. Maybe we'll beat the 35-minute record." However, the little prince in Maknu's eyes suddenly twitched violently, and he exclaimed in shock, "What?" It turned out that Maknu saw the eternal earth dragon standing right in front of the entrance to the dungeon. Unlike before, the eternal earth dragon is now extremely alert, its eyes shining fiercely as it stares intently at Maknu and Tien Tien. Tien Tien's eyes widen, her lips trembling. Why is it awake again? Immediately afterward, a strange aura suddenly enveloped both of them, as the furious roar of the eternal earth dragon echoed throughout the instance. The overwhelming pressure like a knife slicing through him makes Maknu shout out in alarm. Something's wrong. There's a problem with the instance. Your dry bone warriors were all defeated, so only Maknu remained standing thanks to his protective bone armor. Even Tien Tien suddenly collapsed and lay motionless on the ground. While Makangu was still observing Tien Tien's situation, in an instant, the eternal earth dragon suddenly appeared, right in front of him. Its giant dragon eyes fixed intently on Makangu. making him feel a chill down his spine. Then, the thunderous voice of the Earth Dragon rang out with mighty authority. "You little human kid, you're going too far." The dragon's eyes flash as the eternal Earth Dragon slowly approaches Magnu, voice stern. "How many times do you humans think you can kill me?" Makangu calmly raises his head and asks, "Are you the true ancient eternal Earth Dragon?" The Earth Dragon snorted coldly. "What did you say?" Two streams of air from its nostrils shattered the bone armor surrounding Mongu. You lower your head and softly remind the venerable existence that it seems you have broken the rules. The eternal Earth Dragon roars fiercely, "What did you say?" As he finished speaking, the entire body of the Earth Dragon erupted with raging fire, and suddenly, strange deathly light radiated from outside the dungeon entrance, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. What is going on? Something has happened inside the instance. In the dungeon, Makangu tries to maintain a calm demeanor. Given the level of the dungeon boss, someone like him shouldn't exist. Eternal Earth Dragon suddenly sneered and said, "Do you believe that just one breath from me is enough to burn you to nothing?" Makangu shook his head and said, "You won't kill me." The Earth Dragon suddenly bowed its head and opened its mouth wide. "How can you be so sure?" Makangu calmly points at Tien Tien. "If he wanted to kill me, he could have done so earlier without restraining my undead army and causing my teammates to faint. I guess he's here to warn me." Hearing your words, Eternal Earth Dragon laughed and said, "Yes, I came to see who could make my clones suffer so badly. I don't intend to eat you. This time I am here to make a deal with you." Makangu asked curiously, "A trade?" "Please speak, Senior," Long slowly said. "But right now you're not yet qualified to make this deal. Once you reach the true core of the upper space, I will be waiting for you there." After speaking, the Earth Dragon transformed into shimmering gold and silver rays and gradually disappeared. The upper-tier central space. Could it be you, my lord? Makangu sighed in relief, a pensive look on his face. The upper space central area. Could it be the boss that Mac Van mentioned? I didn't expect it to have intelligence. Makangu recalled the cold gaze of the ancient cursed dragon and silently compared it. The Earth Dragon not only possesses wisdom, but it also far surpasses the ancient cursed dragon. While Makangu was lost in thought, Tien Tien gradually regained consciousness and rubbed her head. "What just happened?" Makangu casually replied. "The dungeon had a sudden mutation and the boss disappeared." Tien Tien was shocked and quickly asked Makangu, "Are you okay?" Makangu calmly replied, "Everything's fine. The dungeon is over. Let's go out and deal with the ones waiting outside." An idea suddenly came to Makangu's mind, and he quickly asked Tien Tien, "By the way, if you use your collection skill on the Dragon Clan and demons, what would you gather?" "I don't know, I've never tried," Makangu suggested. "You can try it when we go outside later." Tien Tien agrees immediately. The outside space falls silent as the figures of Makangu and Tien Tien appear. The demon and the Dragon Clan immediately shouted, "They're coming out now! Attack! Kill!" Immediately, both the demons and the Dragon Clan launched their attacks on Moyu. As soon as they struck, Jiang Wenshan appeared, taking the lead. No way he would let them succeed. The group defensive skill was quickly activated, a sturdy shield radiating a golden glow, continuously blocking each fierce attack. Gulamdavu also joined the battle. "Let me help you." Wide area defense. Makangu coldly said, "Prepare to die." The demons and the dragon race are shouting loudly. "Kill those humans. Absolutely cannot let him take the great Earth Core back. Don't spare anyone. Kill them all." Meanwhile, Makangu coldly ordered Jiang Van San to bring them down. Jiang Van San responded clearly and concisely. Immediately after, the Dark Mage in Jiang Wenshan's army raised his staff high. The mage shouted, "Banish wind," and in an instant, a beam of light suddenly shone down from above. At that moment, the Forbidden Zone did not form. Demons and dragons fell from the sky like rain, causing chaos everywhere. Is it okay? Do their mages have forbidden skills? What if they do? If we go down, we can also wipe them all out. The ban cannot last more than a minute. As long as we hold out until then, we still have the absolute advantage. They never expected that as soon as they landed, they would be surrounded by Mongu's deadly spiritual energy. Groups of skeleton warriors suddenly appeared one after another, their murderous intent fixed on the demons and the Long Clan. Makangu also seizes the opportunity, raising the symbol of the elite soldiers with a cold tone. "If the ban time isn't long enough, then you won't have a chance to fly again." As soon as he finished speaking, the undead army instantly regained vitality, their momentum surging even more. Alongside the elite soldiers, Tien Tien also used her gathering technique and group collection skill, with shimmering cold light surrounding the demons and the dragon race. They screamed in terror, "What is this? Why isn't it causing any damage?" Amid their screams, the Dry Corpse warriors and the Dry Lao Mage unleashed their ultimate techniques with terrifying power, directly wiping out all remnants of the demons and dragon clans. Jiang Van San was already accustomed to these shocking scenes and calmly declared, "It's over." Jialam Dayu looks at him suspiciously and asks, "What did you say?" Jiang Van San calmly explained that once Commander Lin used the rune skill, the outcome was already decided. That is the skill capable of defeating the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit in a single strike. As expected, after a fierce storm, all the small monsters of the evil spirits and the dragon race were destroyed to the bones. Jiang Wenjian thought to himself, using the military strengthening skill. Not even the corpse of the violent beast was needed. The system quickly updated the information, killing the level 48 Deep Abyss demon, gaining 240,000 experience and 1,000 military merit. Now only shimmering golden rays floated around Moyu and Tian. The system proudly announces that Moyu has been promoted to Major and is holding a 1-star badge. Tian stands beside him, unable to hide her amazement as he levels up to Lieutenant Colonel, and suddenly Moyu is enveloped in a dazzling light, indicating he has advanced in rank. On the system screen, their names appear. Lam Moyu, the only Death Spirit Mage, level 34, Long Clan War King title, all attributes. Ply 500, skill power consumption reduced by 50%, E 1526. 500, physique 1526. 500, agility 1526. 500, spirit 21,630. 30, level 5 explosive corpse. Exploding corpses deal 30% damage within a 50-meter radius. Makanju is now very excited. Finally, the explosive corpse skill has leveled up thanks to the talent that extends damage range to 50 meters, tripling damage. With enough corpses, he might even be able to cause deep-sea explosions. Tian's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect the collection skill to work on demons and the dragon race." The system continued to notify, "You have obtained a fragment of the demon core through the collection skill. After use, the low-level dragon bloodline essence core covers the user with demonic aura for 1 hour and can be obtained through the collection skill. It can be refined into potions by alchemists or crafted into combat equipment by blacksmiths and armorers." Holding the demon core shard in her hand, Moyu couldn't help but feel delighted. Being able to envelop herself in demonic aura, this is truly a good thing. If one day I want to enter the depths, this will definitely be useful. I didn't expect the gathering skill could also obtain this kind of item. At this moment, the scene in front of the dungeon is filled with the corpses of demons and dragons scattered everywhere, and this terrifying sight shocks Jalam Yavu. This is over. Not even a minute has passed, right? Jiang Wenqian still remains very calm. He smiles and says, "Captain Lam is most skilled in group attacks." The remaining members of Jiang Wenqian's team started to discuss among themselves, surprised at how powerful that skill from the primordial talisman was. I didn't expect someone at level 34 to have obtained the primordial glyph, probably an unlimited future. Moyu then handed Tian a shining crystal. She asked in confusion. Moyu replied calmly, "This is a teleportation and positioning stone for 2 dynasties. If you find the Demon Dragon Electric map instance, let me know. We should stay in touch. I might need your help." When Moyu turned to leave, Tian watched him and asked regretfully, "Are you leaving soon?" Moyu calmly replied, "The dungeon map has disappeared. I have no more business here. I still have the mission my master assigned me to complete. Goodbye." Tian watched longingly as Moyu left. Seeing Tian's cheeks flush, Jialam Yawu stepped forward and gently patted her on the shoulder. "What's wrong? You can't bear to leave?" Tian shyly waves her hand. "What are you talking about? Sister Davu, please don't tease me." Jialam Davu then teased her. Oh dear, our Tian is blushing. Jialam Davu's words immediately sparked giggles among the team members. Tian was flustered, genuinely saying there was nothing, just that his way of farming dungeons was very unique and exciting, making her a little obsessed. Hearing her words, Jialam Davu also became curious about how they cleared the dungeon, and the team members quickly gathered around, urging Tian to tell. "Yes, come on. Tell us how you and the others managed to beat the dungeon in just 40 minutes. The previous record was at least 6 hours. Tian then honestly explained it like this. 10 days later, in the central area, Moyu was strolling leisurely. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he unexpectedly encountered an evil spirit. The demon quickly recognized the badge on Major Mo's shoulder, and without hesitation, the demon hurriedly spread its wings and flew away. Makangu scratched his head, recalling that ever since he became a 1-star colonel, he hadn't killed any more demons or dragon race members. Could it be that they already sent word to the upper realms about him? The only blessing now is that I can't fly, so I can't catch up even if I try. At the same time, outside the Demon Queen's palace, the space twists into a spiral. An enormous eye suddenly appeared from the center of the vortex. It turns out to be the Flame Demon King. As soon as he arrived, he shouted loudly, "The second Demon King, come out!" A powerful voice echoed, causing the entire palace of the Demon Queen to shake, and then a dark aura gradually appeared. "Liat DM, do you know what will happen if you disturb my sleep?" Liat DM Demon King was so angry, he trembled. "I couldn't care less about your consequences. I ask you, do you know that Macnu is at the trial ground announcing the competition?" "Ingi Mavwang, why are you yawning?" Liat DM Demon King immediately questioned me. "If you knew, why didn't you tell me? Obviously you know me." The second Demon King laughed eerily and mockingly. "What if I knew he was at the trial arena announcing the challenge? Why should I tell you? What are you to me, unless you are?" At this point, she suddenly stood up. Liat DM Demon King quickly stepped back, on high alert. "If you know Makangu is at the Tuinko trial grounds, why don't you send someone to kill him? Or will you give me information about Makangu?" The two-eyed Demon King's eyes flashed with a fierce aura. "Do you think I haven't sent anyone to kill him? Even Red Moon Evil Demon and Deep Abyss Fire Spirit were sent, yet they still couldn't kill him." At this point, she took out a crimson stone and said, "You know the rules of the ancient trial field. If you have the ability, go ahead and do it yourself." After finishing, the second Demon King threw the blood-colored stone at the Flame Demon King. "All the information you want is inside. Don't bother me again, or I will make you regret it." After finishing, the second Demon King returned to her castle, leaving Liat DM Demon King with the Death Gem. At the same time, Makangu cheered happily, finally leveling up. The system quickly updated Makangu's title to the only level 35 Death Spirit Mage of the Dragon Clan. With the title Dragon War King, all attributes increased by 500 and skill cost reduced by 50%. Strength 1660 plus 500. Physique 1660 plus 500, title to 1660 plus 500, Spirit 22,300 plus 500, with Divine Power attribute at level 35. The system continues to announce that the Soldier of the Drybone, level 35 gold rank, has 20,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, 20,000 physique, and skills that help trigger the third level transformation, converting 400% of power into damage on the target. The cooldown time is less than 10 minutes. The gold rank level 35 Drybone Mage has 5,000 strength, 5,000 agility, 25,000 spirit, 5,000 physique. Legion members above level 350 have 6,500 strength, 6,500 agility, 6,500 spirit, 30,000 physique. Macnu gazed into the distance, muttering, "I don't know how long I've been in this ancient trial school. The sense of time is a bit blurry." He counted in his mind, 4 levels left. If he still hadn't found the Dragon Palace by level 39, he would have to go back to prepare for class change and profession advancement. Makangu suddenly remembered Lam Makhan, feeling that his own level-up speed was already very fast, but still too slow compared to her. She is very likely to become the youngest divine-level powerhouse in human history. As Macnu Menman was lost in thought, suddenly a blue light shot down from the sky nearby. Attracting Makangu's attention, he deduces the presence of a bloodline aura of the Dragon Clan. Could it be the Long Temple? He hurriedly runs toward the blue light to check. Suddenly Mongu stopped, raised his head, pupils constricted, and his lips trembled. That's not right. Why is there no celestial phenomenon? Macnangu carefully considered that, logically, when the Demon Dragon Palace appears, there should be heavenly and earthly phenomena attracting the three clans. But now, besides sensing the aura of the Demon Dragon Palace, there are no other signs. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, so there are only two possibilities. Either the replica isn't fully formed and the heaven and earth anomalies haven't appeared, or what he's seeing now isn't the Demon Dragon Palace. At this moment, Makangu saw a shimmering glow in the distance with rainbow-like brilliance, clouds of 5 colors swirling into a spiral shape, a breathtaking and magical scene. Mo Ingju exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Something seems off, but no matter what, I have to get closer and take a better look." Thinking that, he slowly approached the spiral vortex. Macnu's fingertips suddenly lit up. It was the probing technique. The probing technique turned into gentle breezes that flew straight into the 5-colored vortex. And soon, Macnu realized this was a barrier. The deep realm barrier. Macnu's face shows clear confusion. Your gaze suddenly fixed on a smoky stone, the long crystal used to conceal the dragon aura with a chance to awaken innate talent after use. You are stunned. The aura of the Dragon Clan from this dragon pearl is a trap. A sound comes from behind Macnangu, and he calmly glances over, revealing that Liat Diem Mavwang has now appeared in front of him. Macnangu calmly said, "Liat Diem Mavwang, so you are the person." Liat Diem Mavwang, in the form of a giant eye, roared in anger. Mac knew, this time you're definitely going to die. Mac knew sneered. So you seem very confident, huh? This is the upper realm. You can only send your clone here. So what if there's a barrier? Are you planning to trap me here to die? Inside, you feel confused. What is it really planning to do? When Leet Diem Demon King heard the fearless tone of Makengu, he became furious. Kid, enjoy these final moments because you will be completely killed by me, and I will watch as you turn into a fool before being slain. Inside Maknu's heart, a slight ripple of doubt. Where does its confidence come from? Within the barrier, layers of black clouds close in. Maknu softly says, "Fog." He looked around, but his vision was now limited, sweat unconsciously beading on Mongu's forehead. The barrier covers about 1 kilometer, but there are no monsters. Only this fog. In the end, what method does it plan to use to deal with me? So he ordered the Drybone Legion. Let's try to see if we can open the barrier. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and amidst the swirling dust, Leet Diem Demon King's eerie laughter echoed in Maknu's ears. The scene before him suddenly changed. Maknu quietly wondered what this was. A sharp pain in his brain made him slump down, clutching his head, as if he was forgetting something. Suddenly, a magical light surrounded Maknu, pulling him into an unfamiliar space. Maknu kept asking himself what he was doing. Maknu looked at his own hand, feeling like he shouldn't be here, but his memories told him he was just a student getting ready. Cao Duong suddenly nudged him. Maknu, your strength is coming back. Hurry up. Ha Tuyet stood nearby, muttering softly. Lam idiot, I've called you several times. Why are you still staring blankly? From the podium, Luke Vaughn's clear voice rang out. The next is Maknu. To this moment, Maknu still can't compose himself. Strange. Why do I feel like I've already been promoted? Did I forget something? The scene around Maknu suddenly changes. Dark storm clouds gather in the sky. Lightning flashes violently, and Maknu's eyes glow. He muttered to himself, "It seems I've seen this scene somewhere before." Maknungu felt both familiar and strangely distant. No, this anomaly is even more extraordinary than I remember. The Dry Lao warrior turned around, his face showing fury, with his eye sockets emitting a chilling blue glow. He sat on his mount's back and shot a lightning bolt at the spot where Makngu was standing. Instantly, countless shards like small mirrors shattered and scattered all around him. Makngu widened his eyes, sweat pouring down his temples, clearly realizing something and silently thinking that this place is the ancient trial ground. He hesitated for a moment, raised both hands to look at the swirling energy around his body, and thought to himself, I just had a dream. Yes, in the dream I forgot everything. If I keep going like this, I might end up becoming a fool. Maknu nervously examined the situation, wondering why his body was burning without pain and feeling very warm, but somehow, this was happening. In the end, you realize this is soul fire, with a large amount of unknown objects burning inside your body. Through the fierce green smoke, Manu confidently concludes that everything he just saw was an illusion. You are deeply shocked and quietly think about Bai Yian. I remember now my master once told me that among the abyssal demons there is a very special, dangerous, and mysterious type. Your pupils constricted as Mongu tried to piece everything together. They call it the Deep Abyss Illusion Demon. Their bodies are very small and they usually live in groups. Each small group can have up to millions of creatures. Once inside the body, they can create illusions, invade the soul, even erase memories, causing those infected to lose control and become their puppets. These creatures look grotesque and mutated, so small and cunning that even armored skeletons can't detect them. Maknungu raises his hand, clutching a source of blue light, silently thankful that the sorcerer Tu Lin appeared during that anomaly, or else he wouldn't have been able to finish speaking. Now he raises his hand high and shouts loudly, "Soul of flame and fire." Dark voices echo full of resentment everywhere. How did you figure out what kind of fire this is? I'm about to be burned alive. Makngu firmly commands Liet Diem get out here. The dark eye with a shriveled pupil narrows in a terrifying way. It sneered contemptuously, saying, You foolish kid, I am the Liet Diem Demon King, born able to control fire, and you dare to play with fire in front of me. I find it ridiculous. Makngu did not back down because of this. You grit your teeth and reply, then try it yourself. With that, Makngu unleashes his move, the Abyssal World. The Demon King was indeed struck by the green energy emanating from the boy's hand. In the Abyssal World, inside the tower filled with deathly aura, Liet Diem Demon King sat atop the peak, his body suddenly engulfed in green light and burning. A fire burns endlessly on his face. The exhausted mages below keep sweating and keep asking, Are you okay, Lord Demon King? Suddenly, a fire burst out in front of them. A dark voice like from the underworld echoed with power, not allowing anyone to know about the shame of the king. Liat Diem Demon King was furious, standing up from above and snarling, "McNgu, I swear I will kill you. If you have the guts, don't participate in the ancient trial for the rest of your life." The madman erupts, shouting furiously, "Where is everyone? Deliver my order." A purple glowing gemstone floats in midair. On this side, the system also provides information about the Demon King's gemstone. The Demon King's gemstone, a crystal formed from the Demon King's power, contains the strength of the Demon King. McNgu kept the stone in her hand and thought to herself, "The Ma King crystal will be kept for now." The dark abyss illusions under the blue flames kept wailing loudly, and shattered mirror pieces scattered throughout the space. After finishing up, Mongu let out a sigh of relief, thankful for the help from that person. Or she would have fallen into Liet Diem's trap. But there was still something bothering him. But what is that illusion? McNu suddenly realized that this was the teleportation stone meant for him. Could it be that she found the Demon Dragon Palace? Immediately, a blue light enveloped the area where Lam McNu was standing. He carefully assessed the situation. The power of the abyss, the aura of the dragon bloodline, and the aura of the instance. This time it must really be the Demon Dragon Palace. Macvan then appeared right in front of him, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "What do you think?" "I found it faster, right?" Yu quickly replied. "Thanks," Movan also happily replied. "No need to thank me. The dungeon level is too high for me to enter. I know you'll definitely go in multiple times. If you have extra dragon spirit stones, just give me 1 or 2. Makangu quickly agreed to this idea. He replied, "No problem." You raise your hand and say, "All right, let me call someone else." The teleportation stone confirms the location, and Ma Van immediately asks, "Besides him, who else can you call?" Immediately, Tian Tian also appeared in a blue magic light, surprisingly as a master collector, which would double the loot from the dungeon run. They encircle the city wall and move toward McNu standing there, one of them shouting to kill him. Macvan looks at McNu's back, her heart trembling. What exactly did he do? Once again, causing the Dragon Clan and demons to share a common enemy. Meanwhile, the demons and the Dragon Clan charge together, attacking Macngu amidst deafening roars. "Kill him! Kill him!" Facing the large crowd of demons, Macnu remains calm and composed, summoning his powerful army of undead spirits with his spiritual summoning. At the same time, Mongu also ordered the sorcerer Ko Lao to cast a spell. In an instant, the light from Ko Lao's magical power shone brightly. Hundreds of dry corpse soldiers charged into battle against the demons and the Dragon Clan, and soon the demons were burned to ashes, falling to the ground like rain. Witnessing the heroic scene, Tian Tian couldn't help but admire how powerful he was. The demon and dragon clans were now so frightened they were panicking, shouting to each other, "Run fast, go, we're no match for him. Let's go into the dungeon. They won't dare bother us for now." The two quickly entered the instance dungeon. The demon and long clans watched anxiously as Mac and Gu led Tian Tian inside, murmuring among themselves that he wanted to enter the dungeon. "What should we do?" One of them suggested that we are no match for him, so maybe we should also go into the dungeon. So the remaining demons and dragon clan members all agreed unanimously. "What do you think?" Mac Van watched as the demons and the Long clan argued and wondered what they were planning next. Then the demons and Long clan followed closely behind Mac Nu into the dungeon. This time Mac Van was shocked. What's going on? Why are they also in the dungeon? The pupils in Mac Van's eyes constricted as she muttered to herself, "No matter when outside the instance, it's always a chaos of 3 clans fighting. Now it's all because of Lam Macnangu alone." Just then, a group of monster hunters arrived, looking around in confusion. "Why are there so few of you? Where are the demon suppressors and the dragon clan? Are we from the previous groups? We're really lucky." Mac Van watched silently as the group entered the instance, a look of excitement on his face. This was the largest number of people ever gathered in the Demon Dragon Palace instance in history. "Yes, every time we enter the Demon Dragon Palace, the environment is different," she added. "Sometimes it's a fire dragon, sometimes an ice dragon, and there are other elemental dragon types. It seems there are now about a dozen different kinds of dragon." Tian Tian emphasized that the most difficult one is the black dragon, while the ice demon dragon we encountered is quite simple. After hearing her detailed explanation, McNao nodded and said, "I understand now. Then wait for the right moment to cast the sealing spell and gather." Tian Tian obediently replied, "Don't worry." Soon a cave appeared before the two of them. Tian Tian said as she walked, "The Dragon Palace has no small monsters. Only one boss. Defeating the dragon is like clearing the level." Hearing her, Moyu thought to herself, "There's only one boss. This fits my dungeon perfectly." As soon as they entered the cave, a chilling wind howled loudly. Tian Tian hugged her shoulders, shivering slightly. So cold. At this moment, a frost dragon suddenly appeared and blocked the two of them, and the system quickly updated. Macnu and Tian Tian are wearing protective armor, so they can temporarily withstand it. However, the skeleton warriors are now being gradually pushed down. The Ghost Spirit General raised his scepter high, using the military formation skill to remove all abnormal statuses from the Legion members and boost morale, but it only affected abnormal states level 60. The Ice Demon Dragon roared in fury as it soared into the sky, howling fiercely while unleashing the Ice Heaven Snow Earth. Suddenly, inside the snowstorm, the falling snow like blades startled Thien Thien. The snow is falling and a thick layer of ice covers the dry Long, freezing them in place. Maknu looked up at the ice dragon soaring above, gritting his teeth, and said, "This is troublesome because it can't fly. I still want to fight a few more times. I can't waste time here. Continuing like this isn't the way." Maknu then told Thien Thien, "Stay back a little." Thien Thien quickly replied, "Okay." Maknu immediately drew the Reaper's scythe and shouted loudly, "Come out, King of Spirit Worms!" A stream of blue light radiated, illuminating the entire area. System notification: Spirit Insect King, level 50, strength 40,000, speed 40,000, spirit 30,000, physique 50,000, soul devouring skill. Second stance, with a terrifying scream of nature, ignores defense and physical immunity, tearing everything apart. Makungu immediately commands the devouring spirit Insect King, "Go, knock that guy down for me." The Ice Demon Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and it immediately soared into the air, unleashing a super ice storm. The ice accumulated in the Ice Demon Dragon's cave suddenly exploded, large chunks of ice falling like rain. Below, Maknungu's dry bone warriors had to brace themselves against the enormous ice blocks. The Ice Demon Dragon suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky, with the bone armor surrounding Mongu and Thien Thien flashing simultaneously. The ice inside the cave continued to pour down fiercely. Makungu can only temporarily use her spiritual power to reinforce her armor and barely hold on, while Wei Han Trung Vuong, without hesitation, uses his strength to leap onto the cliff and quickly approach Bang Ma Long. In an instant, the image of the devouring soul insect king had already pressed close to the furious roar of the Ice Demon Dragon. Suddenly, the soul insect king suddenly bit into the massive body of the Ice Demon Dragon. The terrible pain from the wound's mouth overwhelmed Bang Ma Long's brain, causing it to thrash in agony as she escaped from the sharp teeth of Fei Han Trung Vuong. Amid the chaos, the Ice Demon Dragon roars, its roar tearing through the silent space. Its body thrashes continuously, causing chunks of ice to shatter into pieces. The shards of ice hurtled toward Maknungu and Thien Thien. Maknungu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He is recalling the undead army while activating defenses, and Thien Thien quickly joins the attack to support Makngu. The system now reports that 42 long-term soldiers and 25 long-term mages have been killed, and shards of ice like sharp blades are flying straight at you. Thanks to the armored remains, Makngu is temporarily safe. He quietly breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that he managed to recall most of the undead army in time, or else they would have been wiped out. Now behind Mo Ngu, Thien Thien shouted, "Let me help!" Then she kicked off strongly and leapt into the air. She finally stepped forward without hesitation and used her stun skill, which has a 5-second stun chance with a 1-minute cooldown. For higher-level targets, the stun duration is shortened. After being hit by Thien Thien's move, the Ice Demon Dragon's mind spun wildly, and in front of its eyes thousands of stars seemed to whirl around. The Ice Demon Dragon's body gradually swayed as if about to collapse. Maknu quickly seized the opportunity and ordered the Bone Skeleton Army to take advantage of these 5 seconds of dizziness. The Bone Skeleton Army immediately launched their attack. Meanwhile, Mongu's hand quickly harnessed her mental energy to unleash soul flames. Thien Thien also hurried to use the gathering technique. Your coordination with Thien Thien has rendered the Ice Demon Dragon completely helpless. A deafening sound echoes. The ground trembles violently, and the Ice Demon Dragon collapses to the ground entirely. The undead army quickly surrounded the Ice Demon Dragon, all launching their most ferocious attack. At this moment, the eyes of the Ice Demon Dragon flashed brightly, and the stun effect from the system notification ended. It weakly resisted. Bang Ma Long's wings spread out as if trying to escape. Mongu shouted loudly, "Dream on, Vahan Trung Vuong, attack now!" Following Mongu's orders, the Spirit Guardian Worm King rushed swiftly toward the Ice Demon Dragon. As soon as it got close, it bit down hard on the Bang Ma Long's neck. The smell of fresh blood instantly filled the air as the Spirit Worm King gnawed on a piece of the icy dragon's flesh, followed by the anguished roar of the Ice Demon Dragon. Now the Ice Demon Dragon is barely breathing, and the undead army immediately charges forward to eliminate the beast. Soon, the screen shows 550,000 experience points gained for defeating the Ice Demon Dragon and 4 dragon spirits collected through the skill. You have obtained 4 dragon spirits. Dragon spirits have a certain chance to awaken innate talent, are unlimited in use, but can only awaken innate talent once. Holding the hexagonal dragon crystal in her hand, Makangu smiled at Thien Thien. Without her skill, I truly wouldn't know how to fight. Hearing your praise, Thien Thien smiled brightly. Did you forget? I only have this skill thanks to your great earth treasure stone, so I should be the one saying thank you. There's not much time left, Magnu told Thien Thien. Let's keep going. Thien Thien was very excited, jumping up to continue. Where is everyone? Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed back. Ma Van sat on his warhorse and said, Finally, you two are out. Thanks to you, all 3 clans entered the dungeon, and luckily no conflict occurred. Makangung Hensio scratched his head and said, So, that's how it is. A moment later, his eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. If that's the case, let's continue farming the dungeon. After the cooldown ends, Moyu and Mutian once again enter the Demon Dragon Palace. As soon as they stepped in, Tian Tian suddenly felt a chill all over her body, her voice trembling. I think we've encountered the Black Dragon. Mak Ngu raised his hand, channeling his mental energy. From the darkness, a pair of dragon eyes glowed with murderous intent, and a powerful aura of a dragon radiated intensely. The earthquake skill of the earthquake dragon sweeps wildly, attacking with 80% reduced elemental and physical damage, increasing resistance to curses and vitality over a wide area. Facing He Ma Long, Makangyu calmly summons the undead legion. Suddenly his heart skips a beat. Maknu immediately shouts that something's wrong and orders the dry soldiers to retreat. Just then, He Ma Long's eyes suddenly glow fiercely. It ferociously charges at the undead army, unleashing a furious rush. A sense of unease rises in Maknu's chest, and he shouts without time to recall. Then the dry legion is immediately overwhelmed by He Ma Long's attack. The system quickly updated. 18 skeleton warriors have been defeated, and 11 skeleton mages have been defeated. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive figure of the Black Demon Dragon flickers into view. Suddenly, the Black Demon Dragon materializes unexpectedly, unleashing a violent earthquake, causing the cave to shake intensely, and Makangu loudly orders a retreat. However, the system's command to revoke your order failed. Then, amidst the chaos, the system screen displayed that 44 dry soldiers and 28 dry mages had been defeated. Makangu's eyebrows furrowed, and in a daring move, the fiery red patterns on the back of his hand lit up, instantly activating the Berserker skill, boosting the attributes of the Undead Legion. With these enhanced powers, the resilient skeleton warriors charged forward, actively attacking the Black Demon Dragon. At this moment, Tian Tian suddenly rushed towards the Black Demon Dragon with fierce momentum. Makangu hurriedly stopped her and turned back immediately. Don't you want to live anymore? Tian Tian ignored Makangu's words, her whole body now burning with a fierce fighting spirit. So it turns out that Tian Tian's talent is her fighting instinct. Only now does Mo Yu realize why he found her strange before. It's because she has a natural talent for combat. As soon as she faced the Black Demon Dragon head-on, Tian Tian immediately used her collecting technique. Her fierce fighting image reflected intensely in the eyes of the Black Demon Dragon. It immediately becomes furious and unleashes the long-tail sweep move, cold sweat pouring down Maknu's body. He exclaims in shock, "The boss's speed is too fast. Even with combat instinct, I can't dodge this attack." At this moment, Tian Tian also widened her eyes, her pupils contracting violently, and she decided to risk it all, shouting loudly, "Stun me!" As she finished, the hammer in her hand swung powerfully into Hak Malong's tail. A terrifying sound tore through the space, causing Tian Tian to recoil violently, her body smashing into the rock wall, her armor shattering instantly. Makangu finally let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she was wearing a bone armor, so she wouldn't be seriously injured. What kind of damn luck is this? We must seize these 5 seconds. Luckily, he's still in a strong state now. Immediately after, all the Dry Corpse warriors surrounded the Black Demon Dragon and unleashed a furious attack. All the undead legions continuously launched critical strikes on the Black Demon Dragon within 5 seconds, with raging flames, icy cold, and weapons. During the storm of wind and fire, the 5 thunderclaps struck the peak. Under the fierce attack of the undead army, the Black Demon Dragon finally collapsed. It let out a weak roar before Hak Malong's body collapsed to the ground. Tian Tian cheered happily. "We did it?" Magnu smiled and praised her. "Your skill has made a great contribution." Tian Tian beamed. "I didn't expect I would be so lucky." The system quickly updates. Hitting the Black Demon Dragon grants 550,000 experience, obtaining the Dragon King certificate and 6 dragon spirits. Collecting the 6 Dragon Spirits links the Dragon King certificate to the soul, which is used to access the Dragon King Hall dungeon in the infrastructure space of the ancient trial arena. Holding the Dragon King certificate in hand, Moyu muttered to himself, "What is this?" It's a certificate to enter the Dragon King Palace in the school's ancient space infrastructure. I didn't expect defeating the Dark Dragon could also drop this item. Maknu, holding the Dragon King certificate in his hand with a cold tone, said, "If it's in the infrastructure space, we'll visit the Dragon King Palace once we descend." Meanwhile, Tiantian excitedly told him, "Let's keep going. We can definitely defeat all the demon dragons in the Demon Dragon Palace." Mongu nodded in agreement. After returning to the dungeon, the two of them arrived at the wind-locked Dragon Palace where the Long was. Here, the dust is thick. Tiantian brushes away some of it with her hand and frowns, guessing that this time they are facing the Wind Demon Dragon. As expected, the figure of the Wind Demon Dragon briefly streaked across the sky, its wings spread wide, each flap generating a powerful tornado, while the Bone Fortress Legion struggled to withstand the whirlwind and pushed forward toward the Wind Demon Dragon. The entire body of Feng Malong is like wearing an armor made of wind elements. Tiantian, wielding her great trident, roars loudly, "Even the Dark Demon Dragon is no match for us. Little Feng Malong, perish." The poison demon dragon opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of furious tornadoes. Tian and Makungu also launched a counterattack against it. Dak Ma Long swung his body toward them, causing both to be shaken, and they used their hands to support their heads. Tien quickly tiptoed and jumped up, shouting loudly, "Stun me!" She raised her weapon high in front of her, moving swiftly across the stage. She suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, yet she was not stunned, and her skill only needed a 1-minute cooldown to continue. Tian kept attacking the demon poison dragon non-stop. "Stun, stun!" She fought with all her might, shouting non-stop, "Stun! Make him stunned!" Tian kept shouting, "Stun, stun!" Tian used her strength to attack the head of the poison demon dragon, shouting, "Stunned! I knew it would work," and cheered loudly in joy. "Now it's my turn." He took a step forward and used his strength to launch a series of attacks on the head of the poison demon dragon. The creature immediately became pained. As expected, the poison demon dragon has fallen, collapsing down. Tian smiled and said, "I'm getting better and better at this. Let's keep going." Makngu responded immediately. They took turns attacking the poison demon dragon, then switched to fight the fire demon dragon, and finally clashed with the thunder demon dragon, successfully defeating all 3 mighty dragon kings. Tian happily shouted, "We've completed 8 runs of the Demon Dragon Tower dungeon." Moyu also enthusiastically replied, "Thanks to your gathering skills, we now have 72 dragon crystals." Macvan then approached, sitting on the white unicorn's back and looking down to call out to Maknu. She nervously said, "You two should leave first. The main reason is that the dungeon is about to disappear, and soon the demons and the dragon race will burst out from it." But Maknu didn't seem too anxious. He nodded as if he understood and said there was no need to rush. Macvan was stunned and asked, "Are you planning to?" Makungu raised his hand, a fierce blue flame burning on his palm, confirming that he was the one blocking the deadly gate. Makungu stood up, ready to face them, with thousands of elite soldiers beside him. "Remember to tell Tian to use the gathering spell later." She nodded seriously, saying, "I trust you. I won't miss a single one." The area around the gate is becoming more and more dangerous. Makngu honestly told everyone around him, "Please leave this place quickly." They asked back, "Why?" "We still have enough time to get in one more time." The dry bones warrior behind him said, "She's Maknu." Those people immediately changed their attitude and replied, "Okay, we will leave right away." The soldiers beside them looked confused. "Captain, why do we have to go?" The captain replied, "Because she is Lam Moyu." "What if someone else questions Lam Moyu? No matter how strong he is, he can't block the dungeon gate." The captain didn't want to say much and simply replied calmly, "You'll see why later." Makungu raised his hand, focusing as he said, "Get ready, they're coming out soon." A series of magical lights shot out in all directions with overwhelming and oppressive power. Makungu raised her hand, forming a seal, and ordered her troops to charge. A group of undead warriors immediately appeared, their faces flickering with blue light in the darkness. Tian also fought fiercely against the dark forces, using crowd control techniques. Makungu quickly continues casting the bone injection spell. The evil spirits panic and keep shouting, "What's happening?" Before they could recover, a barrage of spikes pierced through their bodies, causing them to scream in madness. Someone blocked the gate. Just as the Long clan expected, it was him. Lam Moyu. Macvan shouted urgently, "The human team must get out of here now." Both sides charged at each other, fighting intensely, and the only words to describe the space were chaos. The dragon race and the human race continued to clash in disorder. It's been a while since we've had such a spectacular explosion, hasn't it? Then a deafening blast reverberated, shaking everything around. The soldiers were stunned to realize that this was his true goal. Seeing how easily Moyu destroyed the powerful demon army, they all broke out in cold sweat, trembling as they asked, "Why are they all over level 50 demons and dragons yet so weak?" Another soldier retorted, "It's not because Lam Moyu is too strong." Just then, Mavan rode a Holy Spirit unicorn beast and arrived, immediately casting a forbidden flight spell. Immediately after, deafening loudspeakers blared, the ground trembled violently, and demons and the dragon race cried out in agony. A moment later, the battle was over. Now everywhere is filled with the corpses of the dragon clan and demons. Moyu holds the dragon crystal in hand, her tone calm, and this time she has gained an additional 270 military points. But the greatest harvest is still this. You miscalculated the dragon pearls needed to awaken your talent. Including the 72 you had before, I now have a total of 273 dragon pearls. Mangu turned to Bao Thien and Mac Van. "Let's leave here first," both replied in unison. Watching Moyu's relaxed figure walk away, a young soldier whispered to his teammate, "He has killed so many of the Long Clan, so how many dragon crystals has he taken?" His teammate warned him, "Don't overthink it. If you have bad intentions, his skeleton army won't go easy on you." When he heard about Moyu's undead army, his face instantly paled and his voice trembled. "How could I dare?" At this moment in the forest, Moyu slowly sat down and said, "Everyone use the long tin to awaken your talents. Who goes first?" "I, Mac Van Fong, didn't awaken my talent during the second promotion, so it won't affect the success rate of the long tin. The awakening rate for each stone is about 10 to 15%. I don't know how many I need to use to awaken it." Saying that, Movan raised the dragon crystal and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the long crystal in her hand emitted a strange, deathly glow, enveloping Mac Van completely. The purple light from the long tin was so bright that Thien had to cover her eyes. After a while, Mac Van lowered her head and said sadly, "I failed." Moyu calmly took out a dragon pearl and gently comforted Mac Van. "It's okay, there are plenty of dragon stones left," she replied politely. "Thank you," Moyu said straightforwardly. "It's also thanks to her efforts." The third and fourth gems, and even when reaching the 16th dragon spirit gem, Mofan still couldn't awaken his innate talent. Suddenly, a powerful glow radiated from Mofan. She cheered happily, "I did it." Mac Van's whole body shone brightly. She has awakened her innate talent. "So what? What kind of talent did you awaken?" "I have awakened the Saint Flame talent, so my attacks now carry a holy stone effect, greatly increasing my power, especially when facing abyssal demons." Tien sincerely congratulates Mofan, saying this talent suits her very well. Mac Van chuckled, "Thank you. Now it's your turn." Tien nervously took a dragon spirit orb, her lips trembling. "It's my turn now." The long spirit pearl in Tian's hand shone brightly. When she finally tried the 12th dragon pearl, her whole body was enveloped in a shimmering glow. Mac Van excitedly exclaimed, "All right, this time Tien has awakened the all-hit talent." Her feet gently touched the ground as Tien happily showed off to Moyu and Mac Van. "My innate talent, I have awakened all hits. During its duration, all my skills will hit the target 100%, and the activation rate of effects will also reach 100%. Hearing Tien speak, Moyu silently thought that if he combined this talent with her stunning skill, it would be like a divine weapon to conquer bosses. Tien turned eagerly to Moyu, her eyes full of anticipation. "Mangu, now it's your turn in the game." Mangu slowly picks up a dragon crystal and calmly says, "Let me try." Mangu tried each of the 8 dragon orbs in turn, a deadly aura surrounding him. The system announced that the linked life talent has been awakened, summoning a connection within a 20-meter radius that shares damage among all summoned creatures. Mangu was momentarily stunned, so this is how it is. Those within this range can only live or die together. His eyes gradually turned cold. If that's the case, as long as they are not the kind of boss that can cause instant destructive damage, the death rate of the dry corpses will decrease significantly. Suddenly, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Mangu. The system detected that the host had awakened a new talent and was beginning to optimize it. Mangu was shocked that the system disappeared after the transfer and unexpectedly reappeared this time. While she was still lost in thought, the system updated her status to optimize her innate talent. At the same time, the light emanating from Mangu was so intense that Thien and Mac Van had to cover their eyes with their hands. Thien asked nervously, "What's happening?" Mac Van also felt it was very strange. Wasn't he about to awaken his innate talent? Why did it suddenly erupt violently? Soon the system produced the result, optimizing the talent to lifelink summoning. All summoned objects sharing the lifelink share damage and recover together. The corner of Moyu's mouth curled up. After optimization, all my totems truly share life and death. This is indeed a divine-level talent. Tian Tian anxiously asked him, "So what kind of talent did you finally awaken?" He calmly replied that he shared life among the summoned creatures. Van was startled and exclaimed, "So powerful a talent! Destroying all your summoned creatures would be almost impossible." Mak Ngu looked thoughtful for a moment, but if faced with a boss like the ancient mythical bird, he would probably still lose. Thinking of this, he asked Tian Tian and Mac Van where they planned to go next. Tian Tian smiled and said, "I need to return to the cavalry team. Sister Davu and everyone need me." Mac Van also added, "I will stay here to level up a bit longer." After saying that, Tian Tian immediately returned to the squad. Meanwhile, Mac Van rode away on a unicorn beast. Watching their figures, Mengyu smiled softly, hoping to meet again someday. Holding the teleportation scroll in his hand, Moyu calculated that it was time to return to the divine realm to see his master. At that moment, a sudden burst of purple light shot straight at him. The purple crystal energy line shoots straight down at Maknu, aiming directly at the base of his protective wall. This shot is quite powerful. A swarm of demons flying around in the sky leaves Maknu amazed. They are a group of elite demons, all seemingly over 50 years old based on their aura. He shows no fear and appears quite pleased. Unexpectedly, before leaving, I managed to gain a huge amount of military credit. Moye started to activate her own skill, a level 10 deadly poison fog forming a toxic zone within 10 meters, dealing 100 damage per second. For 10 seconds, a greenish gas rapidly envelops the area around him, fueled by his innate talent, dealing 1,000 damage per second and lasting up to 100 seconds. The green gas shooting up into the sky of those demons is the poison element skill. The pink chains also shoot straight up from there, which is the slow curse. The tangled chains confound the demons, and my speed curse has slowed significantly. In the end, is he human or a boss? How can he use poison skills and also no curses? A monster suddenly bites down hard on his arm. Blood splattered down onto other trapped demons as one of them shouted, "Death Demon, what are you doing?" Around that demon, streams of red blood and its deep, hoarse voice. I used a different curse to suppress Lam Moyu's curse. My curse can only weaken his defenses, not stop him from being killed. Moyu remains unshaken, staring steadily at them. "You're really clever, but lowering your defense just means you're inviting death. The horde of evil spirits is growing more aggressive. Lam Moyu, you're definitely going to die. The Demon King has ordered that you must be killed no matter what, accept your fate." Suddenly, a wave of Moyu's power engulfed the demons, causing them to tremble. "What is going on? Your new move caught the evil monsters off guard?" The skeleton shot him. The leader of the demons was quickly defeated, causing the remaining evil spirits to seem to falter. "This is not good. Run quickly." Soon after, the body of the alpha demon exploded into pieces. Mac NGU channeling lightning and said, "Let's blow them up a few more times just to be safe." Above, the sky where the demons are now becomes truly chaotic. In just a moment, the scene before Maknu has become a wasteland. I wonder if they all died. Suddenly, I was surprised by the scene before me. The leader of the demons was still alive, his body covered in fresh blood. So, he is a human. Its voice hoarse and trembling. "I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder the Demon King himself ordered your death. It uses all its remaining strength to brace itself and say, 'If I can't kill you, then we will die together.' Now to remember, the one who kills you is Haktien Matu." The purple mist swirling around it densely, and Maknu saw the scene before him as if sensing an imminent danger. Something's wrong. That purple aura is quickly surrounding Moyue, trapping him. The glass shards protecting Maknu are shattered by the same energy wave. Maknu is struck hard from behind and can't react in time. The nearby large rocks quickly fell to the ground, and now both land and sea are covered in a purple hue, looking extremely chaotic. A majestic base suddenly rises beneath the sky. A blood-red eye appears alongside a deep, resonant voice. "Who dares to kill my child?" The Dark Lord appears, summoning with his powerful aura. "In the name of the Dark Heavenly Demon King, I will use the soul from the abyss to hide and be reborn." Beneath the purple sea, a demon gradually appears. It kneels on the ground as if just revived. The evil spirit respectfully bows before the person in front, saluting the father. The Dark Demon King asked, "Who killed my son?" The evil spirit honestly confessed, "I self-destructed." The Black Demon King calmly said, "I see so. A lion spirit mage from the human race?" A young genius like him is definitely a treasure of the human race, and he also bears the aura of the Demon King. It seems another Demon King has taken notice of him. Immediately, the Demon Lord seemed to be invigorated and stood up, saying, "So?" His eyes lit up with a seductive glow, exuding a demonic aura. "I should pay a visit to the Demon King?" Under the large stone, a wave of energy gradually rises. The legion of skeleton warriors begins to emerge from the dust behind the stone. Mak-Ngu, covered in dust and exhausted, said, "It's the first time I've been blown up by someone else. Luckily, I have the lifelink summoning skill." He looked at the undead soldiers, no longer intact, all heavily wounded. Mak-Ngu took out the teleportation scroll, tiredly saying, "We need to go back now." Mak-Ngu was quickly transported back to the temple. "Has Major General Man been waiting for you all this time? You're back. Take a rest for a bit. Your master will be back at the Spirit Hall later." Mak-Ngu respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Man." Inside the hall, Bai Yi-Yuan immediately sensed it. "That little brat is back. I'm heading home now." McTin Haitawan stood up and said, "If you're going back, that's fine, but why don't we go together? I also want to see how much of a genius your student really is." Yi-Yin happily replied, "Let's go then, and see what the kid has gained from the ancient trial ground." As soon as Moyu sat down in front of them, the figures of the two people appeared. At a glance, Mak-Nu quickly assessed Tin Hai and said, "Is this the legendary summoner Mak Tin Hai, the ancestral thunder beast, and the grandfather of Mak Van?" Yavian happily looked at Mak-Nu and said, "Well done, kid. You've leveled up for 30 years. Mak-Ngu politely bowed and said, "I greet you, teacher. I respectfully salute Lord Ma." Tin Hai was a bit surprised and asked, "Do you know me?" Mak-Nu quickly explained, "You look a bit like Sister Mak Van." "I think I was right, especially since there aren't many summoners among humans who can accompany their masters." Tin Hai smiled contentedly. "You have good judgment." But deep down, he still seemed puzzled about Mak-Nu's position. But this kid is only level 35 with a pretty special profession, so why does Elder Bai value him so much? After sitting down, Yi-Yuan immediately asked Mak-Nu to tell him what happened during this trial at the Tuyenko training grounds. "Did you gain a good opportunity?" Mak-Nu also honestly shared that right after entering the Tuyenko trial school, I encountered the Fei Han Trung Vuong. Then, the images he had experienced appeared in their minds as Mo Nyu mentioned them. Both Vian and Tin Hai were stunned by the information they had just received. "You said you defeated the Mother Soul Worm and even killed the Great Earth Zuk Long God." Magu nodded seriously. "Yes." Both of them looked at each other in surprise, and Wen sat to the side, burst into laughter after hearing the story, and then recounted it to Mo Yu. "That year, you both led a group to fight the Devouring Soul Queen. Before facing her, the queen was driven away by the Devouring Soul King, and you almost died from poison while searching for the Great Earth Such Long God." Thinking back on their miserable appearance, Vian turned away, clearly displeased. "It's in the past, so what's the point of bringing it up?" Tin Hai hesitated and said, "Yes, old man, you're going too far." Mak-Nu also recounted her encounter with Mak Van. Then she met Mak Van and also completed the fusion of the primordial talisman. She also obtained the primal rune. But just as she was about to complete the fusion, we were attacked by demons. The image of both of them falling into a maze appears. We entered the Divine Selection secret realm and gained divine attribute power. Yi-Yuan listened and pondered, has this little guy really gone through so much in just 2 short months? Mak-Ngu quickly laid out his spoils on the table. "This is the heart of the earth and the earth treasure stone I obtained from the dungeon. With these, our human race will once again produce great earth knights." Yivian observed and sighed. It's been many years since the human race last had great earth knights. And Van turned and said kindly to Mak-Nu, "You have made great contributions to the human race, and you will definitely be rewarded after this." Mak-Ngu modestly replied, "This is what I should do." You put another dragon-shaped token on the table, which is the certificate of the Dragon King you received at the Dragon Demon Palace, and it seems to help you access the Dragon King dungeon in the infrastructure space. And Van, seizing the opportunity, joked, "Your master can't really help with this. He's never even been to the Dragon King Palace." Evian felt a bit helpless beside his friend. Mak-Ngu noticed something and continued to show off his spoils. "That's right, master. These are the remaining dragon spirit stones." Vian was even more surprised. How many times had he really cleared the Demon Dragon Palace? Don't tell me he's torn apart the Demon Dragon's lair, huh? Tin Hai thought to himself. This kid. Behind Mon-Gu, a shining 1-star colonel badge appears, accompanied by Yivian's thoughts. Reaching 1 star as a colonel requires 1 million military merits for each additional star. In the end, how many evil demons and dragon clans has that kid killed at the ancient trial ground? Tinhai was also amazed by this information. My God, reaching level 35 and already a 1-star colonel, that's never happened in history. Don't even mention level 35. I've never seen a major general 1-star even at level 45. Tinhai suddenly turned and walked away. Nothing interesting. Let's go. Tinhai, a bit angry, said, "Get lost. I'm taking care of my good niece." After Tinhai left, YVN's face immediately became serious and said, "All right, that old man is gone. Now you can honestly tell us what level of divine power you received after entering the divine selection secret realm." Mowu pondered. "The peak body. Pearl is too mysterious. Maybe I shouldn't tell my master." Then he casually said, "A third level lower. Just level 3? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, the teacup in his hand falling to the table. YVN slammed his hand on the table and stood up, saying, "Wait a minute. What level did you say you are at?" Macnu innocently replied, 3 million. Vian looked at him in disbelief and asked, "How is that possible?" "That year I only reached level 5, which was already the highest record among humans." Mak Nungu, not fully understanding the situation, scratched his head and continued, "Actually, now it's already been raised to level 35 by you." EVN looked stunned and whispered, "That's really perverted." He held his head and shook it, then said to Macnu, "All right, you go rest first. I want some quiet." Yu quickly replied, "Yes. What's wrong? Are you shocked?" EVN closed his eyes and replied, "I am naturally happy that my disciple is better than me and stronger than his master." And Van sincerely spoke while holding his teacup, but his expression didn't quite match. YVN looked a bit tired and exhausted. "What do you know? It's just that this kid's strength is too overwhelming. I don't know how to train him next." And Van took a sip of tea and said, "This is simple. Just let the boy walk the path you once took and see how far he can go." Evian hesitated, suspecting in Van's intention, and asked again, "You mean to let the boy stay at the #1 fortress training ground, have Moyu restore his dry army, and take this opportunity to upgrade all his skills?" After a moment of exertion, sweat beaded on his face as Macnu finished. "Done. My contribution points have reached 6,000, enough to qualify for the Divine Light Academy, and maybe in the future I can fight alongside my sister." Your technique also quickly upgraded, creating a 35-meter toxic zone that deals 315 damage per second for 35 seconds. Suddenly, a familiar light appeared, the teleportation array. The urgent order arrived as if it were an emergency. Level 1 military order. All level 40 or below profession imposters are to defend the fortress and not leave. Prepare for battle. Level 1 military order. All profession imposters from level 40 to 60 proceed through the teleportation array to Fortress 6. Level 1 military order. All high-level profession imposters from level 60 and above. Having not yet undergone the third promotion, I was sent via teleportation to Fortress 7, with top-tier players transported to Fortress 8. Upon receiving the information, Moyue approached the soldiers and requested, "Take me to Fortress 6. The guards quickly stepped in and said, "Sorry, low-level imposters stay and guard Fortress 1. Makangu held up his shining badge and asked the soldier, "Do I have permission to enter?" He looked at the badge in amazement and said, "1-star colonel?" The soldier quickly replied respectfully, "Commander, according to regulations, you have the right to go to any fortress." Makangu repeats his earlier request, "Take me to Fort 6. The guards quickly follow the clear order. At Fort 6, the soldiers are busy preparing a large fire that lights up the area. A shining badge glows overhead. The level 63 Legion Commander Colonel 3-star Nge Tuan appears, a level 53 Grand Master of Formation. Truong Thien calmly asked, "Nge Tuan, do you know which demon king this army belongs to yet?" Nge Tuan looked at the situation ahead and said, "Not yet. I have no clues." Zhang Tian immediately reported, "This enemy is quite mysterious. I have taken control of the formation inside the city. Rest assured." Mongu quickly appeared in front of the two of them, surprising them. "Is this young man lost? Wait a moment. Look at Quan Ham. The shining token on Macnu's back surprises both of them. A 1-star colonel? So young? Just level 35. Truong Thien stammered, "It's him." Nge Tuan turned to ask him, "Old Truong, do you know him?" Zhang Tan remembered Moyu's appearance at that time and said, "I met him once. I officiated his promotion ceremony and I never expected that just a few months later he would reach level 35. This level-up speed is truly frightening." Nge Tuan was amazed and turned to look at Macnu, saying, "What do you mean? Are you saying he only changed classes a few months ago and he's a newly promoted 1-star lieutenant? He's incredulous inside. How could he have risen to a senior colonel in just a few months? How is that possible?" Zhang Tian added more information, saying this kid is not an ordinary person. He is this year's top scorer nationwide. Tuan cautiously said, I remember not long ago the youngest young master in human history appeared. Could it be him? Truong Tien looked at Manu with some hope, wondering what surprises he might bring in the upcoming great battle. Tuan begins issuing orders to the soldiers below, activating the Legion mode. Everyone quickly join the Legion. The Legion information is rapidly announced. Commander Tuan, level 63 Legion Master. Deputy Legion Commander Truong Thien, level 53 Formation Master. Deputy Legion Commander Lam Moyu, level 35 Spiritual Mage. The soldiers quickly joined the Legion. The Legion has been formed. I will be the Legion Commander, and the contributions will be counted towards me. After the battle, we will settle the merits and scores. The Legion has been formed. Anyone afraid of the enemy retreating will be severely punished. As soon as they joined, the soldiers started discussing Manu's background. Who is that Deputy Commander? At level 35, he's already made Deputy Leader of the Legion? That's right. Reaching level 35 here is basically asking for death. Maybe there's some connection, just riding on the team's achievements. I remember now, during the previous professional competition in the virtual world, there was someone named Lam Moyu who broke the challenge record. Another soldier quickly interrupted. I also remember now that person is indeed Lam Moyu, but he was only level 27 back then. How did he level up so fast? Some others seemed skeptical. If what everyone says is true, then he must really be a genius. We'll find out once the battle begins. A powerful army is approaching their fortress. Manu quickly sensed the familiar aura. This familiar aura is not from the abyssal demons, but from the dragon clan. The demons flying in the dense sky, and on the ground, the sea monsters attacking in large groups. Zhang Tian immediately shouted loudly, It's the Azure Dragon Legion of the Dragon Clan. I didn't expect that after being expelled from the original battlefield for thousands of years, the Dragon Clan has found a way back. Tuan calmly prepares to face them. Whether it's the Long race or demons, they are all enemies of our human race. The Long clan's warship with a large pink gem also appears, and the fierce sea monsters quickly order their troops to attack Tuan, boosting their forces. The soldiers of the Dragon Clan, seen from a majestic overall view, a powerful young lady appears, surrounded by her skills. Mogu observes the unfolding scene and contemplates, once again earning military merit. Zhang Tian pointed a finger, sending a bright streak of light forward. The large scepter suddenly appeared along with a magnificent golden aura, and the pink gem on the battleship quickly lit up. Two streams of energy collide, causing a massive explosion. However, that golden power is no match for the pink gemstone. It's over. Truong Thien continues to set up a formation to surround himself. His eyes are filled with unwavering determination. And then, the real show begins. The demons are attracted by the bright light and rush forward. The golden beams of energy quickly rush toward the evil monsters accompanying the fleet, and as soon as the golden aura contacts the Long clan army, a barrier forms to prevent them from approaching. Tuan immediately warned him to be careful, that ship is absorbing his power. The fortress battleship of the Dragon Clan combines offense and defense. As expected, it's formidable. Truong Tien remains calm and says, Let it absorb it. When it starts attacking, that will be my chance. The battleship speeds towards the fortress, and Truong Thien's staff seems to be their target. As soon as that pink power reached the fortress's boundary, it was blocked by a transparent barrier. Menggu and Tuan silently observed as the formations rising from Truong Thien's feet gradually lifted into the air. Under the influence of the formation, the immense power of Zhang Tian's staff pierced through the Long clan's barrier, causing the pink gem to shatter. That great force triggered a massive explosion, illuminating the sky. The Long clan's battleship was shattered into pieces, falling into the sea. Truong Thien laughed happily. I finally won. Then he channels his energy, using the last of the formation's power within the city. Zhang Tian shouts loudly, as if unleashing his final move to defeat the enemy. The great Forbidden Sky formation spread across the fortress, covering the sky and destroying the dense evil spirits above. The water monsters below seemed to have anticipated Truong Thien's move. I knew you humans would use the forbidden spell from the start. They stomped fiercely on the ground as the beasts charged toward the fortress, roaring loudly. Kill them! The protective formation of the human city has been broken. Slaughter them! Manu quickly calculated that there were about 10,000 enemies, and each team had 3 knights, 3 defenders, 3 mages, and 3 healers. Combined with the strong vitality of the dragon race, their endurance in battle is very formidable. Tuan quickly used his own technique, boosting morale, removing fear, raising fighting spirit, and increasing attack and defense by 30% for 10 minutes. The Yang archers prepared to counterattack. Suddenly they were terrified by the scene before them. What is that? Who is that? Is he crazy? What is he trying to do? Macnu suddenly leapt out of the fortress and landed outside the city walls where the sea monsters were gradually approaching. Are they trying to commit suicide? He's crazy. This guy is really insane. Facing millions of Long Clan soldiers, what can he do alone? Tuan is confused by Macnu's actions. What is he trying to do? Before the third class change, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight off an entire army alone. Tuan was worried and quickly said, I have to go and bring him back. Zhang Tian immediately stepped in and said, Don't rush. Look over there. Tuan was once again stunned as Mangu summoned a giant sickle with a mysterious aura, and soon after, a formidable army of skeleton soldiers appeared behind him. Tuan gazed at the scene before him in surprise, realizing he also had his own army. The water monsters quickly erupted in response. His undead army is him, it's Lam Moyu. The Dragon King's order is to kill Lam Moyu to earn a high-level bloodline reward and a chance to enter the dragon pool for a baptism. As if to boost their morale, the water monsters became even more aggressive. Kill Lam Moyu. Moyu quickly uses her deadly circle technique. If the curse resistance of the Dragon Clan is that high, then try this. The water monsters couldn't react in time and could only endure the pain, attacking with poison elements. It hurts so much. The sea monster general immediately began healing, and soon a barrage of spears was flying toward the city. Attack now. The soldiers, seeing the tense situation, were somewhat frightened. How can it be stopped like this? Mangu uses her power to freeze the spears and counterattack. The tridents of the sea monsters instantly transformed into various different powers. They turned around to fight against other tridents, creating a chaotic scene. At this moment, dust and smoke billow everywhere beneath the city walls, and the soldiers on the fortress look at the scene with some fear. Lam Moyu is finished. He's too arrogant. Even with an army, the number is still far less than the Dragon Clan. No, look quickly. The dry soldier army appeared behind the dust like warriors ready to attack the water monsters. He actually withstood that attack. It's hard to believe. How did he do it? Mangu just used the Legion to heal the Legion, linking their lives together with the undead general's healing magic. As long as I don't kill my own soldiers immediately, they will never die. I've already planned my next move in my mind. I just need to create a corpse. Immediately, the force at Fortress 6 received the news that Deputy Commander Lam Moyu had left the army. This news is making waves in the army. Leaving the army, what is he planning to do? Tuan ponders intensely about Magnu's plan. Is this kid really planning to destroy the entire Longtalk army alone? The military contribution from this Long Clan army probably totals up to 20 million points. Mangu Duong, with a carved formation on his arm, shouted loudly, Elite soldiers, this technique will be explained within 30 seconds. All basic attributes of oneself and the summoned object increase by 200%, and all attack damage increases by 500%. Cooldown is 1 hour, and the dry corpse soldiers begin absorbing essence. The water monsters were also surprised by the strength of this undead army. Damn it. Why did these skeletons suddenly become so much stronger? Forget those skeletons, kill Lam Moyu. Yes, if you kill Lam Moyu, those dry corpses will die too. Seeing the situation before them, the sea monsters found it difficult to approach Moyu, but they truly couldn't rush to his side. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot straight down, quickly striking one of the monsters before it could react. An all-out assault. Moyu coldly said, The first corpse is ready, the outcome is sealed. He indifferently used a technique that caused the body to explode, and then said, Everything is over. Rays of light emanating from the entire body of the monster pierced through its corpse like needles, illuminating the surrounding monsters and leaving them confused and overwhelmed, unsure of what was attacking them. What is this? Mangu only coldly said, The fireworks have begun. Immediately after, under the faint haze of smoke, all the sea monsters were defeated. The soldiers stared in amazement. What kind of skill was that just now? He wiped out the entire Dragon Clan. The surviving sea monsters are furious and hunting them down. What exactly happened? What skill did Lam Moyu use? Beneath those dead sea monsters, red streaks are also beginning to appear, just like on the previous corpses. The group of water monsters seems to have predicted the next move and opened their mouths in shock as powerful streams of energy radiated from those glowing streaks, spreading throughout the water army. They keep being attacked in groups one after another. The sea monsters begin to realize the danger and start fleeing. Run quickly, monster. He is a monster. The water monsters seem to be burning and screaming in agony. The explosions grew more frequent and spread wider, causing the fog to also level up continuously. You were also a bit surprised by this speed, not expecting to level up twice in a row. Ying Huan was amazed by the rapid destruction. I never thought that Colonel Shang could move so quickly. Would he become a divine general directly? Mangu's attack had wiped out most of the Long Clan's forces when suddenly their scepter began to glow. She sensed that something was about to happen. Something was wrong. Great King appears after the purple light and quickly summons his formation under that purple glow. The powerful aura grew more turbulent beneath the great staff as a colossal figure gradually emerged within the energy. It's a level 70 Dragon Clan general. Ying Yetuan suddenly exclaimed, "This is a level 70 Dragon Clan war general." Zhang Tian quickly provided information. This war general is equivalent to the profession of the fake human tribe that was promoted earlier. Ying Yetuan said seriously, "According to reason, a level 70 Dragon Clan warrior shouldn't appear at Fortress 6. Zhang Tian also seems to have guessed the situation of the remaining fortresses. It seems the pressure on Fortress 9 is not small, as the energy suppression of the formation has weakened, giving the Long Clan a chance to break through. Zhang Tian quickly activated the formation. I have requested support from Fortress 8 through the formation, but it might take some more time before top-tier experts arrive to assist. Nge Tuan also began to calculate. Lam Moyu's army of dried soldiers was not small, so they could probably hold on until then. The Dragon Clan general stormed toward the fortress. The great staff shone brighter and brighter, its power shooting straight into the dark sky, radiating a purple hue. The dry soldier troops below stood still, watching the beam of light. They gradually disappeared under the influence of the purple aura. The summoning array in Moyu's hand also began to spin. This is a sealing technique for summoning skills, and my summoning ability is now restricted and cannot be used. Nge Tuan immediately realized the problem, saying, "Something's wrong. Lam Moyu's summoning skill has been disabled." Truong Thian anxiously replied, "I'll urge them to send someone over quickly." The soldiers standing safely inside the fortress watched nervously as Manga faces it alone outside. This is trouble. He's a death spirit mage, and the most terrifying thing is the summoned creature, right? If she can't summon now, how can she fight? But everyone saw that Lam Moyu didn't seem to be afraid at all. Under the power of the staff, it seems the Long Clan general has reached his maximum strength. Moyu raises his staff high, using divine generals without issue. The Dragon Clan general soared into the air and aimed a decisive blow at Moyu. He died. As the wave of power shot straight at him, the shield once again protected Moyu safely, but it shattered into pieces shortly after, making Moyu marvel at the strength of the Long race. The destructive power is really fierce. Quickly use the bone injection technique. Huge earth spirals immediately rose in front of the Dragon Clan general, but a burst of purple energy instantly pierced through and shattered the earthen statue. Still, Moyu looked confidently at the war general and said, "I can kill you as usual without drying out the bones. The effect of the reinforced soldier is not over yet, and the damage I deal is enough." Immediately, a stream of jade-green energy wrapped around the dragon race general. He was instantly frozen through by the earth vortex just moments ago, as perceived by Moyu. Even at level 70, he still falls far short of the monsters in the ancient trial field. The dragon race general, clutching the earth vortex to his chest, hoarsely said, "I want to kill you." A sudden burst of light appeared, and now he was completely surrounded by that powerful energy. Moyu saw the stubbornness of the war general and could only feel helpless. Such a headstrong fool. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked straight ahead. The Dragon Clan war general broke free from the surge of power and charged at Moyu, saying, "Let's die together." Moyu's mind seemed to sense something unusual. Something's wrong. A powerful beam of light appeared behind Lam Moyu, so intense that it spread everywhere. A massive explosion then occurred, causing the large fortress nearby to blow apart instantly. The dazzling light from the explosion immediately stunned everyone present, and they began to discuss incessantly. I never expected the Dragon Clan general to blow himself up. It seems Lam Moyu really pushed him to the brink. Is it really a pity that the youngest human general at level 37 died like that? Clearly, Lam Moyu is extremely powerful. Even with his summoning restrictions, he still has such formidable fighting strength. That's right, this is truly terrifying. At that moment, everyone was stunned, and some exclaimed, "Everyone, look, right now Lam Moyu is stepping out of the ruins boldly without any injuries. Oh my god, Lam Moyu is still alive. How is he doing this? Even a level 60 profession master can't avoid taking damage." Lam Moyu thought to himself. Luckily, this time he had the innate talent for summoning linked life. At the moment of the explosion, the damage was transmitted to all my summoned creatures, but even so, my entire skeleton army was heavily damaged. I need to be more careful next time. If two high-level dragon or demon generals blow themselves up at the same time, I might be in danger. You step forward in front of everyone, and they all shout, "Great General of War, Great General of War, Great General of War." At that moment, two dark figures rushed toward where Lam Moyu was standing. It was Zhang Tian and Nie Junlin. Moyu respectfully bowed his head. Master Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhuangtian smiled and replied, Haha, not at all. At first, when I saw your extraordinary talent, I never expected you would become a divine general in the blink of an eye, and later I even had to call you Your Excellency. In response, Lam Moyu respectfully said, It's just luck. If someone else had been in charge of the awakening ceremony at the beginning, maybe you would have awakened to a different profession. That comment made Zhuangtian laugh. Haha, this kid. I'm just the one who oversees the array transfer ceremony. Tuan stepped forward. The battle at our 6th fortress has ended. May I ask where General Lam will go next? Lam Moyu asked again, How are the other fortresses doing? Hearing this, Zhang Tian spoke up. I just asked earlier, everything is stable. Does General Lam want to go reinforce the other fortresses? Lam Moyu gently tousled his hair awkwardly. If everything's stable now, then I guess I'll go seize the military merit. This time I've come again to steal everyone's credit. I sincerely want to apologize to everyone. There is no General Lam Shen. That's right, all the enemies were killed by General Lam Shen, so this credit belongs to him. At this moment, a tall, muscular figure appears with a red glow. This person appears with a fierce fighting spirit. Where is the battle general of the Dragon Clan now? He looked around and saw a light layer of dust and smoke drifting over the battlefield's aftermath. He stepped forward to Nge Tuan and heard him say, The Long Clan's war general is dead. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, How did it die? With everyone below level 60, how could they possibly kill the battle general of the dragon race? General, aren't all the divine generals supposed to be at Fortress 9? At this moment, he saw a dazzling gold and purple badge on Lam Moyu's chest, the badge of a divine general, and immediately saluted him. Divine Technique Warrior Dongfeng respectfully greeting the divine general. Lam Moyu nodded and replied, Hello, Colonel Dongfeng, thank you for coming to support. In response, Dongfeng said, I am just following orders. The presence of the great general is just a warrior child not worth mentioning. At that moment, he secretly thought, but why does the aura of this great general only seem to be at level 37? I understand now. It must be that he intentionally shows weakness to hide his true strength. Then, Lam Moyu was allowed to rest, sitting alone in a quiet room, pondering that in this battle, unexpectedly, the opponent possessed sealing and summoning skills. It seems this will become one of my weaknesses. Maybe I should ask my master if there's a way to solve it. Thinking it through, you go to see your master and there you meet Manhwa. Lam Moyu bows. So Manhwa has already responded to you? Manhwa was surprised to see that Lam Moyu had become a divine general. How did you become a divine general so quickly? Lam Moyu replied. At Fortress 6, after defeating an A-long team, he became a divine general. Manhwa nodded with a look of disbelief. Your teacher has already reached Fortress 9, but he will be back soon. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It's Bai Yi Yuan. His voice rang out. Lam Zhaozi has also returned. What? So you've become a divine general now? Lam Moyu began recounting. This is how it was. The disciple at Fortress 6. Bak Yvn with a look of joy says, Well done, kid. One person destroys an entire legion and pushes them back, taking all the credit, but don't feel guilty. The human race truly needs a genuine god-level powerhouse. If there is a young general like you, I believe they would willingly hand over their merits to you, let alone you destroying an entire legion on your own. If there are still people who resist, there's no need for words, just beat him until he submits. Then Lam Moyu begins to ask about the issue he's worried about. Master, my disciple at Fortress 6 has revealed the limitations of the summoning technique. Is there any way to remove these limitations? Bai Yi Yuan replied without hesitation. Of course there is, but your level isn't enough yet. You need to reach level 40 and undergo the second transformation before you can use it. Now, I will take you to a place. Bak Yvn took Lam Moyu to meet Director Mak Tin Ha of the Creation Academy. Mak Tin Ha quickly recognized the newcomer as Bak Yvn, calling him Old Bak. Bak Yvn quickly turned to introduce him. This old man is Mak Tin Ha, the Dean of the Dawn Academy, and also Mak Tin Ha's younger brother, a 89th level elder just half a step away from God level, and very likely to become the 11th divine level powerhouse of the Lower God Empire. Lam Moyu bowed his head in greeting to Mak Tin Ha. Mak Tin Ha looked at Lam Moyu, then turned to ask Bak Yvn. So this is your disciple, huh? Bak Yvn said proudly. What do you think? Not bad, right? It's not bad. But bringing a student who isn't even from the Creation Academy to blatantly steal resources from our academy isn't very honorable, is it? Bai Yuan waved his hand, saying, What do you mean, stealing resources? My disciple is a top scholar nationwide and a student at the Hakin Academy, fully qualified to join your academy. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check. Then let me see. Send me the information about your disciple. Bak Y Vian looks proud. Stay calm or you'll faint from being scared. Mak Tin Ha, with a thoughtful look. Old Bai, really? What do you mean don't let yourself be scared? How many could there possibly be? Lam Mak News information begins to display on the screen. Level 37 and contribution points of 110,000. Ma Tin Ha opened his mouth in disbelief. What? The top student in the country this year has now reached level 37. So why is your contribution points 110,000? How did you manage that? Bak Y Vien leans on the table, looking at Mak Tin Ha with an incredulous expression. Does he know that old man took on a disciple? I know. I heard he's a super genius. He dedicated his entire life to training only that disciple. His disciple's name is Lam Makam, Lam Mak New's older sister. Mak Tin Ha, looking surprised and amazed, secretly thought that if their family shares the same bloodline and her sister is already so strong, then her younger brother must be no less. Then Bai Y Vian turned to look at Lam Mak Nu. The kid took out his military badge to show everyone, scaring him to death. Lam Mak Ngudap Mot Tieng, Roy Duatera, Unsang Vang Rukro Tuara Manhami, Hui Hu Vang Tim Leip, Lan Lulung Truos Nguts Kao. Mak Tin Ha's eyes widened, his mouth agape and cold sweat pouring down as he stammered. A divine general. Even though I don't have any stars yet, I've reached level 89 and I only have 1 star as a divine general. So isn't this level 37 kid on par with me? If he achieved all the military exploits alone, then his true strength has far surpassed his level. So 100,000 contribution points are no surprise. Wait, then he saw the primal mark on Lam Mak Nu's hand. He survived 10 days of extreme danger at the ancient trial ground. Mak Tin Ha left his position according to the Academy's rules. Lam Mak Nu is truly qualified to join the Sangli Academy, but he still needs to pass the test first. He walked and told Lam Mak Nu to follow him. The Sangli Academy is incredibly vast. Mak Tin Ha was explaining the rules of the test at the Academy as he walked. Coincidentally, today there is a small test at the Sage Academy. The students are taking the test. The top 3 academies have a small exam every month and a major exam once a year. Those who fail are expelled immediately and banned from participating for 5 years. Suddenly, Lam Moyu froze as if she had seen something. It was someone confronting a demon clone during the test. After taking a closer look, he immediately recognized it as Tuthan. Mak Tin Ha told Lam Mak Ngu that today's test was to endure 1 minute against an opponent, and when asked if he wanted to try, Lam Mak Ngu responded without hesitation. After seeing Lam Moyu walk by, everyone in the hall started to talk. Is that Lam Moyu? It really is him. Is he trying to join our Genesis Academy? Is it because of him that our Sacred Dawn Academy is looked down upon? At this moment, Tuthan also saw Lam Mak Ngu and frowned. Why is that guy here? At this moment, Lam Moyu's checkpoint begins, and a teacher appears to start explaining to him. Lam Mak Nu, you are currently at level 37. We will simulate a level 47 demon, and you just need to survive for 1 minute against its attacks to pass. Lam Mak Nu replied, Sorry to bother you. Just as Lam Mak Nu was about to appear, a demon appeared. Lam Mak Nu's appearance has also attracted quite a few people in the academy. This kid is really arrogant. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Anyone new would be the same. It won't take long to see, just like Tuthan. With legendary titles all over, I don't know why the dean personally welcomed him. At this moment, someone shouted, It's the Deep Abyss Demon Blade. This is a deep-sea demon that's hard to deal with. Lam Moyu is doomed. At this moment, the teacher from earlier shouted loudly, The test has begun. The evil demon immediately charged at Lam Moyu. All you see is Lam Moyu raising his hand, 2 bone darts in hand. The evil demon was immediately defeated in front of everyone. Lam Moyu stepped forward and asked, Teacher, does this count as me completing the test? The teacher was so surprised he broke out in cold sweat and couldn't speak. Perfectly done. Everyone who had just been criticizing was now shocked by Lam Moyu's display. A single strike to kill, and that demon was 10 levels higher than him. How long did it take him to defeat it? 10 seconds. Others would struggle to last 10 seconds, yet he took less than 10 seconds to take it down. Tuthan's face was covered in sweat, his teeth clenched in frustration. That guy is even stronger now, and the gap between us is getting bigger. Mak Tin Ha approaches and congratulates the student on passing the test. From now on, you are a member of the Genesis Academy. Lam Mak Nu respectfully replied, Thank you, Dean. The teacher who saw Mak Tin Ha's attitude towards Lam Mak Nu couldn't help but wonder why the dean's behavior towards Lam Mak Nu seemed a bit strange. He is not as strict as he is with other students. Even when dealing with the Academy's teachers, it feels like they are talking as equals. After all, what kind of deity is Lam Mak Nu? Waves crash against the moonlit rocks on the shore. Shining stars in the night sky reflecting on the sea as Bai Yuen and Lam Moyu sit together on the beach, chatting and admiring this beautiful scene. Little lamb, didn't you ask why I want you to join the Dawn Academy instead of the Dawn God Academy like your sister? Lam Moyu replied softly, I'm sure there's a reason behind what I do. I believe the teacher would not harm me. At this moment, Bai Yuen slowly explained, the Sacred Light Academy has a person, he took you as his disciple, and you are the only one. If they have taken you as a disciple, they will devote all their resources to training her. And all the resources of the Sacred Dawn Academy will be focused on her, not you. Even though I have many resources, I cannot compare to that person. Especially in the Age of Creation Academy, there is something very important to you that can increase the chances of your profession evolution in the third transfer. Lam Moyu asked, isn't the third promotion of the profession supposed to have the divine stone element? Bai Yuen continued to explain. These two things don't conflict. Their chances can add up. I just don't know exactly what that thing is, only that it's a beam of light located at the center of the Sacred Heaven Academy, which only appears at a special time. I can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourself. At this moment, everyone in the academy gathered on the beach, lighting a big fire and starting to talk about Lam Moyu. The senior brothers, tell us what happened when everyone met Lam Moyu in the ancient trial field. Lang Hut-chien broke out in a cold sweat and said, all right, let me tell you what he did during the trial of the ancient academy, and everyone gathered around him to listen attentively. You all know there's a level 55 boss called the Earthquake Dragon God, right? Everyone responded that they knew. I heard that the boss is extremely terrifying. Lang Hut-chien shivered in fear as he recalled Lam Moyu fighting alone against the great Earthquake Dragon God. Hearing this, they all shouted in disbelief. What? What is Lam Moyu joking about soloing the Earthquake Long God? Don't brag too much, I swear. Even if I die, I wouldn't believe it. If they knew that Lam Moyu had soloed the Great Earth Suchlong God when he was only level 30, they probably wouldn't believe it either. Lang Hut-chien began to explain. I used to think he was just risking his life to enter the ancient trial school. At that moment, he had just received the primal rune when demons started chasing him. We intended to go and protect him, but unexpectedly, he didn't need us. Furthermore, Lam Moyu later became a common enemy of the Dark Abyss demons and the Dragon Clan in the ancient trial school, but it seems this explanation still isn't convincing enough for everyone here. They all doubted Lam Moyu's abilities. The more they talked, the more exaggerated it became. Did he really receive the primal rune and endure 10 days there? It sounds more and more like a legend. At this moment, someone ran over shouting, unbelievable! Our divine empire has just gained a level 37 divine general, the youngest ever, causing everyone here to be stunned and unable to believe their ears. Level 37. Could it be a coincidence? Hey brother, what's the name of this divine general? The other guy scratched his head and replied, I think it's Lam Moyu. Everyone was stunned for the second time. It really is him, Lam Moyu. A divine general, a divine general. No wonder the dean personally welcomed him, so that's how it is. The story of Lam Moyu quickly spread everywhere. Even people on the streets had started talking. Did you hear? The Divine Realm Empire has a level 37 divine general. The youngest level 37 divine general in the Divine Empire appeared, capable of fighting the Demon Lord alone. Have you heard? The Imperial Divine Realm is in the small courtyard, with Meng and Wen calmly sitting and enjoying tea. Aren't you going to step in and handle this? If it keeps going on like this, they'll inflate him into a god. Bak Yvn casually replied, I deliberately let them blow it up. Let them blow it up as much as they want last time. Mak-ngu suffered a loss at Huyen Matham. Uyen recently, I've been having him study at the Academy of Creation, so he wouldn't know anything about this. Mananvan fell silent and asked, is there someone behind this? Bak Yvn, with a cold gaze, replied, yes, someone wants to boost her reputation to destroy Mak-ngu. Instead of stopping the rumors, it's better to promote them so exaggerated that no one believes them. Then the rumors will destroy themselves. Bak. Yeah. Yvn's face was full of murderous intent as he clenched his fists. Those rat worshippers of the demon sect had come out again. If that's the case, I'll play with them a little. In the library of the Dawn Academy, where Lam Moyu was still diligently reading, it turns out that demons are ranked based on bloodline, divided into 4 levels. Ordinary demon beasts, ordinary demons, elite demons, and demon lords, further categorized into low, high, peak, and king levels. In addition, there are some special types of demons like mysterious abyss demons or abyss fire spirits and more. Reading this, Lam Moyu began to scratch his head because it was too complicated. It seems that the world of Tamoyen is even more complicated than I imagined. At this point, Lam Moyu remembered Mina and another demon he had faced before. So these two demons are elite-level demons. No wonder they are so powerful. That top-tier demon can even confront the ancient era's dragon. In the ranking of the 10 great demon kings of the Deep Abyss, only 5 have been recorded by the human race, and it turns out that the 4th one, the Dark Demon King, is the father of the Dark Demon Child. He then picks up the book he was reading again. Lam Moyu thinks, if it is indeed the Demon Lord's child, it seems it was reborn through the Soul Seal, but if I can kill you once, I can do it again. And again. He stood up, returned the book to the shelf, picked another one, and sat down to continue studying. I need to make up for the lost knowledge, so I won't fall into Huyen Matam Uyen's trap again. A month later, Lam Moyu was still diligently reading in the library when suddenly he heard a clicking sound from his wrist. It was Mak Tin Ha calling. Director, is something the matter? General Lam, sorry to bother you, but could you come out for a moment? Who is Director Ma waiting for? Is there anyone else in the academy who could make Director Ma wait? Could it be Lam Moyu? As soon as she saw Lam Moyu come out, everyone started whispering. As expected, it's Lam Moyu. I wonder what the director wants with him that makes his face look so serious. It's not serious, is it? I heard that the Dragon Clan in the battlefield has become violent, causing quite a few conflicts. General Mac, what's the matter? This time I want to ask Lord Commander Lam for some help. Since the Long Clan returned to the original battlefield, the dungeons have mutated. Many of them resemble Long Clan outposts, mostly remnants left after the Great War 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect that now the Long Clan has returned. These instances have all mutated into teleportation points for the Long Clan, allowing their army to pass through and appear anywhere on the battlefield. Only now did we realize that these instances were deliberately left behind by the Long King years ago. More than 1,000 human profession players have died so far. Lam Moyu's face grew serious. So we couldn't destroy the instance? Mak Tin Ha replied, we realized too late. The dragon race used a special method to set up the dungeon, which can only be destroyed from the inside. Lam Moyu asked, what do you need me to do? Mak Tin Ha said, enter the Long Clan checkpoint dungeon, clear the hell difficulty, coordinate with the army, and destroy it together. Lam Moyu with a cold face and a fierce, icy gaze. I understand, let's go. At Yuan Battle Arena Substation 1, Lam Moyu and Mak Tin Ha head to the entrance of the Long Clan guard dungeon. At this moment, both of them saw a man with a shining gold badge on his arm waiting there. He is Taisho Colonel 70th level Holy Sword Knight Harjiaoji Hong. He saluted Lam Moyu and Mak Tin Ha, the great general. Tiu Chi Hung began reporting. 20 days ago, a group of Dragon Clan soldiers suddenly burst out of the dungeon. Only low-level profession players were around, and they were caught off guard, resulting in many casualties. Now we have surrounded the instance. Lin Moy asked, how exactly should I coordinate with everyone? We have prepared 2 teams, one to tackle the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, and another of 4 people to fight the Hell difficulty with General Lam. After clearing the dungeon, using the chain and spear to blow up the exit will completely destroy the dungeon. Lam Moyu, holding the chain of the magic orb, replied, all right, I understand, but I can handle the Hell difficulty alone. His words sounded like a slap in the face, causing Tiu Chi Hung's expression to change. Lam Than Tuong, this is the level 35 Hell difficulty dungeon. Mak Tin Ha immediately reassured him, don't worry, he's always been able to handle solo runs on his own. Tiu Chi Hung, sweaty-faced, said, okay, Lam Than Tu must be careful, and our 2 teams will also speed up to clear the dungeon quickly. Lam Moyu entered the dungeon, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've entered a lower-level dungeon. Let's see how it has changed now. Master Lam, is it really safe for Lam Than Tuong to go alone? Don't worry, he's definitely going to be the fastest to complete it. After entering the dungeon, Lam Moyu looked around and started muttering about the old hideout, feeling very different. I still remember that sweeping skill with control. At this moment, a panel appeared showing a mutated elite warrior of the Long Beast tribe, level 36, with 20,000 strength, 15,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 35,000 physique, equipped with a sweeping spear skill, and affected by the Dragon Clan's power, reducing physical and elemental damage by 30%. Seeing this panel, Lam Moyu puffed out her cheeks and couldn't help but complain, thinking it would be really strong. It turns out that's all there is to it. As Lam Moyu was thinking, the demons charged out, but they were really too weak, and just a few strikes from the soldiers following Lam Moyu easily took them down. These soldiers keep charging forward like unstoppable arrows, and Lam Moyu can only follow behind. Suddenly, he sees a city wall and can't help but exclaim in surprise, huh. There were many monsters on the city wall. Now the Longtian army had seen Lam Moyu, and they all showed a look of hatred. Is Lam Moyu brave enough to enter the dungeon alone, or is he afraid of dying late? Lam Moyu looked around and realized that the Long clan army had already stationed inside the dungeon. Then he ordered his army of warriors, "Kill them all!" Without hesitation, Lam Moyu's troops immediately charged toward the main gate where the Longtok army was standing. Immediately, the Longtian army was completely wiped out, their screams echoing in terror. Now, only the corpses of the Longtian soldiers remained on the ground. The sturdy city wall gate was immediately destroyed and shattered. Lam Moyu and his army quickly advanced into the city. After entering the city, Lam Moyu approached a statue and immediately realized that there was also a Long clan army here. Behind that statue is an army made up of thousands of Long clan soldiers arranged in a formation. In front of the Long army stands a Long commander in armor, with a fierce expression and a murderous aura. The danger has arrived. He raised his sword and gave the order to kill. Immediately, the entire Long clan army advanced together toward Lam Moyu. Lam Moyu looked at them with a cold gaze, and suddenly understanding why he was sent to fight in hell. So there are actually many hidden Long clan soldiers here. As guards, the soldiers will immediately attack Lam Moyu as soon as they receive orders. They stormed forward like relentless storms, clashing fiercely with each other. In just a moment, Lam Moyu's army had already killed many of the Long clan. At this moment, a red light sphere appears in Lam Moyu's hand. He coldly looks at the sphere and whispers, "Just one corpse, and I win." Immediately, Lam Moyu activated the violent body technique, causing a massive explosion, and countless members of the Dragon Clan army were sacrificed. The Dragon Clan commander was in disbelief, his mouth agape. How is this possible? How can this be? What kind of skill is this after all? Why does my clan have no information about it? Lam Moyu, with a cold yet gentle gaze, explained simply, "Everyone who has encountered this skill has died." Lam Moyu immediately recognized that the portal representing the dungeon's exit had appeared, meaning his task here was complete. You activated the chain of authority in your hand, secretly thinking that now just completing the nightmare and normal difficulty dungeons would be enough. Outside, Tuchi Hung and Mactin Ha immediately recognized the purple light from the Divine General's activation of the control wheel, and Motin Ha smiled, saying, "I told you to trust the Divine General." Tuchi Hung awkwardly scratched his head and said, "You're right, the Divine General truly lives up to his name. He's not someone like us can compare to." The other two scrolls have also been activated, and the remaining 2 difficulty levels are completed. All right, all 3 difficulty levels of the dungeon have been destroyed simultaneously, and this dungeon will completely disappear. At that moment, Lam Moyu saw the scroll at the exit of the dungeon, emitting a dazzling light. He thought to himself, "It seems they've finished over there too. I should leave now." Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, he saw a line of words that he couldn't escape from. He was surprised and suspicious. What is going on? Outside, both Tuchi Hung and Mating Ha sensed that something was wrong. Tuchi Hung's smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by panic. "This isn't right. Something has already happened. Why is no one coming out yet?" Even Mactin Ha exclaimed, "Something's wrong." At this point, Lam Moyu has tried many ways to escape, but all were useless. Even the talisman to escape a high-level instance was ineffective. As the instance had been sealed, someone seems to want to kill her. At this moment, the instance collapses and everything inside begins to shake and rise into the air, pulling Lam Moyu into a vortex of energy. At this moment, all boundaries seem to be shattered. You see the other 2 teams entering the dungeon as well. Are they from different difficulty levels? The bone armor glows, blocking each wave of energy hitting him. He watches the members of the other 2 teams struggling against the energy waves, wanting to help them, but feeling helpless. Damn it, I can't help them. Even the attack power from the energy flow and the armored skeleton's strength seem unable to withstand it. You must keep holding on. Even the armored skeleton can't withstand this chaotic energy for long and needs constant replenishment, or else I will be torn apart too. Lam Moyu's eyes grew colder than ever. He secretly thought, "Don't let me find out who you are, or I will definitely kill you." The next moment, a burst of extremely powerful light shot straight at Lam Mo, shattering the armored skeleton. Lam Moyu clenched her teeth and endured. This power rivaled a strike from the Demon King. Lam Moyu was pushed into a void by the energy stream. Something's wrong. Lam Moyu is in trouble. Bak Wai Vian angrily slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Where is it?" Man Anvan immediately told him the location of Lam Moyu, the number 1 fortress battlefield, the Dragon Clan checkpoint instance. Bak Wai Vian immediately leaves. In the blink of an eye, he appears around the instance, emitting a blue light. This scene scared Xiao Zhihong half to death. The formidable Bak Than is a divine-level expert. Bak Wai Vian looked around, then snorted coldly. "So this is the place, huh?" Immediately, he clenched the vortex of the dungeon with his hand. The vortex shattered instantly in his grip. This dungeon has completely collapsed. At this moment, Mo Tin Ha has realized the gap between himself and Bai Yiyun. Is this the power of a god-level expert? It seems I still have a long way to go before I can reach old Bai. Who was the one who suggested that Lam Moyu help destroy this instance? Ah, McTin Ha stepped forward to explain. Don't make things difficult for him anymore. The information came from Fortress 9, telling me to ask Lam Moyu, and the entire authority transfer also came from that side. Fine, Chinthfort. I didn't expect someone there also wants to harm my disciple. Have I not killed anyone for so long that they think I am old now? The rage within Bai Yi-wan burst forth, radiating a terrifying energy that made the heavens and earth tremble. Bak Yi-vian heard Mak En-van's voice in his ear. Old Bai, don't be angry. Lam Moyu is fine. She's gone into the deep abyss. Bak Yi-vian seemed to realize something, and his anger subsided. I know about Thiamuyan. I will return immediately. As soon as he returned, Bai Yi-vian was filled with anger, clearly because of those demonic cultists. I didn't expect they had someone hidden within the army, and at a high level too. Oh right, how did you know he was okay but still went into the deep abyss? Mak En-van calmly sips his tea. I have a teleportation stone to the deep abyss on him. Hearing this, Bai Yi-wan seemed a bit calmer, so little Lin could be teleported here at any moment. Mo An-wen nodded. That's right, you don't need to worry. Moreover, if he still hasn't returned by now, it clearly means he has his own plans. At this point, Bai Yi-yuan told me he understood, but what do you plan to do about the situation at Fortress 9? Mak En-van remained silent with a cold as ice gaze, and then replied, I want to see who dares to stretch their hand this far and cut it off here. In the world of Tamuyen, everywhere is covered by purple flames. Looking at everything around Lam Moyu, he couldn't help but wonder, is this the world of Tamuyen? It's so different from what he imagined. Looking at the shard in his hand, he silently wondered if this demonic core fragment could help him avoid detection by demons for an hour. He clenched the shard tightly in his palm. An hour later, the energy of the Tamuyen teleportation stone will be full, and I can go back. He continued walking forward. Everything in front of him looked strange and unfamiliar. It turns out Tamuyen is not just a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, he saw the demons around the water's surface. The demons became more and more startled, which surprised Lam Moyu. No, why are there so many demons all of a sudden? Could I have been exposed? More and more demons keep flying in, and suddenly a huge, powerful beam of light appears in the middle of the lake, spreading everywhere. This amazes Lam Moyu, as the aura of primal energy is so dense. Why is there a secret realm in the deep abyss, and even the aura of a dungeon? A series of demons simultaneously take flight into the secret realm. Lin Moyu continues to wonder, why do demons hate elemental energy the most? What are they doing here? The light grew stronger in an instant, and all the demons had entered the secret realm. Lam Moyu's eyes lit up. This power couldn't be wrong. This is one of the elemental dungeons, the light element. Surprisingly, it is in the abyss. Maybe I can obtain a light element crystal. Lam Moyu quickly stared intently into the water in his mind, as if contemplating something. Moyu is inside the secret realm, surrounded by dazzling, colorful lights. The information panel immediately appeared, revealing that the deep abyss fire was a mutant light element, merging abyssal flames with light, with demonic pressure absorbing the body to enhance the core essence, and a very small chance to evolve into a higher-level demonic pressure, also aiding in level advancement. The evolution process requires enduring intense pain. Makenju thought to himself, as expected, they want to evolve. The demons, clutching their heads in pain, then charged rapidly towards him. They are really bold to threaten humanity and dare to come to the deep abyss. Monu didn't reply, only standing silently, causing the demons to become more and more frantic. Eat him, eat him. Finally, a faint smile appeared on his dirt-streaked face. Immediately, the dried-up warrior is summoned, accompanied by a flash of white light. The Light World dungeon opens with levels 40, 35, and 45 accessible. The difficulty is divided into 3 tiers: normal, nightmare, and hell. Moyu confirms that his suspicion was correct. This is indeed a light element dungeon. The demons around him are still howling non-stop. Ignore them. Moyu decides to make a choice, the choice of hell level. The dungeon portal opens instantly, and he steps in without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant golden eye appears in the space, clearly not human, watching everything that happens. The demons are still happily laughing, their faces full of joy. Hee-hey, we will evolve. But just when they thought capturing Moyu would be easy, he entered the dungeon, and chaos broke out among them. This is not good. Notify the high-level demons immediately. A moment later, inside the dungeon, Makangju encounters creatures that resemble humans. their faces unclear, bodies emitting light, elemental spirit auras, elite hell-level monsters, level 41, power 5,000, agility 30,000, mental strength 50,000, with skills like intense blazing light, immune to light elemental and physical attacks, reducing 90% elemental damage. Mangu's unit stepped down, and they immediately activated their skills. Beams of light seemed to envelop the entire space. Mangu instinctively covered his eyes, overwhelmed by the blinding light. The beams of light continued to engulf Mangu wave after wave. This skill hardly causes any damage, but severely affects visibility. In that moment, he realized he could only rely on the skeleton soldiers to move forward. After saying that, he summoned the skeleton warriors. With their help, Mangu finally found a way out. It is a long, shining staircase emitting a dazzling light, surrounded by thousands of glowing rows. In the distance, I see a figure floating in the air, entirely dressed in white, wrapped in strips of cloth. His wings are enormous, and his scepter, also white and imposing, in his hand. Mangu wondered, is that an angel? Around the luminous staircase, many elemental spirits stand there as the reward information appears. And every time you climb 100 steps, you receive an item. Machu slowly walks up the stairs, whispering to himself. It seems like a secret trial dungeon that doesn't require fighting monsters. He continued walking, each step piling up dazzling light clusters from the spirits. After crossing the 100th step, something suddenly appeared in Mangu's hand. As expected, just like he thought, passing the challenge grants the reward. A sparkling shard rests in Mangu's hand. It is a fragment of light crystal. 5 light crystals can combine to form a light gem. You keep walking, the clusters of light still chasing after Mangu, but he pays no attention at all. Finally, he whispered softly, "It's complete." Immediately, the crystal fragments floated into the air and merged to form a beautiful gem. Light crystals can combine with other single-element crystals to form divine element stones, increasing the chance of promotion. The more elements involved, the stronger the divine stone's effect. Or it can be used alone to permanently resist light elements, but cannot be combined afterward. Mangu immediately shouted, combining to create a new divine element stone. The crystal in your hand rises into the air and gradually transforms into a multifaceted stone. The divine stone element, fire, poison, and earth light are used during the 3rd class change, increasing the profession promotion rate by 20%. This made Mangu extremely happy. Compared to the previous 3 elements, the rate has doubled. Your gaze gradually becomes more determined. I haven't reached the top of the stairs yet. It seems there's still a treat waiting for me. You step forward on the shining staircase without hesitation. After a moment, Mangu sensed something unusual. A change. A bright spherical orb suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the holy light gem, which permanently reduces damage from the light element by 50% and has a chance to grant a light-type skill, effective only on the first use. I knew it was that one. Mangu smiled softly. Each elemental dungeon would have a crystal element and a protective element. You shout to use the holy light gem. The holy light gem immediately shatters in the air, and at that moment the angel also raises her scepter, emitting a circle of brilliant light. It charged straight at Mangu, transforming into a pair of shining wings behind him, like angel's wings. It turns out Mangu has obtained the level 1 Blessing of Light skill, immune to all status effects for 30 minutes. All status effects including curses, seals, silence, and bindings have a 12-second cooldown, and suddenly gaining this skill surprised Mangu. "Thank you, Angel." The angel remained silent, standing there with his eyes closed, offering no response. The space is unusually quiet. At this moment, a wooden box appears in front of Mangu. As you touch it, the object inside the box emits a dazzling light. Mangu receives 2 items, one resembling a heart called the Heart of Light, capable of awakening the Light God, and the other is a key. It is the key to the Light God Palace. It is the key to open the true Light God Palace. This makes you wonder if there is a connection. Previously, you received an item that could open the Fire God Temple and awaken the Fire God. I wonder if there is any connection between them. The angel's staff suddenly moved. So he lifts the scepter again and unleashes a powerful blast directly at Mangu. The scepter in Mangu's hand is the monarch's scepter. Damaged, a legendary tier weapon with all attributes increased by 500,000. I didn't expect to be so lucky, especially to get a legendary weapon. Unfortunately, it's only a broken piece and requires level 70 to use, so it can't help me right now. The surrounding space suddenly shifted, and the entire instance disappeared, signaling that it had ended. Mangu put away the staff, his eyes shining with confidence and no hint of fear or hesitation. It's time to leave the dungeon now. There are probably many more monsters waiting outside. He softly smiled, not wanting to keep them waiting in vain. The dungeon door opens, revealing the monsters waiting outside. Finally, he's out. Kill him and eat him. The monsters fiercely rush to attack Moyu. They are all low-level demons below level 45. Their attacks barely affect your defenses. The demon horde is a bit unexpected. His defensive skill is really tough. Even though he's only level 37, just how strong is he? Let's crush it together. McNu narrows his eyes. Now it's my turn. The spinning space suddenly, the skeleton warrior you summoned appears and fights back against the demons. Where did these immortal monsters come from? At this moment, they finally realize fear and are no longer arrogant. It is him, his summoned creature. Why? Why are these immortal monsters so powerful? Ngu watched them in confusion, then whispered, "Just explode." He used level 6 corpse violence skill to detonate bodies, dealing damage equal to 35% of the enemy's health within a 6-meter radius. A loud explosion erupted. That explosion dealt massive damage to the demons in just a few seconds. Ngu calmly stepped out of the white smoke, leaving them for the dry lich soldiers to handle the external threats. But suddenly a shockwave from behind him hit, a boss, a swirling purple flame. A strange black creature emerged from the flames. It turned out to be the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. The Dark Abyss Fire Spirit immediately attacked Moyu upon appearing, but for him it posed no threat. Are you so eager to die? Give me another Fire Spirit stone. Ngu unleashed a furious red flame, directly confronting the purple fire of the Deep Abyss Fire Spirit. It screamed in agony, then was burned away piece by piece until only a cloud of purple smoke remained, destroying Temuyen Hoalin and gaining 18 million experience points and the Fire Spirit treasure. Ngu sensed something was wrong. The secret realm was about to collapse. We have to leave now. The chaotic space of the realm spun open, and outside there was still a group of demons unaware of what was happening. Why is the secret realm about to disappear? Are they about to come out? A dark mass covers everything as the dry lich warriors emerge from the secret realm one after another.
What is that? Why are there so many dry lich?
Ngu looked at them with a determined gaze, reaching out to strike. Don't even think about running. The bodies of the defeated demons earlier floated up all at once, while the survivors stared with wide eyes, their bodies torn apart, another horrific explosion following. It seems the explosion was too intense, and the lower-level demons vanished. Seeing the situation was unstable, the higher-level demons with various strange forms all advanced together to attack the humans. Leading the charge is a monster that looks very much like a falling star, but its eyes are blood red. It has 2 long, terrifying fangs with deep dark magic. Level 49, strength 20,000, physique 20,000, agility 15,000, spirit 50,000, with a keen sonic wave skill that reduces light element resistance by 50% and decreases all enhanced damage by 30%. They seem stronger than the low-level demons that are still resisting the attack from the fallen bodies. Good defense. Ngu sneered sarcastically. Then he extended his hand and continued to use his skill. I don't know how many hits you can take. There are a lot of corpses around here. The old folks and the Deep Abyss demon servants can't take it anymore. One by one they fall. This made the high-level demons furious. Kill him, we must kill him. No matter those dry bones, kill that human. Ngu continues to unleash his skills, confident in this battle, standing among the demons. He shows no fear, reassuring them all, none of you will escape. Wave after wave of Ngu's relentless attacks rained down on the demons, who could only stand still and endure. Suddenly, an attack from somewhere struck his defensive shield. Die. Ngu was quite surprised. Yeah, a raging red vortex appeared, inside which was a more terrifying type of demon monster. Temuyen Sword Demon level 55, power 50,000 CR, physique 40,000, light agility 25,000 CR, spirit 50,000 CR, carefully examines the sword aura skill, which reduces light element resistance by 50% and dark element damage by 30%. It charges directly at Ngu and launches an attack. Ngu quickly lifted the corpses into the air and threw them at the Temuyen Kiem Ma, but they were all blocked. No, I can't throw the corpses to their place. Immediately, the Temuyen Sword Demons also launched their attacks at Kolao, but of course, all their assaults were blocked. Ngu thought to himself, if only there was a forbidden skill, then both sides wouldn't be able to do anything now. Someone shouts, quickly fly up, that human won't be able to do anything to us. Ngu was still contemplating a strategy when suddenly he noticed these demons approaching from that direction. Is there something there? He decided to act and went to check. Maybe he would discover the demon's lair. You lead the Dry Bones army straight toward that direction. The attacks from the demons kept raining down on the Dry Bones army, but they were like punching cotton, causing no damage at all, leaving the demon swordsmen of Tongwu Yen very confused. Is he really human? Why do I feel like he's more like a super boss from the world? Is it because our attack power is too weak? Why can't we deal any damage to him at all? Since when did humans develop such terrifying professions? They feel even harder to deal with than the legendary Great Earth Knights. Over there, one of them noticed Macnu's direction and shouted urgently, "Get after him," while Macnu kept moving straight ahead without slowing down. Suddenly, the space before him opened up, leaving him extremely surprised. It turned out that what he saw was the demon city, filled everywhere with a gloomy, deadly atmosphere. So there is a city in the abyss as well. I can sense the aura of the evil spirits. Munungu stands before his army of mummies, smiling confidently and proudly. Today, hearing that, the demons are more panicked than ever. Is he crazy? How dare he do that? No human has ever dared to attack the Dark Abyss city, not even during the peak of the dragon race. I must stop him, but how? A demon guard at the city gate notices the commotion. The city of Thonguyen is protected by an invisible barrier. Macnu also notices the barrier and orders the dry skeleton warrior to throw him over there immediately. Without hesitation, the army quickly carries out the command. From above, Macnu jumps straight down into the Tamuyen city's barrier. His body touches the barrier like a thin curtain, then Macnu easily passes through it. The entire barrier of Tamuyen city still stands tall, intact, and undamaged without alerting anyone. The sword demons are extremely worried. This is a big problem. The summoner has entered. Blocking his summoned creatures is futile. Moyu orders a retreat to the summoning space. The army of mummies outside the barrier immediately disappeared upon command, causing the demons to panic and sweat profusely. He continued to calmly summon inside the barrier. Appear, now. After a moment, the barrier trembled and the army of dry corpses surged out. In just a moment, the dry army swiftly dealt with the demons in Tamuyen city. Mongu smiled seductively, and there was another corpse. Thongdong stands and observes the scene before him, and it can be said that when it comes to terrifying demons, at this moment, Macnu is the most formidable presence. They have become powerless. It's over. It's over. Duanjun Kolu still boldly marches into the city center as if no one is there. Macnu gazed at the dark, towering spire before her, her heart filled with determination. I still remember the scene of the demons attacking the human city during the professional tournament. When the abyssal demons of Deep Abyss attacked and slaughtered humanity in the past, now it's our turn. You clench your fist tightly. No one will escape alive from here. Suddenly, Macnu saw a teleportation array ahead. It was the teleportation array of Tamuyen City. The demons had used it to move back and forth between cities. Could I use this teleportation array to reach other demon cities? Suddenly, an idea came to mind. It's happening. Look at the demons being beaten to a pulp by the dry corpse soldiers dragging themselves back here. Macnu thought that as a human, although he had a demon core to disguise his aura, he definitely couldn't use the teleportation array of Tamuyen. He could only activate the formation using demons. The formation was in motion, proving it had been successfully activated. I don't know where we'll be transported this time, so Macnu decides to pick a city name that sounds similar. He's gone. The Dark Abyss sword demons immediately reacted. This is bad. He has already teleported away. Which city did he go to? Hurry and inform Lord Demon King. We can't let him continue to run rampant. The formation has transported Macnu to another demon city. Looks like I made the right choice. Well then, come out now. My army. Immediately summon armored skeletons and the undead soldiers. Where did this horde of mummies suddenly appear from, catching the guards off guard? What's going on? Where did those skeletons come from? The barrier is starting to break down. Mungu looked at the cracks in the barrier and couldn't help but marvel. It feels like closing a door to fight a dog. The ancient soldiers charge forward fiercely. Hey! An evil spirit was defeated. It hurriedly shouted, "Enemy! Enemy invasion!" It's a human. I never thought humans would dare to enter the abyss. In an instant, the Dry Lich army gained the upper hand. A demon noticed the situation was unstable and quickly alerted his comrades. Hurry and report to the Demon King as the explosions rained down on the city buildings. Soon, each building was destroyed one after another. The demons, desperate, shouted loudly, "Run away." Many demons were bound by the army and unable to escape, only able to helplessly endure the attack. Macnu revealed a ruthless expression. Today, we won't kill them. If we do, humanity will suffer the consequences later. If we kill, we must do it thoroughly. Inside the city, another slaughter is underway. Meanwhile, at the Demon Lord's city fortress, directly controlled by the Demon King, his fury could be clearly heard. How dare humans attack the stronghold of the Deep Abyss world? Send my orders. It took a while to take down all the low-level demons. Macnu Thua Thang rushes to the next city. Suddenly, attacks from above target the skeleton army descending. As expected, there is a high-level demon here. As expected, a group of Deep Abyss sword demons from this city appeared, but within this barrier you won't escape no matter how you try. The sword demons earlier couldn't reach the bodies because they lacked spatial limits and flew too high, but now, thanks to the barrier, Maknu was like a fish in water. With just one explosion, the high-level demons were quickly defeated like low-level ones. He watched Tandu's battle without a hint of regret. Did the Dark Abyss demon ever imagine that one day the world of humans would be like this when it invaded years ago? The level up notification sounds, and Lam Moyu, level 39 Death Spirit Mage, has finally reached level 39. He quickly used the formation to teleport to another city, but the destination changed. It seems the demons have realized the situation. They must have set a trap waiting for us to arrive. He thought to himself that Manhwa was not afraid at all. He held the Deep Abyss teleportation stone in his hand, full of confidence. Let's see how deep this abyss really is. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I'll charge in. Yu and Duan Quan advance together, and the formation immediately activates. After a while, Moyu was in the Demon Lord's city. Suddenly, a giant fist lunged at him. The skill activates instantly, transferring damage, linking life force to summon. Manhwa remains calm as he summons the Undead Legion, armored skeletons, and healing troops appear. The Legion appears, giving him the chance to observe the enemy. His arrival surprises Manhwa. I didn't expect you to withstand a punch from this king. He growled. So that person is the Lord of the Black Dragon Bull. I didn't expect the Demon King to personally show up. I fell into deep thought. No, that's not right. If the Demon King had come in person, I would have been dead long ago. It's just a clone. What's your name, human? King Bull spoke. A level 39 cannot possibly massacre an entire city, nor withstand a punch from me without dying. Who are you, really? Why are you hiding your level? Looking at his clone, Moyu made a calculation. If it's just a clone, there might still be a chance. Especially since there are enough demons around, maybe he can try fighting them. Thinking this, he activated his skill. The undead army immediately prepares for battle, and your disregard enrages the Demon King Manhwa. He swung a giant fist toward Manhwa, daring to strike in front of the king. Let's see if you can withstand this punch. He also responded with a punch, exploding upon impact. Two forces collide, causing a massive shockwave. The Kolao army remains standing there, and Manhwa is still safe and sound. You're not dead yet. The healing squadron chuckled softly. If you want to kill me, you're not worthy yet. The Corpse Legion Duong with a silver sword is ready to fight. King Manhwa roars loudly, daring to look down on me. At this moment, murderous intent floods his body, and he aims to seal Manhwa's summoning magic. Manhwa hurriedly uses the sealing spell to summon. Now I am no longer afraid of the summoning spell being sealed. The Blessing of Light is immune to all conditions, lasting for 30 minutes with a 12-hour cooldown. Two forces collide. You continue to use the Violent Corpse to counterattack. King New is extremely surprised. How is that possible? Why is the seal not effective? What level are you at exactly? You can't possibly be only level 39. With that, he flew back down towards Manhwa. Just die. That's all I wish for. I'm only afraid you won't come down here. My soldiers, gather the corpses quickly. The undead soldiers carry the bodies to Manhwa, who now faces the Demon King head-on without hesitation, continuing to attack relentlessly. He launched a powerful attack at Manhwa, but the damage was redirected to the Undead Legion, transferring the damage and linking life forces to summon, while he also used healing to mend the Legion. Immediately, the wounds on the undead bodies were healed. Then Manhwa lifts the corpses and says, "It's my turn now." A thunderous explosion strikes Manhwa, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he continues to attack. Die! A series of powerful punches hurled at Manhwa, his face covered in wounds, fresh blood spurting from his mouth, yet he kept provoking. The Demon King is only this strong, hasn't even had his meal yet. King Manhwa strikes again. Die for me. The strike aimed straight at Manhwa, and clearly if he were an ordinary human, he would definitely have died from it. But suddenly the Demon King realized something was wrong. An explosion headed straight for him. Manhwa was still alive and even fighting back. By this point, the Demon King's face was also covered in fresh blood. I don't believe I can't kill you. He leans in for a fatal blow. Manhwa, waiting for him to strike, immediately uses the exploding corpse. Thanks to you preparing so many high-level demons for me, does it feel good to have your own kind explode? The blast echoes through heaven and earth. I must kill you. Finally, the clone of the Minotaur King has been eliminated. Manhwa stands up, his clothes torn to shreds. He breathes a sigh of relief, finally causing the clone of the Deathwing Demon Bull King to explode. Suddenly, he senses something. The true body of the Demon King is approaching. Manhwa furrowed his brow and took the opportunity to gather one last dose before he arrived. He activated the deadly light orb in a berserk state, its power undoubtedly formidable. Soon after, the toxic fumes spread out, causing the demons to scream in pain, and the entire city seemed to be filled with poison. A few seconds later, the true body of the Demon King finally arrived. Seeing the demons dying from the poison gas, the Demon King became furious and unleashed his ultimate move, the Demon Bull Charge, transforming into a gigantic beast full of murderous intent. Makengu held the stone in his hand and said, "I'm not foolish enough to face the Demon King head-on." The Demon Dragon King charged straight at where you were standing, but your body had already begun to shift. A fierce punch from the Demon King shattered the surrounding rocks. A moment later, Lam Moyu returned, and a surge of murderous aura enveloped the once peaceful courtyard, which turned out to come from Moyu. What did this kid do exactly? Why is he emanating such a terrifying killing intent? In the dark night, Moyu returns with a body covered in wounds, kneeling in reverence. "Master, senior brother man, I have returned." Evian frowned, his sharp gaze like a dagger piercing through the darkness, questioning with a serious tone. "What did you do in the abyss?" Makengu briefly recounted that he encountered an entity similar to the Manhwa Vuong. The battle was fierce, and in the end, you delivered a decisive blow to win. And Van was amazed by your story and asked again, "You killed the clone of the four-eyed man Bull King?" Mianyu replied, "Based on the primordial talismans and the innate talent that awakened, along with a large number of demon corpses, I killed its clone, but it chose to fight me head-on. If it had chosen to ambush or run away, I would have been dead already." Ivian also agrees with this and is impressed by your strength. "That guy is really stubborn, only knows how to risk his life, but even so, your little brother is truly a demon and a ghost." And Van also agrees. "That's right, your young friend has set the course of history in motion. Until now, it has always been a deep abyss where our people stormed the city and killed, but I didn't expect you to do it now." Makengu's killing intent is growing stronger, YVN said with concern. "The murderous aura is too strong. This is not good. It will greatly affect your mental state. Now that you're level 39, based on your condition, you don't need to do dungeon runs for now, nor level up, and definitely can't proceed with the second transformation." Makengu respectfully agreed and followed the teacher's arrangements. Yiwen advised, "Now go read a few books to relax, then rest for a few days. Don't do anything or think about anything. In 2 days I will come to see you." Makengu also respectfully replied, "Yes, then I will take my leave first." "Is Old Man really the one who told me to find that guy?" YVN said with a tone of complaint. "What is Van Fan Tran saying? Is it because little lamb can't give up this bit of face?" Yiwen slammed his hand down on the table with determined eyes. "Humph, you've underestimated me too much." At the Sacred Academy, a pair of legs stepped forward with a murderous aura that shocked everyone. Whispered rumors spread as Makengu appeared, surrounded by killing intent and a face that had been healed. "Is that Lam Makengu? Is it really him?" But in the end, what did he do? Why does his aura feel so terrifying? Another friend also agreed, "I can't even look at him." In the library, pages turn under the warm light, and reading truly relaxes the mind. Makengu thought to himself that he couldn't completely erase his killing intent. His murderous aura was growing stronger, killing all the demons. He shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel that thought. The reading room, with countless neatly arranged books and a faint fragrance, seemed to have a charm that soothed such notions. 3 days later, Moyu was still focused on reading, with the books he had read stacked up and placed beside him. You receive a call from YVN with a brief message. "Come quickly." Under the tiled roof wall, the two are getting ready to leave. Evian said, "Let's go, I'll take you to a place." He placed his hand on Makengu's back. A blue light appeared, the red sky above. No one around, only animal bones everywhere. This place is called the Blood-Soaked Land. Just arriving here, Makengu was already deeply surprised. Your murderous aura spreads across the fiery sky. Seeing Makengu's aura grow more intense and vast, Wyvian gently placed his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. "Do you know where this place is?" Yvian explained the location where the two of you are standing. "This place is not part of the human race, nor is it in the depths, nor within the territory of the Dragon Clan. Like the original battlefield, the Tuinko Trial Grounds is an independent space called the Blood Taint Land. Master, can this place remove the killing aura from my body?" Yi Yuan replied, "It might be possible, but there's a bloodthirsty old monster here who makes people hate him." A voice echoed from somewhere saying, "What the hell? By Yi Yuan, you're the old man everyone finds annoying." The master froze upon hearing that voice, and suddenly a massive sword descended from the sky toward where the two of them stood. Evian seems angry about what just happened. "Old monster, how dare you hurt my disciple? I will cut off your leg." A golden aura surrounds his body, and the sky seems to turn a deeper shade of red. A devastating explosion is caused by Evian's power as he fights fiercely against the mysterious divine force descending from the sky. Shards of broken stone flying everywhere hit Manhwa, and the immense power left him stunned. This shockwave alone is comparable to the power of the four-eyed man-bull king clone. It seems the one wielding that power has no intention of letting up, continuing to strike with another sword attack. Evian angrily demanded, "Old monster, what the hell are you doing?" When the immense power of the two clashed, a huge shockwave was created that even Manhwa was terrified. Is this the strength of a divine-level expert? Evian refuses to give up and continues to fight back with all his might. The sword does not stop because of those strikes, continuing to sweep through the air. The silhouette of the other person faintly appears in the sky, wielding a sword towards them both. The sky is torn red after the previous attack, with debris scattering across the ground. At this moment, Mongu's eyes seemed to change, as if they had been taken over by the other person. Vian's voice was filled with anger. "Old man, this crazy guy. I shouldn't have come to find you if I knew it would be like this. Damn it, Manhwa now seems to have lost all consciousness. What does it matter if I kill a divine-level powerhouse? As long as they are my enemy, I will kill." The magic circle on his right arm glows, and it seems to be the mighty warrior technique. Countless dried-up warriors appear out of nowhere, and Manhwa's eyes are now filled with only murderous intent. A shadow suddenly appears in the space, revealing an elderly man with his hair tied high at the back and a long scar running from the corner of his mouth to his cheek. That level 39 brat and the girl too, he's quite formidable now. Manhwa now seems to be overwhelmed by his murderous intent, continuing to cast the slow curse technique. Countless chains appeared and shot toward Kwang Sin. Even he was surprised that he used this move. "Are you cursing?" Kwang Sin cuts all the chains, heading towards him. Suddenly, at that moment, Manhwa unleashed her soul transformation technique. An invisible flame ignited, burning deep into Kwang Sin's soul, causing him to scream in pain. Unable to endure this terrible torment, he clutched his face, staggered, and then charged straight down. Does this hit directly target the soul? Still releasing poison, huh? Each stream of toxic gas sneaked in, trapping Kwang Sin like a carefully laid trap. Instead of anger, he felt a bit of interest towards Manhwa. This kid is quite interesting. A gentle hand on his shoulder pulls Manhwa back from the frenzy of killing intent. You blinked, your breathing gradually steadying, and your eyes no longer looked as brutal as before. Manhwa, worried about what just happened, spoke up to explain. "Master, I didn't wait for you to finish talking, and Vian already told me to quickly dry the long corpse and leave." The dry soldiers gradually disappeared, and in the distance, Kwang Sin stood tall with his hair flowing in the wind and a cold gaze. Vian smirked and said, "Old monster, we've fought already, come out." He flew toward the two with a trail of toxic aura lingering around him, and Kwang Sin landing caused the ground beneath to shake violently, creating a powerful aftershock. "Is this your disciple?" "My disciple is not bad either, right?" Kwang Sin sneered mockingly. "You're only level 39 and already attacking a divine-level expert. Don't you know you're courting death?" Manhwa didn't argue, only quietly listened. Yi Yuan impatiently said, "Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see what just happened?" Yi Yuan introduces the man in front of him. This old man is Nhiem Kwang Sin, a level 95 divine warrior. Hearing that name, Manhwa immediately searches his memory. But Kwang Sin I saw in the book is on par with Bai Shen. He once faced 3 demon kings alone, killing 1 and seriously injuring 2. "I never expected him to be here. I never expected to meet him here." Mongu immediately bowed respectfully. "I, Lam Moyu, respectfully greet my senior." Kwang Sin responds indifferently. "Yeah." Kwang Sin frowns, questioning the purpose of the 2 people in front of him, then turns to ask Vian with suspicion in his voice. "What is your master doing bringing his disciple here?" Teacher Bin replied calmly. "Don't you see that? This kid already knows too much about demons now possessed by evil spirits, so I came to ask for your help." Kwang Sin immediately became angry and glared, questioning. "Vian, are you dreaming if you're aiming for that treasure?" He chuckled and shook his head. "But isn't it just a simple item? Keeping it is useless anyway. Moreover, when a junior human encounters danger, as an elder, shouldn't you help generously?" Kwang Sin sneered and crossed his arms. "If it were someone else's disciple, I might consider it, but for yours, forget it." That answer made Yi Wen feel annoyed. "You're going too far. This kid Lam is a top genius among the current young generation. Don't you want to know where his murderous aura comes from?" Kwang Sin replied indifferently. "It has nothing to do with me." But deep down, he couldn't help but hesitate. Is it possible for a level 39 to have such terrifying, murderous intent? That amount of killing intent has already exceeded this kid's level. Yi Yuan didn't care about Kuang Xin's attitude and continued, "This kid entered the deep abyss world alone, destroyed 3 demon cities, and even killed a clone of the Demon King." Hearing this, Kuang Xin shuddered, and a voice echoed in his mind. "What is that?" To verify Yi Vian's words, he turned to ask Mak Nu, "Did you really go into Tamuyen and destroy 3 demon cities and kill a clone of the Demon King?" "Yes, I have destroyed 3 demon cities and killed a clone of the 4-winged Demon Bull King. Before its main body arrived, I cast the deadly poison radiance on the Demon King city." These words made Kuang Xin look at Mak Nu differently. Was the deadly poison ring the poison attribute skill that affected me just now? Its power, I fear even level 60 demons would struggle to withstand it. It seems he's not lying. This young man is no longer a genius, but a true demon prodigy. At level 39, I definitely couldn't do these things. I have to admit this kid is even more outstanding than me, even more than Bai Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan proudly said, "So? With such a junior, he's qualified for you to take out that item, right?" Kuang Xing nodded. "All right then, but I have one condition." The master replied, "Don't just say one, even 11 conditions are fine." He pointed at Man Yu and said, "I want this kid to become my disciple." Yi Vian happily agreed, "No problem at all." The response left Meng Ju stunned. Kuang Xin was equally shocked and, thinking that Yi Vian hadn't heard clearly, asked again, "Do you hear me clearly?" He cheerfully replied, "It's nothing special. It's normal for geniuses to have many teachers." Makungu behind him kept waving his hands desperately, but it was no use. Yi Vian saw the situation and decided to go along with it. He is a divine-level expert, so once he speaks, he must keep his word. Kuang Xin gritted his teeth, realizing he had been tricked, damn it, caught in this guy's trap. He then swung a powerful fist at Yi Vian and shouted angrily, "Go away." Yi Vian quickly stepped back, dodging the attack, and as soon as he saw the opportunity, he said, "Lamb is in your hands now." After saying that, he immediately slipped away, leaving Makungu standing there in confusion. Kuang Xin crossed his arms and ordered the boy, "Follow me." Makungu respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Nunghiem." From afar, a simple wooden house with a thatched roof appears between 2 large trees, emanating tranquility in the desolate land. He spoke, saying, "You can live here for now." Makungu replied, "Yes, Master, but what about the killing aura?" Kuang Xin waved his hand and threw a purple diamond-shaped stone to you, saying, "I can't teach you how to control your killing intent in this divine stone. You can only comprehend it yourself. You don't need to learn about the domain for now. The only thing you need to do now is learn how to control your own aura." The screen displays the divine stone field, which can form a domain. Man Yu clenched the magic stone in his hand, a determined resolve rising in his heart. If the formidable aura of his strict master was still controllable, there must be a way. He just hadn't realized it yet. The dense, murderous aura spreads throughout the space, with invisible pressure like cold blades slicing through the skin. The master's aura can even be projected outward and materialized. Makungu silently sighed to himself. Ban Koan wondered quietly, what exactly is being used to manipulate it? Maknu tries to steady his mind and sense the flow of deathly aura within his body. Since his strongest attribute is his spirit, could it be that he wants to manipulate the corpse's energy with his mental power? The master can do it, and I can definitely do it too. He made up his mind. Yuan Shashin hovered in the air, absorbing each strand of deathly aura from Maknu. This method makes Guangxin Guansat next to him marvel. Using mental power to manipulate it? On the contrary, that's also an idea. I hope the young lad can succeed. Makungu closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit on the surging, murderous aura within his body. From afar, Kuang Xin watched silently. More than half a day had passed. This young man's willpower is truly strong. No wonder he is the disciple that old man considers. 10 days later, the murderous aura surrounding Makungu's body no longer scattered aimlessly, but moved in a certain pattern like snakes coiling around him. Success, the surging killing intent around you is gradually being absorbed into the divine stone, and the system displays the awakening of a new skill, the slaughter domain, which is currently unusable. From afar, Kuang Xin is also surprised, never expecting him to actually do it. Even in his original state, it would take at least 3 months to control the killing aura, but in just 10 days, he has reached this level. How powerful has his mental strength become at this point? Makungu turns to respectfully salute. Master. Kuang Xin's gaze still lingered on him, and he replied indifferently, "No need to be polite with me. Isn't it just another domain skill now?" He nodded in response, a look of contemplation on his face. The shadow-killing domain still can't be used," Kuang Xin replied. "Of course, your level is too low right now." The main thing you need to do is to channel your entire body's killing intent into the divine stone field. Wait until it's fully filled, and then this skill will be usable. After saying that, he turned and left. Keep going, I have to leave here for a while. Yes, Long silently thought, this young guy is trying so hard, I should do something too. Somewhere, old man, do you think this young lamb can succeed or not? YVN wondered. That little brat, are you still worried about him? Moreover, with the crazy old man taking action, what is there for you to worry about? Yi Yuan snorted coldly, showing his displeasure at him gaining another good disciple. All right, get ready for Lam Moyu's second transformation. Once he returns, it's time for his promotion. Yuvian nodded and replied, Don't worry, everything is prepared. We're just waiting for him to come back. 10 days later, Monungu continued to focus on training, his mental energy constantly flowing. The spirit stone floated in midair, emitting a brilliant light, finally absorbing all the murderous aura inside. He whispered to himself. Mekungu clenched the gemstone in his palm, feeling the changes in his body, and indeed, the murderous aura no longer affected him. These murderous auras are now completely under my control. Suddenly, the figure of Kuang Sheng appears from afar. Master, you're back, Master, Monungu said, but his eyes quickly froze. He returned with a body full of wounds, holding a blood-stained bag that made him think the smell of blood was even more pungent than in the demon city. Kuang Xin coldly threw the bag at him and ordered him to eat it. Now eat it raw. Monungu grabbed the bag without hesitation, clearly. Without a word of question, he tore open the bag and started devouring each piece of the bright red meat. Kuang Xin asked, Aren't you going to ask what kind of meat this is? Makngu calmly replied while eating, You don't need to ask for permission. Kuang Xin explained slowly, This place is called the Blood-Stained Land, an independent space left behind by ancient times. And beyond 10,000 miles, there is a beast called the Blood Market Wolf. What you are eating is its meat. Makngu was slightly startled, thinking to himself, So the teacher is fighting these beasts then? Your eyes linger on Kuang Xin's body. The bloodstains on his shirt make you worry and ask, Are you hurt, Master? He replied in a calm tone, as if it was nothing. Bloodthirsty beasts are still beasts that steal gods. Cutting their meat and blood comes at a price. I've been here for decades and have fought that guy countless times, so I'm used to it by now. I was stunned, never expecting that my teacher would go to battle against a divine-level beast for me. Are you done eating? After eating, get ready to enjoy it, Makngu repeated with a puzzled look. Enjoy it? Suddenly a fierce pain erupted in my body, making me scream in agony. It hurts so much. My whole body feels like it's being pricked with a needle. Kuang Xin stands upright and coldly says, You've already used the miraculous medicine, haven't you? All attributes increase by 200 points, which is achieved by using the blood and flesh of the blood demon. Of course, the effect is significantly reduced, and to get the best results, you must eat it raw directly. The pain tearing through every cell made Monungu tremble and collapse to the ground. Kuang Xin sternly reprimanded, How can someone who can't endure suffering be qualified to become a strong warrior? This is the highest grade of blood demon meat, not something a tiny miracle pill can compare to. You will immediately undergo the second transformation, and boosting your attributes now will make the benefits of the second transformation even greater. The system displays that your strength, physique, agility, and spirit have all skyrocketed. Maknu's entire body is filled with intense pain. You struggle to support yourself on the ground, trying to steady your trembling body. Kuang Xin continues explaining something about nirvana crystals, and your master will probably prepare you in this regard. That old man is also considered trustworthy. But you've already gone through the ancient training ground, right? Have you obtained enough physical strength? Did you reach level 5? Maknu gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, and whispered, I reached level 39. Perhaps because the voice was filled with pain, Kuang Xin couldn't hear clearly and only thought it was level 3. That's a pity. Even though each level is only 1% apart, the gap between higher levels becomes increasingly significant. Makngu's voice was weak, but he still managed to say each word. Master. It's not level 3. It's level 39. The sound of a bell ringing echoed as his sword fell to the ground. Kuang Xin was stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. How could you do that? You are panting, trying to stay conscious as you reply, I have reached the end of the divine selection's secret realm. Kuang Xin couldn't help but admire inwardly. Good kid, and that old Bai, really good at hiding. He pondered for a moment, then said, Your divine power level is so high that some plans need to be changed. After a moment of thought, Kuang Xin suddenly turned and asked directly, Do you fear death? Makngu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know, with a sharp gaze. Yes, I am still afraid, but I will try my best. Makangu pondered, thinking to himself, a super divine level powerhouse? Makangu wondered silently, a transcendent super divine level expert? That thought suddenly flashed through my mind and I unconsciously swallowed hard. Doesn't that mean I could be even stronger than my two masters? I took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in my heart, and replied, I might still be afraid, but I will try my best. If you fail, you will calmly accept death. He seemed satisfied with your answer and asked again, what if you have to face life and death twice? Makangu said confidently, I will stay true to my decision. A burning fire ignited in my heart. Even though I don't know how powerful the divine level super expert is, I will definitely become stronger. Kwangsin laughed heartily, a look of admiration in his eyes. All right, very good, I like it. If your divine power level is that high, let me tell you about the plan I have prepared for you. It also involves bloodthirsty snake meat, but the effects are worlds apart, with the best parts being the snake's brain and then the heart, while the other parts are less effective. Humans haven't obtained snake brains for a long time. Even hearts are extremely hard to acquire. To become a super divine powerhouse, when you undergo your second transformation, you must eat bloodthirsty snake meat again, using its properties to greatly enhance your own attributes, and during the transformation process, refine your profession, ideally awakening new talents. So, your future will have the strongest foundation, but it also comes with great danger. The chance of life or death is only 50-50, all depends on your luck. Master Manhwa gasped for breath, pointing to himself and saying, I trust myself, my luck has always been good. Kwangsin burst out laughing joyfully. All right, wait and see, I will get you a blood snake heart. Then he laughed loudly and soared into the sky like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared into the distance, leaving only a shockwave that stirred up dust and debris. Moyu pondered. Bloodthirsty Mamba is an ancient, divine-level creature. Even with such a powerful master, there must be danger. Thank you, Master. You mentioned the direction you just flew off in. Your strength, physicality, agility, and mental state all increased by 1800. 7 days later, a figure appeared from afar. Kwangsin approaches, his face covered in blood and breathing heavily, holding an intricately carved rectangular box in his hand. Without hesitation, he throws the box into Makangu's cage. Kwangsin told you to eat the snake core during your second transformation, but it won't be a pleasant process, so take your time now. He mocked you, though I wonder if he can see how you endure the pain. Suddenly, Kwangsin's face changed, and he turned to look into the distance with a deep gaze. Why are those guys here? Makangu, confused about what was happening, asked, Master, what's going on? He snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt. Those old men from the Empire came here to take the snake's flesh to make divine medicine, but this time they are likely to have bad luck, as those beasts are getting angry, and their temper isn't very good. As he finished speaking, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Makangu, making him feel his body float in the air, carrying him away to broaden his horizons. In the blink of an eye, the two of them shot forward like a raging storm. Makangu secretly marveled. This must be the speed of a divine-level powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, a giant ship appeared before him, floating in the sky with rows of figures in white cloaks, standing upright on the deck. He looked serious, Kwangsin explained. The old men are the elders of the Empire. Makangu frowned and said, Are they all divine level? Divine level, my ass, they're just fake gods. Are you a fake god? He replied, Yes, each of them is stuck at level 89 and uses potions to reach level 90, unable to go further, and their skills cannot be fused. Isn't that the fake god? Between Weishen and the divine level, there is a huge gap. Even at level 90, a true divine can crush them all, fighting dozens without fear. And then the two of them slowly descended from the ship. The old men on the boat saw it as a treasure, and we bow to Lord Frenzy. Friend Shengrua paid no attention and casually said, Yeah, just fight. I'll stand here with my disciple and watch. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the crowd, her blue shoes lightly touching the wooden floor, making a soft sound that caught everyone's attention. It was a girl with soft platinum hair. Zhao Zhao respectfully bows and says, I am Zhao Zhao. Greetings to the great Lord Crazy. I have often heard my father mention your name. This screen shows that I am Dongfang Jiao, the princess of the Divine Empire and the youngest daughter of Dongfang Yi. Kwangsin's tone remains as indifferent as ever. What is there for me to mention? Could it be that I told him to cry and call for his parents before? She paused briefly at the blunt statement, but still responded politely. How could that be, Lord Father, saying that you are the pillar of our empire? Kwangsin said nothing, nor did he bother to care. He glanced at the group of old men behind him and said, You came here to get snake meat for her. They seemed a bit hesitant, but still bowed and said, Please, Lord Kungthan. Give us your permission. Kwang Sin agreed to let it go. All right, do your work and don't mind us. Fang Zhao slightly furrowed her brow, her gaze resting on the young man behind Kwang Sin. This person seems to be about my age, yet he was accepted as a disciple by Kwang Than? Is his talent really that powerful? But before I could think more, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Kwang Sin warned, "Watch out! The bloodthirsty serpent is coming." The bloodthirsty Mangsha extends its fang and claw toward the boat. The man calmly instructs, "We're just here to watch." A bright golden barrier quickly envelops the boat. On the boat, a series of attacks are launched like arrows of light, tearing through space straight at the bloodthirsty serpent. The continuous assaults collide with its massive body, causing powerful tremors. The steel-like scales begin to crack as Mangsha's roar tears through the sky, full of fury and pain. The entire boat trembled violently. Manhwa was secretly shocked. Is this the power of a divine-level monster? With his eyesight, he couldn't even keep up with its attack trajectory. The serpent's strike shattered the protective barrier around the boat like broken glass. One of the elders spoke. "I will reinforce the barrier." A dazzling golden sword tore through space, rushing towards the serpent like a lightning bolt. Immediately after, a lightning bolt exploded in the sky, striking down at the serpent, causing it to roar in pain. But the elders did not stop. Streams of demonic energy gathered and transformed into successive attacks, engulfing the bloodthirsty serpent in a devastating explosion that shook the entire space. 4 rays of light burst out from the boat. In the sky, 4 elders quickly formed a formation in their white robes. Manhwa held his breath and watched. "Is this a battle of top-tier professionals?" Kwang Sin advised. "Just observe and don't get too involved." The battle of divine-level experts isn't just like that. They are called divine-level experts because they don't need support or teams to unleash their full power. It's too early to tell the kid now. When the time is right, Bai Yiyuan will teach him. Mo suddenly recalled that Master Bai Shun always acted alone and never formed a team with anyone. Meanwhile, the battle between the elders and the giant python grew fiercer, with a deadly strike heading straight for it. Seeing the gap in the mangza, someone took the opportunity, and from the boat, a giant sword condensed from spiritual energy shot straight into the serpent's body. A sharp slash cuts off its tail, blood spraying out. Kwang Sin slowly explains that once the blood demon snake's flesh hardens, it removes impurities, leaving only the essence. Although the tail of the snake is the poorest quality and normally just average, this piece of meat is enough for 5 people to eat, and after losing its tail, it becomes extremely fierce, with eyes blazing red, like madness. Manhwa saw this and asked, seeming to think they might be able to kill the bloodthirsty snake. Kwang Sin replied, "No. If they run slowly, they might even lose their lives here unless they beg me." Then they burst out laughing. As soon as they finished, shouts of panic echoed around. The group of elders, who had been attacking with all their might, suddenly turned and fled. "Hurry up, run now," they urged each other anxiously. Fang Yo stands on the boat in a panic. Wasn't the situation just looking very promising? Even if they wanted to kill this bloodthirsty serpent, it wouldn't be difficult. Why suddenly want to retreat? Mangsa's eyes are now filled with murderous intent. It roars loudly, shaking the crimson sky. The elders saw this and hurriedly urged, hurry up, faster." One said, "This is already the fastest speed." The fragile barrier now trembles like a torn cloth under the overwhelming power descending. The thrill of chaos is about to begin. Guess if they can escape. The crack spreading across the barrier can't hold much longer, and a strong, intoxicating scent wafts into the nostrils. Manhwa recognizes this as the smell of blood and suddenly feels very hungry. The divine beast bloodline level 96, the serpent gazes at the boat with a bloodthirsty expression. Its clawed talons grip the boat tightly in its palm. Huang Jiao clutches the boat tightly to stay steady and shouts in panic. "What is that?" The elders' faces turned pale, their voices trembling. "How did it arrive so quickly? It's over. Hurry and call Kwang Than for help." Kwang Sin laughed loudly. "I told you they wouldn't escape. Capturing the flesh and blood of the giant snake isn't that easy." "All right. Natin is also a person of the Divine Empire, so I will save them this once." Then he shot into the sky. Kwang Sin appeared in midair with red eyes, delivering a powerful strike at the giant snake. The old men cheered with joy. "We are saved." The raging god strikes. "We've been saved. So everything is fine now. Even after taking a deadly blow, the serpent has not fallen and is fighting back with its own strength." A furious counterattack from the roaring serpent charges straight at Kwang Sin without hesitation. But Kwang Sin remains calm, fighting while looking for the serpent's weakness. Seeing an opening, Kwang Sin quickly executes a move. The continuous barrage of attacks like a storm rained down on the giant body of the python. The python roared in fury, its eyes blazing red. The snake does not retreat. It concentrates all its strength, every muscle on its massive body tensing as it strikes at him. Kwang Sin remains unwavering, attacking continuously without pause. This makes Monu extremely surprised. Is this the combat power of a divine-level expert? No need to wait for skill cooldowns. Just use all skills at will, each one as powerful as a charm spell. Mangu stood silently, a wave of indescribable terror rising in his heart. Under the power of these skills, even his bone armor, lifelink, or teleportation damage would likely be useless. No matter how many bones you have, they will all be wiped out in the blink of an eye. I never expected I would attack an existence like this. Feng Jiao also couldn't hide her panic. Is this the berserk god her father mentioned? I didn't expect it to be that strong. The battle continues. Kwang Sin's attacks are like a storm, each strike targeting the serpent's weak points. It refuses to surrender. He opens his mouth, a blazing fireball shooting straight at the berserker. The berserker blocks the attack with his sword hilt, another spark flying toward him, startling Mangu. That blow carried incredible power. The berserker braced himself, his eyes changed, and he let out a grunt. Kwang Sin has broken through the serpent's attack and strikes it again, splattering yellow liquid onto the scorching ground. The wound on its body split open, revealing bright red flesh. Mo said silently in his mind that it was a wound inflicted by the master. It turns out the meat from the demon snake master fed me was actually from a terrifying boss. Suddenly, Kwang Sin reached out his hand to you, and the two of you shot out of the boat. He laughed and said, "That guy is crazy. Let's go quickly. That girl is called the Blood Serpent, and your older brother has evolved into the true god-blood hybrid." After explaining everything, then he asked you what you thought about the recent battle. Manhwa shared his thoughts. That bloodthirsty snake was stronger than the ancient longbird he encountered during the ancient trial, but he wasn't sure which one was more powerful, it or the ancient earth dragon. Kwang Sin was startled and asked again. The ancient terrestrial dragon. He paused and asked, "Do you have experience with it? Master knows about it?" Kwang Sin looked at Mangu, then suddenly opened his shirt to reveal a long scar running from his shoulder down to his stomach. "Do you see it?" "This scar has been with me all these years," Mangu wondered silently. A divine-level expert healing a wound shouldn't be that difficult. So why did my master keep this scar? Then he calmly continued, "I have challenged the eternal ancient dragon 3 times. The first time, at level 69, my teammates and I with similar levels entered the central area, facing a path full of thorns. The final boss finally appeared before it, but no one dared to attack. It only glanced at us from afar, yet everyone was so frightened they retreated. The second time I was level 89, just one step away from becoming a god, I found the time-space passage and returned to the upper central area. It lazily slashed with its claw, and I was immediately knocked out of the central zone. But this time, I didn't leave a wound. It wasn't until the third time, when I reached level 93 and officially became a divine-level powerhouse, that I returned to the upper space to seek revenge, and once again, found it. But as he finished speaking, he sighed, and with just one move, I failed again. This time it only said 3 words to me. "You're too weak, that damn monster even knows how to talk." Mangu thought to himself, I didn't expect that little earth dragon to be so strong, even my master isn't a match for it. Kwang Sin asked again, "So how did you encounter it?" I told Kwang Than everything that happened when I met the boss. It was like this, and this was also the first time I met a boss that could talk. Kwang Sin explains that the higher the boss's level, the greater its intelligence. But as far as I know, so far only it knows how to speak. If that existence wants to trade with you, it must have seen something on you. Or when you're strong enough, go to the central area for a visit. All right, I've finished what Bak YVN asked for. You should head back now. This place isn't suitable for staying long. When you return, don't forget to infuse your aura into the divine stone field. I have wasted many years holding on to this, hoping that one day you can make use of it. Mangu smiled and listened to the advice, secretly thinking that this divine stone field was definitely extraordinary. My master truly sacrificed a lot for me. I don't understand why he chose to live in hiding in such a remote place. The strong man said, "All right, no wonder Bai YVN values you so much," then raised his cup of tea to his mouth and continued giving him a few more instructions. "All right, go back now. Quickly switch to the second form. Disciple reports respectfully, I have returned. It has been a long time since I last saw the sunlight of the human world." Long secretly thought. Fuang Jiao was slightly surprised to see Mangu. "Has he also returned from the blood slaughter land?" she said, walking towards him, arms crossed, with an arrogant tone. "What is your name?" Mangu glanced at her briefly without saying a word, then turned and walked away. That action made Fang Yao and the elders with him feel a bit embarrassed. Fang Yao said irritably, "This guy is too rude. completely disrespectful, relying on being Kwangthan's disciple to ignore the princess. The elders comfort her, saying that this young man is proud but must be a top genius to be valued by the crazed god. She annoyedly says to forget him and focus on leveling up. The elders continued. Princess, you've already eaten the blood snake meat, and the king is almost finished preparing the transfer ceremony. Now you can take the opportunity to level up. Meanwhile, elsewhere, An Wen's murderous aura has disappeared, and it seems his attributes have also increased significantly. It seems that the crazy elder really cares about him, he said. Master, you're preparing for the second promotion ritual, but it'll probably take a few more days to finish. Make sure to take the opportunity to level up and reach level 40 before coming back. Makangu respectfully replied, Yes, I will go right away. At the dungeon hall, where a crowd gathers bustlingly, the atmosphere is more lively than ever. Huang Jiao appears among the crowd, her eyes scanning the level 37 Water God Pavilion information board. She thought to herself that now she was level 36. Taking on the level 37 dungeon would be just right. All she needed was to find a decent team, and with her strength, she could definitely pass easily. It seems there are quite a few people wanting to team up with me, huh? Suddenly, a blue light flashes in the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd shouted in surprise. Lam. Moyu is Lam. Moyu. Fang Zhou wondered why this guy was here. Suddenly, everyone was excited. It's Lam Moyu. He's back. Huh. What do you mean? Lam Moyu. That's Lam Than Tuong, a strategist who single-handedly defeated enemies in the Azure Dragon Legion and the youngest divine general of the human race. In another corner, two people are passionately discussing, unbeatable among professionals of the same level, and even if they level up, they remain unbeatable. The other person says, I guess after Lord Spirit's third-class change, he might even be able to fight the Demon King alone. Hearing this, Huangjiao was startled and thought to himself, so he is Lam Moyu. Huangjiao blocked Maku, his eyes scrutinizing. Are you Lam Moyu? No wonder Kwangthan took you as a disciple. Moyu pretended not to hear and simply replied, Sorry, please move aside. I want to level up. She was about to speak when she saw his indifferent reaction, then angrily said, How can you talk like that? Moyu sighed helplessly and replied, I'm really busy leveling up. Wait until I'm done with my stuff. Can I join the team? Fang Jiao saw the opportunity and immediately asked, Do you want to challenge the Water God Pavilion? I'll team up with you. Momo shook his head. I'll go solo. She immediately hurriedly said upon hearing that. Playing solo on normal difficulty will level up very slowly. I'm going solo on hell difficulty. Huang Jiao found it hard to believe. Who are you trying to fool? You can even solo on hell difficulty? The system interface appears. The Water God Pavilion at level 37. A dungeon record. Nightmare difficulty 1.8 in 22 seconds. Silently thinking there's still no hell difficulty. So the dungeon needs to be upgraded first. Are you planning to fight the Water God Temple? I advise you not to go in for now. The dungeon might level up later. She asked curiously, What does it mean for the dungeon to level up? Then she touched the barrier and her figure disappeared. This surprised Huang Jiao. Did he really go into the dungeon alone? Everyone around immediately started whispering and discussing. Lam Than Tuong has always fought solo. Moreover, the last time the Fire God Palace dungeon was upgraded, it was also thanks to Lam Than Tuong, right? He even brought 39 people to fight the Desert Warlord dungeon. I wonder how incredible Lam Than Tuong's new record will be this time. Huang Jiao asked in amazement. So his legend has spread to everyone, huh? How strong is he really to have soloed the Desert Overlord? The Water God Pavilion dungeon, spirits gather around the temple, lotus buds bloom on the lake, and the Source Spirit, a level 37 elite monster, appears with 14,000 strength, 6,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 physique, with skills in encirclement, immune to water element and physical damage. Mak and Jiu muttered that only dry lich mages who are not of the water element can deal damage to them because they are immune to water elemental and physical damage. He activated his battle technique, summoning an army of dry lich warriors who fought fiercely, splitting into groups heading toward the center, as the pillars could no longer withstand the chaos and began to crumble. He pondered, these stone pillars seem to record some story. There's no difficulty, everything in the courtyard area has already been cleared out. Suddenly, the water in the lake started to swirl, forming a massive whirlpool. He hesitated, wondering if he really had to jump in. Without hesitation, he jumped straight into the center of the whirlpool. Moyu continues to swim deeper. The screen appears, showing the dungeon has leveled up, with the current difficulty adjusted to hell level. He thinks to himself, just like the Fire God Palace last time. After quickly clearing the monsters outside, the dungeon will level up. Water flows from the fountain, and changes are happening outside. Everyone shouted, Look at that, the Water God Pavilion instance. This state is exactly the same as the previous Fire God Palace instance when it leveled up. Lamthon once again causes the dungeon to level up, now adding in hell difficulty to the Water God Pavilion. Fuang Jiao is stunned. She can't believe the dungeon has an hell level. Then she steps closer to the dungeon entrance. Water. God level 37. Difficulty options. Normal, nightmare, hell. Is she really surprised to see the hell level? Fang Jiao remembered, so he wasn't joking. He's really soloing the hell difficulty dungeon. How exactly is he doing it? I really want to know everything about him. Underwater, a spear shot straight at McHugh with terrifying speed. At the same time, countless soldiers from all directions rush in, and he immediately retreats, creating a barrier to block the attack. This damage is not low. Indeed, it has been raised to hell difficulty. From afar, countless tridents continue to appear, aiming straight at your army of skeleton soldiers. They shoot forward at terrifying speed, tearing through the air. The skeleton soldiers fall one after another, and the defense begins to weaken. Suddenly, a healing legion appears on the screen. After a long and bloody battle, the shattered city stands after fierce assaults. Inside the hall, a majestic throne appears. Next to it, a mysterious trident emanates a chilling aura. The screen flashes, revealing the water spirit Triple Strike with a phantom clone. Makangu immediately commanded the army to move, secretly wondering if those attacks just now all came from it. A giant trident charged in again, its ferocious attack sweeping across the battlefield, causing the dry soldiers to vanish one after another, but not giving the enemy a chance to dominate. Makangu quickly unleashed a series of powerful moves, making the battle increasingly fierce. The water spirit desperately blocks the sword strikes from the dry soldiers. In another corner, the guardian beast in the courtyard frantically charges at the dry soldiers. A beast bares its fangs and lunges at Makangu. The dry soldiers confront it alongside the water spirit. Makangu immediately commands the dry soldier to fight back fiercely and regain the upper hand. The trident reappears at the throne. The screen displays the water god with a fractured clone, level 41, power 60,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, physique 40,000. Water howl skill, eternal freezing, damage immunity trait, water element reduces physical damage by 50%. At this moment, a girl appears in the midst of the battlefield, closing her eyes and clasping her hands, sitting on the throne with an air of authority. She opens her eyes and looks at Makangu, who silently thinks, finally, I've met the boss. The water god counterattacks fiercely, trying to suppress Makangu with her savage power, but her strength gradually weakens, her body covered in injuries. The water god roars, raising her trident as a surge of pure water. Elemental energy erupts, freezing everything in eternal ice, a chilling wind sweeping across the battlefield, causing the entire Kolau army to instantly freeze. Makangu chuckled softly. Your aura is strong, but your power is quite ordinary. If I were still at level 30, I might find this challenging. Suddenly, the ice on the dry lich shattered, and a weapon surrounded by a red aura appeared. The system panel appears, displaying the military stance skill, removing all abnormal statuses from the army, and boosting morale. Only effective against abnormal statuses below level 60. The army breaks through the ice and advances heroically. The water god continued to use another skill. Giant columns of water exploded, submerging the dry liches. Suddenly, red chains appeared, each glowing red chain emerging from the void, wrapping around the water god. She cried out in pain, and the army was thus freed. Moments later, the tidal wave vanished in an instant. The water god screams in despair before gradually vanishing. The screen displays the defeated water god's fragment. Experience. Plar 4000 received. 2 pieces of pure water crystal. 5 pieces can be fused into a pure water crystal. Makangu holds the 2 crystal shards and says, Still 50% experience short, maybe I need to fight a few more times. Luckily, I also need the clear water crystal to fuse with the elemental stone of the water god, but unfortunately I haven't received the water elemental gem yet. His eyes widened in surprise as the trident glowed in midair. Makangu wondered. What is that? You touch the trident. The screen displays the water god's key, the key to unlock the true shrine of the water god. The Thanthui gem permanently reduces water element damage by 50% and has a chance to grant a water skill that only activates on the first use. Makangu thought to himself, so it's here, I almost missed it. The divine water key is also here, so there must be an item to awaken the water god. Suddenly, something emits a blue light that catches his attention. The system interface shows 6 water spirits that can be used to awaken the water god. He quickly calculates in his mind that he has collected items from 4 elements. Among the 5 major elemental dungeons, I have now surpassed fire, water, and light, leaving only wind and thunder. I wonder what wondrous changes will happen once I collect them all, Manga whispered to herself, using the gem before heading out. Outside the dungeon, the bell rang out, signaling a new milestone had been reached. The bell rang again. Sure enough, General Lam set a new record. I wonder how he performed this time, but there's no need to check the first attempt. After all, it's not accurate. Why is that? The person next to her replied. Of course, because every time General Lam breaks her own record. This is only the beginning. His limit is still far away. Hearing that, she felt dizzy, and the system interface appeared. The Water God Pavilion Level 37. Dungeon Record Sets 1. Lam Moyu 48 minutes and 22 seconds, achieving this solo at hell difficulty. Surely that's not his limit. McNew slowly appears amidst the hazy light. Without hesitation, he steps into the dungeon again. This time, it's still at hell difficulty. Outside, the atmosphere immediately exploded. General Lam Shen was going in for the second time. Come on, place your bets and see if General Lam can beat the record of 24 minutes, or if he'll finish in less than 24 minutes. Each bet costs 1,000 points. Everyone hurry up and wager. Fang Yao stood silently among the noisy crowd, stunned by this scene. Even the record for dungeon runs can be bet on? Lam Manga, what exactly did you do before the Tuithon Pavilion? Manga looked at the clear water jade on his hand, a hint of regret in his eyes. Too bad the clear water jade can't help me awaken a new talent. It would be better to quickly clear dungeons. In hell difficulty, the frequency of monster appearances and experience gained both increased significantly. Based on my dungeon clearing speed, I can definitely reach level 40 within a few hours. Manga raises his hand to command the legion. Let's go. 5 minutes later, Manga desperately swam deeper into the water, cutting through the whirlpools. The palace was destroyed, no longer as magnificent as before. He thought to himself, it seems the important artifact was taken by me during the first time. The others can no longer obtain the clear water gem, the water spirit's scepter, and the key. The water spirit appears once again, more powerful than before, unleashing fierce attacks against the Dry Bone Legion. Immediately, a series of water spirits appeared, forming a giant wall of protection. However, in the face of Manga's overwhelming power, they were quickly shattered. Everyone outside is cheering. The record has been broken. How many minutes? The system display appears. Water God Pavilion Level 37 Dungeon Record. Lam Manga 22 minutes and 58 seconds. Ha ha ha, I was right. It's indeed within 24 minutes. Fang Yao was very surprised. 22 minutes? This is the hell difficulty. Can he really solo the hell difficulty? Fuang Jiao approached the dungeon gate, her eyes showing hesitation and doubt in her heart. Could this dungeon's difficulty be not as hard as she thought? If he can do it, maybe I can too. Fuang Jiao approached the dungeon entrance, chose the hell difficulty, and 2 minutes later, she staggered out, drenched in sweat with a pale face. A caring person asked, "Are you okay? Is that person Moyu?" His appearance surprised Fuang Jiao. How could he come out of hell difficulty unscathed? He looked at her calmly, his voice still steady. "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine." Moyu seemed to think she was okay and then said, "That's good." Fang Yao turned back, wanting to ask something. Moyu said nothing more, only turned around and walked straight into the dungeon entrance. That made her feel annoyed. This guy, I definitely need to find out how he actually clears dungeons. 20 minutes later, Monengu returned again and saw her shouting loudly. Lin Monengu looked at her with a calm expression. "What?" Fuang Jiao nervously asked. "Can you lead me to do a dungeon run once?" "Just once," Manga replied. "With your status, forming a team shouldn't be difficult, right?" Fuang Jiao nervously said, "I want to see the scene in the Water God Pavilion, after leveling up and run a dungeon. Once I will take you into the Imperial Data Warehouse. Once many people want to see the data in the warehouse. Even some things even Lord Frenzy doesn't know." Moyu was surprised and said, "The Imperial Data Warehouse. This condition is acceptable." Fuang Jiao quickly persuaded upon seeing your hesitation, "You definitely won't get hurt." "Is that okay? Just once?" She insisted, "Just once?" The screen showed that you had invited Dongfang Jiao to join the team, and he immediately said, then let's go." When Fuang Jiao entered the dungeon, she wondered if this was the level of the underworld water palace, and she turned around in shock to see a legion of skeletons emerging, desperately destroying water spirits. Seeing her standing still despite the urging, "What are you just standing there for? Let's go." Fuang Jiao, seeing this, replied softly, "Yeah." The two of them sped through the water spirit area. Fuang Jiao asked curiously, "Are those all your summoning objects?" Manga, indifferent within the Empire, can tell just by investigating this place. This is the boss area of the water god in the palace courtyard. She was amazed that they had already reached the boss's location so quickly. I feel like it hasn't even been 5 minutes. I've only been running slowly along this path and haven't encountered any obstacles. Suddenly, Maknu quickly dived into the water and said, "Let's go down and fight the boss." She responded with a soft, "Yes." Under the water, a familiar figure appears. The water god? The trident in the water god's hand shone with a brilliant blue light, engulfing the surrounding water. Fang Jiao was in awe. Is this the boss of the water spirit pavilion? She wondered to herself. The aura is so powerful. Moyun suddenly strikes, and the glowing red chains appear again, wrapping tightly around the water god's body. At the same time, the dry soldiers coordinated their attack. The magical flames burned fiercely beneath the water, engulfing the water god. Fuangjiao is stunned, so is it really over? The screen shows a notification that she is leaving the dungeon. Your team has disbanded. You turned to her and said, "The dungeon is over. Remember your promise." At the Imperial Archive, Fuangjiao was carefully reading the information about Mo Ngu. An old man said, "Princess, this is all the information about Mo Ngu." Page after page of files were turned, her eyes widening more and more in shock. How is this possible? Since the class change, in just over half a year, he has already reached level 39. This level up speed is terrifying. But what shocked her even more was his record as the national top scorer, the champion of the professional fake competition, breaking a centuries-old challenge record that no one had ever surpassed. Isn't he the disciple of the Mad God? Why does the vocabulary say he's a disciple of the White God? Could he have two masters? What exactly is he? While I was leveling up, a terrifying character appeared in the Empire. Makengyu sat on his bed at home, surrounded by crystal shards after dozens of dungeon runs, finally reaching level 40. The floating crystal shards emit a stronger and stronger ocean blue light. First, they fuse into pure water, then integrate into the divine crystal core. The glowing crystal shards float in the air. The system interface appears, and the dark and earth auras are used during the third class transfer, increasing the success rate of class promotion by 20%. The crystal shards gradually merge and are absorbed by the divine elemental stone, which is associated with fire, poison, earth, and water, used during the third class transfer, increasing the success rate by 25%. The name is Lam Moyu, class Spirit Mage, level 40, with the title Dragon Clan War King. All attributes increased by 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%, strength 4006, physical 4006 plus 500, agility 400, mental 26, 830 plus 3500. After eating the mangza meat, attributes have increased significantly, definitely surpassing other pseudo-professions of the same level, now ready for the second class change. Maknu respectfully entered Yvian's house to greet the master. The teacher saw you and replied, "You're here? Your level up speed isn't bad." He put his hand on your shoulder and said, "Let's go. I will take you to transfer your class. Everything necessary has been prepared by your master." Then the two of you gradually disappeared. The wasteland is filled with swirling wind and sand, a desolate scene with no one in sight. You look around, sensing the surrounding energy, and the elemental energy here is very dense. Yvian explained, "This is the Wild Void Temple, which contains the purest primordial energy and all types of elements, so your transfer here will be most effective. There are monsters called wild beasts on this land. But you can rest assured that the transfer is fine, the rest will be taken care of by your master." After finishing, Yi Yuan raised his hand high. A powerful aura erupted, the ground trembled and opened, causing a shockwave through the surrounding area. This was the second transformation array drawn by a divine-level array master. Maknu immediately recognized the two important items placed in the center of the formation, the Nirvana crystal and mermaid tears. The ground gradually trembled, and the formation began to activate. He took a deep breath, sat down at the center of the formation, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. A huge flow of energy quickly poured into his body. He gritted his teeth and endured, feeling the overwhelming power continuously pouring into his body. With his attribute also steadily increasing, now was the time to swallow the bitter pill. He devoured the meat with all his might, and as he swallowed, a burst of strength erupted from deep within and spread throughout his entire body. His muscles tense up, his meridians tremble violently. His internal organs feel like they're being swept away by a tornado. Waves of pain hit him relentlessly. Veins on his neck bulge, his eyes bloodshot from agony, and the power radiates throughout the magic array. Yvian stands afar, the process of Lam's transformation has begun. But just then, a strange sound echoed from afar. The master thought to himself, "Finally, it's here." Thousands of chains stretch into the sky. Moyu stands at the center of the formation with a blood-stained body. Suddenly, a wild beast appears, and Yvian immediately recognizes the danger, roaring, "Get out of here!" The battle rages fiercely on both sides, with the master fighting with all his might against the beast. Get back, but it only retreats a few steps before charging again. Sharp claws tear through the air, aiming straight at Yi Yuan. Red eyes gradually appear in the dust, and another pack of wild beasts emerges. He frowned and said, "Just in time." Yi Yuan raised his hand high and cast a spell towards the wild beast. After this wave, another one follows, and the wild beasts keep advancing toward Yi Yuan. The pack of wild beasts becomes increasingly ferocious. Yi Yuan once again unleashed his technique, causing a series of wild beasts to be thrown back. Suddenly, a roar echoed from somewhere, and he immediately turned his head, his expression turning serious. This is not good. Why has the Beast Lord also appeared? The Beast Lord exudes an imposing aura, with a line of beasts behind it. The Lord of the Beast Realm roared loudly, immediately causing the surrounding beasts to become agitated, their eyes full of murderous intent as they charged towards Yi Yuan. A mysterious figure faced a luminous creature, seemingly ready for an intense battle. Two white tigers with glowing eyes rush straight at the mysterious figure, as if they want to tear the person in front of them apart. Bak Yi Yuan silently thinks that these wild beasts cannot be killed, and he has no way to attack them, only to repel them. Thinking of this, Yi Yuan quickly unleashed his move, a blazing red flame flashing before him. Then he shouted, "Get out of here!" The white tiger, hit by his attack, roared in pain, and suddenly a blue light sliced across the sky, with giant birds rushing out of the light like divine soldiers landing. Bak Yi Yuan saw this scene, opened his mouth in shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, with a brilliant beam of light emanating from its top. That beam of light surprised and panicked the white tigers. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light streaked across the white lake. It was extremely dazzling because of the light source in front of it, and it also struck the giant birds, causing their feathers to fly everywhere. The tigers roared in pain as many red streaks shot directly at them, but Kwang Sin appeared with his sword in hand. He laughed happily and said, "Bak Yi Yuan, this time I've won." Then he swung his sword, and the light from the strike immediately appeared in the air. That beam of light made the white tiger want to attack, but it couldn't. The white tiger stood silently, watching the two figures hovering above the gray sky. Bak Yi Yuan asked, "Why are you here?" But Kwang Sin replied, "Nonsense. Lam's kid is also my student. He's second transformation. Of course I have to be here." The white tiger spreads its wings and roars loudly, attracting even more of its kind. As a shout rings out, "Watch out. More wild beasts are coming." Seeing the situation was dire, Bai Yuan and Nian Chuangxin both used their internal energy to prepare their own techniques. Nian Chuangxin said, "My killing aura can't kill them, but injuring them is no problem." At this moment, on the other side, Lam Moyu was breathing very hard, inhaling each breath of scorching heat like fire, with his face and shoulders covered in countless red streaks, and his back was no exception. That red streak seemed to have invaded his entire body. Around Lam Moyu, many golden auras radiated out. Suddenly, countless deep blue streaks appeared in the gray sky, radiating out and converging into a bright blue sphere. From the blue sphere, the dry wind mage appears. Suddenly, a flock of mechanical birds fills the sky, so dense they turn the gray sky green. Their aura suggests an imminent, unstoppable attack. The wind mage raises his staff, and a terrifying army appears beneath his feet, impossible to tell if they are demons or humans. From the center of the staff, numerous lightning bolts and a blood-red orb emerge. As the dry wind mage lowers himself to the ground, leaving only a blindingly bright red light in the scene. He continued to cast his spell, making the light even brighter. Lam Moyu was stunned by what was unfolding before his eyes, and the red streaks on his body were gradually turning yellow. A blinding light shone from his chest, both dazzling and breathtaking. The dazzling light tore through the sky, surrounded by a brilliant magic circle and glowing stones, with Lam Moyu Kui standing at the center as if unleashing a supernatural power that made the entire space tremble. But Kwang Sin immediately shouted upon seeing that scene, "Job advancement. Others only see 3 colors during their first job upgrade, but this boy has 7. Is this the only profession?" The brilliant light lifted Lam Moyu into the air, and another source of light appeared. This time it's just as dazzling. This time Bai Yue shouted, "Tianpin awakening, the boy has awakened his 3rd talent." But Kwang Sin, seemingly unable to believe it, yelled, "What is that? So does that mean during the 3rd transformation, using the Divine Stone talent can still awaken another talent? Is this guy aiming to be the first fake profession to have 4 talents?" At this moment, the notification appeared, indicating that the summoning spirit had gained the mental link talent, and the summoner Tu Lin and the summoned creature formed a mental bond together. When the summoner's mental strength was depleted, the summoned creature would transfer its mental energy to compensate. Lam Moyu was amazed and thought, since awakening the life link, now awakening the mental link as well. The mental power of the summoning creature is extremely strong. With this talent, wouldn't my mental strength be replenished infinitely? The notification appeared before him, confirming that the host had received a new innate talent and was optimizing it, which surprised him even more, and Lam Moyu exclaimed, "Can this innate talent still be optimized?" The system's message continued to appear after everything was completed, indicating the successful optimization and merging of the lifelink talent and the mental link talent. I never expected that my two talents would merge into a single divine-level talent for comprehensive connection. From now on, my summoned creature and I are officially linked. The notification appears, confirming the successful second-class transfer and promotion, and you have ascended to the Sovereign of the Spirit, unlocking the new skill, Bloodletting Tame Charm. Another notification confirms that the host has successfully undergone a second-class change, optimizing the fusion of skills, refining the Deadly Toxin Core fusion, and enhancing the Egg Speed Charm fusion. After completing everything, the sky is now clearer and your figure is safely back on the ground. Bak YVN said, "It seems the boy has successfully undergone the second transformation." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes out, causing the initially fierce white wolves to bow their heads before that sound. A huge tiger with a spiked head roars loudly, a voice echoing in, the Beast King shattering into many fragments, with light shining down in a blinding beam. The three members of Lam Moyu's group stand amidst the dazzling rays. Bak YVN shouted, "Lao Man, let's go now." As soon as he finished, a beam of light shone directly down where they were standing. A bolt of blazing red lightning shot out from the white tiger's mouth, directly striking the chains locking the castle. The chains were instantly broken apart by the light, freeing the locked castle, which then floated into the air surrounded by a mysterious glow. At this moment, three faint blue beams suddenly appeared on the stone court, which were the people of Bai Yi Wen using teleportation magic to arrive here. Bai Yi Wen asked, "Old man, are you okay?" Manan Van immediately replied, getting spat at, but fine. But Kwang Sin snorted coldly and said, "I will go after 2 more levels up, and then my deadly aura will come to deal with them." Bak Yawaivian asked, "Mak Yu, how is your transformation going?" Lam Mak Yu replied, "Let me check." He silently thought it was time to check what new skills his fusion had created. The notification board appeared, showing the name Lam Mak Nu, the only monarch of death, level 40, titled Dragon King of War, with strength 23,925, physique 23,925, and sensitivity 23,995. Spirit 53.255. Donata Scythe, with special attribute, reduces physical damage by 50%. Poison element, fire element, light element, water element, divine attribute, power level 40. Top-tier divine orb item is not usable. Space of summoning 390 out of 600, 200 Dry Lich warriors, 190 Dry Lich mages. The only comprehensive talent growth. The only passive skill with full body immunity, active skill for damage transfer. Soul Flame level 40. Level 6 Ferocious Corpse. Level 40 Skeleton Armor. Level 40 Skeleton Injection. Level 40 Ancient Curse. Level 40 Deadly Toxin. Enhanced Rune Skills. The Death Domain Leader is unavailable. Gains new skills, summons the Dry Lizard Sniper. Lam Moyu was shocked. Many of his skills had transformed, such as the Bright Bamboo Pavilion evolving into Status Immunity, and the Dry Lizard Legion also appeared with new types. The notification panel continues to appear. Divine Power level 40. During level up, all attributes increase by 40%. Stamina recovery speed increases by 4,000%. Comprehensive growth. Skill effect amplified tenfold. Full linkage. Perform a comprehensive link with the summoned creature, sharing damage, healing, and spirit power, immune to all negative statuses. Transfer all damage received by the mage to the summon. The level 6 Violent Corpse deals 35% of its health damage to enemies within 6 meters. The level 40 Ancient Curse reduces enemies within 100 meters movement speed by 200%. Increases damage by 30%. Lasts for 1 minute. 2 level 40 Bone Armor and 2 Summoned Bones form an armor providing 4,000 defense points for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Level 40 Bone Injection. Frostbone Injection. Attacks enemies. The number of injections depends on your skill level and mental strength. The level 40 Soul Flame burns the target's soul, causing burn wounds, with power based on your skill level and mental strength. The Deadly Testicle level 40 performs a deadly strike on enemies within 100 meters, dealing 4,000 damage per wire for 100 seconds, with a buffed skill inscription, summoning objects for 30 seconds, increasing all basic attributes by 200%, all attack damage by an additional 500%, with a 1-hour cooldown. But Crazed Life said this attribute is even higher than some pseudo-class legendary level 60 jobs, and even some bosses. Bai Yiyuan continued, Moreover, your new talent fits perfectly with your new profession. No wonder your divine-level talent and mental strength seem limitless. No one among your peers can surpass you anymore. Manhwa asked, your summoning item must also have been enhanced, right? Summon it and try. Yes, appear now. The Frenzied Skeleton Warrior. The system's summoning notification for a level 40 Frenzied Skeleton Warrior summons a level Silver-ranked Skeleton Warrior. The system reports that the level 40 Silver-ranked Drybone Soldier has attributes: Strength 5,000, Sensitivity 55,000, Spirit 55,000, Physique 55,000, with skills and a level 1 Berserk attack causing 500% damage to the target. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. A voice echoes, his attributes are so strong, even a boss might not match them. I can also feel how terrifying he is. Lin Meknungu continues summoning, appear now. The Great Necromancer. The system's announcement about the attributes of the Great Necromancer. Level 40. Power 12,500. Sensitivity 12,500. Spirit 75,000. Physique 12,500. Explosive elemental skills causing mixed elemental damage to enemies. Strength determined by mental power. The joyful voices of the 3 grandmasters with treasures are the Kolao warriors here. The Bone Lich Mage may not seem very strong, but its attributes far surpass those of other mage classes. Someone snorted and said, you should know that the kid can summon an entire army of mages. How can hundreds of skeleton mages compare to that? Lam Moyu continued summoning as a new member appeared in his army, the Lich Archer. He looked at it and said, but for now, I can't level it up. I'll raise it to silver gold level later. Bak Y Vian said, this is a gift for you. There were originally other items, but perhaps this is what you need most right now. That item is a mid-level cooling talisman that can reduce the cooldown time of dungeons below level 70, with 30 uses remaining. Lam Moyu took it and said, thank you, teacher, I'll go clear the dungeon now. Bak YVN proudly said, as expected of my student, but Kwangsin retorted, get lost, I'm your student now. Dungeon instance. Suddenly, there were countless whispers about him all around. General Lam Shen has returned. No, General Lam Shen has been reincarnated twice. Someone shouted, Mom, is he going to set another record? The Whole Wind Plain, a dungeon level 42, with levels 37 to 47 able to enter, where you can choose normal or nightmare difficulty. Lam Moyu enters the dungeon. Did you choose nightmare difficulty? Everyone around is buzzing. General Lam Shen has entered the entire plains. This dungeon will level up again. After entering the dungeon, Lam Moyu said, this dungeon is quite comfortable. Then he gathered his inner strength into his palm, and immediately a legion of skeleton soldiers appeared, surrounding him. You stroke your chin and say, not bad, our army is looking more and more impressive. The notification shows, Wind Spirit Fairy, Enhanced Monster Type, Level 43, Strength 20,000, Agility 30,000, Spirit 30,000, Physique 30,000, with the skill Wind Barrier, immune to wind elemental damage and 50% reduced physical damage. A skeleton archer is ready to shoot its first arrow. The arrow is released, flying into the tornado right in front of it, but it seems the tornado has a mind of its own. Lam Moyu puffed her cheeks in anger and said, I will come back for revenge after I finish training my skills. 4 hours later, Lam Moyu spoke again. Finally done. Appear now. My divine archer. No one outside can understand what's happening inside the dungeon. What's going on? Why hasn't Lord Lam appeared yet? That's right, it's been over 4 hours and the nightmare record is only 2 hours. A mysterious figure appears. It is the silver gold level god sniper with level 40, power 30,000, sensitivity 40,000, spirit 30,000, physique 30,000, with the Lin Hoa Toa Din passive skill, which causes death upon attack. Lam Moyu laughs and says, the attack will definitely hit. At last, there's a way to deal with the Dark Abyss and the Flying Long Race, but for now, we need to clear this dungeon first. At this moment, the silver gold level dry long archer raises his bow and prepares to fight. Each dark blue arrow shoots straight ahead. Suddenly, green vortexes appeared, one after another, and a notification showed up. Defeat level 43 wind demons and gain 860,000 experience. Lam Moyu said, not bad. Now I can seriously farm the dungeon. He looked at the light behind him and thought to himself, it took too long. I should just log out and log back in to start over. Everyone outside saw the commotion and said, Lam Than has come out. Someone asked curiously, what's going on? General Lam Than has clearly been promoted twice, so he should have quickly crossed the tornado plain, right? Someone else added, that's right, this dungeon can't stop General Lam Than. Moreover, the dungeon still hasn't leveled up. What exactly has happened inside the dungeon where Lam Moyu summoned my soldiers? Immediately, an entire army of soldiers appeared behind him. Lam Moyu continued to give the order. Let's go. The tornadoes are becoming more and more intense, and suddenly many arrows shoot out from them. An hour later, everyone had many questions about what was happening. What had occurred? Why hasn't the instance level up yet? Someone sighed and said, "Looks like Lord General Lam isn't omnipotent either. There are things he can't do." Then someone responded, "Even though he bears the rank of Divine General, he is still far from a true Divine General in strength." When the arrow pierced through the tornado, it was also the moment Lam Moyu spoke, "Probably this is the last monster." A notification appeared saying the dungeon had been upgraded, now at hell difficulty. After seeing it, Lam Moyu whispered to himself, "The wind element dungeon is indeed different from the previous ones. We must defeat all monsters to level up." A giant tornado appears before him. Lam Moyu looks at it and says, "It seems that was only the outer part of the real elemental wind dungeon." He continued, "I feel pretty good walking on the wind for the first time." The wind lifts his steps higher and higher, the portal of the dungeon opens, and everyone sees the situation and exclaims, "The dungeon has leveled up as expected." Lord Lam Than is still the most powerful, but there are still some people who scoff disapprovingly. Lam Moyu stood firm and observed the phenomenon unfolding before him. As he looked at the scene, he suddenly thought of something. So this is the real cyclone plane. You're surrounded by a blue energy as if someone is using their power to protect you in this dangerous situation. Lam Moyu's eyes focused intently, a look of great determination shining through as the notification appeared. Wind Spirit, Demon Star Elite, level 44, Power 40,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 10,000, Vitality 50,000, with wind-based attack skills and immunity to physical damage. After reading the information, Lam Moyu excitedly said, "If it's immune to physical damage, then only the Bone Archmage can take the stage. Let's go." The Bone Archmage was immediately summoned and unleashed a spell, erupting with elemental energy. The blinding light exploded in all directions, powerful and dazzling as it headed straight for the whirlwind spirit. Lam Moyu quickly clears out the surrounding monsters. A fierce green energy erupts, with two crystals spinning around as if activating a tremendous power. Before Lam Moyu, an extremely mysterious castle and the stone slabs leading up to it appeared. Using his incredibly swift legs, he easily crossed the stones and moved closer to the mysterious castle. Upon arriving to observe the scene before him, he said it seemed to be the boss of the tornado plane. The information panel appeared. Wind Spirit Mount, level 47 Demon Lord Leader, Power 60,000, Agility 70,000, Spirit 25,000, Physique 50,000. Wind attack skills, immune to physical damage, 50% elemental damage reduction. Lam Moyu hesitated and said, "Level 47, maybe even without a second class change I can still defeat it. Kill quickly and then decide." He began to cast a spell, first restricting its movements. Information about the skill that causes the enemy to age rapidly, curses opponents within 100 meters, reduces their speed by 200%, and increases damage received by 30% for 1 minute. Not letting the dry army stand still, Lam Moyu continues to unleash a furious attack skill. A series of shifts occurred as the army charged towards the boss, the Wind God Mount. It also refused to surrender, immediately raising its claws, ready to attack. But in the end, there was only one outcome. It was defeated by Lam Moyu. A series of treasures dropped, including a vortex gem with the function of permanently reducing wind damage by 50%. A chance to obtain a wind skill, a secret wind divine skill that can be used to awaken the wind god, a wind god key, and a real wind god temple key. 3 fragments of vortex crystal. 5 pieces can be combined into 1 vortex crystal. Lam Moyu said as he walked, just a few more runs to gather enough vortex crystals. The dungeon portal appears with a notification. The record for the Plains Tornado Dungeon, with a difficulty rated as hell, is held by Lam Moyu with a time of 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 51 seconds. Everyone immediately started to get excited as the bell rang again, and General Lam Shen set a new record. Someone responded, "Not in a hurry, this was only the first time General Lam Shen was farming the dungeon. Who doesn't know that every time he and the dungeon break their own records?" Lam Moyu appears at the gate, and everyone cheers. General Lam has gone out. It seems the bell in the main hall will ring again soon. He raises his finger and says, "Choose Hell difficulty." Hell difficulty has been activated, and he's entering the dungeon again. Lam Moyu excitedly says, "All right, let's start the rapid battle." The bone-dry warrior suddenly charges forward with a towering armored figure, exuding a fierce aura that shatters rocks and dirt along the path. 4,000 dry warriors unleash 5 consecutive fire attacks, turning the ground into a blackened, scorched wasteland filled with intense heat. The whirlwind spirits were burned to dust, leaving only a scorched trail marking the path of their relentless sweep through weaker creatures. As for the survivors, Lam Moyu didn't even bother to intervene. You glided past like a cold wind, leaping onto the floating icebergs with a light figure like a swallow, then suddenly sped off like lightning. Your blazing speed not only showed contempt, but also carried a deep, solitary arrogance. The bell in the dungeon hall rings rapidly and continuously, signaling an unprecedented event. A new record set, Lam Moyu's dungeon clearance on the hell-level plane in just 40 minutes and 38 seconds. From the moment Lam Moyu entered the dungeon, everyone started timing as the bell rang, and the blond, curly-haired man stood up and shouted, "No wonder he's called the God of War." Others followed. "His speed is 4 times faster." The muscular boy beside him also chimed in. "I believe this is still not his limit." Then a series of notifications appeared, showing the record for the entire plane of the battlefield at the hell level. Lam Moyu, 27 minutes and 15 seconds, and then the times kept getting shorter. The record for the entire plains dungeon at the hell level is 21 minutes and 47 seconds. The record for the hell level desert plains dungeon is 19 minutes and 26 seconds. The record for clearing the entire Blood Plains dungeon at the hell level is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief at what they had just seen and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Why does it only take about 15 minutes to clear the dungeon?" With a record like this, I doubt anyone has achieved it in the past 100 years. The head of the game. Since the beginning, the bell in the electric dungeon has never stopped ringing. I'm in so much pain right now. This is an incredible record for a hell-level dungeon. The speed is so fast that viewers feel it takes almost the same amount of time to complete. But Lam Moyu still wasn't satisfied, placing his hand on his chin as he pondered. Is there any way to go even faster? Quickly, an idea came to mind that could be tested, or maybe it doesn't require experience. Just passing through the level to see if it works. Lam Moyu reappears outside the dungeon and continues to enter it again, his voice echoing once more as he chooses the hell level. Lam Moyu clenched his fists, his eyes sharp like blades, shouting as his whole body tensed, ready to burst forward and break all biological limits. Though no one was in sight, a distant echo could be heard. "Old Bai, Old Bai." So it was old Ning rushing over in a hurry. Old Bai asked, "Did the kid set another new record at the hell level?" Old Man Nin nodded in response. Old Man Bach calmly said, "Isn't that quite normal? The boy isn't breaking records for the first time either." Old Nin shook his head, looking uncomfortable. "No, this time it's different. Do you still remember the person over 6 trillion years ago in the Awakens study hall?" Old Bai thought for a moment, then asked, "Lao Nin, is the person you mentioned Senior Jiang Ngea?" Lao Nin nodded and replied, "Yes." Old Nin began to recount. Jia Ngea the Elder was the prefect of Hakin from 673 years ago, a 98th level divine light swordsman with dual heaven-grade talents and 2 ascensions, capable of becoming a super divine powerhouse. He recalled the battle, where enormous shadows with glowing red eyes like burning coals emerged from the depths. That year, a great battle took place at Deep Abyss Bunker 9, involving nearly 100 human demon lords on the brink of disaster. At that time, 20 divine-level experts of our human race occupied half of the demon lords, even killing more than 30 of them. Hearing this, Elder Bai closed his eyes and sighed. Elder Nin continued to tell. The battle was considered a foundational one, but unfortunately, Divine Justice also lost his life there, yet the demons remained unaware of his death, so hundreds of years later they still dared not act recklessly. At this moment, Nin's voice grew deeper, and the Divine Spirit had sealed his power into a secret realm before dying, and which is located within the Electric Palace dungeon. Lao Nin's voice grew quieter. He set a rule that as long as the conditions are met, one can enter the secret realm. Old Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, "So Old Nin means the kid has already met some condition?" Old Man Nin nodded. "Yeah. The main rule is to clear the hell-level instance within 10 minutes. Old Man Nin used a spell to draw another screen. He pointed his finger, and Lam Moyu appeared on the screen. Lao Nin, as the head of the instance, watched over everything. Having relatively great power, only he can freely check the situation inside the dungeons on the screen. Lam Moyu appears with a door leading into the secret realm. He pointed at you and said, "That kid, there's a layer of interference. The timer shows 8 minutes and 1 second. Lam Moyu took a deep breath, his eyes like a blade shining brightly. "This time, the pace is good." Lam Moyu felt a bit confused. Why is there an entrance to a secret realm here? You just finished a dungeon, so why is there a mysterious door to a secret realm appearing right in front of you? You know that secret realms can contain dungeons, but you've never heard of a dungeon revealing a secret realm with events happening before what you know, which is completely opposite. Suddenly, a voice echoed to Maknu. Lam Moyu recognized it as his teacher's voice, Teacher Bok's voice. He turned around, and before he could ask anything, a powerful vortex of air like a space whirlpool immediately sucked him in, sweeping away all sounds and images around him. The Divine Spirit's secret realm revealed a scene inside, which looked very much like the outside world. Lam Moyu looked around and could feel the aura of a powerful expert emanating from the mountains and the water. It can be said that the entire secret realm was covered by the aura of a divine-level expert. When Lam Moyu stepped onto the small path, he suddenly heard a strange noise. You quickly jumped back, and suddenly a long sword shot from somewhere, stabbing into the spot where you initially stood with incredible precision. It slices through the ground like cutting tofu, with the sword fully embedded in the earth and only the hilt left outside. Someone bends down, grabs the hilt, and pulls the sword out. A platinum-haired person appears beside the sword and, without unnecessary words, raises the sword and points it straight at Lam Moyu. He points his finger, and a blazing red light fills the area. The familiar red chains rush toward the platinum-haired person. A ring of stars on the white-haired person's hand completely explodes. The cursed chains that slowed down are shattered into pieces and torn apart by the sword energy. Lam Moyu has proactively revealed her trump cards. The blue flame is burning in her palm. This is the first time Lam Moyu has used the soul flame fire. The calm expression of the platinum-haired person had to change the moment the soul flame appeared. He nervously said, "Soul attack skill." The next second, a blue flame flower approached him. A mournful scream echoes as the platinum-haired person lets out a heartbreaking cry. A sharp crack sounds, and another star-shaped ring explodes. Even more surprisingly, the platinum-haired man recovered in an instant, and at the same time a wave of sword energy shot out, heading straight for Lam Moyu. It was the evening sword energy. In an instant, the sword energy burst out and intertwined, forming a dense, long net. Lam Moyu endured over a dozen waves of sword energy attacks surrounding him, as if he were trapped in a swamp. He mustered his remaining strength, raised his sword, and unleashed a fierce, earth-splitting slash. Moyu furrowed his brow coldly, summoning his white bone fangs to destroy the opponent, and everything gradually disappeared. Moyu still remained on guard, because this secret realm left by the former dean was definitely not that simple. There's definitely something waiting for me behind, and a new character appears in front, confidently drawing his sword and saying, "If you want to go further, kill me or let me kill you." A divine-level swordsman at 49, he silently thought, "There's another pair of star rings." This time, Moyu summoned a scythe, defeating one monster only to face another. I want to see what awaits me at the end of this secret realm. Leave now, Insect King Soul. The information panel about King Jong consuming souls is fully displayed. Soul power: 40,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, 30,000 physique, 50,000 soul swallowing skills. The second form, a soul-shattering scream that bypasses defenses, is immune to physical nullification and tears everything apart. You order to stop wasting time on it. The sword energy of the swordsman aimed at him, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I told you, if you want to pass, you have to kill me or be killed by me." Wangtrung activated the terrifying scream, and the roaring sound with destructive power surged toward the opponent. At the same time, Moyu coordinated his advance. He still couldn't accept the truth. "You can't surpass this. I will kill you and keep you forever trapped here." Here we go again. Not long after, Wangtrung strides forward with great momentum. Moyu realizes a new cycle has started once more. The level 59 Divine Swordsman begins his familiar introduction. "Either kill me to move on, or I will kill you." You wonder if there's really another pair of rings again. This time, Moyu summons them and leaves. The Great Earth Dragon Tentacle Spirit, level 55 soul, with 100,000 agility, 100,000 mental strength, 60,000 physique, and skills in deadly bone cutting and sweeping, is immune to toxins, reduces physical damage by 30%, and elemental damage by 30%. He is stunned with his mouth agape. The great land tentacle of the dragon god, your sharp tentacle flashes in the air again, activating the slicing skill. The divine sword body cannot hold on. Moyu calmly turned and walked away. "This place is yours now." The long god's tentacle roars in response. He keeps leaving low-level battles like this in a loop, going on forever. A village appears before Moyu and his expression turns serious. Is this finally the end? You face a familiar introduction. If you want to continue, kill me or be killed by me. I am a divine ranked swordsman, level 65. You seem to guess that this is the final swordsman. To prepare for the upcoming battle, Mangnu summons powerful soldiers and then immediately activates their skills. The elite soldiers are ready to fight, and the swordsman charges forward confidently, his sword swirling with energy. The sky is now filled with countless clones of the swordsman. Manggu was surprised, the clone. This move is a bit cheating. My flame soul can't lock onto the real body. Both sides launch into a tense confrontation. You smirk silently, but do you think you have more people than me? Smoke and flames rise into the sky. The two sides are evenly matched, and the swordsman swings a strike that clashes with the sword energy, which erupts into a dazzling light across the sky. After gathering strength, the opponent's sword begins to transform into a dominant single sword. The sword enlarges and hovers in midair, its tip rushing straight toward Manggu. The shield immediately blocks this attack, and the opponent's weapon begins to show signs of cracking. You scoffed and said, "Useless, with a skeleton armor, pity to move. Comprehensive linked skills, unless it's an attack from a demon king level, it's basically impossible to kill me with one strike." The opponent summoned a healing legion, and at this moment he was very excited. Our legion had recovered to its original state. Manggu unleashes an old curse, and Yuan's words wrap around the sword like chains, causing the sword to struggle desperately to break free, trapping the swordsman inside. He angrily exclaims, "So you can actually break through my dominant sword strike." By this point, the swordsman was overwhelmed by the crushing power and unable to resist, as a surge of energy struck down where his clone was retreating. Seeing the scene before him become clear, Manggu wondered, "The spirit guardian king and the earth-shaking dragon god are probably dealt with now. There shouldn't be any more enemies left, right?" You continue your journey to explore the mysterious realm, feeling the vitality from this place with your hand. Your steps halt in front of an old house. Manggu stood there for a moment, still not planning to step in right away. After a while, he gathered his spirit and pushed open the old gate. Inside, the chief talisman master of the lower city is sitting and waiting, Xiang Yi's soul. Xiang Yi politely invites you to sit, and Moyu silently follows and sits opposite him. Xiang Yi broke the silence with a compliment, saying the young fighter was not bad at all. He modestly replied, "If compared to divine justice, I still have a long way to go." He said comfortably, "Don't be modest, you are much more outstanding than I was in my youth. Meeting you makes me feel reassured about the human race now. You can be sure that although the human race still cannot eliminate the deep abyss demons, they are enough to resist the deep abyss." Zhang Yi's soul couldn't believe it. Destroying the deep abyss demons was impossible. It would never be achievable. Momu revealed that the strongest among our people has already reached the level of a super god. Zhang Yi, unwilling to argue, simply said, "Wait until you reach my level, then you'll understand why I said that." Wait until you reach my level, then you'll understand why I said that. Monu was stunned, thinking to himself, it means the gods must know some secrets even the masters don't know. It seems that the deep abyss is not as simple as the humans currently imagine. He brings good news. Your rank is still low, so you don't need to worry about these things. You are very outstanding, extremely outstanding. Not only did you pass my test, but you surpassed my expectations. That's why I am prepared to make a deal with you. This is the severed finger of a deity. Manggu was extremely surprised to see this item. A god? Jiang pushes the box of belongings toward you and says, "Of course, you don't need to use it for now, but it's good to have it nearby. Stepping into the divine realm will be much easier, and there might even be a chance to become a super god. This is also my way of paying you." Manggu asked straightforwardly, "So what do you want me to do?" He asked him to deliver this gem to the space on the upper level of the ancient training ground and personally hand it over to the boss of the central area. Manggu shocked, he said. "Could it be the ancient earth dragon? I didn't expect this deal to be related to it. If you agree to this transaction, I understand. I will deliver the item to it." Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was not in a hurry or anxious. "Wait until your strength is enough, then go. The central area isn't that simple. I've waited 600 years. Waiting a few more won't matter." Maju is curious, Elder Ngia. "Why didn't you let these divine-level experts help you instead of choosing me?" Zhang Ngia explains that they have no right to speak to it, and doing so would only be courting death. "You are different. You have the right to do so." He even carefully warned you not to let others see what's inside the box, especially the severed finger of the divine. Its temptation is too great and could bring disaster upon you. Whether it is the Deep Abyss or the Dragon Clan or even humans, they all will do anything to get it. Manggu promises, "Senior Ngiathan can rest assured. I remember." The first thing you want to do when you go outside is to find your master. Evian outside is worried, and we can't probe the situation inside the secret realm. Lam little guy won't be in trouble, right? Kwang Sin is very confident. That kid definitely will be fine. Can't you have some confidence in your own disciple? Seeing Moyu come out, both of them hurriedly asked, did she get out? What happened? I told the 3 seniors about what happened in the secret realm and asked for their help to guard this. Keeping it on me isn't safe. The true mental strength, after all, is that Jiang Yi said it could provoke a battle among divine-level experts. Kwang Sin suddenly froze, then happily exclaimed, I feel this power is very similar to the death aura on Kwang Than's body. Yi Vian continued, good boy, you really are a wake-up call in a dream. It seems my path to becoming a super god isn't as distant as I thought. It seems that finally you have returned to the central area of the ancient martial arts testing ground, so now is the time to strengthen your own power. You are the top scholar of the entire country, with the right to enter the Divine Tower once, and now it's time for you to go and test your limits. Makngu looks forward to it, as many people have told me about the importance of training in the Divine Descent Tower, and finally the time has come. Yi Yuan solemnly reminds me, know your enemy and yourself, and you will win every battle. This time you must understand the characteristics of each profession. Summarize their strengths and weaknesses. Only then can you improve your combat experience and practical skills. Kwang Sin warned, youngster, my master went through thousands of battles in the Divine Descent Tower and endured many hardships. You must prepare yourself mentally. Makngu resolutely replied, I'm not afraid of hardship. And Van specifically reminded you that in 3 days, the Divine Descent Tower will officially open and your trial will begin. Take this opportunity to understand the characteristics of each profession. Mo Niu memorized every word they said. Yes, 3 days later, the courtyard of the Hakin Academy was already crowded with people gathering. Everyone exclaimed in excitement, the Divine Descent Tower has descended. I never expected to see one of the 3 divine towers of the Divine Descent Empire with my own eyes. I heard that the Divine Tower only opens once a year, offering only 500 tickets, and even the royal family can't interfere. It's entirely decided by the Hakin Academy. Ha Tuyet is very excited about this event, trying to train at the Divine Tower as the entire empire competes for those 500 spots, and surely only extraordinary geniuses are chosen. Feng Tao knew that no matter the profession, anyone qualified to enter the Divine Tower was an extraordinary talent. They recognized the people in front as soldiers, and it was said that the army also secured 100 spots this time. These people are defending the front lines against demons from the abyss. They are the true heroes. Feng Tu introduces someone, my older brother, who was promoted to the legendary level of the Central Sword. Saint of Holy Light has achieved many military feats and is now an 8-star lieutenant. I didn't expect he would be chosen too. Hatuyet swore that it would be our turn next. This young lady will not lose to anyone. Of course, except for that person, he replied. Maybe only someone like Mongu can do it. Look, it's Makngu. Seeing his aura, they realize he's been promoted too. Makngu appears with the divine sword beside him, causing the entire army to freeze in place, everyone saluting him with their hands on their chests. Feng Tu's older brother shouted, Salute the divine general soldiers, step aside to make way for Makngu. He faced this respectful reverence with an incredibly calm expression. Hatuyet said sadly, I didn't expect that in such a short time he would become so powerful. The distance between me and him seems to be growing ever larger. The notification reminder is now available. Today, the Divine Tower officially opens with new rules. Those called will enter the tower, others wait outside. From now on, the first to learn is Mock Lap Lam Lap. Lam Lap, level 45 Water Bubble Master, inside the Divine Tower. Does Maknu faintly guess that Senior Man and the Master want me to fight against 500 fake professions? Maknu, this time in Koloi's form, go ahead and summon him, my warrior. But the truth shocked him. He couldn't summon the Death Spirit profession. My current level is only a level 10 Water Bubble Mage. Reminder, the more times you defeat the opponent in front of you, the higher your score. Seeing the opponent ahead, Lam Lap hesitated. A golem! My strength has been downgraded to level 10, so the opponent probably isn't that strong either. Lam Lap raises his staff and casts the skill, an ice arrow shooting straight at the opponent. The hit on the fragile body makes Maknu's soul feel intense pain, but he's used to armor and transforming damage. How long has it been since I felt this kind of pain? He continues to shoot skill arrows, confident. The golem reacts very slowly. This time, I will definitely win. As the ice arrow pierced through, Maknu despairingly realized he had lost. Thick mist rose throughout the space. You suddenly realize that you have become a level 12 bubble mage. Even Lam Lu was surprised. It's strange. This golem is too weak. Just 2 ice arrows are enough to take it down. It doesn't even know how to dodge. Is this really a test? At this moment, Moyu has realized and understood. Senior Man wants me to abandon my old fighting style to understand the opponent's habits and tactics, but with my current condition I can only withstand 2 or 3 attacks at most. Lam Lap's next attack prompted Manhwa to draw his sword and slash a freezing cold blade toward his opponent, forcing Lam Lap to struggle to dodge. As expected, that was just the appetizer. Now the real challenge begins. Vian has watched and evaluated him quite well. Young Manhwa is improving rapidly, with good comprehension. Kwang Sin praised him. He's better than you were in the past. He hopes that he won't be overwhelmed by a series of shocks and fall apart. I believe in him. Manhwa has become stronger. Now I am a level 26 water bubble mage, and I've got a pretty good grasp of this profession's fighting style. You even created a water-type supernatural ability to attack your opponent. Lam Lap unleashed a water blast to block it. He was amazed and frustrated. I didn't expect Koi Loi to imitate my fighting style so quickly. Defeating it becomes harder and harder. I have to change my approach. To end this battle, Lam Lap activates the Raging Tsunami skill. A colossal tidal wave rises before him, water surging high. Lam Lap breathes a sigh of relief. Success. Manhwa just announced I reached level 32 and became a water mage. Lam Lap is ready to face an opponent of the same level. His moves are incredibly agile. He couldn't have imagined. The surge of power rushing up from below made Lam Lap quickly dodge, and he realized this attack was unlike anything he had seen before. This is indeed a divine training tower. It's not simple. This golem's learning speed is terrifying. It's starting to surpass me. The next move, learned secretly from the opponent, makes him even more terrified. This is a dangerous, swirling wave. Lam Lap's whole body was swept away by the raging waves as he struggled to hold on. It's over. The giant waves crashed down again from above. Until all the waves passed, Lam Lap finally realized he had lost. Manhwa silently thought this fight helped her better understand the strength and fighting style of the water wave mage. Maybe this is the understanding that my master once spoke of. I wonder what profession the next person will have. Reminder for the second person, Thanfang Academy, Du Yen. Du Yen, a level 45 wine mage. She entered the trial tower's space, and Manhwa transformed into her opponent's Ko Loi form. Even Zhao Yin also realized that this was a challenge to fight the Ko Loi. She just entered and activated the wind recognition. Sharp gusts like blades shot toward her, rendering the Ko Loi Manhwa helpless to fight back. She was pleased, thinking this Ko Loi was only so strong. But it hasn't been long since the back of my neck was struck, and I can't believe it. Wait a minute, why did I lose? Did I lose to a puppet again? Lam Lap asked directly. What level can you reach? She replied angrily, level 32. He quickly realized the problem. Then it's not your fault. She knew that the golem was learning too quickly. Looking ahead, there was no longer any sign of anyone. And finally, Xiaoyan understood. I've figured it out. He is the level 46 blazing flame mage. They all fell silent at this revelation. Lam Lap suddenly spoke up. Do you notice that the fighting style of that golem has started to incorporate both of our skills and traits? I have a rather bold hypothesis. Come on then. It is said that divine-level experts not only understand themselves, but also comprehend others. Looking back now, it's really like that. We're probably just sharpening Lam Tuang's blade. Yen was stunned and said, so the puppet master is actually Lam Tuang, so this trial of the divine tower is basically to warn the three of them. It seems you're quite clever, but this must never be revealed. Ever. The next opponents keep coming, each with their own unique skills, fighting with all their might, some even wielding formidable lightning abilities. From these battles, I've learned that no profession is perfect. No matter how strong, there will always be weaknesses. Even the profession I am proud of, whether it's the Lion Spirit Mage or the Death Spirit Sovereign, has its flaws, but a profession can be imperfect, while a person can continuously improve themselves. That is the true foundation to becoming a genuine powerhouse. Vian, your praise of him is not bad. Much better than the crazing Hiem from years ago. Kwang Sin replied, you're even stronger than you were before. And Van was satisfied. As long as he grasped the essence of the professions, this trial was already more than enough. Let him experience the full 10 days. After 10 days, the people outside began to grow anxious. It's been 10 days and no one has come out yet? Everyone's getting restless. Why hasn't anyone stepped outside? What exactly happened inside the tower? At this moment, an invisible pressure envelops the place. They shouted, look, General Lam Shen has come out. What about the others? Behind you are the crowd of testers. The spectators are amazed. Others have also come out. But why does everyone look so strange? What exactly happened at the Divine Tower? You immediately returned to your masters from the trial tower. Yi Wen asked immediately, How does Moyu feel now that he has returned? Moyu shared that he feels very good, has gained a lot, and even his perspective on the world has changed. If you apply all the combat techniques you've learned to the Undead Legion, perhaps my Undead Legion could also be upgraded because of it. Yi Yuan analyzed clearly that with your current condition plus my preparations, you could reach my level and that crazy sealed one in the future, but if the goal is to become a super god, it's still not enough. This doesn't make Maknu step back at all. I will keep trying. The Hatuyet group just arrived and teased you as silly lamb. It's been a while since we last met. Actually, not that long, but I didn't expect you to be so strong already. It seems I still haven't tried hard enough. Fong Tu patted him on the shoulder solemnly. Just recently, everyone was still participating in the big exam together. He modestly said, "It's just a coincidence." Tamai was shocked. "It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've already become a divine general." Huang Jiao suddenly appeared. Her presence immediately drew everyone's attention. "Is this Princess Fuang Jiao?" She politely greets Maknu. Huang Jiao paid her respects to General Lam and asked coldly, "Is there something wrong?" She then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for leading me to clear the dungeon last time. The promise I made to you is ready. When will Lord Lam be free? Just confirm, then let's go now." Thinking to myself, this is the perfect opportunity to learn about the Dragon King Palace and other dungeons, as well as people like Chu Tuok Ancient and Earth Dragon Ancient. Huang Jiao gracefully replied, "In that case, I will lead the way for Lord Commander Lam." The two of them walked away together. Hatuyet, still recovering her senses from behind, looked enchanted. "Is that Princess Huang Jiao? That's really beautiful." The two of them teleport to the Royal Archive. Fang Jiao introduces, "This is the secret vault managed by our royal family. But many of the records inside have never been seen even by General Lam Than's master. I hope General Lam Than won't reveal what he saw, not even to his master. Besides showing him the documents, I also want to make a deal with him. Try and see what you can do." Huang Jiao revealed that we have a level 45 dungeon in the royal family's possession, but only in normal and nightmare difficulties. We haven't been able to level up this dungeon so far. Could you help us? Makangu was curious and wanted to try. A level 45 dungeon? Maybe we can try as well. Do you agree to let me try? Fang Yao cheered happily. "That's great, just let me know if you have any conditions." She stands in front of the door calling the Liu family. "It's me. Open the door." A dark aura emerges from within. Mongu calmly steps forward as a wave of energy crashes toward him. Lightning arcs surge in the air, and he is stunned to realize it's an elemental trial dungeon, unexpectedly in the hands of the royal family. Mogu suggests, "My request is simple. If the instance is upgraded, I want to fight it multiple times, and before I reach the required number of fights, no one else is allowed to enter this instance." Feng Jiao agrees immediately. "Is that all?" "No problem." At this moment, someone shouted in protest. "No, that person is second brother of Jiao Jiao, Dongfang Shun." He said, "When did my Huangqi's dungeon become someone else's turn? Who the hell do you think you are to act so arrogantly here? Since when did Jiao Jiao become friends with someone so unscrupulous?" Mongu's anger surged in his palm as Huang Jiao shouted in fear, "Don't." The supernatural power struck Huang Thuan directly, causing him to writhe in agony and die from the pain. Huang Jiao watched this scene in horror. The guards charged forward to question, "Who dares to hurt the prince?" And a wave of energy shot straight at the guards. Huang Jiao hurriedly ordered, "Stop, do you all want to die?" Everyone backed down. Behind Mongu, sharp spikes pierced up from the ground, rushing straight at the guards. Huang Jiao silently made a decision at this moment. This guy is too dangerous. I must never offend him in the future. Huang Thuan struggles to stand up and curses, "Damn it, how dare you treat me like this?" as lightning strikes the sky, and Luke Thuk appears angrily shouting, "You have a big nerve to attack the prince right in the secret area of the palace." Huang Jiao steps forward to stop him. Uncle Lu misunderstood. "It's all just a misunderstanding." Mo Yu sneered dismissively at him. "Level 70? You probably can't kill me." Huang Thuan, seeing someone backing him up, shouted, "Luke Thuk, kill him. Go ahead, dare to attack me. Don't forget what you are." Makangu, with a cold expression, uses her psychic power to strike directly at him. Huang Thuan immediately collapses. Uncle Lu's anger flared as he shouted loudly, "Die! Uncle Lu, he's deserved it. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to challenge the royal family today must pay the price." She stepped in front of him and introduced him as General Lin Shen, a disciple of the Crazy God and the White God. After hearing the name, they froze in place. What? General Lam Shen. Uncle Lu was in disbelief. An apprentice of the White God and the Berserk God? Truly a purple military badge, a divine general who can rival a god-level powerhouse, and also a disciple of those two. So it turns out we were about to attack a divine general all along. They trembled in fear and bowed respectfully to salute General Lam. Uncle Lu blames Fuang Thuan, saying, "How dare you call the divine general a mere cat or dog? You're shameless. I think you're just asking for death." Even the sovereign treats the divine general with respect. What are you supposed to be? You have no achievements, no contributions, only the title of prince who gave you the guts to insult a divine general? He is still distracted at this moment. The divine general? Fang Jiao coldly orders, "Fotich, just causing trouble, get out now." She then changes her expression to appear friendly towards him. "Makangu, I'm sorry for making you laugh, please don't take it to heart." He repeats the previous condition I mentioned earlier. "Do you agree?" Fuang Jiao replied. "Of course. I guarantee no one will disturb you while you fight." Makangu approaches the dry bone lightning platform behind him, with a stormy mountain range ahead filled with lightning. Makangu stepped in, his whole body electrocuted, but he remained calm. He surveyed his surroundings. According to the data provided by Fuang Jiao, these are actually a type of monster called storm clouds, along with lightning spirits and thunderball lightning. Based on previous experience, to clear the dungeon and level up quickly, you need to defeat a large number of monsters in a short time. And the royal family has surely tried this method too, but their speed definitely isn't as fast as mine. So, let's try my way. The elemental monster is immune to physical damage. A notification appears. The soul-consuming insect king absorbs spirits. Level 50 with 40,000 strength, 40,000 agility, 40,000 spirit, 30,000 physique, and 50,000 soul absorption skill. The second form, with its terrifying roar, ignores defenses and physical immunity, biting and tearing everything apart. Mac NGU exclaimed, "Excellent, the soul-devouring insect king can bypass physical immunity." He orders it, "Go crush this sea of lightning for me." The insect king fearlessly charges straight toward the center. It faces the dangerous sea of lightning. A thunderous roar from the king insect echoes, and the stormy sea begins to clear. At the same time, Ko Lao's archer's arrow shot into the thunderclouds, piercing through the thick fog. "You look for an opportunity to move on. This place is better left to my soldiers." 10 minutes later, Makangu stopped in front of a valley. He wasn't very surprised. As Huang Jiao said, there would be a fork in the valley. The elemental lightning monster at the fork is much stronger. Every team has failed here. I see now. A team of six forks here, so each person has to clear one path themselves. No wonder they keep failing. Makangu gazed into the distance and said, "It's really clever. This is no trouble at all for me." He divided his army into 6 groups heading in different directions, while he stayed put and waited. "You knew it, just as I predicted. Everything matches my reasoning. The undead army has cleared all the monsters in the diverging paths, so the dungeon is definitely about to level up." Lightning around started to stir, with bolts striking down in bursts. At the same time, the ancient building appeared, and Makangu exclaimed happily, "It worked." Even Fuang Jiao is excited. The instance dungeon has truly been upgraded. At this moment in the royal palace, lightning continuously struck down. Emperor Fuangdat of the Thanha Empire looked serious as he and his guards approached and asked, "What happened?" "Father, the dungeon has been upgraded." After understanding the situation clearly, he became much calmer. "I see. The promise must be kept. Let's let General Lin Shen fight to his heart's content now. Also, send all the princes to train in the army. Now that the instance has leveled up, the current difficulty is hell level." Mak Ningu observes the scene inside the dungeon, where lightning crystals are everywhere. The lightning crystals have 50% immunity to elemental electric damage and a chance to gain an electric-type skill. Thanks to the bone armor of the dry lizard, Mak Ningu remains unscathed. He reached out and touched the thunder crystal, finally able to grasp it. The power of lightning was so strong that every joint in the bone dragon shattered. Notification. The lightning wing skill can be used to fly for 1 minute with a 10-minute cooldown. I'm satisfied. Even though I can only fly for a minute, I can finally fly. He just doesn't know how fast it will be. Makangu tries to jump up high. The incredible speed surprises him. This speed is like teleportation. Too fast. Next, I also need to obtain the crystal shard, the key, and the awakening item. Just then, something extremely dangerous with immense power is chasing after me from behind. It transforms into a giant spherical mass, rushing straight at Moyu, then shatters to reveal the monster inside. It is the Thunderlord Ape, level 40 with 60,000 strength, agile, 40,000 spirit, 10,000 physique, and 60,000 lightning dual skills, with the Thunder King trait reducing electric damage by 50%, physical damage by 50%, and enhancing speed and vitality. The Thunder Ape roared in dominance, its powerful hands striking down. Makangu swiftly dodged, unleashing the Curse of Decay, as the chains quickly wrapped around the Thunder Ape's body, signaling the elemental lock of the soul. The entire body of the monkey is struck directly by a mixture of power. I declare, descend now, soul of fire, let my warrior end your life. It cannot resist and can only endure. The cursed chains tighten more and more. The dry lich mage prepares to gather energy, and it unleashes a powerful and destructive attack. Countless dry bone warriors rush towards the thunder ape. McNew realizes why this boss didn't attack him from the start, but instead let him obtain the thunder crystal. Suddenly he had a bad premonition. To test his hypothesis, Monu hurriedly left. At a cliff, he discovered that electric grass could be used to awaken the thunder god. Sure enough, holding the item he needed in his hand, Ngu sighed in relief. I've obtained the awakening item. Now I just need the key. A warning message appears. Destroy the lightning monkeys, gain 2,000 experience points, and observe 4 lightning crystal shards that can be combined into a complete crystal. Everything seems perfect, just as this side is finished. Suddenly, a massive lightning storm erupts in front of him, and he is terrified. Something is wrong. Kwang and Bao rush forward, causing Ngu to falter, his eyes filled with disbelief as the sword before him radiates an imposing aura. Ngu steps closer, steeling himself, then tightly grips the hilt of the sword. At this very moment, Moyu realizes that this is the thunder god deity with overwhelming power appearing. There is also the king of beasts, the white tiger, who even the strongest masters and elders cannot withstand. A king of the wild beasts, a mighty deity, is about to face a fierce battle. A strike from the thunder god, carrying countless lightning bolts, descends. The white tiger extended its claws, slicing through that attack, then used its massive body to pounce on the thunder god, tearing him apart with its claws. Manhwa was horrified as she watched the battle. The thunder god was dead, killed by the mighty beast king, so even a divine being could fall. It turns out this was the consciousness transmitted by the sword of thunder. I believe that in the future, if given the chance, I will definitely awaken your master. The sword of truth radiates a dazzling light, illuminating the 4 directions. This is a reminder that the thunder god sword, the sword by thunder god's side, is the key to opening the thunder palace. McNew promised to go with confidence. Once I say it, I will definitely do it. When you stepped outside, the Dong family father and son had been waiting for a long time. Ngu respectfully bowed and greeted the monarch. The elder replied, "No need for formalities. I've been hearing stories about General Lam recently. I didn't expect General Lam to be so young, truly talented for your age." You politely said, "Your Majesty is too kind." Phuong Dat sincerely apologized, saying, "I apologize on behalf of the royal family for Phuong Thuan's past actions. If there is anything Lam Than Tuong needs, please speak directly to Jiao Ni, and as long as it is within the royal family's power, we will definitely fulfill it." Ngu casually agreed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's anything I can help with, just speak up." After the exchange, Phuong Dat was about to leave. Well done, well done. Our royal family will be Lam Than Tuong's best friends." "All right, you're still young, just chat with each other," Phuong Jiao sincerely said, as only 2 of them remained. Ngu, "Thank you. You wouldn't dare accept it. It's not necessary. I already have what I need. I still need to run a few more dungeon clears. Your people should be able to enter the dungeon in about 3 hours. Fang Yao happily agreed. "All right." Ngu stepped inside to duel with the thunder ape, controlling a chain to restrain it. After 3 hours of battling monsters, Ngu stepped out and announced, "I've finished clearing it." Fang Zhao is anxious. "Okay, now let's go find Li Jia to come out. The scriptures you want to see, he definitely knows." She arrived at that person's residence and called out loudly for Luke Jia. General Lam Than has already finished his review. The light from the teleportation gate shone down on them. Both of them were immediately transported to the next location. Entering the palace, Phuong Jiao hurriedly ran to call Luke Jia and introduced him to the person. "This is the Lam Than Tuong I told you about before." Master Lu kindly replied, "Jiao girl, this old man's memory isn't that bad," he thought to himself, just didn't expect him to be so young. From what Jiao girl said, he became a divine general at only level 37. Countless books in the library floated into the air, heading towards Monu. Luke Jia revealed that with the status of the divine general, these ancient texts could be read freely and for as long as desired. You pick a book and reply, "Thank you, senior." Monu sits down and focuses on reading. Fang Jiao poured tea while observing him. Luke Jia understood immediately, thinking to himself that this girl still wears the language, her mind only filled with knowledge. Truly worthy of the ancient text in the Imperial Secret Vault, recording many secrets that even the Hakin Academy does not possess, including stories about the righteous god and the sorcerer Tuvium. I don't know if I can find any information about that person in the Henggu trial grounds. 2 hours later, Monu closed the book. Fang Yao immediately asked, "How did it go? Did you gain anything?" "Your answer isn't bad either. Indeed, there are many records outside that don't exist." "Just a pity, huh?" she asked in confusion. "What are you regretting?" "You conclude that you cannot find what I want. The Luke family is so surprised that even the Imperial Treasury has no records. General Lam, what do you want to know? Maybe I can help you. Tell me everything. I want to know about the wasteland, the upper core area of that ancient training ground, and the information about the boss in the center. Luke Jia's eyes immediately changed. I knew right away. It seems the senior definitely knows something. He handed Makangu a sealed book bound with chains. The information you seek is here, invisible to ordinary people. Not even Zhao Zhao has the right to see it. Makangu took it. Thank you, senior. I will remember this kindness. Luke Jia smiled with a hint of meaning, and he continued diligently studying the book until he read a passage that left Makangu in shock. What? That person in the ancient battlefield is connected to the wasteland, and he has even killed many wild beasts. It turns out wild beasts can be killed. It just depends on whether you have enough strength. Although the Imperial Treasury contains many secrets unknown to others, I still couldn't find any information about that person. Makangu neatly placed the book on the table and reported, I have finished reading it, thank you. Frowning, Huang Jiao looked at him with a bright expression. Makangu bowed his head in farewell. Master Lao Luke, we won't bother you anymore. I'll take General Lam Shen away first. Let me lead you there. This is the Imperial Treasury, and without my guidance, you might get lost. Both of them began to teleport away, with Mo Yufu looking serious. 5 minutes later, Huang Jiao looked around in confusion. What's going on? Why haven't we moved away yet? You guessed that after 5 minutes of teleportation, you have probably left the borders of the Divine Shadow Empire. Suddenly, a blinding light shines down from above, revealing a remote and desolate mountain area ahead of them. She screamed in horror, Why are we in the realm of the dead? The talisman spirit saw the smell of humans and went berserk, but Mo Yu swiftly dealt with it. Even you don't know, so you ask, why did we come here? Huang Jiao turned pale with fear. I also don't know. You ask carefully, tell me beforehand, where is the place of the corpse zone? She recounts that this place was once an ancient small world. During a great battle, someone used a skill here that caused the entire world to mutate. In the end, everyone alive in this world turned into corpses. You must not let them bite you, or you'll be infected by the plague and become a corpse like them. Lightning strikes from the sky, bringing heavy rain. Makangu frowned, feeling that this rain was unusual. A shield appeared above Huang Jiao's head, then she was enveloped in a giant shield. She sighed with relief and said sincerely, Thank you. Her expression turned serious, thinking that even the teleportation stone of the abyss couldn't be used. It seems this death realm is more special than I thought. Makangu asked further, Do you know about this death realm and how to get out of here? My father once told me that our Dongfang clan can become an imperial family because we bear the responsibility of guarding the realm of the dead. And at the center of this realm, there is a secret realm with a teleportation array that can bring us back to the human world. Makangu asked confusedly, So why didn't you say it earlier? Huang Jiao hesitated and replied, I was so scared earlier that I forgot. Just then, a strange aura appeared ahead, and a low-level corpse, level 5, with 3 heads began to crawl up. Makangu's spear is ready to fight. It charges straight at the low-level corpse. Slice the enemy in 2 with a scythe, Makangu commands. Let's go. Wait, look, the body of that corpse is starting to heal. It's becoming stronger than before. Huangjiang, frightened, pressed close to him. These corpses can't be killed. Makangu cautiously sensed that something was wrong. As expected, these creatures have no souls. My flame spirit cannot lock them down at all. Moreover, even if the corpse explodes, it's useless. Could it be that they were already dead all along? Fangzhou denies it. I don't believe it. You still insist on your answer. Nothing in this world is truly immortal. We just haven't found the way yet. The spear in Ko Lao's hand begins to absorb the essence core. Another spear strikes straight at the corpse. You look at the result and exclaim, still not gaining any experience. It seems my guess was right. They are not living creatures but actual corpses. Makangu understood clearly that we were teleported out of the royal treasury, and only someone from the royal family could interfere with the teleportation. It seems the Dongfuang family members are not as united internally as they appear externally. Fang Yao sadly admitted that the person who tampered with the teleportation array was likely my third uncle, a top-tier expert level 81 with great strength and high status in the Dongfang family. His name is Dongfang Thak, and he is Fuang Tuan's biological father. Makangu frowned and asked, Do you think he brought me here because he's afraid I won't survive and come back? Fuangjiao thought perhaps he never believed we would make it back alive. This is a place of death. Even a god-level expert could fall here, and even if you survive and return, there might be no proof. I sneer. Sometimes proof isn't necessary. I hope that when I return alive, I can settle the score with him. The Dongfang family don't choose a reckless path. Fuang Jiao worries that although no one has ever dared to threaten the Dongfang family like this, if Maknu dies at the hands of the royal family, the other side's army will likely fall into chaos. She begged Makngu, "After we return, I will definitely give you an explanation. For the sake of the empire, give me a chance." He coldly replied, "Then it depends on whether that explanation satisfies me." Lightning bolt struck down as Toothy absorbed energy from the lightning, beginning its evolution process. At this point, the low-level Toothy had reached level 10. Makngu was stunned. Is this evolution? These lightning bolts are causing the corpses to evolve. You know this necropolis is full of danger. A single mistake could cost you your life, but perhaps it also hides a divine opportunity. Still, finding a way out of here must come first. It has been 2 days since they entered the realm of the undead. Did Fuang Dot order an investigation to find out if it was clear? Everyone remained silent, not daring to meet the king's gaze. A messenger has invited Master Hopngox to investigate the formation, and he will arrive immediately. Master Hopngox, the level 89 array mage, enters the main hall. Fuang Dot hurriedly greets, "Master Truong, how is it? Is there any result yet?" He hesitated and replied, "Sorry, I couldn't find any clues. The attacker is very skilled. The potion and formation are tangled like a spider's web. I can't untangle it." Fuang Dot asked anxiously, "Is there no other way?" Hopngox hinted that perhaps he would have a way, but the king didn't know who to ask. He reported that An Van is known as the Calm Spirit, the leader of the Divine Realm Tower, not only a divine-level powerhouse and a master of formations, but also the #1 alchemist of the human race. Fuang Dot hurriedly replied, "I will go invite him right away." At that moment, someone rushed into the main hall, and An Van appeared with a commanding presence saying, "Anthen Fuang Dot requests an audience. Please meet him." Everyone was curious, is Fuang Dot the Lord of Thanha? The Lord personally came to see Anthan. Could something big have happened? Fang Diao had not yet regained his composure when Anwen entered and asked, "The Eastern Sovereign personally came. I wonder what's going on." He bowed to pay his respects to An Shen, then explained to Anwen about the disappearance of the Mian Yu. "What?" The old man admitted the disappearance. "Yes, the formation was tampered with by someone, and we couldn't find any clues." He immediately signaled, "Please, Your Majesty, lead the way." The boat then moved to another space. Both of them stopped at a grand hall set up with a formation. And Van realized this was the place. Indeed, someone intervened, and they did so very skillfully, completely disrupting the transmission of the magic array. What Fuang Dot cares about is, so can it be fixed? He replied, "Not difficult." And Van began the process of breaking the formation. After a while, the formation was completely destroyed. Then, Pang Dot anxiously asked, "Anshen, can you find out where the young lady and General Lin have gone?" And Van closed his eyes to sense and said, "Let me check if the last teleportation location reveals their whereabouts. You'll be surprised. It's the realm of the dead that your Dongfang family has guarded for generations." Fuang Dot panicked. How could they have gone there? How could they get there? The gate to the corpse realm was clearly sealed. And Van realized that they temporarily broke the seal using firestones and also performed random teleportation. Fuang Dot couldn't believe it. Firestones breaking the seal? Isn't that a demon artifact from the abyss rather than something from the human realm? Could there be someone in the Dongfang family who is a member of the evil worshippers? And Wen's face darkened as he asked a name. The Baima Society, the Eastern Fuang monarch. This time, if Mongu can return safely, you can continue to be the royal family's ruler. But if anything happens to him, the Thanha Tower will come personally. The Fists of White God, the Great Sword of Mad God, the army's camp. I don't think anyone in the Dongfang family wants to see any of that happen. Maknu is my disciple, Bakthan and Kwangthan. Not only that, his sister Duat is the only disciple of that person. The person I know you're talking about is already aware. Fuang Dot understands that if Maknu dies, the Dongfang family will likely have to be buried with him. Old man spoke. And Shen, my daughter, is also trapped in the underworld. I am very worried, but right now there is really no way to get in. Please, and Shen, come with me. Both of them entered the entrance to the corpse world beneath the imperial underground vault, and Wen could tell immediately that this was a divine-level ancient formation left behind by the ancestors. He summoned the spirit formation to appear. The display shows the spirit formation. Divine-level formations each have their own soul. The higher the level, the longer they exist, and the more intelligent the spirit formations become. The spirit formation greets you. The divine-level spell formation respectfully welcomes your arrival. I am the spirit formation of this demonic sealing array, responsible for guarding the seal of the corpse world and preventing the invasion of the undead. It cannot be done. The gate to the waste demonic realm opens only once every 100 years during the seal. No one is allowed to enter. He said sternly, "If I must enter, What then? The spirit array revealed that if Gu rushes in, the formation will self-destruct, using all its energy to break the co-seal. Anyone below the semi-divine level is strictly forbidden from entering. And when asked again, how much longer until the next gate opening, it answered in detail. 3 years, 72 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds left. He grits his teeth in fury. Waiting 3 more years means my bones will be cold. If someone uses a different method to enter the underworld by mistake, how can they return? It responds. There is an exit at the center of the underworld. If it is a human, they can leave through that path, and Van ordered. Good, if anyone comes out through that way, let me know. The spirit array agrees. Yes, sir, honoring the sacred godly mage. And Van grimly declared, now we can deal with the traitors in your family. Fengdat's sweat dropped as Longzhi knew the mission, and they teleported back to the Imperial Palace. And Van realized that using firestones to break the barrier would definitely leave traces of the abyss. Fuang looked around nervously. This is Fuang Thak's private residence. The old man wondered, and Nan's meaning was that this place has the aura of the abyss. He confirmed it was correct. Fang Diao understood everything and shouted angrily, Fuang Thach, get out here. The person in front, sitting with their back to them, was questioned. Fuang Thach, you know your crime. Still not seeing anyone return, the old man placed his hand on the other's shoulder and called out for Fuang Thach. As he turned around and looked into those soulless eyes, he was stunned. This was a puppet, used to hide the aura and movements. They're running away, and Wen declared, I will order the army to pursue them toward the Empire. Handle it yourself if anything happens to the young master. After leaving this threat, he left immediately. The castle began to move, and Uncle Luke and the person beside him were terrified by the overwhelming aura. What is going on? This is the aura of a divine-level expert. The Lu family was peacefully drinking tea when suddenly they sensed something unusual. The castle started moving away from the Imperial Palace, and a figure appeared beside the Lu family, an extremely powerful divine-level warrior from the Dongfang clan. He just appeared and asked, when did we offend Engad at the Divine Tower? Fuangdat said sternly, this is a warning from Engad to us. Searching for the source, living to see people, dying to see corpses, and investigating the entire family. Inside the corpse world, the two have been finding their way out for 2 days. Makengu asked curiously if her profession was Holy Shield Warrior. She confirmed it was a rare and special inheritance passed down through the bloodline of the royal family. Just like the He family has the Overlord of the Legion, the Holy Shield Warrior is only found in our Dongfang family. Those with this profession also possess some skills of knights and warriors. Their defense is almost on par with knights of the same level. While the attack power can rival that of a berserker, it is an extremely powerful profession. She didn't dare say more, just standing in front of Maknu. Is there any profession that can truly be called strong? Even though I have always been proud to be a Holy Shield Warrior, now I still have to rely on him to protect me in order to survive in the realm of the undead. Makengu cautiously observes the surroundings as lightning strikes from the sky, and the undead rise up with a level 15 low-tier undead appearing. He wasn't very surprised. As expected, he has evolved again. Then Maknu announced, I want to try being struck by lightning. Fengjiao was startled and asked, what did you say? He instructed, stay here and wait for me. Don't move. Seeing him leave, Fuangjiao shouted, are you crazy? Come back quickly. Makengu, with hope to test his strength, hurriedly rushes toward the lightning, his body like a lightning rod, alerting and warning, gaining the bright lightning bolt, experience Suns 100,000. At this point, Maknu finally understood that being struck by lightning could actually earn experience to punish those zombie spirits and make them evolve. Fuangjiao was amazed. There was experience in the lightning, but he wasn't harmed at all. He turned to ask, do you want to try too? She waved her hand to refuse. No, I can't resist the pity of the lightning and the rain. Moyu knew that although the experience gained from these bright lightning bolts was very limited, accumulating enough might lead to some miraculous effects. In that case, it might not be entirely a bad thing in the world of the rotten corpses. Fengjiao quietly watched from the side. It's been several days now. Every time these storms come, he voluntarily goes to face the lightning strikes but remains unharmed. Maybe he's the only one in the human race who can do that. Who are you? Do you know it's a crime to barge into the royal palace without permission? Makan drew her sword and stepped forward, swinging 2 strikes directly at the guards. At this moment she threatened, if anything happens to my younger brother Xiaongu, the Dongfuang clan might as well cease to exist. Inside Makengu, lightning and wind form a giant tornado. Be careful, these zombies are a bit strange. They are actually deep abyss demon dogs, level 40 rotten mage dogs, and the Molong clan immediately strikes with a sword. It seems we are still close to the center of the Hudi realm. I wonder why most of the lightning from this storm is concentrated there. To check the situation, Mangmu reminded her, "Stay here and wait for me. It's very dangerous inside." Watching him fly away quickly, Fuangjiao sighed deeply, her wings like lightning, truly formidable. Since when did he awaken his flight ability? Mangmu alone rushes into the heart of the thunder, looking very confident. Lightning bolts descended onto Mangmu's body, which absorbed them all. The system notified, "You gained a bright spark. Experience plus 1 million. Gained the luminous lightning experience increased by 1 million. Gained the luminous lightning experience increased by 1 million. Mangmu couldn't believe it. That was the brilliant light emanating from ahead. It was the damaged brightness scepter, which could be restored by absorbing the brightness sparks. I understand now. I need to use my body as a conduit to transfer the luminous lightning to the luminous scepter. I don't know how many lightning bolts it needs to absorb to restore it. Perhaps only by enduring some pity from me can it be done." A moment later, the fog had dispersed. Fang Yao asked worriedly, "Lam Tuong, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine. Let's go. I feel like we can find the way out very soon." The two of them moved deeper inside. Well, he thought to himself, "It's been over a month since entering the zombie realm. Although we can't kill those zombies, the Divine Spark can still help Minthang reach level 41. Unfortunately, the Divine Scepter remains unresponsive. Notification, Mak Enju, Death Spirit King, level 41, Strength 24, 345, Physique 24, 345, Agility 24, 345, Spirit 56, 405. In the zombie realm, Mak Ungu reminds the companion, "Be careful, we might have entered the territory where level 60 zombies appear. There is a whole horde of zombies waiting ahead." Under the swamp, the giant white tentacles thrash wildly. The necromancer is immediately entangled by them, and he activates an explosive element. This time the opponent is a level 60 rotten octopus. Fearing Fuang Jiao said, "The zombie poison, your skull is poisoned." Makungu immediately detoxifies and issues a reminder. The army clears all abnormal statuses of Legion members and boosts morale, only effective for abnormal statuses below level 60. The system warns that the removal failed, and you feel increasingly tense. The toxin level has surpassed level 60, and according to Fuang Jiao, if the zombie toxin isn't neutralized, it will keep accumulating and persist forever. So now there is only one way left, which is to summon this skull again. The system reports that a Berserk Skull warrior has been successfully summoned. Mangmu glanced back at Fuang Jiao and suggested, "We need to hurry up a bit. These undead can't be killed. If this drags on, it will become very troublesome." Then they quickly ran forward. Suddenly, the giant octopus appeared out of nowhere, waving its tentacle at him, and a slash cut off the octopus's attack. The two are surrounded by the zombie corpses and the octopus monster with no way out. The zombies raise their staffs high and cast spells, while the sword strikes attack the octopus's tentacles one after another. An explosion occurs after the giant octopus is completely defeated. Mangmu frowns in displeasure, saying that's too slow. Suddenly, streams of blood appeared from somewhere, and he immediately protected Fuang Jiao, lifting her up. The tentacles regenerated once again, writhing on the ground. Mangmu bit her lip and pushed herself to run forward to dodge. Immediately behind her, there was only a pile of debris left. The ground cracked and erupted, dust and smoke filling the air. The two managed to dodge just in time, and he helped her to her feet. Fang Yao showed a genuinely grateful expression and said, "Thank you. General Lam, I have caused you trouble." Monungu replied coldly, "It's okay. Stay here and wait for me a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up quickly. Mangmu raised his staff high, drawing in extraordinary power. The system displays a message. Gained 2 million Lightning Essence experience points. The system shows that Manggu Tu Lin is at level 42. You raise the staff high, wondering why, based on this lightning surge, you've already leveled up twice, but the luminous staff still hasn't recovered. How much more lightning does it need to absorb? What kind of weapon is it, really? Suddenly, a blinding light emitted from the top of the staff. Monu hurriedly covered his eyes in amazement, his body sprouting a pair of majestic long wings, the staff floating in midair within a circle of power. Monu widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "A secret realm?" He hurriedly flew closer to the mysterious circle. Mangmu's entire body gradually enters another space, with a golden light slowly swallowing its shape. The scene shifts to the luminous secret realm, where he has been transported to a lush green forest, with crystals embedded all over the ground. Mangmu comfortably praised that the atmosphere here is really pleasant, much better than the mortal realm. He put his hands in his pockets and strolled around slowly, revealing an ancient architecture surrounded by grass and flowers, looking very poetic. Mangmu was immersed in a feeling of relaxation, slowly walking aimlessly. He stopped in front of a giant female statue, summoned his scepter, and the sharp weapon quickly floated in the air. Suddenly, the female statue holding the glowing scepter comes to life, and a purple-haired woman with the scepter appears. The life god kindly introduces himself, saying, "Hello, mortal. I am the former life god, the old life god." You gape in amazement. So you were a deity in the past. He looked at the romantic scene ahead and couldn't help but marvel. It's been a long time since I saw such a sight. This might be my last time. The life god gently stepped onto the grass and asked, "You humans probably saw the scene outside, right?" He then glanced behind and continued. So the world outside was not originally called the Houthi realm. Its name is the world of rebirth. But there is a divine spirit who destroyed my world and turned it into a death zone, killing all the people of the 3 clans and also killing me, and at the same time killing himself. Moyu frowned in confusion and asked, "Respected life god, who is stronger between a divine spirit and a divine-level powerhouse of our race?" The god of life smiled brightly and said, "If they are all called divine-level powerhouses, then of course they exist at the same rank. This also includes the Demon King of Deep Abyss, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and divine beings divided into 3 middle and high levels. I am a high-level deity, which using your race's terminology is probably equivalent to a level 97 divine powerhouse. You remain silent, pondering. Man Tianboy and the 2 teachers are all level 95 divine tier powerhouses, among the top of the human race. But missing 1 level in the divine tier makes a huge difference. Even combined, they probably aren't a match for the life god, but even such beings still die. What exactly happened back then? He looked up at the scepter above and spoke calmly. The origin of the great battle that year was it. I was not originally a god of life. The gem in the center of the scepter glows, and the gentle voice of the life god slowly echoes, revealing that obtaining the bright life scepter is what made him a life god. He suddenly sharpens his tone and continues, "This is what can make someone a life god." Manga widened her eyes in shock, thinking that this might be an item comparable to my Dana's set. The life god extended both hands, casting a spell into the staff with sincere gratitude. "Thank you for bringing the bright life staff here so I can see these flowers one last time. The scent of the flowers fills the air, but the core of the bright life staff is nowhere to be found. If there is a chance, perhaps you can find it and restore it to the complete bright life scepter." He said happily, "Although it is a divine object, for humans, if they can comprehend the power within the scepter, they also have a chance to become a god-level powerhouse. I have reached the end of my time, boy, so finally let me give you a gift." The life god sincerely said as he held the glowing scepter. "This is the life core clone I used my final strength to condense. If I can restore the shining scepter and reach this place, I believe you will use it well." The Light of Life replica staff has 3 chances to succeed, with 3 uses of divine level power equivalent to level 90 humans. You nervously ask, is there still a chance to save him? He gradually disappeared, leaving a message before he went. "Wait until you become a super god to know if there's a chance or not. May the divine decree merge into the void, and everything in the secret realm will also be affected and shattered." Manga silently pondered as the rays of light continued to strike down, staring intently at the place where he had departed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh, so another monster is attacking Fuangjiao." The system displays information about the 2 skeleton armor. Moyu frowns and calls out the skeleton armor. An invisible skeleton suddenly appeared to protect her. Fuangjiao, terrified, collapsed to the ground as a devastating explosion erupted, filling the air with thick dust and smoke. She asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, in front of her was a figure in Manga with wings rushing toward her. "Wait, is Lin Shengxiang out of the secret realm?" He landed in front of her, asking anxiously what's going on. "I found the Loi family, but there are many Long clan members and Houthi demons here." Manga asked in surprise, "Where is the Loi family?" The 2 of them looked towards the distant mysterious light, and she shouted, "It's right there!" He immediately picked her up and flew forward with his large wings. Suddenly, Moyu growled in panic. "It's not safe. We can't fly." Fearing, Fuangjiao asked, "Why?" Suddenly, a giant hand appeared behind the 2 of them as if to crush the opponent. It lunged with its claws at them. He widened his eyes in horror. An enormous monster appears before them, and the system displays information about the Hulan Long clan with an unknown rank. Manga grits his teeth with worry. Although he doesn't know the exact level of that Long clan, it's definitely above level 80, and he can't handle it. The Hulan Dragon clan opened its mouth as if about to release something. Fangjiao stammered in fear. "Long means long." You grind your teeth in anger and say, "There's nothing we can do. We can only buy more time." A group of skeletons appears in front of you, surrounding your protective circle. They gritted their teeth in pain as lightning struck them. The Hulan Dragon clan roared and spat fire forward, and the system quickly displayed a notification. 45 fierce Dryads warriors have been defeated. 27 Grand Mage Dryads have been defeated, and 23 Divine Sniper Dryads have been defeated. Moyu anxiously pondered, unsure how much longer they could hold out, when suddenly something attacked her wings. You widen your eyes in shock as a giant monster with a huge mouth suddenly appears from nowhere in its belly. The system displays information about an unknown level of evil demon, its eyes blazing red like a killer, charging forward at lightning speed. A group of tiny dry leeches once again perish beneath its feet, as the evil demon unleashes a series of attacks that envelop the target's body. Another fierce explosion occurs, and the system displays a message. 33 soldier Ko Lao have been defeated. 12 Grand Mage Ko Lao have been defeated, and 18 Sharpshooter Ko Lao have been defeated. Multiple notifications appear. Within 30 seconds, the elite soldiers summon their items. All basic attributes increase by 200% damage, resulting in a 500% cooldown reduction for 1 hour. The mage, holding the sealing spell on his hand, worries and contemplates, at least for these 30 seconds, Ko Lao's defense will be boosted. Wherever it goes, it will be better. The two of them stop in front of the mysterious circle, and he asks in amazement, "Is there a body that can break the barrier?" She quickly replied, "It's possible, but will take a little time, and behind the evil demon's lair, it's like burning everything." It struck brutally, with sharp claws attacking relentlessly. The system displays a message. 28 fierce dry lich warriors have been defeated. 15 Ko Lao Grand Mages have been defeated. 19 Ko Lao Divine Sharpshooters have been defeated. In front, Fuang Jiao is channeling all her strength to break the barrier. The mirror reflects the message. "I need 2 more minutes, not even 1. Magnu replied in fear, 1 minute might not be enough to hold on. It turns out the monsters have caught up with the two of them. They are as numerous as an army, their bright eyes fixed on the prey. An old dry corpse gradually appears. They are waiting right at the edge for the two of them. It charged forward with a growl, and Fuang Jiao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move even faster. The giant beast's hand is slowly reaching towards Makangu. He clenched his teeth in horror, silently wondering if the scepter of light was meant to be used right now. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared, and someone with extraordinary power just manifested in front of Makangu. The boy looked in astonishment at the heroic armored man with a sharp sword in hand. That is the human race. Magangunu couldn't believe her eyes and wondered silently, "Is he really protecting me?" The human warrior, even with his armor worn and tattered, still stands to fight. I can't help but be amazed and exclaim, "No, he's protecting humanity. Even though his body is decayed, his will remains unbroken." The monster with a pile of claws on its body charges forward. He leaps high and strikes into its midsection. Fang Jiao glances back and shouts, "We're almost there." Another explosion occurs, but the monsters remain unharmed. Makangu gazes at them in shock, thinking to himself that their purpose is clear. It's obviously aimed at the bright scepter. The human warriors still refuse to give up, swiftly dodging and striking at the monsters. Suddenly, a group of warriors appeared, standing before the giant beasts. You stare in shock and exclaim, "These people are all elders of the human race. Their will surpasses life and time to protect future generations." Huang Jiao announces, "We're done. We can leave the divine realm now." Suddenly, Moyu looked back and sincerely said, "If there's a chance in the future, I will come back here to bring everyone back to life." After saying that, the two of them entered the barrier. The figures of the two people gradually faded away. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sky was emitting beams of light as if announcing something. A beam of golden light is descending from the sky. Someone loudly announces, "There are humans being teleported back from the underworld." There are humans being teleported back from the spirit realm, and Anvan appears standing below the sealing stone. The guards rush over, saying, "Anthan, I didn't expect you to arrive." He asked, "Who are you that was teleported out?" Just then, Maknu and Fuang Jiao appeared, and a guard named Shu Fong replied, "A man and a woman." Suddenly, Anvan exclaimed in surprise, "Jiao Ni seems to know that the two are safe and sound." He breathes a sigh of relief. Anvan glances and announces, "This time, you are lucky to have preserved the Dongfang family." He coldly declared, despite the astonished guards, "I will withdraw the divine tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Anvan also used magic to leave, and the scene shifted to a magnificent castle at the edge of the forest. 5 minutes later, the giant stone mountain sealed behind Maknu and Fuang Jiao was being lifted. She looked at Fang Dad in shock, hurriedly called out to her father, and the two embraced tightly as Fuang Jiao tearfully whispered, in worry, "Father, I thought I would never see you again." He held her tightly and comforted her, saying everything is fine now. You coldly demand, This time, the Dongfang family must give me a proper explanation. Ligia sincerely replies, General Lam, rest assured, this is our fault this time. We will definitely clarify everything with you and provide appropriate compensation. Moyu was satisfied and nodded. Fang Zhan stepped forward and asked, Do you want to go see your sister now? Hearing that, you couldn't help but be surprised and hurriedly asked, Where is she? He sneered and replied, Right outside the palace. Let me take you there. Makangu summoned his cold wings and refused, Just tell me the address and I will go myself. Then he quickly flew away. After a while, Moyu found the familiar figure. Hanmo frowned and looked behind on guard. He landed in front of her, hurriedly called out to his sister, and Mohan, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears as she rushed to hold him tightly. Xiaoyu, I know you'll be fine, Makangu replied with a gentle smile. Of course you'll be fine. Otherwise, how would I know you fell into the realm of tests? She tucks her hair behind her ear and gently explains, I don't know anything about the realm of tests. It's my master who calculated that you might be in danger, so he told me to come here. I didn't know that when I had my accident, your masters almost destroyed the Dongfang family. I awkwardly scratched my head and asked, So your masters knew too? Seeing my sibling return safely, she thought to herself that now Maknu is strong enough and has the elders protecting her, so maybe I don't need to worry all the time. Makhan wiped his tears and spoke. As long as I see you're safe, I'm at ease now. Go meet the masters quickly. They're very worried right now, Maknu asked anxiously. And what about you? She regained her confident and majestic demeanor and replied, You have to go back and train, right? I've been watching over you here for a month and you haven't leveled up. Your master must be about to explode with anger. He smiled faintly as he watched Mahan leave, thinking to himself, Your master is really strict. In another place, Fuang Jiao imagined recounting everything that happened in the world. Fuang Dat muttered in surprise, It's thanks to Lam Than Tuong that Jia Jiao Ni was able to survive and return. Master Li cupped his beard and smiled kindly, praising him for being truly calm and exceptional beyond ordinary people. He then expressed his admiration, saying not only did he survive the demon realm, but also found a fortunate opportunity. Even if we enter the spirit world, I doubt we will all make it back alive. After learning everything, the room echoed with Fuang Dat's cautious instructions. Take a few days to rest first, then in a few days Jiao Ni and I will go look for General Lam Than. After returning, Maknu was repeatedly questioned by her three masters. Kwang Sin asked seriously, So you mean the goddess of life has given you the bright life scepter, and if you find the core of life, you might become a super god? And Van, sitting beside him, added, I don't think that's a good thing. External objects can be used but shouldn't be relied on. Evian calmly denied. Lao Man, someone like you with a divine tower doesn't have the right to say that, but you're not wrong. Xiaoyu, no matter when, the most reliable thing is always your own strength. Maknu confidently replied, I will not rely on external objects. Master, can a person be revived after death? Evian calmly explained, if a soul imprint remains, there is still a chance to save them, but a divine-level powerhouse who has died is truly gone, and there's no opportunity. Why can't divine-level experts be revived later? Kwangsin tilted his chin and replied with a faint smile, You'll understand someday. Although I don't know what you've been through in the demon realm, you don't need to think too much now. Those things are still far from you. He snapped his fingers with a dangerous smile and said, This time you got lucky, but remember to hold back a little in the future. Dongfang Yia will definitely come to apologize in the next 2 days. The Dongfang family is imperial, so they will surely have the best gifts, and at that time I will help you get a big sum. Enwen calmly advised, These days just rest up. Your teacher is best at dealing with scams. Maknu hesitated before replying, Yes. The scene shifts to Hawkins' academy, where he walks and ponders. Are those seniors truly helpless to save him? Suddenly, a hand from behind pats Maknu on the shoulder. You turn to look at the girl in front of you as she calls out, and Y, happily slinging her arm around Maknu, speaks, finally completing her grandfather's mission. I can finally visit you now, she shyly boasted with a smile. Grandfather took me to a place to level up. Now I've successfully advanced to the 2nd class, and my profession has been upgraded. The system displays the information. Y is a level 40 dark assassin. She happily pulls you forward. It's been so long since we last met, I want to hear the stories that happened to you, and I also have many things I want to tell you. Under the brilliant sunset, their hands are intertwined, inseparable. Maknu and Y walk to the riverside, enjoying the view together. Suddenly, she opened her mouth in shock. Turns out you were telling Y about what had happened. She laughed so happily that she cried. After a while of playing around, Y rested her head on Maknu's shoulder to take a break. 2 days later, in a castle with countless warriors passing by, she glanced shyly and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since you took me to clear dungeons. I miss it." The two of them entered the hall, causing the warriors to be surprised and ask questions in unison. General Lam Shen turned around. "Wait, who is that?" She is truly so happy to be able to go dungeon crawling with General Lam. Which dungeon will General Lam go to this time? "You're really impressive. Now everyone's eyes on you are different." Manga coldly replied, "If compared to the immortal sages of the human race, what am I?" She chuckled happily and moved her body, saying, "I believe you will surpass them all in the future. Defeat the dragon race and clear the abyss. I suggest we pick a suitable dungeon to level up." Wadisayai pondered silently, then said, "Let's fight on the Beast God Plateau. That dungeon gives a lot of experience, perfect for level 40 to 50 profession players to level up. There are 2 large dungeons in the dungeon hall. Besides the Desert Overlord, the other is called the Highland Beast God." Mo Wu Wu Tsu replied, "All right, then let's choose the Highland Beast God." You immediately approach the sphere in front of you to make your selection. The system displays information. The Plateau of Beast Gods level 45 dungeon, maximum 50 players allowed, dungeon record. The surrounding gossipers couldn't help but be amazed and exclaim, "Lam Than Tuong wants to challenge the Plateau Beast God. Oh my, could the record for the large-scale dungeon also be broken by Lam Than Tuong? That girl is truly happy." General Lam Than took her to clear dungeons. Lam Than Tuong can even sweep the desert of the fierce army alone. The Highland Beast God must be no match for him, right? The two calmly entered the barrier gate, ignoring the bewildered crowd, when suddenly a powerful army appeared in front of the barrier. The gossipers exclaimed in shock, "This is the team from the Flame Emperor Academy." The troops gradually entered the barrier, while those people kept gossiping. I remember now, today marks 3 years since the Divine Beast's true form was renewed. Back then, the 3 great academies fought over the Divine Beast's true form, but it was ultimately taken by the Bright Spirit Academy. The team from the Bright God Academy has arrived in full force, and cheers keep erupting around them. The Bright God Academy team is also here. It seems the 3 great academies are once again vying for the true body of the Beast God. I hear that defeating the true body of the Beast God can bring many benefits. I wonder who will get it first this time. The team from the Bright Spirit Academy is also entering the barrier, leaving behind countless bets. But this time, General Lin is also inside the instance. Who will die at whose hands remains to be seen. I believe in Commander Lam, I also believe in Commander Lam, but this time, his opponent is the top team from the 3 major academies. Inside the Beast God Plateau dungeon, Y smiled comfortably and said, "I've been leveling up constantly. It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this." Contrary to her relaxed appearance, Moyu prepared to summon her skill and coldly reminded, "It's time to start." Suddenly, a cloth appeared out of nowhere, and in front of her was a person with a cloth full of snacks. She raised both hands to show her determination and said, "Let's start, I'm ready." Immediately, blue beams of light began to appear. "You bite your lip and cast your spell. Come out, my soldiers." A group of skeletons revealed their true forms. He stared in shock and asked, "How can there be so many?" She looked at the mighty army in front of her and couldn't help but marvel. "It seems I really don't need to do anything." A group of skeleton soldiers gradually gathers. The fierce attacks from the skeleton warrior strike down the wolf. The system reports killing a level 46 Highland Evil Wolf, gaining 920,000 experience and obtaining a high-grade wolf pelt. Meanwhile, another warrior has set fire to destroy a beast. The system announced the kill of a level 45 Highland Antelope, granting 900,000 experience and doubling the 9-tailed feather drop. As the notifications kept coming, Y ate and marveled that leveling up was much faster than when he was alone. Suddenly, Manga rushed over, lifting her into his arms and saying, "Found it, let's go." I couldn't help but be surprised by this floating sensation, quietly thinking that she was still flying, and that he had become very skilled during their days apart. She closed her eyes, shyly leaning on his shoulder. Manga flew to a crack and coldly said, "The Divine Beast Plateau has a total of 4 plateaus, and the monsters there will only get stronger. The benefit of this dungeon is mostly about hitting the target in the final plateau. The two have reached the Beast Plateau, the second plateau. As soon as they landed, they heard terrifying growling sounds. Moyu coldly assessed, "Looks like our luck isn't very good. We just arrived at the second plateau when we ran into the boss." A huge and fierce tiger appeared in front of Manga. The system displays information about the Great Tiger Plateau, an elite leader level 47 with enhanced stats, strength $60,000, agility $30,000, spirit $10,000, physique $80,000, and howling skill. Chief Ho's heavy strike. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, cursing the troublemaker. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. their strikes flashing like lightning as they struck him. In just a moment, the system announced the death of the great Highland tiger. Experience +1 IU $10,000. Gained the tiger sword, tiger control, platinum level weapon with all attributes, CY 1200. Swordsmanship skill increased by 50%. Liu Yai was stunned. When did Macnu's skull become so powerful? Even Boston, the hero of the Beast Plateau, was killed. He tilted his head back and coldly said, "Let's go quickly to the final plateau." She stammered in surprise. "Yes." The two quickly ran off, and Wai hurriedly announced that this large dungeon is called the Beast God Plateau because it contains the true body of the Beast God. The legend of the Beast God is that it is a kind of deity, and its true body is in the dungeon, which is refreshed every 3 years. She quickly recounted the bone fragment she saw before, thinking that based on the short time it took to kill it, the rewards would also vary. Last time, the Bright God Academy team took 40 minutes to kill him and obtained a piece of the Beast God's bone, which was said to be used to make jewelry for the boss. Macnu couldn't help but feel intrigued, smiling softly as she wondered if the reward was actually related to the time it took to kill it. If so, then she needed to go all out. After a while, the two of them reached a new land, the Beast Plateau, the third plateau, with a bridge ahead covered in countless crawling snakes, and in the distance a giant snake waiting for them. I was so scared she broke out in a sweat and shouted loudly, "There are really many snakes." Before she could recover, Macnu once again lifted her into his arms and flew forward, swiftly crossing the bridge and cutting through the snakes blocking their path. In just a moment, all the monsters blocking the way were wiped out. Macnu soared upward and moved forward, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Killed a level 47 white-eyed venomous snake, gained 940,000 experience points multiplied by 3. Cut to the scene where the team from the Dawn Academy, led by the coldly commanding captain, moves quickly to prevent the Dawn God and the Flaming Emperor from taking the lead. 3 years ago, the Songthan team arrived before us to deal with the true body of the Beast God. This time, we must avenge ourselves. They immediately crossed the bridge with fiery determination, charging forward. In front of them was a giant tiger, while the team from the Genesis Academy surrounded and shouted loudly below. At the same time, inside an observation room, 4 people are watching the battle of the Sacred Heaven Academy team. The bearded man is the dean of the Sacred Heaven Academy. Tin Ha just spoke, saying, "Last time, your Sacred God Academy won. So this time it's our turn, the Sacred Realm Academy." The man with the gentle-looking green hair is the dean of the Sacred Realm Academy, Gao Hien. The sharp-looking woman speaking is the dean of the Flame Emperor Academy. Lak VM, this time it's of course our Flame Emperor Academy's turn. I didn't expect General Lam to enter the Beast Spirit Plateau dungeon, especially since he's already about to clear the third plateau. Xiao Hien widened his eyes in surprise and said, "So it seems that this time the leader is probably Lord Lin Shen, but I wonder how long it took him to defeat the true body of the Beast God." Tin Ha smiled kindly and boasted, "The previous record was 37 minutes, but today's record was already set to be broken by Lord Lin Shen." The scene shifts to the dungeon, and they are still moving. The Beast God Plateau, the fourth plateau. Wai carefully announced that the difficulty of the Beast Spirit Plateau is almost concentrated in this fourth plateau. They all call this fourth plateau the Leader Plateau because there are no ordinary monsters here, only leaders. Suddenly, 2 mysterious figures appeared behind them. Moyu and Wai watched the giant creatures clash. The system announced that killing the level 47 giant tiger grants 1,000 experience points, and killing the level 47 giant python grants 940,000 experience points as dust and smoke fill the air. The eyes of the 2 creatures gleamed fiercely. You squinted and observed, so that's how it is. This fourth monster on the plateau is actually created by the leaders of the previous plateaus. Macnu nodded happily and continued. It's been a long time since they last summoned a monster. Now's the time to give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them left. Below, the undead army is moving forward. Lak VM asked confusedly. Cao Hien surprised you. What is General Lam planning to do? How will he handle the leaders of the fourth plateau? The old man confidently stated that the fourth plateau must be fought with caution and precision. Even with the Shadow Dawn team, it would take us at least 2 hours to conquer it. Old lady, carefully asking, "How long do you think it will take for General Lam to clear the fourth plateau?" Tai Nian replied quietly, "If that young guy is serious, about 10 minutes should be enough." They couldn't help but be amazed and exclaim that 10 minutes was impossible. He calmly replied, "Just watch and see." Inside the secret realm, the bear and the giant turtle are growling and showing off their strength. The monsters from the deep forest are chasing the dry soldiers to the abyss. In the distance, Mogu is waiting calmly. Let's go. The Drybone army raises their bows and prepares to shoot. An arrow hits the bright eye of the bear guard. Another strike lands on the tiger's face. Another big explosion occurs. You laugh joyfully, as if witnessing a spectacular burst you haven't seen in a long time. The blinding light engulfs the beasts as the system alert sounds. An explosion erupts, covering everything in dust and smoke, leaving the monsters charred and blackened. Cao Hien exclaimed in surprise. So this started when the attack happened. It was a total of 10 seconds, right? Is this already resolved? Lok Viem opened his mouth in surprise, and Tine Hien silently pondered. I've never seen this young man kill a monster before. I didn't expect him to be so fast. The old man chuckled happily and said, I want to invite General Lam to join my Sacred Light Academy. No, the geniuses of your Sacred Light Academy are already enough. General Lam joining our Flame Emperor Academy is the most suitable choice. Does Lord Lam go to the Sacred Light Academy to share resources too? And who else would admit that you are the leaders of the 3 major academies? Tiny Hien couldn't help but sweat when he heard them arguing. Suddenly, they both turned their attention to the other person in the room and asked together, Huangtin Ha, is something wrong with you today? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Actually, Lord Lam Than has already joined my Academy of Creation. The two of them couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, What? Lok Viem furrowed his brow and asked angrily, When did that happen? Tinian stammered. It's actually been a while now. Gao Shen furrowed his brow in anger and demanded honestly, What trick did you use to lure General Lin Shen there? He clenched his fists in anger and retorted, What do you mean by trick? Clearly it was Bai Shen himself who brought General Lin Shen. At this moment, Tai Nian shouted angrily, Everyone be quiet. He frowned coldly and announced that the true body of the beast god was about to emerge. Inside the secret realm of Plateau 4, the ground cracks and crumbles, and the overwhelming power erupts everywhere. A stone statue gradually appears, causing everything around to shake. Mekaningu was stunned in amazement, realizing that was the true body of the beast god, and secretly pondering, No, I have seen an existence similar to it before. Fuang Jiao hurriedly stepped back to avoid it, looking at the monster in front of him and thinking, I've seen this creature before in the underworld. The black aura converges in one spot, lightning sparks strike together, and the ground cracks apart. The system announces that the true body of the beast god has awakened. Mak Ngu, surprised, looked at the huge beast in front of him, silently thinking it couldn't be wrong. He looked at the massive arm holding a stone pillar, quietly confirming that he had encountered it before in the underworld, and it was probably the true beast god. The system displays a notification that the true body of the demon lord leader, Q Tong Quang, level 55, with 120,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 50,000 spirit, 130,000 physique, skill of world-destroying staff, sweeping away thousands of troops, has attributes that reduce physical and elemental damage by 30%, while increasing attack power and speed. McNew sneers with amusement, noting its very strong attributes, even surpassing bosses of the same level in the ancient testing ground, but after encountering it in the underworld, why should he fear you? He covered her mouth in shock and exclaimed, The true body of the beast god. He asked with a dangerous smile, The faster the kill, the better the reward, right? She asked suspiciously, So McNew, is that you? McNew looked dangerous and asked, I wonder how much reward I would get if I destroy it quickly. You silently cast a spell, one hand filled with blue aura, the other with red aura, the system displaying skill information, the soul fire. A series of chains gradually approach the beast's body. It growls in annoyance as it's bound. The divine beast's body lifts its head and growls. Mak Ngu speaks with amusement. With a 200 increase and powerful soldiers, my mental attribute has surpassed 150,000, greatly amplifying the damage of the soul fire. It growled, clutching its head with both hands. The divine beast's main body roared in pain as a barrage of arrows flew toward it. Am I still dreaming right now as I stand here taking these hits? The true body of the beast god gradually fell to the ground, its arms pierced with arrows as the dry soldiers quickly advanced, launching a fierce barrage of attacks on the beast god's true body. Blood plasma spattered everywhere as a blinding light reappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, Am I still dreaming right now? In the observation room, Gao Xian asked in surprise, Nin Lao, did you open the wrong video? Tai Nian excitedly praised, General Lin Shen truly lives up to his name. Lok Viem sighed in amazement, saying, I've lived for decades, but this is the first time I've seen such an unreal scene. Tai Nian tilted his head and warned, What happened today must not be leaked outside. You all understand the current situation. If the news were to leak out, those people would probably not care about anything and would try to assassinate Lam Moyu too. The system displays a notification that the foot bones of the divine beast have been received, the bones left behind before the divine beast ascended, containing a portion of divine nature. Below is a blood essence tube, and the system shows information indicating the acquisition of the divine beast's blood essence. The divine beast's blood essence can be used by physical profession classes, and when undergoing the third transformation, it can significantly increase the profession's upgrade rate and has a certain chance to awaken innate talents. The patriarch opened his mouth in shock as the divine beast's blood in the observation room suddenly lost connection with the barrier. The people in the room couldn't help but be amazed, and the three of them called out anxiously. Elder Nin Mcngu looked at the two objects in front of him, pondering silently, so the divine beast bloodline could only be used by physical class professions. This leg bone of the beast god, although it can't compare to the divine finger bone of my own deity, its effectiveness is probably close. Unfortunately, they no longer have any effect on me. He threw those two items behind him and gave instructions. Why, take it. She waved her hand quickly to refuse. I don't need it. Since you're here, I don't have to fight. Mcngu approached to pat her head and said, Take it. I already have a better treasure. I reluctantly agreed. All right, I will store it for you first, and when you need it, I will return it to you. Suddenly, a purple circle appeared in the sky, and a voice came from inside it saying, You brat, take your hand away now. Tai Nian's figure flickered before her eyes, and she called out in shock. Grandpa turned around in confusion and asked, Senior Nin, why are you here? Tai Nian softly asked, Little Lin, did you just obtain the leg bone and divine blood of the beast god earlier? Do you know the value of these two things? Mcngu replied coldly, I have heard of them. He looked at the bone in front of him and said, The divine calculation contains some of the divine beast's leg bones, which can help powerhouses at the semi-divine level quickly comprehend and increase their chances of becoming divine-level experts. Tai Nian continued to explain. Although directly using the divine beast blood can increase the chance of profession advancement by about 15% during the third transformation, it can also be used to make divine blood pills, which can double the success rate of leveling up. Senior Nin, are you here specifically to make a deal with me? He asked hesitantly. That's right, if you want to turn the divine beast blood essence into divine blood medicine, you need not only rare materials but also the right fit. Roughly 1 part of the blood essence can be made into 3 parts of medicine. Tai Nian held up 3 fingers to agree, saying, I will handle these matters so you don't need to worry. You can keep 1 part of the medicine, give 1 part to me, and return the remaining part to the alchemist. So, what do you think? It made you wonder I didn't expect the price from the alchemist to be so high. Senior brother Nin definitely won't deceive me, I answer coldly. He chuckled happily and praised you, good boy. Mcngu pursed her lips and asked, But is Senior Nin preparing the divine blood potion for someone to use? Tai Nian chuckled happily and replied, I only have this one strong granddaughter. Who else could I give it to if not her? He thought to himself in surprise. So indeed, the divine blood beast was originally for Y. She raised her hand to take the vial of divine blood and the bone segment. Grandpa, it's me, he asked in surprise. Why is this divine blood beast here with you? I replied with a playful smile. Mcngu originally said he wanted to give it to the child. Now that he and the grandfather have reached an agreement, she will give it to him. Tai Nian froze like stone and stammered, saying that this divine beast's bloodline originally belonged to her. She quickly explained that she was only helping him keep it safe. The old man angrily stepped forward and scolded, You little brat, how dare you scheme against me? Mcngu pretended to be hurt and said, Nin Senior, you didn't even ask. Y quickly added, Grandpa's foot is a treasure that can help people attain enlightenment and become a god. Mcngu also needs to use it. Tai Nian turned her back to the two of them and gradually vanished, saying, Anyway, this little brat is all for me. The old man considers it a pre-wedding gift for him. She blushed shyly and scolded. What do you mean a marriage proposal? Your grandfather is really something. You walk over and smirk teasingly. It seems Senior Nin traded her for a piece of divine beast bone. She blushed and pouted. Please don't say anything more. In the laboratory, Tai Yan has returned. The 3 people in the room couldn't help but be surprised. Lao Nin has returned. They hurriedly asked, Lao Nin, the treasure Mcngu daringly took from the true body of the divine beast, could it really be that? He raised his hand high and replied, That's right. In front of him appeared a bone and a blood crystal. Captain Lam's luck is truly incredible. With these 2 items, he's definitely destined to reach the divine level. Lak VM quickly praised him. What you call good luck is actually because Lord Lam has enough strength. What does it matter if he's a divine general or not? These 2 items are now in my hands anyway? Lak VM asked cautiously, Nin Lao, did you make some kind of deal with Lord General Lam? Mr. Nu looked guilty and turned away, snorting, "Mind your own business and shut up." Chao Hien suddenly pretended to be dangerous and called out, "Nin Lao." She was surprised to hear him softly suggest, "Could you show us the divine beast's leg bones? You know, right now we are all stuck at the demigod level." Tin Ha frowned at Chao Hien's suggestion. Tai Nian cheerfully replied, "It's nothing serious, just stay here and watch, I'll return it to you later." The old man was amazed, excited, and grateful, thanking Elder Nin. The floating bone gradually glowed. Tin Ha sat on the ground, his body filled with fiery energy. He frowned, trying to persevere, sweat pouring down his face. Tai Hien was stunned, thinking to himself that Tin Ha was the closest to reaching divine level among these people. So could it be that the gaze he was looking at ahead was Tin Ha, gradually sensing the power emanating from the bone? His eyes suddenly widened in amazement as everything seemed to freeze, and a strange light was emanating from Tin Ha's body. A beam of light shoots straight into the sky, and everyone outside can't help but cheer excitedly. The breath of a divine-level being, from now on our human race will have another divine-level powerhouse. The beam of light shot straight up into the sky, and a figure riding appeared in the sky. Tai Nian was stunned and wondered, is the tidal wave level Tin Ha about to become a god? Tin Ha is about to become a god. I didn't expect him to go ahead of us. Mac Tin Hai suddenly appeared beside Tai Nian and sighed. You're really about to become a god. He chuckled proudly. Hurry up and thank me. If I hadn't taken the beast god's leg bones from that kid Lam, would the Star River have become a god so quickly? He still looked ahead and replied, So that's how it is. I guess I have to thank Lord Lam this time. Why are you thanking him? Tai Nian snaps angrily. You should thank me too. Right now, Tin Ha is stretching and absorbing power, while cheers echo all around. It's done. My human race finally has another divine-level powerhouse. At this moment, two figures have just stepped out from the secret realm entrance. The system displays a record notification for the Divine Beast Plateau dungeon, a MAC with a time of 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds. The two Divine Light Academies took 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 18 seconds. The three World Light Academies took 6 hours, 52 minutes, and 1 second. Mac stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet he spent 3 hours scanning. He asked in amazement, Mac even when moving twice as fast as other Academy's teams, still not satisfied. He approached the boss to select a dungeon and gave the order. Keep farming the dungeon, I'll do it faster this time. The warriors outside are excitedly cheering as they watch once again General Lam Shen enters the dungeon. No wonder General Lam Than sets a new record for clearing dungeons with his girl. This is only the beginning. The achievements to come will probably be even more terrifying. A domineering warrior said, Every time the true beast god is updated, it gets hunted down by the three major academies, and this time we can finally see their disappointed expressions. Another guy pats him on the shoulder and agrees. Yes, that expression will definitely be very impressive. That person excitedly agrees. General Lam Shen's achievement will make them despair. Cut to a new secret realm. The two stand on a hill looking down. Moyu crosses his arms around Y and summons his powerful wings, instructing, Hold me tight. This time we go straight to the 4th plateau. She looked down at the dry army below and asked worriedly, What will the boss of the previous highlands do now? Moyu replied calmly, Just leave some bones to deal with them. After a moment, the two are stopped in front of a place where a statue of a gorilla is hugging a stone. The system displays information. Phantom Divine Beast, World Level Leader rank 52, Strength 100,000, Agility 80,000, Mental Acuity 4,000, Physical 100,000, Skill Sweep to clear the heavens with enhanced vitality. The giant gorilla appears again. Makengu coldly says, I don't have time to play with you. This time I will wipe you out quickly. The beast god stood before you, facing you directly, and at the same time, from the Bright God Academy team, Fuangxiu chuckled softly, finally able to challenge the true form of the beast god. He is the captain of the Bright God Academy. The three plateaus in front of us are almost flawless. It looks like our new record will belong to us. At Mak Ngu's location, the beast god gathers his strength and leaps up, aiming to crush the opponent in one strike. Fuangxiu couldn't help but be surprised and asked, What happened? Why is it just the illusion of the beast god? Where is the true body? Could it have been taken by the other two academies first? He angrily ordered, No, this is impossible. They can't be faster than us, forget it. Let's first kill the illusion of the beast god and then go out to see what's happening. At the same time, in the team of the Genesis Academy, Lang Yichen clenched his teeth in anger, wondering why it had to be the phantom of the beast god. Over at the Flame Emperor Academy team, they were just as confused. Why is it the illusion of the beast god? Did we fall behind somehow? At the same time, things had settled down on Moyu's side, and the two gradually left the dungeon. You catch Y in your arms, proud and boastful. This time the speed should be fast enough. She happily replied, I just feel like I've ridden a roller coaster after clearing a dungeon. Could it be that it's not fast enough? The light from the teleportation gate gradually brightens. Manhwa smiled brightly and said, Let's go. Now we can safely level up. The figures of both of them gradually disappeared behind the gate, leaving the warriors eagerly waiting in shock. Am I seeing this right? That's the record General Linshin just set. They cheered with excitement, eager to see the expressions of the three major academies' teams upon witnessing this new record. 3 hours later, another team had also finished their battle. Feng Shui loudly orders you to go check the board. The younger ones are also gradually leaving the secret realm. The three team captains gritted their teeth, glaring at each other, and shouted loudly, go check the board to see who managed to defeat the clone. Nat Chien looked at the announcement board in shock and exclaimed, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. He ruffled his hair and chuckled dejectedly. As expected of Lord General Lin, he truly makes others despair. Fuang Xiu angrily protests from behind. Absolutely impossible. How can he achieve such a record? So what if he's a divine general? He must have used some cheating method. Nat Chien tilted his head and ordered, Let's go back. There is nothing wrong with General Lam's achievement, Hung An asked in surprise. Lang Ha Chien, I didn't expect you to also be a supporter of General Lam Shen. Is he really that powerful? He lowered his head and replied with a faint smile, Captain. Meeting General Lam Shen was like seeing a light. Hearing those words, he shouted loudly and ordered, All right, let's go back. At this moment, Manhwa and Y had just come out of the secret realm, and Fuang Xiu glared angrily at him before raising his head to ask, You are Manhwa, the so-called youngest divine general? The teammate accompanying him couldn't help but be confused. Fuang Xiu, what are you planning to do now? Hung An clapped his hands with a sinister smile and said, That fool Fuang Xiu really has a good show this time. Manhwa coldly asked, Who are you? He angrily and confidently replied, I am Fuang Xiu from the Dawn Academy. Manhwa, I ask you, how did you manage to clear the dungeon? How could you achieve such a result? Are you sick? How do we clear dungeons? Why should I tell you? Fuang Xiu arrogantly shouted. I'm not asking about him. I'm asking about you. Manhwa said angrily, speaking through gritted teeth. I have no obligation to tell you anything. And furthermore, I warn you to be mindful of your status and not speak to me that way. I, Fuang Xiu, proudly declare I am a genius of the Sacred Light Academy and will become a divine general sooner or later. You don't want to answer my questions. Is it because you use some tricks that others don't know about? Then wait until you become a god before talking to me. Please move aside now and don't block my way to clear the dungeon. Fuang Xiu Kuya didn't step back, saying, I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer, I will naturally move aside. Seeing you like that, maybe becoming a divine general is just luck. YY couldn't hold back anymore and scolded, This is the Electric Path dungeon and the Academy. Not a place for your arrogance. He definitely won't accept it. I told you, answer my question and I will step aside. Moyu exuded murderous intent and said coldly, You're asking for death. The crimson psychic energy like blood surged straight toward Fuang Xiu's body. He froze, unable to move. At the same time, a horde of zombies surged forward, with a fierce zombie about to attack Fuang Xiu. His neck was bitten, but the other zombies rushed toward the crowd, and Fuang Xiu's hand slammed down on the ground, revealing it was all an illusion. Manhwa coldly asked, Is that all the courage you have? He's still dazed. Was that just an illusion earlier? How could that happen? His comrades came to help him up, so Fuang Xiu had to retreat. Let's go back first. Someone inside the Bright God base noticed that guy suddenly fell. It seems he was scared. Someone else was surprised and asked, What happened just now? Manhwa then hurriedly told Y, Forget him. Let's continue clearing the dungeon and leveling up. She happily agreed. Okay. After a few hours, Fuang Xiu finally returned. He immediately questioned, Director, how could Manhwa clear the dungeon so quickly? He must have used some dirty tricks. Cao Hian frowned and challenged, Who is Mo Nu? That is a divine general, whose status is on par with a god-level powerhouse. Do you think a divine general can do something so easy? I have killed more of the dragon race and demons than you have met. Even I have to respectfully call him Lord Demon General. Who gave you the guts to call him by his name directly and gossip behind his back? Fuang Xiu only now realizes he's crossed a major figure, and it's already too late. Director, I still can't get over my shock. What? Even the director has to call you Commander Lin Shen? Gao Shen reminds me. Just shut your mouth and listen carefully. Lam Than Tuong clears dungeons methodically. All three major academies observe him closely. He not only moves quickly, but also destroys all monsters in the dungeon. Do you know how long it takes for Lord Lam to fight the true body of the beast god? If he really used dirty tricks like you said, do you think we wouldn't see through it? Feng Xiu had no more words to defend himself and wondered just how foolish he had been to stand before Lord General Lam. Gaoxian continued, "You are also a genius of the Bright God Academy, but there is a huge gap between you and Lord General Lam, mainly because you are too arrogant and look down on others. Let this matter end here. Get ready and lead the team to the ancient training ground for further practice. Will the Sacred Academy's dungeon open again if we miss this chance? My decision is final. You handle it properly for me." He had no choice but to accept the order. 10 days later, the two Mangu team members are clearing dungeons with the boss being defeated repeatedly. Y is very satisfied with the results he achieved. After 10 days of dungeon crawling, he finally reached level 44. Mangu has now also leveled up to level 45. A beep sounded from the Tulin mage in his bag, and as he opened it, he received a message from Y Vin. "Little shit, come here for a moment and you agree immediately." "Yes, 2 people have just been teleported in." Moyu's eyes widened in shock as he focused on the blazing power of the Star River. "You secretly think this is the breath of a god level." Mongu approaches and bows his head to say, "Congratulations on the Dean's breakthrough to god level." Old Man smiled brightly and said, "All right, Lord Lam Than. This time it's thanks to your divine beast's bones. Otherwise I wouldn't have achieved the divine level so quickly." Evian cheerfully announced, "Young Master Lam, I called you here because the Sang the Academy's tomb is about to open. Coincidentally, since you are also a member of the Genesis Academy, Director Ma decided to let you go there." Tinha chuckled softly and continued, "That's right. The sacred site will open in the coming days, and this time I have some things to tell you to pay attention to. There are many living beings in the sacred ground. They are aggressive. Remember, do not go and kill them. As you get closer to the center of the temple, there are many trees, and the fruits are edible. Try to eat as many as you can. It will be beneficial for you." He tightly clenched his fist and warned, "After eating the fruit, you will enter the second stage and reach a state of enlightenment. But what exactly you will understand depends on the individual. After passing that, you will move on to the third stage. There is little information about this first stage, but based on previous experience, it probably relates to your enlightenment in the second stage." Tinha sincerely advises. According to the legend, after the third stage, there is a fourth stage. But very few who pass the third stage remember their memories when entering the core, so we don't really know the details of what happens. He carefully advised that the core opens once every New Year's Day, and this time there are a total of 30 people, including you, participating, so how many opportunities you can find depends on yourself. Mo Ngu smiled gratefully, thanking Director Mo. 2 days later, a beam of light reappeared, causing frightened birds to scatter in panic. Makhan pursed his lips as he listened to the cheers around him. The ancestral site has opened, and the people from the major powers have arrived. Fang Wo smirked perversely at the woman in front of him, thinking to himself that he never expected he would get to enter the temple alongside the goddess Makhan. He knew he had to make a good impression. Fang Wo, brother of Fang Xiu, level 61, with a legendary class of Holy Light Knight. Suddenly, Makhan turned to look at her younger brother and happily called out to Xiao Yu. She approached and called Xiao Yu. Ngu asked curiously, "Are you also planning to enter the dungeon?" Not that you've already surpassed level 70 and undergone 3 class changes." Makhan smiled brightly and said, "Who says you can't enter after surpassing level 70? Noticing the woman beside him, she greeted her, "You're Y, right? Xiao Yu often talks about her with me. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yu." She shyly smiled and denied it. "No, he was the one who took me to level up." Mac Van stepped forward and said, "I haven't seen you in a long time." Macnu smiled and replied, "I haven't seen you in a long time." The gossipers couldn't help but feel jealous seeing him surrounded by 3 women. This kid's luck isn't bad at all. Who exactly is he? Suddenly something appeared, and Movan quickly announced that the ancestral temple seemed to be opening. The mysterious door revealed itself as the crowd gasped in amazement. The central altar has opened. Moyu's lips curl into a contemplative smile. This life aura is very similar to the Dawnbirth Scepter. Could it be that the core of life is actually in the ancestral temple? Tinha crossed his arms and coldly announced that everyone would take turns entering the ancestral site. Fangzui squinted and smiled with amusement as light shone throughout the forest. A blonde-haired man quickly spoke up. He is Liet Fong, level 56, with a legendary Saint Mage class. "Ladies and gentlemen, the coward go ahead first." After saying that, Liet Fong flew into the sky, heading to another place. Mavan spoke with confusion. "Strange. Didn't anyone from the Liet family tell him, you can't fly here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he fell down, his body gradually hitting the ground, about to crush the rabbit below. Liet Fong landed painfully. The rabbit looked up to the sky in frustration. He grits his teeth in anger and curses, "What kind of hellish place is this? We still can't fly." Mac Van warned you that he kills animals here, so we should stay away from him a bit, Huang Vu shyly suggested. Miss Mac Han, let's go together. Mac Han coldly declines. No need, Tu Nu and I will go together. McNu smiled and said, let's go, sister. She then approached happily and responded. The four of them laughed and chatted happily together. Feng Yu clenched his lips in anger and thought carefully. As they gradually entered the forest to explore, he softly reminded them, be careful not to harm any living creatures here. He asked curiously what would happen if you killed a lot. Mohan smiled slyly and threatened, you would turn into an animal and stay here forever. She was frightened and stammered. Mac Van was about to step forward when Mac Nu stopped her with a hand. Careful, there's a bug on the leaf. She hurriedly lifts her foot away. Ma Van exclaimed in surprise. Thank you. The guest politely replied, my mental strength is quite strong, making me more sensitive to the spirit of feeling than others. Mahan took out a compass to observe, then looked up and ordered to follow her. The three of them followed Mahan's instructions. A few hours later, inside the mysterious forest, shards of crystal lay scattered on the ground. They slowly moved through the trees, with countless fruit trees ahead. She coldly said, the master told you that the fruits of the ancestral land are also classified by rank, and ours might be the highest level, the most effective. She swiftly picked a bunch of fruits and ate while sharing them with McNu. The system displays information. High-level fruit. You take a bite and suddenly the system shows your name. Mac Nu, class. Spirit Sovereign, unique rank, 45, 2.1 Thuranir. Are the ceiling powers for strength, physique, agility, and spirit all sealed at 100? And what about the ceiling skills? Mac Nu was surprised and said, my attributes and skills have all been sealed. She asked in surprise, how is that possible? Still in disbelief, you bit down again. The system announced again that the ceiling power, physicality, agility, and mental strength were all sealed at 200. Unable to resist such a tempting fruit, Makangun Hai leaves no crumbs behind. The system reports that the ceiling power, physical ceiling, agility ceiling, mental ceiling, and ceiling skills are all at 300. I asked curiously, what does it feel like? He smiled brightly and said, not bad, one fruit can increase my total 4-Dewey attribute by 800 points. If that's the case, she immediately started chewing fiercely, greedily asking, what are we waiting for then? Hurry up and eat. Ya rubs her full stomach and sighs. I'm really full, I just ate a few fruits and I'm already satisfied. Mac Van and Mac Han smile happily as they enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly something begins to glow. Mac Ngu stops in shock. In front of them stands a large tree emitting an ominous aura with a cluster of strange fruits on its branches. The system displays information about the primitive fruit. He stands up, points ahead, and curiously asks, Sister, what is this primitive fruit? So this fruit is still here. In the past, many people who ate the explosive seed fruit died, probably because its properties are too intense for anyone to handle. Mac Ngu frowned and said, if that's the case, this fruit must be very powerful. Sister, I want to try a little. She hurriedly stopped her. No, it's too dangerous. You try to persuade me, but I am confident. Besides, the master at the Spirit Soul Hall left me a soul seal, so I won't really die. Mohan closed his eyes in helpless response. Then try it. But if you fail after you come back to life, stay obedient at home and don't go outside to do dangerous things anymore. Makangu happily agreed. She stood up and declared in a chillingly cold voice, go ahead if you really die. I will keep your body for you. The boy reached out to touch the seed and Maknu picked it down, her eyes wide with surprise. He looked panic-stricken at the huge tree, wondering, is this a strange phenomenon or an illusion? It seems this thing is truly extraordinary. Maknu examined the fruit, ate it, then frowned and complained, it's worth it. The system reports a 4 perception attribute, plus 198. Maknu hurried back to the gathering place as everyone asked anxiously, how do you feel? Although the attribute growth is quite significant, it's really too bitter. He quickly hands another fruit to comfort you, saying this one isn't bitter. Maknu, looking pale, forced himself to take a bite. He choked and spat out what he had just bitten, then spoke. No, everything is getting more bitter now, but the effect is very powerful. My 4-Dewey attribute has increased to 2,000. Maknu thought to himself, and with his skills sealed and attributes rearranged, his strength kept eroding his body. If it weren't for the undead legion taking the damage for him, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Suddenly a loud roar sounded. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what was happening. It seemed like a fight was still going on outside, and Van gave you a reminder. Be careful, let's go outside and check it out. The warriors outside the forest are fighting each other. Mohan comments that you are surrounded and attacked, your skills sealed, yet they haven't suffered consequences. The system shows that Saint Music Knight is a holy language knight level, and he laughs as he kills the sealed enemies, describing it as quite satisfying with no attributes, only the feeling of being slaughtered. The beaten man angrily questions, "Do you have no background coming to my territory? Nathan, do you really want to become my enemy here?" He raised his sword and unleashed his formidable power, shouting, "Stop wasting time on these useless matters and think about your own life or death." Suddenly, a voice rang out, telling him to stop, as Mac knew and his group had arrived. The beaten man lying on the ground cheers happily. "Lord Lam." Nathan smirks and says, "I've been waiting half a day for you." Mac knew. His eyes gleamed like a beast's. He chuckled happily and said, "This time everyone has finally gathered. The cat and mouse game should come to an end." Music Saint raises his sword high and unleashes his move. The system displays information. The light ring freezes. The light ring attacks each warrior one by one, surrounding everyone. Makangu coldly asked, "Do you recognize me, Nakthan?" He frowned and replied, "I didn't expect General Lamthon to still remember someone as insignificant as me. As you unleash your power and make your request, can you explain to me why you became a dog of the Baima Society? Did you become a dog yourself? Or are all the Chu family members already their dogs?" "How could you tell?" Maknu replied coldly. "I've killed so many demons that I'm very familiar with their breath. The foul smell of demon on you makes me nauseous." "What do you mean, dog lackey? Saying it so harshly, I and they are just partners. Thanks to their help, I was able to advance to the legendary mid-tier Holy Word Knight." As soon as he finished speaking, Nakthan unleashed his killing move. One strike was enough to end the lives of the warriors lying scattered on the ground. "Do you see? This is the sacred oath of the Holy Speech Knight. You reap what you sow. In front of me, you are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered." The remaining warriors' eyes widened as darkness enveloped their senses. The survivors couldn't help but shout in anger, "Holy music, are you crazy? Even if you really kill us here, we have planted a soul seed so we can come back to life after death. Wait until we get out. You and Chujia will be finished. Do you think I am a fool or something? How could I possibly give you a chance to come back to life?" The system displays information. A soul-destroying barrier that can eliminate the souls of the dead. A massive barrier appears, encompassing everything. His terrifying voice echoes everywhere. "Are you scared yet? Are you trembling? You will all die immediately." Music Saint licks his lips and looks at the three women with a mocking tone. "Before killing you, I want to have a little fun first." Monungu coldly asked, relying only on you. You calmly advance with the scythe in your hand. Music Saint sneered loudly. "Do you really think you're crazy? Makangu, a mage like you wants to fight me with weapons? I originally planned to save you for last and kill you, but now I've changed my mind. Die, cut." A sword strike was made, but nothing happened. The protective circle only got a light scratch, and the system displayed a notification. Passive movement damage. Comprehensive. Passive link. He widened his eyes in horror. What is going on? I missed my mark earlier. How could he be completely unharmed? Crazy Tai's continuous attacks like the cross slash couldn't make him die, and the power from his sword only tore a few pieces of cloth from his body. His eyes nearly bulging out in fear, he shouted, "What the hell is that?" And Music Saint raised his sword, high, shouting, "Holy fire, ring system." Notification, holy fire, ring. The power from the sword devastates the entire forest, and the warriors outside can't help but feel afraid. Quickly take a healing potion. Can General Lin Shen withstand this? Amidst the sea of flames, a lone figure appears bravely. Moyue remains unharmed despite his countless attacks. Master Nak shouted in horror, "How can this be? What exactly are you?" He kept asking in fear, "You didn't eat the fruit? That's not right. You ate it. Otherwise you would definitely reveal those damn dead heads. How can you look down on my halo just because you ate the fruit? Why? Without a legion of skulls, I can still kill you." Music Than, unable to accept the truth, loudly retorts arrogantly, "Oh, what does a mage like you have to fight up close with a knight like me? If your skills can't hurt me, then I will personally take your head." He clenched his sword tightly and shouted, "Death!" What? Why is his close combat skill on me? Clearly, he's a mage. The warriors outside are cheering him on. "Come on, Lord Lin Shen, you must kill this bastard." Mimi secretly thought that luckily the master foresaw this and trained me in the Divine Tower. After consuming the initial fruit, my 4 Dewey attribute finally stabilized at 10,000 points. Not high, but enough. Saint Music pressed his foot firmly on the ground, stepping back with a sinister smile in his eyes, secretly thinking that although he was at a disadvantage, he was certain of one thing. He had indeed eaten the fruit, and his attribute is now higher than mine. Saint Music stood up, raised his sword high, and shouted loudly, "Holy destruction! Sword. Slash a huge pillar of fire appears, and the system displays the information. Holy destruction. Sword slash. Are those soldiers nervously watching in fear? Can General Lam withstand this attack? He is also sealed with an attribute, his face contorted, his mouth wide like a trough as he snarled. Die. A giant sword is rushing towards Manga. A huge explosion occurred. Shung Music happily confirmed that this time he was probably dead, right? Suddenly, Duong Manga appeared out of nowhere, wielding a scythe and stepping forward to counter. The person who died was the one who just finished speaking, with a single slash splitting his body in two. Ung Hach-than stared in shock at the wound, stammering. This can't be happening. He pursed his lips and spoke. The weapon the boss dropped earlier can also be used. As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Music's eyes rolled back, and he spat out a flood of red liquid. A sword pierced straight into his stomach. Nathan coughs up blood mist, his body gradually pierced through by thousands of swords, eyes wide with fear as he stammers. No, you can't kill me. Please don't kill me. Makengu, please don't kill me. I still don't want to die. I can still be useful. I can tell you information about the demonic cult. Makengu coldly replied, You're just a dog of the demonic cult. What secret information could you possibly know? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword pierced through and ended his life. The ice circle shattered, and the warriors were stunned and overjoyed. They surrounded you with genuine gratitude, thanking General Lam for saving them. General Lam is truly formidable. Even without skills and with his attributes sealed, he still managed to kill that beast. That's right, otherwise I would have definitely died. Makengu said with a faint smile. We're all of the human race. No need to be so polite. They happily replied, Rest assured. General Lam, once we get out, we will make sure the Chu family won't be at peace. After settling everything, he gradually headed back to the meeting point. Mahan smiled proudly and said, Little Yu, you're very impressive now. I don't know whether to call you Little Yu or General Lam in the future. Monu scratched her head shyly and said, Sister, please don't tease me anymore. The four of them gradually moved away from the forest and stopped in front of an old suspension bridge, shrouded in thick fog. Lam Makham turned around and instructed that once they crossed this bridge, the second stage of the trial would begin. From here on, we will split up, each fighting on our own, and how far we can go will depend on ourselves. Keep going. You volunteer to move forward, hands casually in your pockets. Then I will go ahead. Maknu's figure gradually disappeared. Next, Mohan follows behind, with Movan in the middle and Y at the end, near Z of Nian Sheng's body. A root sprouts from somewhere, wrapping around his injured body and carrying away the body of Music Saint. Thick dust and smoke billow up as the cracks between the two sides gradually close. The scene shifts to Maknu's location, where he stops in front of a place with a sword stuck into the ground. The system displays information about low-level stone tablet skills. Makungu slowly approaches, his eyes fixed on the symbols on the stone tablets, and the basic wind/slash skill can cut through might. Suddenly a light burst out, and Maknu exclaimed in amazement, The patterns are moving! Is this stage's trial the skill I need to learn? He frowned and looked behind, where stones with different symbols had sprouted from the ground. The system displayed skills in turn. Cutting wind, cutting wood, cutting stone. Moyue was surprised and voiced her 3 options, distinguishing 3 flexible, skillful, and powerful paths. He sat down in front of a stone stele with a sickle symbol and muttered, Although I am a mage, I do have some experience in the Divine Tower, so learning swordsmanship probably won't be difficult. After a while, someone else also arrived at this place. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, why is it swordsmanship? I'm a mage. Li Feng couldn't help but whisper in fear, What could be going on? Could it be because I accidentally crushed an animal? Dust and smoke billowed up as someone grumbled, Damn it, how am I supposed to learn like this? Maknu calmly stood up and muttered, I've already learned the wind slash. Let's see what this trial is really about. He drew the sword from the ground, his body vanishing into a mysterious surge of power, and a strong, mysterious figure appeared from the smoke. Maknu held the sword and deduced that it was meant for us to rely on learned skills to defeat the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet in front of him moved swiftly, catching him off guard. This speed suggests his sensitivity attribute is probably over 1,500 points. Mangu regained his composure and chuckled happily. I see. The second stage is to have us defeat the puppet only through learned swordsmanship, while our skills and attributes are sealed. He clenched the hilt of his sword tightly, his voice tense. Therefore, the more fruit this person eats, the higher their attributes will become. Dealing with this puppet will be easier because its attributes are not high, similar to others. Suddenly, he let go of his sword and almost fell to the ground, muttering, "But I used a fruit, and all attributes are 10,000 points." Mangacap caught the sword as the system displayed the information. Tram Phong decisively strikes forward. Mangacap stabs his sword into the ground. The puppet is defeated. He scoffs and comments dismissively, "Simple." The system reports an attribute of 4 Dui Kong 500. In another training area, a warrior is being attacked by a puppet. The puppet slashes its claws at the trainee. Lam Moyu moves to another spot and asks skeptically, "Is this the 3rd stage?" The system asks, "Do you have amnesia about the Tram Phong skill?" He rubs his forehead and replies, "I see. The skills learned in the previous stage may have been forgotten." No wonder Director Mack said that those who reach the 3rd stage wouldn't remember the past. The images of the stone steelies from earlier, the missile skill, wind ring skill, ice arrow skill, and snowball skill appeared in his mind one after another. Mangacap chuckled softly, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect it to be a magic-type skill. This time it's a real duel of words." After a while the puppet was destroyed again. His gentle voice echoed, "Solved." Mangacap confidently spoke, then entered the 4th stage, with the system displaying a notification that the 4 perceptions attribute increased by 1,000. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the door to the tomb was kicked open, knocking Liat Phong out. An old man runs over and asks Han, "Feng Ni, are you okay?" He wonders in surprise, "I was eliminated?" Liat Phong looked up at the elder and said, "Grandpa, something's happened at the clan base." Tin Ha and Tai Nian tilted their heads in confusion as he sat up and nervously announced, "Master Chu's music joined the White Demon sect, becoming their pawn. He won't take the fruit, waiting for us to consume the attribute fruit, so their powers and skills are sealed. He wanted to kill us and even used the soul-destroying barrier to prevent us from resurrecting through the soul seal," Tai Nian said in shock. "What did you just say?" The other person hurriedly advised, "Nin Lao, don't be anxious," after hearing Fong Ni's words. Liat Phong reported, "Music Saint wants to kill us. Luckily in the end, General Lam Shen arrived and killed Music Saint instead. Otherwise none of us would have survived to get out." After hearing that, Tai Nian's face darkened and the atmosphere around him grew heavy. The Chu family dares to do this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tin Ha couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Daring to kill the human genius in my sacred ground, Chu family is truly desperate." The other elders were shocked, and the Chu family members, feeling guilty, had already retreated. He assured everyone that they wouldn't escape, and that after the trial at the ancestral ground ends, he would deal with them. The people below are discussing excitedly, "Chu family really has gone too far, collaborating with the demon worshippers and killing people in the sacred ground of the academy. This time, Chu family is doomed." Someone at the dungeon gate steps out to sigh, "We lost." Tin Ha frowned and looked at the number of people. About 20 people. So now only 10 remain in the trial ground. At Mangacap's instance, he is standing in front of 2 stone steelies with arch-shaped borders. He immediately realized this time it was a skill with a bow and arrow, just as a series of beams of light shot through the bodies of the NPC group in the dungeon. At the same time, Mangacap received a 1500 boost to his thinking attribute. Suddenly, beams of light shone before his eyes, and he suspiciously exclaimed, "Is this light?" Seeing that Baishan once said that the Creation Academy has a very important light for him, it seems that this is it. Previously, since feeling the power of creation, could this light be the light of life? Forget guessing. Just keep going to the end, and the answer will naturally be revealed. Suddenly, he saw a change in front of him, and Moyu was surprised only to see a single variation. The micro-light healing skill, a basic healing ability that can treat targets and restore vitality. Mangacap was not surprised. "It seems I was right. The trial of the Earth Foundation is not just 4 stages. Each time you reach a platform, you'll face increasingly difficult skills and puppets with higher attributes. The difficulty of the challenge will keep increasing. For us, whose attribute skills are sealed, this is not only a test of comprehension, but also a test of real combat ability." Right behind Moyu, fierce gusts of wind swept in. Moyu charged forward with a sickle, so this time let me use the skill that sustains its vitality and test my mental strength. First, you activate the healing ability with the green energy covering the entire puppet's body. Y and Mac Van leave the dungeon. Mo Van politely bows to Tine Hien. "Hello, Senior Nin." He hurriedly asked, "Why, how do you feel now?" She reported, "My strength, agility, and spirit have all increased by 3,000 points, and my physical fitness has risen by 7,000 points. Tine Hien let out a sigh of relief based on previous experience. This harvest was already very good. Tin Ha anxiously exclaimed, "One of 27 people killed 1 person, now only the 2 sisters are left in the base." Inside the dungeon, Monu's thinking attribute increased by 300, and he muttered to himself, I can't even tell which level of the arena I've unlocked, but I do know that the light is definitely getting closer. Surrounded by the glow, I feel truly warm. This dazzling light that made Monu unable to bear to cover her eyes, the fog in front of her grew thicker and thicker. After a while, it dispersed, leaving behind a hazy space filled with mysterious green light. Suddenly, a male spirit appeared and said, Wait a moment. There's still someone who hasn't arrived yet. Moyu was stunned as he looked at the other person, noticing that it was the life core that he cared about, the center of life between him and the opponent. Makhan casually stepped out, stretched, and said, As expected, the little one is still faster than you. She handed the item to the lifelight, and this is what she saw, telling me to give it to you. The matter that your master agreed upon with you has been done. I hope you can also keep your promise. The life essence of light uses healing light to cover Makhan's entire body. She is gradually transforming. When she succeeds, Mahan sincerely says, Thank you. He continued, Our deal with that person is done. Now it's time for your test of compatibility, and there is only one reward for both of you. Mogu also immediately refused, saying no need. Mohan also spoke at the same time. No need. Just take me outside. I'll save this opportunity for her. I asked confusedly. What do you mean, sister? She handed it over to Maknu. Stupid little brother. This opportunity is even more important to me. For Sister Tam Chuyen, it's just normal, and she has already obtained what she needed. While you still refuse to call her sister, the life of pure light speaks up. She didn't deceive you. She has already obtained something better. Before saying goodbye, Makhan advised, Xiao Yu, don't worry. I will find my own path. I didn't intentionally give it to you. I'm just teasing you. The life of the shining soul announces. She has given up the reward. Now you are the only master. Please follow me. Mekangu quietly followed him into the forest, as Tin Kwang explained the relic he used and how he survived all the trials. For over 1,000 years, you have been the one most qualified to take it, and I have never met anyone else. The light of the shining beam illuminates your body. Tin Kwang stood to the side, bowed his head and said, This is what you need, but whether you can get it depends on your luck. Manga thought to himself, My attribute seals and skills have all been removed, and the attribute points gained from the electric nest have all been added to my existing thinking attribute. System reminder, mental attribute increased by 16,000, vitality increased by 30%. The staff also begins to absorb energy. The power from the primordial fruit is gradually absorbed by the staff, and the core on Tin Kwang's forehead begins to crack. The fragments are all absorbed by the staff, which continues to absorb energy. After a moment, a notification appears. The luminous staff, the damaged core, a mythic level weapon with poly $400,000, all attributes at level 90 now usable. The light of life can perform a comprehensive healing on the target, while the light of destruction can deliver a fatal blow to the target. The purple light emanating from the staff shines on the face of the person speaking. He examined it carefully, realizing it was no longer a fake core but a damaged core state, confirming that his suspicion about the world lightstone being related to the life-giving scepter was correct. If I can restore the core, it will recover and become a true mythic-level weapon. Seeing Tin Kwang suddenly bow down and kneel, I was surprised and asked, What's wrong with you? He respectfully said, Little Lord, bowing to the Master, you possess the scepter of creation, making you the master of your servant. Moyue wondered, Do you know about this scepter of creation? Tin Kwang admits, Yes, I have been searching for the light hair until I met you. You possess the sacred scepter and can become the god of life for the next era. Maknu hesitated a bit, but I am human. I never thought I would become a god of life. After the exchange, Mo Ngu left the dungeon. She was the first to notice, happily turned around, then hurriedly ran towards Mo Ngu, greeting him with a hug. Tine Hien anxiously asked, So, kid, did you get it? You admit that it's basically a success. Your mental attribute increased by 12,000 points, and your vitality went up by 30%. Evian is very pleased and says, Kid, your attributes might be twice as high as others at the same profession. Kwangsin then asks, Lam Kid, what are your specific attributes now? Your profile shows your name as Lam Moyu, the only Death Spirit Sovereign class level 432%, with strength 40.55, physique 40.55, agility 40.55, and spirit 83.10. This information shocks Kwangsin. Oh my. A level 45 mid-tier legendary profession with total attributes just over 80,000, and you're 10 times higher than them at 800,000. Your attribute strength surpasses that of warriors, and your agility exceeds that of assassins. Are you still a mage? Luckily I wasn't born in the same era as you. Evian impatiently said, You little brat, I've been waiting for you to reach the divine level so we can go into the deep abyss together and find those punks to vent our anger. McNew naturally agreed immediately. And Van was worried, but the Chu family has been increasingly active lately with the White Demon Society. They believe that infiltrating the powers of various factions will leave no room for mistakes. It's time to deal with each big fish that has jumped out. A familiar beep sounds from your wrist. Shuhan smiled and asked, Lam Jr., do you have time? Evian looked as if he saw through everything and happily praised, Little brat, your luck isn't bad. All right, you go do your thing. I have my own matters to attend to. Now, Lao Man, hand me the list. Looking at the list in his hand, Yi Wen's expression grew serious and contemplative. All right. And Van reminds him, let's go. It's been a while since we fought. It's time to warm up. They moved to the 9th fortress, destroying Van's demon tower that had escorted them here. The sky darkened in response to their arrival. The divine tower gradually descends onto this land, and suddenly harsh voices echo through the empty fortress. Evian, what kind of madness are you in? Ivian, what are you all planning to do by bringing the divine tower to the 9th fortress? Evian frowned in discomfort and asked, What's wrong? I haven't been to the 9th fortress for a long time. Don't you all know what I came for? Anyone I call by name will be handed over to me. 10th star, Talisman. Level 93. Mage Ha. The Trek asked nervously, Are you saying that our 9th fortress has a traitor among the human race? But Evian, do you have proof or not? Are you just relying on the paper in your hands? Evian arrogantly refused to give them a chance. My words are the proof. Now I want to kill someone. Let's see if any of you dare to stop me. None of the three dared to make a move. Suddenly, a dark energy enveloped the entire fortress. Level 95 Divine General Wu Xing Diepao appeared and said, Bakthan, why get so angry? If the White God has come here, he must have gathered all the evidence, so go ahead and attack. Yevon was amazed at Elder Deep, saying, I didn't expect you to be at level 9 in the city. He replied, Bakthan has probably already uncovered the truth. That must be correct, please. After that, Yvian immediately attacked, his power forming blazing sword rays that spread out into the number 9. The fireball gradually approaches the structure here, while others are stunned and panicked by the intense heat and Yvian's devastating attack. Everyone was engulfed by his blazing palm strike. A desperate scream echoed throughout the city as his final blow was launched at the opponent. Evian, wiping his dirty hands with a cloth, said, The traitors on the list have all been punished. Next stop, the city of 8 Index. And Van Sook remembered, That's right. Elder Deep, the Demon Slayer Tower still doesn't have an owner? Ha-Track's group was stunned and opened their mouths in shock. He asked seriously, What does Nshen mean by that? He replied, Nothing. Protect the Demon Destruction Tower well, its owner will arrive soon. This statement left the others utterly confused. What did he mean? Could the person he's talking about really be Makangu, Old Dap? Deep Hao fully agrees. The young and talented General Lam Than, if he can hold the Demon Suppression Tower, that would definitely be a good thing. After all these years, I still haven't been able to do it. In the end, I just lacked one step. If he can do it, so what if we let him? Remember, no matter how much we fight, it's all for the human race. The three of them all said in unison, We understand now. At the Chu family house in Haicheng, Tine Hien hovers in the air below a rebellious army formation, while Qin Thien, the head of the Chu family, watches silently from afar, indicating something major is about to happen. After finishing, he immediately rushed to Tine Hien, respectfully saluted, and asked, Nin Lao, what crime has my Chu family committed? Then threw a notebook into Qin Thien's lap. Old Chu, please take a look yourself. The notebook contains detailed entries for each item. How can that be true? How can that be possible? Tai Nian easily saw through it. It seems even you have been deceived. You have dedicated yourself to the country and helped Chu family grow to this scale. But now Qin Thien is rushing to take the blame. An unworthy junior. Old man Nin, leave this matter to me, and I will give you a proper explanation. Tai Nian will no longer trouble them. That's for the best. I believe old Chu will handle this matter well. Mukingu goes to meet Thu Han to ask about it. Senior sister, is there something you need to ask me about? She hurriedly begged for help. Junior brother Lam wants to ask for your help with something. He gets straight to the point. If there's something you want to say, just say it directly, Thuan gently replied. Follow me. She led Makangu to a shop, then opened the door and stepped inside. A foul smell wafted over, making Makangu wary of this familiar scent. Thuan said, Lam Hokti probably already guessed, right? I wonder why there is the smell of Houthi here. General Jiao steps out to greet, Lord Lamthan, we meet again. Do you still remember Lord Lamthan? I told you before that I hoped you could help eliminate the Houthi poison. She introduces the person lying weakly on the bed. This is my mother since I was very young. She was poisoned by the toxic curse while guarding the seal of the waste spirit realm and has not been able to be cured to this day. Mekangu had no choice. I agree, but I currently lack the ability to save her. Shuhan hurriedly replied, Lam Hokdae, you misunderstood. We just want Lam Hokdae to help. She called Grandmaster Lam Than Tuong over. He answered calmly. They're here. The divine grade pharmacist. Thu Bin clung to the railing of the stairs, descending step by step. He was surprised, yet he was a divine-level pharmacist. Moyu respectfully greets the medicine god. He politely replies, Don't call me the medicine god. What does an old man like me deserve that title? Princess Jiao said that your summoning item could neutralize the evil spirit poison, and it just so happens I also have a skill that can analyze others. Lord Lam Shen, could you take a look and analyze your summoning item a bit? Finding the source of how to neutralize the zombie poison is where it all begins. Makangu can summon with ease, no problem at all. Seeing the summoned object appear behind you with such dominance, Thu Han stared in shock. Even he had to admit that the summoned object was truly powerful. Thu Han begins to analyze and examine as faint beams of light envelop the summoning object. Old man is overwhelmed, sweat pouring down. Fang Jiao anxiously asks, Master Thu, how is it? Can you analyze it? The old man said in surprise. This skill is extremely special but cannot be analyzed. This is a skill I have never encountered before. Not even a god-level expert can analyze it. Fang Jiao was tense and asked, How do we proceed now? Makangu felt a bit guilty. Although he really wanted to help her, his current rank still couldn't do it for now. Sorry. I will take my leave now, elder pharmacist, unless there is anything else. The Bin politely replied, Today has truly been a bother to General Lam Than. Han Ni escorts General Lam out, while Shu Han leads him outside. Huang Jiao remains inside, still heartbroken. Grandpa Duok Than, is it really impossible to save my mother anymore? Even the old man has run out of options. The ancient poison is the most bizarre toxin I have ever encountered in my life. Until now, the only way to dispel it is with Lam Than Tuong's summoning item. Otherwise, there's no other option. Huang Jiao couldn't accept it for a moment. There's no other way? Thu Bin couldn't bear to add salt to her pain, maybe only waiting for Lord Lam to break through to the divine level. But with his leveling speed, it wouldn't take long. Outside, the sky was already darkening, and Thu Han felt guilty. Sorry about that, Brother Lamhawk. Thanks for making the trip. Feel free to answer. It's nothing. Meknu didn't forget her promise. She waited for me to be capable so I could save her mother. I need to level up first. You move to the dungeon tower. Mekanju's purpose for coming here is because she knows the existence of the Highland Beast God. I'm leveling up quickly from level 40 to 50 right now, so I'll reach level 50 first. When you enter the dungeon, there are many people quietly watching. A group of people in black cloaks spoke up. Confirmed that Lam Maknu has entered, right? They respond. Confirmed. Attack now. They are very confident as they take out the spirit cores. Bakthan and Anthan are not in the academy. They are still slaughtering our people, but at the same time it's also our chance. As long as we can kill Maknu here, we won't suffer a loss. The spirit core absorbs the killing aura and then shoots straight into the dungeon where Maknu just entered. The number of people in that group is growing, and someone gasped and asked, "What's going on? Why is there the aura of the Deep Abyss Demon?" This is the demon crystal of the Abyssal Demon. Those people are from the Demon Worshippers Society, and they want to deal with General Lin. Everyone is panicking. Something big is happening. Quickly inform the master. Someone stepped forward and sternly reminded everyone to calm down a bit. What are you afraid of? The crystal core is in his hand, and he casually crushes it into fragments, a dark aura emanating everywhere. His expression turns fierce. Is it just that Mo Ngu is about to die? Why are you all so tense? As long as he dies, the Hakin Academy will surely be heartbroken. Does anyone realize that he is a member of the White Demon Society? He is maintaining the spirit core, emitting energy to sustain the portal, while a purple shield covers the entire city. Someone shouted angrily, "How dare you come to my Hakin Academy to cause trouble? You are asking for death." Makangu inside sensed something. The dark aura of Mao Yen was pouring in. You realize with caution that the flames are from Deep Abyss, but suddenly the flames of Deep Abyss appear inside the instance. The Bai Mahoi then shows up, their faces grim and furious as if they've lost all reason. He nervously realized that these people were students from the academy. No, they are members of the demonic worshippers, here to kill me. The Bai Mahoi immediately acted, first surrounding Makangu in the center, as dark auras enveloped the dungeon. The great formation they set up for Makangu is in place, with the flames of the demon abyss raging down. They shout, "Burn my body! Sacrifice my soul!" The summoning demon king descends. A deafening shout echoes through the sky. "Burn my body, my soul's sacrifice." The summoning demon king descends. The entire space is covered in the flames of the demonic abyss. with only the echoing shouts repeating like a machine. One of them looks increasingly frantic, and the great formation unleashes even more terrifying power, as if to swallow Ngu whole. Across the mountain ranges, the trees and grass in the instance were shrouded in the aura of the demon abyss. Suddenly, amidst the dense purple mist, 2 blazing red spots appeared. That bright spot is growing bigger. I see they planned this carefully, waiting for me to enter the dungeon so they could kill me. Are they trying to catch all the fish in one net? Looking at the core in his hand, Moyu felt regretful. All his teleportation tools had lost their effectiveness, leaving only the Deep Abyss teleportation stone still usable. Suddenly, a claw tore through the dark mist, and the towering body of the opponent, taller than a small mountain, appeared, making Moyu look tiny in comparison. The opponent is the Flame Demon King. His hoarse laughter echoes. Ngu, this time you won't be able to escape anymore.